recognize a single master. Is the Holy Heaven sect's little saint going to defy the will of heaven? It completely overturned all my cognition. What exactly happened in the God-refining list test space? Is there anyone who can see through the golden stone and see what's inside? Emperor Qianshong is ranked on the heavenly ranking, so perhaps he can see through it. An old monster who had a good relationship with the Yi family went to the Holy Emperor Peak, but saw Yi Qianshong sitting on a chair in the main hall with a gloomy face. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and the terrifying Taoist aura made time and space become distorted. He seemed like a ferocious beast in a rage, choosing someone to devour. Puff! The old monster was shocked by the terrifying aura and spurted blood, his body cracked, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He turned around and fled in fear. Shouldn't it be a matter of great joy for the Holy Heaven sect that the Holy Son of the Holy Heaven sect has become so evil? He couldn't understand why Yi Qianshong, the sect leader, was so furious. You little beast, you are such a monster, but you should never have been born in the true family. For the survival of the Yi family, how could I? Yi Qianshong's voice was hoarse and cold, and he muttered to himself in a very low voice. Chapter 110. Are you crazy? It's incredible. God refining list test space. Chu Tian stood tall on the earth, the eye of heaven between his eyebrows bursting out with endless purple light. His spirit as vast as a flood roared to the sky. His body was filled with blood and energy, and he transformed into a blood dragon above his head, emitting a deafening dragon roar. Now his body has a strength of 5 million jin. With the powerful spiritual blessing, the force of his punch directly exceeds 100 million jin, and one punch can penetrate the entire test space. In the sky, there are the visions of 10,000 cauldrons running across the sky, and the 3 visions of yin and yang beasts, the dragon emperor's prison, and the hand of God are surrounding it, erupting with tremendous power. The terrifying physical strength, combined with the eye of heaven and the top magical powers of the 4 great realms, made his combat power reach an unprecedented extreme intensity in the realm of refining the spirit. Even though he has not yet reached the 10th level of spirit refining, he is already absolutely invincible in the spirit refining realm, sweeping away all those at the same level. The illusory nightmare was like a piece of paper in front of him, as fragile as an ant. The 10,000 Tao cauldrons pressed down, and 3 strange phenomena followed. The terrifying power turned thousands of nightmares into ashes. In just 5 seconds, Chu Tian slaughtered all 100,000 illusion nightmares in a bloody massacre like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Is this what the founder of the Hengqian ranking believes is the pinnacle of the spirit refining realm? Chu Tian muttered to himself. He did not relax even though he had killed his way through the illusion nightmare. He knew that a stronger test was coming. He looked forward and saw chains of divine rules condensing in the sky, twisting and entwining into a giant egg, as if something was being nurtured inside. Is it another cub of the ancient ferocious beast? Real dragon, golden winged rock, real roar. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the dome, and a figure in a purple dress walked out of it. This was actually a beautiful woman with flying black hair and a slightly sunken nose. She was not tall, but she exuded an air of supremacy. She looked at Chu Tian with indifferent eyes and suddenly pressed down on Chu Tian with a palm. A mysterious vision appeared in the sky, like a holy king sitting cross-legged on the top of the 9 heavens, overlooking the world, pressing down on Chu Tian with one palm, wanting to wipe him out directly. Boom! In an instant, the sky collapsed, the world twisted, and holy light shot up into the sky. This woman was only in the spirit refining realm, but she was incredibly powerful. 100 Linjis who had fought their way to the top of the spirit refining list would have been killed instantly in front of her. Chu Tian's pupil shrank slightly, because she was so familiar with the appearance of the woman in the purple dress. It was exactly the icy appearance of Saint Duanmu. The face is exactly the same, but the aura of being the only one in the world and invincible in heaven and on earth is that of a completely different person. The Hengqian list actually completely reshaped the holy ancestor Duanmu, who was in the spirit refining realm, and used him as a test subject for Chu Tian. This is simply a supernatural power that defies the heavens, and can be called to travel back in time. The Hengqian list actually recreated the young Duanmu saint ancestor from the Dao traces left in the Shengxian sect. The holy ancestor Duanmu in the spirit refining realm is also so powerful that it is almost against the will of heaven. He has actually cultivated the magical skills to perfection in the spirit refining realm. He is the most powerful spirit refining realm Chu Tian has ever seen, no doubt about it. Boom! Chu Tian unleashed a punch, unleashing a force of 100 million jin, powerful enough to shatter even a meteorite. Yet, he collided head-on with her and was sent reeling. Despite possessing a massive strength of 5 million jin, his arm was trembling slightly. One could only imagine the terrifying force of Duanmu Shengsu's blow. Chu Tian's face became solemn. The power of Saint Ancestor Duanmu was far beyond the reach of any real dragon cub. He was one of the strongest people in the history of Hengqian continent and an invincible existence ranked in the top 20 of the heavenly ranking. Even when she was young, she was absolutely invincible. She was the young supreme who swept across an era. Even real dragons and golden-winged rocks could be defeated by her. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the giant egg began to shatter, and one terrifying being after another walked out of it. The young man was full of demonic intent, like a demon god descended to the earth. There was also a portrait of him in the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak. He was Jiyu Mozu, one of the ancestors of the revival of the Holy Heaven sect. Divine power swept across the sky, disrupting the heavens. A young man walked out and with one punch, the Wandao Ding vision was hit, and countless cracks appeared. It was Su Shenzu, the ancestor of the revival. Buzz. The sword intent was across the sky. A woman held a broken sword in her hand and slashed it down. It was like a galaxy falling from the sky. The sword energy was so strong that it chopped Chu Tiandu back. For the first time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Mother. Chu Tian blurted out. Jian Kanzu had lived in Shengxian sect for decades, and the Dao traces and rules he left behind were actually condensed by the Hengqian list, and he went back in time and space. At this time, King Chu Tian and Yi Qianshong walked out side by side at the same time. They were powerful and invincible. They swooped forward and surrounded Chu Tian. Their punches and kicks made the void tremble. Each of them possessed a great magical power. At the same time, the powerful and extraordinary leaders and strongest people who had appeared in the Shengxian sect in modern times also walked out of the dome. In the Shengxian sect, all the most powerful beings who left behind powerful Dao essences were condensed and released. This was a terrifying test that was almost impossible to pass. Which of these beings is not a famous monster in the history of Hengqian continent, leaving their names in history and ranking on the heavenly ranking? Duanmu Shengzu, Su Shenzu, and Jiyu Mozu are even ranked in the top 20 of the heavenly ranking. They once made all the worlds tremble and saved the Shengxian sect from danger. At this moment, these people began to surround and kill Chu Tian together. All kinds of huge and strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and the power was so great that Chu Tian coughed up blood continuously and was unable to fight back effectively for a while. At this time, on the external world soul refining list, the time behind Chu Tian began to move. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds passed, from 5 seconds to 15 seconds. What happened in the test space? Chu Tianxing muttered to himself on the Holy Emperor Peak and looked at Fu Lao. Even the Emperor of the heavenly ranking cannot see through the test space. Old Fu shook his head. Naturally, he couldn't do it either. There was a suffocating atmosphere in the Hengqian palace. Everyone in the entire Shengxian sect was concentrating and looking at the numbers on the spirit refining list. With such a shocking commotion, everyone was curious about what exactly happened in the test space. 20 seconds passed quickly, but there was still no display on the spirit refining list. Everyone just felt dry mouth and tongue, and it was the first time that time felt like it was passing so slowly. Chu Tian had tested it so many times, and every time the numbers jumped wildly, but this was the first time there was no movement at all. Sudden, a line of small golden characters began to appear behind Chu Tian's name on the list. Chu Tian, in 25 seconds, killed the Emperor of the Spirit Refining Realm and 100,000 nightmares in the Illusion Realm. Soon, another name appeared. In 35 seconds, he slaughtered the Heavenly Hero Emperor, the Heavenly King Emperor, and 100,000 others in the Spirit Refining Realm. In an instant, the sect was filled with suffocation and complete silence. What the hell? Sect Master, Deputy Sect Master. The little saint killed the Heavenly King Emperor and the Heavenly Hero Emperor who were in the Spirit Refining Realm. Are you crazy? It's unbelievable. What did the little saint do? The Shangqian sect was in an uproar in an instant. Not only the young people in the Hengtian Hall, but even the strongest people of the older generation were confused. It's outrageous. Killed 2 heavenly ranking emperors of the contemporary Shangqian sect in just 15 seconds. Chapter 111. The Young Supreme recognized by all worlds. Supreme Yin and Yang, suppressed, Duan Wushengsu's eyes were indifferent. She had actually comprehended the Supreme Yin and Yang Dao technique to the highest level when she was in the Spirit Refining Realm, and it produced a vision. However, his vision was different from Chu Tian's Yin and Yang Myriad Beast's vision. It was a huge Yin and Yang Tai Chi, superimposed on the same King vision. The two visions combined with great power were extremely terrifying. She possesses 2 magical powers at the highest level, and her combat power is incredible. Ji Yumozu and Su Shenzhou also launched terrifying attacks, bringing extremely terrifying pressure to Chu Tian. There were bloodstains and cracks on Chu Tian's body, and even the Hand of God vision had been blown up. However, he had just withstood so many terrible attacks and forcibly killed Yi Qianchong and King Chu Tian in seconds. King Chu Tian and Yi Qianchong are worthy of being the emperors of the heavenly ranking. They are much stronger than the real dragon cubs. The ultimate attack before death also caused him serious injuries. Of course, this is also because the pressure from the 3 ancestors of the revival, Duan Wushengsu, was too great, which distracted most of his energy. It's too late. There was a ray of chaos flowing in Chu Tian's eyes, and the eye of heaven exploded to the extreme. He embraced the 10,000 Dao cauldron with both hands, and the substantial spirit enveloped his body. He used his body as an arrow and condensed the 4 major visions into one. The power of hundreds of millions of pounds exploded, instantly tearing the sky apart. Puff! Duan Wushengsu's head exploded and his body turned into blood mist, but at the same time, Ji Yumozu and Duan Wushengsu attacked and knocked Chu Tian away. At the same time, a galaxy fell from the sky, and the broken sword god Sword Kungzu slashed out a fatal blow, which actually pierced Chu Tian's chest directly. The attacks of the other strongest people in the history of Shangqian sect also hit Chu Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 40 seconds. On the soul refining list, behind Chu Tian's name, the words, Soul Refining Realm Duan Wushengsu, suddenly appeared. At this moment, there was complete silence inside the Shangqian sect, and everyone was stunned. Words are no longer able to describe the shock, horror, and terror that were felt in the hearts of all those who witnessed this scene. Holy Ancestor. Duan Muwanner's face turned pale and she sat down on the ground in fear. The ancestor of the family, the invincible supreme being who dominated an era, was actually killed by Chu Tian. Or when joining forces with 2 heavenly ranking emperors. This. In the Duanmu family, the head of the family, Duan Wurong, could no longer maintain even a little composure. His facial expression collapsed, he was stunned, and his mouth was wide open. The Holy Ancestor was once known as the Young Supreme in the Myriad Realms. He climbed all the way from the blood coagulation ranking to the top of the Hengtian ranking, then the Earth ranking, and finally broke into the Heaven ranking, reaching a completely invincible state. Yet, he never had any rivals. Killing true dragons, divine phoenixes, Gilins, and white tigers was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Duan Wulei cursed out loud, unable to hold it in any longer. What the hell is this with the Hengtian ranking? Is this funny? 2 contemporary heavenly ranking emperors and saint ancestors teamed up, only to be killed by a little brat like Chu Tian. What the hell? Impossible, absolutely impossible. To be hailed as the Young Supreme by all the worlds, one must be absolutely invincible at the same level, without any rivals. And how long has Chu Tiansai been able to break through the Spirit Refining Realm? Damn it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I absolutely don't believe it. Duan Wulei, the head of the Internal Affairs Department, who always remained calm and analyzed the situation rationally, started swearing and was almost going crazy. Duan Wushengsu is the faith of the Duanmu family, an absolutely invincible figure, and the spiritual pillar of the Duanmu family. This is also why after Chu Tian obtained the recognition of Duan Wushengsu, the Duanmu family hardly analyzed the pros and cons, but directly stood on the side of the Chu family and chose to be friendly with the Chu family. Duan Wushengsu is a belief, a spiritual support, and a guarantee that the Duanmu family can have everything now. Therefore, no one in the Duanmu family will go against someone who has been recognized by Duan Wushengsu. But now, someone suddenly told the Duanmu family that your saint ancestor was killed by me in less than 20 seconds, and that was when I joined forces with the 2 contemporary sects, heavenly ranking emperors. The reaction of the Duanmu family can be imagined. On the Holy Emperor Peak. Miracle, absolutely a huge miracle. Chu Tianqing was so excited that his whole body was shaking, no, trembling, because he knew too well what this meant. Saint Ancestor Duanmu was the young supreme being who swept across all realms. In other words, that is to say, Chu Tianyan said tremblingly, Xiaodian, there is a possibility of becoming the young supreme being of all realms, invincible in all realms. Could it be that after a million years, after the departure of the first ancestor, our Chu family will also produce an invincible ancestor of revival? Oh my god, is this the miracle Xiaodian mentioned? He, the old camel grinned, his old face became a chrysanthemum, and he danced with excitement like a child. In the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, Yi Hongqian hesitated to speak, terrified. Finally, he looked at Yi Qianchong and said, Qianchong, let's. Uncle, don't say anything. I have my own arrangements. This situation cannot continue. Yi Qianchong said hoarsely, our sect can produce another young supreme to lead the Shangxian sect to greater heights, but this ancestor of the revival, the young supreme, must not appear in the Chu family. Otherwise, how can our Yi family survive? Yi Qianchong's eyes were bloodshot. Even if you were the ancestor of the revival, the young supreme being, invincible across all realms, sweeping across everything, you would still die one day. At most, you would have created a top-tier family with more benefits than disadvantages. The Shangxian sect was still ruled by the Yi and Chu families, as their heritage and prestige, passed down for millions of years, could not be replaced by the emergence of an ancestor of the revival. But the Chu family is different. The Chu family has prestige, background, and strength. If a patriarch of the revival emerges, the consequences will be unimaginable. It is very likely that the suppressed Yi family will never be able to recover. Therefore, if a young supreme being emerges and can eventually sweep across the universe, it will bring huge benefits to the Shangxian sect. However, for the Yi family, this is completely unacceptable. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 golden boulders of Hengtian Temple burst out with billions of feet of golden light, like 5 golden suns, illuminating the heavens, pulling out chains of divine rules that merged into the golden boulders of Lianshan Temple. It turns out that these divine chains of rules are the essence of Tao left behind by the strongest people from my holy sect. Hengtian Palace used heaven-defying means to go back in time and space to show the past of these strongest people as a test for Chu Dian. Oh my god, there is actually such a hidden test in the Hengtian Palace test. The sect's most powerful masters, including Ji Yu Mozu and Su Shenzu, will not appear in the test space. It's not over yet, for God's sake. What level of genius is this test prepared for? Is it really possible to pass it? Chapter 112. Are all the young people in the family dead? Hoarse voices were heard in Hengtian Hall. At this moment, the time on the spirit refining list reached 50 seconds, and suddenly names appeared one after another. Su Shenzu, the 9th sect master Chu Zonggang, the broken sword god Jian Kongzu, the 19th sect master Yi Kong. Finally, when the time came to 1 minute, the light of the 5 golden boulders began to converge, and Chu Dian's figure emerged from the test channel. This test is a bit perverted. Chu Dian frowned slightly, muttered to himself, and walked out of the test space. Originally, he thought that with his current strength and the 4 great magical powers, he could directly break through the test space like he did in the bone-tempering realm. At least I have to reach the 10th level of the spirit refining realm, and I have to comprehend several top-level magical powers and visions. Ideally. Chu Dian muttered to himself, thinking in his mind what strength he would need to reach in order to completely break through this test space. He really felt some difficulty. After all, the guys he faced were truly incredible, especially the 3 great masters of the resurgence, and the pressure from Jian Kongzu was truly terrifying. Under their siege, even if Chu Dian gave his all, unleashing the ultimate chaos devil body, concentrating his spirit, and unleashing the 4 great magical powers, he was still at a complete disadvantage. Chu Dian also had to admit that those who could reach the level of the heavenly ranking were really capable. They all had their own unique skills and abilities, and their combat power was very strong. Although he had not yet reached the peak of the spirit refining realm, he was planning to create a miracle for Chu Tianqing and break through the Hengtian Palace. Chu Dian shook his head and gave up the idea of re-entering the test space to challenge. There was no point in continuing the challenge. He knew that it was impossible to break through at this stage. This test was simply impossible to pass. As the real limit to break the impossible, Chu Dian curled his lips slightly, and somewhat understood the intention of the founder of the Hengtian ranking. Only by breaking the impossible, pushing the limits, and reaching the utmost sublimation can one achieve the strongest. But the sound of Chu Dian talking to himself made a lot of people want to vomit blood. Puff, there were actually people who were so angry that they vomited blood. They were completely unable to bear this kind of blow and simply turned around and left Hengtian Palace. There is no way, it really undermines people's self-confidence. There was a suffocating atmosphere inside the Shengxian sect at this moment. The eyes of all the sect's strongest people, including those old monsters, were all focused on Chu Dian. At this moment, Chu Dian seemed to be glowing in their eyes. Yes, it really does glow, like a piece of unpolished jade, dazzling as the scorching sun that will illuminate the world. Little holy sun. At this time, Duan Muwaner's face was pale. She gritted her teeth, mustered up the courage to stare into Chu Dian's eyes. I don't believe you can defeat the saint ancestor of my clan. At this moment, her expression was as if her faith had been shattered and she had lost her spiritual support. Even if the Hengtian ranking caused such a big commotion. Even though her father Duan Murong and second uncle repeatedly told her to be on good terms with Chu Dian, she couldn't care less. She wants to maintain the faith in her heart. The holy ancestor is invincible. How could you possibly defeat the holy ancestor and so many ancestors from other sects? Duan Muwaner gritted her teeth, held her head high and puffed out her heavy chest, looking straight into Chu Dian's eyes. Her petite but fiery body was filled with a sense of defiance at this moment. Chu Dian raised his eyebrows. He thought that someone from the Yi family would show up and get slapped in the face, but he didn't expect it to be one of his own. Chu Dian smiled quickly and immediately figured out the key point. After the Yi family went through this series of events, the younger generation would probably need a long time of psychological preparation to recover and face him, or the top management of the Yi family had other plans. Duan Muwaner was only a 17-year-old girl after all, and her little girl's nature was fully revealed, so he naturally wouldn't bother with the little girl. At this time, another voice sounded in Hengtian Hall, and a young man with long light golden hair walked out, looked directly into Chu Dian's eyes, and said, Lil Saint, even if you killed my Su family's divine ancestor, I will not accept it. The god ancestor is invincible. How could he be killed by you? He is Su Shikun, the contemporary prodigy of the Su family, a monster ranked 29th on the fusion list, extremely talented. It is said that the bloodline left by Su Shenzu has begun to revive in his body, and his future is limitless. He is expected to return to the first generation of ancient god bloodline of Su Shenzu. At such a young age, he has already been designated as one of the heirs to the next head of the Su family. Su Shikun also couldn't accept that the divine ancestor was beheaded. This was a disgrace to the Su family. The divine ancestor was invincible, so how could he fail, and be beheaded together with a large group of powerful people? Duan Muwaner, number 35 on the fusion ranking. Su Shikun, number 29 on the fusion ranking. Chu Dian's face was calm as he swept his gaze across the entire audience. Anyone else still disagrees? The evildoers from the Duanmu and Su families are all speaking up for their ancestors. Are all the fusion realm prodigies from the Yi family dead? I killed your family head and several ancestors of the Yi family. No one dared to speak out. There was silence in the Hengtian Hall as many disciples watched this scene breathlessly. Chu Dian's face was calm and his features were still very childish, but the invisible domineering aura he exuded made them feel as if they were looking up to the Emperor of Heaven and wanted to kneel down and worship him. Ha 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 ha, this is the heir of my Chu family. I look down on the world and who else can be so proud? Chu Tianyan laughed wildly, excited. Where are all the useless people in the Yi family? After Yi Feng ran away, no one dared to speak out. Isn't it said that the young people of this generation of the Yi family are awesome? Can't my Chu family do the same? Where are the people? Where are the people? Get out here. The battle of soul refining and fusion, crossing a major realm, no one dares to show up. Chu Tianyan laughed wildly, his voice like thunder, echoing throughout the sky for thousands of miles around him, especially above the Holy Emperor Peak. But at this moment, on the Holy Emperor Peak, a large number of young people from the Yi family who were below the divine realm had pale faces and their legs were trembling slightly. In Hengtian Hall, some members of the Yi family could not bear the huge humiliation and simply turned around and left the hall. Yes, they were really scared. After all, they are a group of young people who have not experienced much experience. After a series of events that have happened recently, what has become of Yi Feng? Yi Wen died and his entire family was implicated. Yi Tianhong, a big shot, was imprisoned and would be executed soon. Yi Hengwu committed suicide and Yi Gulong was crippled. Not to mention that they don't dare to go on stage. Even if they dare to go on stage, the elders in the family don't dare to let them go on stage. Would rather endure great humiliation. It's better than the whole family being implicated and killed. Yi Hongchen's eyes were bloodshot, and he said hoarsely, Tianchong, we must think of a solution. The younger generation is the future of our family, but now they're scared like this. The future is worrying. Uncle, don't worry, it will be fine soon, very soon, Yi Tianchong murmured to himself, soon, very soon it will be fine soon. Dee-dee-da-da. Blood kept dripping from between his fingers and his whole body was shaking. At this moment, Chu Dian seemed to be able to feel his gaze and gave him a calm smile. Stretch out your hand, make a fist, raise your thumb, and poke it down 3 times in a row. You have been too clever and calculated everything, but it has cost you your life. Master, this is just the beginning. Chu Dian did not say anything, but just moved his lips. Puff, Yi Qianshang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene of Chu Dian saying this to him for the first time on the Holy Emperor Peak not long ago kept echoing in his mind. At the time, he thought it was just a joke played by an angry child. Chapter 113. This punch breaks 500 million first update, first 3,000 chapters. With your strength, you are not worthy of me proving anything, but for the sake of the Duanwu and Su families, I will give you a chance to prove yourself. Chu Dian's face was calm, his eyes swept across the people in the audience, and he said, my words not only include Duanwu Wanner and Su Shikun, but also all the disciples of the sect below the divine realm in the field. Attack me with all your strength, because you only have one chance. I can't break through the spirit refining ranking test for now, but breaking through the sect's god realm and below is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Chu Dian's voice was calm, and after he finished speaking, he stood there relaxedly, as if he was really waiting for the dozens or even hundreds of fusion realm disciples from Hengtian Hall to attack him with all their might, including Duanwu Wanner and Su Shikun, two monsters at the top of the fusion realm rankings. The whole audience fell silent for a moment. The faces of the sect's disciples who were at the fusion realm all turned very grim. Everyone admits that Chu Dian is very strong and extremely powerful. But this is too arrogant. If someone didn't know, they would probably think that Chu Dian was a realm higher than them and was a powerful person who had ignited the divine fire. But in fact, they are one major realm higher than Chu Dian. After all, they are the elites of the sect, disciples who have been given special attention and training at a young age. They are arrogant and proud, so how could they tolerate such humiliation? Little Saint, what you said is true. You have a high status and a strong background. If we accidentally hurt you, we won't be held responsible afterwards, right? Little Saint, if you could break through to the fusion realm, everyone would be ashamed of themselves. But aren't you being too arrogant right now? Immediately, many disciples in the fusion realm spoke out, filled with anger but also leaving a way out for themselves. You talk too much nonsense. I don't like wasting time with weaklings. A gleam of light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes, the eye of heaven opened, and his spirit surged out, multiplied tenfold. Boom! A 10,000 Dao cauldron took shape, with the Dao essence flowing, like a tripod-shaped mountain 10,000 feet high, pressing down with a loud bang, causing the space to collapse. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the person who had just taken the lead in speaking suddenly vomited blood and flew backwards. Even if he used all his magical powers, spirit, and even communicated with the power of heaven and earth to resist, it was of no use at all. The absolute gap in strength is too great and cannot be made up by relying on external forces. Chu Dian's spirit materialized. The same strand of spirit had a mass 100 times greater than that of others. The first level of spirit refining was equivalent to the 10th level of spirit refining spiritual vigor. After reaching the 7th level of spirit refining, the concentration of spirit increased by more than 100 times. At this moment, his spirit alone was equivalent to thousands of 10th level soul refiners simultaneously unleashing the Wandao Ding, his own supreme secret technique. With that kind of power, any disciple not on the fusion ranking would be instantly annihilated. Although they are in the fusion realm, in Chu Dian's eyes, they are as fragile as tofu. If Chu Dian had not intentionally held back, they would have been turned into a bloody mist in an instant with no chance of survival. In this world, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between monsters and ordinary people is, even greater than the gap between humans and pigs and dogs, even if they are elite disciples of the sect. This is also the reason why some divine beasts and ferocious beasts that are loved by heaven and earth and have super strong bloodlines can easily kill hundreds of thousands of humans of the same realm. Although they are at the same realm, the quality of their strength is as different as heaven and earth. Chu Dian could now even kill the young supreme master Duanwu Shangzu, and could kill a real dragon or a golden winged rock with a flip of his hand. One could imagine the huge gap between them. It was even more exaggerated than the difference between heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. A huge green three-legged cauldron swept across the sky, and the terrifying Taoist energy was like a green waterfall, distorting the void and making people feel breathless. Disciples in the fusion realm kept spitting blood and were directly blown away. Even if more than a dozen of them burst out with all their strength, using their bodies, supernatural powers, and spirits to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, it was of no use at all. They couldn't even make the three-legged cauldron stop for a moment. The strength displayed by Chu Dian was breathtaking. This scene alone tells everyone how Chu Dian killed 100,000 illusion nightmares in just 5 seconds. Because even these elite disciples in the fusion realm of the sect were instantly killed like pieces of paper. Chu Dian, standing in front of the golden boulder, was like a god, looking down at everyone. Duanwu Wanner and Su Shikun's expressions changed instantly, sometimes turning purple, sometimes gloomy. The two looked at each other and nodded. At this point, whether for the honor of their own family, to maintain the reputation of their ancestors, or for their own self-esteem, they could not tolerate Chu Dian's arrogance. Boom! Yin-Yang Thunder Dragon Technique. Duanwu Wanner shouted softly. At this moment, her neck, hands, feet, and heavy chest seemed to be glowing. A great power emanated from her body, connecting her with the power of heaven and earth. This is the fusion realm. The spirit and the body are integrated, the supernatural powers in the body are combined, and the spirit and the body are used to draw the power of heaven and earth to open up the secrets within the body. There is magical power emanating from the neck down, connecting heaven and earth. I'm afraid that Duanwu Wanner has developed thousands of secret realms. An old god exclaimed in amazement, saying that she is worthy of being one of the most outstanding young geniuses of the Duanwu family. The human body is said to contain a total of 180,000 secrets. But generally speaking, if one can reach the peak of the fusion realm and develop 10, it is already very good. Like the elite disciples of the sect who were crushed by Chu Dian just now, many of them had only developed 20 or 30 secret treasures, and at most no more than 100. However, Duanwu Wanner has developed thousands of secret treasures. Her whole body seems to be surging with divine light, and she has become one with heaven and earth. Her every move seems to affect the power of the entire heaven and earth, which is terrifying and boundless. Roar, roar, roar. One after another, Yin-Yang Thunder Dragons flew out from Duanwu Wanner's secret collection. There were a total of 1,346 Thunder Dragons, which transformed into a huge Yin-Yang Thunder Dragon vision in the sky. Duanwu Wanner had even mastered the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang Thunder Dragon technique, producing a remarkable vision. Thousands of Thunder Dragons, entrenched within the secret vault, constantly absorbing the power of heaven and earth, now flew out and merged with it, seemingly coming alive. Their whiskers fluttered, lightning flashed, and their eyes concealed endless yin and yang transformations, a vivid and lifelike sight. The Yin-Yang True Dragon meandered majestically, the thunder shone, shaking the sky, and thousands of Thunder Dragons condensed into a strange vision, which was like a scene of the end of the world. Little Saint, I'm sorry. Duanwu Wanner shouted, took a step forward, and thousands of Yin and Yang True Dragons rushed towards Chu Dian. Holy divine art. Su Shikun also shouted loudly, his golden hair fluttering. He really looked like the reincarnation of an ancient god. Holy light flowed all over his body, even his neck and ears were glowing. The number of secret treasures he had developed was probably close to 2,000. Boom! A holy image that was 10,000 feet tall descended from the sky, tearing through the void and descending directly towards Chu Dian to suppress him. One of the Holy Spirit's arms was as majestic and continuous as a mountain range, and his 5 fingers were like mountains, trying to suppress Chu Dian under his palm. As ranked 29th on the fusion list, his strength seems to be stronger than Duanwu Wanner. Su Shikun's bloodline has indeed returned to his ancestral lineage. His aura is now as recorded as that of Su Shenzhou in his youth. He is majestic and supreme. An old fossil exclaimed, his future is limitless. Duan Muwaner is also extraordinary. Thousands of dragons are entrenched in the secret treasures, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, constantly helping her to open up the secret treasures. I'm afraid she wants to attack the 10,000 dragon secret treasures and ignite the divine fire. A high-ranking sect member sighed, if she succeeds, she will definitely have a place among the strongest people in the future continent. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, and the gap between people at the same level grows larger. Of the 4 major rankings below the divine realm, the fusion ranking is at the top, and it's the most valuable. Those who make it onto the ranking possess unique skills and killer moves. Many powerful men exclaimed in amazement, their words filled with relief. They were already old, their potential exhausted. Only when more and more monsters emerged could the sect continue to prosper. The yin-yang thunder dragon appeared across the sky, submerging the void. The holy light is dazzling, as bright as the scorching sun, and the holy light reaches the sky. The two of them joined forces to suppress Chu Tian with one blow and restore the reputation of their respective family ancestors because this was the spiritual pillar of the family. Saint Helian's face was as cold as an ice sculpture, and she stared at Chu Tian without blinking. The attack from these two people together posed a threat to her. Chu Tian was only at the spirit refining realm, and she really wanted to see how Chu Tian would respond. Is it really so incredible that she can't even begin to compare with him? A cold light flashed in Chu Yuyao's eyes as she looked at Duan Muwaner and Su Shikun. There was murderous intent in her eyes, her body was slightly tense, and runes were densely packed in her ancient double pupils with layers of overlapping lines. Her divine power was powerful, but she was holding back. She didn't take action immediately because this was her brother's battle. But if anyone dared to hurt her brother, Chu Yuyao would kill them on the spot. Her brother is a relative, and even her life was saved by Chu Tian. She will not allow anyone to hurt Chu Tian in the slightest. No matter who you are or what your background is. Boom, 10,000 Dao tripods passed across the sky, erupting with endless Dao energy, and a green waterfall rolled down, collapsing the void. Chu Tian's face was calm. He took a step forward, and vast blood and energy burst out, and 4 strange phenomena occurred. The strange visions of yin and yang beasts, real dragons, Pixiu, real roars, and the roar of the golden winged rock. The hand of God appeared across the sky. A 9-clawed golden dragon hovered in the sky, winding for thousands of feet, suppressing hell. Chu Tian clenched his right fist, and the tenfold spiritual power blessed by the eye of heaven was superimposed, and his strength directly exceeded 100 million. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then, the 4 strange visions shrank and merged into Chu Tian's arm. In an instant, there was a sudden, bang, sound on Chu Tian's arm, and a pore began to glow, drawing the power of heaven and earth. Hundreds of millions of forces, condensed into a powerful and majestic spirit, 4 major visions combined in one punch, and various forces superimposed on each other, actually allowed Chu Tian to forcibly break open a secret treasure in the human body at the 7th level of spiritual cultivation. This scene is like a miracle. I don't know how terrifying the power contained in Chu Tian's punch is. The void began to twist, and the space around Chu Tian was instantly compressed into a vacuum state. Hiss, 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 a sound of people gasping for air rang out. It only takes one punch to finish you off. Chu Tian slowly punched forward, and in an instant, a terrifying chaotic light column shot up into the sky, annihilating thousands of yin and yang true dragons, and piercing the head and chest of the holy god. With the superposition of strange phenomena, the power of this punch exceeded 500 million pounds. It is impossible to describe the horrific scene caused by this punch. The surroundings were directly turned into a vacuum. Duan Muwaner and Su Shikun's clothes turned into ashes in an instant, and the blood squeezed out of their pores instantly turned them into 2 bloody men. Puff, puff, blood spurted out of the 2 men's facial features like small fountains. Chapter 114, Will the Chu family dislike us? Second update, nearly 4,000 words. Duan Muwaner and Su Shikun were terrified to the extreme, as if they saw hell beckoning to them. But even if they tried their best, they could not move at all. The terrifying energy of this punch had locked them in place. The terrifying fist pressure turned into a storm, destroying everything visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a green light flashed, saving the 2 people who had turned into bloody men and keeping them away from the range of Chu Tian's punch. At this moment, the entire sect was in complete silence. Many old monsters and sect leaders remained silent for a long time. What did they see just now? Everyone was doubting their own eyes. As the strongest people, they believed that their spiritual perception would not be wrong, but they did not dare to believe it for a long time. I sensed that the little saint's punch had a force exceeding 500 million kilograms. After a long moment, a high-ranking sect leader said hoarsely, did I sense it wrongly? On the elder's peak, a supreme elder said in a low voice, just at that moment, I saw a golden light flash on Chu Tian's arm, as if a secret treasure was revealed. Was it an illusion? On the holy emperor peak. Miracle, miracle, a miracle of the utmost magnitude. Chu Tianyan, a 9-foot-tall man, flushed red in the face, his voice trembling. This is the greatest miracle, greater than all the previous ones. I can't be wrong. The power of this punch must have exceeded 500 million. An asteroid would have been blown up by that bastard Xiaodian. The terrifying power just now, concentrated in his arm for a moment, even helped him break through the first secret treasure at the 7th level of spiritual refinement. Chu Tianyan's voice was knotted, his hands dancing, but he didn't know how to describe the feeling in his heart at the moment. Fuck it, fuck him, is this bastard Xiaodian still a human being? 500 million Jin. He's truly audacious. Such a terrifying boiling of energy didn't even burst his body. Even the monstrous Dujin Saint Ape clan, known for their strongest physical bodies in all the worlds, can't possibly have a physical body as strong as Xiaodian's. Oh my god, a secret treasure was reopened at the 7th level of spirit refining. The threshold to the fusion realm is already meaningless. This is ridiculous. It's completely out of the ordinary. Chu Tianyan cursed repeatedly, and one can imagine how shocked he was. What is the concept of 500 million Jin? Generally, the evildoers of the human race are measured by ancient ferocious beasts, which are around 1 million Jin. After breaking through the spiritual fusion, humans generally do not focus on polishing their bodies. The physical strength of many gods generally increases naturally, and 1 or 2 million Jin is normal. Even with the increase in spiritual, magical and other powers, being able to explode to 50 million pounds is the limit. Any more will burst the physical body. But Chu Tian, in the spirit refining realm, directly erupted with 500 million Jin, a power increase of hundreds and thousands of times, which can be said to have almost penetrated the extreme of the human body. Even in the spirit refining realm, he directly relied on the vast physical strength to break through a secret treasure. It's an unprecedented miracle. Never before in human history has anyone at the 7th level of spirit refining been able to rely on the powerful physical strength to reopen the secret treasure ahead of time and break the barrier between fusion and spirit refining. Chu Tianqing was more steady than Chu Tianyan. He didn't swear or dance around, but his face flushed slightly and some sweat appeared on his forehead. You can imagine how much of a shock this scene brought to him. Xiaodian's accumulation is too powerful, and his body is too strong. The 4 great magical powers have reached the realm of great perfection, allowing him to directly break through the barrier between refining the spirit and integrating the body. This is unprecedented. It is almost like refining the spirit and accumulating spiritual energy, and drawing the power of heaven and earth into the body to break the secret treasure. 2 major events are carried out simultaneously. Chu Tianyan pinched his brows and said with a wry smile, it's hard to say now whether Xiaodian is in the spirit refining realm or the fusion realm. Freak, really a freak. Old Tuo, you are old and knowledgeable. Have you ever seen such a thing? The old camel grinned, his cheeks like chrysanthemums, with a few leaky yellow teeth dotted in the center. He shook his head and said, I haven't seen it, but the universe is so vast that any miracle can happen. Isn't this the miracle that the young master deliberately created for you? As for whether he is in the spirit refining realm, take a look at the Hengtian spirit refining list. Xiaotian is still ranked first. Emperor Hengtian has admitted that Xiaotian is at the spirit refining realm, so what do we have to worry about? Now the young master has only proved with facts that he can kill the young supreme being, and can kill the same level as Duan Mushengzu and Su Shenzhou. He, the old camel grinned, the wrinkles on his face became more and more dense, and the flowers on his face were shining brightly. At this age, it is such a pleasure to see the young ladies who have grown up with my own eyes, each one more outstanding than the other. It can be said to be the greatest joy in life. Ha ha ha, a miracle, it really is a miracle. Chu Tianxing laughed and said, Xiaotian has created so many miracles. The next thing will be handed over to me, his uncle. I can't let Xiaotian down. Yeah, that's right. Chu Tianxing looked at Chu Tianyan seriously and said, Third brother, I'll tell my sister-in-law about the foul language you used just now when she comes back. Chu Tianyan's face fell instantly, and he said bitterly, Second brother, I was so shocked just now that I made a mistake. Isn't it okay if I'm wrong? I'm so old now, I don't want to be hung up and beaten by my sister-in-law again. Ha 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 ha, Chu Tianxing laughed wantonly, but his eyes were fixed on Shungi Peak. He muttered to himself, the groundwork is ready. Now it depends on whether Big Brother can catch the deadly poison master, or whether Xiaotian can get something useful out of Yifeng. Chu Tianyan's expression also grew serious, and he said in a low voice, Trust Big Brother and Xiaotian. All we can do is lay a solid foundation within the headquarters and provide them with all the necessary support. The matter of deposing the sect leader has an impact greater than the heavens. It has never happened in a million years. Who can guarantee that it will succeed? After a moment of dead silence in the sect, it suddenly exploded with discussions. Chu Tian's performance shocked everyone. The impact is 100 times greater than simply being number 1 on the Hengtian ranking or Earth ranking. 500 million Jin, 4 top-level magical powers at the peak of perfection, unprecedented breakthrough of secret treasures, solar fighting and fusion carried out simultaneously. An unprecedented miracle. No one anymore questioned whether Chu Tian could really kill Duan Mushengzu and Su Shenzhou. This is beyond doubt. What Chu Tian did was a miracle that neither of the two founders of the revival had achieved. The Holy Emperor Peak had fallen into a dead silence. Many of the Yi family's geniuses turned pale, and were very glad that they did not rush forward on impulse, otherwise Chu Tian might not stop with this punch. They don't think that Chu Tian would hold back on someone with the surname Yi. Either dead or disabled. In Hengtian Palace, nephew greets Uncle Lei and congratulates Uncle Lei on taking over as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Chu Tian's face was calm and he clasped his hands together. Duan Mulei took out the magic medicine and pills to heal Duan Muwaner and Su Shikun, and took out clothes for them to wear. Then he turned around, a kind smile appeared on his face, and walked forward to pat Chu Tian's shoulder heavily. Good boy, awesome, even Uncle Lei has to say you were impressed. After treating Duan Muwaner and Su Shikun, Duan Mulei was amazed to find that although the two seemed to be covered in blood and on the verge of life and death, their injuries were actually not serious, and their foundation, internal organs, and secret treasures were not damaged. When Chu Tian unleashed a huge force of 500 million Jin, he was still able to perform such a perfect and ultimate operation. His control over the power was so superb that even Duan Mulei was amazed. This is a reflection of an extremely solid foundation and ultimate control over the body. Not only did Chu Tian's strength improve rapidly, but every step he took was extremely steady, without any sign of erraticness or frivolity, which could be called a greater miracle. Uncle Lei, you are too kind, Chu Tian said with a calm smile. Duan Mulei laughed heartily, and suddenly said solemnly, Xiaotian, are you willing to be engaged to my eldest brother's legitimate daughter, Duan Muwaner? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was suffocated. Throughout the Shengxian sect, many sect leaders were stunned for a moment, and then a group of them became furious and immediately understood Duan Mulei's intention. The law enforcement hall has reported the Lu family's affairs to the elders' council. The entire family will be executed, and the divorce from Lu Yun is a foregone conclusion. Chu Tian has now shown such great potential that he can be called a young supreme being recognized by all realms. He is the inevitable next sect leader and has a promising future. Chu Tian was suddenly single again, with no engagement, and he was a huge hot commodity. How many big families are eagerly waiting for the Chu family to announce the cancellation of the engagement, and then use their connections and backdoors to try to get their young, beautiful and talented daughters to take the throne? Unexpectedly, the Duanmu family launched a sneak attack from behind, relying on their good relationship with Chu Tian to directly ask for his opinion. The son of a bitch Duanmu family is not worthy of being human. Fight fairly if you can. Although my Yang family is not a top family, it is also a famous family with many outstanding and excellent daughters. The women of your Yang family are nothing. They are all big and strong, and their personalities are more manly than men. The women of my Qian family are more graceful, gentle, and well-educated. Since childhood. Bullshit your whole family. Get lost, your woman is big and strong, like a bear. Grass, I have no bottom line, no dignity. I'm going to find connections now. I have brothers among the top leaders of the Chu family. At this moment, senior members of the Su and Jiyu families began to swear and curse loudly, feeling that they were attacked from behind, and then they used their connections to get what they wanted. They are determined to get the position of the Chu family's young master's fiancé. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that as long as Chu Tian does not die midway, he will definitely be the next ancestor of the Shengxian sect's revival. And with the fact that King Chu Tian married a goddess from the outside world, the Chu family's young master's fiancé would definitely be found in the Shengxian sect in advance. This opportunity is related to the prosperity of the family, and there's even a chance to soar to the sky. In an instant, the senior members of the Chu family, even Chu Tianyan and Chu Tianxing, found that their friends from the sect who had not contacted them for many years took the initiative to send them messages. The messages were overwhelming, and they were vying to visit, be guests, and give gifts. At this time, in a corner of Hengtian Palace, Lu Yun's face turned pale. Her stunning little face was filled with confusion, despair, pain and many other emotions. Her little hand was tightly holding a blood-ridden letter. Xiao Yun, Daddy regrets what he did. You have to rely on yourself from now on. Don't hate Daddy. The words written in blood flashed through her mind one by one. Lu Yun's face was as pale as gold paper, completely bloodless. She sat down on the ground, hidden by the crowd, but no one cared about this proud girl who was once the center of attention. Dad, I don't hate you, nor do I hate the Chu family, but why don't you tell your daughter what to do next? Lu Yun sat in the corner, looking at Chu Tian from afar, who looked like the reincarnation of a god and was the focus of everyone's attention. Her heart was filled with endless pain. Once upon a time, this young man belonged to her completely, and he obeyed her every word, but she did not know how to cherish him. When I look back suddenly, the boy is gone. She is no longer able to reach him. At this time, on the Hangda list, Chu Tian's name had quietly surpassed Chu Yuyao and came to the first place. Second uncle, what are you talking about? Duan Muwaner, who had changed into a green dress, had a face as red as a red apple in the distance. Her injuries had all recovered, and she shook Duan Mulei's arm to express her dissatisfaction. After all, she was a young girl under 18, so shy. Although many girls of the same age from the clans and families had been married for many years, she couldn't stand being married off in front of so many people. Although she said no, she was secretly looking at Chu Dian out of the corner of her eyes, as if she was looking forward to it. Women from high-class families rarely have the power to decide their own marriages. Unless they are as powerful as Saint Hillian, marriage is a way to exchange family resources and deepen relationships. Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes. What's more, marrying Chu Dian, a monster who is destined to be a powerful figure, is much better than marrying some young man from a wealthy family who has mediocre talent and is not even as talented as her. Duan Muwaner's face flushed and her mind raced. Will he agree? What if he refuses? Wow, so embarrassing. I don't want to be engaged to this brat, but he's really strong. Am I worthy of him? Will the Chu family dislike me? Chapter 115, Yi Tiancheng, kneel down. Today has been updated 10,000 times. Uncle Lei, my nephew is currently focused on cultivation and revitalizing the sect. I don't have the energy to focus on romantic relationships. I just want to fight for the glory and interests of the sect for the rest of my life. As for the most important thing in my life. Chu Dian's face was calm. As a godfather of a generation, he had built a business empire, so he was completely adept at this kind of smooth and tactful Tai Chi talk. He knew very well about the current situation of the sect. His engagement was a huge bargaining chip that the Chu family could use to trade for huge benefits. How could he let Duan Mulei confirm it here? Chu Dian has seen and experienced all kinds of women. No matter how stunningly beautiful a woman is, to him, she is like a pretty skeleton, fleeting. In this life, his goal is the sea of stars. I knew it. You are not very old, but you are like an old fox, and you are very careful with your words. It's a waste of time for my brother to ask me to come to you. It's better for me to talk to the deputy sect leader or directly to the broken sword god. Duan Mulei smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it weren't for his elder brother Duan Mulrong's insistence and determination to want Chu Dian to be his son-in-law, he would not have come to waste his time at all. Now many sect leaders and clans are eyeing Chu Dian. Although the Duan Mu family is a top family with strong strength and profound heritage, the Chu family is not without choice. Uncle Lei, I have an important task entrusted to me by the elders' council. Hunting down Yifeng is of great importance. I will be heading to Moyang County first. Chu Dian curled his lips slightly, and without saying much, he politely said goodbye and walked out of Hengtian Palace. Duan Muwaner looked a little lonely, but she quickly adjusted her mood and followed Chu Dian. Lil Saint, the dragon chariot is ready outside the palace, waiting for your order to depart. Duan Muwaner followed closely, reporting the situation in Moyang County to Chu Dian. The people we sent to Moyang County have arrived. According to their report, County Magistrate Yi Tiancheng has refused to carry out your order to remain on standby, citing the importance of hunting down the demon leader as a matter of concern for the sect's honor. He has been searching the entire county for Yifeng. Yifeng has appeared twice, once in the county town, and once in the Moxen Mountains not far from the county town. My subordinates also reported that the Heart Demon sect's activities in Moyang County have become more frequent. They even captured several members of the Heart Demon sect along the way. Duan Muwaner sorted out all the information she received and reported it to Chu Dian one by one. Little Saint, you are the chief investigator of the investigation team appointed by the unanimous approval of the Elders' Council. You are fully responsible for tracking down Yifeng and have the power to dispatch the 4 major halls. All counties must fully cooperate. Yi Tiancheng actually relied on his status to disobey orders. This is a disrespect for the Elders' Council. Duan Muwaner's voice contained a hint of anger. Chu Dian's eyes were slightly cold, and he turned to his second sister Chu Yuyao who was following him and said, Sister, before Dad catches the deadly poison lord, you should practice in the Holy Emperor Peak first. Don't return to Hell Valley for the time being. Wait until I finish dealing with the affairs in Moyang County, and then I will go with you. Our Chu family will not let the matter of the Frost Prison Master trying to dig out your supreme bone go. I will help you recover every debt that Hell Valley owes you. Chu Yuyao's expression was rarely seen, and she looked at Chu Dian's calm but cold eyes in disbelief. She has never told anyone about these things, so why does Chu Dian know? Sister, my family has always been concerned about you. Chu Dian's voice became deeper. So, sister, if you have any problems, if you have any hurdles that you can't get over, you can tell your family. Don't be afraid of causing trouble for the family or making mom and dad worry. Just keep everything in your heart and handle it yourself. We are a family. In the original plot, Chu Yuyao was very capable. Even though her 2 supreme talents were ruined by poison, she still showed extremely high talent. However, she was too strong-willed and sensitive, and she always took her family into consideration, so she was restricted everywhere. Chu Yuyao's strength was a major advantage, but it was also her weakness. She didn't know how to utilize the resources and power around her. Otherwise, with the Chu family's strength at the time, she wouldn't have been controlled at every turn in Hell Valley, and wouldn't have been suppressed in the competition for the position of Saint. The Chu family hadn't been destroyed yet she ended up like that. Chu Dian would never allow what happened in the original plot to happen again. Xiao Dian, Chu Yuyao's eyes, painted with thick black eyeshadow, seemed to have a slight redness, but it was only a flash. Then she said lightly, Don't worry, I know what's going on. Although you will be accompanied by many powerful people to protect you when you go to Moyang County, remember to be careful. If things get difficult, come back. I have your second sister and your eldest sister here for you. After saying that, Chu Yuyao quickly turned around and headed towards the Holy Emperor Peak, her figure quickly disappearing. But Chu Dian's powerful spirit could clearly feel Chu Yuyao's shoulders trembling slightly, as if some crystal water was falling, but it was quickly evaporated. Having gone through experiences since childhood and being sent to Hell Valley, she has experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature and is unwilling to show even a hint of weakness in front of others. Holy Maiden Hillian came over, biting her lips slightly on her cold face. After hesitating for a while, she said, Chu Dian, Huaimei has returned to the holy sect to practice in seclusion. When he left, he told me that you accepted the Sehang holy fruit and accepted him as your younger brother. I also gave it to him. Saint Hillian stuttered several times but was unable to complete her words. Her proud heart prevented her from being as shameless as Huaimei. If you want to follow me, then follow me. But if you want to be my younger brother, you must be obedient. I don't like women who act on their own, otherwise I will have you thrown out. Chu Dian said calmly, and then stepped onto the Tianlong carriage. He naturally knew that this strong-willed and almost paranoid woman had suffered a blow to her self-esteem after being beaten by him and crushed by her second sister Chu Yuyao. She urgently wanted to follow him to comprehend the Eye of Heaven and improve her strength, but she couldn't let go of her pride. To deal with such a proud and strong-willed woman, you have to break her self-esteem again and again before she will obey you, so Chu Dian naturally doesn't mind keeping her by his side. Be good and obedient. What does this guy think of her, a vase or a follower? Saint Hillian gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and still couldn't resist the temptation of comprehending the Eye of Heaven, so she followed Chu Dian into the car. She must comprehend the Eye of Heaven as soon as possible, improve her insight into the Tao, and perfect her practice of Heaven's way. Otherwise, it will be difficult to keep up with the progress of Chu Yuyao and Chu Dian. In order to improve her strength, she endured it. Let's go. Chu Dian's calm voice came from the car. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the 9 ferocious beasts with mixed celestial dragon blood that were pulling the chariot roared, pulled the silver divine chains with a rattling sound, and pulled the chariot into the sky, covering 1,000 miles in an instant and disappearing into the Shangxian sect. The elite warriors from the 4 halls who were accompanying them also quickly disappeared into the void and flew away to catch up. On the Holy Emperor Peak, Chu Tianxing, Chu Tianyan, Fu Lao, Chu Yansheng, and Chu Yuyao stood on the top of the peak, watching Tianlong's chariot disappear at the end of the sky. Xiaodian, I don't want revenge. No matter whether you can catch Yifeng or not, you must come back safely. Chu Yansheng's eyes were red. She hugged Fu Lao's arm and said, Grandpa, Xiaodian will be fine, right? He's only 9 years old, and he's already working for the sect at such a young age. Miss, this is like a latent dragon emerging from the abyss. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. The old camel grinned and gently comforted Chu Yansheng. The young master possesses a supreme physique and extraordinary talent. He was destined to be extraordinary from birth. It'll be fine. Abolish the sect master, Chu Tianxing muttered to himself. Xiaodian, second uncle will definitely work hard and will not let down the miracle you created. Chu Tianyan took out a pot of fine wine and poured it into his mouth, then laughed proudly and said, third uncle is waiting for your good news. Second sister, I'll wait for you to come home. Chu Yuyao didn't say anything, but muttered to herself in her heart. 2 days later, in the main city of Moyuan County, deep in the Moyuan County magistrate's mansion, there's a secret realm shrouded in clouds and mist, guarded by many powerful people. Third brother, Zhao Feng is left to you. Yi Qianshang's projection was 1,000,000 miles away, and a low, hoarse voice came from it. Remember, whether you live or die, you must not fall into the hands of that little bastard Chu Dian. The events of Moyuan County must not be exposed in the slightest. The clan's current situation cannot withstand any further turmoil. Brother, don't worry. Yi Tiancheng is a tall middle-aged man who looks 60% similar to Yi Qianshang, but there's a scar between his eyebrows that runs through his forehead to his chin, making him look ferocious and evil, and one look at him makes people feel scared. This is already your 3rd teleportation in the past 2 days. It's a significant drain on your emperor's soul. Yi Tiancheng wiped it gently with a ghost head knife and said, I'm just a 9-year-old kid who accidentally got some inheritance and happened to break into some family affairs. In the sect, there are many old monsters watching him, and with the protection of the Chu family, he can act lawless. But this is Moyuan County, my territory, and it's not his turn to stir up trouble. Yi Tiancheng's lips curled up slightly, and the murderous light that flashed in his eyes was like a flash of lightning, causing the entire secret realm to tremble slightly. He actually dared to order me to stay where I am. This little bastard really thinks he is an onion. Even Chu Tianyan wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. He caused such a huge loss to our family. It would be best if he obeyed me. If he doesn't. Buzz, a bloody blade pierced through the universe, soared into the sky, and chopped several stars outside the domain into pieces. Since ancient times, countless evildoers have fallen, and there's no shortage of corpses like his. Yi Tiancheng grinned. The scar on his face looked like a centipede lying on his face, like a devil. As for Zhao Feng's matter, don't worry about it, big brother. He is not only your son, but also my nephew who grew up under my care. He just practiced the supreme yin-yang technique and wanted to use that little bitch from the Chu family as a cauldron. It's not a big deal. Why bother talking about life and death? Just leave it to me. Yi Qianshang frowned, recalling the shape Chu Dian had made with his lips, and his voice became even deeper. Brother is just afraid that you will be careless and underestimate the enemy. This little beast is very special. You must. At this time, a guard flew into the secret realm and reported, Your Highness, the investigation team has arrived. The little saint and general manager Chu Dian is convening a meeting with the county's high-ranking officials and generals in the county lord's hall. You are strictly ordered to arrive within 3 minutes, otherwise. Boom, a bloody blade flashed, and the guard instantly turned into a bloody mist and was swallowed by the ghost head blade. Sternly order me, this ignorant little beast. Yi Tiancheng smiled grimly and said, Brother, I'm going to go meet this brat first. You can just focus on handling the matters at the sect headquarters in Hell Valley. There's no need to waste time on projections every few days. Leave this to me. Yi Tiancheng's body flashed and he left the secret realm directly. He soon arrived outside the main hall. He saw at a glance that at the top of the 9 black steps in front of the main hall, on his exclusive county governor's chair, sat a young man in a black robe with a calm face. On both sides of the main hall, the senior officials and generals of Moyuan County knelt on both sides, their faces slightly pale, as if they had just experienced something terrifying. He looked at Chu Dian, and Chu Dian also looked down at him from a high position with calm eyes. Yi Tiancheng naturally recognized Chu Dian. The corners of his mouth curled slightly on his ferocious face. He strode into the main hall with a ghost head knife in hand. He carried a strong murderous aura that made people's heart palpitate. He said, Xiaodian, it's been a few years since we last met. Some of the things you have done recently have really chilled your uncle. Yi Tiancheng, kneel down. Chu Dian's calm voice was like a thunder, exploding in the main hall. Chapter 116, Lawlessness is so severe that rebellion is unsuccessful. Kneel down. The calm and cold voice contained a hint of cold murderous intent, as well as a strong sense of condescending majesty, which made the faces of many high-ranking officials and battle-hardened generals in the county turn even paler. Because just now, 2 heavenly god realm warriors and 3 city lords of the major cities in Moyuan County were ordered by Chu Dian to be dragged out of the county gate and beheaded, their souls destroyed, just because Chu Dian arrived at the main hall first and they arrived half a minute late, failing to meet Chu Dian's deadline. Those 5 were all Yi Tiancheng's loyal subordinates. It was unclear whether they were late unintentionally or deliberately trying to intimidate the investigation team. In any case, Chu Dian didn't give them any chance to explain. The strong men in the pursuit team suppressed him directly, dragged him out and killed him, without any room for explanation. They didn't even take into account the powerful families behind them and their deep-rooted power and influence in Moyuan County. The strong murderous intent and the tense atmosphere made the senior officials in Moyuan County shudder. No one could have imagined that this little saint, at such a young age, could be so cruel and murderous. He would kill without hesitation, and he was decisive, ruthless and merciless. Even now, when facing Yi Tiancheng, the third in command of the contemporary founding family, the Yi family, he showed no mercy and made him kneel down. You have to know that a county governor, while not at the highest level of the sect, is a high-ranking official governing hundreds of millions of people in Moyuan County. He holds immense power and influence, and has a significant say within the sect. Furthermore, Yi Tiancheng's background makes him a powerful figure throughout the Shangxian sect, and anyone who sees him must treat him as an equal. Chu Dian asked him to kneel down directly. It can be said that this is a great humiliation and trampling, and the tense atmosphere is already evident on the paper. This little saint came to Moyuan County, probably not with the intention of just capturing Yifeng from the beginning, but with a bigger plan. Many high-ranking officials and generals of Moyuan County were terrified and their faces turned even paler. Because they understood that this was just a rumor released by the little saint, or a warning, reminding them to be careful in choosing their side, otherwise they would end up in disgrace. When giants fight, innocent people suffer. The 2 generals and 3 city lords who were killed earlier are a lesson for us. What did you say? Yi Tiancheng's ghost head knife shook, and a strong knife intent tore through the vast sky. He smiled fiercely. You are not qualified to ask your uncle to kneel to you. When I was roaming the continent and expanding the territory for the sect, you were still crying and wetting the bed. Don't take chicken feathers for granted. Those old guys in the council of elders are so confused that they let you, a little brat, be the head of the investigation team. Then you should just listen to me and stay in this county government to practice well. After I capture Yifeng, I will naturally let you return to complete the task successfully and receive a first-class merit. Faced with Chu Tian's show of force, he was ordered to kneel down, which was almost a humiliation. Yi Tiancheng's performance was even more powerful and domineering. The terrifying roar of a half-step emperor raged through the sky, and the murderous aura was so vast that the sky above the county government changed color and dark clouds filled the air. Not only did he not kneel, his movements were even more powerful. He strode forward, ready to sit side by side with Chu Tian. Inside the hall, many high-ranking officials and military officers in the county turned even paler and lowered their heads even more. Anyone could see that Yi Tiancheng was deliberately trying to intimidate Chu Tian, to dampen his momentum, to dampen his prestige, and to destroy Chu Tian's incipient spirit. Yi Tiancheng was using his strength, achievements, and seniority to communicate with Chu Tian. After all, according to Chu Tian's current status, he was almost equivalent to an imperial envoy holding the imperial sword. Although Yi Tiancheng was a high-ranking official in the lord of a county, according to the rules and etiquette of the sect, when he met Chu Tian, he had to bow and sit at the bottom to obey his orders. Moreover, this is Moyun County, not the sect headquarters. It is the territory that Yi Tiancheng has managed for many years. The Yi family has deep roots and a profound influence here. So even if Yi Tiancheng did not cooperate, Chu Tian was still young and this was his first time to go out of the sect to do things. He did not know how deep the water was outside. Facing such a powerful, experienced and high-ranking elder generation, he was afraid that he could not do anything to him and would not dare to do anything to him. Who told you to kneel down? Yi Tiancheng strode into the hall, his eyes as sharp as a knife sweeping over the many high-ranking officials and generals in the county, and said indifferently, "You are the high-ranking officials and generals of Moyun County, and you are directly responsible to this county governor and obey his orders. Without my order, none of you need to kneel." Yi Tiancheng walked to the position where Chu Tian was standing side by side, asked the servants to bring a white tiger chair, and was about to sit down. Everyone stand up. Yi Tiancheng shouted loudly, and a terrifying murderous aura spread out, with an air of being the only one who is supreme and has the final say in everything in heaven and on earth. Many high-ranking officials and generals in the county turned even paler and trembled all over. Yi Tiancheng's prestige in Moyun County was too great. When they heard his words, some people immediately stood up. Even though he knew that Chu Tiansai was the highest-ranking official in the palace, it was an unchanging truth that a strong dragon could not defeat a local snake. Suddenly, Chu Tian's cold voice, like a muffled thunder, tore through the silence of the main hall. "Yi Tiancheng, I asked you to kneel, but you dared to sit down. Who gave you the courage?" There was a chill in Chu Tian's eyes. He stood up and punched out. Boom! The fist swept across the room, its force exceeding 100 million, like a 10,000-foot mountain crashing down. The black tiger chair that Yi Tiancheng was sitting on was smashed into dust. The deafening roar directly ignited the suffocating tension in the hall. "You little beast, how dare you!" Yi Tiancheng roared angrily, and turned the ghost head knife in his hand, which had not yet been put away, around. The blade light was as cold and black as ink, and it seemed that he would slash at Chu Tian at any time and turn him into nothingness. "You are so bold." Chu Tian's calm but cold voice interrupted Yi Tiancheng directly, staring at his ferocious face filled with murderous intent. "Yi Tiancheng, this holy son is personally ordered by the Council of Elders, with the seals of the chief and deputy sect masters, and the collective approval of the sect's top leaders to be the person in charge of tracking down Yifeng. The 4 major halls must obey my orders, and all the counties along the way must fully cooperate with me to track down the people involved. There is no upper limit. You are just a small county magistrate, a frontier official of one of the 108 counties, managing the local area for the sect headquarters. Yet you disobeyed my strict order, stayed on standby, and ordered the strong men in the army and the county to search for Yifeng everywhere. Who gave you the courage?" Chu Tian's eyes were focused, the eye of heaven between his brows open, his will was as firm as a rock. Facing Yi Tiancheng's terrifying power, he was not at all inferior, but took a step forward and said coldly, "Did the sect master give it to you, or did the Yi family behind you tell you to do this? You are openly defying the order passed collectively by the sect's top leaders. Is Moyun County still the territory of our Shengxian sect? You have been veiled in disobedience to the sect, disrespecting the Council of Elders and openly challenging this holy son. Yi Tianao, the garrison commander of a county, was publicly murdered in his residence simply because he disagreed with you." Chu Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent, concealing a strong majesty. He took a step forward, powerful and bold beyond imagination, and stepped directly to less than a meter in front of Yi Tiancheng, a distance where he could draw his sword and cut him directly. As if the sword in Yi Tiancheng's hand did not exist, he stared into his eyes and shouted loudly. "Our Shengxian sect is a righteous and great sect, but within Moyun County, there are still followers of the heart demon sect running rampant, committing evil at will and slaughtering the people under our Tianzong's rule. Your Yi family is so lawless, are you trying to lead the entire Moyun County in rebellion and betray our sect? Chapter 117 You are not qualified to make me kneel." Boom! In an instant, the faces of the senior officials in the hall turned pale, as white as gold paper, and they almost wished they could cut off their ears. The Yi family rebelled, betray the sect, and with Mo Yunjin. Chu Tian's domineering and overbearing nature, no, his lawlessness was beyond their imagination. He had no taboos at all and dared to say anything. But Chu Tian can say such words, but they cannot listen to them. They were all confused. He was really scared. The person who wanted to stand up slowly after hearing Yi Tiancheng's order was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Then he knelt on the ground with his 5 limbs, and his whole body was shaking slightly. Can this kind of hat be put on casually? The Yi family is going to lead Moyun County in rebellion. This is simply the rhythm of having the sect headquarters send strong men to lead the army to massacre everyone in Moyun County. It's not like this hasn't happened before. 100,000 years ago, the Shengxian sect was far from being as prosperous as it is today. 3 county governors on the frontier of the sect's territory colluded with the neighboring top sect, Lingqian sect, and planned to rebel against the sect and join their forces. When the top leaders of Shengxian sect learned about this, they were furious and sent an emperor, 10 divine kings, and millions of powerful men to massacre the entire 3 counties, with the death toll exceeding 500 million. All the local middle and upper level families, wealthy families, big cities, etc. were wiped out, along with all the people related to them for 99 generations. 100,000 years have passed, and those 3 large counties are still the places with the smallest population, the fewest strong people, and the fewest geniuses in the territory of the Holy Heaven sect. They have been suppressed by the sect headquarters until now. People who come out of there have almost no future and are sinners from birth. For 100,000 years, the 3 large counties have been the benchmarks of traitors set up by Shengxian sect to warn more than 10 billion people of Shengxian sect that this is the fate of traitors. It is conceivable that as Chu Dian, the special envoy, the same son of the sect, and the young master of the Chu family, said this, the senior officials and generals from the local big families in Moyun County were so scared that their legs were shaking. Little saint, no one in Moyun County has the heart to rebel. Heaven and earth bear witness to this. An old man with white hair and beard knelt on the ground, trembling. His voice was filled with grievance. My Qian family has been loyal to the holy sect for hundreds of thousands of years. Over 10,000 warriors have died on the battlefield for the sect. If anyone wants to exterminate the holy sect, I, Qian Nang, will be the first to object on behalf of the Qian family. I will fight to the death to defend the reputation of my ancestors. In my Wu family, my He family is the same. We would rather die than betray our clan. One by one, the high-ranking officials and generals in the county spoke up to explain themselves and express their true feelings. Their faces were all pale. They were really frightened by Chu Dian's words. Without even waiting for Yu Tiancheng to speak, they spoke out again and again, saying that they would absolutely obey the orders of the sect headquarters. Shut up, all of you, shut up. Yu Tiancheng was extremely angry, with bloodshot eyes and a strong murderous aura. With a hum sound, he raised the ghost head knife. The knife light was like a black storm, sweeping across the hall, directly suppressing everyone's voices, and murderous aura soared into the sky. You little bastard, you have such a powerful mouth. But didn't your father teach you that when you go out to gain experience and get things done, relying on words is useless? You need to rely on physical strength, right? My Yi family is the dominant clan of the contemporary sect. It is not your turn to accuse my Yi family of rebelling against the sect. My Yi family. Bang. Suddenly, Chu Dian's eyes shone with divine light, and his materialized gaze directly bombarded Yu Tiancheng's ghost head knife. He took another step forward, almost moving forward against Yu Tiancheng's terrifying murderous aura and knife light. Yu Tiancheng, try to kill me with your sword. Do you have the guts to do this? Do you have the courage? If you have, this saint's son respects you as a man. Chu Dian's eyes were cold and his voice was so domineering that it was suffocating. Facing the famous third giant of the Yi family, the half-step emperor, he behaved as if he were the emperor of the heavenly ranking. He pressed on step by step and actually forced Yu Tiancheng to subconsciously take a step back. Get out of here, Chu Dian roared, and the eye of heaven between his eyebrows emitted a purple light, containing traces of imperial power, which directly shocked Yu Tiancheng and made him take several steps back and retreat to the bottom of the stairs. This was the power and status Chu Dian enjoyed as the head of the investigation team. This allowed him to legitimately rebuke the third in command of the Yi family, unlike before when he only had the title of Little Saint but no real power. Yu Tiancheng actually wanted to rely on taking the initiative to suppress his spirit and make him obedient in Moyun County. Yu Tiancheng's idea was indeed good. If it were another young man, he would probably be intimidated by him. But Chu Dian, although he looks like a teenager, is actually a godfather who has experienced life and death, countless struggles, and created a business empire spanning the globe. Although he is not as strong as him, he has indeed held great power, his will is as hard as a rock, and he has a clear understanding of the situation. How can he calm him down? He will only bring shame upon himself. Chu Dian, you, how dare you, to treat me like this? Yu Tiancheng's eyes were filled with bloodshot, his face was as ferocious as a beast, his arms were shaking constantly, and he seemed to be struggling, wondering whether to slash at Chu Dian directly with a knife. But he didn't dare, he really doesn't have the courage and determination. He is domineering and strong, but not crazy. Killing Chu Dian with a knife in such a situation is tantamount to madness. It will not only harm his entire family, but also the entire Moyun County and the entire Yi family. Chu Dian is the chief of the investigation team appointed by the Elders' Council. He can dispatch the strong men from the four halls. What a tremendous power and status this is. He represents the majesty of the sect headquarters to the outside world. No matter how crazy a person is, he would not dare to kill Chu Dian openly. The senior officials and generals of Moyun County present, whether they're his confidants or not, would also make crazy moves to stop him. In front of so many high-ranking officials, openly beheading the chief investigator ordered by the Council of Elders is almost the same as the rebellion of the three major counties. There will definitely be a bloodbath, and it may even be more tragic than before. Yu Tiancheng wanted to intimidate Chu Dian because he saw that Chu Dian was young and it was his first time leaving the Chu family and he had no experience in life. However, he did not expect that Chu Dian would intimidate him instead and he retreated repeatedly, losing face. The scene was suffocating, and many high-ranking officials and generals of Moyun County trembled in their hearts. Chu Dian's performance completely refreshed the perspectives of everyone present. He actually forced Yu Tiancheng, a half-step emperor who had been in a high position for a long time, experienced countless life and death struggles, to retreat again and again. At such a young age, what courage, determination, and willpower he has. Moyun County is far away from the sect's headquarters. Although there have been some sporadic news recently that the struggle among the sect's upper echelons seems to be extremely fierce, and is vaguely related to the Little Saint Chu Dian, the upper echelons of Moyun County do not have a clear understanding of many specific things. But today, they have truly witnessed the skills of Chu Dian, the Little Saint. The Elder Council appointed him as the general person in charge, not just because he is a member of the Chu family, Chu Yuancheng's younger brother, and Yifeng has harmed Chu Yuancheng. After all, the Chu family has many strong people, so it doesn't make sense why they would let this 9-year-old child take on such an important position. They even wondered if it was because Chu Dian's parents were both emperors. But now, they have fully understood it through their own experience. This 9-year-old general manager is truly extraordinary. Can an ordinary person have such courage and boldness to face the sharp and murderous aura of the ghost knife and force back the giant Yu Tiancheng? Chu Dian, I am the mayor of Moyun County and also an honorary elder of the Elder Council. I am directly under the leadership of the sect master of Tianzong. You are not qualified to order me around, let alone make me kneel down. Yu Tiancheng's voice was hoarse, but he reacted quickly. He did not force Chu Dian to surrender, but put away the ghost head knife. Of course, he was not frightened by Chu Dian. After being humiliated like this, the murderous intent in his heart towards Chu Dian was as vast and endless as the Milky Way in the sky falling into the ocean. But even if he wanted to kill Chu Dian, he had to do it without anyone knowing. Chapter 118 Then, you deserve to die an additional chapter for the reward of the great god. Thank you, book friends. If you dared to draw your sword, you would be a real man, but unfortunately you were just a fool with a strong appearance but a weak heart. Didn't your elder brother tell you not to try to be clever in front of me? It would only cost you your life. Chu Dian sat back on the county magistrate's chair, his eyes calmly looking down at Yu Tiancheng, and he said indifferently, Yu Tiancheng, you have openly rebelled against your superiors, disobeyed orders, and trampled on the authority of the Elders' Council. Moreover, after a detailed investigation by this saint's son, I now suspect that you abused your power for personal gain, protected the unforgivable Yifeng who practiced magic, secretly murdered the garrison general He Tianao, and secretly colluded with the Heart Demon sect, among other unforgivable crimes. The Presbyterian Church appointed me as the chief person in charge of the investigation team. There is no upper limit to the investigation and we will investigate it thoroughly to the end. Considering your age and seniority, and your contributions to the sect, even if not meritorious, I will cut off your arms, temporarily strip you of your county magistrate's seal, and suspend your county magistrate's authority. You will contemplate your mistakes in seclusion in your residence while I, the Holy Son, investigate and report to the Council of Elders for your conviction. Come here, take the county governor's seal from his waist, drag him to the gate of the county government office, chop off his arms, and lock him up in the county government office to await conviction. Chu Dian's calm voice was very light, yet it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, like a huge hammer, hitting everyone's chest heavily. In an instant, everyone's body shook violently, and they suddenly raised their heads, their pupils shrinking violently. Only 3 words remained in their minds. Are you crazy? That's right, they thought Chu Dian was crazy. As soon as he arrived, Yu Tiancheng was stripped of his authority as county governor, his arms were cut off, and he was directly imprisoned in the county government to await punishment. This was no different from being imprisoned. What a humiliation, what a trampling on dignity. No, it is an act that wants Yu Tiancheng's life. And without any substantial evidence, he was convicted based solely on his words. After all, Yu Tiancheng was a high-ranking official, the lord of a county, an honorary elder of the Council of Elders, and a direct descendant of the Yi family. Even if he had disobeyed Chu Tian's previous order to stay where he was, he would never have ended up like this. Tiancheng County Magistrate, please don't make things difficult for us. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, the two powerful members of the tracking team who were standing on both sides of the main hall appeared in front of Yi Tiancheng, with cold eyes, indifferent voices, and a strong smell of blood on their bodies. These two are the strongest generals of the War Affairs Hall. They are powerful god kings who have experienced hundreds of battles and once led an army to capture the headquarters of a top sect. They are the confidants and capable assistants personally selected by Duan Mulei for Chu Tian. Sonorous. In an instant, the ghostly blade light shot up into the sky, directly overturning the roof of the county magistrate's mansion and causing the sky to change color. Yi Tiancheng drew his sword again, his eyes bloodshot. A ghost god appeared behind him, holding a big sword, as if to cut through the world, and let out a shrill and terrifying roar. Let's see who dares to move. Yi Tiancheng shouted angrily. The scar on his face seemed to come alive, flowing with black light. It was like a centipede crawling on his face, extremely ferocious. You little beast, don't be so shameless. You're not qualified to convict me just by talking. I am a leader of a group of people, a high-ranking official, personally ordered by the sect master and approved by the Council of Elders. What qualifications and power do you have to chop off my arms and deprive me of my authority as a county governor? Yi Tiancheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent and bloodshot. He never expected that Chu Tian would dare to be so arrogant in his territory, repeatedly trampling and humiliating him, and now he wanted to harm his life. Naturally, he was unwilling to sit there and wait for death. He stared into Chu Tian's eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly shouted, "Someone come here." Boom! In an instant, inside the county magistrate's mansion, loud shouts resounded through the sky, and murderous aura rushed into the universe. It turned out that the guards in black armor drew their swords. The heavy evil spirit condensed into dark clouds in the sky, spreading for thousands of miles. The howling wind changed the color of the sky. At a glance, the county magistrate's mansion was crowded with black armored guards who drew their swords in an instant. There were probably no less than 10,000 of them. Among them were several god kings, and there were more than 20 or 30 heavenly gods, leading tens of thousands of well-trained black armored elite guards, forming a magnificent formation that surrounded the main hall. With so many strong and elite men, well-trained and well-armed, they coordinated with each other and formed a large formation. If a half-step ever fell into the encirclement, he would be killed. In the main hall, many high-ranking officials and generals were pale and trembling. Seeing Yi Tiancheng draw his sword and give the order, they were really scared to death. They immediately tried to dissuade him. County magistrate, you absolutely cannot do this. You must not act impulsively. The young saint was just impulsive and angry. If you have something to discuss, please discuss it. Don't resort to violence. This is an act of rebellion and rebellion. My lord, please tell the black armored guards to put away their swords and not to attack. This is rebellion, Your Excellency the county magistrate. Many high-ranking officials and generals were really shocked and tried to dissuade the enemy. They really didn't understand how they got involved in this mess. Everyone, it's not that I'm reckless or angry. You've all seen what I've done these past few days. Yi Tiancheng's voice was hoarse, his face grim. The ghosts and gods hidden in the misty void behind him let out shrill roars. In order to hunt down the traitor Yi Feng within our clan, I have exhausted all my energy and dared not slack off even a little bit. I have worked tirelessly day and night, investing enormous energy and resources, just to capture Yi Feng as soon as possible, to clear the name of the Yi family, and to maintain the dignity of our Tianzong. Buzz. Yi Tiancheng suddenly raised his knife, pointed it at Chu Tian, and roared in a low voice, but this little beast, he was hiding evil waters, ordered us to stay where we are, and repeatedly prevented us from capturing Yi Feng. As a result, I missed the opportunity again and again even though I knew Yi Feng was in my Moyan County. I am heartbroken. At such a young age, he relied on his status to humiliate and bully me repeatedly. He even wanted to chop off my arms and take my county governor's seal. A true man in this world should be worthy of heaven and earth. My loyalty to the sect is witnessed by heaven and earth, and the sun and the moon are clear to me. How can I allow him to humiliate me like this? There will be a confrontation with the elders tomorrow. I will bear all the responsibilities alone and will never implicate my colleagues in the county. At that time, I would like to ask you to bear witness for me that what happened today is entirely the responsibility of that little beast Chu Tian. Whatever the consequences, I will bear them alone. Yi Tiancheng's furious roar, accompanied by the shrill voices of ghosts and gods in the mist, resounded throughout the sky. It seemed that he had been bullied to the extreme, and had reached the point where he could no longer endure it. He was willing to use his own blood to wash away the injustice and maintain his dignity. Many high-ranking officials and generals in Moyan County fell silent. They have been watching what Yi Tiancheng has done in recent days, and are really trying their best to hunt down Yi Feng, even more so than the law enforcement hall's branch in Moyan County. He was also a member of the Yi family. He was the first to discover Yi Feng's whereabouts and immediately reported it to the sect headquarters. Everyone sees every move, therefore, they did not understand Chu Tian's order from the bottom of their hearts. So after the order came down, Yi Tiancheng asked them to continue searching, and everyone agreed reluctantly. After all, catching Yi Feng would definitely be a great achievement. Now Chu Tian actually accused Yi Tiancheng of shielding Yi Feng. They really couldn't understand it. They also felt sympathetic towards Yi Tiancheng's rage and being on the verge of going berserk. In addition, Chu Tian killed 2 generals and 3 city lords as soon as he arrived. They were unwilling and dissatisfied in their hearts, but they were afraid of Chu Tian's identity and did not dare to attack. Seeing Yi Tiancheng say this and being willing to take responsibility on his own, they immediately fell silent. Yi Tiancheng's background, status, strength, and the prestige he has accumulated in Moyan County do make him qualified. Little Saint, since the investigation team led by you has arrived, and Yi Feng is currently hiding in Moyan County, shall we sit down and discuss it together? A high-ranking official in the county slowly stood up and bowed. Buzz. Negotiate. Yi Tiancheng grinned, pointing his ghost-headed knife at Chu Tian from a distance. What's there to discuss now? He's just a child who doesn't know his place and uses his power to do whatever he wants. Yi Tiancheng's eyes were full of bloodshot. In Moyan County, there were too many secrets of the Yi family that were not to be seen in the light. He would never tolerate the county governor's power falling into the hands of others and being put in solitary confinement. Not to mention, in his view, what Chu Tian did was an opportunity, a great opportunity to drive the pursuit team led by Chu Tian out of Moyan County. He was a high-ranking official and a powerful descendant of the Yi family. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be easily controlled by Chu Tian in his own territory. Since Chu Tian gave him the opportunity, he naturally would not be polite. Seeing that many senior officials in the county also recognized him, Yi Tiancheng felt a little relieved. After all, what he feared most was that people in the county would oppose him because they were afraid of Chu Tian's identity. Little beast, I won't kill you, but Moyan County can no longer tolerate you. You have humiliated me like this. I will never tolerate you. Yi Tiancheng grinned, his face ferocious and terrifying. Get out of Moyan County immediately. You can report to the Elder Council if you want, but get out immediately. After I catch Yi Feng, I will confront you in the Elder Council. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Boom. Inside the county magistrate's mansion, tens of thousands of black armored guards simultaneously drew their swords and pointed them toward the sky, growling. Murderous aura surged into the sky, and a fierce black wind howled, making a whimpering sound that was shrill and terrifying. Get out! Thousands of people roared, shaking the entire city. Who dares to move? How dare you offend the chief of the investigation team? Do you want to rebel? Hundreds of strong men in the pursuit team roared angrily and immediately appeared beside Chu Dian, with murderous aura surging, protecting Chu Dian. Each of them is an elite selected by Duan Mulei himself from the 4 major halls. They are experienced in hundreds of battles, powerful, and exude a terrifying aura. Even when clashing with tens of thousands of black armored guards, they are not at all inferior. There was even the terrifying power of a half-step emperor, raging in the darkness. Duan Mulei was thoughtful and naturally would not be included in the pursuit team. He personally arranged for the Duanmu family's strongest person at the half-step emperor level to protect Chu Dian in secret. It has to be said that after Chu Dian gained the recognition of the holy ancestor Duanmu, the Duanmu family completely sided with the Chu family and spared no effort to protect Chu Dian. The sky roared, the sky rolled back, and the terrifying auras collided with each other, as if to destroy the world. I slandered you. Chu Dian's face remained calm, and his voice was calm as he said, as soon as I enter the county magistrate's mansion, I will arrange for Duanmu Water to lead the investigation team to conduct a secret investigation. Yi Tiancheng, this saint's son wanted to leave you with some dignity because you were a direct descendant of the founding clan, but you chose to humiliate yourself. Then you deserve to die. At Chu Dian's fingertips, the great yin-yang technique was running, and a black light flashed slightly. Boom. Suddenly, deep within the county magistrate's mansion, a rolling demonic force erupted, accompanied by an angry and shrill roar. Chu Dian. Little saint, Yifeng is hiding in Yi Tiancheng's mansion to practice magic. Duanmu Water's anxious voice exploded in the sky. Set up the formation, Yifeng wants to run. Yifeng is in his mansion. How is this possible? Yi Tiancheng's pupils contracted violently, his whole body trembled, the ghost head knife in his hand almost fell to the ground, and he suddenly looked towards the depths of the county magistrate's mansion. Chapter 119, Dream on if you want to catch me. Chu Dian, you plotted against me, I must kill you. Deep in the county magistrate's mansion, Yifeng's crazy voice exploded, like a madman or a demon, spreading across the sky for thousands of miles and echoing over the entire Moying County city. Looking from the sky, one can clearly see that Yifeng is filled with demonic energy at this moment. There seems to be demonic flames burning in his 2 blood-red eyes, and his hair is dancing wildly. He is like a demon descending to the world, with endless murderous intent. The formation in the county magistrate's mansion was activated by Yifeng. Many members of the pursuit team were caught off guard and were strangled to death. Duanmu Water was pale. She escaped the disaster under the protection of the 2 gods and fled from the county magistrate's mansion. Quick, quick, set up the formation, we must not let Yifeng escape. Duanmu Water shouted angrily. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of powerful men in the pursuit team, including several god kings, attacked frantically. Their terrifying magical powers were earth-shaking, making the entire county magistrate's mansion tremble. According to common sense, even if Yi Tiancheng was a half-step emperor, the formation pattern set up in the mansion where he lived should have collapsed under the attack of so many powerful people. Unexpectedly, the formation pattern in the county magistrate's mansion was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. Divine light shot up into the sky, and 6 whirlpools of reincarnation rose into the air, rumbling and turning. The power of reincarnation wiped out all offensive and killing magical powers. This was actually a powerful emperor-level figure from the Yi family, who spent a huge amount of money and spiritual power, using a lot of precious divine gold to leave behind the formation patterns and magical powers. Chu Dian, Yifeng, am of noble birth, extremely talented, have extraordinary luck, and have encountered countless adventures. I am destined to stand at the top of the world in the future and suppress your Chu family. How could I possibly die at the hands of a little beast like you? Yifeng roared, his hair dancing wildly, like a madman, with demonic intent surging. It's no use plotting against me. My strength and methods are beyond your imagination. If you want to catch me, dream on. I will make your Chu family pay a huge price. Yifeng seemed to be really possessed by a demon. The murderous intent and crazy demonic intent in his words made even the gods tremble, as if they had seen a real demon god descend. Yifeng held a token in his hand, controlling the emperor's pattern of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation roared to the sky, and one after another strong men in the tracking team fell, including strong men from the internal affairs hall. He seemed to have fallen into a state where he didn't recognize any relatives and only knew how to kill crazily. The reincarnation array pattern connected the heavens, and the divine light roared, killing hundreds of people in the county magistrate's mansion, and their physical bodies were directly destroyed. Yi family, people from Moying County, this is what you have done. You are abusing your power for personal gain. I will report this to the head of the Justice Hall and inform the Council of Elders. I will hold you accountable. A strong man from the Justice Hall in the investigation team roared, extremely angry, because just now his own brother was killed by Yifeng using the formation pattern. Yi Tiancheng, my Jiyu family will never let you go. Another powerful god king roared. He was the one sent by the Jiyu family from the war hall to assist Chu Dian. He thought that arresting Yifeng, who was not even in the god realm, was just a formality, so he brought more than a dozen geniuses of the Jiyu family who were above the god realm with him when he came to the god realm, thinking of bringing them here to gain some merit and see the world. But who could have thought that Yi Tiancheng would be so bold as to protect Yifeng? Just at that moment, 6 geniuses of the Jiyu family who were in the divine realm were killed, and his heart was bleeding. These geniuses were the next generation successors of the Jiyu family and the future of the family, yet they were buried here. What exactly do you and your people in Moying County want to do? Rebellion. Duanmu Water, a woman with a childlike face and a beautiful figure, was unusually furious at this moment, and her voice became sharp. Just now, the Duanmu family also suffered heavy casualties. She was just a hair's breadth away from dying in the mansion. The county magistrate's mansion was suffocating at the moment. Countless people were stunned and trembling all over. A tight net was laid in Yifeng, who was hunted throughout the county, was unexpectedly protected by the county governor in his mansion. He even used the formation pattern of his mansion to kill so many special envoys of the pursuit team in an instant. What is this trying to do? Rebellion. Bang. Among the black armored guards, a god king wearing black and gold battle armor trembled with fear. He sat down on the ground and shook his head repeatedly, saying, No, 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 we don't want to rebel. We really don't want to rebel. Who dares to rebel? The Shangxian sect is at its peak and has become the strongest sect on the continent. Do you think you have too many family members and want to be implicated and slaughtered for 99 generations? Another black armored guard king's face was pale, and his hand holding the knife was shaking. He said hoarsely, It's none of my business. I was just following orders. I don't know anything. But now, it seems that there is no point in making excuses. After seeing this scene, Yi Tiancheng was stunned, his face turned pale, and the hand holding the knife began to tremble violently. As for the high-ranking officials and generals in the county, their minds were blank and they could not recover for a long time. What they just did, are you on Yi Tiancheng's side? No, 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 right. Probably not. They couldn't believe that things had suddenly taken such a big turn. Yi Tiancheng, is this what you meant by devoting all your energy to capturing the rebellious Yifeng? Chu Dian looked down at Yi Tiancheng, who was pale, with a calm expression. You acted very well, but unfortunately, you are too young in front of this same son. Come, take away his county seal, take him away, chop off his arms, and keep him under strict guard. No one is allowed to contact him. I will report him to the Council of Elders before making any judgment. Chu Dian stood up, waved his hand, walked down the steps, and headed towards the depths of the county magistrate's mansion. His indifferent voice entered the main hall. Kill the person who just spoke. This saint's son is the person appointed by the council of elders to be in charge of hunting down Yifeng. All counties along the way must cooperate unconditionally and fully. Do you dare to bargain with me? Damn it, Chu Tian's back disappeared deep into the county magistrate's mansion. The ending is already determined, there's no need to waste energy staying. This time, no one dared to resist, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Who dares to resist? Do you want to help the Tiancheng rebel? In an instant, the high-ranking official in the county who had just spoken out loud and asked Chu Tian to sit down and discuss things with everyone turned pale and trembled. He turned to look at He Tiancheng and said, County magistrate, save. Buzz, but before he could finish his words, he was instantly suppressed by the 5 powerful men from the law enforcement hall in the pursuit team. They tied him up with iron chains, dragged him out of the county magistrate's mansion, and cut off his head with swords. Divine blood gushed into the air, and then his soul was wiped out by them together. Tens of thousands of black armored guards drew their swords toward the sky, but before they could sheath them, their bodies remained frozen in place like tens of thousands of black sculptures. Although their murderous aura was still as strong as ever, they lacked a sense of vitality and spirit. The county magistrate ordered everyone to search for Yifeng frantically. But now, Yifeng is hiding in the county governor's mansion. So many high-ranking officials and generals are coming in and out of the county mansion every day. They followed Yi Tiancheng's frantic search for Yifeng, who was hiding under their noses despite the order for the pursuit team to stay on standby. County magistrate, are you treating us like children and making fun of us? A high-ranking official in the county said in a trembling voice. Chapter 120 I respect you and trust you, but you. Everyone respects you, trusts you, and thinks you are sincere in your determination to sacrifice your own family for the greater good. They are willing to follow you even if it means risking their lives. But you, an old man pointed at Yi Tiancheng, his whole body trembling. Then his knee softened, and he knelt down in the direction Chu Tian left. His eyes were filled with bloodshot and despair, and he said hoarsely. Little saint, I am the one who is blind. All the mistakes are my fault. Please do not implicate innocent people. The people of Moyan County are loyal to the Tianzong and have no intention of rebellion. Please have mercy on me. No wonder. So many powerful men from all over the county have been dispatched. 100,000 troops have laid a tight net, and all the major cities have fully cooperated. Yet, after all these days, they haven't even found a hair of Yifeng. The general muttered hoarsely, his face pale, and he knelt down in the direction where Chu Tian had left. Little saint, I am guilty. I shouldn't have trusted Yi Tiancheng's words so easily. A large number of high-ranking officials and generals in the county who had just doubted Chu Tian's order were now regretting their decision. After pointing at Yi Tiancheng and cursing him, they knelt down in the depths of the county government and kowtowed madly, regardless of whether Chu Tian was paying attention or not. They were terrified and regretted their decision to the core. Why did I hesitate for that moment? Why should he follow Yi Tiancheng to disobey the orders of the investigation team for the sake of so-called meritorious service and to please the Yi family? Why? But now, Yi Tiancheng's move almost pushed them into the abyss, and their life and death depended on Chu Tian's thoughts. If Chu Tian reports this, everyone in Moyan County will follow Yi Tiancheng in putting on a show, calling it a pursuit but secretly sneaking through Chenkang, and they will jointly put on a show for the sect to see. They simply couldn't imagine the consequences. At this moment, these people simply wanted to eat Yi Tiancheng's flesh and drink Yi Tiancheng's blood. Everyone trusted you so much and risked their lives to fight with you, but you, Yi Tiancheng, treated them like fools and played with them. No, that's not the case. I didn't protect Yifeng, and I don't know. Yi Tiancheng's pupils contracted, his whole body stiffened, and he muttered to himself in a very low voice, staring at the depths of the county government without blinking. He listened to the insults from the county's senior officials, and the ghost head knife in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. He understood that all his explanations at this moment were so pale and powerless. He is Yifeng's uncle, and he calls him third uncle. The whole county was in a frenzied search, with a tight net set up everywhere, but Yifeng was protected by him. It seems that everything is so reasonable. To protect his own nephew, the most outstanding genius of the Yi family, it is only natural for him to conceal the truth and sneak into Chenkang. The logic was very smooth and everyone could understand it, so the high-ranking officials and generals in the county cursed him as if he had been raped. But Yi Tiancheng himself was also confused at this moment, his mind was blank. What the hell? Why is Yifeng hiding in his mansion? How could he, a mere fusion realm cultivator, hide under his nose without being discovered? Even he and so many high-ranking officials in the county didn't know about it, so how did Chu Tian know? Yi Tiancheng suddenly remembered that in the past few days, Yi Tiancheng had repeatedly projected his soul to him, telling him to make proper arrangements and not to be careless, because Chu Tian, this little beast, was very weird. Bang! Suddenly, the county governor's seal on his waist was torn off, and the ghost head knife was taken away by the tracking team. County Magistrate Yi, just surrender and don't make things difficult for everyone else. The armored man from the War Affairs Hall said coldly. Hundreds of people in the pursuit team had now surrounded Yi Tiancheng, forming a formation that faintly echoed the heaven and earth. The vast Taoist aura was looming, but it was the Tiancheng formation, one of the top formations of the Shengxian sect. Yi Tiancheng's face turned pale. He looked at the many high-ranking officials and generals in the county, and then at the black armored guards, intending to order a fight to the death. But he understood that giving the order would really be asking for humiliation. The moment Yifeng appeared in his residence, activated the Emperor Mark of Reincarnation, and wiped out so many people in the tracking team. No one will follow him and risk their lives, but will only think about how to protect themselves next. In this situation, resistance is treason, and being suppressed honestly can retain the last bit of dignity for the Yi family. Otherwise, the entire Moyan County would be massacred, the Yi family would be implicated, and the eldest brother Yi Tiancheng would also be dragged down by him. Yi Tiancheng's shaky position as the sect leader can no longer withstand any further turmoil. Brother, I'm sorry. That little bastard Chu Tian is here to take the lives of our Yi family. You must be careful. Yi Tiancheng's voice was hoarse, he roared to the sky, his eyes full of bloodshot. Even though he was a half-step emperor, he still had a chance to resist, but he could only watch as chains were put on his body and his strength was suppressed, and he did not dare to resist at all. Where's that little bastard Chu Tian? Tell him to come over. I want to see him. Yifeng is hiding in my mansion. It has nothing to do with me. I know nothing about it. I know how to dispel the samsara ray. Let me go. Yi Tiancheng's strength was suppressed. Before he could finish his words, he was escorted to the gate of the county government by 2 strong men from the law enforcement hall. They drew their swords, activated their magical powers, and suddenly slashed down. Shut your mouth. The little saint has not given you the chance to redeem yourself from your crime. Just wait for death obediently. The strong man from the law enforcement hall sneered. He was naturally also from the Chu family and was Chu Tianyan's confidant sent to assist Chu Tian. Puff, puff. His arms flew up, blood spurted out, accompanied by Yi Tiancheng's shrill and unwilling screams, leaving only a lot of resentment, unwillingness, and doubts in his heart. If he listened to Yi Tiancheng and cooperated with Chu Tian to capture Yifeng, he would have put justice before his relatives. As long as Chu Tian did not do anything to Yifeng, smeared the Yi family, and protected the Yi family's shady things in Moyan County, nothing would have happened. Chu Tian could not abolish or take away the position of county magistrate. With the position of county magistrate in hand and great power in his hands, and with his influence in Moyan County, Chu Tian could not make any waves except for hunting down Yifeng. But he chose to confront Chu Dian in public, to provoke him, to drive Chu Dian out of Moyang County, to make the matter bigger, to suppress the Chu family's arrogance. It's just that he is too arrogant and treats Chu Dian like a little kid. Endless regret flowed in Yi Tiancheng's heart, but it was too late to say anything now. Soon he was taken deep into the county magistrate's mansion by the pursuit team and imprisoned. He was guarded by strong men from the law enforcement hall and no one was allowed to approach him. Inside the palace, a divine king from the law enforcement hall came before many high-ranking officials from the county. He swept his cold gaze over everyone and said, "The Lil Saint has ordered that the investigation team come here for 4 reasons. First, arrest Yi Feng, who practices demonic arts and commits heinous crimes. Second, investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of General He Tianao. Our sect personally appointed a general responsible for defending the county. He must not die in such an unclear manner. Third, suppress all traces of the Heart Demon sect and the Moyan sect. Never allow the demon sect to harm the people in our Tian sect. Fourth, investigate Yi Hongwu, who committed suicide out of fear of punishment, and any traces of his many rebellious subordinates in Moyan County." Chapter 121, Should I Save Him? Additional chapter, nearly 3,000 words. The Divine King Realm man's voice was indifferent, yet contained a strong murderous aura. "Let me introduce myself. I am Chu Chichin, the deputy head of the law enforcement hall at the headquarters. Anyone in Moyan County with any leads can come and report to me. If you have made significant contributions while serving your sentence, the Lil Saint will use your merits to offset your crimes." Chu Chichin sneered, his eyes thick with murderous intent as he swept over them. "You all should now understand the enormity of your crimes. You rebelled against your superiors, aided Yi Tiancheng in his rebellion, and protected the rebellious Yi Feng who practiced magic. Such heinous crimes could lead to the confiscation of property and extermination of the clan, and even the implicated entire families. Fortunately, the Lil Saint is merciful and willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself and make meritorious contributions. You'd better seize this opportunity, otherwise the consequences will be haha. I can mobilize the black armor guards to besiege the county magistrate's residence and capture Yi Feng, thus redeeming my crime and making meritorious service." A middle-aged general, his face pale, immediately stood up and roared, "I am the Deputy General Morong Yan. Black armored guards, listen to my orders and immediately deploy the formation to assist the pursuit team in apprehending Yi Feng and breaking through the Samsara formation." Morong Yan immediately stood up and flew towards the depths of the county magistrate's mansion, with murderous aura rising to the sky and bloodshot eyes. He is going crazy, because the Morong family is Yi Tiancheng's most trusted confidant and a die-hard supporter. Without their tacit consent, Yi Tiancheng would not have been able to mobilize the elite black armor guards just now. But now, this is simply a serious crime of confiscating property and exterminating the entire clan, and punishing 9 generations of the family. If we were to ask who hates Yi Tiancheng the most, it would definitely be the Morong family. In the main hall, high-ranking officials in the county began to tell Chu Chichin the clues they had, or to stab Yi Tiancheng in the back, to produce evidence of Yi Tiancheng's crimes, etc., eager to redeem themselves from their crimes. Boom, boom, boom. The black armored guards immediately took action and soon arrived outside the county magistrate's mansion. 10,000 people drew their swords at the same time, and murderous aura soared into the sky. But at this moment, their target was Yi Tiancheng's mansion. Hundreds of tracking team members who were protecting Chu Tian closely also arrived soon, and together with Duan Muwaner's members, they were about to set up the Heavenly Saint formation. No one is allowed to move without my order. Chu Tian's calm voice echoed throughout the venue, but the purple light from the eye of heaven between his eyebrows pierced through space, and he saw a woman in the mansion wearing a blue-eyes crystal dress and with a cold and beautiful face. She was struggling under the terrifying power of the reincarnation array. Her hair was disheveled, and blood was constantly flowing from the corners of her mouth, staining her light blue dress red. Imperial ripples flowed around Saint Helian's body, and a crystal jade pendant glowed on her chest, rippling with magical powers, transforming into a protective shield to help protect her from the shock of the Emperor's reincarnation mark. But this is just a self-defense treasure refined by the Emperor. Compared with the Samsara Emperor pattern carefully arranged by the Yi family, it is nothing. If the pursuit team and tens of thousands of black armored guards condense the Array pattern to bombard the Samsara Emperor pattern, the terrible shock force generated by the collision of the two forces will instantly turn her into ashes, leaving her no chance of survival. Chu Tian, save me. Wei Lian's cold and weak voice came out. Saint Helian, Duan Muwaner cried out in surprise, then she remembered that after leaving Tianlong's carriage, because the conversation in the main hall involved the top leaders of Moyan County, Saint Helian, a person from the outside sect, naturally could not be present, so Saint Helian followed her. The incident just now happened suddenly, and she was on the verge of life and death. The two god kings protected her and left in an emergency, leaving behind Holy Maiden Helian, who was at the end of the pursuit team, in the mansion. Duan Muwaner's face turned slightly pale. After all, the identity of Saint Helian is there. She is the saint of the Sihang Holy Sect and is known as the most powerful genius in a million years. If you die because of following her, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is an almost fatal blow to the Yi family, but it will also cause huge losses to the sect and the Duanmu family. Saint Helian, are you talking about the gifted saint from the Sihang Holy Sect? Morong Yan, the garrison deputy general, was even more confused, his face pale. How come such a noble figure as Saint Sihang is involved again? Isn't this fatal? In a mansion not far away, although Yi Tiancheng's magical powers were suppressed, his spirit was not completely restricted and he was watching from afar. When he saw Saint Helian, his whole body trembled and he was stunned. A terrible sense of crisis enveloped him and a chill ran down his spine. This one is the holy maiden of the Sihang Holy Sect. She is extremely gifted and is almost certain to be the next holy lord. But if he died at the hands of Yi Feng, would he indirectly die at the hands of the Yi family? The Sihang Holy Sect will naturally not go to war with the Shengxian sect, but it will definitely stand completely against the Yi family and stand on the side of the Chu family. This is the oldest holy place in Hengtian continent, which has been passed down for who knows how many years. No one knows how deep its background is and how many hidden cards it has. The pressure on the Yi family will be unprecedentedly huge. Given the current situation of Yi Tianchong and the Yi family, if the Sihang Holy Sect becomes enraged and puts pressure on them, under internal and external troubles, it is basically a foregone conclusion that the Holy Sect will dismiss Yi Tianchong. He lost his position as the suzerain. What will be the future of the Yi family? With internal and external troubles, the consequences are simply unimaginable. What the hell is this? Why did Saint Sihang appear in the mansion? Even I didn't know Yi Feng was hiding in the mansion, but Chu Dian had news. This is too much of a coincidence. No, this is definitely not a coincidence. It's a calculated plan. Chu Dian, it must be this little beast. He wants to use Saint Helian to completely crush our Yi family, even at the expense of our Shengxian sect's interests, to let Saint Sihang die here, and to create a complete confrontation between the two sects. Such a vicious and sinister intention, such cruel means, what a ruthless little beast. No, could this be the plan of King Chu Dian behind the scenes? How dare this little bastard do this? Yi Tiancheng growled hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot as he suddenly roared outside, where are those people? Where did they die? Quickly let me out to unlock the Samsara Emperor mark and rescue Holy Maiden Helian. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. If our Dian sect and the Sihang Holy Sect become enemies, our interests will suffer huge losses. You cannot afford the consequences. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tiancheng knocked on the door frantically. Even though his supernatural power was sealed, the physical strength of a half-step emperor and the little spirit he had left were enough to make the whole mansion roar. Yi Tiancheng, stop pretending. The Holy Lady Hylian was suppressed by your Yi family's emperor mark of reincarnation. Your innocent look is really disgusting. The strong man from the law enforcement hall who was in charge of guarding the place had cold eyes. He slapped Yi Tiancheng in the air, shocking him so much that he vomited blood and fell back, crashing into the wall. You are a sinner now. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better be honest. Yi Tiancheng vomited blood, his face ferocious as he roared. Once Saint Hylian dies, the interests of the Shengxian sect will be damaged. Even if it hits my Yi family, what good will it do to your Chu family? Have you all in the Chu family forgotten your ancestral teachings? You must always put the interests of the sect first in everything you do. Quickly release my seal and let me go out to unlock the emperor mark of Samsara, otherwise it will be too late. What's the benefit? Chu Dian glanced over there and then looked away, muttering to himself, a cold glint flashing in his calm eyes. The biggest benefit is being able to take advantage of the situation and destroy your Yi family. He knew the location of the Black Dao seed very well, and as soon as he arrived in Moyun City, he knew Yi Feng's location. In order to remind Yi Feng to prepare for escape, he even summoned the county's high-ranking generals with great fanfare. It seemed that he had angered Yi Tiancheng for no reason, causing such a huge commotion, but in fact, he had made all kinds of preparations. This was the reason why he activated the demonic energy in the Black Dao seed, exposing Yi Feng who was hiding in the county magistrate's mansion and delivering a fatal blow to Yi Tiancheng. However, the fact that Saint Hylian fell into the county magistrate's residence was not in his plan. After all, it was very risky to plot against her now. If he accidentally revealed a flaw, the Seheng holy sect would fully support the Yi family, which would not be good for the Chu family. But now, everything happens naturally, without any trace. As long as Saint Hylian dies in it, the Chu family will certainly be affected a little, but the Yi family will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Do you want to save her? Chu Dian's face was calm, but his eyes became deep as he looked at Saint Hylian. Chu Dian, this woman was brought here by you, right? Yi Feng's crazy voice came, and his blood-red eyes stared at Chu Dian from afar, as if he could only barely control his sanity. You schemed against me, leading me to where I am today. I've lost everything and am being hunted everywhere. Now I will make you pay a heavy price. Since I'm not having a good time, no one else can have a good time. Yi Feng looked at Saint Hylian with scarlet eyes, and appeared in an instant, with a long sword in his hand. He slashed out in an instant, and the devilish will raged into the sky, and the scarlet light was dazzling. Chapter 122 Young Heroes, nothing more than this. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Feng's demonic energy surged into the sky, and he swung his sword. Demonic swords filled the sky. The cold air around Saint Hylian turned into a roaring ice dragon, but she was directly annihilated by the demonic sword, and she vomited blood and flew backwards. Ha 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 ha, this is my strength. Everyone in the Shengxian sect, watch out. You chose to help Chu Dian target me, but you don't know what you missed. When I cultivate to the pinnacle, I will destroy your entire clan. Yi Feng laughed wildly, his black hair dancing wildly, his blood-red eyes like a madman. Although he did not break through the divine realm, the strength he displayed shocked everyone present. The people in the field included the old people in the God realm, the heavenly God realm, and even the God King realm. Their eyes were so sharp that they could immediately see that the strength displayed by Yi Feng's sword did not rely much on the reincarnation emperor mark, but was entirely his own strength. What a shocking thing this is. Saint Hylian is known as the most powerful demon in the Seheng holy sect in a million years. Her combat power is incredible and she has long occupied the first place on the fusion list and the earth list. But now, Yi Feng actually crushed Saint Hylian with his own strength alone. Isn't Yi Feng number 6 on the fusion ranking? It's said that his strength is at least 10 times greater than Saint Hylian's. How come his strength has increased so dramatically in such a short time? It's incredible. Could it be that Yi Feng has been hiding his strength all along? Some strong men of the older generation cried out in shock. Judging from the combat power displayed by Yi Feng at this time, Shengxian sect has indeed lost a monstrous evildoer. That damn little beast actually harmed my Yi family and caused us to lose one of the best evildoers. Yi Tiancheng felt his heart bleeding as he watched this. This was an irreparable loss for the Yi family. Chu Dian's eyes were indifferent and calm, but he was not as shocked as others. In the true explanation of the great yin-yang art of the Supreme Being, there has long been an explanation for the black demon species. After reversing the main and secondary techniques, Yi Feng's strength will be increased 10 times or even 100 times as much as before. Even in Chu Dian's opinion, Yi Feng's progress and strength was a bit slow. He should have ignited the divine fire long ago and transformed into a ruthless killing demon soldier. Yi Feng is indeed worthy of being the son of luck. Perhaps there was some powerful adventure that helped him to forcibly suppress the progress of breaking through the divine realm. In the original plot, Yi Feng's talent is still far from that of the enchanting Saint Hylian. Of course, no one else will ever know about the black demon species unless the holy ancestor Duanmu is reborn, or the Taisheng Taoist clan, which has disappeared for a long time, is reborn. There is actually an emperor soul talisman hidden in the body. Chu Dian's eyes were deep and indifferent. The Eye of Heaven had been paying attention to Saint Hylian, and he immediately discovered that an extremely vast and terrifying power was beginning to revive in her sea of consciousness. This power is hidden very deeply. If it were not for the most powerful magical power created by the Taoist master Tianming in the Eye of Heaven, and if it were not for the same source as this power, he would not even be able to discover it. This power should be similar to the runes condensed from the soul given to him by Old Tuo, which can allow the emperor to sense the danger of Holy Maiden Hylian at any time and quickly come to save her. It is very likely that this is the amulet that Taoist Tianyin left for his disciple, Saint Hylian. However, it was probably hidden very deeply in order to train Saint Hylian, and even she herself did not know the existence of this emperor soul talisman. Because even someone as powerful as Yi Tiancheng, who was half a step away from becoming an emperor, didn't notice it. At this time, under the suppression of the reincarnation emperor mark, this power was slowly being stimulated. A hint of coldness flashed in Chu Dian's eyes. If the situation is allowed to drag on, it seems that Yi Feng and the power of the reincarnation emperor mark alone will not be able to kill Saint Hylian. Little Saint, you have to think of a way to save Saint Hylian. At this time, seeing Saint Hylian vomiting blood after being beaten by Yi Feng, Duanmu Wanner said to Chu Dian in a trembling voice. If Saint Hylian died in it, it would have a huge impact on the Yi family, but the impact on the Duanmu family would definitely not be small either. After all, it was she who brought Saint Hylian in. Chu Dian nodded and said calmly, orders, the tracking team, the Black Armor Guards, including many high-ranking officials and generals of Moyun County, immediately deploy the formation and use the strongest magical powers. Make sure to break the Samsara Emperor mark with one strike. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the field trembled, their faces turned slightly pale and their eyes narrowed sharply. Son of God, isn't this too risky? Such a powerful collision will not only kill Yi Feng, but Holy Maiden Hylian will probably not be spared and will turn into ashes in an instant. Duanmu Wanner's face was pale. This is also the idea of the strong people present, including the pursuit team and the senior officials in the county. We can't drag it on any longer. Chu Dian's eyes swept across the crowd, his voice filled with determination, as if he had made up his mind. The Yi family has set up the Samsara Array, which is constantly reviving and growing stronger. If we allow the situation to continue, not only will Yi Feng escape, but Saint Seheng will also be absolutely dead. The Yi family is lawless and their methods are so cruel that they are truly hateful. Now we can only take a gamble. As long as Saint Hillian can hold on for a moment, we can rescue her immediately. This is the only way to save Saint Hillian. If Saint Hillian is killed by the earthquake, the Saint Son will bear all the responsibility. Chu Dian's voice was indifferent, but contained a strong murderous aura. He suddenly raised his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, get ready and set up the formation." Hearing Chu Tiandu's determination and his words that he would take sole responsibility, the senior officials and generals in Moyun County felt relieved, as long as they were not held accountable. The Jiyu family's God King said in a low voice, "Little Saint, this is all the Yi family's fault. You had no choice but to do this to save Saint Hillian. Everyone saw it happen. How can you bear this responsibility? The entire investigation team will testify for you." That's right, Yi Tiancheng is lawless, and the Yi family is also to blame. If Saint Hillian dies in it, the Yi family must bear all the responsibility. The God King of the Su family said in a low voice. Duan Muwaner's face turned pale. She truly hated the Yi family to the core. She nodded and said, "This is the only way. I will report the truth to my father and second uncle when I return. If Saint Hillian dies, it has nothing to do with you, little saint." At this time, the strong men in the four halls and the strong men in other investigation teams also spoke out, saying that Chu Dian could not bear this responsibility. After hearing Chu Dian's words, their hearts warmed slightly. After all, many senior executives are accustomed to shirking responsibility and letting their subordinates take on the responsibility, but the little saint is the opposite of that. He is the first to express that he will take responsibility and take on everything. This kind of spirit is impressive. Young heroes are no different. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Nearly 1,000 strong men in the pursuit team immediately laid out the heavenly saint formation. A vast sacred power penetrated the sky and spread over thousands of miles around. With so many top-level experts setting up the most advanced formation of Shengxian sect, they can definitely kill most of the half-step emperors in seconds with one strike, and even emperors can withstand it. The terrifying aura caused the sky to change color and time and space to distort. Chapter 123. Thank you, no need. Damn the Yi family, you're going to kill all 99 members of my Murong family before you stop. Murong Yan's eyes were bloodshot. He drew his long sword and pointed it at the sky, roaring hoarsely, "Black armor guards, listen to my orders. Form your formation, get ready." Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of black armored guards drew their swords towards the sky in unison, making gestures to chop forward. The terrifying sword intent gathered in the sky and was integrated into one place through the formation pattern. Buzz, an invisible and majestic sword intent spanning thousands of miles seemed to cut the sky and the earth in half. The sword intent was slightly scattered, causing the entire county government to tremble. Countless palaces were directly destroyed, and the entire Moyun city seemed to be shaking. At this time, the heavenly saint formation also summoned a completely divine shadow that could reach the sky, and its terrifying power was ready to be unleashed. Chu Dian, stop it right here. Yi Tiancheng roared madly in the power supply not far away, almost madly, "Let me out, I can remove the reincarnation emperor mark, are you all deaf? Damn it, you guys are deliberately trying to kill Saint Hillian and throw dirty water on my Yi family. Chu Dian, you are heartless and ruthless. In order to deal with my Yi family, you disrespect the ancestral teachings and disregard the interests of the sect. You will definitely be punished by heaven." Yi Tiancheng roared and cursed madly, but he could only watch Chu Dian waving forward. "Kill!" Chu Dian uttered a word calmly and swung his arm down. "Kill!" The strong men in the pursuit team shouted angrily in unison. In the sacred shadow they summoned slammed a punch towards the emperor pattern of samsara. "Cut!" Murong Yan roared madly, and the 10,000-foot-long sword shadow slashed down, shattering the sky. "Chu Dian, I will never forgive you," Yi Feng roared, his pupils contracted violently, almost insane. Saint Hillian's face was extremely pale, and she felt a terrifying sense of death that instantly enveloped her whole body. In such a devastating collision, there is absolutely no chance for her to survive. Even the jade pendant on her chest will turn to ashes in an instant. Boom! With a terrifying roar and a terrible collision, the samsara emperor's pattern exploded, and endless terrifying aftermath raged. The void collapsed, and produced endless terrifying destructive power, sweeping everything in an instant. Even the God King would fall in an instant, covering Yi Feng and Holy Maiden Hillian at the same time. The eye of heaven between Chu Dian's eyebrows emitted a purple glow, and his real spirit poured into the chaotic and collapsing void. He immediately saw the severely injured and dying Holy Maiden Hillian, covered in blood. A rich Dao essence blossomed in his mind, transforming into a protective shield that enveloped her. Dao essence continued to flow into her body, holding on to her last ray of hope. Chu Dian's powerful and substantial spirit, coupled with the eye of heaven, can also sense that a vast and supreme Dao aura is descending from the deepest part of the void. However, in order to save this disciple, Tianyan Daozen did not hesitate to expend a huge amount of spiritual power again and sent down his imperial soul from billions of miles away. Even though such a powerful destructive force collided and exploded in an instant, Tianyan Daozen saved Saint Hillian at the last moment. What a pity! Chu Dian muttered to himself and immediately performed the great Dao of Yin and Yang. The golden winged rock in the Yin and Yang beast's vision possessed him, causing a pair of golden wings to grow from his back, and he instantly rushed into the chaotic energy. The destructive force erupted in an instant and poured into the depths of time and space. Chu Dian's powerful and substantial spirit was superimposed on the eye of heaven, and four great visions were unleashed to protect him, preventing the chaotic energy from hurting him in the slightest. In an instant, Chu Dian came to the dying Holy Maiden Hillian, and the holy fruit of Sehang that she had given him appeared in his hand, which he gave to her directly. The holy fruit melted in the mouth and instantly turned into a powerful energy, which began to repair the body of Holy Maiden Hillian and keep her alive. "Thank you, I will repay this favor." Saint Hillian's eyes were cold and she thanked him in a weak voice. "No need." Chu Dian's voice was flat. "Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the daughter of luck, Saint Hillian, and receiving her sincere gratitude from the bottom of her heart. You are rewarded with 60,000 destiny points." The gentle and pleasant voice of the system sounded in Chu Dian's ears. At this moment, Yi Feng's hoarse and low voice sounded. "Chu Dian, just wait for me, I will never let you go." In the collapsing void, the token in Yi Feng's hand rose and fell, and he stood in a teleportation vortex. He looked at Chu Dian with bloodshot eyes and grinned. "You want to kill me? Dream on. It's a pity that I didn't kill this woman." At the last moment, the last strength of the reincarnation emperor's mark actually protected Yi Feng. Although he was also seriously injured, his injuries were far less serious than those of Saint Hillian. Yi Feng's figure slowly disappeared in the vortex. Chu Dian's eyes were cold and indifferent. The golden wings behind him spread out and he swooped down in an instant. Before the whirlpool disappeared, he hid in it. His figure and Yi Feng disappeared in the county government at the same time. At the same time, there were ripples in the void that were gently shaking. It was the earth slaves hiding in the dark to protect, who were also teleported over with Chu Dian. "Yi family, I swear I will never let you go." When the spirit of Tianyan Daozen descended and saw the tragic state of his most beloved and valued disciple dying, his furious roar caused the huge city of Moyun County to tremble violently. Cracks appeared on the city walls, and the sky changed color. In a palace not far away, Yi Tiancheng's face turned pale. Chu Qichin and other powerful members of the law enforcement hall had bloodshot eyes as they immediately roared at the Moyun County leaders and generals. "What are you still standing there for? Immediately mobilize all your forces to search for the little saint and Yi Feng in the surrounding area. If anything happens to the little saint, the sect will exterminate all 99 of your clans." The power of the Samsara Emperor mark is running low, and it's not a specialized teleportation array, so it definitely can't escape far. At most, it can only be within 10,000 miles of Moyun County City. The strong members of the tracking team immediately dispersed and searched the surroundings. The senior officials and generals of Moyun County were really going crazy. They immediately ordered all the forces in the surrounding areas of the county to start looking for Chu Dian's whereabouts. It was because of their negligence that Yifeng hid in the county government, which resulted in them being guilty. If anything happens to the person in charge of the investigation team, the Lil Saint, and Chu Dian, the young master of the Chu family, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, the strength Yifeng had shown before was obvious to all. Even the Holy Lady Hylian, who was ranked first on the fusion list, was no match for him. Even if he was injured now, his strength was probably not comparable to that of the Lil Saint. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for one. Duan Muwaner's face was pale, and her whole body was trembling with nervousness. However, she managed to remain calm and rational, remembering Chu Dian's instructions to her, that Tiancheng's county magistrate's mansion might contain important evidence of the family's crimes. She immediately ordered some members of the investigation team to stay, take control of the mansion ruins, and begin a thorough search. The Yi family spent huge resources and energy to establish the reincarnation Emperor mark here and let Tiancheng guard it. It couldn't be without reason. Chapter 124, The Slaughter Demon Soldier is born. Thousands of miles away from Moyun County City, a vortex suddenly opened up above a low, withered, and nameless mountain range. Chu Dian and Yifeng flew out of the vortex at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, the two men punched each other before they landed on the ground. Terrifying energy raged, and they flew backwards hundreds of meters before stopping. You little beast, there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you break in. Yifeng's eyes were blood red, filled with demonic intent. There were faint demonic patterns on his neck that had spread to his chin, making him, who once looked mighty and gentle, look like a demon god. If you stay quietly surrounded by the powerful men in Moyun County, I really won't be able to do anything to you. Yifeng's smile was very strange, with a hint of madness, and he said hoarsely, Tell me, what exactly did you do to my body? Why is the supreme yin and yang art no longer under my control? My cultivation speed has increased by more than 10 times. Tell me the truth, and I'll make your death more pleasant. Yifeng. Buzz. Yifeng appeared in front of Chu Dian in an instant, and the visions of the reincarnation Emperor art and the supreme yin yang art appeared at the same time. The terrifying power spread and instantly suppressed Chu Dian. Yifeng's talent was already extremely high. In the original plot, he was the last to achieve the status of Emperor, and he had already comprehended the vision of the Emperor of reincarnation. Now, with the blessing of the Black Demon Seed, which contained the true understanding of the great Tao of the supreme yin and yang, it helped him to comprehend the great Tao of the supreme yin and yang to the realm of perfection in a short period of time. No wonder he can now defeat Saint Hylian. The power of the Black Demon Seed is indeed great. It is not in vain that I left the true meaning of the great Tao in it for you. Chu Dian said calmly, the more powerful Yifeng is, the greater the energy he will feed back to his elder sister Chu Yansheng after igniting the divine fire, and the better the effect of Chu Yansheng's nirvana and sublimation. Chu Dian's heart moved, and a strange vision of the great yin yang art appeared in the sky. In an instant, a mysterious force surged towards Yifeng. Buzz. Yifeng's movements came to an abrupt halt, and his body froze in place. Yifeng only felt a powerful and mysterious aura of Tao spreading in his dantian, which he could not control. It instantly suppressed his strength and made him unable to move at all. And for some reason, he began to feel that Chu Dian was his supreme true god, and he wanted to kneel down and worship him. Yifeng was terrified to the extreme, his pupils shrank violently, and he growled, Chu Dian, what on earth do you want? What did you do to me? He could use the Yi family's underlying power to escape everywhere, but no matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of the power in his dantian. Just give someone a taste of his own medicine. Chu Dian raised his hand and gently tapped Yifeng's brow. A powerful and substantial spirit instantly rushed into his mind. He immediately found an ancient talisman sprinkling Taoist essence in his mind, suppressing Yifeng's whole body and slowing down his strength improvement. Chu Dian scanned Yifeng's body with his mind and found that he had unlocked more than 6,000 secret treasures all over his body. This is a terrifying number, almost catching up with the secret treasure opened by the protagonist Yifan in the original plot. If placed in the myriad worlds, he would be a genius of the demon level. Chu Dian was about to ask the system how to crack this ancient symbol. But at this moment, the Tianxuan divine ring that had been worn on the middle finger of his left hand suddenly released a stream of energy, pouring into Yifeng's mind, and the ancient symbol instantly disappeared. Chu Dian's heart moved, he looked at the ring, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Calculating the time, it seems that the goddess Tianxuan has naturally awakened. However, she seemed to be waiting for something and did not take the initiative to talk to him, which was different from the original novel where Su Xing communicated directly with Yifan. This time, she was probably trying to show Chu Dian her existence and powerful magical powers. The goddess Tianxuan also seemed to have some knowledge of the great yin-yang art and the yin-yang Dao seeds, so she came to help. Chu Dian's face was calm, and he was not in a hurry to communicate with the goddess Tianxuan. After all, the help the goddess Tianxuan provided to him was actually far less than the help she provided to Yifan. On the contrary, it should be the goddess Tianxuan who needs his help. He took the Tianxuan divine ring mainly to rob Yifan of his opportunities and luck. Congratulations to the host. The ancient remnant soul in the Tianxuan divine ring has awakened and has recognized you. It has completely plundered this great opportunity of Yifan, the son of destiny, and rewarded him with 100,000 destiny points. The gentle and pleasant voice of the system sounded again, and the rewarded destiny points were also huge. After all, this opportunity was almost the opportunity that had the greatest impact on Yifan's destiny in the original plot. It was also with the help of the Tianxuan goddess that the Hanmeng holy bone was completely revived. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, rolling divine light burst out from Yifeng's body, and secret realms including his face began to glow, communicating with the power of heaven and earth. The secret realms are connected and condensed into a black divine fire. No, I don't want to ignite the divine fire, I don't want to break through. Chu Dian, what exactly do you want to do? Yifeng's terrified roar came to an abrupt halt, and the madness and ruthlessness in his eyes completely burned his remaining consciousness. Ignite the divine fire and break through the holy realm. After the yin-yang Dao seeds reversed the order of priority, the backlash of the supreme yin-yang technique began. The accumulated power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires began to burn, turning into an invisible energy, merging into the void, and flowing into the distance. A powerful and vast demonic force tore through the sky and shook the universe, as if announcing to the world the arrival of a demon god. Yifeng's eyes regained their rationality, but with a ruthless and desireless coldness, as if he had become a humanoid robot. He slowly knelt on one knee towards Chu Dian and said, Yifeng, I pay my respects to the master. Please give me your orders. After the supreme yin-yang technique was reversed, the furnace cauldron killing demon soldiers could not only be controlled by Chu Yansheng who practiced the secondary technique, but Chu Dian who refined the yin-yang Dao seed was also the master of the killing demon soldiers. However, in ancient times, those who could refine yin-yang Dao seeds were generally the strongest of the Taisheng Dao clan. They also looked down on the killing demon soldiers who had just broken through the divine realm. They were all controlled by those who practiced the Taisheng yin-yang sub-secret. Chu Dian raised his hand, tapped Yifeng's brow with his fingertips, and then put a list into Yifeng's mind. Go and kill them all, don't leave any alive. Slave, take the things out, Chu Dian said indifferently. The space distorted slightly, and a ground slave wearing a ghost mask appeared. He half knelt on the ground and handed Chu Dian a ring engraved with the word, Yi. My lord, the ancient symbols, treasures, or platforms, etc. of the Yi family that I have collected are all in it. Chu Dian nodded indifferently and handed the ring to Yi Feng. Then he glanced at the distant sky and said calmly, attack me. Yes, Yi Feng burst out with demonic intent and punched Chu Dian. After breaking through the divine realm, his strength became more than dozens of times stronger. The eye of heaven between Chu Dian's eyebrows opened, his spirit surged, and four strange visions appeared at the same time. He collided with Yi Feng with a punch, and in an instant the bones in his arm were broken, and he vomited blood and flew backwards. Chu Dian, you plotted against my Yi family, causing huge losses to my Yi family. You deserve to die. Yi Feng roared, his devilish intent like a tide, his murderous intent shaking the sky, and he was about to follow and kill Chu Dian. But at this moment, the distant sky, you dare to hurt the young lady of my Chu family. You are seeking death. Chu Qichin and other gods came quickly from afar. Further away, tens of thousands of black armored guards surrounded them from all directions. The invisible sword intent they condensed spanned thousands of miles and slashed directly towards Yi Feng. Before the knife arrived, the knife's intent had already caused Yi Feng's body to crack and bleed. You are not worthy enough to kill me. Be prepared for my revenge. Yi Feng laughed wildly, took out a jade platform with array patterns from his ring, and instantly disappeared into the void. Chapter 125 The Dog That Bites. Young master, are you okay? Chu Qichin flew over and didn't care about Yi Feng who was running away. He quickly helped Chu Dian up. Looking at Chu Dian's broken arm, his internal organs seemed to be traumatized, and his mouth was dry due to nervousness. Fortunately, we arrived in time. If we had arrived a few seconds later, the young lady would have been in danger. Yi Feng, who broke through the divine realm, is 2 major realms ahead of Chu Dian. This is a gap that no monster can make up for. The strong men in the pursuit team and the high-ranking officials in the county who rushed over after hearing the news also looked extremely nervous. When they saw Yi Feng's punch just now, they were really scared to death. They even imagined the scene of Chu Dian being beaten into a bloody mist in their minds. Fortunately, Chu Dian's body was so strong that although he was defeated, he was not killed instantly. If they were ordinary people at the spirit refining realm, all 100 of them would have died. It's okay, I'll regulate my breathing and go back to recuperate for a few days. Chu Dian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out the healing medicine and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing. 6 teleportation array. Chu Qichin breathed a sigh of relief, then his eyes widened with anger as he shouted, what on earth do the Yi family want to do? Are they determined to go against the sect's collective will to the end and don't even take the elders' council seriously? First, it was the sect master's token. Then, he hid Yi Feng in the Moyun County government, secretly plotting against the investigation team, and finally handed this treasure to Yi Feng. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I will definitely report this to the hall master and have him held strictly accountable at the elders' meeting. Who is secretly helping Yi Feng and allowing him to escape? Chu Qichin was extremely furious. The aura of the God King caused the mountains around the sky to collapse, and the uncontrollable anger erupted like magma. The other members of the investigation team and the 4 powerful men were also extremely angry. Their faces were so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. The elders' council issued the highest order, mobilizing all the forces of the sect. The elite warriors from the 4 major halls came out together and set up a tight net, but Yi Feng was able to escape from the clutches of the tigers time and time again. It was as if Yi Feng could always predict their positions and arrangements in advance and make all preparations in advance, causing them to keep missing and causing huge casualties to the pursuit team. This is like shitting and pissing in their faces, making everyone feel humiliated. Even if the All-China Federation of Trade Unions mobilized all its forces and set up a tight net, they still couldn't capture him. No one believed that there was no traitor passing on the information, secretly protecting Yi Feng and giving him the treasure to save his life. There must be a traitor, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. A God King from the Hall of Justice growled, feeling truly ashamed. The person who secretly protects Yi Feng must be of a very high level and can obtain a lot of important information. A middle-aged man said coldly. The Yi family's 6 teleportation array requires a mastery of the Yi family's reincarnation emperor scripture secrets and the cultivation of weapon refining techniques to an extremely high level. It also requires at least a half-step emperor to consume precious time and space sand to refine it. It is priceless. The entire Yi family does not have many in stock. It is for the monsters above the heavenly god realm to travel through the myriad worlds for training. The God King of the War Affairs Hall said coldly. They hid Yi Feng in Yi Tiancheng's residence. Who is secretly protecting Yi Feng? Do I need to tell you? The thief who cried thief is really good at it. He claims to be putting justice above family ties, and is pursuing him with all his might. He has even taken the initiative to upload information about Yi Feng to prove his innocence, but secretly, someone sneered. The faces of the Moyun County leaders and generals were extremely ugly. The feeling of being treated like a monkey by Yi Tiancheng made them feel as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a lump of hot food. Your Yi family is a large and prosperous family with deep roots and is the founding family. But everyone trusts you and supports you so much. You're pushing everyone into the fire. Morong Yan's face darkened, his eyes bloodshot. He felt increasingly conscious of being pushed out as a scapegoat. He roared hoarsely, I suggest that the county's great clans, high-ranking officials, generals, and city lords jointly submit a petition to the county governor, with my Morong family signing first. Many high-ranking officials of Moyun County in the field looked at Morong Yan in surprise, their pupils shrinking slightly. The Morong family is known as Yi Tiancheng's most loyal subordinates. The most ferocious person who jumped out to bite Yi Tiancheng was actually Morong Yan. This shows that they are going to betray the Yi family and get closer to the Chu family at all costs. Go back to the county first. Chu Dian opened his eyes, his slightly pale face regaining its color. In my name, inform the entire Moyun County. Before the Council of Elders appoints a new county magistrate, the investigation team will take over all matters in Moyun County. Any trace of Yi Feng must be reported directly to the investigation team. Anyone who violates this order will be executed along with their entire clan. Order a thorough investigation of Yi Tiancheng's previous movements and take all suspicious individuals under control. Chu Dian looked at Chu Qichin, his voice filled with murderous intent. Uncle Qian, you will be fully responsible on my behalf. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders will be killed on the spot. No instructions are needed. And inform all the surrounding counties about Yi Feng's whereabouts and movements. No one is allowed to act on their own. They must report to the tracking team and remain on standby, awaiting instructions. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. This Saint Sun does not want to see such betrayal happening again in Moyun County. Chu Tianping's calm eyes turned icy cold, filled with murderous intent, and his voice became stern. So many powerful people, mobilizing the entire county's strength, setting up a dragnet, yet finding nothing. The dignity of the sect cannot withstand such corruption by you. You have 3 days to find Yi Feng's whereabouts and report to the tracking team, otherwise don't blame this Saint Sun for being ruthless. Do you understand? Chu Dian shouted in a low voice, but the murderous intent hidden in the cold voice made the senior officials and generals of Moyun County turn pale as paper. They shook all over and felt as if they had stepped half a foot into the gate of hell. In the main hall, Chu Dian had already used Yi Tiancheng as a sacrifice to completely establish his authority. Although this holy son is young, he really wants to kill people. They hated Yi Tiancheng to the core. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone in the audience immediately knelt on one knee and shouted, "Understood, capture Yi Feng at all costs." Before leaving, Chu Dian glanced at Murong Yan coldly and said, "Deputy General Murong Yan, do you understand?" In the original plot, after the Chu family fell, in addition to the Lu family, the Murong family was also one of the most ruthless families to bite the Chu family, and was the most obedient dog of the Yi family. Chu Dian naturally would not trust that such a family would be completely loyal to the Chu family. But what he likes most is to use the Yi family's own dog to bite the Yi family. This kind of dog, in order to save its life, will bite the Yi family more cruelly and at any cost than anyone else. Chapter 126 The Original Demon Ruins. Murong Yan, a powerful god king, was so frightened by Chu Dian's glance that his whole body trembled. He felt a terrifying murderous intent envelop him. The bloodshot in his eyes became even darker. He crouched down in fear and said, "Murong Yan understands. The entire clan will capture Yi Feng at all costs." The black armor guards had drawn their swords against Chu Dian before, and now Yi Tiancheng, who was protecting Yi Feng, was about to fall. The life and death of the Murong family could be said to be determined by just one word from Chu Dian. Moreover, before that, it was the Murong family who firmly followed Yi Tiancheng's orders, disobeyed Chu Dian's instructions to stay on standby, and searched the entire county for Yi Feng. Yi Feng was right there in the county magistrate's mansion, right under his nose. Murong Yan really wanted to vomit blood at that time. If we investigate further, the Murong family will definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the blame and will undoubtedly die. At this time, the dragon's chariot also fell from the sky, and the majestic dragon roar resounded through the sky. Murong Yan, you should understand the severity of your sins. The Yi family cannot protect you. Chu Dian turned around and stepped onto the Tianlong carriage, and a calm but cold voice sounded. As long as Yi Feng can be captured and his crimes redeemed, this holy son will plead with the council of elders to save the lives of tens of thousands of people in your Murong family. Otherwise, my Chu family will destroy all 9 of your clans, even if it means going up to heaven or down to earth. All the people kneeling in the audience tensed their bodies, naturally understanding that Chu Dian was not joking, and lowered their heads even more. The news that the eldest daughter of the Chu family was almost turned into a cauldron by Yi Feng has spread throughout the upper and middle levels of the Shengxian sect. How serious is this matter? That's why the council of elders passed the resolution collectively, and the 4 major halls came out together to set up a dragnet across the county to capture Yi Feng. Sheltering Yi Feng is definitely a crime punishable by genocide, and no one can protect him, so they are so afraid. Son, I have evidence to report that Yi Tiancheng colluded with the saintess of the Heart Demon sect and killed General He Tianao. And you know where the saintess of the Heart Demon sect is. At this moment, Murong Yan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and she suddenly cowed out frantically, roaring, also, below Yi Tiancheng's residence, is very likely the remains left behind by the Heart Demon sect's ancestor from outside the domain, Tianxin Shimo. The ruins left by the Tianxin Shimo are extremely solid and are guarded by ancient Tianmo array patterns. Yi Tiancheng couldn't open them, so he secretly contacted the Shinmo sect and agreed to jointly develop the Shimo ruins. General He Tianao was killed because he had devoted all his energy to hunting down the disciples of the Heart Demon sect. He even captured the Heart Demon saint, but refused to follow the county magistrate's orders to release her. As a result, he collaborated with the Heart Demon sect, triggering General Tianao's inner demons. He became possessed and died in his sleep. Many high-ranking members of the Yi family, including Grand Elder Yi Hengwu, have hidden caves in Moyang County, hoping to enter the remains of the Tianxin Shimo as soon as possible. Grand Elder Yi Hengwu's cave is located on a sacred mountain not far from Moyang County. I personally helped Yi Hengwu set out the outer formation, and all the materials and resources were provided by my Murong family. The saintess of the Heart Demon sect and the secret branch they established are right here. Murong Yan was terrified to the extreme. In order to gain merit and save his life, he began to tell everything he knew about all the shameful things Yi Tiancheng had done. After hearing Murong Yan's words, everyone in the field was stunned, no, dumbfounded. The third most important person in the He family actually colluded with the demon sect and killed the general guarding the county. Although the He family is not a top-tier family, it is also a well-known family. Many high-ranking members of the sect have come from it and have made great contributions to the sect. Yi Tiancheng is too bold. Under the county magistrate's mansion, there are actually relics of the original demon. The god king Chu Qichin was extremely shocked. The Heart Demon clan is one of the most powerful offshoots of the demon clan, once ranked among the top 10 of the myriad realms. In the Heavenly Heart Demon is their first ancestor, known as one of the most powerful demon ancestors in the demon clan throughout history, his demonic might resonating throughout the ages. The Heart Demon sect is the most mysterious and powerful top demon sect in the Hengtian continent today, but it is just a demon sect supported by the human race after the Heart Demon clan invaded the Hengtian continent in ancient times. The Heart Demon sect's heritage is incredibly ancient, having emerged long before the Supreme Demon sect. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, it was once besieged by the Sehang Holy sect and other major sects, yet it remained undefeated, remaining hidden until today. One can only imagine how powerful it is. 8 years ago, Yi Tianshang personally killed the Golden Wolf Demon Lord, the leader of the Heart Demon sect who had broken into Moyang County. This incident shocked the entire Hengtian continent. The head of my He family was actually killed by the county governor in collusion with the Heart Demon sect. The old man from Moyang County who had previously claimed to be a member of the He family was trembling all over and burst into tears. My He family has fought bloody battles for the Tianzong for generations. The clan leader was so loyal to the sect, yet he was killed by his own people. Son of God, you have to make the decision for my He family. The old man knelt heavily in front of Chu Dian, crying tears. Everyone in the field felt a sense of sympathy, understanding that the He family was being treated as a sacrifice because they blocked the He family's way to monopolize the Tianxin Shimo ruins. Colluding with the demon sect is a serious matter, but it doesn't really matter if you say it's not a serious matter. But for the He family, it was a devastating blow. The He family hasn't had anyone who could enter the sect's upper echelons for thousands of years. He Tianao has extraordinary combat power and has repeatedly made great contributions to the sect. The He family is also holding back their efforts to help He Tianao reach the upper echelons. But now, he died at the hands of Yi Tiancheng. Uncle Qian, please lead the investigation team to capture the witch of the Heart Demon sect. I want to interrogate her personally. Chu Dian's eyes were calm. After all, he had long been sure that Moyang County must be hiding a huge secret. But I didn't expect that the hidden secret would be so shocking. The word, Shi, symbolizes origin, beginning, and the source of everything. Anyone who can be crowned with this word is an almighty being that shakes the worlds of the past and present. In the original plot, Tianxin Shimo is the most powerful person in the world throughout history. Chu Dian remembered that the great demon lord of hate later had a close relationship with the witch of the Heart Demon sect. After being hunted down by the Holy Heaven sect, the witch who had inherited the legacy of the first demon was extremely furious. She attacked and killed Yi Fan in the starry sky. Her fight was on par with Yi Fan who had broken through to the Emperor Venerable. The Heart Demon sect caused huge casualties to the Holy Heaven sect. It's a pity that although the great hateful demon lord was wrongly accused of colluding with the Heart Demon saint, he had always been in love with Lu Yun and had always rejected the Heart Demon saint's love. Otherwise, if he could use this relationship to unite with the Heart Demon sect and obtain the help of this ancient demon sect, he might not have no chance of survival. Although there are not many plots about the Saint of Heart Demon, the strength and talent she displays are definitely no less powerful than that of the Saint of Hylian. Your honorable order, strong men from the War Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, follow me. The rest of you will closely protect the Holy Sun. Chu Chichen immediately took the order and rushed to the place Morang Yan mentioned with 500 strong men. Chu Tian got off his carriage, helped the old man up, and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Mr. He, the sect will never treat any meritorious official unfairly. I will definitely help you get justice in this matter." The He family is not a vassal of the Chu family. Chu Tian actually doesn't care much about helping the He family get justice, but he is very interested in using the He family to undermine the reputation of the He family. In order to seize the ruins for himself, he colluded with the demon sect and killed the sect's generals. This was definitely an unparalleled blow to the reputation and foundation of the He family. Moreover, he wanted to completely kill Yi Tiancheng, the third biggest boss of the Chu family. The three brothers Yi Tianchong. Yi Tianhong has now been convicted and is about to be publicly executed. As long as Yi Tiancheng is killed, it can be said that Yi Tianchong's two hands have been completely cut off. Especially for Chu Tiancheng's plan, it is definitely a huge help. Chapter 127 Tianchong, do you want to kill the whole clan? He Puhong thanks you so much, Saint Sun. The old man's eyes were red as he said hoarsely, the entire He family swears to follow Saint Sun to the death to destroy the heart demon sect and capture the traitor Yi Feng. As long as Yi Tiancheng is not dead, my He family will never give up. There was a sense of determination and strong hatred in his voice. He understood that after Morang Yan publicly announced that He Tianao died at the hands of Yi Tiancheng, the He family had no way out. Although the He family is a first-class family, they have never taken sides and are only loyal to the sect. They will listen to whoever is the sect leader of the Chu or Yi families. But He Tianao's death completely pushed this first-class family to the side of the Chu family. After all, if they don't join the Chu family, once the He family comes to their senses, they will definitely destroy the He family completely. But if you want to get the protection of the Chu family, you must show the value of the He family. Morang Yan, my He family will sign a petition with you to the Council of Elders to implicate Yi Tiancheng. He Puhong said hoarsely. The He family, the Morang family, and the Qian family are the three most powerful families in Muyan County. At this time, two of the two major families were completely forced to stand in opposition to the Yi family. My Qian family has also jointly signed to impeach Yi Tiancheng. At this time, the middle-aged man named Qian Neng also said in a deep voice. The Morang family and the He family both sided with the Chu family. At this time, the little saint has another handle in his hands, and the investigation team has control over Muyan County. If he didn't obey, he would probably be ostracized and killed immediately, and all the dirty water would be thrown on the Qian family. The three major families all expressed their stance, and other high-ranking officials and generals in the county also expressed their willingness to sign. It has to be said that Morang Yan's move was ruthless enough. The chain reaction it caused completely pushed the entire Muyan County, regardless of whether the family decided to rely on the Chu family or not, directly to the opposite side of the Yi family. Previously, everyone just wanted to capture Yi Feng and make meritorious deeds to atone for their sins. However, they had no intention of offending the founding family of the Yi family and getting involved in the bottomless vortex of the confrontation between the Yi family and the Chu family. So when Morang Yan expressed her intention to report to Yi Tiancheng, almost no one agreed. But now, I have to do this. Because the trend has been formed, if we don't side together and offend the three top families in Muyan County, we will have no place to stay. Morang Yan, if what you said is proven to be true, it would be a top-notch achievement. Chu Tian's lips curled slightly, his eyes deepening as he looked at Morang Yan and said meaningfully, since Yi Tiancheng colluded with the Heart Demon sect, then why did the sect master kill the Heart Demon sect's leader, Golden Wolf Emperor, 8 years ago? Holy Sun, this involves the sect master's secrets, which are not for a small person like me to know. Morang Yan said hoarsely, kneeling on the ground. Morang Yan is willing to die for this crime, and only asks Holy Sun to give my Morang family's more than 10,000 members a chance to survive. Back to the city, Chu Tian's face was calm. He turned around and walked into the car without even glancing at Morang Yan. For this kind of dog, there is no need to make any promises to him. Only by making him nervous will he eagerly want to gain the master's approval, wag his tail and beg for mercy, show his sharpest fangs to the Yi family, and bite them madly. Boom! At the sect's headquarters, on the Holy Emperor Peak, a ray of holy light tore through the sky and penetrated the universe. The vast holy power swept across, shaking the entire sect. Chu Yancheng was seen with her eyes closed, floating in the holy light, suspended in midair. A piece of holy bone between her eyebrows reflected the trajectory of the heavens, evolving the supreme avenue between heaven and earth. The profound power fed back by the supreme yin-yang art gave Chu Yancheng an opportunity to achieve ultimate nirvana and sublimation in the fusion realm in advance. This is a great opportunity that can only be obtained after breaking through the God King and comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. It is the reward from heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The immortal king descended to the ninth heaven, Hanmeng evolved the world, chaos planted the green lotus, the divine phoenix danced, and other supreme visions kept appearing in the sky, as if celebrating for Chu Yancheng. The sect was shaken, and many high-ranking officials and supreme elders cast their eyes over. Chu Tianqing and Chu Tianyan, who were discussing matters in the main hall, flew out in a hurry. When they saw this scene, their pupils suddenly contracted violently. The ultimate nirvana sublimation, and the initial enlightenment. Chu Tianyan was stunned and said in a lost voice, Lil Yancheng is only at the fusion realm, is this going against the will of heaven? What the hell? Chu Tianqing's whole body was stiff, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. He hadn't entered the beginning realm yet, but the two little ghosts, Chu Tian and Chu Yancheng, had entered the beginning realm one after another. He is the acting head of the family, how could he be shameless? Second master, third master, leave the eldest lady to the protection of this old servant. The old camel grinned, as if his few remaining teeth were about to fall out. When a man reaches old age, what could be more gratifying than seeing his most beloved eldest daughter make a breakthrough? The ultimate nirvana sublimation can allow the divine king's soul to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the universe, and the physical body and soul can reach a state of near rebirth through a drop of blood, achieving immortality. A high-ranking sect leader exclaimed in shock, but this kind of thing has occurred in the fusion realm. It's simply unprecedented. A chance that defies heaven. After Chu Tian and Chu Yuyao, is the eldest daughter Chu Yancheng also going to rise? The supreme elder said bitterly, what kind of shitty luck has the Chu family got? Chu Yancheng's holy bones were actually not as talented as Chu Yuyao's ancient double pupils and supreme bones, and even less so than Chu Tian's chaotic demon body. But at this time, it was visible to the naked eye that Chu Yancheng's holy bones were evolving to the utmost. Rays of holy light were expanding, absorbing the supreme mysteries of heaven and earth, as if giving birth to some supreme magical power. This is an astonishing change. For the holy bone, it is definitely a huge enhancement. Chu Yancheng's talent will probably be greatly improved. Originally, this daughter-in-law with extraordinary talent belonged to the Yi family, but now, a senior official spoke meaningfully, looking towards the Yi family of Shangdi Peak. Now not only his daughter-in-law is gone, but his most outstanding eldest son Yi Feng is also being hunted down to the point where he has no way to escape to heaven or to hell. Acting Patriarch, Great Elder, urgent information has been sent back from Muyan County. The Holy Sun suggests that an elders meeting be convened immediately to discuss and decide. A senior member of the Chu family came with a cold expression and reported to the two what happened in Muyan County. At this time, the three top families, various halls, the Council of Elders, and the Holy Emperor Peak also received the news from Muyan County. The sect was completely suffocated and dead silent. Afterwards, all the halls of the Su family, the Jiyu family, the Duanmu family, etc. exploded inside. The Yi family's actions show that they don't take the collective decision of the Elders' Council seriously. Duanmu Rong's face looked extremely ugly. Sneaking into Chenggang, crying thief, protecting Yifeng, killing so many members of the investigation team, colluding with the Heart Demon sect, killing the garrison generals, and concealing the remains of the Tianqing Shimo. Duan Mulei's voice was icy, his fists clenched. Your deeds are too numerous to list. You are lawless and have completely disregarded the interests and dignity of the sect. Brother, I'm afraid Yi Qianchong doesn't want to be the sect leader anymore. Yi Tiancheng must die. The Moyan County high-ranking officials who manipulated the organization and deceived the headquarters must also be severely punished. Otherwise, where will the dignity and prestige of our Tianzong be? At this time, other top families and sects were also discussing the matter in their halls, and were extremely angry about what the Yi family had done. Even though your Yi family is a founding clan and the head of the family is the current patriarch, you're still too unscrupulous in your actions. From Elder Peak, an old voice was heard, resounding through the sky. All sect leaders, sect masters, and supreme elders, come to Elder Peak for a meeting immediately. On the Holy Emperor Peak, third brother, in the main hall, Yi Qianchong's extremely suppressed and painful voice exploded throughout the peak. The Grand Elder Yi Hongchen was stunned and froze all over. After a long while, he said in a low voice. Qianchong, at this time, you still ordered Tiancheng to secretly protect Zhaofeng. Isn't this going to kill him and the whole clan? Which is more important, the family's interests or your son? Chapter 128 Unless I die. Second uncle, Yi Qianchong, the dignified emperor, was so exhausted that his teeth were about to break, and veins were bulging all over his body. He wanted to explain, but how to explain it? Something that is completely inexplicable. Yifeng is the child he values most, and is almost the eldest son who is designated as the next head of the family. Now this incident has happened, and coupled with the fact that the sect leaders' token and a large number of important treasures were stolen by Yifeng, who used them to escape from the sect. It was hard to explain at that time. It was just because of his strength and status that no one dared to pursue him or hold him accountable. Now it happens again. Everyone's first thought was that he was secretly signaling Yi Tiancheng to protect Yifeng and find a chance to send him out of Shengxian sect. Bang! Yi Qianchong was trembling all over, with a feeling of frustration and anger that he had no place to vent. He slapped the chair made of divine gold that he was sitting on, smashing it to pieces. I'm so angry too. Second uncle, after all these years, you should know my character best. For the sake of the family, Zhaofeng's sacrifice is worthwhile and necessary. How could I possibly do such a thing? Yi Qianchong growled, although Tiancheng is arrogant and a bit reckless, if he did something like this, he would definitely communicate with me in advance. These things are full of strangeness, as if there is a black hand behind the scenes manipulating them, constantly throwing dirty water on my Yi family, destroying our reputation, and making my Yi family deserted and despised by everyone. Quote. These things were all part of my plan, but I don't know how it turned out like this. These days, I have been sending messages to Zhaofeng, but he refuses to communicate with me. Just now, I discovered that my bloodline connection with Zhaofeng seems to have been completely severed. Everything is weird. It's indeed very strange. I know Tiancheng's character. Although he is brutal and ruthless, his scheming and methods cannot be so sophisticated, let alone he can manipulate the entire Moyan County. Yi Hongchen's face was extremely grim. He continued, but the problem now is that Tiancheng has been strictly imprisoned by the investigation team. No one is allowed to get close. The Morong family, the He family, the Qian family, and all the major families in Moyan County, fearing that they would be implicated, have established ties with Tiancheng. They have collected a lot of evidence and jointly reported Tiancheng to death. Yi Hongchen closed his eyes in pain. Tiancheng, it's over. My Yi family first lost the War Affairs Hall and the Internal Affairs Hall, and Tianhong had to be sacrificed as well. Now it's Tiancheng again. The third brother, Hongwu, committed suicide. Your generation is almost over. The younger generation is even more dead, injured, and disabled. The prestige of our Yi family has plummeted. A large number of close high-ranking officials, such as the Jiyu family, the Su family, and the Duanmu family, have distanced themselves from us. Even the families below us who rely on us have distanced themselves from our Yi family. The situation with the Lord of Death has not been resolved yet. To make matters worse, the matter of the Tianqing Shimo ruins has been exposed. I was strongly opposed to the murder of He Tianao from the beginning. Now if it goes on like this, what should we do? Could it be that the millions of years of foundation left by our ancestors are going to be destroyed in our hands? How can we face the shame? Yi Hongchen's expression was filled with despair. So many things have happened at once. Not only have all my years of hard work gone to waste, but the Yi family has also reached the edge of a cliff. One step back is an abyss. Could it be that God wants to destroy our Yi family? This was clearly the most prosperous time for my Yi family. We were on the verge of fulfilling the wish of our ancestors and unifying the Shengxian sect. Why did the situation suddenly turn around? Yi Hongchen's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly looked at Yi Qianchong and growled, Qianchong, you must not go to this elders' meeting. It's dangerous. At worst, we can completely shrink our family's influence and give up all the benefits we can get. As long as we maintain our dignity, the top families and senior officials will not go to extremes and force us over the edge. After all, our Yi family is a founding family with a million-year foundation. Moreover, King Chu is your sworn brother. As long as you give in, he will not kill you for the sake of brotherhood. Even if you don't have the sect master token in your hand now, as long as you go into seclusion, you will be the sect master. My Yi family will still be able to rise again after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. When Yi Hongchen said this, he felt a strong sense of humiliation covering him. For millions of years, even when the three great founders of the revival were in power, the Yi family had never suffered such humiliation. But now, it seems there is no other choice. All these things pushed the Yi family to the edge of the cliff, and they were almost deserted by everyone, losing all their dignity and respect. No, absolutely not. Yi Qianchong shouted angrily, raised his hand and interrupted Yi Hongchen, saying, I am the current sect master, the emperor of the heavenly list, and I have led the sect to expand its territory, build meritorious services, and have countless achievements. Who can let me go into seclusion and hand over the power of the sect in the interest of the family? Unless I die, and I haven't lost yet, there were just some unexpected things. Chu Dian, that little bastard, and Chu Tianxing, that half-crippled man, plus Chu Tianyan and the Chu family trying to force me to death, they are not qualified. Quote. Yi Qianchong's voice was hysterical, with signs of going berserk, and there was a hint of determination in his expression, as if he had made some decision. Qianchong, calm down. Yi Hongchen was trembling all over. He began to comfort him, but he vaguely felt that Yi Qianchong's condition seemed a little abnormal. For some reason, he always felt that Yi Qianchong was going to lead the Yi family into the abyss and there would be no escape. Should we stop now, lower our status, and use the power of our Yi family to protect ourselves and wait for change, or should we? Second uncle, Yi Qianchong's voice became low and cold. One step back, retreating is waiting for death. I have been in the world for many years and have experienced life and death. Now, the Chu family wants to force my Yi family into a dead end. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. I originally wanted to make the Chu family withdraw from the historical stage of Tianzong with the least sacrifice, and try not to sacrifice the interests of the sect. But now, I can't care about so much. Can't you care about so many things? Tianxiang, what exactly do you mean? Yi Hongchen felt his voice trembling. Second uncle, because of the supreme yin-yang art, the deadly poison master, the Tianxing origin demon relics, and the murder of Yi Tianao, these shameful things have erupted, and my Yi family is surrounded by enemies and everyone is calling for our rebellion. Yi Tianxiang said in a cold voice, looking towards Shengwang Peak, my Yi family has many shameful things, but the Chu family doesn't have any. Second uncle, do you know where the Chu family's Tuangdi Sutra contains so many powerful dragon-shaped magical powers? Nine-clawed golden dragon, glass dragon, water dragon, fire dragon and other dragon-shaped magical powers. And almost all of them are top-level magical powers, perfected and passed down from generation to generation by the Chu family. Almost all the Chu family's geniuses can find suitable dragon-shaped magical powers to practice in the Great Emperor Sutra. Their combat power is extremely powerful, which makes the Chu family prosperous from generation to generation, and strong people continue to emerge. Second uncle, don't you find it strange? Without waiting for his uncle's response, Yi Tianxiang pointed to the Chu family's main hall and said, in the Chu family's main hall, there is a palace called Yamaluo. It holds a large number of the dragon race's strongest bloodlines and top dragon kings. The Chu family uses their bodies, dragon souls, dragon balls, dragon blood, etc. to continuously study the structure of the dragon race's bodies and bloodlines, and to decipher the mysteries of the dragon race's magical powers. This has lasted for millions of years. Chapter 129 The Yi Family Conspiracy. This, Yi Hongchen, a powerful half-step emperor, was stunned and felt a chill down his spine. The dragon clan is a super dominant clan that has always ranked among the top 20 in the myriad realms. Since ancient times, it has never fallen out of the top 100. It roars across the myriad realms and is extremely powerful. It is one of the oldest and most enduring clans in the myriad realms. You have to know that the entire Hengtian continent, that is, the Hengtian realm, known as the Hengtian human race, can only barely squeeze into the top 100, ranking 99th. This was only possible after the Shengxian sect rose to become the strongest sect on the continent and gain fame in the myriad worlds. You can imagine how powerful the dragon clan is. It is conceivable that when Yi Hongchen heard what Yi Tianxiang said, and that the Chu family actually dared to capture the dragon clan for dissection research, he felt shocked. Tianxiang, don't say such things casually. Yi Hongchen's face was pale. Dissecting dragons for research is a taboo. If it were true, the entire Shengxian sect would be under tremendous pressure and might even be in danger of being wiped out. The pressure from such a huge ancient overlord clan would make the entire Hengtian realm tremble, not to mention the Shengxian sect. Second uncle, when I was traveling through the 10,000 worlds, I ran into Chu Shicheng, the ancestor of the Chu family who had disappeared for 1,000 years, in the ruins of the 10,000 worlds. Yi Tianxiang's eyes were bloodshot. Chu Shicheng, King Chu's grandfather, Yi Hongchen was shocked. Isn't he rumored to have died? No, he was trapped in an ancient ruin. I rescued him and suppressed him directly. I used many demonic soul-searching methods to forcibly search his soul. Yi Tianxiang smiled indifferently, with a cold look in his eyes. Unfortunately, half-step Heavenly Venerable has already experienced the ultimate nirvana sublimation, and his soul is naturally formed. I used all means to gather some scattered information from his soul, including the secrets of this Yama palace, and then his soul collapsed. I originally revealed this information to Lu Zheng secretly because I wanted to use his connection with the Chu family to collect evidence from the Yama palace. The situation was originally very good. As long as we have this evidence, we will have the Chu family's Achilles heel and lifeblood. But after Lu Zheng got the evidence, he refused to hand it over to me, trying to play both sides. At this point, Yi Tianxiang's eyes were filled with resentment. Who would have thought that before I could find a way to get the evidence, that little bastard Chu Dian seemed to have changed into a different person. He directly suppressed the Lu family, imprisoned Lu Zheng, and locked him up in the Yama palace. The clues to the evidence are gone. My plans have all been disrupted. Yi Hongchen frowned slightly and asked Yi Tianxiang what to do since there was no evidence. We can't talk about this kind of thing casually. It will have a huge impact on the interests of the entire sect. It's an act of betrayal. If it is exposed, our Yi family will be really finished. Yi Hongchen said with some concern. They forced me to do this. Yi Tianxiang's eyes were full of bloodshot, with a hint of hysteria. They are not letting my Yi family have an easy time and are pressing it step by step, so don't blame me for dragging them into this together. Although I have no evidence. However, given the dragon race's domineering nature, as soon as this news gets out, the dragon god sect, the legacy left by the dragon race in our Hengtian realm, will definitely send people to confirm it, and even the old dragons in the dragon world will come. As long as the Chu family can't bear the pressure, the truth will be revealed to the world once the investigation is carried out. Even if the Chu family withstands the pressure, they will inevitably offend the dragon god sect and the dragon clan. At that time, those who follow the wind and want to stand on the side of the Chu family will have to consider whether the dragon clan and the dragon god sect are easy to mess with. Quote. Yi Hongchen pondered for a moment, his expression gradually turning gloomy. He said, this is feasible. I remember that you, Tianxiang, are good friends with the dragon lord of the dragon god sect. When the time comes and the Chu family faces enormous pressure, I'm afraid they will have to ask you to come forward and negotiate peace. As long as the Chu family, or even the entire sect, asks us for help, the crisis facing our Yi family will be resolved immediately. What a daring Chu family, they actually dared to imprison so many powerful dragons. Yi Hongchen's eyes were extremely cold. At this point, for the sake of the family, we can only sacrifice some of the sect's interests. I believe that the ancestors of the Yi family can understand this, and the ancestral precepts must be adapted. The Chu family was ruthless first, so don't blame my Yi family for being disloyal. Tianxiang, let me handle the Elder Council for now. You contact the Dragon Lord. I'll tell the Elder Council that you've gained some insights and entered seclusion. You can delay it as long as possible. Yi Tianxiang said hoarsely, second uncle, you have to pay more attention to the matter of the deadly hate lord. You must not let him fall into the hands of King Chu. Yi Tianxiang glanced at Shengwang Peak with his bloodshot eyes, then turned and walked into the darkness. One day later, Moyan City, County Magistrate's Mansion. Call. Chu Dian opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The rich Taoist essence contained in it turned into a divine dragon, winding into the sky outside the window, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, stirring the 10,000-meter sky. It took only 2 days to comprehend the wind and cloud spirit dragon technique and reach the advanced level. The Chaos Dragon cover created by the ancient dragon golden body technique combined with the Chaos Demon body has also reached a low level. The 10,000 Dao cauldron has added 2 more dragon-shaped Dao essences, and its power has more than doubled. Chu Dian muttered to himself, sighing slightly in his heart. The number of dragon-shaped magical powers contained in the Great Emperor Sutra was so numerous and varied that no matter what corresponding secret technique he wanted to practice, he could find it in it. The Wind and Cloud Spirit Dragon technique is a top-level secret technique for body movement and speed, which makes up for his shortcoming of not having the ability of speed. The ancient dragon golden body technique was a top-tier defensive mystic technique. He combined it with the powerful bloodline of the Chaos God Demon body, forging a new path and creating the Chaos Dragon shield. However, creating an art, even one that combined one's own bloodline, was much more difficult. Therefore, in the same amount of time, he had only barely reached the beginner level. However, combined with his powerful physique, it was definitely far superior to any top-tier defensive mystic technique, and its compatibility with him was also extremely high. The Great Tao of Yin and Yang, the Prison Dragon Emperor Technique, the 10,000 Tao Cauldron, the Wind and Cloud Spirit Dragon Technique, the Chaos Dragon Cover, 5 kinds of magical secret techniques. The 10,000 Tao Cauldron is originally an extraordinary realm belonging to my Tao. The other two great achievements, one advanced and one elementary, only took a mere 5 days. The system plans to take 3 months for me to reach the peak of the Spirit Refining Realm, and I am already at the 7th level of Spirit Refining Realm. I will reach the peak in a month at most. Chu Tian slowly stood up, and a strong aura of Tao emanated from his body. Dozens of pores on his right arm were filled with chaotic golden light, as if containing dozens of small worlds. He was multitasking, and with the help of 4 intermediate halos and top-grade spirit refining pills, he was also comprehending 2 top-level magical powers at the same time. Moreover, Chu Tian's many powerful magical powers, mental strength beyond the limit, and terrifying physical strength allowed him to break through 35 secret treasures in just 2 days while he was in seclusion to comprehend the magical powers. At this time, he was only at the 7th level of spirit refining, but he had reopened 36 secret realms, surpassing countless disciples at the peak of the fusion realm from other sects. The power of the hidden treasures is indeed boundless. Every time one is opened, the benefits to the body, spirit, and supernatural powers are almost doubled. Chu Tian looked at his right arm and shook it slightly, causing the space to become turbulent, making a violent air explosion sound and ripples rolling, as if the space was about to explode directly. Chapter 130 Another Smash. Without spiritual power, just with the blessing of 36 secret treasures, my physical strength can exceed 500 million Jin. With spiritual power, the Eye of Heaven, and the 5 great magical powers fully activated, I can directly exceed 2 billion Jin. It is possible to blow up the divine realm with one punch. Chu Tian said to himself. He even began to doubt whether he still belonged to the spirit refining realm. Develop and practice the spirit refining and body fusion at the same time. Such a thing has never happened in the history of Hengtian continent, or even in the records of all worlds. Throughout history, it has been impossible to have such a powerful state of spiritual refinement. Chu Tian is now confident that if he can use his hidden power in the Hengtian ranking test space and unleash it with all his strength, he can kill his father Chu Tianwang, his mother Jian Kongzu, Yi Qianshang, Duan Wushengzu, Su Shenzhu and others with one punch. They won't even have the chance to fight back. His foundation is too strong. 5 million pounds of physical strength, a condensed and substantial spirit, and a supreme secret technique he created himself, combined with the 5 top dragon-shaped secret techniques, created his unprecedented path of cultivation. When he reached the peak of the spirit refining realm, his spirit of condensing essence was fully developed, and all 5 magical powers reached extraordinary levels. The speed and quality of his development of the secret realm would also be maximized. Chu Tian could no longer predict how powerful his combat power would be. 180,000 secret treasures, reaching the peak of spirit refining, the secret treasures I have opened up can reach at least 1,000, or even more. Unleashing with all my strength, a single punch could break tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Killing the god is a piece of cake, even exploding the stars. At this moment, Chu Tian's low and anxious voice came from outside the door. Young master, something happened. Come in. Chu Tian spoke lightly, and his eyes swept across, and the door opened automatically. At this moment, his Taoism and mental strength had reached the state where his will followed his heart. Uncle Qian, what's the matter? Have you captured the witch of the heart demon sect and taken control of its branch? Chu Tian's face was calm as he sat cross-legged on the bed. Although his cheeks were still childish, he already had a sense of majesty. As soon as Chu Qian entered the room, he half knelt on the ground. As a member of the side branch, even if he was a god king, he had to kneel in front of the young master of the Chu family. Young master, as per your instructions, we have already subdued the heart demon sect which ran Yuxuan. She is currently in prison. You can go and interrogate her at any time. All the powerful men from the heart demon sect branch have been taken under control. With one command from you, they will be beheaded. Chu Qian's voice began to carry a sense of anxiety as he said, Young master, something terrible has happened. Yifeng has been possessed by a demon. In Million County, he has slaughtered over a dozen cities and large clans. Millions of people have been killed. This also includes 1 branch of the Su family, 2 branches of the Duanmu family, a branch of the Jiyu family and several vassal families and collateral branches of my Chu family. There were also many branches of the first-class clans and some influential figures. They were all killed. Their deaths were extremely tragic. The god king of the Duanmu family got the news and led 100 members of the tracking team to pursue Yifeng, but he ambushed them with the reincarnation emperor pattern array and killed them all. The Elders' Council is currently meeting at headquarters. Upon hearing the news, the entire sect is furious. The Elders' Council has issued a strict order, ordering the investigation team to capture Yifeng immediately at all costs. Chu Qian's voice became heavier and heavier, and a terrifying evil spirit lingered in the sky, thick and lingering, reporting to Chu Tian everything that had happened in the past 2 days. At the same time, Yi Hengwu's cave and the evidence hidden by Lu Zheng about the Chu and Yi families were handed over intact. In the past 2 days, Yifeng has been killing people indiscriminately, and seems to be well aware of the actions of the people in Million County. Not only did he kill the god king of the hunting group, but he also killed tens of thousands of strong men who were sent out to investigate. The reincarnation emperor pattern array platform, the 6-pass teleportation array platform, and various famous forbidden weapons of the Yi family are well aware of our actions. Chu Qian's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, Young master, how can we carry out this mission? We should just report it to the Elders' Council and send out the emperor to hunt him down. Otherwise, if this continues, the sect's heaven will be shattered by this little Yifeng. The sky won't fall. Chu Tian's eyes were icy, filled with cold murderous intent, and he said, don't ever mention the idea of sending out the emperor of Backing again. The emperor of Backing is the pillar of our Tianzong. If we send out the emperor of Backing just to hunt down Yifeng, how can our Tianzong maintain its dignity? Since the Elders' Council is convening, let's wait for them to come up with a conclusion. Send me a message and convey this Saint Sun's opinion to the Elders' Council. Yi Qianshang is no longer suitable to be the leader of our Tianzong. As long as Yi Qianshang becomes the sect leader, Yifeng will never be caught, and our Tianzong will become a laughingstock in the Hengtian realm. Chu Tian stood up and walked towards the door, but the coldness in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by calmness. Those branches of the Chu family had been separated from the main line for many years and their blood ties were alienated. In the original plot, after the main line of the Chu family declined, they betrayed the Chu family almost without hesitation, openly announced that the main line of the Chu family was a treasonous person, separated from the Chu family, and directly changed their surnames. There are also those vassal families of the Chu family that were destroyed, who were also guys who pretended to obey the Chu family but were actually disobeying it. Chu Tian has never been lenient towards such traitors. As for the losses of the Duanmu family and others, he just learned the methods of Yi Qianshang in the original plot and used his own method to retaliate against him. Wasteful sect leader, suddenly, Chu Qian's whole body shook violently. He was about to stand up but lost his balance and knelt down again. In the history of Shengxian sect, there has never been a case of deposing the sect leader. Because the clan leader symbolizes the dignity and reputation of a clan. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened in Yi Hengwu's cave, nor the evidence left by Lu Zheng. Chu Tian said indifferently as he walked out the door, let's go meet this witch, Ren Yuxuan. He was very interested in this witch who was the only one in the original storyline who avenged the great hate demon lord and killed Yi Fan halfway after the Chu family was destroyed. In other words, he was very concerned about the deeper reasons behind this. In this world, there is no love without reason. In Million City, deep inside the prison. Inside a dark, damp and closed prison, the iron door was slowly pushed open. In the prison, a beautiful woman with long hair like a waterfall, eyes like stars, and wearing a black gauze dress looked at Chu Tian who walked in from the gate, smiled charmingly, stood up and wanted to lean into Chu Tian's arms seductively. My dear husband, I finally see you. The woman has a stunningly beautiful face and charming star-like eyes. The black veil perfectly outlines her fiery and graceful body, which is full of endless charm. Her appearance is not inferior to that of Saint Hillian, but her charming temperament and Saint Hillian's iceberg temperament are two poles of heaven and earth, and her temptation to men is maximized. Ren Yuxuan leaned gently against Chu Tian's chest and raised Chu Tian's chin with her delicate fingers. She said in a soft voice, "You are so cruel to me that you let these rude men do such heavy things to me." Bang! The sound of the explosive slap was like thunder, enough to shatter a person's eardrum. Chu Tian slapped Ren Yuxuan's perfect face with his big hand and directly knocked her away, slamming her hard against the wet steel wall. The powerful force shook the entire prison. "Husband, why are you hitting me?" The enchanting and charming voice sounded again. Ren Yuxuan was about to cry, half of her perfect face was beaten to pieces, but she stood up and twisted her graceful body into Chu Tian's arms again. Chapter 131, Masochistic Constitution, Supreme Demonic Body. Do you like being abused? Chu Tian frowned slightly, and his strong spirit allowed him to immediately observe the emotion in Ren Yuxuan's eyes, which seemed to be both painful and happy. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being beaten. As a godfather, he had seen countless women. Naturally, he had also met this kind of woman before. She was a princess of the royal family of that small island nation. She had never had to worry about food and clothing since she was born, and was admired by countless people. But what the people of that small island nation didn't know was that the princess they admired was actually a masochist. In front of Chu Tian, she always begged him to be as rough as possible. In front of outsiders, this kind of woman is like a goddess who is high above everyone else, proud and beautiful. But in front of a man who can crush her in every aspect, such as Chu Tian, the godfather who built a global business empire, the masochistic tendency hidden in her bones will be fully revealed. Chu Tian had seen too many women and had no interest in these things. After playing in the island country's palace twice, he never went to the island country to see her until his death. It is said that after he was seriously ill and admitted to the hospital, the princess of the island country openly declared that she would jump into the sea to be buried with him, but it is not known whether she did so later. Now, Ren Yuxuan seems to be this type of woman. The goddess, high and mighty, charming and proud, gifted beyond measure, of noble status but deep down. Bang! Seeing Ren Yuxuan approaching again, Chu Tian raised his hand and slapped her away. He looked at her coldly and said, "First, I am not your husband. Second, answer my questions obediently, otherwise you will die." Chu Tian's eyes were calm, and he had no interest in Ren Yuxuan's charming and stunning appearance. The cold murderous intent in his bones made Ren Yuxuan stunned for a moment, and then she covered her mouth and laughed. "This is the first time a man is not interested in me." Ren Yuxuan laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and her already hot body looked even more vivacious. As expected of a man with the chaos demon body, he is not affected at all by my Tianxin origin demon body and charm magic. Chu Tian, this is the first time you've met me, but I not only know you, I've been paying attention to you, and I've long considered you my husband. Ren Yuxuan winked at Chu Tian and said, "Since you were born and the news of your chaos demon body spread, you were destined to be my man. I was deliberately captured by your men and brought here just to see you, my husband." As she spoke, Ren Yuxuan's body was slightly shaken and became a little vague, as if it would disappear at any time. The Heart Demon Sect's top-level secret technique of external incarnation, the Heart Demon Clone. Chu Tian frowned slightly. In his memory, King Chu Tian told him that the Heart Demon Clone was the Heart Demon Sect's top secret technique, which was extremely difficult to practice. It was said that many god kings in the sect found it difficult to practice it successfully. But once the cultivation is successful, the external incarnation is no different from the original body, but independent of each other and has the same strength as the original body. Even if the incarnation dies, the original body can still be safe and sound. Even if the original body is killed, as long as the incarnation exists, it can be reborn in the incarnation over time. The Inner Demon Clone is the most powerful secret technique of external incarnation in all the worlds. After successful cultivation, it is extremely difficult to kill it completely, but the difficulty of cultivation is also the most incomparable. Ren Yuxuan's talent was even more powerful than he had expected. At such a young age, she had already mastered such a secret technique. No wonder she was so confident when facing him in prison. Tenshinshimo body, as the name suggests, is a physique possessed by Tenshinshimo. Like his chaos demon god body, it is one of the supreme physiques, and it is one of the most powerful demon bodies among the demons. Its innate combat power is incomparable. Ren Yuxuan smiled and began to tell her the purpose of deliberately getting caught and coming to meet Chu Tian. Ren Yuxuan told Chu Tian that 8 years ago, the leader of the Heart Demon Sect, the Golden Wolf Demon Lord, discovered the remains of the Heavenly Heart Demon, so he sneaked into the Holy Heaven Sect and was killed by the Heavenly Hero Emperor. However, before his death, he reported the existence of the Tenshinshimo ruins to the Heart Demon clan outside the domain. She is not the saint of the Heart Demon Sect, but the daughter of the Demon Emperor of the Heart Demon clan and the owner of the Supreme Demon Body, the Tenshin Demon Body. Ren Yuxuan also told Chu Tian a secret from ancient times, that is, before ancient times, Tenshinshimo's Taoist partner was a chaotic demon god, and also a powerful person who knew everything in the world. Tenshinshimo and his Taoist partner jointly created a supreme dual cultivation technique that is specifically suitable for the dual cultivation of these two physiques. Practicing two supreme physiques at the same time can unleash an unprecedented speed of cultivation, which has incredible benefits for one's foundation, cultivating supernatural powers, comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth, and so on. It is said that Tenshinshimo relied on this secret technique to enter an unparalleled realm. So after Chu Tian was born with the Chaos Demon Body, the Heart Demon clan noticed him. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Ren Yuxuan's eyes were charming, with a hint of dark red. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, filled with a mysterious temptation. Chu Tian, do you think we are destined to be Taoist companions? When you were just born, I thought of you as my husband. Ren Yuxuan approached Chu Tian and drew small circles on his chest with her slender jade fingers. Husband, it's a pity that you are too young now. You need to grow up quickly. I have been following the affairs of the Holy Heaven Sect. My husband has been showing great courage recently, and he divorced that little girl fiancé. I am so happy. How could a woman like that be worthy of a husband with the body of a chaos demon god? The Heart Demon clan doesn't mind cooperating with the family. I am even more delighted to be able to cooperate with my husband's family. The remains of the Tenshin origin demon should also contain things left behind by the chaos demon god. When the time comes, I will only take the origin demon's inheritance, and everything else will belong to my husband. I see. Looking at Ren Yuxuan, who was like a little bird in front of him and seemed to let him do whatever he wanted, Chu Tian murmured to himself in his heart, feeling as if he had suddenly realized something and finally figured out the whole cause and effect. There is no way, because in the original plot, the great demon Lord of Hate is not the protagonist after all, so there is no specific description of the relationship between him and Ren Yuxuan. The Chaos God and Demon Body and the Tenshin origin demon body are actually the two most suitable physiques. As soon as Chu Tian was born, the Heart Demon clan noticed him. It is very likely that they have been instilling in Ren Yuxuan that Chu Dian is the most suitable man for her in the universe, so in her heart, she regarded Chu Dian as her man. The masochistic emotion that Ren Yuxin showed just now was because she had already regarded Chu Dian as her man in her heart. Otherwise, even a god king would not be able to completely crush the psychology of Ren Yuxuan, the princess of the Heart Demon clan, and let her reveal her inherent masochistic tendencies. In the original plot, the various complicated and confusing entanglements between Chu Dian and Ren Yuxuan probably came from here. The great demon lord of hate is in love with Lu Yun, and he is dismissive of all the advances made by Ren Yuxuan. Chapter 132 Good News and Bad News. Lord Demon of Great Hate, how on earth could you be so stupid as to be in such a state, Chu Dian said to himself. Not to mention that Lu Yun only has an innate body, even if it is an innate Taoist body, compared with Tianxin's demonic body, there is a world of difference. Not to mention the background and the help they can bring to the Chu family. The Lu family and the Heart Demon clan are completely different forces in concept and cannot be compatible in heaven or on earth. Even though he can no longer marry a wife outside the Shengxian sect due to the ancestral precepts, the red flag is still flying at home and the colorful flags are fluttering outside. Judging from Ren Yuxuan's expression, she will not refuse. However, for Lu Yun, Chu Dian rejected Ren Yuxuan in every way and kept her at a distance. Otherwise, not to mention the ancient and mysterious Heart Demon clan behind her, even the Heart Demon sect that has been passed down for who knows how many years is an incomparable and powerful helper. Even after Jian Kongzu died, the Chu family lost the support of the ancient Sword God clan. But the Heart Demon clan and the Heart Demon sect can definitely save the Chu family. It can be said that God gave the great hateful demon lord a hand of good cards since he was born, but he beat them to pieces. Ren Yuxuan could have become a powerful force for the Chu family. This was a great opportunity given to him by God. However, because of the stupidity of the great hate demon lord, Yi Tianchang even used this as an excuse to abolish his position as the Holy Son. My husband, you have to grow up quickly, otherwise I don't know how to take action against you, so I haven't looked for you yet. If it weren't for that idiot Yi Tianchang's trick, I would have planned to see you again 10 years later. Ren Yuxuan giggled, wrapped her arms around Chu Dian's neck, and blew hot air into Chu Dian's ear seductively. And Chu Dian is only 9 years old now. However, she has already reached the divine realm and is at least 20 years old. She has a hot and slender body. Even though she is a girl, she is over 1.75 meters tall, a true goddess level height, 10 centimeters taller than Chu Dian today. In addition, Chu Dian's face is still childish, and in front of the mature and charming her, he is indeed a little brother. Little bitch, I hate it most when women look down on me. Chu Dian's voice was flat. With a shake of his arm, he turned Ren Yuxuan over and laid her flat in his arms, then looked down into her dark red eyes. Remember, I like obedient women, not smart aleck women. What a domineering boy, I like him so much. Ren Yuxin acted like a little girl, and her expression seemed to have changed in an instant, like a frightened little girl with tears in her dark red eyes. My dear husband, I am very obedient and well behaved. If you don't believe me, hit me. Hit me hard. The Heart Demon sect is a powerful sect that uses its magical power to exploit loopholes in human nature and create inner demons. When it comes to changing emotions and demeanor, no other tribe in the world can match it. Not to mention, Ren Yuxuan possesses the Tianxin Shimo body, which is the ancestral physique of the inner demon. Bang! Chu Dian casually threw her down, letting her fall directly to the ground, and said calmly, just as you said, the Tianxin Shimo ruins, except for the Shimo inheritance, everything belongs to me. Since you have been paying attention to me and are so familiar with the affairs of the Shengxian sect, you should know what I want. Humph, a heartless and ungrateful man, playing with other people's feelings. Ren Yuxin pouted and said very dissatisfiedly, but at this moment she looked like an innocent little girl who wanted to eat a lollipop but didn't get it. She raised her hand and threw a jade slip to Chu Dian. Since the demon ruins began, we need the souls of 100,000 strong men above the divine realm to sacrifice. The Yi family has already obtained them for us. Inside this is evidence of Yi Tianchang's cooperation with my Heart Demon sect. 2 years from now, when the demon ruins are ready, I will come find you, you stinky man. HMPH, stinky man, grow up quickly, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Ren Yuxuan's figure changed and she disappeared directly in the prison. Even though there was a powerful formation outside the prison that isolated the laws of heaven and earth and spiritual power, it still could not restrain her inner demon clone. Chu Dian's eyes darkened as he mentally scanned the jade slip. The slip contained a complete list of powerful individuals above the divine realm who had been killed by the Yi family. This list encompassed not only the entire 108 counties of the Holy Heaven sect, involving the Chu family and the 3 top clans, but also included the spirits of top sects like the Sihang Holy sect, the Dragon God sect, and the Hell Valley. There are also many creatures belonging to powerful tribes outside the domain. After they were all killed, their souls were extracted and refined into soul beads and handed over to the Heart Demon sect. This is the premise for the Yi family to cooperate with the Heart Demon sect. The Yi family provides the soul materials to open the ruins, and the Heart Demon sect is responsible for the refining preparations. After the ruins are opened, except for the inheritance of the original demon which belongs to Ren Yuxuan, everything else belongs to the Yi family. It has to be said that the Yi family's courage and the number of secrets hidden in Moyun County exceeded Chu Dian's expectations. What does it mean to be a strong man above the 100,000 god realm? The total number of staff and disciples at the entire Shengxian sect headquarters is only 1 million, and the number of those above the divine realm definitely does not exceed 1/5. In just less than 10 years, the number of gods slaughtered by the Yi family was equivalent to 1/5 of the headquarters of the Shengxian sect. In order to obtain the resources of the first demon ruins, the Yi family also tried their best. No wonder the Yi family's rise to prominence suddenly became so rapid. Strong individuals emerged one after another, and the number of geniuses far surpassed that of the Chu family, completely suppressing them. The Tianxin origin demon ruins contain countless resources and precious treasures. This incredible opportunity all belongs to the Yi family. Chu Dian curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Now this opportunity belongs to the Chu family. He also had to thank Yi Tianchang. After all, it was not easy to kill more than 100,000 gods in such a short time. Congratulations to the host for seizing a great opportunity to reverse fate. You will be rewarded with 150,000 destiny points and an ancient talisman of the Emperor of Heaven, which will allow the host to possess the combat power of the Emperor for 10 minutes. It has been placed in the warehouse. The gentle and pleasant voice of the system sounded in Chu Dian's ears. The reward of destiny points was unprecedentedly large, and this was without opening the heavenly heart demon and truly obtaining the opportunities and resources therein. You can imagine how great this opportunity is. It can even be said that the remains of the Tianxin demon are the biggest reliance of the Yi family in being able to suppress the Chu family in all aspects. After all, for millions of years, the gap in strength between the two families has never widened too much. Chu Dian's face was calm as he walked out of the prison. Chu Qichin, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly came up to him, his face more solemn than before. Young master, something serious seems to have happened within the clan. The acting team leader and the great elder have sent a message asking you to put aside the pursuit of Yifeng and return to headquarters immediately. The Tianlong carriage is ready and on way. I will report to you. Chu Dian nodded and said calmly, it just so happens that I also need to go back to Shengwang Peak. I will leave half of the investigation team to hunt down Yifeng, and the rest will take Yi Tiancheng with me back to headquarters. The dragon's chariot shuttled through the sky, and the dragon's roar shook the mountains and rivers. Young master, this is the jade slip sent by the acting clan leader and the great elder. Please read it yourself. Inside the carriage, Chu Qichen half knelt on the ground, respectfully handed a golden jade slip to Chu Dian and then left the palace. Grand Emperor Bloodline Jade Slip. Chu Dian's face became solemn. This was a jade slip that could only be opened by direct descendants. Even the emperor could not forcibly read the information in it. It was extremely difficult to refine and the materials used were extremely precious. It would not be used unless it involved matters of life and death for the family. Chu Dian cut his fingertip, squeezed out a moment of blood and dripped it onto the jade slip. At the same time, his mental power poured into it, and he used the secret method in the Great Emperor Sutra. In an instant, a huge amount of information flooded into his brow. Chu Tianyan's voice resounded in Chu Dian's mind. Xiaodian, there's great news and there's terrible news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chapter 133, The Heart Demon Sect's attack, Yi Qianqiang is desperate. Forget it, let me tell you the great news first. Your father has captured the deadly poison master outside the boundary gate and is on his way to the sect. The extremely bad news is that the secret of Yama Palace seems to have been exposed. The Dragon Clan has sent envoys to our door with the cooperation of the Dragon God sect. You must return quickly to discuss the matter. Chu Tianyan's voice was relaxed, as if he was deliberately trying to make Chu Dian not too nervous. But the more this happened, the more Chu Dian could feel the urgency in Chu Tianyan's voice. He was probably already extremely anxious at this moment. Asking him to return to the sect urgently is most likely to let him contact Jian Kongzu to return and take charge, and use the power of the ancient Sword God clan to make the Dragon Clan afraid. After all, the Dragon Clan is so powerful that it has always been ranked among the top 100 and is often among the top 20 super dominant clans. The Chu family has always been extremely cautious in everything they do. They placed the Yama Palace on the Holy Emperor Peak, and had an emperor guarded at all times. Many death warriors above the level of God Kings were never allowed to leave the main palace for the rest of their lives, and they stayed in the main palace from birth to death. There has been no trace of it revealed for millions of years, so you can imagine how secretive it is. Has the matter of Yama Palace been exposed? Chu Dian's eyes turned cold. He took out the evidence Chu Qichen had given him, which was found in Muyan County and left by Lu Zheng about the shady things done by the Yi and Chu families. He quickly and carefully read through it. Lu Zheng left a lot of key information in it, including how he knew about the existence of Yama Palace. The jade slips mentioned that Lu Zheng had actually come across an ancient book in the Sect Sutra library. It revealed that most of the dragon-shaped magical powers in the Chu family's supreme god scriptures were developed in the Yama Palace deep within the main hall. This wasn't the so-called training in the myriad realms and the creation of the dragon race's strongest bloodline. Lu Zheng was a meticulous person. He was on guard at that time and followed the clues to investigate. He even bribed the direct descendants of the Chu family. Taking advantage of the opportunity to visit the Holy Emperor Peak frequently, he used his soul to possess the body and explore the main hall. He also used the identity of Chu Dian's father-in-law to collect clues among the various branches of the Chu family. He put in countless efforts and tremendous energy and finally compiled this list. Lu Zheng was in the evidence and left a sentence that was not sure whether it was intentional or unintentional. There seemed to be an invisible hand helping him secretly, pushing him to investigate. Otherwise, with his own strength, even with convenience, it would be impossible for him to accomplish all this in less than 10 years. Many of the Yi family's shameful deeds are also among the evidence left by Lu Zheng. Yi Qianqiang. Chu Dian's eyes gradually became cold, and a clear chain gradually became clear in his mind. The sect scripture library is an important place in the sect. It is located on the Elder Peak and is guarded by a group of supreme elders. This is an extremely important place. The Chu family has always had a supreme elder in charge of it. Many retired heads of the law enforcement hall have taken on the position of supreme elder. How could such a thing be recorded in ancient books without being discovered by the Chu family? There is only one possibility, that is, a powerful person behind the scenes modified the ancient books and was able to avoid the supervision of many supreme elders, put the ancient books in it, and happened to be seen by Lu Zheng, who was jumping between the Yi family and the Chu family. In the entire Shengxian sect, there are only two people who possess this power and strength. One is Yi Qianqiang and the other is Chu Tianwang. Dad, were you the one who told Yi Qianqiang what happened in Yama Palace? Chu Dian muttered to himself. Even though he thought the possibility was very small, he couldn't help but have this guess. But although my father, King Chu, values brotherhood very much, he shouldn't tell Yi Qianqiang about something that involves the life and death of the family, right? Chu Dian used his strong and practical spirit to keep himself calm and carefully analyze the current situation. Yi Qianqiang secretly pushed Lu Zheng to investigate, that is to say, he only knew about it, but had no hard evidence, so he did not want to intervene personally. Moreover, the Chu family is the founding family of the Shengxian sect. If this matter were to be spread, the interests of the entire sect would suffer huge damage. Therefore, in the original plot, even until the Chu family was destroyed, this matter was not spread. In other words, Yi Qianqiang is most likely just spreading clues of his speculation without any solid evidence, so the Dragon Clan only sent envoys in the Dragon God sect to investigate. Is the dog desperate? The cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes. It must be a series of events that made Yi Qianqiang so angry, so he launched this counterattack without any evidence, wanting to use the power of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon God sect to suppress the Chu family. This further proves that Yi Qianqiang has run out of tricks. Boom! Suddenly, a huge blood-red hand that reached the sky suddenly tore through the void and grabbed the Tianlong vehicle where Chu Dian was from the sky. The demonic power was so strong that it penetrated the sky and the earth. The whole world seemed to be covered in dark blood color in an instant. The big hand almost attacked by surprise, grabbing Tianlong's car directly, without any sign, appearing suddenly. The terrifying imperial will was overwhelming, changing the color of heaven and earth. The Heart Demon Sect's illusionary vision, damn it. At least a demon emperor at the half-step emperor level. Chu Qiqian's roar echoed through the void, protect the holy sun. Suddenly, powerful men from the Heart Demon Sect appeared in the void, no less than 100 of them, including 5 god kings, and started a fierce battle with the powerful men from the tracking team. Puff! Chu Qichen collided head-on with the bloody hand, but he was only a god king, and was beaten so hard that he vomited blood and flew backwards thousands of miles away. A huge blood-colored hand covered the sky and grabbed directly towards the Tianlong vehicle where Chu Dian was. The terrifying Dao energy directly shook the 9 Tianlongs into blood mist. The terrible demonic intent caused all kinds of hallucinations to appear in Chu Dian's mind before it even arrived. Unorthodox methods. Chu Dian's eyes were cold, and with his powerful spirit, he directly destroyed the illusion in his mind, and took out the ancient talisman of the Emperor of Heaven that he had just been rewarded with his right hand. Heart Demon Sect. The Heart Demon Sect branch was not suppressed. According to Chu Qiqian's report, there were not many strong people in the branch, let alone a half-step emperor and so many god kings. And it was such a coincidence that he had just left Muyan County when the Heart Demon Sect got the news and sent out so many powerful people to surround and kill him. Is the Heart Demon Sect so well informed? This is the territory of Shengxian Sect. Aren't these strong men afraid of dying here? Yi Qianqiang. The coldness in Chu Dian's eyes became even stronger. I immediately understood that the only one who could do all this was Yi Qianqiang. Yi Qianqiang was desperate and not only leaked the news about Yama Palace, but also took huge risks to kill him to eliminate the trouble forever. But how did Yi Qianqiang get so many powerful people from the Heart Demon Sect to take huge risks and sneak into the territory of the Holy Heaven Sect? Chu Dian knew the original plot and understood that what Ren Yuxuan said should not be false. Under such circumstances, Yi Qianxiang could actually allow the Heart Demon sect to take a huge risk to kill him. The relationship between the Yi family and the Heart Demon sect must be very unusual. How dare you attack my young master Chu? Earth Dragon Cheng in great art. In the void, the Earth Slave took action, and the terrifying Emperor's Dao aura directly blocked the void. A majestic Earth Dragon coiled and stood in the sky, emitting a terrifying dragon roar, which directly shattered the bloody hand. But the next moment, another blood-red hand crossed the void, carrying a completely different aura. He turned out to be another powerful person from the Heart Demon sect who was at the half-step Emperor level. The shattered blood-colored hand condensed again. Two blood-red hands simultaneously pressed down on the palace vehicle where Chu Dian was. How dare you? Who told you to attack the young master of the Chu family? Why didn't you inform this princess beforehand? Suddenly, a cold and majestic voice resounded through the void. Stop everything immediately. Little princess, this is the order from the sect master, please move aside. An old and deep voice sounded. Chapter 134 This will not happen again. We received an order from the sect master. Chu Dian suppressed our Heart Demon sect branch and killed many disciples of the demon sect. The sect master asked us to avenge the sacrifice of our disciples. Bang! Suddenly, an explosive slapping sound resounded through the sky, as if Ren Yuxuan had slapped the demon lord in the face. Even if that old fellow Jin who was here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. Who the hell do you think you are? If you don't want to die, get out of here. Ren Yuxuan's cold and domineering voice resounded through the void. Ren Yuxuan's fiery and tall figure appeared in the air, which was completely different from the charming and seductive posture she showed in front of Chu Dian in the prison. Arrogant, cold, and domineering. She was wearing a black dress with twinkling stars on it. The flowing dark starlight seemed to contain a universe mysterious and profound. She just stood in the void, giving people a feeling of boundless dignity. The daughter of the demon emperor of the Heart Demon clan and the owner of the heavenly Heart Demon body, the combination of the two made her destined to be one of the most noble female demon gods in the universe. Stop everything. Anyone who continues will die. Ren Yuxuan's cold eyes swept across the front, and two old men in dark gray clothes appeared with extremely ugly faces. There were 5 clear palm prints on the face of the old man on the right. As soon as she finished speaking with unquestionable words, hundreds of powerful warriors from the Heart Demon sect stopped fighting at the same time and withdrew from the battlefield. Stop. Chu Dian walked out of the palace, and his calm voice spread throughout the sky. The members of the pursuit team also stopped at the same time and did not take advantage of the situation to chase and kill. Instead, they flew back and surrounded Chu Dian, looking at the people from the Heart Demon sect opposite with strong murderous intent in their eyes. At the same time, looking at the noble, domineering and beautiful witch, they felt an incomparable strong shock in their hearts. The impact of witnessing this scene with your own eyes is truly indescribable. 2 half-step emperors were actually slapped by this girl in the divine realm, and she even mentioned that old thing, the Golden Tiger Demon Lord, by name. After the Golden Wolf Demon Lord was killed by the sect master Yi Qianxiang, the one who took over the position of the Demon Lord of the Heart Demon sect was the Golden Tiger Demon Lord. This was a powerful demon sect master who could fight against the emperor, and it was said that he could even rival the emperor on the heavenly ranking. What kind of terrifying background could give this fiery and beautiful girl such strong confidence? Ren Yuxuan's icy gaze was like a blade, coldly sweeping across the many powerful demon sect masters in the field, and then she looked at Chu Dian, suddenly smiling with a charming feeling, and said, "Little man, it's my fault. I will punish them severely when I get back." She had just shown her background strength in prison, but was slapped in the face the next moment. The Heart Demon sect actually ambushed Chu Dian and his group, making her feel a little embarrassed. This won't happen again. Chu Dian's eyes were calm, and he was not much moved by Ren Yuxuan's expression like a witch. He said, "Ren Yuxuan, I will spare their lives this time, but if there's a next time, none of you will be able to leave. It is not your turn to run rampant in the territory of the Holy Heaven sect." As soon as these words came out, many powerful people in the tracking team were suddenly shocked. It seemed that the little saint knew this noble and boundless witch. And it seems that the little saint belongs to the more powerful side. Isn't it said that the Yi family is colluding with the Heart Demon sect? Why does the little saint seem to have a close relationship with the Heart Demon sect, even closer than the Yi family? They are all numb. Colluding with the demon sect is absolutely not allowed in the righteous sects. As the leading sect of the righteous path today, the 2 founding families of the Shengxian sect seem to be in collusion with the demon sect. This extremely noble witch, who could even be beaten by a half-step emperor, seemed to have great respect for the little saint. She lowered her posture and apologized in public. Did you hear that? Ren Yuxuan turned around and slapped the 2 demon lords twice, hitting them in the face at the same time. She said coldly, "Saint Sun Chu Dian spared your lives, and you still don't thank me." The 2 old men had gloomy expressions, gritted their teeth, clasped their fists and bowed, "Thank you, little saint, for not killing me. Everyone from the Holy Heaven sect, I'm sorry." Hundreds of powerful Heart Demon sect members also bowed deeply at the same time, expressing their gratitude and apologies. No matter how unwilling they are in their hearts. But the Heart Demon sect is the inheritance left by the Heart Demon clan in the Hengtian realm, and it is the origin of the supreme demon god Tianxin Shimo whom they worship. Without the help of the Heart Demon clan and the massive resources they provided, the Heart Demon sect would have been wiped out by the top righteous sects led by the Sihang Holy sect hundreds of thousands of years ago. The supreme demon sect is a lesson for the Heart Demon sect. It's not that the Heart Demon sect is really much stronger than the supreme demon sect, and that it was able to withstand the siege of all the major top sects on its own, but because after the supreme demon clan was driven out of the Hengtian continent, it completely disappeared, and even the supreme realm disappeared. Without the support of the supreme demon clan behind it, the supreme demon sect is like a rootless duckweed. Facing the joint crackdown by the sects of the Hengtian continent, there is naturally no other outcome for it except destruction. Therefore, the messenger of the Heart Demon clan is the supreme god to everyone in the Heart Demon clan. Not to mention, Ren Yuxuan, the daughter of the demon emperor. Except for the leader of the Heart Demon sect, anyone who sees Ren Yuxuan must kneel down, and life and death depends on her words. Keep going. Chu Dian turned and walked back to the palace carriage, but at this moment, Ren Yuxuan's voice rang in his ears, "Little man, I just received news. The Dragon Lord of the Dragon God sect reported to the Dragon clan that your Chu family has been suspected of capturing the most powerful dragons of the Dragon clan for millions of years, dissecting dragons and studying the bloodlines and magical powers of various powerful true dragons. Some of the true dragon monsters that disappeared throughout the ages are related to your Chu family. The Dragon clan is furious and has sent envoys with the Dragon God sect to your Holy Emperor Peak to investigate. The Dragon clan has always been domineering. You must be careful on this trip. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, it must not be confirmed. This is my contact information. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. My dear husband, grow up quickly and safely." Ren Yuxuan's last sentence was filled with a hint of playful and lively innocence. "I'll be obedient and wait for you to punish me." Chu Dian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and without looking back, he entered the palace. Set off. Chu Qichin flew back and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Because 9 heavenly dragon beasts were killed, he and several other gods lifted up their palaces and rushed towards the headquarters at high speed. Ren Yuxuan stood in the sky, watching Chu Dian's carriage go away. After a long moment, she looked at the two demon lords and said in a voice filled with cold murderous intent, "This princess has already said that anything involving Chu Dian, the holy son of Shangxian sect, must be reported to me. Tell that old man Jinhu that he'd better give me a satisfactory explanation personally, otherwise the consequences will be serious. You will all cut off one arm, and your position in the sect will be demoted 3 levels. The supply of sect resources will be suspended for 10 years. Anyone who dares to act without permission from this palace master will die." "Yes, sir." Puff, 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 puff. As soon as Ren Yuxuan finished speaking, the arms of many powerful demon sect members, including the 2 demon lords, exploded at the same time, turning into a blood mist in the sky. "Princess, please forgive me." Many powerful men knelt down on their knees at the same time, confessing their crimes with pale faces. Chapter 135, Long Ao, Dragon Arm, in Human Road. Holy Emperor Peak, in front of the main hall. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar resounded across the mountain top, accompanied by a painful scream. A genius from the Chu family on the soul refining list flew backwards, and his arms exploded into a bloody mist. "Since you dared to dissect a great dragon and steal the dragon's magical powers, why are the younger generation of your Chu family still so useless and have only this little strength?" A tall young man spoke in a cold voice, his eyes sweeping over the many young men from the Chu family. He said, "The Shangxian sect is known as the strongest sect in the Hangtan continent. Your Chu family is a founding clan, yet you don't even have a capable spirit refining realm cultivator. It's really disappointing that he stole the great dragon clan magic, but his cultivation turned out to be so weak. Where's your Chu family's young master, Chu Dian? Get him out of here. What's with the number 1 on the earth ranking and the number 1 on the spirit refining ranking? Today, I'll make your Chu family understand that secretly learned dragon clan magical powers will never be as powerful as a real dragon clan body." Boom. The young man waved his arms, murderous aura soared into the sky, the space trembled with his arms, the air explosion swept across the 9 heavens, and his physical body trembled with powerful strength. This young man looked like a human, but his arms were extremely thick and strong, with twisted tendons and veins, and he possessed explosive power. His palms were transformed into the shape of golden dragon claws, emitting a dazzling golden light, and were cold and murderous. The sound of his voice was faintly like the roar of a dragon. Even when he was speaking, it had a spiritual impact that was breathtaking. This young man was ranked 5th on the Hangtian God refining list 3 years ago and was the Dragon God sect's candidate dragon son, Long Ao. Many years ago, when he was in the bone tempering realm, he was ranked 1st in the blood coagulation list in the bone tempering list. His physical strength was said to be comparable to that of a real dragon, close to 1 million pounds. In the past 3 years, he has not challenged the spirit refining list again, but many older generations in Hangtian continent believe that Long Ao definitely has the strength to be number 1 on the spirit refining list. However, it is very likely that he followed the tradition of the Dragon God sect and grafted the blood of the Dragon Emperor bestowed by the Dragon clan to purify the dragon blood in his body and transform towards the direction of transforming from a human into a dragon, so he has no time to challenge the spirit refining list. Now Long Ao's arms have turned into golden dragon claws. Looking closely, some fine dragon scales have grown on his skin, which probably occupy 1/10 of the area of his skin. It gives people a sense of cold and noble impact, which is breathtaking. Damn it, how dare the little Dragon God sect's candidate Saint Sun be so arrogant in my holy Emperor Peak. My Chu family's young master is away, he's out on a sect mission, otherwise how could I allow you to be so arrogant? The young men and women of the Chu family were extremely angry and felt a strong sense of suffocation, but they were completely helpless. Because Long Ao is really too powerful, so powerful that it is suffocating. The Chu family has 3 geniuses who have made it to the spirit refining list, ranking 58th, 32nd, and 19th. But after they went on the field, no one could withstand Long Ao's attack. They were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, breaking bones and tendons, and their internal organs were shattered. Those real dragon arms are too powerful, with 9 claws. They are real dragon claw arms. Combined with Long Ao's spirit, the older generation of Chu family strongmen said that Long Ao is already able to kill the geniuses who cross the border to kill the fusion realm. Those ranked after 40th and 50th on the fusion list will die if they meet Long Ao. With the cooperation of the real dragon claw arm, the physical strength can exceed 100 million with one punch. Among those in the Chu family below the divine realm, the only ones who can suppress him are probably Chu Shang and Chu Yunsheng. The other geniuses on the fusion list are no match for him. But Chu Shang had been severely injured by another demon from the Dragon God sect who was at the fusion realm. Chu Yunsheng was in seclusion, trying to transform her holy bones and break through the divine realm, and was unable to come out. Not to mention, if the fusion realm defeats the spirit refining realm, the Chu family will become a joke. The younger generation is only this strong. Who gave your Chu family the courage to capture the great dragon? Long Ao's dark golden hair danced wildly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light, making him look like a real dragon in human form. He growled, "Come on, all you Chu family members who are in the spirit refining realm, come at me together or I'll destroy you with just a little bit of my power. I want you to see with your own eyes what the great and invincible real dragon magic is." He's deliberately provoking you to take action. A Chu family elder said in a low voice, "You are no match for him. He wants to use the younger generation of our Chu family to gain credit from the Dragon Clan envoy and prove his potential." "Uncle, I can't bear it." A young girl shouted, drew out the azure sword, and the dragon roar resounded. "Since the young master is not here, we should protect the dignity of the Chu family." Prison Dragon Emperor technique. She is also a genius in the Chu family, named Chu Manman. Although she is only 15 years old and has only reached the 8th level of spiritual cultivation, she has comprehended the Prison Dragon Emperor technique to an advanced level and is very talented. She let out a delicate cry and slashed out with her sword, sending out sword energy all over the sky, which transformed into 5 winding golden dragon sword energies, roaring continuously. At the same time, one after another of the Chu family's spiritual masters shouted angrily, displayed their magical powers, or took out their weapons to fight. That's right, the young master said that the younger generation of the Chu family has been keeping a low profile for too long. The family's prestige was earned through fighting, not through forbearance. Even if I die in battle, I can't let him be so arrogant on Saint Emperor Peak. This can be considered the magical power of the Dragon Clan. A fierce light flashed in Long Ao's eyes. As his body moved, he stretched out his dragon claws and flicked his fingertips. The azure sword in Chu Manman's hand exploded directly. With a roar, the sword energy of the 5 divine dragons was shattered. The powerful men from the Dragon God sect stood on the other side of the main hall. Although they were human, they all had various signs of turning into dragons, some with fiery red dragon tails growing from their backs, and some with dragon-shaped heads. To think you can rise up just by practicing the great magical powers of the dragon race is a huge joke. My Dragon God sect is the true representative of the dragon race among the human race, and we are truly moving towards the path of becoming a true dragon. An old man from the Dragon God sect said coldly, with a strong sense of arrogance in his voice. Puff. Chu Manman was shocked by the surging force and vomited blood and flew backwards for thousands of meters. Her body was cracked and she was bleeding. But at this moment, a shadow flashed across the sky and caught her delicate body. The spirit emerged and dissipated the remaining strength of Long Ao. Young master. Chu Manman's face was covered in blood, his face was pale, and blood was constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. He said weakly, Manman didn't abandon anyone from the Chu family. Chu Dian's expression remained calm, but his eyes held a deep chill. He softly said, "You are great. The younger generation of our family is all great. With you here, why shouldn't our family continue to prosper and strive for even greater heights?" Bang! Chu Tian landed not far in front of Long Ao, but he didn't even glance at him. Instead, he whispered to the young men and women of the Chu family, "Leave the rest to me." Chu Shang's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with deep remorse. Supported by two young men from the Chu family, he said, "Young master, it's my fault that I'm useless and have brought shame to our family." It can be seen that his chest cavity has sunken a lot, and even the white bones can be seen. Blood is still oozing out. The injury is very serious, and it is obvious that he has experienced a tough battle. Chapter 136 How dare Chu Tian, the Dragon Lord's wrath. Cousin, this is not your fault. Chu Tian's eyes grew colder as he spoke calmly. These evildoers of the Dragon God sect have grafted onto the bodies of dragons, embarking on a path that's neither human nor ghost. In the early stages, they relied on the dragon's innate combat power, combined with the human race's spiritual and magical powers, to unleash even greater combat power. The Dragon God sect was indeed a top sect, one of the major righteous sects with a profound foundation. However, in his memory, King Chu Tian had commented on the Dragon God sect, saying that by fusing dragon blood, it was not following the right path but had embarked on an evil path. The talent of the human race would become stronger as time went by and it accumulated more power. As for the Dragon God sect, they were unable to become true dragons and had to give up the talents of the human race. Compared with the ordinary human geniuses, they were crushed, but in front of the truly powerful human monsters, they became increasingly vulnerable. You're looking for death. Suddenly, Long Ao's angry roar exploded, like the roar of a dragon, with sound waves rolling. The people of the Dragon God sect hated it most when others pointed out their appearance. Chu Tian's words, neither human nor ghost, hit the most vulnerable and painful part of their hearts. It was visible to the naked eye that the faces of many powerful and talented people from the Dragon God sect turned gloomy, with terrible murderous light in their eyes, as if they wanted to swallow Chu Tian in one gulp. This is the evolution towards the great dragon race, abandoning the fragile human bloodline body. Long Ao said in a cold voice, "You're the so-called Chu Tian who is ranked first on the Earth list and the spirit refining list. In the past few years, I have been concentrating on tempering the dragon bloodline and evolving into a great dragon. I have no time to care about the Hengtian ranking, so you have occupied the list for a few days. Come, attack me. I'll show you what the most powerful and pure dragon-shaped magical power is. It's not comparable to the dragon-like magical powers cultivated by you humans." He hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Chu Tian disappeared for a moment and appeared in front of him in an instant, with a cold light flashing in his calm eyes. It's your business if your Dragon God sect doesn't want to be human and is willing to be the dog of the Dragon clan. But you dare to use the banner of the Dragon clan to bully my Shengxian sect and my Chu family. Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Chu Tian gathered his spirit, the blood and energy in his body roared, and his spirit surged out from the beads in his mind and condensed in his neck. Why would I need magical powers to kill you? Roar. Chu Tian opened his mouth and let out a roar. His extremely powerful body and mental strength exploded, and terrifying sound waves surged like a flood. His strength has reached 5 million pounds. Combined with the mental strength of the 8th level of body refining at this time, even without using all other magical powers to assist, it can be increased nearly 100 times. A roar. The mountains and rivers collapsed, there was no cloud in the sky, and a violent storm was blowing. A roar shakes the mountains and rivers. Hundreds of huge rocks around the main hall exploded at the same time, turning into dust all over the sky, and ancient trees hundreds of meters tall were uprooted. The so-called dragon roar made by Long Ao sounded like a cat's meow compared to Chu Tian's roar. And a second before Chu Tian roared, Long Ao hadn't finished speaking when he felt a terrifying threat coming, which almost made his scalp explode. He felt that there was a real dragon in front of him. No, it was the Dragon Emperor looking down at him. He immediately retreated and used his magical powers. The Dragon Emperor protects the world. Long Ao used his magical power for the first time, and a winding, substantial golden dragon spread out, stretching for 10,000 meters, only a hair's breadth away from forming a strange vision. But in an instant, the sound wave swept past, and the golden dragon was directly submerged and turned into nothingness. The overwhelming sound wave submerged Long Ao, causing the tiny golden scales on his body to explode directly, and blood mist gushed out from the pores all over his body and even from his facial features. Long Ao's shrill and painful voice echoed in the sky, and the blood mist dyed the earth red. Let me make the first move. Do you have the qualifications? Chu Tian's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. He teleported in front of Long Ao and used his mind to tear his arms apart with his two big hands, causing him to let out a shrill roar. This was the dragon arm he had spent 3 years of hard work to condense. Being torn off alive was an unimaginable trauma to him. After all, he is not a dragon, his roots are human, and what grows back will be a human arm. If he wants to condense into a dragon form again, it will take a huge amount of effort. How dare you, little bastard. The strong man from the Dragon God sect roared directly, and the murderous aura shook the sky. But in an instant, the strong men of the Chu family stared at them with cold eyes, and their powerful aura covered them. As long as they dared to make the slightest movement, they would immediately face a fatal blow from the strong men of the Holy Emperor Peak. The younger generation of the Chu family was crushed and humiliated, but they endured it. I have endured it for too long. He even hoped that the strong men from the Dragon God sect would take action. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want on my Holy Emperor Peak under the banner of the Dragon clan? This is the territory of the Holy Heaven sect. Who do you think your Dragon God sect is? A strong man from the Chu family said coldly. Bang, bang. Chu Tian casually discarded the two dragon arms and grabbed Long Ao's neck with one hand, his eyes icy cold. What Dragon clan? My Chu family is a dignified and powerful human clan. We stand tall on the Hengtian continent, and our reputation resounds throughout the universe. Why should we rely on the power of the Dragon clan to dominate the world? You are half human, half ghost creature. I'm telling you this, and you still dare to disobey me. Bang, bang. Two rays of real spirit shot out from Chu Tian's eyes, turning into chaotic long swords, which directly chopped off Long Ao's legs. Then he threw them away, shouted softly, and suddenly punched out, hitting Long Ao in the chest. This punch did not utilize the Eye of Heaven and other magical powers, but its power exceeded 500 million. A 10,000-foot mountain would explode, and a meteorite would be blown up. When Duan Muwaner and Su Shikun joined forces, they were almost killed by this punch. What's more, Long Ao is in the spirit refining realm. It's useless to give him the blood of the supreme dragon god or transform him into any dragon form. He will die even if a real dragon at the peak of the spirit refining realm comes. Dad, save me. This was Long Ao's last roar before his death. Puff. In an instant, blood mist gushed out, and Long Ao exploded directly, turning into flying pieces of flesh all over the sky. The people of the Dragon God sect were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot and they let out fierce dragon roars that shook the earth. They didn't expect that Chu Tian would dare to kill and directly kill the son of their sect leader. When the people from the Dragon God sect took action before, although they were domineering and powerful and severely injured the people from the Chu family, they did not kill any of them. Long Ao is the son of the Dragon Lord and the heir of the Emperor. How dare Chu Tian do that? Boom. In the main hall, a terrifying and earth-shattering roar erupted, my son. The Emperor's mighty power erupted violently, covering the entire sky and earth. Chapter 137 Who are you calling a little beast? Little bastard, I want you to pay for my son's life. The furious roar contained infinite pain, and the Emperor's spiritual energy burst out, as if a blood-red demon dragon winding through the endless starry sky was roaring in the main hall, wanting to swallow Chu Tian in one bite. Boom, boom, boom. The Dragon Lord of the Dragon God sect, the top powerhouse of the Hangtian continent, was a top evildoer who once competed with King Chu Tian and Yi Qianqiang. After he attained the status of emperor, although he was not included in the heavenly ranking, he was still one of the strongest people in the continent today. And Long Ao was his only son. The sky changed color, turning dark red, and the wind was howling violently. This was the result of the rage of the strongest emperor, which caused the rules of heaven and earth to shake. Roar, roar, roar. The low and furious roar of a dragon resounded throughout the entire Shangxian sect headquarters. Originally, because of the rumor that the Chu family imprisoned and dissected a real dragon, the Dragon Emissary and the Dragon Lord jointly came to investigate, which shocked the entire sect, and countless eyes were fixed on Shangwang Peak. Everyone understood that this was an earth-shattering event, and if they were not careful, the Shangxian sect might be in danger of being destroyed. The sect's high-ranking officials, the council of elders, the major families, countless powerful people from the sect were on edge, paying close attention to the movements on the Holy Emperor Peak, fearing that some bad news would suddenly come out from the Holy Emperor Peak's main hall. Chu Tianqing and Chu Tianyan, along with a group of Chu family senior officials, were in the main hall, accepting investigation and questioning from the Dragon Clan messenger and the Dragon Lord. Who would have thought? As soon as Chu Tian returned, he killed the Dragon Lord's only child in a flash. The Emperor's son was killed so quickly that no one could react. In fact, the main reason was that no one thought that Chu Tian would actually kill someone and dare to kill him. Because this is the child of the Dragon Lord of the Dragon God sect, the son of the Emperor. Moreover, it is at such a critical intense moment. If we are not careful, the Chu family may be destroyed. Chu Tian, are you crazy? This is simply a rhythm of fighting to the death with the Dragon Lord. Is it really that serious? The Dragon God sect is a top sect supported by the Dragon Clan. It has been passed down for nearly 10 million years and its foundation is unfathomable. I'm afraid the Dragon Lord is going crazy. He purified the dragon bloodline to a level close to the strongest dragon bloodline. Childbirth is extremely difficult. He found thousands of Taoist partners before giving birth to Long Ao. This was probably the only child he would have in his life, but he was killed by Chu Tian. Duan Wurong smiled bitterly. He really had no idea why Chu Tian was so crazy. In his mind, Chu Tian should not be the kind of impulsive and brainless person. Boom, the main hall door was blown open. A tall and burly man with the appearance of a human, but covered with fine blood-red dragon scales, with dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail behind him. His whole body is almost the same as a real dragon, and all traces of his human race have almost disappeared from him. He is the Dragon Lord, the condensed hell-blood dragon's strongest bloodline, the emperor who is close to perfection, and the top powerhouse in Hangtian continent. The Dragon Lord's snake-like eyes were blood-red, and his body was burning with hellish flames, burning the sky to collapse. As he walked forward step by step, the whole world seemed to be in turmoil. The emperor's Dao aura was so terrifying that the vast sky changed color, the heaven and earth trembled, and the stars outside the domain were shaking and falling. Tell me, how dare you? The Dragon Lord's voice was extremely hoarse, with a ferocious beastly tone. He deserves to die. Chu Tian stood in the blood mist that Long Ao had transformed into, his face calm and indifferent, as if he didn't feel the powerful pressure from the emperor in front of him at all. He said, I can't figure out who gave you the courage to slander my Chu family and come to the Holy Emperor Peak. You deserve to die the most. Boom, as soon as these words came out. The sky was silent, and in the depths of time and space, there seemed to be a world-destroying thunder that shook the earth and made everyone tremble. This is the Dragon Lord, the Super Emperor, the invincible strong man, and he comes on behalf of the Dragon Clan. Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. Fuck, fuck, fuck. If something serious happens, please ask the sect's foundation to come out and protect the little saint. My god, this is not playing with fire, this is dancing on the edge of the teeth of a super dragon. Oh my god, the sect's high-ranking officials and supreme elders cursed and were stunned for a moment, then fled at high speed towards the Holy Emperor Peak. Holy Emperor Peak, in the main hall of the Yi family. Yi Qianqiang's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a strange laugh that was suppressed to the extreme, yet extremely excited. As the leader of the Shangxian sect, he naturally couldn't laugh in front of the little saint who was in danger, as it would be disrespectful. However, it did not prevent him from being extremely excited. Chu Tian, you're done. You're dead. Dragon Lord, don't be afraid, just kill him for me. You have the Dragon Clan protecting you, and the Chu family won't dare to do anything to you. Yi Qianqiang roared in a low voice, and the voice containing endless hatred exploded in the hall. Little beast. The blood color in the Dragon Lord's eyes became darker and darker, and his whole body was shaking more and more violently. He seemed to be trying to endure it, but in the end, he could no longer bear it. The murderous intent erupted like a volcano, gushing out and disrupting the sky. Boom, the flames of hell shot up into the sky. Deep in his arms, dark red blood dragon claws covered the sky and the sun, obscured the sky for 1,000 miles. It came down with a loud bang. The terrible murderous aura caused blood to flow from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth, and his strong body was slightly cracked. Click, click, click. The sky cracked and collapsed, and the hellish fire burned everything. A strong man of this level could destroy the vast galaxy. The Dragon Lord directly sent a killer to Chu Tianja. I can't stand it, can no longer tolerate it. His son was killed in front of his eyes. As a dignified emperor, he was provoked like this. Even though this was the Shangxian sect, the Shangwang Peak, and the Chu family, and Chu Tian was the child of two super emperors, he could not tolerate it anymore. This involves the dignity of the Dragon God sect and the dignity of him, the emperor of the sect. Little beast, if I don't kill you, how can I still live in this world? You might as well just die. The Dragon Lord roared madly, go to hell and make amends to my son. Roar. Suddenly, the white tiger roared, shaking the earth. A white tiger standing tall and straight roared and charged, turning into a blade of light, slashing out directly from the main hall and hitting the Dragon Lord on the back. Fuck you, Dragon Lord. I've tolerated you for so long, who are you calling a little beast? I'm the young master of the Chu family, the holy son of the Holy Heaven sect. Can you scold me? Even if I killed a creature that was neither human nor ghost, you still dare to have any opinions. Chu Tianyan suppressed his furious roar, shaking the heavens and earth, and the Chengxing white tiger sword slashed into the Dragon Lord's back. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the Grand Emperor pattern that was sealed on the Holy Emperor Peak suddenly revived, and thick dragon-shaped divine chains of rules revived, directly binding the Dragon Lord's hands. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Chu Tianqing flew out of the main hall with red eyes. This elegant middle-aged man was also under great pressure at the moment and was suppressed to the extreme. Until he saw the Dragon Lord killing Chu Tianja, he finally exploded and rushed out of the hall swearing. He held the family head token in his hand, controlling the formation pattern of the Holy Emperor Peak and unleashing imperial power. This is the most powerful formation pattern blessed by successive patriarchs and the strongest people of the Chu family. Over the past millions of years, it has never been abandoned. Instead, it has been strengthened in its powers enough to reach the sky and penetrate the earth. Chapter 138 Bottom line. Fuck it, my Chu family has been upright for generations. Our ancestors worked hard and comprehended many powerful dragon-shaped magical powers and recorded them in the Duan Sutra. Only then did my Chu family achieve the glory it has today. Chu Tianqing roared with a hysterical tone. He had always been staying at the Divine Medicine Peak to study unconventional methods and was free and easy. He had never faced such a powerful and terrifying pressure. It had only been a few days since he became the acting head of the family when this kind of news broke out. The Chu family had been secretly capturing the most powerful real dragons, dissecting and studying them, which led to the many top-level dragon-shaped magical powers in the Duong Sutra today. The dragon envoys cooperated with the Dragon Lord to come to the main hall to question the family. They were aggressive and questioned constantly in the main hall, and even searched the main hall of the Chu family. What a humiliation this is. The Chu family had never had its main peak breached in millions of years. If the main hall was searched thoroughly by outsiders when he was the acting head of the family, how could he save his dignity? Facing the enormous pressure from the Dragon clan, he has been struggling to hold on. Now the Dragon Lord actually wants to kill the young master of the Chu family on the Holy Emperor Peak. This elegant middle-aged man who likes to be free and easy was suppressed to the extreme and started an unprecedented outburst. As a direct descendant of the Chu family, I am ranked among the elders of the Shengxian sect. Now I am also the acting clan leader and deputy sect leader. I have never heard of the Yama Palace or the dissection of the Dragon clan in it. Dragon Lord, you old beast, are you kidding me? I will dissect you today on Holy Emperor Peak. Chu Tianqing roared hoarsely, controlling the family head token and activating one foundation after another on the Holy Emperor Peak. Tianu, all elders of the Chu family, listen to my order. Kill this inhuman creature first, and destroy these sons of a bitch from the Dragon God sect first. The Dragon Lord's huge and boundless blood-red dragon claws were bound by the thick divine chain of rules and could not move at all. Boom! Chu Tianyin's strike hit the Dragon Lord squarely in the back, shattering countless blood-red dragon scales and leaving a horrific scar deep enough to see the bone. However, this strike, capable of tearing through the heavens for thousands of miles, could have completely shattered the Dragon Lord's defenses. At this moment, one after another of the supreme elders and high-ranking members of the sect also descended above the sky of the Holy Emperor Peak, looking coldly at the Dragon Lord. The terrifying aura of Tao emanated from them, and countless terrifying magical powers were brewing. Deep within the Shengxian sect, an extremely terrifying power was emanating, as if an ancient being was awakening. This is the headquarters of Shengxian sect, a place that has been passed down for millions of years and where the incense has never been cut off. How could the strongest sect in Hengtian continent today allow an outsider to kill its holy son in its headquarters? No matter what Chu Tian did or said, however, Chu Tian must not allow any trouble to happen. This is the bottom line. The Shengxian sect has been able to be passed down to the present day, even though there are all kinds of fierce internal struggles and even bloody fights within the sect, but at critical moments, all the major families will unite to face the outside world. This is the root of the Shengxian sect's inheritance to the present day. If this cannot be achieved, the Shengxian sect would not have been able to pass on its legacy for a full million years and step by step become the strongest sect in the Hengtian continent. No matter how many ancestors of the revival appeared, it would be useless. Boom! The old camel appeared in front of the Dragon Lord, his cloudy eyes turned blood red, and the might of the Emperor locked onto the Dragon Lord. How dare you attack my young master? How do you want to die? Camel Old's voice was hoarse. In fact, the moment Chu Tian killed Long Ao, he had been secretly protecting Chu Tian. Even if the Dragon Lord's claws really pressed down, it could not hurt Chu Tian at all. It was just because the matter between the Dragon Lord and the Dragon Lord's messenger had such a huge impact, and as a slave, he naturally didn't dare to act on his own, so he didn't take action immediately. Now that the acting clan leader has given the order and the Great Elder has taken action, he naturally has nothing to worry about. Buzz! A strong murderous intent enveloped the Dragon Lord, and the collision of the Emperor's Tao essence tore the sky apart, creating a deep crack that stretched for a million miles. Chu family, Shengxian sect, you are bullying our Dragon God sect too much. Facing the overwhelming pressure from so many powerful individuals, the Dragon Lord growled hoarsely, your saint son killed my son first. He's the candidate saint son of our Dragon God sect. Shouldn't he pay with his life? Could it be that your Shengxian sect wants to go to war with my Longshan sect and the Great Dragon clan? Where's Yi Qianshang, the leader of the Shengxian sect? Come out and give me an explanation. Otherwise, the millions of great true dragons and countless powerful warriors of the Dragon clan and the Dragon God sect will surely crush your Shengxian sect. Endless rage, frustration, and resentment churned in the Dragon Lord's heart like volcanic magma, but he was unable to erupt, driving him really crazy. Originally, because of Yi Qianshang's promise to support him behind the scenes and his solemn guarantee, he contacted the Dragon clan and asked them to send envoys to investigate. He also believed that this should be foolproof. The Chu family would never dare to resist. Even if the Chu family did not kill the dragon and did not find any clues, it would not be lost to them. Instead, they could obtain huge benefits from the Shengxian sect from Yi Qianshang. If it is really confirmed by investigation, then for the Dragon clan, this is a great achievement and will bring endless benefits to the Dragon God sect. It may even allow him to enter the Chaos Ancestral Dragon Pool for baptism, and perhaps allow him to step into the ranks of the heavenly ranking emperor and become one of the greatest existences in the history of the Dragon God sect. Everything was going according to plan. Yi Qianshang also followed his promise, suppressed the Shengxian sect and did not interfere in the affairs of the Chu family. Chu Tianyin and Chu Tianqing were pressed step by step by him and the Dragon envoy. The evil disciples of the Dragon God sect suppressed the Chu family and made a big splash in front of the noble envoy of the Dragon clan, showing their potential. But I never expected. He really couldn't think of it no matter how hard he tried. Chu Tian took action and directly killed his son. He even pointed at his nose and cursed him, saying he deserved to die. Step by step, things have come to this point. The Dragon Lord's eyes were bloodshot. Don't listen to what he said, but he really dared to go to war with the Shengxian sect, unless he didn't want to live. It's just relying on the Dragon clan to bully others. Although the Dragon God sect is also a top sect, it can barely make it into the top 10, and the gap between it and the Holy Heaven sect is visibly huge. Are you seeking death by starting a war without finding any evidence? The forces supported by the Dragon clan are spread across all the heavens and worlds, and the Dragon God sect is just one of them. God knows whether the powerful dragons will take action and enter the Hengtian continent to attack the Holy Heaven sect. Without any excuses, the Hengtian human race is not so weak and can be bullied. It has already squeezed into the top 100 of the Hengtian realm. Even though the Dragon clan is powerful and invincible, they would never dare to easily enter a realm ranked in the top 100. Yi Qianshang, where are you? Come out and give me an explanation. The Dragon Lord roared and looked at the Holy Emperor Peak, the only place in the entire Holy Heaven sect where no strong people appeared. That's right, at this moment, strong men appeared in the entire Shengxian sect, various halls, Elder Peak, and top families, sharing the same hatred with the Chu family. Even if Chu Tian killed Long Ao, they would not hesitate to come forward. Only the founding family of the Holy Emperor Peak, the Yi family, has not made any movement. Even the Emperor of the Heavenly ranking, the sect master Yi Qianshang, is now unknown where he is. At this time, the Chu family's senior leaders, as well as the Supreme Elder of the Sky Room and the sect's senior leaders, also cast extremely dissatisfied glances towards the Holy Emperor Peak with gloomy expressions. No matter what the conflict between the Yi family and the Chu family is, there is no hatred that cannot be resolved. But as the sect leader, Yi Qianshang has endless honors and holds great power, so he should put safeguarding the sect's interests first. At this time, Yi Qianshang, as the sect leader and the strongest person in the sect, should be the first to appear. He disregards the interests, overall situation, and dignity of the sect, and acts for his own selfish desires without any sense of the overall situation. How can such a person be qualified to be the leader of a sect? At critical moments, the sect unites as one and faces the outside world in unison. This is the bottom line. Chapter 139, it's hard to explain, everyone must die. Does Yi Qianqiang really know nothing? Is he in seclusion, or is he just watching from the sidelines? Duan Wurong muttered to himself, his dissatisfaction with Yi Qianqiang in his eyes had reached its peak. Brother, this is self-evident. Duan Wulei's expression was gloomy and cold. He said, he is the emperor of the heavenly ranking, one of the top 100 most powerful beings in the history of Hengtian continent. The power of his soul can cover 1,000,000 miles. Even a mosquito flying through the outer space can't escape his observation. The Dragon Lord's attack is so commotion, and with so many powerful sects showing up and unleashing their might, even mortals 1,000,000 miles away can sense the changes in heaven and earth. I don't believe he can't perceive it. Second brother, do you think he still wants to be the sect leader? Duan Wurong murmured to himself in a very low voice. Depose the leader. It hasn't happened in millions of years. This is a major matter concerning the sect's highest interest and highest power. Even though the Duanwu family stood on the side of the Chu family, Duan Wurong was actually wavering on the issue of deposing the sect leader. Even though so many outrageous things have happened. The Duanwu family even snatched the position of head of the Internal Affairs Hall, which had been held by the Yi family for 1,000,000 years. However, when it came to the matter of abolishing the sect leader, Duan Wurong pretended not to understand even though Chu Tianyin came to him several times to discuss it and gave him various hints. It's nothing, it's just a matter of great importance. If you are not careful, it may even shake the foundation of the sect. But at this moment, Duan Wurong really had a feeling. Yi Qianqiang, it seems that he is really not suitable to be the sect leader anymore. At this moment, the Jiyu family and the Su family also had almost the same idea as Duan Wurong. Even though Yi Qianqiang did many disgraceful things, they did not think of deposing the sect leader. After all, Yi Qianqiang's strength and his previous contributions to the sect are obvious to all. But you and King Chu were sworn brothers, and you are also the leaders of a sect. You can ignore everything because of a little conflict, and even ignore the fact that the little saint was almost killed in the headquarters. Before, they had supported the Chu family in seeking justice at the sacrifice peak and in the Council of Elders, and had jointly divided up many of the Yi family's interests. If they face strong pressure from outside the sect in the future, will Yi Qianqiang also add insult to injury? At this time, Holy Emperor Peak, in the main hall. Yi Hongchen and a group of Yi family leaders knelt in the main hall and begged bitterly. Master, we can't just sit there and watch anymore, Yi Hongchen said with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth. You have to show up. You are the sect leader, and you should prioritize the overall interests of the sect. This approach will lose everyone's support. The other senior members of the Yi family also pleaded and advised. Because Yi Qianqiang not only did not take action himself, but also forbade them to take action. Otherwise, even if they didn't take action immediately, they would have already come forward. No, why not? Yi Qianqiang lowered his head, his voice hoarse. The Chu family can disregard the interests of the sect, but as the sect leader, I have the greatest power, so why can't I? My second brother has been sentenced to death, and my third brother is not far away. Yi Fan is still imprisoned in the law enforcement hall, and even I am not allowed to visit him. My own son Yi Feng has been driven mad and is slaughtering people everywhere in the territory of the Holy Heaven sect. All of this is because of the Chu family and that little bastard Chu Tian. Why should I help him fight against the Dragon God sect? Yi Qianqiang's voice was filled with madness and hysteria. Let them wait. I want the entire Shengxian sect to understand that without me, there would be no Shengxian sect's vast territory today, and there would be no glory today. Without me, Shengxian sect is nothing. No one is allowed to move without my order, otherwise I will execute him according to the clan rules. I am the clan leader. Yi Qianqiang's hoarse roar caused the entire Yi family's main hall to tremble. If you want me to come forward, the Chu family has to come and beg me in person. Yi Qianqiang smiled coldly. Yi Hongchen and many other senior members of the Yi family were so pale that they almost collapsed to the ground. They really couldn't understand how Yi Qianqiang, who had always been wise and brave, with outstanding means and was worthy of being called a hero of his generation, could become like this. Master, given the current situation, the Dragon Clan's envoy and the Dragon Lord are both at Holy Emperor Peak. You have to show up. Yi Hongchen growled, even if you don't stand on the side of the Chu family, you still have to do your best to show your strength. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Qianqiang's big hand pressed down, and the terrifying Emperor's Daora directly pressed Yi Hongchen to the point of vomiting blood. Qianqiang, are you crazy? Yi Hongchen roared. Second uncle, you are the elder, but I am the head of the family and the strongest in the Yi family. You have to listen to me. Yi Qianqiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I shouldn't have bowed my head on the sacrifice peak. Otherwise, how could I have come this far? All my years of hard work have gone to waste in one day, and the Yi family has suffered a huge loss. Now is the Yi family's last chance to turn the tables. Let that little bastard Chu Tian court death, and let the Dragon Clan and the Dragon God sect destroy the Chu family. No matter how great the loss to the sect is, I will not hesitate. That little bastard Chu Tian wants to stir up trouble and use the power of the entire sect to endorse the Chu family. I absolutely cannot allow him to do what he wants. Yi Qianqiang smiled coldly and resentfully, looking at Chu Tian from a distance. The man had a calm and cold face and bloodshot lips, and the bloodshot in his eyes became more and more intense. No, it shouldn't be like this. Yi Hongchen's pupils shrank sharply, and he said in a trembling voice, Qianqiang, the situation is constantly changing. The Dragon Lord is trying to kill the little saint. It is reasonable for you to step in. Please preserve the last bit of dignity for the Yi family. We can't be abandoned by everyone. Many senior members of the Yi family also spoke out one after another, and despite the tremendous pressure, tried to dissuade Yi Qianqiang from his crazy behavior. Time passes by every second. Yi Qianqiang still did not appear, and there was no movement at the Holy Emperor Peak, only deadly silence. On the Holy Emperor Peak, the Dragon Lord suddenly realized that he seemed to have been tricked by Yi Qianqiang. You want to search our Holy Emperor Peak based on some rumors. Chu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at the Dragon Lord with cold eyes, and said indifferently, you have human, half ghost thing, do you really think you are nobody? Are you worthy? Tell me, where did you get these rumors from? If you don't explain it clearly today, no one will be able to leave the Holy Emperor Peak. The Chu family cannot be bullied, and the majesty of our Tianzong cannot be bullied even more. Chu Tian said word by word, if you can't explain it clearly, you will die. Chapter 140 I'll ask you one last time. Do you, the Dragon God sect, have the nerve to let me, the holy son of the Tian sect and the young master of the Chu family, pay with my life for that inhuman, indestructible creature? Chu Tian growled with red eyes, feeling under tremendous psychological pressure. He clearly remembered what Chu Tian had said at the beginning, 1 punch is enough to avoid 100 punches. There is no way out if we give in step by step without thinking. It's no big deal, at most, we'll just go to war with the Dragon Clan. Killing one Dragon Lord is a profit, killing two will cover your losses. As long as Chu Tian is there, the Chu family will not be destroyed, and will make a comeback sooner or later. Chu family, what exactly do you mean? The Dragon Lord shouted angrily. He vaguely understood the Chu family's current intention. They wanted to pick a weakling and his Dragon God sect was that weakling. This is a great humiliation. Do you think that my Dragon God sect is a soft egg and can bully anyone in my Dragon God sect? Who has the final say in the Chu family? Where is the Heavenly King Emperor? You have no right to talk to me. The Dragon Lord's eyes were red and he roared. Even though he knew that he might be being used by Yi Qianqiang, he had no way out. The Dragon Envoy was watching, so he couldn't show any weakness. Not only could he not afford the consequences of deceiving the Dragon Clan, but neither could the Dragon God sect. After all, the Dragon God sect's ability to gain a firm foothold among the most righteous sects on the Hengtian continent was due to the support of the Dragon Clan behind the scenes. In this respect, it is no different from the Heart Demon sect and the Supreme Demon sect. They are all representatives of the inheritance left by external forces in the Hengtian human world. However, the Demon sect's methods were too cruel and bizarre, causing public outrage in the Hengtian continent. Therefore, everyone wanted to kill them, making it difficult for the Demon sect to gain a foothold. Damn it, we are targeting your Dragon God sect. Why does my eldest brother need to show up in person? Chu Qianxing's voice was low, with a cold and murderous look in his eyes. It was hard to imagine how much frustration this elegant middle-aged man had just endured during the conversation in the main hall. Now he almost burst into swear words. Since I've already killed him, then there is no need to give in. Xiaodian is right. Who gave you the courage to slander my Chu family? My Chu family is the founding family and has been in charge of the Shengxian sect for generations. You, a small Dragon God sect, are nothing. Chu Qianxing's eyes were cold and murderous, and the family head token in his hand was glowing. In the depths of the main hall, a terrifying aura was awakening, and the murderous aura was shaking the sky. The Chu family's main hall contains the family's heritage accumulated over millions of years and is the foundation of the Chu family's survival. No one knows what kind of horror is hidden in it. Search my holy emperor peak thoroughly. I'm letting you in now. Do you dare? Do you dare? We are targeting you, the Dragon God sect. No one can leave. Each sentence was so powerful that it resounded through the sky, shaking people's hearts, and was extremely tough. The eyes of the Shengxian sect's high-ranking officials and the supreme elders were cold. Although they did not speak, the powerful pressure they condensed was like a mountain tens of millions of feet high pressing down on the Dragon Lord and the people of the Dragon God sect. Yes, who do you think your Dragon God sect is? You can't even make it into the top 10 in the Hengtian continent. You rely on the Dragon Clan that is far away from the endless realm to come and slander the founding clan of the Holy Heaven sect. You act so recklessly here. Who gives you the courage? You. How dare you insult the Dragon God sect like this? The Dragon Lord felt extremely stuffy in his chest and was furious. He couldn't breathe either up or down, and suddenly a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn Yi Qianqiang, he deceived him. It was agreed that he would control the situation within Shengxian sect and no one would come forward to help the Chu family. How did it turn out like this? Moreover, from Chu Qianxing's words, demeanor, expressions and movements, he could really see that the current acting head of the Chu family knew nothing about the Chu family's capture of the strongest bloodline of the Dragon clan. Even the acting head of the family, the current person in charge, doesn't know about this. So, are those things that Yi Qianqiang swore to him with all his heart and swore to heaven true or false? The terrifying pressure made the people of the Dragon God sect turn pale and tremble all over. I thought he was here to gain credit. How did I become so caught in such a dilemma, not knowing whether I would live or die? At this moment, a cold and deep voice rang out from the hall. This farce ends here. There was a terrifying majesty hidden in the cold voice, with a condescending tone. A middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe, who was 3 meters tall and as tall as a small mountain, walked out of the main hall. Behind him was a 9-inch-long mini golden dragon. Although small, its majestic and cold eyes were always staring at Chu Dian. There was a hint of provocation in the dragon's eyes, as if it was somewhat dissatisfied with Chu Dian's domineering power. This is a real dragon cub, and it is one of the strongest clans among the dragons, the Golden Dragon clan. I don't have the time to waste my energy in a small place like yours. The middle-aged man's eyes were indifferent as he swept across the numerous Saint Heaven sect powerhouses in the sky, finally settling on Chu Qianxing. I am here on the orders of the Dragon Emperor to investigate the report from the Dragon Lord of the Hengtian human realm regarding the Saint Heaven sect's Chu family wantonly capturing the most powerful bloodline of our dragon race. Since you have a clear conscience, why don't you dare let the Dragon God sect search your main hall to see if there is a Yama palace and see if it holds many of my dragon clan's most powerful true dragons. My dragon clan does not wish to interfere in the internal affairs of your Hengtian human clan, but the matter reported by the Dragon Lord of the Dragon God sect involves the dignity and honor of my dragon clan. It is a matter of great importance. This matter was personally approved by the great heavenly destiny Dragon Emperor, who asked me and the Dragon Lord to personally investigate. Are you targeting the Dragon God sect or my dragon clan with this incident? The middle-aged man's voice was low, neither sad nor happy, but the cold voice was like thunder, exploding directly in the hearts of everyone present. The dragon roar contained in the voice even made some weaker sect leaders bleed from the corners of their mouths. He is too powerful, much more powerful than the Dragon Lord. He is the true Golden Dragon Emperor, dominating all realms. The 4 words, Heaven's Fate Dragon Emperor, from his mouth made everyone's chest feel heavy and they could hardly breathe. This is one of the most noble and greatest mythical creatures in the universe. With just a flick of his finger, he can destroy a whole world, kill billions of creatures, and destroy the galaxy. The Hengtian human world, as a collective, can only barely squeeze into the top 100 of all worlds, and is extremely far away from the top 20. What's more, is just the Shengxian sect. The distance between them and the Tianming Dragon Emperor is too far, which is like a myth to them. Chu family, Chu Qianxing, Chu Tianyan, I cannot listen to your excuses. I will ask you one last time, will you allow my dragon clan to search? The middle-aged man's cold voice was so domineering that it resonated directly in the ears of Chu Qianxing and Chu Tianyan. He ignored what Chu Dian said. The Dragon Lord's words were groundless and a slander against the Chu family. The Dragon clan doesn't want to care about these things, whether they are slanderous or not. This is a struggle within the Hengtian human world, and they don't want to pay attention to it. But since such rumors have appeared and damaged the dignity of the Dragon clan must investigate it to the end. As for whether it will damage the honor and dignity of the Chu family and the Holy Heaven sect, or harm their interests, is completely beyond the Dragon clan's consideration. This is the most powerful mythical dragon clan that has been passed down through the ages and is forever ranked among the strongest clans in the universe. Chapter 141 The Dragon Lord is really numb. In an instant. Because of the appearance of the middle-aged man, the entire Shengxian sect became dead silent. The invisible and terrifying majesty caused the clouds in the sky to stop moving. As for the Chu family, because King Chu went out of the domain to capture the deadly poison lord and has not returned yet, the Chu family does not even have a powerful person who can talk to the Dragon Lord face to face. Some sect leaders and supreme elders looked towards Shengdi Peak, and the disappointment in their eyes became even more intense. It's not like there's no one in Shengxian sect who can talk to Long Zun directly now. Even if the 96th ranked Heavenly King Emperor is not here. However, Emperor Qianqiang, who ranks 97th on the Hengtian Tianbang, can definitely suppress the power of Emperor Long and give the Chu family room to refute and defend themselves. The Dragon clan has become so unscrupulous that they have made it clear that they do not care about the interests of the Shengxian sect and the Chu family. For the sake of the sect's interests, Yi Qianqiang was actually unwilling to come forward. As the sect leader, this kind of responsibility and this kind of vision are completely disappointing and make me feel disappointed. Chu Tianyan's eyes were bloodshot as he endured unparalleled pressure. His hand holding the Chengxing white tiger blade was trembling slightly. His voice was hoarse and low as he spoke word by word, Beishan Longzhen, damn you. The veins on Chu Qianxing's neck bulged, and he held the family head token tightly. Even though he was as elegant and calm as he was trembling with anger at Tyrant Dragon's words. But he is only a half-step emperor, and is only the acting head of the family and the acting deputy sect leader. His prestige and strength are far inferior to Yi Qianqiang and Chu Tianwang. Moreover, he was responsible for the life and death of his family, and the terrifying pressure almost suffocated him. What did you say? The cold light flashed in Tyrant Dragon's eyes as he looked at Chu Tianyan. The terrifying pressure was overwhelming, making Chu Tianyan's face turn pale. It's not that Tyrant Dragon is stronger than Yi Qianqiang. After all, he still dares to draw his sword when facing Yi Qianqiang. It was mainly because of the word, Dragon Clan, which put too much pressure on him. The pupils of all the sect leaders contracted violently, their bodies trembled slightly, and they were all under extremely great pressure. A small number of them even thought of leaving. However, most of the supreme elders and sect leaders held on tightly and did not leave. There were bloodshot eyes and they felt extremely aggrieved. The Dragon Lord's eyes were filled with coldness, and all the pressure on his body disappeared in an instant. This is the oppressive feeling brought by the great Dragon Clan. The Dragon God sect is not as good as your Holy Heaven sect, but do you dare to fart in front of the Dragon Clan? His heart was filled with murderous intent. He made up his mind that even if he couldn't find any evidence in Shengwang Peak, he would teach the Chu family a lesson. Chu Dian must die to pay for his son's life. Lord Tyrant, damn you. At this moment, an indifferent and cold voice suddenly resounded across the sky. Boom. In an instant, a very light sound was like a thunderclap, ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone's pupils contracted violently and they looked suddenly in the direction where the sound came from. It was Chu Dian. You little boy from the human race, how dare you scold me? Tyrant Dragon Lord narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chu Dian. A terrifying dragon might swept across the sky and suppressed Chu Dian. The Dragon Lord was afraid. It doesn't mean he will be afraid. The Dragon Clan sweeps across the world, is extremely domineering, and has never been afraid of anyone. Buzz. The apocalypse ring on Chu Dian's hand emitted a faint divine light, directly isolating the dragon power of Tyrant Dragon Lord. Beishan Longzhen, am I giving you too much face from the Shengxian sect? Chu Dian's eyes were calm, his words were cold, and he was even more domineering. You are just a Dragon Lord of the Golden Dragon Clan, not even the clan leader of the Golden Dragon Clan. Yet, you are wielding the title of Heavenly Fated Dragon Emperor and actually came to my Hengtian human realm to bully others. Let alone you, even if your entire Golden Dragon Clan comes here, what is there for my Shengxian sect to fear? You want to search my Chu family based on some rumors. Who do you think you are? The dragon form divine ability is something that countless forces and clans in the myriad worlds have mastered. My Chu family has mastered it even more. Do you, the Golden Dragon Clan, dare to object? You want to rip off my Chu family. Don't you consider whether your Golden Dragon Clan has the strength to do so? Chu Dian's eyes were indifferent, flashing with terrible murderous intent, and he gently raised a finger. I'll give you 1 minute. Get out of Shengxian sect right now. This is not a place for you to act wildly. Chu Dian was familiar with the original plot and knew clearly that the Dragon Clan had been passed down for thousands of years, with numerous clans and complex forces within it. It was not at all a monolithic entity as it seemed to the outside world. Forget the dragons, even within the Hengtian human realm, despite boasting a top 100 ranking, the internal sects are rife with conflict and endless fighting. The Shengxian sect has annihilated countless sects and annexed countless territories over the years. The Hengtian ancestral court is nominally the co-leader, but its power is in name only. While the major sects nominally pay homage to the human king has no say in their internal affairs. Even the Hengtian human race is like this, let alone the dragon race with a longer heritage. He simply didn't believe that a tiny dragon lord in the Dragon God sect, which couldn't even make it into the top 10 in the Hengtian human world, could alarm the supreme dragon emperor with a bunch of words without any evidence. Therefore, Chu Dian firmly believed that this so-called dragon envoy, Tyrant Dragon Lord, was just a fox using the Dragon Clan's name to bully others. Behind him was probably only the Golden Dragon Clan, and at most other dragon clans that supported the Dragon God sect, such as the Hellblood Dragon. Not to mention, even if it was really the order from the Dragon Emperor of Destiny, what would it matter? Would the Dragon Clan really gather together many dragon tribes and fight against the Shengxian sect across the endless starry sky just because of some groundless rumors without any substantial evidence? This is as ridiculous as the human ancestor being able to gather all the sects of Hengtian continent with just one order, cross the endless realms, and fight against the Supreme Demon Clan. Putting aside other things, can the Shengxian sect and the Sehang Holy sect put aside all their vigilance against each other, work together, and fight against the Supreme Demon Clan regardless of sacrifice? Just look at how Tianyan Daozen tricked Yi Qianqiang and you will know. It would be good if they don't kill each other and hope to take the opportunity to dominate the Hengtian continent. If the Dragon Clan was really a united entity, with so many of its strongest bloodlines disappearing, and the powerful dragons being captured by the Chu family for millions of years, even if they were only one captured a year, over a million years, there would be tens or even millions of them, and the Dragon Clan would have been overthrown long ago. Unless there is ironclad evidence proving that this really happened in the Yama Palace, Chu Dian has no fear. Chu Dian's cold words made everyone's mind go blank. Only 2 words left. Crazy. The Dragon Lord was stunned, staring blankly at the young boy. He was really young and frivolous, with his blood boiling. Or rather, I am really confident. He could understand why Chu Dian argued with him and didn't take the Dragon God sect seriously. After all, Chu Dian's parents were both emperors, and both were ranked on the heavenly ranking. Can you fight against the Dragon Messenger? How dare you? This is the messenger sent by the Dragon Emperor of Heaven. Give the Dragon Messenger 1 minute to get out. It's numb. The Dragon Lord was really confused. How could the Chu family produce such a stupid person who is so rebellious? Is he really the offspring of King Chu? Chapter 142 What a sin. The minds of many supreme elders, sect leaders, and the 3 top families were all confused at this moment. In the past, when Chu Dian confronted Yi Qianqiang, they felt it was very unusual. At this moment, it is simply stunning. What on earth could make this little guy Chu Dian so bold? It's numb. At the same time, the pupils of the Chu family's senior members contracted violently, and they immediately appeared around Chu Dian. Buzz. Chu Tianyan raised his sword directly, the white tiger roared, and the sword energy was rampant. The family head token in Chu Tianqing's hand glowed, and the emperor pattern burst into divine light that shot up into the sky and surrounded Chu Tianqing. Really, the next moment, a terrifying dragon roared, containing boundless rage, and exploded the sky for millions of miles. Human beast, you are seeking death. Tyrant Dragon Lord was furious and let out a dragon roar. His powerful and terrifying body directly blasted the space and rushed towards Chu Dian with murderous aura. He completely ignored the senior members of the Chu family who were guarding Chu Dian and slapped the white tiger sword light to pieces with a slap. He is so powerful, incredibly powerful. This is the true Golden Dragon Emperor, with the supreme bloodline, incredibly powerful, a clan beloved by God, not a fake like the Dragon Lord. With a slap, the entire Holy Emperor peak was shaking, cracks kept appearing on the Grand Emperor's patterns, and the divine chains of rules were blasted apart. I represent the Dragon Clan and travel the worlds. No living being has ever dared to speak to me like this. Beishan Longzhen, how dare you touch a hair of my young master? The hunchback straightened his back, his white hair turned into blood-red hair, a demonic light burst out of his eyes, and his murderous intent was earth-shaking. And it was at this moment that Tyrant Dragon Lord unleashed his power. The water in the enclosed Shengqian pond deep in the inner hall suddenly surged and became violently turbulent. The entrance to Shengtianqi, which had just been closed, was supposed to wait a year before reopening. At this moment, it suddenly turned on automatically. The roars of dragons shook the sky and the universe. The next moment, a huge and majestic dragon head flew out in a winding manner and headed straight for the Holy Emperor Peak. The dark gray horn on its head rose into the starry sky, and an ancient and majestic murderous aura swept across billions of miles of the sky. You little dragon lord of the Golden Dragon clan dares to speak rudely to Bingbing's big brother. A childish and cold voice came from a star crystal coffin above the dragon's head. The Hengtian continent was shaken, and one by one, ancient and powerful beings were awakened by the ancient evil aura and cast their eyes towards the Shengqian sect. The Flood Dragon King, who only appears when the sect is in danger of extinction, has appeared, an ancient being exclaimed in horror. The last time the Flood Dragon King appeared was when the Holy Heaven sect was on the verge of extinction, facing a period of transition and before Su Shenzhou had matured. He killed an ancient demon emperor and saved the Holy Heaven sect. Something big must have happened to the Shengqian sect. Billions of miles away from the Shengqian sect, there is a huge palace county floating in the sky. It is surrounded by clouds and fairy air, and it is majestic, as if overlooking the entire Hengtian continent. This is the Hengtian Ancestral Temple, known as the common ruler of the Hengtian human world. In the center of the Ancestral Temple, on the throne of the human king, an old man wearing a crown and a royal robe opened his eyes and looked at the Shengqian sect with a deep gaze, and then his pupils contracted violently. Why didn't anyone report to me when the Dragon Emperor entered my Hengtian realm? The old man's loud voice rang out. Your Highness, Emperor Qianshang has sent a message in advance. This is an internal matter of the Shengqian sect and they will handle it themselves. There is no need to disturb the human king, so I have not reported it. A voice responded immediately. Yi Qianshang, are you going to disgrace the Hengtian race and throw it into the hands of other human races? A cold light flashed in the old man's cloudy eyes. He snorted coldly, stood up, tore through the space, and stepped directly into it. This king is going to Shengqian sect. Another place, within the Sihang holy sect. Taoist Tianyan sighed softly, withdrew his hand from healing his disciple Hilian, stood up, and said to the two disciples, Master is going to Shengqian sect. You two should practice on your own and not be lazy. In the East Wasteland competition in 3 years, you must win honor for our Sihang holy sect. Do not be proud or complacent. Huaimei scratched her bald head, a puzzled look on her charming little face. Master, what happened in Shengqian sect? The face of Saint Hilian was still pale. After all, she was severely injured by the Emperor Mark of Reincarnation, which damaged her foundation. Even if Taoist Master Tianyan took action personally, it would be impossible for her to recover so quickly in just a few days. You took a Sihang holy fruit to acknowledge your elder brother, and now you're arguing with the Dragon Clan Emperor. Tianyan Daozen glanced at his disciple with a half smile in his eyes. He then glanced at Holy Maiden Hilian and sighed, I owe you a huge favor, and I must repay it. Also, the family's injury to the Holy Maiden of my saint sect will not be let go so easily. Yi Qianshang must give me an explanation. The Master, will go and cause him some trouble. And no matter what, we are all from the Hengtian human race. We can't let the dragon race bully us like this. Hiss, he's in conflict with the Dragon Emperor. Damn it, he's worthy of being my big brother. There's nothing he dares not do. Huaimei took a breath, and the scene appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but give Chu Dian a thumbs up. Brother, let's meet again in 3 years at the East Wasteland competition. I will definitely impress you. Even if I become your younger brother, I must be a qualified younger brother and not let you down. Daoist Tianyan was speechless for a moment. In a short period of time, this little disciple who had been arrogant and lawless since childhood recognized the big brother when he went out and admired him very much. Bang, Tianyan Daozen flicked his finger on the bald head without hesitation, making a crisp sound. Practice well. It's ridiculous for me, the future holy son of the holy sect, to be someone else's younger brother. Huaimei covered her head, gasping in pain, and said, Master, you haven't seen the monster that is my eldest brother. If you can't beat him, you naturally have to join him. Daoist Tianyan glared angrily. Master, I want to go too. Saint Hilian's face was pale, but she struggled to stand up. I have never lost, nor have I ever owed anyone a favor. Tianyan Daozen wanted to refuse, but seeing his disciple's determined eyes, he sighed and said, okay. What a sin. He was so shrewd and calculating that he naturally understood that Chu Dian had become the inner demon of this disciple and there was no way to escape from him. He was proud of these two talented disciples and regarded them as the foundation for the future rise of the Sihang holy sect. But in a short period of time, one disciple was taken in as a younger brother and the other was planted with inner demons. Then I want to go too. Huaimei's eyes turned, and she said immediately after being quiet for a long time. Go and practice. If you don't cultivate the 3 top-level magical powers to the state of great perfection and your spirit reaches a perfection level of over 95, don't even think about setting foot outside the sect again. Daoist Tianyan waved his hand to knock Huaimei away, tearing the void apart, and stepped into it with Saint Hilian. At this time, the most powerful people from all the top sects in Hengtian continent began to rush to Shengqian sect. Chapter 143 Bingbing takes action. The sky of Holy Emperor Peak. The body of the Dragon King loomed into the sky, and no one knew how winding and huge the dragon's body was. Only a part of the dragon's head flew out of the Holy Heaven Lake, and it wound like a large mountain range, thousands of miles long. The majestic dragon head like a star looked down at the top of the peak, his eyes filled with murderous aura, staring at Tyrant Dragon Lord, and suddenly let out a roar. The sound wave turned into a dark dragon horn, tearing through time and space, instantly piercing through Tyrant Dragon's chest, and bringing up a golden blood mist in the sky. Little Dragon Lord, how dare you hurt my big brother? A childish and cold voice came from the star crystal coffin above the dragon's head. The imperial body of Duanmu Shengzu, which was 6 points similar to Duanmu Waner, walked out of the crystal coffin. When he raised his hand, endless chains of yin and yang rules gathered and condensed into a vast yin and yang Tai Chi diagram. He had actually reached an extraordinary realm and walked out of the supreme yin and yang Dao art that belonged to his own path, exuding a sense of transcendence. Bingbing's expression was cold, and his imperial body carried an aura of looking down on the heavens and the worlds, which was breathtaking. It seemed that because her consciousness had just been born and was only comparable to that of a 3 or 4-year-old baby, the visionary magical powers displayed by Bingbing were very unstable and full of ups and downs. But even so, that terrifying aura could destroy the world, causing the sky above 90,000 miles to distort and the stars outside the domain to explode continuously, making it look like a scene from the end of the world. The power of Emperor Duanmu during his lifetime was so terrifying that it was unimaginable and horrifying. Even though he had been sitting in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years, the Tao essence, supernatural powers, spirit, etc. in his body were still condensed and did not disperse. Even though the newly born Bingbing only exerted a part of the power of the Emperor's body, and it was still extremely unstable, it caused this almost world-destroying scene. You deserve to die for wanting to kill my elder brother. Bingbing's voice was childish, but it contained deep anger. With a wave of her little hand, the vast and majestic yin-yang Tai Chi diagram covering nearly 10,000 miles came crashing down, like a majestic yin-yang star falling from outside the domain, carrying an aura of destruction and suddenly suppressing Tyrant Dragon Lord and the Dragon Lord beside him. Who are you? How dare you attack me? Tyrant Dragon's chest was stained with blood. He was almost suffocated by the vast breath. His voice became distorted and sharp. It was impossible to imagine how much pressure he was facing at this moment. Buzz. He instantly transformed into a golden dragon, but the dragon body that had been winding for tens of thousands of miles in the starry sky was now compressed into a small snake under the strange phenomenon of the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon scales all over Tyrant Dragon's body cracked and exploded into dust. He almost madly displayed a series of shocking magical powers and blasted out to kill. Duan Mu Saint Ancestor. The dragon lord at the side made a suffocating hoarse sound, his blood-red dragon eyes widened angrily, and his body trembled violently slightly. The moment he recognized Saint Ancestor Duanmu, his mind went blank. As he Qinshang's best friend, he had seen the portrait of Saint Ancestor Duanmu at the Holy Emperor Peak. The demeanor of the portrait, which looked down upon the world, left a deep impression on him. Duanmu Shangzu, a legendary existence in Hengtian continent, ranks 9th on the Hengtian Tianbang and is one of the 10 strongest people throughout history. He once single-handedly destroyed a world ranked among the top 100. According to legend, the reason why the Star Clan, which once broke into the top 20, fell into decline was because they offended the Holy Ancestor Duanmu and were beaten to the point of being completely destroyed, leading to their complete decline. The crystal coffin of the sky and stars exudes a mysterious light, as if telling everyone that it is not a legend but a fact. He created endless legends, left immortal myths in the Hengtian continent and even in all the worlds, saved the ancestor of the Shengxian sect from the brink of death, sat in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years, and suddenly appeared again. Tyrant Dragon Lord was completely frightened. Hengda Tianbang and those outside of Tianbang are different concepts. The top 10 on the heavenly ranking and the Emperor on the heavenly ranking are completely different concepts. Boom, the Dragon Lord didn't have a chance to make a sound. Suddenly, he and Tyrant Dragon Lord were submerged in the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, and they were directly blasted into chaotic time and space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A destructive aura emanated from the chaotic space, causing the God King to feel numb all over and his scalp to explode with fear. Activate the formation patterns on each peak to protect the sect. The sect's high-ranking officials and supreme elders choked out their words. Even the aura of destruction emanating from the void caused the entire Shengxian sect to tremble. Call. From the Dragon King's nostrils, which were more majestic than the mountains, 2 streams of dragon breath blew out, instantly extinguishing the aftermath of destruction in the sky, allowing many powerful people from the sects to breathe a sigh of relief. Next moment, from the Duanmu main peak, Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei took the lead and flew out, their faces flushed and their expressions excited. They landed at the foot of the Holy Emperor Peak and knelt down directly. The current Duanmu family patriarch, the unworthy descendant Duanmu Rong, pays homage to the Holy Ancestor, Lord Jialong King. Duanmu Lei, the unworthy descendant, pays homage to the Holy Ancestor, Lord Jialong King. Unworthy descendants. Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei took the lead, prostrating themselves on the ground, their foreheads hitting the ground heavily, making a loud roar. One can imagine the excitement in their hearts. It's true, it's all true. The Holy Ancestor's body has really regained consciousness. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. It seems that we can already see that the Duanmu family is about to usher in the most glorious period of prosperity. One after another, the white-haired and old Duanmu family elders flew out of the cave. Some coffin lids were even opened, emitting a rotten smell. The skinny old guys crawled out of the tombs and rushed to the Holy Emperor Peak to pay homage to the Holy Ancestor. Some old men even cried loudly with excitement, tears streaming down their faces. Duanmu Shangzu is the spiritual belief and pillar of the Duanmu family. Without Duanmu Shangzu, there would be no Duanmu family today. Greetings to the Holy Ancestor, Lord Jialong King. Many sect leaders and supreme elders knelt down in unison. The heads, elders, and leaders of the Su and Jiyu families also landed on the Holy Emperor Peak and knelt down in unison to pay homage. Duanmu Shangzu is not only the ancestor of the Duanmu family, but also the ancestor of the revival of the Shengxian sect. He is the greatest figure in history over the past million years. Without Saint Ancestor Duanmu, there would be no Shengxian sect today. The top leaders of the Chu family are no exception. Chu Tianxing, Chu Tianyan, and even Tuolao all half knelt down and bowed their heads to pay homage to the Holy Ancestor Duanmu. Duanmu Shangzu's eyes swept across the many old and middle-aged men on the ground, who were silent, and finally set his gaze on Chu Tian, and his petite body disappeared in an instant. Brother Chu Tian, Bingbing misses you so much. Bingbing hugged Chu Tian and acted coquettishly in his arms, asking Chu Tian to play with her. She also quietly complained that she had tried to sneak out several times, but the little snake wouldn't let her. Chapter 144 Hengkong Human King. Cough cough cough, Bingbing, don't call me brother from now on, just call me Chu Tian. Chu Tian coughed lightly a few times. Even with his strong will, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw the large number of old men kneeling on the ground and looking at him with eager eyes, as well as the sect's high-ranking officials. After all, the combined age of my 2 lifetimes is less than 1% of these guys. Now they are asked to kneel down and call themselves ancestors. I don't want it. You are Bingbing's older brother. Bingbing acted coquettishly and refused to comply. After all, she was only 3 or 4 years old in mental state, which was the age when she liked to act coquettishly to the adults close to her. Seniors, grandfathers, uncles, why don't you get up first? Chu Tian said with 2 low coughs. Everyone, get up. The Dragon King's voice was old and loud, his eyes swept across the void, and he saw the pale-faced Tyrant Dragon Lord and the Dragon Lord flying out from the chaotic space and time. Holy Heaven Sect, you deserve to die. As a Dragon Clan envoy, representing the Dragon Clan throughout the universe, I have never suffered such a great humiliation. I will report this to the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Clan's army of divine dragons will surely crush your sect. Tyrant Dragon Lord's hoarse voice, filled with deep anger, resounded through the sky. You have captured the most powerful bloodline dragon of the Dragon Clan, dissected the Dragon Clan, and even trampled on the Dragon Clan's envoys. You have committed heinous crimes, and no one can save you. Bang! Suddenly, a majestic dragon claw rushed up from the sky and pressed down, with a murderous aura rising into the sky, directly suppressing Tyrant Dragon Lord to the earth. The Jialong King stared at Tyrant Dragon Lord with his eyes as huge as stars, and said in a thunderous voice, when the Dragon Emperor saw the master, he also treated him as an equal and did not dare to overstep the mark. Who do you think you are? He's just an envoy sent by the Golden Dragon Clan to the Dragon Emperor Palace, yet he dares to use the name of the Dragon Emperor to deceive our Shengxian sect. If they wanted to search our Tianzong's great clan of creation, even if the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor didn't come in person, they would have sent several Dragon Emperors. But they ended up sending a fool like you. You, the Golden Dragon Clan, have probably forgotten how the Golden Dragon Emperor was skinned and ripped apart by my master over 600,000 years ago. Do you, the Golden Dragon Clan, dare to fart in front of the master? You are not worthy enough to rely on some rumors in the name of the Dragon Emperor to get back at me. If you want to start a war, come on, you Golden Dragon Clan. The Holy Heaven Sect has been passed down for millions of years, and we have never been afraid of you, the foreign clans. The Dragon King's voice was extremely domineering, and she revealed a shocking incident that Duanmu Shangzu had done in the past. She had actually pulled out the tendons and skinned the Dragon Emperor of the Golden Dragon Clan, and then chatted and laughed with the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Clan didn't even dare to fart. Everyone in Shengxian sect had infinite yearning in their eyes. How domineering and invincible he was. With the power of one person, he could truly suppress an entire race of immortals so that they didn't dare to act presumptuously. Chu Tian glanced at Bingbing in his arms, who had been acting coquettishly with him, and couldn't help feeling deeply moved. Who would have thought that this petite and lovely little girl once dominated the world and was invincible? If you want to start a war, our Hengtian people have never been afraid of anything. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded from the empty space, carrying with it a strong sense of majesty. An invisible aura of kingship permeated the air, causing the clouds and strong winds to stop moving. The void split open, and an old man wearing a black crown and royal robes walked out of it. His turbid and majestic eyes swept across the entire venue and finally fell on Tyrant Dragon Lord. Even your Golden Dragon clan leader, Rui Jinlongdi, doesn't dare to speak so arrogantly in the territory of my Hengtian realm. He threatens to cross all realms and destroy the most powerful sect of my Hengtian human race. Who do you think you are? Buzz. The old man stretched out his big hand, grabbed Tyrant Dragon Lord, and pulled him close. He stared into his eyes and said word by word, Hengtian human realm fought his way into the top 100 of all realms. He didn't just talk his way in, but fought his way in with his strength. If you want to come here and act recklessly, let's see if your Golden Dragon clan has the strength to do so. This king will personally summon the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor to inquire whether it was he who ordered the forced search of the founding family of the most powerful sect in our Hengtian realm. If not, I will make you pay with blood. The terrifying might made Tyrant Dragon Lord pale and asked, are you the Hengkong human king of the Hengtian clan? The old man glanced at Tyrant Dragon Lord indifferently and said, you still have some knowledge. Since you know my name, you still dare to come to my Hengtian realm and act so presumptuously. Are you tired of living? If you want to start a war, fine. My Hengtian people will fight to the end. Tyrant Dragon King's face turned pale instantly, and he dared not speak nonsense. He suddenly turned his head to look at the Dragon Lord, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent, as if to say, didn't you say that the Hengtian ancestral court would not interfere in the affairs of the Chu family? The status of the Hengtian ancestral court is similar to that of the Dragon Emperor Palace of the Dragon Clan. All the top sects have to pay a certain share of resources for its support every year. Although it cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the major sects, it represents the clan externally and is chaired by the strongest person in a major realm. He is responsible for maintaining the face and dignity of the major realm. The Destiny Dragon Emperor also has a similar role. The Hengtian ancestral court was founded by Emperor Hengtian and has been passed down for endless years. It can even be said that this is the most powerful and profound force in the Hengtian continent, but it never participates in the struggle for hegemony within the Hengtian continent. However, once a battle breaks out between external forces, between ethnic groups, or between major realms, at a critical moment of life and death, the Hengtian ancestral court can command the forces of the entire Hengtian realm and launch a realm war. The Hengkong human king is the king of the contemporary Hengtian human race. He ranks 48th on the Hengtian list. In name, he is the supreme ruler of the Hengtian realm. The Dragon Lord's face turned as pale as gold paper. He cast his gaze towards the Holy Emperor Peak, which had been silent all this time. The frustration in his heart had been suppressed to the extreme, like a volcano about to erupt. Yi Qianshang had promised him that he would suppress not only the internal affairs of Shengxian sect, but also Hengtian ancestral temple and would not interfere. It's okay within the Shengxian sect, but when the Hengtian ancestral court intervened, the nature of the situation became completely different, equivalent to the confrontation between the Hengtian human race and the dragon race. Although the Dragon God sect is a vassal of the Dragon clan and its goal is to transform into a great true dragon, it is also nominally a member of the Hengtian human clan. The appearance of the Hengkong human king has put the Dragon God sect in an unkind and unjust situation, and there is suspicion of betrayal. Internal fighting is internal fighting, but when it involves the big clans outside the domain, it is another matter. The Dragon Lord's face was almost distorted and ferocious. At this moment, he almost wanted to pull out Yi Qianshang's tendons and skin, drink his blood and eat his flesh. The only child was killed. It seems that the Dragon God sect will also be implicated, and it will be difficult to explain to both the Hengtian ancestral hall and the Dragon clan. He was badly cheated by this brother. Chapter 145 I'm going to fuck my brother. Chu Tian's eyes were calm as he swept across the people in the field, including the Dragon King and the Hengkong human king, and finally landed on the Holy Emperor Peak. In the original plot, this person puts the dignity and respect of Hengtian realm at the highest level. The protagonist Yi Fan traveled through the myriad realms, causing a lot of trouble and angering many powerful clans, but as long as he escaped back to the Hengtian realm, the Hengkong human king would protect him. Chu Tian understood that this was not because the human king admired Yi Fan so much, but because it was his responsibility as the descendant of Emperor Hengtian. The existence of the Hengtian clan is to regard safeguarding the interests and dignity of the Hengtian human race as the highest honor. He had long anticipated that Yi Qianshang, acting as the sect master, must have contacted the Hengtian ancestral court on behalf of the Tianzong, urging them to refrain from interfering in Sheng Tianzong's internal affairs. That was why Tyrant Dragon Venerable dared to act so recklessly. But if the incident became a major event, enough to alarm the entire continent, the Hengkong human king would surely appear. This is the biggest reason why he is so carefree. If the powerful clans outside the domain could interfere in the affairs of Hengtian continent at will, and King Chu Tian married Jian Kongzu, the Chu family would have completely suppressed the Yi family by relying on the power of the ancient sword god clan. This was also the biggest reason why many top clans before the Shengxian sect dared to be dissatisfied with King Chu Tian marrying a goddess from outside the domain. Without the barrier of the Hengtian ancestral court, they would not dare to do so even if they had 100 courage. Yi Qianshang has made all the calculations. It is believed that Tyrant Dragon Lord carries the supreme dragon power of the Dragon clan and there is no interference from any external forces. As long as the Holy Emperor Peak is searched at lightning speed, the fact that the Chu family captured the supreme bloodline of the Dragon clan for dissection research will be discovered. Then the entire Dragon clan would be enraged, and the Destiny Dragon Emperor would also be alarmed to maintain the dignity of the Dragon clan. The fate of the Chu family can be imagined. Human King, everyone, can you listen to what I have to say? A hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the silent Holy Emperor Peak. In the field, many sect leaders and supreme elders immediately focused their attention on the Holy Emperor Peak. Yi Qianshang. Duan Wurong's eyes were downcast and his expression was extremely ugly as he looked at the middle-aged man who was familiar yet unfamiliar and flew out from the Holy Emperor Peak. It's familiar because it's still the same as before. The reason why it is strange is that Yi Qianshang's behavior this time completely abandoned the interests and honor of the sect, and he used every possible means to fight internally. The face of the Shengxian sect was thrown into oblivion. The faces of many sect leaders and supreme elders were very grim. There was a strong murderous look in Chu Tian's eyes, as if he wanted to raise his knife and chop him down. Because just before this, he and Chu Tianxing had sent people to the Holy Emperor Peak many times, asking Yi Qianshang to exercise the power of the sect leader and requesting the Hengtian ancestral court to intervene, but all their responses fell on deaf ears. Otherwise, why would the Chu family, and even the entire Shengxian sect, have to endure such a great humiliation? Meet the human king. Yi Qianshang's face was gloomy, and there were bloodshot in his eyes. He first saluted them with a fist. His voice was hoarse, and everyone could hear that something was wrong. The atmosphere was suffocating. The strong men of the Duanmu family had their pupils wide open in anger rising. Because Yi Qianshang did not salute the holy ancestor Duanmu, nor did he greet the Dragon King. The people of the Duanmu family almost went crazy, and the pupils of many other powerful sects also contracted violently. The Dragon King is fine, after all, he is just the guardian beast of the clan. But in terms of seniority, status, and contribution, Duanmu Shengzu is undoubtedly the number one in the field, even above Hengtian Ringwang. Yi Qianshang actually dared to ignore it. The implication is self-evident. Perhaps it was because Saint Duanmu was on Chu Tian's side, right in his arms. Yi Qianqiang, what do you want to do? Duanmu Lake could no longer bear it. This was the spiritual belief of the Duanmu family. He suddenly shouted in anger, are you still a descendant of the Shengqian sect? Why don't you pay your respects to the holy ancestor? Duanmu Rong, who had a relatively good temper, had a terrifying coldness in his eyes. For the first time, he spoke directly to Yi Qianqiang. Yi Qianqiang, the etiquette and rules of the sect, and the highest responsibility of safeguarding the interests and honor of the sect, have you thrown them all out of your mind? Do you still want to sit on this position of sect leader? The pupils of everyone in the field contracted violently, and the three words, abandoned sect leader, suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. In fact, before this, Chu Tian had reported to the Elders' Council through the investigation team, believing that Yi Qianqiang was not suitable to be the sect leader. But that was not a public occasion after all, and was only known to the sect's top leaders. No one expected that the first person to say the words, abolish the sect leader, in such a public place would be Duanmu Rong. The impact of such words is so huge that it is equivalent to openly putting the contradiction in front of everyone in the Shengqian sect, and even in front of the entire Henqian continent. This is definitely not a spur of the moment. Has the Duanmu family made up its mind? A senior member of the Jiyu family murmured to himself and subconsciously glanced at Chu Tian. The Duanmu saint in his arms was acting coquettishly with him and whispering something. Everyone understood that this was definitely related to the dependence that Saint Duanmu showed on Chu Tian. Yi Qianqiang did not pay his respects to Duanmu Shengzu immediately. This was just an excuse for Duanmu Rong to take the opportunity to say these words. My Chu family has long felt that Yi Qianqiang is no longer worthy of the position of sect leader. Chu Tianqing's cold voice also sounded. Before my eldest brother, Chu Tianwang, left, he publicly stated that he wanted Yi Qianqiang to hand over the position of sect leader and retire together. He believed that he was no longer suitable for this position. Soon, the two hallmasters, Duanmu Lei and Chu Tianyan, spoke out together to express their opinions, and some high-ranking members of the sect also began to speak. All speeches are directed towards one goal: abandon the sect leader. As soon as Yi Qianqiang appeared, a fierce conflict broke out and was exposed. Many high-ranking officials of the Shengqian sect present felt as if their scalps were about to explode and were terrified. In the millions of years of history of Shengqian sect, there has never been a precedent of deposing the sect leader. This is almost like rebellion. The Dragon Lord's pupils contracted violently, and he vaguely understood something in his heart. He scanned the entire scene and then made a horrified discovery. Deposing the sect leader is such a big deal. However, all the high-ranking members of the Shengqian sect who spoke out supported the abolition of the sect leader. Most of the others remained silent. Even though it was such a big deal as deposing the sect leader, not a single sect leader or supreme elder spoke out against it. The Dragon Lord looked at the Holy Emperor peek behind Yi Qianqiang and made an even more shocking discovery. The Yi family was surprisingly quiet. The senior members of the Yi family and the supreme elders seemed to be dead. Deposing the sect leader, this is such an earth-shattering event. Even in the Dragon God sect, if someone wanted to destroy him, there wouldn't be such a deadly scene. What the hell is this? The Dragon Lord was almost suffocating, and a chill ran from his spine to the back of his head. Wasn't Yi Qianqiang a great leader who led the Shengqian sect to expand its territory and whose prestige was at its peak? The reason why he helped Yi Qianqiang was out of brotherhood. But the biggest reason was that Yi Qianqiang was about to sweep the Chu family, and he wanted to use the Dragon clan to deal a fatal blow to the Chu family. Yi Qianqiang is about to take complete control of the strongest sect in Henqian continent, so he doesn't mind helping Yi Qianqiang and getting some benefits and currying favor with the Dragon clan. But now, the Dragon Lord made a horrified discovery. My own understanding seems to be the opposite. This is not the final blow that Yi Qianqiang is going to give to the Chu family. It was obvious that Yi Qianqiang was using him and trying to make a last-ditch comeback. He became a pawn, or rather, a victim. Without knowing anything, he offended the Chu family. What if Yi Qianqiang was crippled? The Chu family took control of the Shengqian sect, so they had to destroy the Longshan sect in him. The Dragon Lord was stunned. I am such a good brother. Chapter 146 The Eternal Sinner. There was silence between heaven and earth. At this moment, outside the sect, the strongest people from the top sects of many continents also rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw that the internal conflicts of the Shengqian sect were directly laid out on the table, their faces were filled with horror. Abandon the leader. No matter which sect it happens to, it is an earth-shaking event that affects the entire body. What's more, the Shengqian sect is now the strongest sect in the Henqian continent, with an extremely huge influence. It has various interests involved with almost all the top sects in the continent. Things like Chu Yuya joining the Hell Valley and becoming a candidate saint are not isolated cases. There are countless marriages, cooperations, and combinations of interests. For the entire Henqian continent, the abolition of the leader of the behemoth Shengqian sect means earth-shaking changes. After all, it is not a smooth handover between the old and new leaders. The coming to power of the new leader is likely to cause the behemoth Shengqian sect to change its direction and strategy, and its interests will change, involving an infinite number of aspects. Oh my god, a dignified emperor of the heavenly ranking is actually about to be deposed from his position as sect master. What has happened to the Holy Heaven sect recently? An old man with the vicissitudes of life was horrified and said to a middle-aged man next to him, Emperor Lingfeng, I heard that your youngest daughter is about to be engaged to a direct descendant of the Yi family. Is this a marriage between Shenfeng Valley and the Yi family? No, it's completely groundless. Emperor Lingfeng's face was extremely gloomy and he denied it directly. It was the Yi family who took the initiative to propose marriage. We are currently only in the negotiation stage. I am still considering it, but I have always believed that the boy is not worthy of my daughter. Marriage. What if Yi Qianqiang's position as the sect leader was abolished? What a shocking event this is. The Yi family's future is uncertain, and what's the point of forming an in-law relationship? What if I get on this pirate ship and can't get off? I heard that your Givong sect has just reached an agreement with the supreme elder of the Yi family to supply a batch of top-level weapons to the Shengqian sect's war affairs hall, and the price is very high. The old man looked at a burly middle-aged man holding a huge hammer not far away. Yes, it is worth hundreds of billions of stones. The initial 10,000 long swords have been made, but the 10 billion stones as a deposit have not yet been delivered. The leader of the Givong sect looked extremely ugly and nodded. He did not mention that for this astronomical transaction, the Givong sect would have to secretly give a 20% commission to the Yi family, and would have to spend countless resources to bribe the senior management of the Yi family. If Yi Qianqiang's position as sect master is abolished, this astronomical transaction will likely be reviewed again. Outside the Shengqian sect, the faces of the powerful men became extremely ugly. Hell Poison Lord, you and Yi Qianqiang are close friends, and Hell Valley and Shengqian sect have been allies for many years, so their relationship is deep. Not long ago, Shengqian sect suddenly issued a killing order and laid a tight net to hunt down the Poison Lord. Is this related to the fact that Yi Qianqiang was going to be abolished? A powerful man looked at a powerful man in a black robe who was hiding in the darkness of the void. His face could not be seen clearly. This matter involves top secrets. You should stop asking questions that you shouldn't ask. The Hell Poison Lord's voice was low and cold, and seemed to contain an extremely aggrieved, angry, and gloomy feeling. However, I have known Emperor Qianqiang for many years. He is extremely powerful, has superb methods, and has far-reaching plans. There is no way he can be destroyed so easily. The Hell Poison Lord cast his icy gaze towards the Spirit Wind Emperor and said coldly, Ling Feng, I want to advise you, the God Wind Valley, to be honest in your conduct. God is watching what you do. Don't do things that take advantage of others' misfortunes, otherwise you will end up in a bad situation. Emperor Ling Feng sneered and said fearlessly, God is watching what you do. A sect like Hell Valley, where most of its members belong to evil and crooked ways, should have been punished by heaven long ago. As far as I know, over the years, your Hell Valley has helped Yi Qianqiang do a lot of dirty things and gained huge benefits. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get off this pirate ship. I'm really looking forward to it. If Yi Qianqiang's position as the sect master is abolished, will your Hell Valley still be able to rank among the righteous sects in the future? Will it be expelled from the Hengtian Ancestral Hall? Ling Feng, do you want to die? There seemed to be a cold green fire burning in the dark eyes of the Hell Poison Lord, and his gaze corroded the void. The Hell Valley practices poison techniques, kills countless people, and uses cruel methods. It has always been between the righteous path and the evil path, belonging to the evil path. It was even nominated by the Sehang Holy Sect, who suggested that the Hell Valley be classified as the evil path, on par with the Supreme Demon Sect, the Heart Demon Sect, etc., and would be surrounded and killed by the righteous sects. It was the Yi family, who was the leader of the Shengxian sect at that time, who took action and strongly maintained the status of Hell Valley as a righteous sect. Otherwise, it would be unknown whether the Hell Valley force would exist today. After all, the area behind Hell Valley doesn't look like the Heart Demon Sect, which is protected by the Heart Demon clan. Alright, peace is the most important thing. The arrival of the Dragon Emissary has something to do with the dispute between the two worlds. Now is not the time for internal strife. Many powerful people hurriedly spoke out to dissuade them. Unorthodox methods. Emperor Ling Feng sneered coldly, then suddenly said, You may not know, but my eldest daughter and Chu Shang, the legitimate son of Chu Tianyan, the third most powerful man in the Chu family, have a mutual affection. They met during a training session, and I'm planning to propose marriage to the Chu family myself. I hope you'll be so kind as to attend the engagement ceremony. Ha, no problem. If it really succeeds, I will definitely be there. Congratulations. The bodies of many powerful people trembled slightly, their pupils shrank slightly, and they suddenly guessed in their hearts, could it be that Shenfang Valley got some internal news of Shengxian sect and confirmed that Yi Qianqiang was abolished, and it was almost certain. Looking at the look of Emperor Ling Feng, it seemed that he was planning ahead of time. Many powerful people also began to secretly calculate in their hearts that if Yi Qianqiang was abolished, the impact would be unimaginable, and everyone would have to stand on the same side again. The title of Shengxian sect as the strongest sect in the continent is not just a verbal claim, but it really has an extremely huge influence, profound foundation and huge influence. At this time, Holy Emperor Peak, in the main hall. The senior members and elders of the Yi family all looked extremely gloomy and their eyes were focused on the Supreme Elder Yi Hongqian. After Yi Qianqiang left, they discussed how to deal with the situation next. The senior members of the Yi family could see that after a series of things were exposed, the condition of the head of the family, Yi Qianqiang, seemed to be a little abnormal. After repeated defeats and concessions, our family's prestige in the sect is declining. We must find a way to put an end to this situation. A senior member of the Yi family said in a hoarse voice. What we should be considering now is how to stop the loss, not how to turn the tide. If this continues, the legacy left by our ancestors will probably be destroyed by our generation. At this time, a supreme elder also nodded and said, indeed, the impact is too bad. The matter of Yi Hongwu, the matter of Yi Feng, the matter of Juming Duzun, and so on, a lot of things have not been completely resolved. Now it involves colluding with the foreign dragon clan and harming the interests of our sect. This is a serious matter. It violates the ancestral precept of being sincere and united with the outside world. Our reputation is ruined. Even the Hengkong human king has personally taken action. If this continues, it is not impossible for the Yi family to be expelled from the Shengxian sect. The top leaders of the Yi family spoke out repeatedly, expressing their dissatisfaction with Yi Qianqiang, and their eyes were focused on the supreme elder Yi Hongqian. After Yi Tianhong and Yi Tiancheng were imprisoned, this previous generation's head of the internal affairs hall became the backbone of the Yi family. Yi Hongqian's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists. He seemed to have made up his mind. His voice was hoarse and trembling. If it comes to this, in order to preserve the Yi family's million-year foundation and leave a chance for a comeback, let me, an old man, become the eternal sinner of this family. There was a hint of hysterical madness in Yi Hongqian's voice. Chapter 147 List. Want to destroy me? Outside the Holy Emperor Peak, Yi Qianqiang's eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched, and there was a terrible murderous intent in the air. His eyes swept over everyone in the field, and finally, fell on Chu Tian. Little beast, the Holy Heaven sect has a history of millions of years and has never had a precedent of deposing a sect leader. If you push for such a thing, have you ever thought about the consequences? Don't forget, my Yi family is the founding family of Shengxian sect, and we take turns with your Chu family to take the position of sect leader. If you cripple me, will the future leader of your Chu family, or even you, be crippled as well? Chu Tian's eyes were indifferent and calm, and he said, Sect Master, this is the last time I will call you Sect Master. Who is it that wants to break the rotation of the banker first? You know it yourself, so there is no need for me to explain it. I believe that as long as we sincerely regard the interests of the sect as our highest mission, everyone in the sect will be watching, and we will gain everyone's sincere support. As I said, you are too clever and calculated, and it may cost you your life. Master, don't think that some things will never be known to anyone. A jade slip appeared in Chu Tian's hand. It was the list of people above the divine realm who were slaughtered by the Yi family and whose names were given to him by Ren Yuxuan. Buzz. Chu Tian waved his hand, and blood-red names appeared in the sky, like blood-red stars, flashing scarlet light, containing a wisp of the residual soul of a dead strong man. Dragon Lord. Chu Tian's voice was calm and indifferent. You reported to the Golden Dragon Clan that my Chu family massacred the Dragon Clan and imprisoned and dissected many of the strongest bloodlines. Then take a good look at how many powerful Dragon Clan members are among these blood-red names. I got this list from Ren Yuxuan, the daughter of the Heart Demon Clan's Demon Emperor. The Yi family and the Heart Demon Clan have joined forces to try to unlock the remains of an ancient and powerful demon god. To open the ruins, one needs the soul and body of a powerful being above the 100,000 god realm, and they all need to have powerful bloodlines. Ordinary god realm beings are not qualified to be on the list. 100,000 gods with powerful bloodlines. Upon hearing this voice, everyone in the field trembled, their pupils contracted violently, and they suddenly looked up at the names that filled the sky like blood-red stars. Lin Nungwei, a direct descendant of the Lin family of the Sehang Holy Sect. The six-clawed fire dragon bloodline of the fire dragon clan, Wukongli. The dragon god sect's candidate Saint Sun, Long Meng. Jiyu Hongming, a direct descendant of the Jiyu family of Shengxian sect. The Star Clan's divine realm. The eight-clawed dragon of the Tianlong clan. Disciple of the Hell Valley sequence. A disciple of the dragon god sect. At this moment, the sky was completely silent and there was no sound. Outside the sect, the strongest people from many top sects began breathing heavily, their faces became gloomy, their fists clenched, and terrible auras involuntarily spread out. Everyone can find the names of their respective sects and families from the list, and they are all geniuses who have fallen in the past 10 years. Holy Emperor Peak, in the main hall. All the senior members of the Yi family turned pale, and whether they knew about this or not, they were trembling all over. Did our family really do something so crazy as to massacre 100,000 powerful bloodlines above the divine realm? A high-ranking member of the Yi family asked in a trembling voice. How could such a huge event not even be known to me? A grand elder closed his eyes in despair and nodded slightly. It's true, we sent a group of clan assassins to do it in secret. They were led by me, several grand elders, and the assassins. The clan had said that this matter would never be exposed. Puff, Yi Hongchen looked at the list, became so angry that he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Exposure, exposure again. These things that were once thought to be certain and would never be exposed are now all laid out on the table. How will the Yi family survive next? Everyone, I made up my mind. Yi Hongchen closed his eyes in despair and slowly raised his right arm. In the name of the head of the Yi family's great elders and the previous head of the Internal Affairs Hall, I propose to depose the head of the family. Raise your hands if you agree. In an instant, in the main hall of the Yi family, the faces of the senior executives became even paler, their eyes were filled with despair, and their bodies were trembling. For millions of years, the Yi family has never deposed the head of the family. In the sky, Chu Tian's eyes were calm and indifferent. He said to the Dragon Lord and Tyrant Dragon Lord, open your eyes and take a closer look. How many dragons are there on this list? 2 fools, being used as pawns without even realizing it. Chu Tian looked up at Yi Qianshang again and said, Sectmaster, what do you say? Little beast. Yi Qianshang's eyes turned blood red, and suddenly a sound like thunder rang out, and his figure instantly rushed towards Chu Tian. Bang! Suddenly, the Dragon King let out a low dragon roar, and his dragon claws crossed the air, blocking Yi Qianshang. Hengkong Human King also instantly stood in front of Yi Qianshang, with a cold murderous look in his cloudy eyes, and said, Yi Qianshang, is this list true? On the list, there are also the names of 2 geniuses from the Hengtian clan. As everyone knows, the Hengtian clan is the descendant of Emperor Hengtian. Their bloodline is powerful and reproduction is extremely difficult. After countless years, the number of people in the clan is not even as many as any small family that has been passed down for 10,000 years. In addition, the Hengtian clan has always taken protecting the Hengtian human race as its mission, and often took the lead in bloody battles with foreign races, resulting in an even smaller number of clan members. Every genius is extremely precious to the Hengtian human race. If these 2 geniuses on the list grow up, they will at least be powerful god kings, or even half-step emperors, and can protect the Hengtian realm for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But they did not die in the bloody battle with the foreign tribes, but died at the hands of their own people. It can be imagined that the anger and murderous intent in the heart of the Hengkong human king at this moment is enough to melt the stars. You want to hurt my big brother. Have you asked Bingbing for consent? Bingbing, who was lying in Chu Tian's arms, puffed up her face and said angrily. Her 2 chubby little hands began to dance again, condensing the yin-yang tai chi diagram. Duan Wulei's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Yi Qianshang, you beast, you keep saying that the interests of the sect are your highest mission, but what have you done? Duan Wulei pointed at the list and roared, the divine realm team that my Duanwu family sent out to the outer domain consisted of 300 people, and you killed them all. Are you still human? They are carrying out the mission assigned by the Internal Affairs Hall for the sect. There are also the Jiyu family, the Su family, the Yang family, the Morong family, the Qian family from top to bottom. The sect actually occupies nearly 20,000 people on your list. They are all the elite of our Shengxian sect. They are the future. Most of them didn't die while pursuing your mission to expand your territory, but were secretly murdered by you out of your selfish motives. Lousy, lousy, Duan Wulei gasped, and suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand, and a sword energy shot out into the sky. I will kill you, you beast. Duan Wulei's face flushed red, a murderous aura filling him. He had been childless, but one member of the Divine Realm team had been a son he had cherished and nurtured for years. He had adopted him from a branch of the Duanwu family, and he was incredibly talented. He had originally intended to train him to inherit his former position as vice head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Now it seems that Yi Qianshang probably didn't want the Duanwu family to continue to interfere in the Internal Affairs Hall, so he made plans early and killed his adopted son. Chapter 148 Die together. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the aura of the sect's high-ranking officials, the Jiyu family, and the strong men of the Su family also became extremely unstable. Yi Qianshang, you beast. Suddenly, Long Hour roared surely, I treat you as a brother, and I'm willing to sacrifice everything for you. You plotted against me, but why did you kill my eldest daughter, Long Bing, who even calls you uncle? Didn't you say that she was performing internal duties in the ancient Dust realm and was killed by a powerful Chu family member? The Chu family's dragon-shaped magical forbidden weapon that killed my daughter, was it also forged by you? Fuck you, are you still a human being? The Dragon Lord's voice was extremely shrill, and the flames of hell were burning all over his body. It seemed that his blood-colored dragon scales were all burning. The feeling that he was a fool almost drove him completely crazy. On the list was the name of Long Bing from the Dragon God sect. The residual soul aura contained in the name was enough to break the Dragon Lord's heart. Tyrant Dragon Lord, it was Yi Qianshang. It was Yi Qianshang who told me that the Chu family has imprisoned many of the strongest bloodlines of the Dragon clan for millions of years and has been dissecting the Dragon clan. He also swore to the heavens in the name of brothers. I was foolish. I trusted this worse than pig and dog thing. I foolishly treated him as a brother and deceived the Dragon clan. I deserve to die. I am willing to accept all punishments from the sharp gold dragon emperor. The Dragon Lord was so angry that he went completely crazy. He originally thought that even if Yi Qianshang thought he was a fool, he would accept it. After all, he had already offended the Chu family. Even if he told the truth, the Chu family would still not let him go. It would only hurt Yi Qianshang 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. But now, he was furious. His only son was killed by Chu Tian because he was used by Yi Qianshang to deal with the Chu family. The eldest daughter Long Bing who died many years ago was actually killed by Yi Qianshang and framed on the Chu family. Tyrant Dragon Lord was covered in blood, his face was pale, and he stood stiffly on the spot. An endless feeling of shame and humiliation overwhelmed his whole body and mind. In the sky, there are at least thousands of flashing blood-red names belonging to the Dragon clan. There are a total of 300 true dragon prodigies in the divine realm belonging to the Golden Dragon clan. The Dragon clan has a strong bloodline and is naturally sensitive. The moment the list appeared, he could feel the unbreakable bloodline connection of the residual soul contained in the name. The resentment that surged into the sky, the endless hatred before death, seemed to have gone through a lot of torture, making Tyrant Dragon Lord almost crazy. He and the Golden Dragon clan were actually treated as pawns by this guy, deceived, and used as tools to deal with the Chu family. He was made to suffer such humiliation that he had never endured before in front of everyone. Yi Qianshang, can you withstand the wrath of my Dragon clan? Tyrant Dragon Lord's voice was hoarse, filled with infinite murderous intent. I will personally report this matter to the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor. Your Yi family, prepare to bear the thunderous wrath of my Dragon clan. The already ugly expressions of the sect's senior leaders and supreme elders turned even paler, and their whole bodies were trembling slightly. No one wants to see the internal strife within Tianzong reach this level. The Yi family is a founding family with deep roots within the Shengxian sect. It basically symbolizes the Tianzong to the outside world. If Shengxian sect were to face the Dragon clan's terrifying wrath directly, the losses it would suffer would be unimaginable. Yi Qianshang, why are you doing all this? Elder Duan roared. At my age, the sect is our roots. By doing this, have you ever considered the huge damage to the sect's interests? You are not worthy of being a leader. At this time, most of the sect's senior strongmen, even those who had not spoken before, began to curse angrily, their hair standing on end and their beards sticking up in anger. Looking at the situation on the field and Yi Qianqiang who lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, Chu Tian's lips curled up slightly, his eyes were calm, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had to admit that Yi Qianqiang was indeed a hero of his generation. Not only was he powerful, but he also had superb means. His plans were so far-reaching and sophisticated that he felt a sense of mutual admiration for him. If he hadn't known the original plot, all of this would never have come to light, and the Chu family probably wouldn't even have a chance to turn the tables. If he were to be honest, he would realize that he was extremely shocked when he first saw the list. It involved all the top sects in Hengtian continent, big families outside the domain, etc., and intentionally or unintentionally, pointed the finger at the Chu family, throwing dirty water on Jian Kongzu's family and the ancient sword god clan and on the Chu family itself. This made King Chu even more cautious and he suppressed the Chu family's minions tightly. And this is also the reason why Chu Tian now publicly released this list. Doing so might cause considerable damage to the interests of Shangxian sect, but the dirty water thrown on his mother Jian Kongzu and the Chu family would be washed away, and the responsibility would be borne entirely by Yi Qianqiang. Shut up, everyone. Yi Qianqiang lowered his head and spoke in a low voice, but a gloomy aura of Taoism instantly swept across the sky for millions of miles, suppressing all power. Don't forget, I am the 98th emperor on the heavenly ranking. Don't forget, I am the leader of the Shangxian sect. Yi Qianqiang suddenly raised his head, and his blood-red eyes swept over everyone. The terrifying aura of Taoism made the sky change color. Most of the people who looked at him turned pale and lowered their heads subconsciously. There is no doubt that as the emperor of the heavenly ranking, Yi Qianqiang is definitely one of the most powerful and highest-ranking people in the field. Only a very few people such as Hengkong Human King and Duan Mushangzu can be on par with him. I don't need to deny all of this. I did it all. I will take full responsibility for what I have done. It has nothing to do with the Holy Heaven sect or the Yi family of the Holy Emperor Peak. Yi Qianqiang's eyes were bloodshot, and with a sense of madness, he clenched his fists and the scarlet blood stained his fingers. He looked at Chu Tian and said, "Little beast, I have to admit that you are the nemesis sent by God to deal with me. All my careful plans have been destroyed by you. But even so, your Chu family is not a White Lotus." Yi Qianqiang turned to look at the Hengkong Human King and said, "The ancestral precepts of the Hengtian ancestral court state that unless the survival of the Hengtian human race is involved, the Human King is not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of the major top sects. I am still the leader of the Holy Heaven sect. As the leader of the Holy Heaven sect, I demand that you immediately stop interfering in the internal affairs of the Holy Heaven sect." In an instant, the expression of King Hengkong became extremely gloomy. Yi Qianqiang turned his head to look at Tyrant Dragon Lord, and stretched out his big hand, covering the sky, and grabbed him directly like grabbing a chicken. The dignified Dragon Lord had no power to resist in front of him. The power of the Emperor of the Heavenly Ranking was fully revealed, which was terrifying. Buzz! Yi Qianqiang's eyes were bloodshot, and two rays of light shot directly into Tyrant Dragon's eyes. He said hoarsely, "This is the memory fragment I obtained when I searched the soul of a great elder of the Chu family, the former head of the Law Enforcement Hall, in the Myriad World's ruins. It involves matters related to the Yama Palace. Believe it or not, you dragons can decide for yourself. As long as we search the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak right now, all the truth will immediately surface. It depends on whether you, the Dragon Clan, have the courage to do so." Chapter 149 Yi Qianqiang's Final Madness. Search the soul of the old generation head of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Chu family. The moment Yi Qianqiang said this, the pupils of all the strong men in Shangxian sect contracted violently. The dignified leader of the Shangxian sect actually said in public that he had searched the soul of a former giant of the sect, the leader of the Law Enforcement Hall. What is the concept? There was only one thought left in their minds. Yi Qianqiang, crazy. No, Yi Qianqiang is not crazy, he wants to take the Chu family with him to die. If the Dragon Clan knew this information, they would probably go crazy. Tyrant Dragon Lord was standing blankly in the sky at this moment, looking at the Holy Emperor Peak. The bloodshot in his eyes gradually thickened, and he didn't know what he saw from the fragments of memory. Suddenly, he took out a jade slip engraved with a golden dragon and crushed it directly. A wave of waves spread to the endless and distant extraterritorial dragon realm. Chu Tian's pupils shrank slightly, his face suddenly turned gloomy. He looked at Yi Qianqiang, only to find that Yi Qianqiang was also looking at him with a look of madness in his eyes. He instantly understood what Yi Qianqiang wanted to do. Yi Qianqiang is going to take the initiative to assume responsibility for everything that has happened recently, clear the Yi family from involvement, and then, in order to maintain the Yi family's position in the Shangxian sect, he will attack the Chu family at all costs. The moment these words were spoken, in fact, it means that his position as the sect leader will definitely be abolished, and he can't even stay in the Shangxian sect. At this point, Yi Qianqiang realized that nothing could be done, so he decided to burn his boats. It is obvious that even if the position of sect leader is abolished, he can still survive with his strength, and Chu Tian cannot kill him in a short time. But Yi Qianqiang's choice was to not let the Chu family have an easy life, even if it meant ruining his reputation. Even if he left, the Yi family would still have a better situation in the Shangxian sect without the position of the sect leader. Boom, Yi Qianqiang, are you still worthy of being a human being? My Chu family has made countless sacrifices for the sect throughout the generations, yet you actually searched the souls of the elders of my Chu family. You are so vicious, you deserve to die. Suddenly, the Chu family's top leaders roared in anger. Chu Tianyan roared first, slashing out a blade of light that spanned the sky. The white tiger stood upright, with boundless murderous aura. Yi Qianqiang, you beast, you deserve to die, Chu Tianyan roared, his eyes full of bloodshot. Holding the Chengxing white tiger sword, he swooped down with murderous intent and slashed at Yi Qianqiang. Chu Tianxing took the Patriarch's token and directly activated the Grand Emperor's pattern. A series of divine chains of rules covered Yi Qianqiang and imprisoned him in midair. A scum like you actually appeared in my Shangxian sect. Chu Tianxing's eyes were bloodshot and murderous intent filled the sky. The moment Yi Qianqiang gave Tyrant Dragon Lord the memory fragment, he felt an extremely familiar breath that was almost integrated into his soul memory. That person was his father, Chu Fengcheng, the previous head of the Law Enforcement Hall. Many years ago, after he retired from the position of head of the Law Enforcement Hall, he went to the ruins of 10,000 worlds to carry out a mission for the sect. He disappeared for 1,000 years, and everyone in the Shangxian sect thought he was dead. In other words, the person whose soul Yi Qianqiang searched was his father. You are not worthy of being the descendant of Tianzong. Chu Tianxing, the elegant and easygoing middle-aged man, felt a buzzing in his head, the blood in his body was boiling, and his hair stood on end with anger. Tell me, how is my father? Chu Tianxing's eyes were blood red, and his roar was deafening. He entered an unprecedented state of rage, as if he was a wild beast that had lost its mind. His terrifying soul was agitated and turned blood red. His soul was roaring, carrying the family token and sweeping the power of the great emperor's pattern, and he rushed directly towards Yi Qianqiang with his physical body. Yi Qianqiang may try to run away, stop him. At this time, a supreme elder roared angrily. Yi Qianqiang's behavior could be said to have completely trampled on the face of the Tianzong. The bottom line that everyone in the Shangxian sect tacitly adhered to was torn apart, and not a trace of dignity was left. The sect had lasted for millions of years, and the unspoken rules that everyone followed were trampled upon by Yi Qianqiang without mercy. The dignified sect leader, in order to fight internal battles, actually searched the souls of the older generation who had made huge contributions to the sect, and handed the information he obtained to the Dragon Clan. If the internal strife reaches this level, the Shangxian sect will become the laughingstock of the Hangtian continent, and the losses, both overt and covert, will be so huge that it is unimaginable. Everyone, work together. We can't let him get away. Duan Wurong, Duan Wulei and other strongest members of the Duanwu family also attacked in anger almost at the same time. At the same time, a terrifying holy power was revived on the main peak of the Duanwu family. This was the revival of the holy formation left by the holy ancestor Duanwu. I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death. Bingbing cried out, puffing up her little face and furious. She could clearly feel the anger in her elder brother's heart, and she directly used the yin-yang tai chi diagram to attack Yi Qianshang. Roar! The Dragon King roared, and his roar shook the world. The dragon's horns emitted rolling waves, directly shattering the endless time and space, trying to block Yi Qianshang's retreat. Boom! Suddenly, the holy emperor peak, which had been silent all this time, suddenly burst out with a divine light that shook the heavens and the earth, and suddenly blasted towards Yi Qianshang. Qianshang, second uncle, never thought you could be so shameless as to reach this point. On the holy emperor peak, Yi Hongchen's eyes were red, and he held the family head token in his hand, controlling the reincarnation emperor pattern on the holy emperor peak that had accumulated power for millions of years, and launched a series of terrifying attacks. On behalf of the Yi family's top management, I hereby declare that, effective immediately, your position as family head will be abolished and you will be removed from the Yi family. You are no longer a member of the Yi family. Your name will be completely removed from the Yi family tree. The Yi family and you will no longer have any connection at all. Yi Hongchen roared and acted almost crazily, even directly activating all the foundations in the main hall of the holy emperor peak. A terrifying forbidden weapon was revived and blasted towards Yi Qianshang. At this time, he must try his best to prove that Yi Qianshang's behavior has nothing to do with the Yi family. Even more, use Yi Qianshang's life and blood to wash away the shame on the Yi family, otherwise the Yi family will not know how to gain a foothold in the sect in the future. After all, even if Yi Qianshang took the initiative to bear everything, almost at the cost of giving up his position as the clan leader, he was still a member of the Yi family and the head of the Yi family. His actions had caused almost irreparable damage to the Yi family. The list of the 100,000 gods. It involves many powerful forces and tribes in the heavens and all realms. It also involves a large number of forces in the Hangtian realm. Yi Qianshang is leaving. Without the heavenly ranking emperor, the Yi family, despite its strong foundation, could not withstand such a blow. Therefore, the Yi family must prove that they are still loyal to the sect. Boom, boom, boom. The senior members of the Yi family and the supreme elders showed their murderous intentions and used the terrifying magical powers in the reincarnation emperor Sutra to kill Yi Qianshang. Deep in the main hall of the holy emperor peak, a terrifying aura began to revive. Two old monsters of the Yi family with a rotten aura opened the coffin lids and turned out to be two dusty emperors. After Yi Hongchen asked them to reveal their background and explained the cause and effect, they directly launched a killing move towards Yi Qianshang. The Yi family is crazy. An old monster of the emperor's level is the real trump card of a family. He is the pillar that stabilizes the family and will not appear until the critical moment of extinction. After all, the emperor is the rule itself, and his strength is too strong. To suppress the emperor, even the weakest emperor, the resources and cost are unimaginably huge. Even if this kind of dusty emperor were to be born, he would only be able to fight for a while. Not only would he not be able to exert his peak strength, he would even die soon. To use this level of background, the collective approval of the family's top management is required, various secret methods must be used, and a huge amount of resources must be consumed. It is conceivable that at this moment the murderous intention of the family towards Yi Qianshang has reached an unimaginable level. Shangxian sect, the strongest sect in Hangtian realm, erupted with unprecedented power at this moment. With so many powerful people attacking at the same time, the main peaks of the two founding clans that had been passed down for millions of years were activated at the same time. The terrifying power was enough to destroy the world. 90,000 miles above the sky, the space collapsed completely, and endless power overwhelmed Yi Qianshang. It was visible to the naked eye that he was constantly bleeding from being beaten, and the emperor's physical body was destroyed countless times. The trauma caused to him by Bingbing's yin-yang tai chi diagram, the sharp horns of the Dragon King, the reincarnation emperor mark, and the grand emperor mark was unimaginable. Chapter 150. Heaven will give great responsibilities to this person. Ha 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 ha. But at this moment, even though Yi Qianshang's emperor body was constantly crumbling, he let out a hoarse and crazy laugh, being collectively attacked and killed by the entire sect. Even if I can't lead the Shangxian sect to the top of the myriad worlds, I can at least leave my name in history. Yes, I did it all. The Golden Wolf Demon Lord of the Heart Demon sect was killed by me in collusion with the Golden Tiger Demon Lord. The Golden Tiger Demon Lord is my brother. I agreed with him that I would obtain everything from the Tianxin original demon ruins, and the original demon inheritance would belong to the Heart Demon clan. I was the one who murdered all three sisters of the Chu family. I forced the Poison Master to murder Chu Yuyao. I also forced my own son Yifeng to make Chu Yansheng practice the supreme yin-yang technique. It was also my arrangement that Chu Xinglan receive the inheritance in the forbidden land of myriad worlds. She is doomed to die. I forced Yi Tiansheng to massacre 100,000 gods. I did everything. Everything the Lu family did, including harming Chu Tian, was arranged by me. I forced Yi Hongwu to commit suicide and sent him to hell with the secret. Yi Qianshang laughed wildly and had to admit that as one of the 100 most powerful people in Hangtian continent since ancient times, his strength was terrifying and unimaginable. Even in the face of so many attacks, he was still able to maintain a strong vitality, and his body was constantly reorganizing, and he was hardly weakened at all. I was almost successful, and the signs of destroying the Chu family were already appearing. But because of that little bastard Chu Tian, I failed at the last moment, and all my efforts were in vain. Otherwise, I would not only be the heavenly ranking emperor whose strength is second only to the two founding ancestors and the five ancestors of the revival in the history of the Holy Heaven sect, but I would also be the great ancestor who unified the Holy Heaven sect and led the Tianzong to break free from the constraints of the Hangtian realm and reach the pinnacle of the myriad realms. My name would be recorded in history. Yi Qianshang was almost crazy, as if he wanted to pour out all the ambitions that he had hidden in his heart for these years. His ambition is unimaginably huge and his vision is grand. He wanted to lead the Shangxian sect and, with the power of a single sect, squeeze into the top 100 in the 10,000 realms. He wanted to complete the integration of the Shangxian sect, so he had to first destroy the Chu family, and then slowly deal with the Jiyu family, the Su family, and the Duanwu family, concentrating all power in the hands of the Yi family and gathering it in his own hands. He also wants to expand the current territory of Shangxian sect to 10 or 100 times its current size. He also wanted to replace the Hangtian ancestral temple and unify the Hangtian realm. There was a deafening roar in the sky, and terrifying magical powers that could destroy the heavens and the earth were roaring. Deep in the Holy Heaven sect, a terrifying foundation similar to that of the Holy Heaven Pond Dragon King was reviving. The more Yi Qianshang spoke, the more terrifying the murderous intentions of the Shangxian sect senior leaders and supreme elders became towards him. Even the entire Yi family had an unprecedented level of murderous intent towards him. Since Yi Qianshang has taken on everything for the family, he should use his life to wash away the shame of the Yi family. One general success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Yi Qianshang, a loser, is not worthy of talking about dreams. Chu Tian's eyes were cold and calm as he stared at Yi Qianshang. What Yi Qianchong said was actually close to success when the original plot was ruined by the author. Even if it did not replace the Hangtian ancestral court, the territory had indeed expanded tenfold. Yi Feng and Yi Fan broke through to the level of emperor, and many geniuses and strong men emerged. The Shengxian sect also successfully squeezed into the top 100 of the 10,000 realms on its own. But the price for this is the Chu family. We have to admit that Yi Qianchong is indeed a hero of his generation. But in his previous life, Chu Tian built a business empire spanning the globe, and he climbed to the top step by step, stepping on the corpses of people with great ambitions. Many of them were like Yi Qianchong, who had amazing skills, dominated the world, and looked down on everyone. He could make hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars in cash flow with just a few words, and they all became his stepping stones and fuel. Yi Qianchong, we're the same kind of people. Chu Tian moved his lips slightly towards Yi Qianchong, without making any sound, just lip language, as if the scene at the end of the first confrontation with Yi Qianchong that day at the Holy Emperor Peak. However, the price of Shengxian sect's rise cannot be the Chu family. There was a gleam of ambition in Chu Tian's eyes, which was exactly the same as the gleam in Yi Qianchong's eyes at this moment, and even stronger. Seeing the shape of Chu Tian's mouth, Yi Qianchong laughed even though he was covered in blood. Dragon Clan, I have placed all my hopes on you. Kill the Chu family and kill this little lunatic Chu Tian. Yi Qianchong, you finally admitted that it was you who helped that devil Yi Feng behind the scenes and almost killed my disciple. The indifferent voice of Tianyin Daozhen resounded, and at the same time, a golden sword, as if transcending the constraints of time, space and fate, directly pierced Yi Qianchong's chest. It is none other than the most famous treasure of Tianyin Daozhen, the Yundian divine sword. The luck of heaven and earth is condensed into a sword, which condenses the fate of all living beings, breaks the constraints of the rules of time and space, and condenses into this sword. It was with this sword that he reached the 89th place on the Hangtian list, surpassing Yi Qianchong and Chu Tianhuang. Taoist Master Tianyin is also one of the top 10 powerful saints in the history of the Sihang Holy Sect, and is not far from Taoist Master Tianming. The damage this sword brought to Yi Qianchong directly damaged the foundation of his rules. After all, although Bing's spiritual essence and magical powers are powerful, her spiritual consciousness was born not long ago and she can't exert much real power at all. It's okay to crush Tyrant Dragon Lord with absolute strength, but he is still powerless when facing the real emperor of the heavenly ranking. The joining of Tianyin Daozhen really brought great trauma to Yi Qianchong and completely cut off his way to leave safely. Ha ha ha, Tianyin Daozhen, you old beast, I knew you would come. Yi Qianchong laughed wildly, his eyes full of bloodshot, blood spilling into the sky, but his voice was full of heroic spirit. Even if you condense the Yundian divine sword, you're still no match for the two of his brothers. The Shengxian sect is still in the hands of our brothers, crushing your Sihang Shengzong and reaching the top of the Hangtian realm. No matter how powerful you are still inferior to us two brothers, and you are far behind the brilliant swordsmanship of Diablo. If Kanzu had chosen me back then, we two brothers wouldn't have ended up like this today. Buzz. Yi Qianchong suddenly punched out, and in an instant, time and space collapsed, directly creating a passage into the law enforcement hall, and he stepped into it. At the end of the passage was deep in the realm of sin. In a prison, a young man with disheveled hair and a pale and desperate face was lying on the ground. It turned out to be Yi Fan, who was imprisoned in the crime zone and under strict guard. Heaven will bestow a great responsibility on this person, Yi Fan kept muttering to himself. In his body, the colorful poisonous snake left by Chu Yuyao was still wriggling, sometimes devouring his internal organs. He seemed to have become numb, completely desperate and insensitive. Chapter 151 Chu Qianchong's change. Xiao Fan. Yi Qianchong stepped in front of Yi Fan, grabbed him with his big hand, and the terrifying Taoist energy suddenly surged into his body. The person I feel most sorry for in my life is your father, Tianyin. Tianyin and Tiancheng are twins with strong talents, but they were severely injured in order to protect me, and their foundation of Taoism was irreparably damaged. Otherwise, he should have been the head of the Yi family. I promised them that I would protect them for the rest of their lives and lead the Yi family to the top. Yi Qianchong muttered to himself, and the rolling energy of the cycle of reincarnation rushed into Yi Fan's body frantically, washing it madly, but a strand of his hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Qianchong actually used the life essence of the emperor as a price, and spared no effort to spend thousands of years of his life to cleanse Yi Fan's body, build a solid foundation, and at the same time cleanse the venom that had penetrated deep into the bone marrow of the Hongmeng Holy Bone. An emperor on the heavenly ranking paid the price of his most precious life. That kind of power can change the world, reverse the sun and the moon, and is almost omnipotent. Cleansing Yi Fan's Hongmeng Holy Bones is naturally a piece of cake. Yi Fan's eyes widened angrily and his mouth opened wide, but he could not utter a word. The terrifying energy of the cycle of reincarnation washed over every inch and every hair on his body. The Hongmeng Holy Bone between his eyebrows began to glow, and a power from the beginning of heaven and earth began to spread, as if the supreme magical power was beginning to be conceived in the Holy Bone. I'm sorry to your father, sorry to Tiancheng and Tianhong for not being able to protect them, and even more sorry to you, Yi Fan. Until today, I haven't been able to find the murderer who poisoned you. Yi Qianchong's voice was hoarse as he muttered to himself. His hair had turned dry and white, just like King Chu Tian. Xiao Fan, time is running out. Don't talk, listen to me. Your eldest brother Yi Feng has been possessed by the devil. You must find a way to save him. Only by joining forces can you two brothers have a greater hope of revitalizing the Yi family and overcoming this disaster. However, if things cannot be done, do not force it. Chu Tian's calculations are very far-reaching. All of this is definitely not a coincidence. Letting the killing demon soldiers massacre the Hangtian continent sects was my previous plan. Even if I take on everything, the Chu family will definitely pursue the Yi family relentlessly in the future. The Yi family's foundation can still support it for a while. You must grow up as quickly as possible and prove your potential. In 3 years' time, you must prove yourself in the Hangtian competition. This is the only way to save the Yi family. Boom! Yi Qianchong raised his hand and tore the space apart, wrapping Yi Fan with Tao essence and endless life essence, and handed him a ring and a dark spear, then knocked Yi Fan into the void. He quickly disappeared into the depths of the void, and no one knew where he was teleported to. Yi Fan, I leave the fate of the Yi family in your hands. You, the younger generation, are the future of the family. Yi Qianchong muttered to himself, in fact, I have already lost because I failed to kill Chu Tian under the protection of King Chu Tian and let Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yuyao grow up. Puff! Suddenly, a dragon horn tore through the space and directly pierced Yi Qianchong's chest. The head of the Dragon King tore through space, and its eyes, as huge as stars, were filled with endless murderous aura. The murderous aura began to turn into flames, refining Yi Qianchong's body and life. You actually dared to hurt Big Brother. Bing Bing is very angry. Bing Bing stood on the head of the Dragon King and waved her hand. The star crystal coffin flew out, and the rolling star power rolled down like a waterfall from the sky. The stars were dotted and dazzling, filled with endless mysterious murderous intent, which seemed to be able to bury the heavens and all the worlds. This is the most precious treasure of the Star Clan that once ranked among the top 20 in the myriad realms. It is also the only treasure that Saint Ancestor Duanmu left with him when he passed away. One can imagine the earth-shaking power contained in it. Taoist Tianyin tore through the space and stepped into the realm of sin, but a ray of blood was actually faster than him. Yi Qianchong, where is my father? What have you done to him? Chu Qiancheng appeared next to the star crystal coffin. At this moment, the spiritual power that spread uncontrollably from his body was filled with a faint blood color. This elegant middle-aged man seemed to have entered a state of hysterical madness, even his soul became extremely strange, as if he had entered an unheard of state. He has been studying unconventional ways for many years and has avoided participating in sex struggles and family struggles. However, he has to come out because of the matter of King Chu Dian, but he suddenly learns that his biological father's soul has been searched by Yi Tianchong. Chu Tianxing, you are very talented and smart, but unfortunately, you are too humble and don't like to fight. Otherwise, if you really competed for the position of family head, the King of Heaven might not be able to defeat you. Yi Tianchong smiled, and his skin was visibly aging rapidly and his vitality was fading away. Uncle Feng Cheng was very kind to me in the past. Don't worry, I've already buried him for you. I performed the 3 bow and 9 kowtow ceremony on your behalf, as a son should, before burying him. The coffin and the stone tablet are made of top-quality materials, and I've asked a powerful member of the Wensheng clan to personally carve the inscription. My father is dead, Chu Tianxing muttered to himself with his head down. Boom! Suddenly, a roar sounded in Chu Tianxing's soul. Those blood-red strange energies actually burst out like divine thunder, making a shocking roar and condensing into a blood-red lightning, appearing between the eyebrows of Chu Tianxing's soul. Now, the outside world was suddenly covered in blood, and visions of ghosts and gods wailing appeared continuously between heaven and earth. Blood rain fell from the sky, and bloody winds howled, as if some strange existence was born between heaven and earth. Chu Tianxing stood stiffly in place, a strand of his hair turned into blood-red hair, and a blood-red lightning mark appeared between his eyebrows. At this moment, he looked like an evil demon descending to the world with his blood-red hair fluttering, captivating everyone. Yi Tianchong, what did you do to my second brother? Chu Tianyan rushed into the sin zone, and when he saw this scene, his eyes were bloodshot. At this time, when all eyes in the sect were focused on Yi Tianchong, and endless magical powers were blasted towards him, Chu Tian landed in front of the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak with a calm expression, raised his head and looked forward, and said lightly, Beishan Longzhen, do you want to die? At this time, Tuolao also appeared beside him, his eyes bloodshot. He looked at Tyrant Dragon Lord in front of him and said, the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak is forbidden to any unauthorized person, otherwise he will die. Get out of here, you little bastard. Tyrant Dragon Lord's voice was cold and overbearing, with a faint trace of bloodshot in his eyes. The memory fragments Yi Tianchong gave me to contain fragments of memories about Yama Palace and the dissection of tens of millions of dragons over the past millions of years. This is not groundless, but involves the dignity of our dragon clan. Get out of the way, otherwise, anyone who stands in my way will die. Boom, a golden dragon claw suddenly tore open the sky, and a tall man wearing a golden imperial robe and with golden dragon horns on his head walked out. It turned out that there was an invincible dragon emperor who crossed the endless star field and sent down his soul from the sky. The descending dragon emperor was none other than the patriarch of the golden dragon clan, the sharp golden dragon emperor, the invincible emperor whose name was known throughout the universe. King Hengkong, I have already reported to the dragon emperor and ordered him to search the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak regarding the matter of the Yama Hall. Do you want to stop me? The voice of the sharp gold dragon emperor was filled with boundless majesty and arrogance. Chapter 152. Today, we, the grandfather and the grandson, slay the dragon side by side. Sharp gold dragon emperor, are you using the dragon emperor to pressure me? The human King Hengkong had a gloomy expression on his face. He glanced at Tyrant Dragon Lord in front of the Holy Emperor Peak's main hall. He already knew in his heart that the sharp gold dragon emperor was determined to challenge the Chu family. The Chu family's matter was indeed too complicated. It involved the dragon clan, as well as the memory fragments that Yi Tianchong took out. He was also a little hesitant. Human King, you may think so. My dragon clan is not targeting the Hengtian human clan, but only the Chu family of the Shengxian sect who violated the dignity of my dragon clan. The sharp gold dragon emperor also noticed the hesitation of the Hengkong human king and immediately turned to the Tyrant Dragon Emperor and said coldly, make your move. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to use his powerful force to intimidate the king of Hengkong for a moment and quickly confirm the matter. The memory fragments provided by Yi Tianchong alone are far from being irrefutable evidence. Anyone who dares to stand in the way of the dragon clan will be killed without mercy. My golden dragon clan is the strongest clan among the dragons. We have never been afraid of anyone, not even the Holy Heaven sect. Sharp golden dragon emperor said coldly. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the golden dragon emperor was killed by the holy ancestor Duanmu, but the dragon clan didn't even say a word. This was the greatest shame in the history of the golden dragon clan, and the golden dragon clan has always been brooding over it. It's just that the dragon realm is too far away from the Hengtian realm, and the Hengtian human race is not weak. After the Shengxian sect, powerful people have appeared one after another, so the golden dragon clan has never found an opportunity to wash away this shame. Now, Yi Tianchong personally presented this great opportunity to the golden dragon clan, and they naturally did not want to let it go. As long as it is confirmed that the Chu family has been capturing the strongest bloodlines of the dragon clan and dissecting them for millions of years, various types of dragons are also imprisoned in the Yama Palace. Destroying the Chu family, or even directly destroying the Shengxian sect, would be as easy as taking candy from a bag, and would not arouse the Hengtian realm's hatred of the enemy and the psychological resistance to foreign invasion. After all, it was the Chu family that trampled on the dignity of the dragon clan first. The dragon clan cannot be bullied. The terrifying pressure of the sharp golden dragon emperor covered the sky for millions of miles. When it comes to the dignity of the dragon clan, anyone who dares to interfere is making an enemy of our golden dragon clan and going against the entire dragon clan. The sharp golden dragon emperor's voice was loud, cold, and overbearing. King Hengkong hesitated for a moment, and the strongest people who came from outside the sect were also stunned. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Yes, sir. Boom. Tyrant Dragon Lord did not hesitate, his eyes were cold, and he transformed directly into a winding nine-clawed golden dragon, spanning thousands of miles of sky. The sharp and huge dragon claws covered the sky of the Holy Emperor Peak and pressed directly towards the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak. The overwhelming dragon power distorted the sky. He was crushed one after another by Hengkong human king and Yi Tianchong, but this did not mean that he was not strong enough, but that the strength of these two heavenly ranking emperors was too terrifying. As the pure descendant of the nine-clawed golden dragon, loved by God, his strength is definitely far beyond that of the Dragon Lord. Boom, boom, boom. Before the dragon claws approached, the majestic Holy Emperor Peak was shaking continuously under the pressure of the vast power of the Dragon Lord. Palaces were crushed to pieces and turned into dust. Mountains collapsed, the ground cracked, and huge rocks rolled down. At this moment, the Chu family token that could activate the Chu family's assets was taken to the Sin domain by Chu Tianxing. Chu Tianyan and most of the Chu family's senior executives also followed to surround and kill Yi Tianchong. The heavenly group, the only way is to fight to the death. The old hunchback's eyes were blood red, his dry white hair turned into blood red hair, his hunchback straightened, and a terrifying demonic nature revived in his body. He had lived for too long and his lifespan was nearing its end. Even though he had taken the creation pill to repair the hidden injuries in his body, he was no longer at his peak. Facing the terrifying pressure from Tyrant Dragon Lord, he was burning his remaining life essence. In the Hengtian Palace, the powerful members of the Tian group who were guarding the main palace also began to fly out of the main palace and set up formation patterns around the main palace. My young master, I have guarded the Holy Emperor Peak for thousands of years and have never allowed outsiders to set foot inside. The old camel grinned and said, as long as this old servant is still breathing, the Holy Emperor Peak will not be lost. Don't worry. Buzz. But at this moment, Chu Dian smiled calmly and directly used the Heavenly Emperor's coming talisman. He stretched out his hand to suppress Tuo Lao's action of burning his life essence and said, Grandpa Tuo, since Tyrant Dragon Lord is seeking death, let's grant his wish. His god life is not worth exchanging your life for yours. Today, we, grandfather and grandson, will slay the dragon side by side. Boom. The power of the ancient talisman of the Emperor of Heaven exploded, and Chu Dian's chaotic demon body exuded an extremely powerful pressure. Two chaotic divine rays shot out from his eyes, directly piercing through the dragon claw, and dragon blood splattered. The chaos demon body is one of the most powerful physiques in the universe. The more powerful it is, the more powerful it becomes, and its potential is limitless. Chu Dian's realm was too low at this time, and he was actually far from being able to unleash the power of the chaos demon body. In the history of the myriad worlds, there was even a chaos demon body at the half-step Emperor level, which killed the Emperor and shocked the world. The last time I used the Heavenly Emperor's Advent Talisman was to save my second sister's life. This time, let me experience just how powerful the chaos devil body at the Emperor's level is. Chu Dian was suddenly filled with chaotic mist, like a chaotic divine sun. His body instantly appeared above Tyrant Dragon Lord and punched out. In an instant, a terrifying chaotic storm appeared on his fist, directly knocking Tyrant Dragon Lord's huge dragon body into the chaotic void. This punch was so powerful that it shook the world and destroyed all the rules. Puff! It was visible to the naked eye that the dragon head of Tyrant Dragon was actually blown up by Chu Dian's punch. The ancient talisman of the Emperor. The pupils of the Hengkong human king shrank slightly, and he was shocked. He simply couldn't understand how great Chu Dian's chance and adventure were. An ancient imperial talisman is so precious that it is unimaginable, but Chu Dian actually used two of them in less than a month. What kind of opportunity did Chu Dian get that actually contained two ancient imperial talismans? As long as the chaos demon god body at the Emperor realm breaks through, it will directly become the top Emperor realm, and at least be ranked on the heavenly ranking. Every chaos devil body that has appeared in the history of the 10,000 worlds, as long as they can break through the Emperor's throne, will be a powerful being that dominates the 10,000 worlds and shakes the past and present. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were solemn. Chu Dian's realm is too low, and the potential of the chaos demon god body has not been fully tapped. Therefore, although he possesses the power of the Emperor, he is still unable to fully display the chaos demon god body's most powerful combat power. But even so, the fighting power displayed is still terrifying. You have to know that Tyrant Dragon Lord has broken through to the Emperor Lord for thousands of years, and his understanding of rules, magical powers, bloodline, heaven and earth, and Tao is far beyond what Chu Dian can compare to. Chu Dian now, relying solely on the strength of the chaos demon body and forcibly stimulating the Emperor's combat power, actually displayed this earth-shaking power. Boom! Chu Dian's huge hand covered the sky and pressed into the chaotic space and time. He directly grabbed the dragon tail of Tyrant Dragon Lord and swung it around. No matter how it roared, it couldn't break free at all. Chapter 153, Dragon Slaying. Ha 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 ha, today this old slave dares to slay the dragon alongside the young master. The old camel grinned, stopped burning his life essence, and a blood-red magic knife appeared in his hand. He rushed directly into the chaotic void and slashed it with one blow, cutting Tyrant Dragon Lord into two pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Countless blood-red sword lights crossed time and space. The Tyrant Dragon Lord was firmly suppressed by Chu Dian and unable to resist at all. He was chopped into countless golden pieces of flesh. Dragon blood rolled and spread, pouring into the chaotic storm. His body was aging, and his fighting power was far from its peak, but he was still an emperor who had survived for a long time. Facing a suppressed Tyrant Dragon Lord who had no room to resist, he almost slaughtered him. The body of Tyrant Dragon Lord was extremely powerful and almost immortal. The golden pieces of flesh in the sky kept reorganizing themselves, but the old camel was holding a bloody sword, which he swung billions of times per second. Countless bloody sword lights swept across the sky, constantly chopping it down. Tyrant Dragon Lord was extremely miserable. It's not that he is not strong, but Chu Dian's chaos demon body, combined with the combat power of the Emperor, is truly terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Moreover, there's an Emperor cooperating from the side, and he is completely suppressed. Otherwise, if he fought Chu Dian one-on-one, he would not be without the ability to fight, at least he would not be beaten so badly. Is this the supreme physique, the chaos demon god body? Outside the sect, Emperor Lingfeng muttered to himself with boundless horror in his eyes. His intuition told him that he would never be able to defeat Chu Dian who had used the Emperor's ancient talisman. Because he is not even a match for the Dragon Lord, let alone the even more powerful Tyrant Dragon Lord. An old antique said in shock, if Chu Dian breaks through to the Emperor, he will probably be able to directly squeeze into the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. Is this the strongest physique? 10,000 Dao Cauldron. Chu Dian's eyes were cold and filled with terrible murderous intent. A huge green three-legged cauldron that was tens of millions of feet long fell from the sky. The visions of yin and yang beasts, the hand of heaven, and the prison dragon Emperor were directly transformed by him into the fire of the avenue in the cauldron, and he began to refine the endless pieces of flesh that Tyrant Dragon Lord had turned into. First, you trampled on the dignity of my Chu family, and then you broke into the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak. If I don't kill you today, how can the dignity of my Chu family remain? Chu Dian's voice was filled with endless murderous intent. The 10,000 Dao Cauldron is the most powerful magical power he created. Although it is far from perfect, under the stimulation of the Emperor's power, it has already created a terrifying scene. In a very short period of time, a large part of Tyrant Dragon's vitality was directly refined. Cooperating with the old camel beside him who kept slashing out bloody sword beams to prevent Tyrant Dragon Lord from reorganizing his body, everyone could feel that Tyrant Dragon Lord was on the road to death. Without external intervention, death was only a matter of time. What is Chu Dian going to do? Is he going to directly refine Tyrant Dragon to death? Emperor Lingfeng was extremely horrified and his voice was trembling. Tyrant Dragon Lord is the envoy of the Dragon Palace and has a very high status. The many strongest people from the top sects who came here were confused and their faces were slightly pale. Killing the Dragon Messenger is a world-shattering event. Now, between heaven and earth, the visions of ghosts wailing and gods howling, and blood raining down became more and more terrifying, as if some terrifying existence was really about to be born. The law enforcement peak not far away had completely turned blood red, as if it had become a hell. Even the Emperor could not see what was happening inside. Today, the Shengxian sect seems to have two battlefields, which is dazzling. But one could feel that something horrific seemed to have happened in the Sin domain. A strange and terrifying aura began to rise at a rapid speed, even making some emperors outside the sect feel cold all over. Asshole, do you dare to kill the king of my Golden Dragon clan? The moment the cold voice of the sharp Golden Dragon Emperor sounded, Golden Dragon claws appeared across the sky, spanning 100,000 miles, huge and boundless, and slammed down on Chu Dian and Tuo Lao. As the strongest member of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor of the Golden Dragon Clan, the strength he displayed was breathtaking. He was definitely the strongest emperor who was not inferior to Yi Qianshang in any way, and even more powerful. Even though the dragon soul came across the endless starry sky, the magical powers it displayed were terrifying and unimaginable. Camel Old swung his sword in return and collided with him head-on. The blood-red sword was directly broken, and even Camel Old's body was destroyed and reassembled. The old camel's face was pale, his life essence had indeed weakened to an extremely weak level. Each destruction and reconstruction was a huge trauma to his vitality, and there was even a faint smell of decay on his body. Without the restraint of Tuolao, Tyrant Dragon Lord's body began to reorganize rapidly, and the golden dragon body that stretched for thousands of miles began to wreak havoc in the 10,000 Dao cauldron. What a shame and humiliation. Tyrant Dragon Lord roared, his dragon roar shaking the sky. Little beast, I will eat you alive. Boom, boom, boom. He swung his dragon tail and struck out with his dragon claws, causing the 1 Dao cauldron to vibrate continuously and cracks to appear on its body. And at this time, Chu Dian only has 3 minutes left to use the Emperor's ancient talisman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I said, you must die today. The eye of heaven between Chu Dian's eyebrows suddenly opened. In an instant, purple air spanned 30,000 miles between the blood-colored sky and earth, and a supreme and great sacred aura descended with a bang. This unique magical treasure created by Tianming Daozen through his lifelong understanding, in the hands of Chu Dian who was at the level of Emperor, exerted unimaginable power at this moment. Boom, the dragon claws transformed from the spirit of the sharp golden dragon Emperor were directly obliterated by the purple air. The vast and supreme power of heaven directly suppressed Tyrant Dragon Lord. A giant eye of heaven appeared and smashed down boundless heavenly thunder, submerging his dragon body in it and continuously destroying him. It's worthy of being the most powerful magical power left by Tianming Daozen, who was ranked 35th on the heavenly ranking. The eyes of Heng Kong Human King became solemn, and he slowly retracted his hand that had been stretched out. After all, his status as a king determines that if he attacks the sharp golden dragon Emperor directly, the impact will be too great. If you can avoid taking action, it is better not to take action. With the blessing of the Eye of Heaven, Chu Dian's current combat power is probably enough to enter the ranks of the heavenly ranking Emperor. The strongest ones such as Emperor Lingfeng were completely shocked. You little bastard, you're looking for death. The sharp golden dragon Emperor's voice was ice cold, and his dragon soul tore through the sky directly, communicating with his true body in the distant outside world. In an instant, a real golden dragon claw actually came directly across the endless realm and starry sky and came crashing down. The dragon Emperor of this most powerful clan is incredibly powerful. The murderous intent was boundless. Even though they were billions of miles apart, he actually wanted to kill Chu Dian directly. Puff. At this moment, outside the endless realm where the dragon soul of the sharp golden dragon Emperor was communicating, a piercing sword energy flashed by. The huge dragon claw that the sharp golden dragon Emperor had descended from the air was suddenly broken, and the dragon blood flowed like a golden waterfall, flooding the land for thousands of miles. What happened? The strong men who witnessed this scene were stunned, and their bodies turned cold. The pupils of the Heng Kong Human King shrank violently, his whole body trembled, and an incredible thought came to his mind. Could it be? At this moment, a cold voice penetrated the endless starry sky and resounded directly across the sky. Old Heng Kong, besides constantly scheming against each other, don't you humans have anything else to do? Chapter 154 Extreme Realm. Jian Kongzu's cold and domineering voice resounded through the heavens. A great realm, yet it has been oppressed by foreigners and driven deep into its heartland. Faced with the mere projection of a dragon Emperor's spirit, it still hesitates, with no one daring to attack. No wonder your Hengtian realm is the weakest among all the major realms. If it weren't for my husband supporting the rise of the Shengxian sect, your Hengtian realm wouldn't even be worthy of being among the top 100 realms. A bunch of rubbish. Suddenly, the cold and furious voice of the sharp golden dragon Emperor tore through the endless sky. Broken sword goddess, you are courting death by sneaking into the dragon realm and attacking me. Faintly, one could see outside the endless domain, the golden dragon winding for who knows how many miles across the sky, confronting a woman holding a broken sword. The collision of their auras alone caused the endless space to collapse. Why should I be so sneaky wherever I go? It's just the dragon realm, there's nowhere I can't go. Endless sword energy overflowed from the ancient broken sword in Jian Kongzu's hand, causing the stars outside the endless domain to tremble, be destroyed, and be filled with murderous aura. Who gave you the courage of the golden dragon clan to break into my husband's house and bully my precious son? Today, I will take your dragon head. Boom, a sword energy that penetrated endless time and space obscured everyone's vision, and in an instant, all the scenes disappeared. At the last moment, one could only see endless golden dragon blood splashing up, accompanied by the furious and terrified roar of the sharp golden dragon Emperor. It seemed that many old dragons from the golden dragon clan flew out and besieged Jian Kongzu. My dear son, mother is here. I will kill anyone who dares to bully you, even those from the dragon clan. Jian Kongzu's voice crossed the endless starry sky and reached Chu Dian's ears. Mother, Chu Dian muttered to himself. Even he didn't expect that the broken sword goddess would be so powerful that she could directly break into the golden dragon clan. So how did she die in the original novel? Chu Dian didn't think too much about it for the time being. After all, Jian Kongzu's death in the original plot happened more than 10 years later, so he still had enough time to deal with it. He then began to refine Tyrant Dragon Lord. Yi Qianshang gave the memory fragment to Tyrant Dragon Lord, so Tyrant Dragon Lord must die. Letting him return to the dragon clan would be a disaster for the Chu family. The shady things that the Chu family has done over the past million years must never be confirmed. As long as there is ambiguity, the Chu family still has room to maneuver and make detours. Old Tuo grinned and began to cooperate with Chu Dian to refine the Tyrant Dragon Lord. The arrival of the dragon clan's messenger was such a big event that he naturally informed his mistress Jian Kongzu. However, Jian Kongzu had not projected his soul for a long time, so he thought that Jian Kongzu was in seclusion and did not receive the information. I never expected it would be the mistress. Chu family, you dare to kill me. Aren't you afraid that my dragon clan's millions of divine dragons will overthrow your Hengtian human realm? Tyrant Dragon Lord was completely terrified and kept roaring. The broken sword goddess Jian Kongzu actually broke into the territory of the golden dragon clan in the dragon realm. Emperor Lingfeng was stunned. Faintly, one could see the body of the Hell Poison Lord trembling constantly, as if out of fear and horror. Hell Valley also helped Yi Qianshang plot against Jian Kongzu's daughter. Now that Yi Qianshang has lost his position as the sect leader, if Jian Kongzu returns, he might be able to destroy Hell Valley on his own. The whole audience was completely shocked. This is like a myth. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. That is the Dragon Realm, a place where the inheritance has never been interrupted or destroyed for thousands of years. It has the longest history and deepest foundation among all the realms. Few tribes in all the realms can compare with it. Jian Kongzu's strength is so powerful that it is almost mythical. This woman is likely to make it into the top 20 of the heavenly ranking. There was shock in the cloudy eyes of the King Hengkong. But when he saw Chu Dian and Tuolao working together to refine Tyrant Dragon Lord, he frowned slightly and said, Young Master Chu, Senior Tuolao, Tyrant Dragon Lord is, after all, an envoy of the Dragon Clan, representing the Dragon Clan in the myriad realms. Should we just punish him and teach him a lesson? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes. His men continued to move without stopping. He glanced at the Heng Kong Human King and said, Human King, since you didn't take action when Tyrant Dragon Emperor took action, now that I am refining him, you'd better not interfere in the internal affairs of my Shengxian sect. The Dragon Clan has bullied our holy Emperor Peak. Killing him is only natural. Chu Dian's voice was calm and cold, extremely powerful, and he did not give the Human King any face at all. King Hengtian smiled bitterly and said, I know you are a little dissatisfied. I hesitated for a moment just now. It was my fault, but I also have my own difficulties. However, he was directly rejected by Chu Dian, and he did not try to persuade him. The Hengtian ancestral temple does not interfere in the internal affairs of various sects. This is the ancestral precept of the Hengtian clan. Moreover, the Shungtian sect is the strongest sect in the Hengtian continent at this time, and he cannot interfere with it casually. Boom! Suddenly, endless blood light erupted in the Sin domain, and at the same time, the power of the Emperor rose. Someone has achieved the status of Emperor. The pupils of the Hengkong human king contracted violently, and he could finally see the scene in the Sin domain clearly. Many powerful people were also slightly confused and looked over immediately. In the Sin domain, Chu Tianxing's hair was covered in blood. He was extremely powerful and had already broken through the realm of the Emperor. There were endless blood-colored and fragmented thunders wandering around him, as terrifying as a blood-colored thunder hell. Another great figure of the Chu family has attained the Tao of Emperor. Emperor Lingfeng's scalp tingled. He said, "Human king, what is the power of those blood-colored lightning? Why do I feel that Chu Tianxing's condition is so strange and terrifying, even making me want to turn around and run away immediately?" An old man nearby was also shocked and said, "Chu Tianxing doesn't like to delve into unconventional ways. He is the weakest among the Chu family's direct descendants. He should still be a long way from becoming an emperor. How come he suddenly broke through to the emperor?" Incredible. The king of Hengkong remained silent, his face changed, and there was a hint of horror in his turbid eyes. It seemed that he had a vague guess about Chu Tianxing's current condition. Could it be the legendary Hengkong human king? Did not finish his words, his turbid eyes fixed on the thunder around Chu Tianxing. Extreme realm, God, are you really going to destroy my Yi family? But at this time, Yi Tianxiang, who was suppressed by the star crystal coffin, roared hoarsely, his imperial soul burned, and a terrifying force burst out, directly overturning the crystal coffin, but the already weak life breath on his body became even weaker. He can't die yet. Even if he died, he had to see that person die and resolve the last doubt in his heart before dying. As the emperor of the heavenly ranking, Yi Tianxiang's strength is too terrifying. Even when facing the bombardment and suppression of so many forces, he still forcibly tore through the void, broke out of the heavy blockade, and quickly flew towards the outer domain above the sky. The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. Chu Tianxing's blood-red hair danced wildly, the emperor's pressure was terrifying, and the blood-colored lightning around him pierced through the sky directly and hit Yi Tianxiang. Boom! It can be seen that Yi Tianxiang was hit by the blood-colored lightning, but his body was unharmed. However, his aura was greatly weakened, his imperial soul was even more weak, and his life essence seemed to be devoured by the blood-colored lightning. Beishan Longzhen, you deserve to die too. Chu Tianxing, the elegant middle-aged man, seemed to have become a different person at this moment. His eyes were evil and murderous. He appeared next to the Wandao cauldron. Blood-colored thunder surged around him, directly covering Tyrant Dragon Lord. Tyrant Dragon Lord, who was already weak, quickly lost his dragon soul, and his huge dragon body quickly dried up. Soon, his life breath disappeared. The mighty nine-clawed golden dragon-level dragon fell instantly. Chu Tianxing, who had been barely able to restrain Tyrant Dragon Lord by relying on the Grand Emperor pattern in the Chu family token, unexpectedly killed Tyrant Dragon Lord instantly after breaking through the Emperor. Even though Tyrant Dragon Lord had been severely injured by Chu Dian and Tuolao, it was still terrifying. After all, you have to know that the Emperor has attained enlightenment, his soul is connected to heaven and earth, and he is reborn with a drop of blood. He is almost immortal and extremely difficult to kill. If you want to kill an Emperor, you need to pay a huge price in energy. The strange blood-red flash revealed by Chu Tianxing frightened countless people. Hee. Chu Tianxing let out a strange laugh, his blood-red hair flying, and countless tiny blood-colored thunders around him devoured the power of Tyrant Dragon Lord, becoming even thicker. They directly tore through the space and chased in the direction where Yi Tianxiang fled. The speed was so fast that it seemed to transcend the limitations of time and space, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Extreme realm. Tuolao's face turned pale, but he immediately turned to Chu Tian and said, "My young master, the second master has been mentally stimulated too much and has entered the extreme realm of the three ancient realms." The extreme realm, yes, this is the extreme realm that has not been seen in billions of years. There was horror in the voice of Hengkong human king. According to ancient legends, when the ultimate realm is reached, a great catastrophe will befall the world. Chapter 155. 10 seconds left. Human king, are you talking about the ancient legend, the ultimate realm that ranks first among the three realms of extreme, Tao, and beginning? The voice of Emperor Lingfeng was trembling. When the human king said this, the pupils of many powerful people who came to Shungtian sect suddenly contracted, and deep fear flashed in their eyes. The three ancient realms are mysterious and unpredictable. Although the initial realm is rare, geniuses can enter from time to time. The realm of Taoism is the most mysterious, and there are no legends circulating. The extreme realm is the most terrifying, feared by both humans and gods. Once it appears, it always brings about a catastrophe. Legend has it that in the ancient Golden Age, which was said to be the most powerful of all time, there appeared an emperor of the ultimate realm. With his own strength, he swept across the myriad realms and single-handedly slaughtered an entire clan ranked among the top 100. In that vast realm, billions of lives were wiped out without a trace, and no remains were left. An old man looked ahead with an extremely horrified look. The huge dragon body of Tyrant Dragon Lord, which had been sucked dry, suddenly turned into dust in the sky when a breeze blew. This scene is so similar to the scenes in ancient legends, and so terrifying. The emperor who has attained enlightenment has a body that is close to immortality. A drop of blood can bring him back to life. His body is integrated with the laws of nature. Even if he sits in meditation for millions of years, his body can still be lifelike. He is an excellent material for refining treasures, comparable to the immortal Emperor Gold. Tianming Daoxin had been in meditation for hundreds of millions of years, but his body was still lifelike, allowing the Lu family to borrow it and quickly rise to become a second-rate clan in the sect. They even created Lu Yun, a fake innate Taoist body. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since Saint Duanmu died, and Bingbing's consciousness had just been born. He was still young, but he could use the immortal Tao essence in his body to easily suppress Tyrant Dragon Lord. This is the power of the Emperor's body, which is on the verge of immortality. Not only was Tyrant Dragon Lord killed instantly, but he was also instantly absorbed and turned into a mummy, then withered away. What a horrifying thing this was. Just now, I could feel that Chu Tianxing had just broken through to the Emperor Venerable, but after absorbing the essence of Tyrant Dragon Venerable, his strength even surpassed mine. I really had an illusion just now. The lightning around Chu Tianxing could kill me instantly and devour everything I have. Emperor Lingfeng trembled and said, "Human king, according to legend, the power of the ultimate realm is invincible in the same level. Chu Tianxing has now broken through the Emperor and entered the ultimate realm. Does that mean he is already invincible in all realms? Chu Tianxing's current state looks very strange, as if he is possessed by a demon. Will he destroy our Hengtian continent?" When these words were spoken, many powerful people were horrified. After all, according to the ancient rumors, the Supreme Emperor really destroyed a whole world that was probably even stronger than the current Hengtian world, leaving no survivors. He emptied the whole world and devoured everything, turning the bodies of countless creatures into dust. Can Chu Tianxing do it too? Hence the saying, when an extreme state is reached, a great catastrophe is about to occur. At the extreme level, the more you kill, the stronger you become, and the more you kill, the more terrifying your strength becomes. Is there any record about the ultimate realm in the classics left by Emperor Hengtian? A powerful person asked. No, Hengkong human king said in a solemn voice, from ancient times to the present, Chu Tianxing is the first extreme realm to appear in my Hengtian realm. Even if you look across all realms, the extreme realm is extremely rare. There are very few records of this realm. Even the ancestor of my Hang family has never encountered it. But even if there are a few words recorded in the classics, it is full of endless blood and gore. The king of Hangkong sighed softly, tore through the void, and sped away towards the outer realm. What a troubled time. Since you have all come to the Holy Heaven sect, please do not leave for now. I have something important to discuss with you later. I will go outside the domain first to see how Chu Tianqing and Emperor Tianchong are doing. The strongest men also nodded slightly, their hearts heavy. The shocking changes in the Shengxian sect, as the strongest sect, will inevitably affect the entire Hangtian realm. After killing the dragon messenger, no one could predict how the situation would develop next. The last tribe that killed the dragon envoy was tens of millions of years ago. Emperor Lingfeng was in a heavy mood and flew towards the outside of the domain. Many powerful people hurriedly followed him. Everyone wants to know how this huge change within the Shengxian sect will come to a temporary end. And the tribe that killed the dragon messenger has been extinct forever. Especially Emperor Tianchong, the hero who shook the Hangtian realm for an era. Is this the end of him? At this moment, the Dragon Lord's face was extremely grim, and he said in a low voice, "Let's go." At this point, no matter whether Yi Tianchong is dead or alive, he will definitely lose his position as the sect leader. The Dragon God sect is the legacy left by the Dragon clan in the Hangtian realm, and can also be said to be a vassal of the Dragon clan. Now, no matter how you look at it, the Dragon God sect and the Shengxian sect, or the Chu family, are completely standing on opposite sides. But at this moment, a body covered in chaotic mist blocked his way. Leave. Chu Tian's eyes were calm and cold. Did I let you go? Chu Tian, I have already told you the truth behind the scenes. It was Yi Tianchong who instigated discord and spread rumors. What else do you want? The Dragon Lord's face turned pale and he shouted angrily. 10 seconds left. As Chu Tian's voice fell, his body disappeared instantly. The next second, with a puff sound, a huge fist filled with chaotic mist instantly pierced through the Dragon Lord's chest covered with blood-red scales. Boom! In an instant, the Dragon Lord's body exploded and turned into endless blood mist. In front of the Chaos Demon body of the Emperor level, the powerful Hell Demon Dragon of the Dragon clan is like scum, not to mention that the Dragon Lord has not yet taken the last step to transform into a real dragon body, and 1/10 of it is still from the human body. Just as King Chu Tian said in Chu Tian's memory. The people of the Dragon God sect, who are below the God realm, were relatively powerful thanks to the Dragon clan's strongest bloodline. But the further time goes by, the truly monstrous genius in front of him will only become weaker and weaker. In front of Chu Tian, who was at the Emperor level, the Dragon Lord was as fragile as a piece of paper. Chu Tian, don't forget that my Dragon God sect is also a top sect. Do you, the Shengxian sect, want to go to war with us? On the top of the mountain, an old man among the people who came from the Dragon God sect was furious and shouted loudly. My Dragon God sect is not to be bullied. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Tian turned his head, and two chaotic divine rays burst out of his eyes, accompanied by the vision of Wan Daoding, which directly blew it into a bloody mist. Wan Daoding suppressed it and directly wiped out its soul. A powerful warrior from the Dragon God sect who was half a step away from becoming an emperor was killed instantly. 7 seconds left. Wan Daoding, suppress. Chu Tian's eyes were extremely cold. He waved his hand in the 10,000 Dao cauldron, which was tens of millions of feet long, came crashing down, suppressing the Dragon Lord inside. The three strange phenomena turned into Dao fire, burning fiercely, madly consuming the vitality in the Dragon Lord's body. Uncle San, old Tuo, if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Chu Tian said to old Tuo who was standing beside him, Chu Tianyan who had returned from the Sin domain, and many other senior members of the Chu family. His eyes were calm, but the cruelty and decisiveness that flashed in them were so chilling that even some of the Chu family's senior executives felt their whole bodies go numb when they saw it. The Chu family had just killed the Dragon Envoy. Were they going to completely offend the Dragon God sect again? But the Dragon clan is, after all, far outside the Endless Realm. But the Dragon God sect is recognized as the top sect in the Hangtian realm. It has been passed down for an extremely long time and has a profound foundation. However, Chu Tian actually wants to wipe it out directly and eradicate it completely. Kill the sect leader. This is an undoubted declaration of war, a feud that will never end. There are still turbulent situations within Shengxian sect, and the future of the Dragon clan envoy is still uncertain. At this moment, continuing to wage war with Dragon God sect is simply too crazy. Not to mention, the loss suffered by Shengxian sect this time was huge, very huge. After all, Yi Tianchong is an emperor on the heavenly ranking. His dethronement and departure are a huge blow to the strength and majesty of the Holy Heaven sect. The power and influence of the Yi family are deeply rooted in the Shengxian sect, and they have many vassals. Even if Yi Tianchong is deposed, the two founding families, the Chu family and the Yi family, are in such a state of conflict that it is not a good opportunity to go to war with the top sect. Chapter 156 The Yi family's choice. Little Saint, think twice before you act. The Dragon Lord is the master of the Dragon God sect, right? Soon, the supreme elders and the sect's top leaders spoke out to dissuade Chu Tian. Even senior members of the Jiyu and Su families spoke out. In their opinion, Chu Tian was simply crazy, completely crazy. He is not a madman, he can do such a thing repeatedly. Chu Tian didn't even look at them. This was not the time to respect the elderly and love the young. Letting the Dragon Lord go would be like letting a tiger return to the mountains. After all, he is an emperor. If he returns to the Dragon God sect, it will be 100 times or even 1,000 times more difficult to kill him. The Dragon God sect, as the Dragon clan spawn, would be completely at odds with the Holy Heaven sect if their Dragon clan envoy was killed. If they didn't kill him now, when would they? The subsequent impact of killing the leader of a top righteous sect was something they should consider later. Ah, Chu Tian, you little beast, how dare you kill me? My Dragon God sect is also a major righteous sect recognized by the Hangtian ancestral court. You have no right to treat me like this. The Dragon Lord's voice was shrill and filled with endless pain. The source of his vitality was wiped out by the 10,000 Dao cauldron, and the pain was like being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the white tiger roared, and Chu Tianyan also drew his sword. The Chengxing white tiger sword slashed down, and the white tiger rushed into the Wan Dao cauldron, suppressed the hell-blood dragon under its feet, and began to bite it madly, with murderous aura rising to the sky. Old Tuo also took action, just like he suppressed Tyrant Dragon Lord, and instantly slashed out billions of sword shadows. At the critical moment, they chose to believe in Chu Tian unconditionally. Time passes. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. The time for the Emperor of Heaven's arrival talisman passed in a flash and came to an end. The Emperor's power on Chu Tian disappeared in an instant. The Dragon Lord condensed the bloodline of the nine-clawed Hell-Blood Dragon and inherited the Dragon clan's unparalleled vitality. Without Chu Tian's powerful suppression of the 10,000 Dao cauldron, even with the suppression of Chu Tianyan and Camel Old, he quickly reassembled his body. Even though his strength and momentum seemed to be much weaker, the majesty of the Dragon clan Emperor was still terrifying. Little beast, the Emperor is close to immortality. I am of the great true dragon bloodline, and my vitality is so strong that you can't even imagine it. The Dragon Lord laughed crazily, with madness in his dark red dragon pupils. He directly abandoned the strong men and disciples of the Dragon God sect brought from the Holy Emperor Peak and rushed out of the Holy Heaven sect. I will report this to the Dragon Clan. Just wait for the Great Dragon Clan's millions of divine dragons to descend and destroy your tiny Shang-Xian sect. Boom, but before he could finish his words, a crystal coffin fell from the sky and covered him directly, and the lid of the crystal coffin closed immediately. The Dragon Lord's voice suddenly stopped. All the powerful people in Shang-Xian sect opened their eyes wide, only to see a mosquito-sized Dragon Lord jumping wildly in the crystal coffin and hitting the coffin wall, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to shake the star crystal coffin at all. This is a mythical tribe that was once comparable to the Dragon Clan. The Star Clan's most precious treasure is not something that can be shaken by the Dragon Clan that has not even been able to completely transform into a 9-clawed Hellblood dragon. Brother Shudian, Bingbing is so sleepy and wants to go to sleep. Come out and play with me another day. Also press this humanoid monster Bingbing in the coffin first. I'll help my brother deal with him when he wakes up. Bingbing looked tired. She sat on the Dragon King's head, leaning on the dragon's horns. Her eyelids kept trembling. She waved her little hands to Shudian reluctantly and then fell into a deep sleep. Her consciousness was born too recently and was far from perfect. Only the environment of the Holy Heaven Lake could support her consciousness to become stronger, so the Dragon King repeatedly prevented her from coming out. This attack took a huge toll on Bingbing. Little snake, go back to sleep. Bingbing rubbed her nose, turned over, and muttered. Senior Jiaolong King, please wait. Seeing Jiaolong King winding his body and about to return to Shang-Xian Lake, Shudian called him to stop and enter the Rising Sun secret realm. He directly picked most of the leaves from the Enlightenment Tea Tree, sealed them in a precious box, dropped them on Jiaolong King's head, and placed them next to Bingbing. He took out another leaf and placed it in Bingbing's mouth before turning around and returning to Shangwang Peak. Visibly, a powerful and invisible aura of Dao enveloped Bingbing's body. Her tired expression was quickly relieved, and her mind was nourished by the aura of Dao, making her spirit more vigorous and rich. Bingbing opened her little mouth in her comfortable sleep and let out a long, comfortable moan. The elixir of immortality. The Dragon King cast a deep glance at Shudian with his majestic and ferocious eyes, and said, Little fellow, I have relied on my master's protection to survive in the Holy Heaven Lake for hundreds of thousands of years. I have seen countless geniuses and evildoers, but your luck and fortune are unmatched. Even Su Shenzhou and Ji Yumozu are not as good as you. I'm suddenly looking forward to how much you can grow in the future. The Dragon King wound his way back to the Holy Heaven Lake. An old, majestic voice rang out from the distance. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Master traveled through the myriad realms and encountered an Extreme Realm Emperor. He engaged in a fierce battle and severely injured him. After the battle, the Master said that the Extreme Realm is the most powerful, terrifying, and extreme of the three ancient realms. To be able to control this power means to control the most extreme realm in the world. But if you can't control that extreme power, you'll become a madman and a demon, and ultimately you'll end up in the abyss. Throughout history, there have been those who have reached the ultimate state, but only a handful have been able to control this power and use it for their own benefit. The rest have died. Lil Guy, I wish you good luck with the Chu family. The body of the Dragon King disappeared in the sky of the Holy Heaven sect, and the Holy Heaven pool was closed again, and the Dragon Lord was brought in. The Supreme Emperor is fighting against the Holy Ancestor. Duan Wurong was dumbfounded and was horrified when he heard it. Everyone in the Duanmu family was stunned. After all, in their hearts, the Ancestor is the most invincible and powerful Supreme God, an invincible existence that can conquer all. The Supreme Emperor was able to fight against the Saint Ancestor Duanmu at his peak, and was only seriously injured and escaped unscathed, and he was also able to receive such high praise from the Saint Ancestor Duanmu. If this was not said by the Dragon King who had followed the Holy Ancestor throughout his life, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. After hearing the words of the Dragon King, everyone in the Chu family was filled with worry. After all, these were the words of the Holy Ancestor Duanmu, and there was no way they could be false. If I can't control this power, will my second brother die? Chu Tianyan's eyes were bloodshot and he growled fiercely, Yi Qianshang, you really deserve to die. If it weren't for the chaos within Shang-Xian sect at the moment, with Yi Qianshang, Chu Tianwang, and acting deputy sect leader Chu Tianxing all away and him needed to stabilize the situation, he really wanted to go and take a look. Yi family, this is what you have done. If anything happens to my second brother, I will wipe out your entire clan. Chu Tianyan was filled with murderous aura and roared towards the direction of Shangdi Peak. Yi Hongchen flew out of the Holy Emperor Peak, his face gloomy and his eyes bloodshot. He said, Master Tianyan, what Yi Qianshang did was done by him alone. My Yi family has collectively agreed to expel him from the family. Now that his position as sect leader has been abolished, the entire Yi family will fully cooperate with the sect to hunt down Yi Qianshang. Please don't link the Yi family with Yi Qianshang. Everything he did has nothing to do with us. Ancestor, please. Chapter 157, Goddess of Apocalypse, are you willing? Yi Hongchen bowed to the two Yi family emperors who had crawled out of their graves, emitting a strong smell of decay, and said hoarsely, Yi Qianshang rebelled against the sect and committed many evil deeds. He is a disgrace to my Yi family. Thank you for the trouble, ancestors. The two Yi family emperors were filled with deathly aura. After a great battle, their life force was almost gone. They might die in the next second. Moreover, they had been sealed in the dust for eternity. The source of their life force had been depleted to the extreme. Once they passed away, their bodies would instantly turn to ashes. There would be no need for them to even return to the grave. My Yi family actually produced such a scum. We understand. The two emperors, who might have been the grandmasters, deputy grandmasters, or even the heads of certain halls in the history of the Holy Heaven sect, scanned the sect with their gazes and spoke in an aged voice. My Yi family is the founding clan of the Holy Heaven sect. Generations have fought, and shed blood for the sect. The sect is our home. Please do not completely overturn our Yi family's contributions to the sect because of the rebellious mistakes of one of our family members. Otherwise, our Yi family will not exist. A certain person, or the head of the family, is just a tiny drop in the Yi family's million-year history and can never represent the thoughts of everyone in the Yi family. The interests of the sect come first. This is the ancestral motto of my Yi family, and it will be the ancestral motto for generations to come. Please, everyone in the sect, give my Yi family a chance. Please. The two dying emperors bowed deeply to the sect at the same time, and then flew in the direction where Yi Qianshang left to chase him. They are using their actual actions to prove the Yi family's loyalty to the Shang-Xian sect. Even if the head of the family harms the interests of the sect, the Yi family will hunt him down at all costs. There are really a lot of smart people in the Yi family. Duan Mulei muttered to himself, turned his head and looked, only to see that some supreme elders and senior leaders, and even the Ji Yu and Su families, were somewhat moved by the behavior and actions of the two emperors. If it weren't for Yi Qianshang's series of bold moves, the Yi family would have been even more prosperous in this generation. Duan Wurong said indifferently, Yi Feng, Yi Gulong, and Yi Fan of the Hangmeng Holy Bone, each of them is an incredible evildoer, but it's a pity that they were all harmed by Yi Qianshang. The Yi family's vitality has been severely damaged in this generation. Not only is there no one in the younger generation, but there isn't even an emperor in the current generation. At least for a long time, they can only be compared with our three top families. And Duan Wurong's eyes became heavy, looking at Chu Dian, and said, Second brother, do you think Chu Dian will really put the interests of the sect first, destroy Yi Qianshang, obtain this huge profit, and then let the Yi family go? Duan Mulei's whole body trembled slightly, and he looked at Chu Dian with deep eyes, and remained silent for a long time. The Dragon Lord and Tyrant Dragon Lord suddenly appeared in their minds. The fate of these two guys makes them feel a little scared now. A dragon envoy and a leader of a top sect. Once you die, once you are suppressed, it is actually no different from being dead. At this moment, Yi Hongchen's hoarse voice echoed throughout the sect. I am incompetent and was elected by the clan as the acting head of the Yi family. I now announce to the entire sect that the Yi family will close the Holy Emperor Peak for 3 years. For the next 100 years, we will no longer interfere in any affairs of the sect. The Chu, Jiyu, Su, and Duanwu families will jointly handle all matters that the Yi family is responsible for. Everyone, I am deeply sorry for the trauma and loss of interests that my family's rebellion has brought to the sect. The Yi family will do their utmost to make up for the sect's losses this time. If a war breaks out with the Dragon God sect next, the Yi family will fully cooperate and will never cause any trouble for the sect. Yi Hongchen bowed deeply to the sect's senior leaders, the Supreme Elder, and even Chu Tianyan, and lowered his posture very low. It can be said that his sincerity was unprecedented. He gave up all the benefits he could get, and only asked to retain the Yi family's position in the sect and the title of the founding family. Hongchen, no one expected Yi Qianshang to go so far. Soon, a Supreme Elder sighed and said, it's a good opportunity for your Yi family to recuperate for a few years. Immediately, some Supreme Elders and sect leaders also spoke out, accepted the Yi family's proposal, and agreed to close the Holy Emperor Peak for 3 years. What he meant was that he agreed not to investigate the Yi family any further and to completely separate Yi Qianshang from the Yi family. Extreme realm. Chu Tianping's eyes were solemn and he didn't pay any attention to the Yi family at all. Without Yi Qianshang, in his eyes, this family would die sooner or later. But he didn't expect that Chu Tianqing would enter this extreme state. In the original plot, when the protagonist Yi Fan reached the half-step emperor, he met a half-step emperor at the extreme level. That was also the only evildoer who almost killed Yi Fan. Moreover, the half-step emperor was even in a crazy, semi-conscious state at that time. He rushed into the depths of the ruins of 10,000 worlds at the last moment, otherwise Yi Fan would have died without a doubt. This is an extremely extreme state, almost invincible at the same level, and can hurt others as well as oneself. Congratulations to the host for abolishing the position of sect leader of Yi Qianshang, the son of destiny, and bringing him to the brink of despair. His fate has been completely reversed. I will reward you with 1 million destiny points. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the Dragon God sect's leader, Long Ao. You will be rewarded with 200,000 destiny points. At this time, the system's gentle and pleasant prompt sounded in Chu Dian's ears. Chu Dian glanced at the system panel and found that his destiny points had reached a terrifying 2.25 million points. Although during this period of time, he has been renewing his halos and elixirs, continuously suppressing the Son of Destiny, reversing the major plot in the original work, and changing the fate of the Shengxian sect, he has also obtained a huge amount of destiny point rewards. System, how can I resolve the extreme consciousness of the extreme state and let my second uncle regain consciousness? Chu Dian asked in his heart. Host, the Apocalypse Ring in your hand is an ancient treasure with endless magical uses, including the ability to suppress violent and extreme consciousness. Have the goddess of Apocalypse use the Apocalypse Ring to help Chu Tianqing, and exchange it for the Chaos Pure Heart Stone, a treasure of rules. Combined with the Taijing Ice Heart Art, this will suppress the extreme consciousness of the extreme realm, allowing your second uncle to gradually master this supreme and extreme power. Otherwise, his consciousness will go wild, he will fall into madness, and after exhausting his original power, he will gradually die. The system's gentle and pleasant voice immediately sounded. The rule treasure, Chaos Purifying Stone, will cost 1 million destiny points. The Taijing Bingxing Ju will cost 200,000 destiny points. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange, Chu Dian said in his heart without hesitation. At the same time, he looked at Tuolao and said, Tuolao, let's go outside the domain. He was still worried even though he didn't see Yi Qianshang being killed with his own eyes. Goddess of Apocalypse, are you willing to acknowledge my second uncle Chu Tianqing as your master? Chu Tianqing's spirit was transmitted into the Apocalypse Ring. Great Elder, I'll leave the main hall to you for now. Camel Old said to Chu Tianyan, and then took Chu Dian and flew out of the domain at high speed. Uncle San, no one from the Dragon God sect is allowed to leave the Dian sect. Chu Dian's calm and cold voice came back from the sky. Chapter 158. Is it just a coincidence? Uncle San, don't pay attention to the Yi family. Duan Mulei and the others will naturally pursue the Yi family relentlessly. The most urgent thing is to quickly find a way to quietly move the Yama Palace out of the main hall. It's best not to stay in the territory of the Shengxian sect. Chu Tianyan looked at Shengdi Peak with murderous intent in his eyes. He was about to order the sect's senior leaders and supreme elders to gather together to completely liquidate the Yi family. He did not take seriously the words of some supreme elders and senior leaders who sympathized with the Yi family, but Chu Dian's spiritual voice suddenly rang in his ears. Uncle San, the Dragon Clan is powerful and has always been overbearing. Mother can suppress the Golden Dragon Clan temporarily, but she can't suppress the entire Dragon Clan. To be on the safe side, Yama Palace can no longer remain within the Shengxian sect, so as not to leave any evidence. This matter is extremely urgent and concerns the survival of the sect. The Yi family is already at the end of their rope, their days are numbered. Pushing them too far will only lead to further losses for the sect. We should take advantage of the Yi family's eagerness to protect themselves and force them to give up all the territory, interests, and vacancies in the middle and senior management positions. We will gradually erode them. Once we have completely taken control of the sect, we will thoroughly liquidate the Yi family and kill them with one strike. This is the best strategy. Our family has already gained an absolute upper hand. Yi Qianshang's position as the sect leader has been abolished. At this stage, continuing to deal with the Yi family at the cost of damaging the interests and stability of the sect is harming our own interests. It is not worth it. Chu Tian followed Tuolao into the outer space, but even after experiencing a series of major events and indirectly killing 2 emperors, he did not get carried away. He was still able to remain calm and calmly think about the current situation facing the Chu family. After all, for a godfather who has experienced countless life and death trials, and who has truly died once and been reborn, there is almost nothing that can make him lose his mind. This is also the basic quality of a hero, to analyze the current situation realistically and make choices that maximize benefits. In the original plot, the Chu family continued to decline, its prestige continued to decline, and strong people continued to fall. Even the broken sword goddess Jian Kongzu had not returned to the sect for decades. The Yi family had long had the ability to completely destroy the Chu family. But Yi Qianshang was not in a hurry. Instead, he gradually eroded the interests of the Chu family, squeezed the Chu family's living space, weakened the Chu family's power, and at the same time expanded the authority of the Yi family. Until the younger generation such as Yi Fan and Yi Feng grew up completely, the Yi family completely established its authority. It was not until the news of Jian Kongzu's death came that the Chu family, which had little resistance, was completely destroyed. The process is almost certain to succeed. Even the annihilation of the Chu family, the founding clan, will not cause much damage to the sect's interests or harm the sect's stability. Because by then, the Chu family had already lost the ability to overturn the table. In the past, in order to attack Yi Qianshang and the Yi family, he would not hesitate to do anything, even if it meant damaging the sect's interests, dignity, and respect. But now that it is almost certain, we can gradually nibble away at it to prevent the Yi family from doing anything desperate. Chu Tian's lips moved as he continued to telepathically transmit information to Chu Tianyan, and going forward, we'll need the Yi family's cooperation in handling matters concerning the Dragon Clan, the Dragon God sect, and Hell Valley. Remember that. The words fell. Chu Tianyan looked up at the sky. The figures of Tuolao and Chu Dian had disappeared at the end of the sky and stepped into the outer realm. The murderous look in his eyes dissipated a lot. Chu Tian's calm analysis did dispel his impulse to kill the Yi family immediately. As the head of the law enforcement hall and a giant in the sect, although he has an impulsive temper, he understands the principle that too much is as bad as too little. Yi Qianshang was deposed, the Yi family closed the mountain and cooperated fully. At this stage, the Yi family no longer has the qualifications to confront the Chu family head-on within the sect. They can only maintain the existence of the Yi family by fully cooperating with the Chu family, supporting the sect, and constantly giving up interests. At this time, the best strategy is to gradually erode and allow the Chu family to quickly grow stronger by devouring the interests of the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family would be forced to do whatever it wants and fight the Chu family desperately, which would also be detrimental to the interests of the Chu family in the sect. Move Yama Palace out of the territory of Shengxian sect, shouting, you really gave me a difficult problem. Chu Tianyan rubbed his eyebrows, and the murderous aura in his eyes dissipated a lot, but he felt a splitting headache. The Yama Palace has stood within the Holy Emperor Peak for a million years. It can be said that the Yama Palace has existed for as long as the Holy Heaven sect has existed, but only a few people know about it. Although the Yama Hall is inside the main hall, there is a different world inside. It is like a mustard seed hidden in Mount Sumeru. It can be called a super large secret realm. It contains the evil spirits and resentment accumulated by the dragons killed over millions of years. There are countless formations arranged outside the hall, connecting to the earth veins under the Holy Emperor Peak. It can be said that it has merged with the sect. Such a large scale must be transferred out of the territory of Shengxian sect quietly, and efforts must be made to ensure that no one knows about it. It can be said that the difficulty is so great that even the Emperor of the heavenly ranking would have a splitting headache. Master Tianyan, perhaps I can help you. At this time, an old and plain voice came into Chu Tianyan's ears. Chu Tianyan frowned slightly, but saw that Tianyan Daozen had landed on the Holy Emperor Peak. Beside him stood the pale and bloodless holy maiden Hylian, who was looking at him with a friendly smile on her face. Saint Lord Seheng, this hall master does not understand what you mean. Chu Tianyan's heart moved slightly, but he still said expressionlessly, thank you for coming from afar to help my Shengxian sect. This hall master expresses his gratitude to you on behalf of the Tianzong. However, my Tianzong has just experienced a huge turmoil, and I have many things to deal with, so I will not stay. Having been the head of the law enforcement hall for so many years, Chu Tianyan was also very good at using clichés and tai chi. The basic meaning was that there was still a lot of things to do, so he would not invite you to dinner. He could come to thank you when he had time in the future. You may look rough on the outside, but you're actually quite delicate on the inside. You can really fool a lot of people. Saint Tianyan laughed, seemingly unable to understand Chu Tianyan's order to expel him. He glanced at Tianwei and said solemnly, Chu Tianyan, do you really think that the Chu family has been doing this for millions of years? Even if you have covered it up perfectly, and even the Yi family, who is also a founding family, has been kept in the dark for millions of years, do you really think that no one in the entire Hengtian continent knows about it? You captured the most powerful bloodline of the dragon clan, the Emperor-level Dragon Lord, the half-step Emperor Lord of the 12-clawed Sky Dragon level, and so on. Even if your Chu family concealed it well, my Seheng Holy Sect has been ranked as the strongest sect in the Hengtian realm for millions of years. Could it be that you didn't notice anything? Let's not talk about my Seheng Holy Sect. The Hengtian Ancestral Court is the nominal co-lord of the continent and the heir apparent of Emperor Hengtian. Its foundation is so profound that it is responsible for maintaining the operation and survival of the Hengtian human race. How could the successive human kings not have noticed something that could trigger a war between my Hengtian realm and the Dragon realm? Do you really think it was just a coincidence that the king of Hengkong took the initiative to lead so many powerful people to watch the battle outside the domain and told them not to stay or return to their own sects? Chapter 159, War outside the domain. Buzz. Chu Tianyan's face instantly turned gloomy, with a hint of terrifying murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the Chu family's patriarch's token appeared in his hand. Before Chu Tianxin entered the extreme state, he used his last remaining sanity to hand the patriarch's token to him. The Grand Emperor mark on Holy Emperor Peak showed signs of revival again, and inside the main hall, a powerful Emperor-level figure began to revive. The Grand Emperor's mark directly blocks all external intrusions. Emperor Tianyan, do you also want to slander my Chu family? A strong murderous look appeared in Chu Tianyan's eyes. Do you think that just because the leader of Shengxian sect has been deposed and my elder brother is not around, you can act with impunity in Shengxian sect? What Chu Tian said before he left was very clear. The affairs of Yama Palace involve the life and death of the Chu family. At this time, the Holy Lord Seheng suddenly came out and said that the successive Holy Lord Seheng and the Hengtian Ancestral Temple had always known about the affairs of the Yama Palace. It was no wonder that Chu Tianyan had murderous intentions towards this Emperor of the heavenly ranking. Master Tianyan, I'm not threatening you. I'm trying to help you move Yama Palace out. Tianyan Daozen sighed and said with a hint of helplessness, time is pressing, so I will speak frankly. Your Shengxian sect has snatched my Seheng Shengxian sect's position as the strongest sect for me. If you ask who in the entire Hengtian continent wants to go against your Shengxian sect the most, I would be second to none and no one dares to claim to be first. My greatest expectation for the two disciples is to suppress your Shengxian sect and regain the original position of my Shengxian sect. This is also the reason why I tricked Yi Qianshang last time. But to regain the position of the strongest sect, we must sacrifice the interests of Hengtian realm, or even the huge interests of Seheng Holy Sect. The Holy Lord of Seheng rubbed his brows in a state of anguish. The Dragon clan has a long and arduous heritage. They are a mythical overlord clan, tyrannical and murderous. And your Chu family now controls the Holy Heaven sect. If a war breaks out, the entire Hengtian realm will definitely be implicated, and even the collapse of this realm is not impossible. Even if my Holy Sect sits idly by and watches the Dragon clan destroy your Holy Heaven sect, the Dragon clan is greedy. If countless powerful people really come and destroy your Holy Heaven sect and occupy your territory, will they still leave? When my Hengtian realm was at its peak, they all supported the Dragon God sect. Not to mention what the consequences would be if your Shengxian sect was destroyed and the Hengtian realm's vitality was severely damaged. None of these mythical tribes are modest gentlemen. The Dragon realm is the largest realm among all the realms. Throughout the ages, it has annexed more than 10 of the top 100 realms. The Hengtian realm does not want to be the next one. So, my Holy Sect's successive Holy Lords and the human kings not only did not expose you, but could only help you conceal it in secret. Taoist Master Tianyan sighed and said, forget it. I know you still don't trust me. How about this? Anyway, my female disciple has already had a conflict with your nephew Chu Dian and has developed a demon in her heart. For the next few years, let her stay in your Rising Sun secret realm and practice with Chu Dian. Taoist Tianyan said calmly, the reason I helped your Chu family is, firstly, to repay Chu Dian for saving my disciple's life and to avenge the Yi family. Secondly, it is also to protect the interests of my Holy Sect. Buzz. A black token fell into Chu Tianyan's palm, engraved with an ancient word, Heng, in it. It was written in ancient characters, which was different from the characters commonly used in Hengtian continent today. Only a few strong people from top sects could recognize it. It turned out to be the human king order of the Heng family. There are only 3 of them in total. It can represent the human king and walking in all realms. Seeing the order is like seeing the human king. The human king actually gave you the human king order. Chu Tianyan's face was still gloomy. After all, this meant that what Tianyan Daozen said was true. The human king really knew about the Yama Palace and deliberately took the strongest people from many continents out of the domain to give the Chu family the space to move the Yama Palace. Master Tianyan, I have spoken frankly. Not only have I given you the human king token, I am also willing to leave you as a hostage. You should finally believe me, right? Taoist Master Tianyan's face was solemn. There's no time to lose. The dragons could descend at any moment, and many powerful individuals might return. Let's not waste time. I've brought many super teleportation arrays, as well as the treasures bestowed by the Hengkong Human King. The Hengtian Realm teleportation gate has also been opened. Well, follow me. Chu Tianyan's face was gloomy as he turned and walked into the main hall. However, he paused for a moment, turned around and said coldly, Taoist Master Tianyan, in order to help my Chu family, you didn't hesitate to leave your female disciple as a hostage. In Xiaotian's Rising Sun Secret Realm, there is not only the Immortal Medicine Enlightenment Tree, but also the Dao Pearl. Staying by my nephew's side, he can also comprehend the Eye of Heaven. This supreme opportunity is something that many geniuses would only dream of. They are preparing for the Hengtian competition 3 years from now. Taoist Tianyan smiled faintly without commenting, then turned to Saint Hylian and said, this is all I can do for you. Whether you can surpass Chu Tian and break the demon in your heart depends on you. Master, I understand. Holy Maiden Hylian's face turned pale as she looked up at the sky. In her beautiful eyes, still as cold as ice, the outline of Chu Tian seemed to vaguely emerge. She said firmly, I must defeat him in the Hengtian competition with my own hands. Outside the Hengtian realm, endless starry sky. Dark, cold, deep, and deadly, the endless and vast planets float in the gloomy air, moving along fixed routes. Yi Qianshang's face was pale as he sat cross-legged on a meteorite. A black jade disc was floating above his head. It was his most famous treasure, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, which enveloped him with the rolling Dao aura. Yi Qianshang, you killed my father, took away his soul, and made him die in endless pain. Chu Qianshang's eyes were blood red, and endless fine blood-colored thunder surrounded him. He madly attacked Yi Qianshang and smashed onto the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Qianshang was almost crazy. He was in an extreme state. Even though he had just broken through to the Emperor level, he was still incredibly powerful. His energy and spirit seemed to be burning. He was in a crazy state, and the blood-colored thunder was madly bombarding Yi Qianshang. Each fine blood-red thunder that blasts out can penetrate millions of light years of the starry sky, destroy countless planets, and create a crack in the dark starry sky that spreads endlessly far away. However, the same thunder and lightning were almost endless around Chu Qianshang, constantly being destroyed and reborn, devouring the essence of Tyrant Dragon Lord. Even if Chu Qianshang burned himself madly, he still had a constant supply of energy to make up for his loss. This is the terrifying power of the ultimate realm, known as the most extreme and powerful of the 3 ancient realms. This realm's extremes lie in its ability to consume the very essence and spirit of those it slew, endlessly replenishing itself. As long as the killing continues, its power is nearly limitless. Combined with the terrifying attacking power of the ultimate realm, which is nearly invincible among its peers, it becomes a tireless killing machine. Furthermore, the more it kills, the stronger it becomes, until it succumbs to complete madness and enters the abyss. This is also the reason why the extreme realm is feared by all realms. When the extreme realm appears, a great catastrophe is coming. This tireless killing machine, which can increase its killing power madly and is invincible in attack and killing, can be called a world-destroying catastrophe. In ancient times, it terrified countless people and was strangled by the strongest people in all realms. Chu Qianshang, an elegant middle-aged man, has even been studying unconventional methods. He has never been able to enter the initial realm and gain enlightenment. He does not even have a top-level magical power in the extraordinary realm. However, after entering the extreme realm, he directly broke through the Emperor and killed Tyrant Dragon in seconds. Now he is suppressing Yi Qianshang, who is using his famous treasure 6 paths of reincarnation disc. It is simply against the will of heaven and suffocating. You know, the gap between the Emperor of the heavenly ranking and the ordinary people in the spirit refining realm is almost equivalent to the gap between Chu Qianshang today, and entering the extreme realm directly allows Chu Qianshang to eliminate this gap. Chapter 160 For my son. Far away in the starry sky. The strongest people in Hengtian continent, such as the human king Hengkong, the Emperor Lingfeng, the demon lord Hell, etc., stood not far away with extremely solemn expressions. Some of the strongest people even had strong fear in their eyes. The extreme realm. The Hengkong human king's face was solemn as he muttered to himself, if this guy can stay rational and sober, my Hengtian realm will have another powerful fighter who can make up for Yi Qianshang's vacancy. King Hengkong thought about it for a while, and soon sighed again. It was difficult, too difficult, just like a fairy tale. There have been so few extreme realms since ancient times that there are no cases to be found. Chu Qianshang, even if you reach the ultimate state and can kill Tyrant Dragon Lord instantly, you're still far from being able to kill me instantly with the ultimate state power. Yi Qianshang's face was pale, and he just sat quietly on the meteorite, suppressing himself with the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, allowing Chu Qianshang to attack him without fighting back, as if he wanted to conserve his energy and wait for someone's return. And even if I killed your father, your Chu family has never shown the slightest mercy to my Yi family. Yi Qianshang muttered to himself in a low voice, his eyes looking into the distance. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes, with withered hair fluttering. Step by step, the endless starry sky became within reach under his feet, and he walked towards him step by step. The person who came was none other than King Chu Tian, who had returned to Hengtian continent after hunting down the deadly poison lord. Far behind him, 2 large groups of death squads of the Chu family were following, tying up an old man in a black robe with chains. Emperor Qianshang, save me, save me. Seeing Yi Qianshang from afar, the desperate poison lord let out a shrill roar. It was you who ordered me to suppress Chu Yuya's double pupils and supreme bones. Your Yi family cannot abandon me and sit idly by. The poison master seemed to have endured some terrible torture. His body was covered in blood, skin and bones, his eyes were deeply sunken, and even his strength was wasted. His whole body was limp, as if his tendons and veins had been pulled out one by one. There was endless fear in his eyes. Heavenly King, it was Yi Qianshang who ordered me to do this. It's all his fault. Please don't torture me anymore. I really regret it. I was wrong. Please. His voice stopped abruptly as his tongue was cut off by the assassin beside him. Even his neck was cut and his vocal cords were pulled out. Second brother, you're back. Yi Qianshang showed a hearty smile on his face. Everything seemed to have returned to the past, when the 2 brothers traveled the world side by side and could completely rely on each other. Struggle all the way, grow side by side, and experience life and death together. Big brother has been holding on and has not left Hengtian realm. He is just waiting for your return. Yi Qianshang's complexion gradually regained its rosy complexion, but the few remaining black hairs on the back of his head turned completely dry and white, as if it was a last hurrah, allowing him to temporarily return to his peak state. He didn't even look at the Lord of Poison, and turned a deaf ear to his accusations. He raised his hand, and the 6 paths of reincarnation disc unleashed the magical power of reincarnation, temporarily isolating Chu Qianshang in the vision. There were still bloodshot eyes in King Chu Tian's eyes. He glanced at King Hengkong and other powerful people in the Hengtian realm, then stopped not far in front of Yi Qianshang, looking at Yi Qianshang without saying a word. Yi Qianshang, you and I are no longer friends. After a long time, King Chu's voice became low and hoarse. A golden dragon spanning thousands of miles across the starry sky appeared behind him, with murderous aura and terrifying Dao aura colliding with Yi Qianshang. Buzz. In an instant, the endless starry sky was annihilated, billions of stars turned to ashes, and a terrifying killing force spread, causing the pupils of the strongest people such as Emperor Lingfeng and Emperor Hell Poison to shrink violently, and they retreated backwards in fear and madness. This was a clash between two heavenly ranking emperors, a fight ranked among the top 100 in the history of Hengtian continent. Throughout the history of Hengtian realm, there were only a handful of battles that could be compared with this clash, or even none at all. The only one who could stand in the field was Hengkong Human King. Throughout the history of the Hengtian realm, only the Shengxian sect has been able to place on two heavenly rankings. Hengkong Human King muttered to himself, of the two founding ancestors of the Shengxian sect, only the Chu family's ancestor ranked 100th on the heavenly ranking, but they were quickly squeezed out. A million years, the ancestor of the three great revival. The two emperors of the heavenly ranking. What a pity. The sect's heyday is also the time when conflicts erupt most violently. The king of Hengkong sighed. In order to attack the Chu family, Yi Qianshang even did not hesitate to introduce the dragon clan, which not only harmed the interests of the Yi family and the Shengxian sect, but also seriously damaged the interests of the entire Hengtian realm. This was the situation he least wanted to see. However, the two founding families of Shengxian sect have been fighting each other for millions of years. The human kings of all generations have long seen that behind the continuous rise of Shengxian sect, there is a huge crisis hidden, and they have been trying to reconcile the contradictions between the two families. But in this generation, both families had produced heavenly ranking emperors, which directly led Shengxian sect to the position of the strongest sect on the continent, which was beyond his ability to interfere. Buzz. The six paths of reincarnation disc is filled with endless Taoist aura. The six huge whirlpools are as majestic as stars, rumbling and spinning, confronting the winding golden dragon. Even if you don't consider me your eldest brother, you will always be my second brother. Yi Qianshang slowly stood up and said, Brother, I've been waiting for you to come back because I want to ask you whether you were responsible for Yi Fan's Hangmeng's sacred bone and Tianying's death. Yi Qianshang stared at King Chu's eyes, which were bloodshot. This is the only question left in his mind now. He searched the entire sect, killed countless people, and investigated every strong man in the Chu family. But there is still no trace. Yi Fan's Hangmeng holy bone being poisoned and Yi Tianying's death were the greatest pain in his heart. King Chu Dian's withered white hair fluttered in the wind. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly attacked. Behind him, a golden dragon stretched across the sky for thousands of miles, disrupting the starry sky. King Chu, speak up. Yi Qianshang roared, I was the one who schemed against your three daughters. You know everything now. My position as the sect leader has also been abolished. Are you still unwilling to speak out? Did you do it? Buzz. King Chu Dian said nothing, took a step across the starry sky, and instantly came in front of Yi Qianshang. He punched out, his arm turned into a dragon shape, and punched through his chest. The terrifying energy spread beyond the endless star field, and the vast energy annihilated billions of stars. Puff. Yi Qianshang was still roaring as he spurted blood, but he didn't fight back immediately. I follow the ancestral precepts of the Yi family and plot against your Chu family. What is your purpose? King Chu Dian's low, hoarse voice rang out, for my son. If there is an afterlife, we will be brothers. Chapter 161 Mystery solved. Next life, ha ha ha, second brother, when did you start to believe in the reincarnation theory of the Buddhist world? Yi Qianshang laughed heartily, his white hair fluttering in the wind. He had an air of arrogance that looked down upon the heavens. We brothers have traversed the myriad realms, experienced countless life and death, and reached the pinnacle. We brought the Shengxian sect to the position of the strongest sect, snatched the saint girl of the ancient sword god clan as a slave, and now she is my sister-in-law. Our consistent belief is to only believe in this life and not the afterlife, to smash everything and grab everything. Brother, I have two goals in this life. First, to bring Shengxian sect to the top. Second, to fully follow the teachings of our ancestors and unify Shengxian sect. I've barely accomplished the first goal, but the second one. Boom. Suddenly, Yi Qianshang's head was blown apart by a punch from King Chu Dian. The roar of the dragon shook the galaxy, billions of planets shattered, and the dazzling golden light illuminated the dark universe. Yi Qianshang, do you think I really don't know anything? King Chu Dian's eyes were bloodshot, his white hair fluttered, and he roared angrily, throwing punch after punch, even creating cracks in the six paths of reincarnation disc, Yi Qianshang's treasure that had proved his way to enlightenment. I consider you a brother, so I have already given you the position of sect leader. I will cooperate with you unconditionally, sacrificing the interests of the entire Chu family so that you can lead the sect to the position of the strongest sect on the continent and bring you endless honor and majesty. You bastard, why are you still not satisfied? You insist on forcing my children into a dead end. You're crazy and courting death, forcing me to kill you. King Chu Dian roared in anger, which was so powerful that it was terrifying and suffocating. His body was as terrifying as a god or demon. Every punch and kick was accompanied by the roar of a heavenly dragon, followed by a divine dragon, and the dragon's might was rolling. Tyrant Dragon Lord, the real nine-clawed golden dragon, was like a small insect in front of King Chu Dian. He caused the starry sky to collapse with his punches and kicks, as if he wanted to completely destroy the galaxy. The terrifying void storm raged, but it could not harm his body at all. I know you're calculating. You're more skilled than me and more suited to be the sect leader and lead the sect's expansion. That's why I'll fully cooperate with you to bring the Shengxian sect to its peak. I want to pass on the strongest sect in history to my only son. You've already obtained everything that you couldn't have with your strength, so why are you still not satisfied? Why? King Chu roared, and the terrifying sound waves turned into a 12-clawed dragon, directly tearing Yi Qianshang's body into a bloody mist. With this roar, the starry sky collapsed, the sun and the moon lost their light, and all the planets within sight collapsed into nothingness, sweeping away everything. Puff, the most powerful ones, such as Emperor Lingfeng and Emperor Hell Poison, spat out a mouthful of blood almost at the same time. They were so frightened that they almost suffocated and retreated frantically, fearing that they would be affected by the aftermath of the terror. They were really scared. The strength displayed by King Chu made them feel as if they were witnessing a myth or legend. Even at this moment, Hengkong Ringwang, the emperor who was in the top 50 of the heavenly ranking, began to leave the range of the battle between the two. Human King, Chu Tianwang is ranked 97th on the heavenly ranking, and Yi Qianshang is ranked 98th on the heavenly ranking. Why? Emperor Lingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Qianshang, who was as powerful as the supreme god and demon. He felt numb all over. How can there be such a huge gap in strength with only one rank difference? As everyone knows, there is a huge gap of 20 ranks on the heavenly ranking. The difference in strength at the same stage shouldn't be so huge. The voice of the Hell Poison Lord was trembling and fearful. He was the most shocked person watching this scene. After all, Hell Valley was nominally an ally of the Holy Heaven sect, but in reality, those who truly understood the situation knew that Hell Valley's alliance with the Holy Heaven sect was due to its close relationship with the Yi family. As for its relationship with the Chu family, it was only because of this generation that the absolute poison master accepted Chu Yuyao as his disciple. The Yi family is on the decline. King Chu Dian is so powerful and abnormal. The poison lord almost killed Chu Yuyao. And what about Chu Dian? How will he treat Hell Valley? What do you mean there's only one difference? The gap between King Chu and Yi Qianshang is very obvious. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. The leader of the Givong sect said in a low voice, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was also an emperor, but although they were separated by the vast starry sky, he was so shocked by King Chu's roar that his internal organs were shattered. Because Shengxian sect placed an order to purchase weapons from Givong sect, he had a lot of dealings with Yi Qianshang. He knew that although Yi Qianshang was much stronger than him, he would never be able to do this. King Chu's strength is at least within the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. Hang Kong Human King said in a low voice, his eyes solemn and filled with shock. No, he may even be stronger. King Chu is so powerful that he's probably not far from the realm of Jiyu Mozu and Su Shenzhou. Why does he let Yi Qianqiang be the sect leader? With the Chu family's background, King Chu can obviously take their place. In order to make Shengqian sect stronger and replace Sihang Holy Sect. So that's how it is, I understand. King Chu Dian is invincible, but he understands that the position of sect leader does not mean that the stronger the strength, the better the sect. In terms of strength and skills, he is not as good as Yi Qianqiang, so he serves as a deputy sect leader, assisting Yi Qianqiang in maximizing his own value. He wants to hand over the most powerful Shengqian sect to his son Chu Dian. The appearance of Hongmeng Holy Bone Yi Fan made him feel that he was a threat to his son, so he secretly attacked and crippled him. Yi Qianqiang has indeed achieved what he imagined. With his powerful skills, he has integrated the power of the sect and continuously expanded it, leading the Shengqian sect to become the strongest sect. Now its power is at its peak, and its influence is growing day by day. But what King Chu Dian didn't expect was that his sworn brother was so cunning and scheming that he could not only plot against external enemies but also against the Chu family. The human king Hang Kong said in a low voice, King Chu was too confident in his own strength and underestimated Yi Qianqiang's ever-expanding ambition after he took control of power. That's why he has come to this point. Yi Qianqiang even wanted to bring in the power of the Dragon Clan and directly destroy the Chu family. Outside the distant starry sky, at the gate of Hengtian realm, Fu Lao also arrived with Chu Dian. My young master, this is the master's strength. He is invincible and can do anything he wants, the old camel said in a low voice. In fact, this old servant understands that the master of the family does not bother to compete with Yi Qianqiang. He does not care about giving up the interests of the Chu family, because as long as the master wants it, he can take it back at any time with his strength. What the master could never have imagined was that Yi Qianqiang would dare to plot against you. The top 50 on the heavenly ranking. Chu Dian's face was calm, his eyes were gloomy, and he looked at the scene outside the distant starry sky, his heart was surging. But as one mystery after another was solved in his heart, more mysteries emerged. King Chu and Jian Kongzu, one ranked in the top 50 and the other 23rd on the heavenly ranking, indeed have the capital to look down on the world and allow Yi Qianqiang to expand. Yi Qianqiang's prestige and influence are high, but this is ultimately a world where strength is respected. King Chu Dian, coupled with the influence of the Chu family's founding clan, can suppress Yi Qianqiang with a wave of his hand, allowing his only son Chu Dian to easily succeed to the position of clan leader and obtain everything. But in the original plot, the three sisters would have been assassinated by Yi Qianqiang. Since King Chu Dian was so powerful, why was he captured and imprisoned? After hearing the news of Jian Kongzu's death, he was poisoned to death in prison. With such a strength that is almost beyond belief, even the entire Yi family combined would not be able to defeat King Chu, so how could they possibly poison him to death? Why didn't King Chu resist? Or was it because he no longer had the strength to resist at that time? Chapter 162 A Brilliant and Invincible Attack. And my mother, who was ranked 23rd on the heavenly ranking, was able to single-handedly enter the dragon realm and suppress the Golden Dragon clan. Why did she die so suddenly? Chu Dian said to himself that King Chu Dian's move solved many of the confusions in his mind. Why did Jian Kongzu act so domineering but condone King Chu's behavior? Because they never really took Yi Qianqiang seriously. Jian Kongzu's idea was probably to allow Yi Qianqiang to make the Shengqian sect stronger and then prepare wedding dresses for his son Chu Dian. So after Chu Yansheng transformed into a murderous demon soldier, she went on a killing spree, causing the entire continent to be enraged and resented by the people. However, King Chu Dian still loved his daughter dearly and dared to protect Chu Yansheng unscrupulously, because his strength gave him the capital to look down on everything. And why would Jian Kongzu, who is so strong, marry Chu Songbao? After all, on the surface, the two seem to be worlds apart in terms of personality and strength. But after the doubts were resolved, Chu Dian had even more doubts. Given the power of Chu Tianwang and Jian Kongzu, the fundamental reason for the Chu family's ultimate downfall and the great hate demon lord's demonic possession in the original plot is likely far more complex than it appears. Yi Qianqiang's schemes, which dealt a heavy blow to the younger generation of the Chu family, are likely just one of the reasons. At the very least, it now seems that Yi Qianqiang, Yi Feng who has achieved the status of Emperor Dao, and Yi Fan are all likely to be unable to defeat King Chu Dian. Is it the ancient Sword God clan? But do the ancient Sword God clan have such great power? Besides, Chu Songbao has always been very respectful to the ancient Sword God clan. Even if they look down on us, they wouldn't take the huge risk of sneaking into the Hengtian realm to interfere in the human race's internal affairs and kill my father. Not to mention the strength of my mother Jian Kongzu. Even if she were placed in the ancient Sword God clan, she would probably be at least in the top 3. The ancient Sword God clan is only 35th in the 10,000 realms, even inferior to the Dragon clan. How could they possibly shake the Hengtian human realm from a distance? Not only did they kill my mother, but they also crippled my father, who looked like he was probably in the top 50 on the heavenly ranking, without a trace. The logic is illogical and it's like a fairy tale. Chu Dian frowned slightly. Now it seems that many things written in the original plot are only superficial, and there are many deeper reasons in secret. Even now, it seems that there are still many things he doesn't understand within the Hengtian realm. That damn lousy author. Old Tuo, tell me, looking at the Hengtian continent, no, looking at all the worlds, who is the one who is most reluctant to see the rise of the Shengqian sect? The Shengqian sect has become the strongest sect and led the Hengtian realm to break into the top 100 in all the worlds. Who is the one who feels the most uncomfortable? Chu Dian seemed to be asking, and seemed to be muttering to himself. Hengtian human king, Heng family. But if King Hengkong wanted to see the Holy Heaven sect destroyed, he could have suppressed it long ago, or even just watched the Dragon clan suppress the Holy Heaven sect. Or the Sihang Holy sect. Judging from the current behavior of Tianyan Daozhen, he definitely has objections to Shengqian sect snatching away the strongest sect, but it is just an internal struggle within Hengtian realm, and Tianyan Daozhen does not have the strength to do so. Not only did he kill Jian Kongzu, he also crippled King Chu. So, where does the external power that helps Yi Qianqiang come from? My lord, your question is very simple. The old camel grinned, looking very happy. His two large yellow teeth were particularly eye-catching. Our Hengtian realm was ranked first among the 9 human realms before the ancient times. Emperor Hengtian almost unified the human race again. After the ancient times, the Hengtian realm declined all the way, sliding down the rankings of the 9 major human realms until it is now at the bottom, even falling out of the top 100 of the 10,000 realms. Among all this, the special care and suppression from the major human realms are indispensable. Before Yi Qianqiang and the master achieved the status of emperor, they both suffered a lot at the hands of the major human realms. The Shengqian sect is rising with great momentum, and has brought our Hengtian human realm into the top 100 of all realms again. The other 8 human realms are very uncomfortable, but they dare not interfere in the Hengtian realm. Everlasting Human King, Master, Madam, plus Yi Qianqiang, Tianyan Daozhen, the 5 contemporary masters ranked on the everlasting heavenly ranking, they would also be terrified and tremble with fear. The old camel grinned, his smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Many years ago, not long after the master and Yi Qianqiang entered the heavenly ranking, the human king took the master, the mistress, Yi Qianqiang, and the Taoist master Tianyan to visit the major human realms in turn. They were so scared that their hair stood on end. Since then, the incidents targeting our Hengtian human realm in the 10,000 realms have suddenly decreased. However, in recent years, there seem to be more and more cases of people deliberately targeting and suppressing our Hengtian realm. However, they still dare not act recklessly. Over the past 10 years, the Human King has proposed many times that he wanted to visit the major human realms again on the 5 heavenly rankings, but Yi Qianqiang declined due to being busy with work. In addition, his wife has returned to the God Clan and has not returned for many years, so the trip has not been possible. Although Tuo Lao is not on the heavenly ranking, he has a very high status in the Chu family and is in charge of the heavenly group. He has almost watched Chu Tianwang and Yi Qianqiang grow up and knows many secrets. The major human realms. Chu Tian's heart moved, and it seemed as if a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked a very important detail in the original plot. In the original storyline, the Hengtian realm fought openly and covertly with the other human realms, and even a major war broke out. However, although Yifeng and Yifan encountered many obstacles in their growth, they were all struggles of the younger generation, and they hardly encountered any life-threatening situations. Old Tuo, Xiaodian puts forward a hypothesis. If Yi Qianqiang secretly colluded with the major human realms and murdered my father, then which human realm was he most likely colluding with? Chu Tian said calmly, as if he had a sudden idea and asked casually. Kill the master. The old camel pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, the eternal human world, the wild human world, the inner-heaven world. When the master, Yi Qianqiang, and his wife were traveling through the myriad worlds, they seemed to have offended and killed quite a few of their geniuses and evildoers, as well as a large number of powerful individuals. During the years that the Holy Heaven sect expanded, they plundered a lot of their resources in the myriad world's ruins. Finally, the old camel gave a bitter laugh and said, my young master, I am only a servant, guarding the Holy Emperor Peak my entire life. These matters are truly beyond my comprehension. I'm afraid only the master and the mistress can give you the answers. Perhaps the second and third masters hold great power in the family and have been dealing with the outside world for many years, so they might know something. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a huge wave suddenly came from afar, interrupting the conversation between Chu Tian and Tuo Lao. The old camel cast a glance at me, his pupils suddenly contracting violently, and blurted out, endless reincarnation, the supreme magical power of the Yi family's reincarnation Emperor Sutra. Oh no, Yi Qianqiang wants to drag me down with him. Boom, boom, boom. 6 majestic, dark, and tall black whirlpools appeared at the top of the sky, spinning with a rumbling sound. They were thousands of times larger than the largest stars in the sky. Heaven's way. Yi Qianqiang's voice was low and hoarse, containing a mysterious and profound majesty, as if it resonated with some supreme mystery between heaven and earth. Boom. The first black vortex suddenly expanded tenfold. Yi Qianqiang's life force was reduced and wrinkles on his face increased. He was burning his energy and spirit, forcing the supreme magical power in the reincarnation Emperor Sutra to a realm far beyond his limit. Use your life to deliver the most brilliant and invincible blow. Chapter 163 Silver Dragon. Humane, Shiro Road. Beast Way, the realm of hungry ghosts. Hell. Every time Yi Qianqiang uttered a strange syllable, a vortex in the 6 paths of reincarnation would expand more than tenfold. When the 6 paths appeared together, the 6 whirlpools became almost the only thing in the starry sky, rumbling and spinning. The stars were as small as dust in front of the 6 paths and were crushed into ashes in an instant. Cough cough cough, I feel like my soul is about to be absorbed into it. Emperor Lingfeng's eyes were filled with horror. He was already millions of light years away, watching from afar, and even had a feeling that his emperor soul was about to be swallowed up and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Suppress the soul and don't let it leave the body, otherwise it will be crushed by the reincarnation in an instant, and its soul will be scattered. The Hengkong Human King shouted in a low voice with a serious expression. He directly used his magical powers to isolate the influence of the endless reincarnation on the Hengtian realm gate. Otherwise, even outside the domain, countless humans in the Hengtian realm would be dragged into the reincarnation. Yi Qianqiang's realm has surpassed the limits of the Samsara Emperor Sutra. Endless reincarnation can even allow strong people below the God realm to reincarnate and live a new life. Hiss. When the Hengkong Human King said this, the pupils of many powerful people contracted violently and they were stunned. Let the strong ones below the divine realm reincarnate. This is simply a realm that only the creator and the god of creation can achieve. How powerful is the emperor of the heavenly ranking? And such a strong Yi Qianqiang is only ranked 98th on the heavenly ranking. Then, what kind of terrifying realm have the strengths of Tianyan Daozhen, Tianwang Dizhen, and even the strongest Jian Kongzu reached? Can they create the world with one sword? King Chu, I know you have always looked down on me from the bottom of your heart. Yi Qianqiang's voice was hoarse. Even Kongzu, they all thought I was too scheming and ruthless, so they chose you in the end. Even though I was the one who first suggested suppressing Jian Kongzu and letting her serve as our maid, she still thinks you are braver and more manly than me. So I just won't accept it. I just won't resign myself to it. I will destroy your Chu family. I will lead the Shengxian sect to the top and prove that I am the strongest man. I want to let the world know that even without your and Jian Kongzu's charity, I can still bring Shengxian sect to the peak. Ha 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 ha. Today, I will prove that I am no worse than you even if I try my best. Yi Qianqiang's withered snow-white blood vessels turned into ashes bit by bit. His body had become extremely old and corrupt, emitting a smell of decay and a deathly aura from his whole body. He raised his hands, holding up the 6 paths of reincarnation, and walked towards King Chu step by step. Second brother, you are not as heroic as you appear. You are also afraid. What if the sons of my Yi family are stronger than your son? That's why you secretly killed Yi Fan. Yi Qianqiang smiled and said, my methods are sinister, and you are no less so. Moreover, you hide it even deeper than me. Your disguise is so good that even I never thought that the heroic and extraordinary King Chu would actually plot against a child. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 paths of reincarnation roared, and 6 dark whirlpools destroyed the world, gradually beyond the control of Yi Qianqiang, slowly erasing his body and gradually covering King Chu Dian. The rules were erased, time and space were obliterated, and the 6 whirlpools of reincarnation were like 6 wheels of destruction, truly destroying everything. Yi Qianqiang, that day on the sacrifice peak, you told me that you wanted to see the highest secret of the great emperor scripture, the great emperor heavenly dragon seal, which I created after gaining enlightenment in the myriad world's ruins. King Chu Dian's hair fluttered as he spoke slowly, raising his finger to point to the sky. Suddenly, a silver-white 12-clawed dragon spanning billions of miles in the sky suddenly appeared, emitting a terrifying dragon roar. All of a sudden, Emperor Lingfeng and others who were far away felt dizzy, and then they felt a chill in their facial features. They were actually millions of light years apart, but the dragon roar made their facial features bleed. The Tuang Tianlong seal, there is no such magical power in the Tuangyi Sutra. The leader of the Givon sect said in horror. This supreme magical power was created by the Heavenly King Emperor after he entered the 97th place on the heavenly ranking and attained enlightenment in the myriad world's ruins. Hengkong Human King's expression was extremely solemn. Since then, Chu Tianwang has never made a move again, so he has always been in the 97th place, but his strength has long been far beyond. The 3 realms of the ancient times are increasingly difficult to enter, but once you enter, the rewards are unimaginable. The heavenly ranking emperor's enlightenment is rare throughout history. Boom! Suddenly, the dragon that stretched for billions of miles turned into a vast and majestic seal. As King Chu Tian's finger fell, it slammed down on the endless cycle of reincarnation. The starry sky roared, the sun and the moon lost their light, and many emperors lost their vision in an instant. For a moment, the laws there seemed to be extinguished, and the light was also destroyed. When vision is restored, the 6 huge and boundless reincarnation whirlpools disappeared, leaving only Yi Qianqiang, who was skin and bones and exuded the smell of death and decay. I'm no match for you, even if I burn everything. Second brother, if I hadn't had that sudden idea and urged you to join me in suppressing Jian Kongzu, wouldn't all this have happened? Would we have followed through on our original oath and together brought the Hengtian realm back to the top of the 9 realms and even unified the human race? Yi Qianshang smiled, his energy and spirit were completely burned out, and his body, starting from the toes, turned into ashes inch by inch. At this time, in the starry space, a golden dragon claw tore through the void, and then a majestic sword energy slashed out from it, slashing on Yi Qianshang's body, instantly obliterating his exhausted body. Boom, boom, boom. Endless sword energy tore through the starry sky, destroying the place where Yi Qianshang was billions of times, and even completely destroyed the laws. Jian Kongzu's soul projection walked out of the crack in the starry sky torn by the dragon claws, and a cold voice resounded, "You plotted against my son and hurt my daughter. If reincarnation really exists, I will crush your soul to ashes 1,000 billion times. Chu coward, you should thank your son for saving Yansheng and Yu Yao, otherwise I would have cut you to pieces this time." Jian Kongzu turned his head to look at the Hengtian boundary gate, and his body instantly appeared beside Chu Tian and hugged him. His beautiful eyes were full of heartache and doting. He kept checking Chu Tian's body and kissed him on the face again and again. "Xiaotian, I'm sorry. Mom has wronged you and your siblings." Jian Kongzu waved his hand casually, and a huge golden dragon head was thrown to the ground, and a strong dragon aura spread. "Look, mother cut off a dragon emperor's head for you." At this moment, a majesty of the ancient supreme emperor, even stronger than that of the sharp golden dragon emperor, spread from the cracks in the void. The pupils of the Hengkong human king shrank slightly as he looked towards the Tianlong clan connected to the void crack. Then, a silver Tianlong winding through endless time and space appeared in his eyes. The dragon emperor of destiny. King Hengkong blurted out, a hint of horror flashing in his eyes. Chapter 164. Don't worry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the dark, silent, and deep starry sky, an invisible and supreme majesty emanated from the cracks in the void. The rules seemed to have come to a standstill, and it was visible to the naked eye that the planets billions of light years away had stopped their orbits. In the crack of the void, the vast and majestic silver dragon that spanned endless time and space did not even open its eyes. The mere projection of its appearance directly froze the operation of the rules of the starry sky. In the starry sky, all kinds of vast and supreme visions appeared. The purple air spanned endless light years and turned into a bridge of the avenue. The avenue took shape, the immortal king descended to the 9 heavens, and the ancient supreme god created the world. It seemed that even the avenue of heaven and earth was flattering the silver dragon. Greetings to the dragon emperor. Greetings to the dragon emperor. Almost subconsciously, the terrifying and supreme majesty made many of the strongest people in Hengtian continent bow their heads, bend over and bow, and even unable to look up and face him. The destined dragon emperor, the supreme myth in all worlds, stands at the top of all worlds. He is the emperor and leader of the mythical dragon clan, a true myth. Just one name can crush all worlds. The only ones who could stand upright in the field were Hengkong human king, Chu Tianwang, and Jian Kongzu. Even Tuo Lao, even without bowing, could not raise his head to look directly at Tianming dragon emperor. Existence of this level has become a taboo, and the name alone is a myth. The only exception was Chu Tian, who was standing at the entrance of the realm. The eye of heaven between his eyebrows was emitting purple light, and the ring of apocalypse on his palm was also actively emitting divine power, isolating himself from that supreme majesty. Even his supreme physique, the chaos demon body, faced this supreme majesty, and the power contained in his blood was faintly reviving to resist. The supreme physique means being born supreme, the strongest and noblest physique in the universe. Many supreme beings have emerged from it before, and they have left the strongest mark in the rules of the universe. Even the mythical dragon emperor cannot make them surrender. The destiny dragon emperor, Chu Tian muttered to himself, gazing at the boundless silver dragon in the distance. This was the supreme being that the protagonist Yi Fan was not even qualified to contact when the original plot ended abruptly. From the beginning to the end, it was in myths and legends, praised by all creatures in the world, and lived on through word of mouth. Reaching the level of the destiny dragon emperor is the protagonist Yi Fan's greatest ideal. However, even when the plot ended abruptly, Yi Fan had already achieved the status of emperor, but he had never seen a myth of the level of the destiny dragon emperor even once. Unexpectedly, he had only reached the 7th level of spiritual cultivation, but he had personally witnessed the supreme dragon emperor, the supreme being who commanded the ancient and vast dragon world. Has the matter of Yama Palace alarmed this person so quickly? Chu Tian said to himself, his eyes becoming serious. He turned his head to look inside the gate, wondering if his third uncle Chu Tianyan had moved Yama Palace away. According to common sense, the dragon realm is vast and boundless, and such a thing should not have alarmed the destiny dragon emperor so quickly. Chu Tian glanced at the huge golden dragon head under his feet. The golden dragon blood on it was fresh and bright, emitting a dazzling golden light. He then glanced at Jian Kongzu, who was examining his body with a worried look in his eyes, and he immediately understood. I broke into the golden dragon clan, one of the most powerful clans in the dragon world, and not only caused a big commotion, but also cut off the dragon head of the sharp golden dragon emperor. It would be strange if I didn't alarm the destiny dragon emperor. However, the power of the broken sword goddess can also be seen. She broke into the dragon realm and cut off the head of the sharp gold dragon emperor. Not only was she unharmed, she also descended together with the destiny dragon emperor. Of course, in addition to Jian Kongzu's invincible strength, the ancient sword clan behind her is also an important factor. After all, this is also a clan of gods with an extremely ancient heritage, with a long history, and has always ranked among the top 50 in the world. Moreover, the dragon clan broke into the Shengxian sect without any evidence and wanted to forcibly search the main peak. This kind of trampling and insulting behavior was feasible when facing a force that had no power to resist, but the situation became completely different after Jian Kongzu showed up. Xiaotian, I'm sorry, I've wronged you. I only cut off the head of the sharp gold dragon emperor. This old dragon emperor intervened, so I couldn't kill him. I pulled out his dragon tendons and gave them to you as a belt. Jian Kongzu's voice was filled with apology. At this moment, she was the only one in the starry sky who ignored the destiny dragon emperor who descended into the sky. At this moment, the domineering, invincible, and all-sweeping broken sword goddess was a mother who doted on her son unconditionally. After coming out of retreat and learning about what had happened before, she was afraid that her little son would be injured. Her eyes were full of worry, and she kept asking Chu Tian if he had suffered any harm when he had used the emperor's ancient talisman twice in the face of life and death crises. She told him not to damage his foundation and that he must tell her if there was anything. In her conversation, she repeatedly mentioned Chu Songbao with gritted teeth. The more she asked, the more worried she became. She almost wanted to kill her husband immediately to vent her anger for her son. After all, his son had just celebrated his 9th birthday and was at the age where he was enjoying his parents' love, but he had to run around for the family and serve as the chief investigator of the sect. Jian Kongzu repeatedly promised Chu Tian that she would teach Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan a lesson after returning for daring to exploit her youngest son like this. Chu Tian was so amused and helpless when he heard this. After all, these were the real powers he had fought for with great efforts. But he didn't know how to defend his second and third uncles. He could only pray for them in his heart. At this time, Sihang Saint Lord Tianyan Daozhen walked out from the boundary gate with a relaxed smile on his face. After all, he had finally moved the Yama Palace away and wiped out the tail. But when he saw the beautiful Jian Kongzu, the smile on his face stopped abruptly and froze. Sword, broken sword god, Tianyan Daozhen, the holy lord of the oldest holy land in Hengtian realm and the strongest person ranked more than 80 on the heavenly ranking, actually stuttered at this moment. Taoist Master Tianyan, long time no see. Jian Kangzu simply glanced at Tianyan Daozen with the corner of his eye and greeted him calmly. Not bad, you finally condensed the Yunyan Divine Sword. It's a pity that you wasted too much time and potential. Your life has come to an end. Taoist Tianyan smiled bitterly. Jian Kangzu's comments hit the most proud and painful part of his heart. What a pity. Ranked 89th on the heavenly ranking, a figure notable in the history of Hengtian continent, a figure that no genius or evildoer from ancient times to the present could reach. But in Jian Kangzu's eyes, it was nothing more than that. But he couldn't refute it. After all, Jian Kangzu really had the qualifications. I'm old now, and I'm satisfied with my life just to have come this far. Tianyan Daozen forced himself to save face. At the same time, his voice sounded directly in Chu Tian's mind. The Yama Palace has been dealt with, don't worry. Chu Tian looked calm, he just looked at Tianyan Daozen deeply, but didn't say much. As he had guessed, the water in Hengtian realm was deeper than he had imagined. The Chu family covered up the matter of Yama Palace very well. But the Hengtian ancestral court and the Sihang holy sect had already known about it a long time ago. However, if this matter were to be spread out, it would not benefit anyone and would only bring the Hengtian realm to a catastrophe. Therefore, they could not spread it outside and had to take the initiative to cover up for the Chu family. The Chu family was able to successfully hunt down the strongest bloodline and powerful man of the Dragon Clan for millions of years without being noticed. The human king and successive Sihang holy lords must have made great contributions to this. Yi Qianshang's move was a hysterical and confused move after he reached the end of the cliff, which led to his death and crippled him without encountering any obstacles. Both Hengtian Ancestral Temple and Sihang holy sect acquiesced. Chapter 165, Showdown across time and space. The ancient Hengtian realm is indeed a human realm that has produced many supremely powerful individuals. Even though it has declined to this point and has been suppressed in various ways, it has still produced many outstanding strong individuals. At this moment, an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice sounded, and the terrifying majesty contained in it made time and space fall into a state of stillness. The Destiny Dragon Emperor did not open his eyes. The battle for supremacy among the world's geniuses, the fall of the younger generation of true dragon bloodline, and the failure of the battle for supremacy are all within reason. This emperor does not wish to interfere. My dragon clan has been passed down for thousands of years. There are countless clans that practice dragon-shaped magical powers. It's not a big deal. But there are rumors that your Shangxian sect of the Hengtian realm has been secretly hunting down the strongest young dragons of our dragon clan for bloodline dissection research for millions of years, seriously damaging the dignity of our dragon clan. One of my emissaries, Tyrant Dragon Lord, came to investigate but was killed by you. Sharp Gold Dragon Emperor was also severely injured by the Empress of the Ancient Sword God clan because of this incident. This emperor was forced to personally intervene. The Silver Sky Dragon did not open its eyes, but at this moment, many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm were shocked. In their minds, they seemed to see an extremely ancient and powerful existence. The eyes opened and their minds could see through their hearts. The power of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was so terrifying that he could actually sense the states of mind of many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm, trying to learn the truth directly from their minds. This is simply the method of the Creator God. It seems that there is no room for anything to hide in front of him. Chu Tian frowned slightly, feeling that there seemed to be an invisible, intangible, and yet irresistible force entering his mind, trying to read his memory and heart. Buzz. The Chaos Spirit bead in Chu Tian's mind shook slightly, and the Chaos Creation Sutra automatically started to operate, isolating this power from outside. Although Chu Tian has not yet condensed his soul, he has condensed his spirit into substance. There is no crack for this power to penetrate, and there is no flaw. In this regard, even the strongest people in the Hengtian realm are not as solid as Chu Tian's foundation. In the field, only the human King Hengkong, the Taoist Master Tianming, and the King Shu Tian had expressionless faces. Although they were not as mentally flawless as Chu Tian, they relied on their powerful strength to forcibly isolate themselves from the detection of the Dragon Emperor Tianming. It is impossible for the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor to forcibly investigate the spirit of the Heavenly Ranking Emperor unless he has truly become the creator. Dragon Emperor, I killed countless powerful dragon bloodlines in the ruins of 10,000 worlds. What dragons? I can just kill them. Why do I have to do it in secret? A strong sword intent burst out from Jian Kangzu's eyes. He raised his hand directly, and the terrible invisible sword intent cut through the power that tried to detect Chu Tian. You dared to come and investigate my husband's family based on a few rumors and even attack my son. Tyrant Dragon Zun deserves death. If he were still alive, I would pull out his dragon tendons, peel off his dragon scales, and grind him into ashes. A weakling, relying on some rumors, dares to offend me. Who does he think he is? Jian Kangzu's words were extremely domineering, just like the sword art she practiced, moving forward courageously and destroying all obstacles. Broken Sword Goddess, the Dragon Clan has no intention of forcibly offending. This emperor is simply fulfilling his duties as the Dragon Emperor. The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was indifferent. He did not stop his investigation because of the words of the Broken Sword Goddess. He was extremely domineering and powerful. Buzz. Suddenly, outside the Shengwang peak of the Shangxian sect in the Hengtian realm, the sky was torn apart and an invisible force swept across. The Dragon Emperor of Heaven actually used his supreme power to go back in time and space, trying to find traces of the fall of the strongest bloodline of the Dragon Clan here. The shadow of Tyrant Dragon Lord appeared in the rewinded time and space. But apart from this, there were no other signs of the death of any other dragons on the Holy Emperor peak. Suddenly, deep in the inner hall, above the Holy Heaven Lake, a majestic and vast phantom of a 12-clawed golden dragon appeared, winding and vast, spreading across the endless void. The dragon's body was more than 100 times larger than that of Tyrant Dragon Lord, and was not much smaller than that of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. This was the Dragon Emperor of the Golden Dragon Clan who was killed by Saint Ancestor Duanmu. It was real. He was killed directly in the Dragon Realm. Even his dragon body was brought back to the Shangxian sect and is now in the Shangxian pool. In the Holy Heaven Lake, the body of Emperor Duanmu was sleeping in the star crystal coffin. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes, but his eyes were completely different from before. They were indifferent, majestic, and supreme. He looked down at the world and directly wiped out the majesty of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor. Suddenly, the Destiny Dragon Emperor, who had not opened his eyes all this time, seemed to tremble slightly, and his eyes opened a little. Boom! In the endless void, there seemed to be a tremendous energy collision, which shook the endless starry sky violently, making the expressions of Tianyan Daozen and Hengkong Ringwang solemn. They could feel that the Duanmu Saint who suddenly woke up was not the same immature Duanmu Saint from before. As expected of Saint Ancestor Duanmu, he actually saw everything that would happen today before his death, leaving behind a magical power that allowed him to fight the Destiny Dragon Emperor head-on after hundreds of thousands of years. Jian Kangzu's expression became serious for the first time, with admiration in his eyes. I'm not as good as her now. Chu Tian was also shocked. The reason why the Destiny Dragon Emperor came was because he changed the fate of the Chu family and made Yi Qianshang hysterical and desperate. This did not appear in the original plot. This means that the fate of time and space was changed by him, so the holy ancestor Duanmu, who lived more than 600,000 years ago, predicted this scene at the other end of time and space at the same time, and launched a strike after many years to warn the Dragon Emperor of Destiny. What kind of incredible strength is this? The strongest person in this world has reached the end. Could it be possible that he can really walk in the river of time and space, traveling through the past and the future? So if one day, his strength surpasses that of Duan Mushangzu, will there be a chance for him to reverse time and space, return to Earth, force that lousy author to finish the story, and then throw him into the sea to feed the sharks? It is worthy of being the first great realm of the ancient human race that has produced one supreme power after another. The Destiny Dragon Emperor opened his eyes for the first time. His silver eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and the future. It seemed that the move of the holy ancestor Duanmu made it impossible for him to maintain his supreme posture, and he was amazed. Eternal Sky Human King, even if your Hengtian realm did not hunt down the strongest bloodline of the Dragon Clan, killing the Dragon Clan's envoys is still a violation of the Dragon Clan's dignity. The Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor's voice was cold and majestic. The Dragon Clan will send its strongest bloodline to participate in your race's once-a-century 9 realms competition. We will assist the Eternal Human Realm and punish your Hengtian realm. Within the myriad world's ruins, the power of your Hengtian realm will also face the strangulation of the Dragon Clan. The time limit is 10,000 years. Chapter 166 I Can Save, Rules of Divine Objects. The terrifying majesty and murderous intent that filled the voice of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor directly made the faces of many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm turn pale. The Hengtian competition 3 years later is to select the strongest genius to participate in the 9 realms competition of the human race, determine the ranking order of the 9 realms of the human race, and divide various important resources of the human race, etc. The 9 realms competition of the human race is an all-round competition. It not only tests the strength of the geniuses in each realm, but also their connections. They can invite ancient tribes and forces that they are friendly with to participate. However, none of the top 20 dominant ethnic groups would ever participate in the competition for resources within the human race. After all, there is no benefit in doing so. In this era, the Hengtian realm has finally squeezed into the top 100 of all realms. All the top sects are making full preparations to try to get rid of the last place ranking, and they also have strong confidence in this. No one expected that the Dragon Clan, an ancient and invincible mythical clan, would suddenly get involved, and even bluntly stated that they wanted to suppress the Hengtian realm in the ruins of 10,000 realms and kill the geniuses and evildoers of the Hengtian realm. The Dragon Clan is so powerful, with countless powerful true dragon bloodlines, and every generation is full of monsters. What can the younger generation of Hengtian realm use to compete with the monsters of the Dragon Clan? In their opinion, if they participated in the competition and faced the dragon monsters, it would be tantamount to seeking death. We won't start a war, but we will suppress the Hengtian realm in all aspects. Chu Dian's eyes were cold and his fists were slightly clenched. This destined Dragon Emperor was indeed not someone to be dealt with easily and had superb methods. This is to rely on the powerful foundation and strength of the Dragon Clan to suppress the Hengtian realm, which may very likely cause the forces within the Hengtian realm to collectively reject and hate the Shangxian sect. After all, it is because of the Shangxian sect that they are also targeted by the Dragon Clan and their interests are damaged, and this is not an ordinary loss. Yi Qianshang's final Jedi counterattack, and the subsequent damage to the interests of Shangxian sect and even the entire Hengtian realm, finally came. Dragon Emperor, since it has been confirmed that the Chu family of the Holy Heaven sect did not hunt down the strongest bloodline of the Dragon Clan, why, the face of the Hengkong human king was ugly, full of unwillingness and anger. No reason. The Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor said in a cold voice, the dragon race is majestic and must not be offended. Regardless of the reason for killing the Dragon Clan's envoy, your entire clan should have been annihilated. However, for the sake of the broken sword goddess and saint ancestor Duanmu, I will only punish you slightly. I will punish you for 10,000 years in the Hengtian realm. You should be content with that. Domineering, endless domineering, almost suffocating. This is the Dragon Clan, a mythical clan that has been passed down for eternity. The strong bully the weak without any reason. The human king Hengkong, the Taoist master Tianyan, and the king Chu Dian all had gloomy and ugly expressions on their faces, their fists slightly clenched, and they only felt a strong sense of humiliation. It was a feeling of being despised. Not only will I target you, but I will also tell you directly how I will suppress your Hengtian realm next. Boom. Suddenly, as Yi Qianshang fell, Chu Qianxing, who was blocked by the reincarnation vision, broke out from it. Dragon Clan, how dare you bully my Shangxian sect like this? Chu Qianxing's hoarse and crazy roar resounded through the endless starry sky. He was in an extreme situation, in a state of madness and insanity, but it seemed that he had a deep obsession with the Shangxian sect in his heart and would not allow outsiders to trample on the dignity of the sect. Boom, boom, boom. Endless blood-red thunder tore through the sky around Chu Qianxing. This extreme and supreme power actually passed through the void directly, entered the dragon realm, and slammed into the Destiny Dragon Emperor. Bang, bang, bang. It was visible to the naked eye that on the majestic and winding body of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, pieces of dragon scales as huge as stars were shattered. Hiss. Although no damage was caused to the Destiny Dragon Emperor, in an instant, many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm turned pale and trembled with fear. Chu Qianxing actually attacked the mythical Dragon Emperor and broke his scales. This matter can be said to be small, but it can also be said to be big, and it can be boundlessly big. Chu Dian's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, his second uncle Chu Qianxing happened to run out. Mom, take me there. I have a way to save my second uncle. Chu Dian said immediately. Xiaodian, in the extreme realm, he is uncaring and murderous and is unacceptable to all realms. Seeing Chu Qianxing's condition, Jian Kangzu frowned slightly. After all, even if Chu Qianxing was saved now, his fate in the future would only be worse. He would eventually go to a dead end in madness, or be besieged and killed by the strongest people in all realms. It is the consensus of all worlds that the extreme realm must die, and she cannot change it. But seeing Chu Dian's determined eyes, Jian Kangzu did not hesitate and rushed out with Chu Dian. The Supreme Emperor, unacceptable to all realms, is the calamity of the starry sky. You deserve to die. At this time, the cold and majestic voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor resounded. In the next moment, a majestic and boundless silver dragon claw crossed the distance of the endless starry sky and descended directly, covering Chu Qianxing underneath. You, the Dragon Clan, deserve to die even more for insulting our Shangxian sect. One day I will definitely slaughter your Dragon Clan. Chu Qianxing roared madly, his blood-red hair danced wildly, blood-colored lightning surged between his eyebrows, and endless thunder erupted. His energy and spirit burned wildly, causing his power to continue to rise, as if there was no end. Boom, boom, boom. Mighty blood-red thunders bombarded the dragon claws, making earth-shaking roars, but his strength was as far away from that of the Destiny Dragon Emperor as heaven and earth. The silver dragon claws fell, and silver waterfalls fell from the sky. The terrifying dragon power caused Chu Qianxing's body to explode with endless blood in an instant, but his blood hair was still dancing wildly, and he was tireless and madly attacking. Buzz. But at this moment, a shocking sword energy, like a galaxy, pierced through the universe, blocked the attack of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, and saved Chu Qianxing who was on the verge of collapse. Kill, kill, kill. Those who insult our Shangxian sect and slander our Chu family deserve to die, deserve to die. Chu Qianxing was extremely crazy, with blood-red thunder roaring around him. He didn't recognize any of his relatives and even attacked Jian Kangzu directly. At this time, King Hengkong, Taoist Master Tianyan, and King Chu Dian appeared at the same time and joined forces to suppress Chu Qianxing. Jian Kangzu, Jijing deserves to die. This is the consensus of all worlds. Do you, the ancient sword god clan, want to risk the condemnation of all worlds? The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was indifferent. It was not because of how much harm Chu Qianxing had caused him, but because he felt the breath of tyrant dragon lord from Chu Qianxing. Killing the dragon messenger, damn it. Dragon Emperor, he is the younger brother of my husband and the second uncle of my son. Even if he deserves to die, it should be handled by my Shengxian sect. Jian Kangzu did not give in. Starlight sword energy swirled around his body as he confronted the Destiny Dragon Emperor. At this time, Chu Dian suddenly came to the suppressed Chu Tianqing and put the apocalypse ring on his finger. Goddess of Apocalypse, it's your turn to take action. Recognize your master. I will fulfill my promise and let my second uncle help you rebuild your body. Chu Dian's spirit fluctuated, and he transmitted his message directly to the Goddess of Apocalypse in the Apocalypse ring. Buzz. The Apocalypse ring instantly burst out with a vast and vicissitudes of divine light, covering Chu Tianqing. In an instant, the madness in his eyes began to dissipate, and the murderous intent gradually faded. Seeing this scene, many powerful people in the field were shocked. The extreme state is a state of extreme madness, where people will continue killing until death. This is a consensus among all realms, but Chu Dian, a 9-year-old kid, actually suppressed it. Human King, Father, Holy Lord Seheng, please help me suppress the thunder around my second uncle. I have a way to restore his mind. Chu Dian's face was calm. When he flipped his hand, an irregular 9-colored magic stone the size of a goose egg appeared in his palm. Boom. In an instant, a vast and boundless force of rules spread out, and between the starry sky, chains of rules as thick as mountains emerged, like a huge cage, enveloping everyone. The divine object of rules. Tianyan Daoxing's pupils shrank violently. Chapter 167 Pressure. Tianyan Daoxing's pupils shrank sharply as he looked at the 9-colored stone in Chu Dian's hand. And it was not just him. Many powerful people, including the human King Hengkong, King Chu Dian, Emperor Lingfeng, etc., were all shocked and stiffened. Some of the powerful people even had their eyes burning with uncontrollable heat. Whoever dares to move will die, Jian Kangzu said indifferently, and the broken sword in his hand shook slightly. The galaxy sword energy spanned the starry sky, captivating people. In the dark starry sky, chains of divine rules as thick as mountains emerged, including gold, wood, water, fire. It seemed that all the laws of heaven and earth were moved by the small stone in Chu Dian's hand. The moment the 9-colored chaos-purifying heart stone appeared in Chu Dian's hand, the rules of the entire universe and starry sky suddenly became chaotic. The divine object of rules is a divine object born from the invisible and intangible power of rules between heaven and earth. It follows the power of creation of heaven and earth, is unpredictable, and is not controlled by anyone. It is the most mysterious treasure between heaven and earth, and it is a treasure that can make the emperors on the heavenly list fight badly for it. Legend has it that the divine objects of rules contain the supreme secrets between heaven and earth, which are of great benefit to the cultivation of the emperor of the heavenly ranking. Saint Ancestor Duanmu broke into the Star Clan and snatched the Star Crystal Coffin, which was made of a legendary huge star crystal meteorite, a divine object of rules. It became the clan treasure of the Star Clan, which ranks among the top 20 in the myriad realms. Even the Star Clan and even the Saint Ancestor Duanmu value it so much, so you can imagine how precious the rules and divine objects are. The moment this unprecedented divine object of rules appeared, my Tao heart was affected by the Tao, and it seemed as if I fell into a state of immersion in the Tao of heaven and earth. Tianyan Daoxing's voice was trembling, and a hint of greed could not be suppressed in his eyes. The state of being immersed in the laws of heaven and earth, although not enlightenment, is close to it. It is an extremely precious spiritual state, which has incredible benefits for the cultivation of the emperor of the heavenly ranking. The divine object of rules in Chu Dian's hand, with just the fluctuations it emitted, could allow him to enter this state instantly. Its preciousness was simply unimaginable. Even if it was refined and polished, it could become a treasure of a top sector, even a large world. This divine object of rules, pure mind cultivation, and tranquility of heaven and earth is a supreme treasure. Although it is only a small piece, it would be a bit of a waste to use it to save the extreme realm. The supreme myth, the heavenly fate dragon emperor, suddenly spoke, as if intending to exchange with Chu Dian. Little guy, if Chu Dian's face was calm and indifferent, he didn't care about the gazes of many powerful people or even the voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. He directly pried open Chu Tianqing's mouth, stuffed the chaos-purifying stone into it, and punched out, forcing Chu Tianqing to swallow the stone into his stomach. The pupils of many powerful beings contracted violently. Even the Hengkong human king felt a sudden tremor. It wasn't jealousy, but the heartache of watching this rare divine object of rules being swallowed and disappearing before his eyes was natural. Shouting, in just a moment, the madness in the eyes of Chu Tianqing, who was in a state of madness, disappeared a lot, and a hint of clarity appeared in his eyes. The terrifying effect of the chaos-purifying stone was exerted in an instant and began to suppress the influence of the extreme state on Chu Tianqing's mind. This shows how powerful the effect of this small piece of rule artifact that Chu Dian exchanged from the system mall at the cost of 1 million destiny points is. Uncle, we are family. There's no need to say unnecessary words of thanks. Chu Dian spoke calmly, interrupting Chu Tianqing's moving words. I picked up this divine object of rules by chance on the road. It might be a treasure passed down by a powerful person from the ancient times, or even more ancient times. It has an extremely powerful effect on suppressing inner demons, breaking through mental barriers, etc. It also comes with a Taijing Qingqing Ju that can suppress inner demons. It should be of great help in suppressing your extreme state. I am passing it on to you now. The universe is so vast that there are all kinds of wonders. There have been countless powerful people, some have had amazing adventures, some have been born with supreme physiques, or some have had cranes fly over to pass down supreme inheritances. Chu Dian is not afraid at all of others doubting whether he can really pick up treasures on the road one after another. If the chaos creation pill can be picked up on the road, why can't the more precious rule divine object be picked up? The strongest people around, even Tianyan Daoxing and Hengkong Ringwang were already numb after hearing what they heard. The divine object of rules was picked up on the road. Is this something a human can say? Chu Tianqing opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows and continuously transmitted the Taijing Qingqing Ju, which he had exchanged for 200,000 destiny points, into Chu Tianqing's sea of consciousness through the eye of heaven. At the same time, he said, Second uncle, the Dragon King said that the extreme realm is the most extreme of the 3 ancient realms, the most powerful realm of attack and killing. Continuous killing will cause your state of mind to become more and more extreme, entering an uncontrollable state and gradually self-destructing. Therefore, it is best for you to find a top-level technique in the Buddhist world to practice. From now on, do not kill unless necessary, and cultivate your mind and character. My father, King Chu, is the mainstay of the Chu family, but with his skills, he is obviously not suitable to be the head of the family. Chu Tianqing's personality is suitable, but his previous strength is a little lacking after all. In this world where the strong are respected, strength is also very important, otherwise others will inevitably be dissatisfied. But now that Chu Tianqing has broken through to the emperor level and controls the power of the extreme realm, he is the acting head of the family and acting deputy sect leader, and is perfect for handling the current complex situation inside and outside the Shengxian sect. Moreover, he has mastered the power of the extreme realm. With a little practice, as long as he does not enter a state of endless killing and self-destruction, Chu Tianqing may even have the opportunity to become the 3rd strongest person of the Ninghai Shenzhen level in the Chu family after Jian Kangzu and Chu Tianwang. The Chu family is now facing a situation where they are trapped both internally and externally. There will be countless troubles in the future, and the more powerful people there are, the better. That's right, you are Xiaodian's second uncle. You have treated him as your own son since he was a child. He is just a magical object of rules. Jian Kangzu smiled at Chu Tianqing. The look he gave his youngest son showed not only infinite doting but also relief. Only a man with such a broad mind is to swallow up the world into your son, Jian Kangzu. In the starry sky, the Destiny Dragon Emperor's silver dragon eyes, as huge as stars, looked deeply at Chu Dian, and the cracks in the void began to close. It is indeed the ancient human world, where geniuses and evildoers abound, and the chaos devil body emerges. Its fortune is boundless, but it appears in a weak and divided tribe like yours. What a pity. The void rift closed, the Destiny Dragon Emperor disappeared, Yi Qianshang was also killed, and the affairs outside the starry sky came to an end. But at this moment, many powerful people felt heavy in their hearts. They flew into the gate with heavy thoughts and returned to the headquarters of Shengxian sect. Just returned to the sect. The king of Hengkong brought many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm, as well as King Shudian, Chu Tianxing, Jian Kongzu, and Tianyan Daozhen, and borrowed the Elder Hall to hold a meeting of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm. Along the way, Chu Dian could vaguely hear the conversation between the human king Hengkong, his father King Shudian, and Jian Kongzu. They expressed their great hope that the Shengxian sect could make a great contribution in this Nine Realms competition. They even earnestly hoped that Jian Kongzu would go back and communicate with the ancient Sword God clan to send some of the God clan's geniuses to participate in this Nine Realms competition of the human race and help the Hengtian realm. The ancestral court was willing to pay the reward. Hengtian competition, Nine Realms competition. Chu Dian muttered to himself, recalling the situation of the Hengtian competition in the original plot, and flew back to Shengwang Peak with Tuo Lao. In the original plot, this time the Hengtian realm is sharpening its knives and is full of ambition, wanting to get rid of its bottom position among the nine realms of the human race for tens of millions of years. In this nine-realm competition, the Holy Maiden Hylian, the monsters of the Heng family, Yifeng, and even the monsters that are hidden in the boxes of the major top sects, etc., are all dispatched. It can be said that the Hengtian realm has dispatched the top monsters below the divine realm on the continent. But the ending was a miserable defeat. The leader, Saint Hylian, was severely injured and on the verge of death, and the Holy Seheng sect suffered huge losses. The disciples of the Holy Heaven sect, led by Yifeng, hardly played any major role and withdrew from the nine realms competition in disgrace and ran back. The evil Heng family of the human king family and the Hengtian ancestral court led the few clan members and many evil monsters in the Hengtian world in a bloody battle, but without the help of the Seheng Holy Sect and the Shengxian sect, the two sects ranked first and second, they were unable to turn the situation around. The Hengtian realm once again ranked last among the nine realms, and its originally scarce resources were plundered again. After the nine realms competition, the prestige of the two emperors of the Holy Heaven sect was hit hard and plummeted, and their position as the strongest sect was almost lost. The Chu family, as the founding family of the Holy Heaven sect, failed to produce even a few decent young warriors in the nine realms competition due to the suppression of King Chu Dian and became a laughingstock. This time, unlike the original plot, the pressure is unprecedentedly huge. Even the Dragon Clan wants to participate in the Nine Realms competition to help the Eternal Human Realm, and it is clear that they are here solely to target the Hengtian Human Realm. Chapter 168 Elder Peak's Strongest Meeting. But now, what is even more suffocating for the entire Shengxian sect is that after this series of struggles and internal friction, although there are many geniuses in the sect, they can no longer even produce a young and powerful person who can sweep away everything. Yifeng, widely considered the strongest and most gifted of the younger generation, had been possessed by a demon and was being hunted. The Yi family had sealed off their territory, and those under the age of 30 were practically useless, afraid to show their faces. The younger generation of the Chu family has been suppressed for many years, and after all, they're still a little bit not presentable. Although Chu Yansheng has shown good talent and combat ability, her personality is not suitable for being the leader of the Shengxian sect. On his way back from outside the domain, Chu Dian had already vaguely felt that some of the strongest people were whispering and were very dissatisfied with the Hengtian realm's suppression of the Dragon Clan because of the Chu family's behavior. Young master, if only you had been born a few years earlier. The smile on Tuo Lao's face faded. He also felt the heavy atmosphere, and his expression became slightly depressed. He said, "This old servant is also old and can't play a big role. I only have a few years left to live, and my fighting ability is limited. At this critical moment, I can't even help the family." Chu Dian could vaguely see a bit of loneliness in the old camel's cloudy eyes. In this battle between Tyrant Dragon Lord and Dragon Lord, he, as the head of the heavenly group who was guarding the main hall and watching over Yama Hall, failed to play any significant role, which seemed to be a big blow to him. After all, if Chu Dian was not there, even if he fought with his life, he was too old, his spirit was decayed, and his combat power declined seriously. I am afraid he would not be a match for the Dragon Lord, let alone the Tyrant Dragon Lord. Why was it necessary to be born a few years earlier? Chu Dian murmured to himself in his heart, his calm eyes slightly cold. Old Tuo, you have guarded the main hall of the family for your entire life. Your contribution is enormous and unmatched. My parents, second uncle, and third uncle all respect you very much. Chu Dian noticed that Old Tuo was in a bad mood, so he spoke to comfort him. Old Camel forced a smile, but his smile was no longer as bright as before. As soon as he returned to the Holy Emperor Peak, Chu Tianyan came over and saluted respectfully to Tuo Lao, saying, "Tuo Lao, everything has been done. Third Master, thank you for your trouble. I thank you on behalf of their children." The camel old man bowed deeply. Seeing the heavy expressions on third uncle and Tuo Lao's faces, Chu Tian frowned slightly and suddenly realized something. Soon, he followed Tuo Lao and Chu Tianyan to a forbidden area shrouded in clouds and mist near the mountainside behind the Holy Emperor Peak. This is the cemetery of meritorious officials on the Holy Emperor Peak, used to bury those who have made great contributions to the Chu family throughout the ages but are not direct descendants of the Chu family, including the Chu family's side branches and the Chu family's dead warriors. When Chu Dian arrived at the deepest part of the cemetery, he saw hundreds of black gold stone tablets that were 2 meters high, made of precious materials and engraved with powerful array patterns. A blood-red ghost face mask was placed uniformly on the stone tablet. There was no introductory text on the tablet. It was actually a blank tablet. Chu Dian's heart trembled slightly, because these blood-red ghost face masks were exactly the same ghost face masks worn by the dead warriors of the Tian group in the Yama Palace. Chu Dian turned to look at Chu Tianyan, but saw that Chu Tianyan had no expression on his face. He also looked at him and nodded slightly at him. Xiaodian, from now on, there will be no Tian group in the Chu family. Chu Tianyan said in a deep voice. Chu Tian's pupils trembled, and he immediately understood why Tuo Lao was in a bad mood. The duty of the Tian group is to guard the Yama Palace and never come out to the world. They protect the life and death on the Holy Emperor Peak. Now that the Yama Palace has been moved away and completely sealed, the Chu family will probably not use this blood-colored palace that is hidden from the public eye in the future. Then, the members of the Tian group who know countless secrets will naturally lose the value of their existence. Even if they are alive, they cannot leave the Yama Palace for the rest of their lives and will be sealed in the palace forever. Now that the Yama Palace is gone, if they fall into the hands of the Dragon Clan or someone with ulterior motives, there is a risk of being exposed. Even a supreme myth like the Dragon Emperor of Destiny can directly read their thoughts. If they didn't die, when the projection of the Destiny Dragon Emperor descended and time went back, the matter of Yama Palace would most likely be exposed. I'm afraid this is also the meaning of, "Do not disturb," that Tianyan Daozhen said to him when he walked out of the gate. All possible risks of exposure have been completely resolved. From now on, no one in this world will know about the Yama Palace except for a few people such as Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianyan, Tuo Lao, etc. My dear, don't blame the third master. To protect the family, they all committed suicide. They chose to have their souls shattered and their bodies annihilated, leaving no possibility of exposing the head of the family to any risk. The old camel grinned, his smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. We, the death warriors of the Dian group, were originally orphans without parents, wandering the continent begging for food. We didn't know when we would be killed or become food for ferocious beasts. It was the family who took us in and provided us with huge resources to cultivate us so that we have a place to live. The family also gives us the opportunity to marry and have children and reproduce our bloodline. The only thing is that we can't enjoy the happiness of family at home. They died to protect their family. Their death was glorious, worthwhile and great. In the future, the family will also train their descendants and let them enter the Tianzong to practice. The old camel muttered to himself with a bright smile, as if he was lost in some memories. He found an ancient tree nearby and sat down. He leaned against the trunk and looked at the many stone tablets for a long time without saying a word, just like he did before leaning against the door of the main hall. Xiaodian, our family has been passed down for millions of years and has gone through countless hardships. Countless people have died to protect the interests of the family. Chu Tianyan's eyes were slightly bloodshot, and he clenched his fist slightly. He said, back then, he flattered his uncle to carry out the sect's mission and to protect the interests of the family. He fought to the death in the myriad world's ruins. Everyone thought he died there, but they didn't expect that he was tortured to death by Yi Qianchong and his soul was searched and taken away. The starry sky is a place where the strong prey on weak and only the fists survive. Everyone is fighting for the survival of their family and its continued glory, even doing things that go against their conscience. Yi Qianchong is like this, your father is like this, and so are the human king and Tianyan Daozhen. Even I, your third uncle, may one day become one of the tombstones in the cemetery of meritorious officials. Chu Tianyan grinned at Chu Tian, bent down and bowed deeply to the hundreds of blank tombstones in farewell, saying, Chu Shang is a heartless kid. I don't count on him anymore. When the time comes, remember to come and sweep the grave for my uncle, dust it off, and so on. Uncle San, did something happen at the Dragon God sect? Chu Tian bowed and asked in a deep voice. Chu Tianyan's eyes were slightly bloodshot. He took out a piece of silk and gently wiped the Chengsing white tiger knife. He said, your second uncle just received news from the elders, Hall. The Dragon God sects of the other 8 major human realms have jointly put pressure on the ancestral court. They are not allowed to touch the Dragon God sect of our realm, and they have also released all the detained Dragon God sect masters. Chu Tianyan grinned, full of murderous intent. The ancestral court is facing a lot of pressure. Because of the Dragon clan's affairs, many powerful people on the continent are also inclined to protect the Dragon God sect and persuade us to show mercy. What ignorant fellows they are. They actually think they are so powerful that they want to interfere with the affairs of our Tianzong. Chapter 169 Chu Tian, do you want to die? Buzz. Chu Tianyan swung his sword lightly, and the white tiger sword light tore through the sky, accompanied by tiger roars. These guys, what do they think they are? They actually think they are so insignificant that they want to sacrifice the interests of our Chu family and Shengxian sect to curry favor with the Dragon God sect of the other 8 human realms, and even curry favor with the Dragon clan. What a joke. Your father and second uncle sent me a message, asking me to cooperate with the War Affairs Hall's head, Su Muin, and led 50,000 of the War Affairs Hall's most elite warriors, as well as some of our family's top warriors, to rush across billions of miles and destroy the Dragon God sect as quickly as possible before the meeting in the Elder Hall ends. They will buy me time during the meeting. Chu Tian frowned slightly upon hearing this. The Dragon clan's heritage is ancient and deeply rooted, profoundly influencing the human race. All 9 realms of the human race have Dragon clan sects. Of these 9 realms, the Hengtian realm has always been weakest, and the Hengtian realm's Dragon God sect is also the weakest of the 9 realms' Dragon God sects. But even the weakest one has been passed down for tens of millions of years and has a profound foundation. It is not so easy to destroy it quickly, and there will definitely be heavy casualties. The Dragon clan's actions are surprisingly fast. They have already issued orders to the Dragon God sect in the other 8 realms. Soon, even the human kings of other human realms will probably join forces to put pressure on the Hengtian ancestral court. Chu Tian muttered to himself. Under these circumstances, Tyrant Dragon Lord had been killed, the Dragon Lord had been suppressed, and the Dragon clan had openly stated their intention to target the Hengtian realm. Their intention to suppress the Holy Heaven sect was clear. If the Holy Heaven sect, under external pressure, dared not make a single move and simply let the Dragon God sect go, their prestige would inevitably plummet, the Chu family would become a laughingstock, and the losses would be unprecedentedly enormous. Moreover, Yi Qianchong had just been killed, his position as sect leader abolished. The Shengxian sect, now under the control of the Chu family, had suffered such a devastating loss immediately, which was certainly unacceptable to the entire sect. This was probably why Chu Tianqing urgently sent a message to Chu Tianyan, asking him to personally dispatch the Dragon God sect, along with the family's top leaders, to cooperate with the War Affairs Hall to quickly destroy the Dragon God sect. Uncle San, the Dragon God sect must be destroyed. Not only must it be destroyed, but it must be destroyed swiftly. We must strike with a thunderbolt to demonstrate the power of our Holy Heaven sect. If we don't destroy the Dragon God sect, the pressure our Chu family faces will be infinitely magnified. Chu Tian's voice was low and he was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, Uncle San, your nephew will go with you. A mere Dragon God sect, I, third uncle, can destroy it with a flip of my hand. Xiaodian, do you doubt my strength? Chu Tianyan grinned. Third uncle, although I haven't yet broken through to the Emperor, I am still one of the strongest among those who are half-step emperors. Not to mention, your second uncle's family head token is in my hands, allowing me to use part of the family's heritage and mobilize some of the Holy Heaven sect's treasures. With so many powerful forces at your disposal, and the Dragon Lord of the Dragon God sect being suppressed by you, Xiaodian, in the Holy Heaven Lake, the entire Dragon God sect is now terrified and in chaos. Under such circumstances, if third uncle still can't destroy a small Dragon God sect, he is unworthy of the surname Chu, and the position of great elder should be abdicated. Xiaodian, third uncle didn't get to his position simply by virtue of his direct lineage. He got to his position by force. Just watch. Chu Tianyan was full of heroic spirit, brandishing the long sword in his hand with awe-inspiring intent. What's more, this is the task assigned to me by your father and second brother, and Xiaodian, as a member of the family, you also have your own tasks. Chu Tianyan stared into Chu Tian's eyes and spoke word by word. Your second uncle asked me to ask you, can you create another miracle in the Hengtian competition or even the 9 realms competition? There are still 3 years left. Do you have confidence? Chu Tian suddenly smiled and said, Uncle San, confidence is something that can only be proven by words. Please follow me. Chu Tian turned around and bowed respectfully to Tuo Lao, who was leaning against a tree trunk with cloudy and lifeless eyes. He said, Tuo Lao, you don't need to blame yourself. Whether the Dian group is here or not, you have long been a member of the Chu family and the grandfather of Xiaodian and his 3 sisters. The camel old man grinned and said, My young master, I understand. Chu Tianyan came under the tree trunk and said, Old Tuo, are you considering what my elder brother asked me to tell you? The old camel shook his head, slowly closed his eyes, and said, Third master, I am old now. Please thank the eldest master and his wife for their kindness on my behalf. Chu Tianyan sighed, and turned around and left the cemetery with Chu Tian. In front of the main hall of Holy Emperor Peak, the faces of many powerful men and geniuses who came from the Dragon God sect were pale. They were driven together like pigs and dogs, squatting on the ground with despair and gloomy expressions. They felt hopeless about the future. He witnessed with his own eyes the great dragon envoy tyrant dragon lord being killed, and witnessed with his own eyes the suppression of the sect leader, who was like a mosquito jumping around in a stark crystal coffin. Those scenes were so overwhelming that they felt breathless and their faith was almost shattered. The great dragon envoy was killed instantly by the powerful man of the Chu family. For the people of the Dragon God sect who believe in the Dragon Clan, this is simply unbelievable. He came here with great enthusiasm, wanting to make great achievements for the Dragon Clan, but his faith was almost shattered. Did they still have hope of leaving Shengxian sect alive? Cousin, who beat you so badly? At this time, Chu Tian's calm voice sounded. Chu Tianyan and the pale-faced Chu Shang stood beside him. Chu Shang pointed to the center of the Dragon God sect. There was a young man with silver dragon horns on his head and many fine dragon scales all over his body. His feet had turned into silver dragon claws. There were 10 claws in total, flowing with silver light, which was breathtaking. It's him, Ao Hong, the Dragon Lord's last disciple, Chu Shang said in a low voice. Waste. The young man raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes were silver, and there was a faint, terrifying murderous power flowing in them. Although his face was very young, his expression was as ferocious and hideous as a wild beast. Chu Shang, if I had known I would have killed you directly, so that you wouldn't dare to point fingers at me here. He was extremely ferocious. Although he had become a prisoner, he was like a brainless beast, without any fear or terror. It seemed as if he was going to rush up and twist off Chu Shang's head. Soon, the strong men from the main peak guard team picked him up and threw him directly in front of Chu Tian. Kill if you want. The young man stood up, and only then could one see that there was actually a small silver dragon tail behind him. However, it seemed to have just grown out not long ago, but it was still terrifying enough. Among the people of the Dragon God sect, there are very few who can grow a dragon tail, and they must be at least at the level of God King or above. And you have to know that the arms and feet turning into dragon claws are just the evolution from the original human form to the dragon form, but the growth of the dragon tail is the beginning of getting rid of the human form. This is already close to the Dragon Lord's dragon transformation realm, and the dragon blood he has fused with is even more terrifying than the Dragon Lord's hellblood dragon. Ao Hong is only at the fusion realm now, so one can imagine his terrifying talent and combat power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to crush Chu Shang, who was ranked 5th on the fusion list, and beat him without any chance of fighting back. Chu Shang, do you still want to fight me? Ao Hong grinned, his face full of ferocity and arrogance. He pointed at Chu Shang and said, I can let you take 3 moves first, and then I can kill you with 1. Chu Shang's face was extremely ugly, and he shouted angrily, fuck you, hit me if you want, I'm going to kill you this time. He has an extremely bad temper and is always angry with everyone. How could he tolerate such anger? Cousin, calm down and let your brother do it. Chu Tian smiled slightly, patted Chu Shang, then turned to Chu Tianyan and said, Uncle San, please see for yourself first, is this a miracle? Then tell my second uncle and father. Seeing is believing. Chu Tian looked at Ao Hong and said calmly, Ao Hong, as long as you can withstand my attack and survive, I will let you return to the Dragon God sect. Come on, use all your strength. You only have 1 chance. As soon as these words came out, Ao Hong frowned slightly, his eyes were fierce. Chu Tian, do you want to die? Chapter 170, Rebellious Son, get out. You don't think that just because you killed that loser Long Ao, you're qualified to challenge me, right? Ao Hong crossed his arms, his face indifferent, looking down at Tian Hong. If it weren't for my foolish master who foolishly believed Yi Qianshang's words, I would have been a prisoner. If you dared to talk to me like this in the outside world, you would be dead now. Even though he was reduced to a prisoner on the Holy Emperor Peak, Ao Hong was still arrogant and hooked his finger at Chu Tian. I am too powerful, 1 realm higher than you. I am afraid that I will kill you by accident. If that happens, I am afraid your third uncle will not let me leave. How about this? I'm standing here. Use all the strength you used to kill Long Ao and attack me with all your might. If you can make me move even 1 step, you win. Ao Hong turned to look at Chu Shang again and said indifferently, if you don't accept it, you can join your young master in fighting. If you let me move even 1 step, it will be my fate to die here. Ao Hong, you are so arrogant. Chu Shang shouted angrily, his pale face turned red with anger, and his blood surged. In this situation, the Dragon God sect is about to be destroyed, but this guy still dares to be so arrogant. But he had to admit that Ao Hong was indeed very strong and had the capital to be arrogant. Holy Son, this guy has opened at least 6,000 secret treasures. Combined with the blood of the 10-clawed heavenly dragon, and his dragon transformation level is extremely high, his combat power is terrifyingly strong. Chu Shang said to Chu Tian in a low voice with a serious expression, on the continent, I'm afraid only Saint Hylian can suppress him. Chu Tianyan frowned slightly and said, Xiaodian, forget it. You are still young. After a few years of training, you can easily beat him to death. There is no need to argue with him now. Chu Tianyan also didn't expect that the thing Chu Tian wanted him to see with his own eyes was actually to challenge Ao Hong. The people of the Dragon God sect were extremely powerful in the early stages, and Ao Hong was even more powerful. He was not comparable to the likes of Duan Muaner and Su Shikun, who were ranked 20th or 30th on the fusion list. If they were to face off head-on, they would be killed by Ao Hong with just 1 punch, and there would be no surprises. Otherwise, why would Chu Shang, who ranked 5th on the fusion list, be beaten like this? The powerful figure from the Dragon God sect who was squatting on the ground not far away also sneered, wondering if the little saint of the Chu family had gone crazy. Chu Tian was practically invincible in the spirit or fighting realm. They admitted that he was indeed worthy of being the demon ranked 1st on the earth list. But Ao Hong is also an almost invincible monster in the fusion realm, and cross-border challenges are commonplace for him. It is simply a fantasy for Chu Tian to want to challenge such a monster across a large realm. Chu Tian's face was calm. He suddenly smiled at Ao Hong and said, are you sure you want me to punch first? Ao Hong's eyes were fierce, and he grinned and said, I told you, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. Now that I have the chance to leave, I don't want to. Buzz. Before Ao Hong could finish his words, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped him, causing the dense dragon scales on his body to stand upright, as if a terrifying giant star beast was staring at him. Ao Hong's scalp almost exploded. You were given the chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it and just like to show off. Chu Tian's voice was calm, and the chaotic spirit beat in his mind burst out with a flood of spirit surging through his body. The eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, and purple energy surged, amplifying tenfold. The 10,000 Dao Cauldron, the hand of heaven, the vision of the prison dragon emperor, and the vision of the yin and yang beasts appeared at the same time and condensed on his right arm. On his right arm, there were 36 secret treasures glowing, gushing out vigors and vast human essence, surging and rolling. The words fell. Chu Tian stepped on the wind and cloud spirit dragon technique, superimposed on the mental transfer, and instantly appeared in front of Ao Hong. With a boom, the terrifying energy and blood in his body suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power directly compressed the surrounding area of 1,000 meters into a vacuum state. Buzz. Chu Tian threw a punch, hitting Ao Hong right in the chest. The vast and surging power surged out like a flood and a landslide. No, Ao Hong's eyes widened angrily and he let out a hysterical roar from his throat. He felt death looming over him. The secrets all over his body glowed and energy surged out. He used his magical powers to fight back to protect himself, but he was too careless and it was too late. Because the power of Chu Tian's punch exceeded 3 billion pounds. Not to mention him, even the 9-clawed heavenly dragon heavenly vein at the peak of its true fusion state could not withstand such a strong force head-on without any defense. Puff! In an instant, Ao Hong exploded into a ball of silver blood mist, with no bones left, only scattered silver dragon scales floating around. With a pop sound, a small silver dragon tail character fell to the ground in the silver blood mist. It's really strong. You took my punch head on, and there's still a piece of dragon tail left. Chu Tian calmly put away his fist and said lightly, but pretending to be cool will get you killed, you know. At this moment, the scene was suffocating and completely silent. Chu Shang's eyes widened angrily, and his mouth opened wide. This. He was shaking with fear all over. Yes, even his legs were shaking. Old fellow, the holy sun, the holy sun, the holy sun, Chu Shang stuttered and said to Chu Tianyan beside him, the holy sun, the holy sun. Rebellious son, shut your mouth, I have eyes and can see it. Chu Tianyan was also completely stunned, with his mouth wide open. Chu Tian's fighting power really refreshed his cognition and worldview again and again. At the peak of the fusion realm, integrating the blood of the 10-clawed sky dragon, most of the body has turned into a dragon, and more than 6,000 secret treasures have been opened. What does this mean? In the past, it would have been the undisputed number 1 on the combined list, without any suspense. The 7th level of body refining, the opening of 36 secret treasures, the chaos demon body with millions of pounds of strength, 100% mental concentration, 4 major visions. Chu Tianyan muttered to himself and suddenly raised his hand to rub his eyebrows. He suddenly felt a headache. He had lived for so many years, but he had never heard of a monster like his nephew. I'm afraid this kind of perversion can only appear among those mythical tribes. Many powerful men from the Dragon God sect were also staring at the silver blood mist in amazement. Some old men were so scared that they couldn't squat steadily and sat down on the ground. This guy is much stronger than when he was in Million County. At the entrance of the main hall, Saint Hillian stood there with a pale face, like an ice sculpture. The speed at which Chu Tian becomes stronger is constantly refreshing her 3 views. Although she had made considerable progress, it was nothing compared to this guy's progress. Although she can also suppress Ao Hong, the gap will never be much bigger, and she may even have to go through a tough battle. But this guy just punched Ao Hong to pieces. Even though Ao Hong was arrogant, his defense was absolutely terrifying due to his fusion of the 10-clawed sky dragon's bloodline. The power of Chu Tian's punch was truly powerful. Not only did it blast Ao Hong to pieces, it also struck Saint Hillian's mind, causing her to stagger and lose her balance. She leaned against the wall of the main hall with a pale face. A full 3 billion pounds of power. Moreover, the 4 major anomalies, the spirit 100% condensed and materialized, meant that this was definitely not Chu Tian's peak combat power. If he used his supernatural powers to fight with his physical body, his combat power would only be stronger and ever-changing. However, the scene was definitely not as simple and crude as using the physical body to break all the laws. Uncle San, you can send a message to Uncle now. Chu Tian said calmly, in the 9 realms competition, the first place will definitely be for my Hengtian realm and my Shengxian sect. Even if the dragons are blocking the way, that's not acceptable. As for those inhuman, half-ghostly rubbish from the Dragon God sect, let's deal with them all. In an instant, the powerful men of the Dragon God sect turned pale and trembled all over, but they had no chance to speak. When Chu Tian finished speaking, their power had been blocked and they were immediately taken to the back mountain by the Chu family guards to be dealt with. Chu Tianyan grinned, suddenly laughed, and gradually laughed unrestrainedly, saying, okay, I will tell your second uncle that with your words, Xiaotian, you will be able to stand up straighter in the meeting. Xiaotian, my uncle is going to the Dragon God sect. Wait for my good news. Bang. Before leaving, Chu Tianyan couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Chu Shang hard on the back of the head, saying angrily, look at you, holy son. Look at you, you're so clueless all day long. You don't look like my offspring at all. Hurry up and go back to practice. If you hinder Xiaotian in the 9 realms competition, I'll kill you and give birth to another one. Hiss. Chu Shang, who was already seriously injured, gasped in pain and said angrily, didn't you give me the name Chu Shang? How can I not look like a bear? If you have the guts, change my name. Rebellious son, get out. Chu Tianyan was furious and kicked Chu Shang thousands of meters away, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky. At the same time, Chu Shang's unyielding voice was heard, old man, I want my mother to change my name. Chapter 171 Potential Burst. Chu Tian walked into the main hall and saw the pale-faced holy lady Hillian. He said calmly, you've been with me for so long, and yet you still haven't comprehended the eye of heaven. Don't try to compete with me. This will only affect your Dao heart. Your strength has been improving too slowly recently. In the 9 realms competition, Hengtian realm also needs some geniuses who can take the stage. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he walked towards the room in the main hall with an indifferent expression, leaving only his back to Saint Hillian who raised her head. Don't try to compete with you. Saint Hillian's face turned even paler, her fists clenched, and a cold air emanated from her whole body. Her strong self-esteem suffered a severe blow. Even if you saved my life, you can't humiliate me like this. Chu Tian, I must defeat you in the Hengtian competition. Holy Maiden Hillian shouted at Chu Tian's back in a somewhat inappropriate manner. Hearing the voice, Chu Tian paused slightly, then stepped into the room and entered the Rising Sun secret realm. Holy Maiden Hillian's face was pale, she was breathing heavily, and she no longer looked like an icy person. She gritted her teeth and rushed into the room, entering the secret realm of the Rising Sun. Isn't it just about comprehending the eye of heaven? Suddenly, her voice stopped abruptly, and a blush rose on her pale and beautiful cheeks. The Rising Sun secret realm had just been opened up, and the space was empty. The enlightenment tea tree in the center was shining brightly, and the green leaves were shining with divine light, sparkling and dazzling. Only the Dao pearls were emitting rolling Dao aura around it, filling the secret realm. At this time, Chu Tian was being served by Xing Nu, taking off his clothes and walking into the wooden barrel. He was seen clearly by the Holy Maiden Hillian who rushed into the room and entered the secret realm. Chu Tian, you, Saint Hillian gritted her teeth and turned around. It has to be said that although Chu Tian is only 9 years old, he has developed extremely well. His powerful body strength makes his body angular and he has already begun to show his potential. Chu Tian's face was calm. He lay in the medicine with his eyes closed. Covered by the smoke, he began to practice the Chaos Creation Sutra to temper his body. Young master, as you instructed, the medicinal materials for the medicinal bath have been upgraded to the level that can be used by the powerful members of the family's divine realm. Xing Yu's veiled face also turned slightly red as she reported to Chu Tian. The only part of her beautiful eyes that was exposed was filled with surprise. After all, it had been quite some time since Chu Tian left the sect. In a short period of time, she found that the young master's body had grown more mature than before. Chu Tian closed his eyes, nodded slightly, and said, Xingnu, you are my close friend. The Rising Sun secret realm has no restrictions on you. From now on, you will practice with me in the secret realm. You don't need to go out. Chu Tian did not forget that in the original plot, it was this slave girl who protected him, fought to the last moment, and sent him out of the domain at the cost of her own life. Slave girl, Xingnu's eyes suddenly turned red and misty. She immediately understood that the young master was telling her that she was still the closest person to the young master, even though the ground slaves and ground group were now responsible for close protection. Thank you very much, young master, for your kindness. Xingnu wiped her tears, walked to the side and sat cross-legged to practice. Of course, she always kept her mind focused, so that if the young master had absorbed all the medicine, she could replace it at any time. Buzz. At this time, the eye of heaven between Chu Tian's eyebrows opened, and purple light surged out, covering the holy maiden Hylian. Chu Tian, you, Saint Hylian shuddered and looked at Chu Tian. Don't thank me, just practice hard. I like obedient women, Chu Tian said indifferently. He had to admit one thing, that is, Hengtian realm was the weakest among the 9 realms of the human race. It was no exception in the original plot and was still at the bottom until the end. The stronger holy maiden Hylian is, the more pressure she can relieve him of in the 9 realms competition. Even though Saint Hylian was as cold as ice, she was still gritting her teeth in anger, but in order to comprehend the eye of heaven and become stronger, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Arrogant guy. Chu Tian ignored the changing emotions of Saint Hylian, but exchanged a top-grade spirit refining pill from the system, swallowed it, and began to practice. Suddenly, his mind was filled with spiritual energy, and the chaos spirit bead grew a little bigger, already the size of 2 infant fists combined, and his realm rose to a higher level again, reaching the 8th level of spirit refining. During this period of time, even though Chu Tian was always on the go, he did not stop practicing. Not only did he take top-grade spirit refining pills every day to boost his spirit, but with the blessing of the 4 halos, he could do 3 things at once, constantly comprehending supernatural powers and improving his spirit. However, his physical body is so strong now that it is almost beyond imagination in the spirit refining realm. It is extremely difficult to improve it without external assistance, so he can only return to the Rising Sun secret realm and absorb the medicinal liquid to continue polishing it. This is also the reason why he notified the Star Slave to directly replace the medicinal liquid used to polish his body in the spirit refining realm. After his physical body reached a strength of 5 million Jin, the strength of his physical body had far exceeded that of the average true dragon bloodline in the fusion realm. Only the medicine formulated by the family alchemist to polish the body of the divine realm could meet his requirements. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tian practiced the Chaos Creation Sutra, which activated the power in his body. At the same time, since the secret treasure was opened up in his Chaos Demon body, it seemed that some power began to revive in his body, and he was frantically swallowing and spitting out the divine level medicine. At this moment, Chu Tian was suddenly shocked to find that his physical strength, which had not been seen for a long time, began to rise wildly. 5 million caddies, 5.5 million caddies, 6 million caddies. 6.5 million Jin. Suddenly, the energy contained in this basin of divine medicine was completely devoured by his body in such a short period of time, and turned into clear water. After opening up the secret treasure, it seems that the Chaos God and Demon body really begins to show its power. Xingnu, change a bucket of medicine. Replace it with a large medicine barrel that contains the rules of space. Chu Tian said in a deep voice. Soon, Xingnu quickly replaced the barrel with a large one for her, and contained the rules of space. One barrel contained the previous 100 barrels of liquid medicine. Plop. Chu Tian jumped in, splashing water all over the sky. The secret treasures in his body began to glow. The 36 secret treasures on his right arm seemed to transform into 36 giant star beasts, madly devouring the energy in the medicine and polishing his body. His body was like a starving ancient starry sky beast that had just awakened from a long sleep, opening its huge mouth and frantically devouring all the energy between heaven and earth. Chu Tian's physical strength began to increase crazily at an even more abnormal rate. 7 million caddies, 8 million caddies, 10 million caddies. In a short period of time, Chu Tian's physical strength doubled compared to before, and it was still increasing rapidly. At the same time, Chu Tian was shocked to find that with the breakthrough of his physical strength, the speed at which he opened up his secret treasures had also reached a terrifying level. Ever since he opened up 36 secret treasures in Million County, he seemed to have hit a bottleneck. It was also because he had no time to practice that the number remained at that level. But now, the secret treasures began to be broken open crazily. Chapter 172 The 8 Great Human Kings. 36, 72, 144. Almost at the speed of a few breaths, Chu Tian's speed of breaking through the secret treasure continued to increase at a geometric rate. In a short period of time, the number of secret treasures he had uncovered reached an astonishing 1,000, which was not much different from Duan Muwaner and Su Shikun. Chu Tian was also stunned. He suddenly realized that the true power of the Chaos Demon body, the supreme physique, had probably only just begun to be discovered by him. The potential of the Chaos Demon body, combined with the terrifying foundation he had laid before, as well as his substantial spirit, the power of the 4 magical powers and visions, and the speed of opening up secret treasures, completely refreshed Chu Tian's understanding of the speed of cultivation in the fusion realm. In the original plot, the protagonist Yi Fan opened up secret treasures at a speed that was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Of course, the effect of the terrifying foundation he laid, combined with the chaotic god and demon body, is the key factor in producing this qualitative change after the quantitative change. After all, in the original plot, the great hate demon lord, who also had the chaos demon god body, only practiced the holy heaven scripture. His mental concentration, magical powers, physical strength, etc. were far inferior to Chu Tian's current level. Naturally, his exploration of the chaos demon god body was far inferior to him. This was also the reason why the heavenly fate dragon emperor had previously praised Chu Tian's chaos demon body and said it was a pity that he was born in a place like the Hengtian realm. He believed that the foundation of the holy heaven sect and the energy environment of the Hengtian realm were far from enough to support Chu Tian's maximum potential in exploring the chaos demon body. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying roar emanated from his body, shaking Xingnu's eardrums as if they were about to burst. A terrifying roar emanated from the smoke, causing Xingnu's hair to stand on end. He subconsciously moved away from the medicine barrel where Chu Tian was. Now, his realm is only the 8th level of spirit refining, 2 levels away from the peak of the 10th level, but the speed of opening up secret treasures is catching up rapidly. If this were to be spread out, countless people would be scared to death, no, angry to death. You know, many elite disciples of the sect will not be able to open up more than 100 secret treasures in their entire life, but Chu Tian has already opened up more than 1,000 in a short period of time, and is still improving at a terrifying speed. Chu Tian, are you still a human being? Holy Maiden Hylian gritted her teeth, and simply blocked out the interference with her mind, closed her eyes, and began to concentrate on practicing. You must comprehend the eye of heaven as quickly as possible. Xingnu was stunned, but he immediately discovered that the 100-fold medicine liquid in the medicine barrel was becoming clear at a terrifying speed. He rushed out of the main hall as fast as he could and went to the alchemy hall to change the medicine liquid. This time, under the horrified gazes of the Chu family's alchemists, she simply registered Chu Tian's name and obtained another 1,000 barrels of divine medicine liquid. If Xingnu had not been Chu Tian's personal servant and had not previously received the holy vein flower fruit as a reward from Chu Tian, she would probably have been arrested and interrogated to determine if she had embezzled the precious medicine in Chu Tian's name. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In the main hall of Elder Peak, there were constant quarrels. Many powerful men were arguing with each other, their faces red. Damn it, how can a human say you want to withdraw from the 9 realms competition? You are the leader of the Lingshan sect, ranked 5th among the top sects. You might as well just change your name to the coward sect. Emperor Lingfeng had an ugly expression on his face. He slammed the table and shouted at the middle-aged man opposite him. You, the desert god emperor, should also change your name to the coward emperor. Don't go out and embarrass the Hengtian human race in the future. Emperor Lingfeng, I am acting from the perspective of safeguarding the interests of the Hengtian human race. I know that sending a genius to participate in the Nine Realms competition is a death sentence, so why did you still go? Emperor Mashan had an expressionless face. He tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. His eyes swept over Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianxing before continuing. The dragon clan is powerful and has always been brutal and bloodthirsty. This is well known to everyone. Now they are openly trying to help the eternal human realm squeeze us out. Even if our Hengtian realm squeezes into the 99th place, there's still a huge gap between us and the dragon clan. The other human realms are also stronger than us. In this case, isn't it just like sending the sex genius to die? Mashan Emperor sneered and said, I will not do such a foolish thing as to use the life of my sex genius to save the reputation of other sects. At this time, the Hell Poison Lord and some of the strongest people from the top sects also spoke out, saying that they should give up participating in the Nine Realms competition. What's more, some even directly stated that the internal competition of Hengtian Realm should be cancelled directly, and it should be announced to the outside world that Hengtian Realm has no geniuses this time, so it cannot participate in the Nine Realms competition. Sects such as the Lingshan sect are usually at odds with the Shengxian sect, or have conflicts with them. However, in the past, the Shengxian sect was too powerful and they dared not speak out. Now, with the excuse of the Dragon Clan suppressing the Hengtian Realm, and the death of Yi Qianshong, the Emperor of the Heavenly Ranking, chaos has fallen within the Shengxian sect, and some have vaguely targeted the Shengxian sect. Fuck you, you don't feel ashamed, but we still have some dignity. Ever since the human race split after the mythological era, no one has missed the competition among all human realms. The Hengtian realm has not yet perished. Is this what you were saying? Emperor Lingfeng, Sectmaster Givong and other powerful people were furious. They rolled up their sleeves and had a fierce argument with them. Some of the powerful people were so angry that they couldn't suppress their anger and simply took out their weapons and attacked, all the way into the depths of the void. That's enough. The king of Hengkong sat in the main seat with a gloomy face. A powerful aura emanated from him, suppressing the aura of many powerful people. Emperor Tianwang, Emperor Tianxing, your Shengxian sect is the strongest sect in the continent today. The intervention of the Dragon Clan was ultimately caused by you. What are your opinions? Said the human king Hengkong in a deep voice. Many powerful people also turned their eyes to the two of them. Because for the past 10 days, although there were constant quarrels, King Chu Dian, Chu Tianxing, and Tianyan Daozhen remained silent. Needless to say, let's release the Dragon Lord and the people from the Dragon God sect first, and submit to the Dragon Clan to prevent the Dragon God sects of the Nine Realms from joining forces against us. We can discuss other matters later. Emperor Mashan said coldly. Hell Poison Lord also nodded and said, now that things have come to this, the Dragon God sect must not offend again. Chu Tianxing's eyes were cold, and his blood-red hair danced slightly. He looked at Emperor Mashan, and the blood-red lightning mark on his brow glowed. Mashan, do you want to die? And just at this moment, suddenly, a terrifying wave spread across the sky of the Holy Heaven sect, and 8 huge black seals shattered the sky. On each black seal, there is an ancient character, rent, engraved, which exudes an extremely vicissitudes of life and antiquity. Then, 8 huge soul projections appeared in the sky. The terrifying and vast throne of the king raged for thousands of miles around, causing the sky to distort. The pupils of Hengkong Human King contracted violently and he stood up suddenly, because hanging around his waist was a small seal that was exactly the same as the 8 black seals, which was vibrating violently at this moment. This is the seal of the Human King. Greetings to all the human kings. In the field, except for Tianyan Daozhen, Chu Tianwang, and Chu Tianxing, all the emperors stood up, looked respectful, and bowed. Chapter 173, Eternal King Feng Changhao, Past Events. King Chu, there is another emperor of the Chu family. A cold and majestic voice suddenly rang out, now that you have met me, why don't you stand up and greet me? As the emperor of the human race, don't you know the slightest bit of etiquette? The mighty king's power is as vast as the stars, covering tens of millions of miles and shaking the heavens and the earth. The person who spoke stood in the middle of the projections of the 8 human kings, wearing a crown and a black python robe. When he appeared, the person he looked at was not even the human king Hengkong, but the king Chu Dian. Seeing that the king Chu Dian dared not stand up to greet him, he actually scolded him directly. The pupils of the many powerful people who bowed down at the scene shrank slightly. As soon as the 8th king appeared, the atmosphere was full of gunpowder and tension was drawn, targeting King Chu. Feng Changhao. King Chu Dian's white hair fluttered slightly as he slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with a cold light. By the way, I should call you the Eternal Human King now. King Chu Dian's eyes were calm as he scanned the other kings around King Eternal before he fixed his gaze on him. He said coldly, you're just a fox borrowing the power of a tiger. You don't really think that just because you've hooked up with the Dragon Clan and relied on the power of the so-called 8 Dragon Clan inheritances, you have the capital to bully me, do you? Back in the myriad worlds, you pursued my wife, but I beat you so hard you fell to your knees and begged for mercy. You didn't dare to set foot in the Divine King realm for decades. Have you forgotten? How dare you come to Shengxian sect now? King Chu Dian's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with an extremely dangerous light. How do you want to die? King Chu Dian's words were extremely domineering, and he hinted at a shocking past event. The human king of the contemporary eternal human realm had actually pursued Jian Kongzu, but was beaten by him to his knees and begging for mercy. He did not dare to see him again for decades. Upon hearing these words, the pupils of many powerful people in the field contracted violently, their whole bodies trembled, and they were shocked. Because the eternal human realm is a super powerful realm ranked among the top 3 among the 9 human realms, and ranks 68th among all the realms. It ranks far above the current Hengkong human realm and has a profound foundation. The Feng family, like the Heng family in the current Hengkong human world, belongs to the human king family of the eternal human world and is extremely powerful. The eternal human king represents the eternal human realm to the outside world, and is majestic and imposing. It is no wonder that when the eternal human king arrived, he immediately turned his attention to King Chu Dian. This was simply the biggest stain in his life before he became the human king, and it could even be called an endless hatred. King Chu, stop talking nonsense. When have I ever knelt down and begged for mercy? The giant python on the eternal king's python robe seemed to come alive, and its blood-red eyes seemed to want to swallow King Chu in one bite. His aura was too terrifying. Although it was a projection of his soul, it made many powerful people below turn pale. The eternal human king gave them the feeling that he was not even weaker than the Hengkong human king. Moreover, the Hengkong human king was already old and his body was deteriorating, but this human king was in his prime, and his energy and spirit were at their peak. They simply couldn't imagine how this king, who ranked among the top 3 of the 9 human realms and ruled over a huge realm ranked 65th among all the realms, was forced to kneel down and beg for mercy by King Chu when he was young. I don't have time to argue with you. King Chu Dian stepped into the void and faced the 8 human kings. He stood beside the human king Hengkong, his hands behind his back, his eyes cold as he said, Feng Changhao, for the sake of the human kings accompanying you, I will not kill your projected soul this time. Tell me, what is the purpose of the human kings coming to my Shengxian sect? The Hengkong human king also had a cold expression on his face. He said, everyone, this is the territory of the Hengtian human realm. I did not invite you to be my guests. Why did you come here uninvited and use the 8 great human king seals to forcibly open a passage to the human realm and enter without permission? I don't like talking nonsense either. The eternal human king's voice was cold and majestic. King Chu, regarding the matter between you and me, I will kill you in the future. But now, this king has been entrusted by the Dragon Clan's Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, the Golden Dragon Clan's Sharp Golden Dragon Emperor, to come and take away the Hengtian human realm Dragon God Sek. The Eternal Human King gazed into the eyes of the Eternal Sky Human King and said, "My race has been on good terms with the Dragon race for countless years. The Dragon race has always been our race's ally, leaving behind heritage in all realms of our race and always supporting and helping our race. The Dragon Clan has always been treated with great respect in all 8 of our human realms. However, in your Hengtian realm, it has been repeatedly suppressed and can't even crack the top 10. Now, there are rumors that the strongest sect in your Hengtian realm has captured and dissected the most powerful dragon, extracted its soul, and even suppressed the current leader of the Dragon God Sect. 10 days ago, all the sects of the Dragon Clan within the 8 realms jointly issued a letter to your Shengxian sect, demanding that they cease all actions against the Dragon God Sect. Why did your Shengxian sect still send a large army to annihilate the Dragon God Sect, killing countless people?" The Eternal Human King roared angrily, "I'm inviting the human kings of all realms to come together to ask you, the Hengtian human realm, what exactly you want to do. Do you really want to completely push our human allies, the Dragon Clan, into opposition to the human race? Immediately end your extremely foolish behavior and recall the experts sent to the Dragon God Sect. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences." Although the other human kings did not speak, their attitude when they appeared said it all. They were also requested by the Dragon Clan heritage forces in this world to come together to put pressure on the Hengtian human world. Many powerful people were shocked, and the group of people led by Emperor Mashin suddenly contracted their pupils and turned their heads to look at Chu Tianqing. "Chu family, the reason you haven't spoken is because you've been stalling for time. Are you planning to destroy the Dragon God Sect without authorization?" The Hell Poison Lord said in a low voice, "Didn't we agree before that we wouldn't touch the Dragon God Sect for the time being?" A group of powerful people including Emperor Mashin also spoke up, with unhappy expressions on their faces, and questioned. The current situation of Hengtian realm is already very difficult because the Chu family is being targeted by the Dragon Clan. Do they have to defend the Dragon God Sect of the other 8 realms and even the Human King? Chu Tianqing's blood-red hair fluttered slightly as he stared at the Hell Poison Lord and said coldly, "Is it your turn to point fingers at how my Chu family does things?" King Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and his palm suddenly turned over. A Duang Tianlong seal suddenly appeared in his palm, and a terrifying and ferocious power spread out. "The Dragon God Sect colluded with my Shengxian sect's traitor Yi Qianshang and tried to throw dirty water on my Chu family. They deserve to be destroyed. The Dragon Lord must die. The Dragon God Sect must be destroyed. What do you, the 8th Lord, want to do? Are you trying to interfere in the internal affairs of the Hengtian realm and dictate to the actions of the Shengxian sect?" King Chu looked at them with cold eyes. He took a step forward, and the sky collapsed. His voice was overbearing and powerful. "Do you have the strength to do this?" Boom! A terrifying power swept out and directly suppressed the Emperor of Mashin and the Lord of Hell Poison, causing their bodies to crack, their faces to turn pale, and they spit out blood. Chapter 174 Dragon God Sect Bloody Battle. Mashin Emperor, am I giving your Lingshan sect too much face? You keep jumping around in front of me, thinking that once Yi Qianshang dies, I can't do anything to your Lingshan sect, right? I haven't had time to settle accounts with you, Hell Valley, regarding the Hell Poison Lord and the Death Poison Lord. If you want to die, I can grant your wish now. King Chu Tian's withered white hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. He first fought against the 8 human kings on his own, and then directly intimidated many top sects in the Hengtian realm with his force. His dominance was unimaginable. Boom! At this moment, it was like a flash of lightning, passing through the minds of many powerful people, making them all confused. Is King Chu crazy? Is this still the King Chu they are familiar with? Are they so powerful and overbearing that they don't care about dignity and influence at all? Emperor Chu, what do you mean by this? Emperor Mashin felt severely humiliated and flew into a rage. He was the 5th-rank leader of a top sect, but was actually being treated like a grandson by King Chu. His furious voice was slightly distorted. If it weren't for your Chu family, the Hengtian realm wouldn't have fallen into its current state. With such a huge loss of interests, no one is holding your Shengxian sect responsible. They're simply asking you to temporarily refrain from pursuing the Dragon God sect and to lower your guard to avoid further escalation. Yet, you're pretending to obey. In the Hengtian realm, your Shengxian sect is not yet invincible. The Desert God Emperor was extremely furious. He turned to look at the Human King and said, "Human King, if the Holy Heaven sect continues to act like this, acting tyrannically and lawlessly, on behalf of the Spiritual God sect, I declare that I will no longer be able to participate in this meeting. Please also forgive my Spiritual God sect for not being able to cooperate with the Hengkong competition and the 9 realms competition and withdraw from this session." There was a strong sense of threat in the voice of Emperor Mashin. At the same time, some top sects also began to voice their agreement. The Hell Poison Lord's expression became even uglier, and he suddenly said in a low voice, "Human King, at this point, I can only tell you in advance. The Holy Heaven sect has been acting tyrannically, lawless, and trampling on the rules. Hell Valley can no longer tolerate this. We have already discussed with the Eternal Human King and have relocated the entire sect into the Eternal Human Realm." As soon as these words came out, the Hengkong Human King's face was extremely ugly, and his pupils contracted violently. He could no longer endure it and shouted, "Hell Poison Lord, how dare you betray the Hengkong human race?" The Hell Poison Lord's expression was stern. He flew to the side of the Eternal Human King, bowed slightly, and then turned to the Eternal Human King and said, "Human King, the Holy Heaven sect is acting recklessly and lawlessly, constantly expanding its territory. Now, all the major sects on the continent are in danger, and yet you continue to condone this. Now, I am also helpless to protect myself. Please understand." The face of the King Hengkong turned ashen. He waved his hand, tore through the space, and looked towards where the Hell Valley was. In a pitch-black valley, a huge cross-boundary formation pattern was erected, and the boundary gate was shrouded in the power of many human kings. It was obvious that more than one Eternal Human King had taken action and used the Human King seal to block the boundary perception. In addition, he had been presiding over the meeting in the Holy Heaven sect, so he did not notice that the Hell Valley was quietly moved away. "Eternal Human King, and everyone who took action, you have gone too far." The Human King Hengkong was completely furious and shouted, "The Holy Heaven sect's killing of the Dragon Clan was all groundless. It was the Dragon God sect that was wrong first. Now the Chu family is just fighting back according to the rules. What's wrong with that? Not to mention, all of this is an internal affair of my Hengtian realm. After the split of the human race, the 9 realms became equal. Even though the Dragon God sect is the inheritance of the Dragon race, it is also a sect within our Hengkong realm. Do you think this is too much?" The Human King Hengkong roared in rage, and the Human King seal rose into the sky, sealing off the sky and time. He stared at the Human King Eternal and said, "Feng Changhao, you are so audacious that you actually tried to sow discord within my Hengkong realm and harbored the rebels of my Hengkong human race. I will give you a chance. Send all the people from Hell Valley back immediately." Boom! The might of the Human King surged, and the violent collision caused the sky to change color. The King of Hengkong was completely furious. The human race has been divided since the mythological era, and the 9 realms are independent and almost do not interfere with each other. Now, the Eternal Human Realm actually dared to defy the world and, relying on the support of the Dragon Clan, openly united with many human kings to interfere in the internal affairs of the Hengkong realm and accept the rebellious forces of the Hengkong realm. This was simply a complete trampling on the face of the Hengkong ancestral court and ignoring the dignity of the Hengkong human race. The Eternal Human King glanced at the Hengkong Human King with an indifferent look in his eyes and said, Hengkong Human King, let me be frank. You supported the Shengxian sect and completely offended the Dragon Clan. This is just a small lesson for your Hengkong realm. Not only will I be moving Hell Valley away, I'll also be taking the Dragon God sect away as well. In the 9 Realms competition 3 years from now, you, the Hengkong Human Realm, are not allowed to participate. You will be sealed off for 10,000 years. If you dare to participate, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not only did the Eternal Human King speak in a powerful voice, but he also waved his hand and the 8 Human King seals vibrated. A wave of supreme and mysterious power directly sealed off King Chu Tian, Chu Tianxing, and many other powerful people. The Human King seal is a treasure passed down from the mythological era by the human race. There are 9 of them. They possess supreme power and can connect with the original power of the human realm. The 8 Human King seals were filled with a supreme power, communicating with the origin of the Hengtian realm and even directly isolating Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and others from all contact with the outside world. Even Hengkong Human King with his Human King seal could not break it for a while. The Eternal Human King looked at King Chu Tian indifferently and said, King Chu Tian, your true family cannot destroy the Dragon God sect. Hengkong Human King, Dragon God sect, you can't protect Hengtian realm. Buzz. The Eternal Human King waved his hand, and a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared before many powerful people. It was outside the territory headquarters of the Dragon God sect. Roar, roar, roar. Chu Tianyan stood tall in the sky, leading 50,000 elite soldiers from the war hall, setting up a grand formation to seal off the sky. Holding the star white tiger sword, he frantically slashed at the Dragon God sect's formation. The earth has been dyed red with scarlet blood. Mountains and rivers collapsed, countless corpses were found, the sky was destroyed, and in just 10 days, the vast territory of the Dragon God sect, covering millions of miles, was almost reduced to ruins. Hundreds of millions of people from the Dragon God sect died, and endless corpses piled up, with evil spirits rising to the sky. The 50,000 elite warriors of Shengxian sect were all covered in blood red, with eyes full of ferocity. While fighting, they took out precious medicine pills and swallowed them to maintain their combat power. Everyone, time waits for no one. 10 days have passed. Everyone, work harder. We must capture the Dragon God sect headquarters today. Chu Tianyan's hair was stained red with blood, and his clothes were covered in blood. The Chengxing white tiger sword vibrated, and the white tiger sword light broke through the air, roaring. I promise everyone that after we defeat the Dragon God sect, all the treasures, divine medicines, scriptures, and magical powers we obtain will not be taken by the sect, and will be divided among everyone. 10 days passed, but they still couldn't break through the Dragon God sect formation. Even 3 of the old antique emperors who came from the Chu family's background had died in the battle. Chu Tianyan was extremely anxious. The Chu family has paid a huge price for this battle. In the Elder's Peak, his eldest and second brothers were buying him time, but he was unable to completely take down the Dragon God sect. Delay will lead to changes. Chapter 175, Sky-Splitting Dragon, do you dare to fight me? Chu Tianyan roared anxiously, took out forbidden weapons and precious array pattern plates, and frantically bombarded the Dragon God sect's array pattern. However, the Dragon God sect has been passed down for millions of years, even longer than the Holy Heaven sect. The sect protecting formation pattern blessed by successive sect masters has transformed into 99 blood-killing hell dragons, connected into a turtle shell, protecting the Dragon God sect. It is completely difficult to break through for a while. At this time, Su Muin, the head of the War Affairs Hall standing nearby, also roared, this Hall Master promises everyone that if we win this battle, all participants will have their sect ranks promoted by 2 levels and their rewards will be doubled. For those who make significant contributions, this Hall Master will consult the Elders Council and reward them with supreme treasures, top-level magical powers, top-level divine medicines, and even a place in the top-secret realm. This battle has now affected the foundation of the Shengxian sect. If the Dragon God sect, where a sect leader and some powerful people were killed, cannot be taken down, I am afraid that the foundation of the Tianzong will be shaken. Neither Su Muin nor Chu Tianyan had expected that the Dragon God sect would be so difficult to attack. Interests move people's hearts. Chu Tianyan and Su Muin made solemn promises one after another, and tens of thousands of elites from the War Affairs Hall went crazy. At all costs, they madly bombarded the Dragon God sect headquarters. The horrific aftermath even shook the sky and tore apart tens of thousands of miles of heaven and earth. Even the Emperor would have been reduced to dust under such a shocking attack. However, the Dragon God sect's formation seemed to be connected to the heaven and earth. The roar of the blood dragon shocked the heaven and earth, but it did not move at all. The bloodlight flowing was dazzling and was stronger than the tortoise shell of the black tortoise. The so-called strongest sect of the Hengkong human race, the Shengxian sect, is only so except for its fierce internal strife. The Eternal Human King said indifferently, looking at the Chu Dian King, and said coldly, that useless person Yi Tianchong was actually killed by you in the internal strife. It's a waste of my strong support for him. But today, I have said that you cannot destroy the Dragon God sect. Chu Tianwang's eyes were slightly bloodshot as he stared into the interior of the Dragon God sect. He suddenly said in a low voice, the head of the Kangoo Dragon Court Battle Hall, the Sky-Splitting Dragon King, fights without mercy. Feng Changhao, you secretly sent an emperor to infiltrate my Hengtian realm and interfere in the affairs of my Shengxian sect. After this incident, I will definitely make your Feng family pay the most painful price. The 8 Great King seals block time and space. Not to mention him, even if Jian Kongzu's real body was here, they would not be able to break it even if they joined forces. This is the defense formed by the combination of the most top-level treasures of the human race. It is equivalent to the original power of the 8 human realms and cannot be broken by human power. I am afraid that only myths of the level of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor and the Duan Saint ancestor can forcibly break it with force. The bloodshot in King Chu Tian's eyes gradually thickened. In his eyes, he reflected the shadow of a thin, but winding and boundless blue dragon on the Dragon God sect's formation. It was this huge blue dragon that was operating the formation, so it was able to withstand the round after round of bombardment by Chu Tianyan and Su Muin, who led 50,000 elite warriors and even killed 3 old antiques from the Chu family. Many powerful people gasped when they heard this. The head of the Kangji Yulongting War Hall had actually sneaked into the Hengkong realm, but they knew nothing about it. The Kangoo Dragon Court, the dragon heritage of the Eternal Human Realm, is one of the most prominent Dragon God sects in the 9 realms of the human race. Even within the Eternal Human Realm, ranked 65th among the major realms, it ranks among the top 3, demonstrating immense power. As the head of the War Hall of such a huge force, Zhang Wush is famous and extremely powerful, much stronger than the Dragon Lord. If he were in the Hengtian realm, even if he did not make it to the heavenly list, he would probably be almost there. The Eternal Human King had actually arranged for Sky-Splitting Dragon Leader to sneak into the Dragon God sect early on, control the sect's formation pattern, and help them block the attacks of so many elite and powerful people from the Holy Sky sect. Otherwise, with the strength of the Dragon God sect with more than 10 members, they would have been defeated and slaughtered long ago. The Dragon God sect is the spokesperson for the Dragon Clan and represents the face of the Dragon Clan. How can we allow the Holy Heaven sect to easily wipe it out? The Eternal Human King waved his hand indifferently, and a huge crack gradually tore open in the sky above the Dragon God sect, revealing a realm teleportation and relocation formation that was much larger than the one above the Hell Valley. The aura of many Human King seals was added to it, allowing the formation to withstand the pressure of the original power of the Hengtian realm. Zhang Wush, the teleportation formation is ready. Stop playing around. There are still 10,000 years left. There is plenty of time to take revenge slowly. The Eternal King said indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. Faintly, one could see the majestic azure dragon hidden in the dragon god sect's clan formation roaring, driving the formation to uproot the land of the dragon god sect's headquarters, which spanned thousands of miles, and fly towards the realm transfer formation. No matter how madly Chu Tianyan and Su Muin bombarded it, they could not stop it in the slightest. At this time, on the Holy Emperor Peak, Chu Tian stood at the door of the main hall with the eye of heaven between his eyebrows open. He could see the scenes in the time and space blocked by the 8 great king seals. His face was calm and his eyes were cold. The influence that the dragon clan can exert on the human race is far beyond his expectations. Among the 9 realms of the human race, except for the Hengtian realm that has always been on guard against the influence of alien races and constantly suppressing alien races and demons, the influence of the dragon forces in the other 8 realms can actually make the 8 human kings join forces to put pressure on the Hengtian realm and forcibly move the dragon god sect out of the Hengtian realm. A huge doubt in his heart was finally resolved. In the original plot, how was King Chu poisoned to death in the Sin realm? Now he finally has the answer. The eternal king Feng Changhao, Chu Tian muttered to himself. In the original plot, the eternal human realm is much stronger than the entire Hengtian human realm, and now it seems that it has a very close relationship with the dragon clan. From this point of view, it is even possible that Jian Kongzu's sudden death in the ancient sword god clan is inseparable from him. Xiaodian, Xiaodian. Suddenly, holy light flowed around Chu Yansheng's body, and there was a lightning-shaped holy pattern between her eyebrows. Her aura was extraordinary, but her eyes were slightly red as she ran towards Chu Tian, holding a blood-red ghost face mask and a dark storage ring in her hands. Xiaodian, Grandpa Tuo, he disappeared, leaving only this blood-red mask and the storage ring to me. Chu Yansheng has a simple nature, but an extremely sensitive mind. She had just transformed her holy bones and came out of seclusion when she saw this. She felt like the sky had fallen. The excitement and joy of her great strength improvement and breakthrough to the divine realm disappeared, and her big eyes were filled with mist. When Chu Tian saw the ghost mask, he felt a sudden thunder in his mind. Then, his eye of heaven saw a hunchbacked old man appear on the picture projected between the sky. His blood-red hair was flying, and his whole body was burning with blood-red devil flames. He held a blood-red long sword and slashed down with a bang. Boom! The blood-red devil sword spanned thousands of miles, slamming down the soaring dragon god sect headquarters to the ground with a deafening roar. The Chu family's assassin, Tianu, the leader of the Dian team, is here. The old and hoarse voice, accompanied by endless bloody demonic intent, shook the 9 heavens. The hunched figure gradually straightened up. He was 2 meters tall with a strong body. He held a blood-red magic knife in his hand, his blood-red hair fluttered, and his eyes were captivating. For millions of years, no force has ever been able to escape from Hengtian realm safely after trampling on the dignity of our Chu family. The old hunchback demon was so loud that his voice was like thunder, and the devil fire was burning around him. Sky-splitting dragon king, do you dare to show yourself and fight me? Chapter 176, A Battle of Style. Sky-splitting dragon, do you dare to fight? The old camel's hair was dancing wildly, his demonic intent was soaring to the sky, his fighting spirit was boiling, his bloody sword was tearing the universe apart. He slashed at the dragon god sect's formation pattern with one sword after another. Each sword was more powerful than the last. It seemed that his spirit was constantly breaking through one new peak after another, breaking through himself. Ha 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 ha. The old camel laughed wildly and heartily, his bloody sword piercing through the universe. Even the slightest bit of sword intent could cause the stars outside the domain to fall. The shadows of billions of blood swords overlapped, slashing the dragon god sect's defense array, leaving cracks as thick as the abyss. 99 blood dragons were roaring, but they kept breaking and shattering one by one, turning into nothingness. The entire dragon god sect was shaking violently. It could be clearly seen that hundreds of thousands of dragon god sect disciples who were neither human nor dragon had fear in their eyes. As billions of blood swords fell, the terrifying shock force generated caused thousands of powerful disciples to be shaken into blood mist every moment. Roars, screams of horror, and cries of fear merged into one, and the smell of blood filled the sky. The super powerful attack displayed by Camel Old was simply earth-shaking, and his fighting power was incredibly strong. Suddenly, within the dragon god sect's formation, a faintly visible yet extremely huge and winding blue dragon let out a painful roar, unable to hide any longer, and emerged from its hiding place within the formation. Even someone as powerful as Light Dian Long Kui Zanwush was still stretched to the limit when facing such a domineering attacking sword shadow, while also having to activate the Junzong formation pattern to resist the attack of the Shengxian formation pattern formed by 50,000 elites led by Chu Tianyan and Su Muin. You're. The moment Su Muin saw the dark blue dragon appear, his eyes widened with anger, full of bloodshot, and he suddenly roared, "You're the Azure Dragon, Longting, Li Tianlong, Zanwush. Damn it, how dare you be so audacious as to violate the 9 realms agreement and interfere in the internal sect fighting within my Hengtian realm." Su Muin roared angrily, murderous intent filled the sky, and murderous aura danced wildly. As a descendant of the god ancestor, his terrifying divine power pierced through the sky. No wonder they paid such a huge price and besieged the dragon god sect for several days, but still couldn't break through despite paying such a huge price. The dragon god sect guarding formation pattern is inherently powerful, and has the blessing of countless generations of dragon god sect's strongest men. Under the control of the sky-splitting dragon leader Zanwush, even if the emperor of the heavenly ranking descended, it would take a huge amount of time and energy to break through, not to mention the 50,000 elite warriors led by him and Chu Tianyan. But at this moment, Chu Tianyan didn't look at Kanglong, but let out a heartbreaking roar. "Old Tuo, stop it." Chu Tianyan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he was about to abandon the 50,000 elites and rush towards Tuo Lao. In his eyes, the devilish fire burning around the old camel's body was the old camel's spirit, his soul, and his life. Everyone in the Chu family knew that old Tuo had lived for a very, very long time and was on the verge of death. He had been taking miraculous medicines and treasures to prolong his life and maintain his vitality for many years, otherwise his lifespan would have expired long ago. Even though the strong foundation accumulated over the long years allowed Camel Old to exert the combat power of an emperor and always guard the main hall, he was still far from his peak. Every battle would consume Camel Old's limited energy and spirit, bringing him one step closer to the end of his life. Third Master, the old camel's eyes were sharp as he laughed loudly. "Third Master, it is all thanks to the kindness of your family that I have been able to survive to this day. Since becoming the leader of the heavenly group, I have guarded the main hall for thousands of years, never leaving. Today, I will use my remaining life to fight for my family one last time." Looking at the old camel's cloudy and tough eyes, Chu Tianyan stopped in his tracks. Buzz, old Tuo swung his sword, and the blood-red blade light of tens of thousands of miles tore through the universe, and slashed down on the dragon god sect, causing the blue dragon inside to let out an earth-shaking dragon roar, and flew out directly from the sect's suppressing formation. On the black dragon's back, there was a terrible bloody wound that spread for thousands of miles. The flesh and blood turned up, and the black dragon blood fell like a waterfall. "I, the old slave, must avenge them with my own hands." The old camel murmured to himself in a very low voice. If it weren't for the dragon god sect's backstabbing, the Yama Palace would not have been exposed, the Dian group would not have to be abolished, and many death warriors would not have to sacrifice their lives to keep the secret. For the survival of my family, I had no choice but to issue that order, but I was already destined to die. Old Tuo, Chu Tianyan's eyes were bloodshot, his heart was twisted like a knife, and he almost suffocated with pain. He suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar, "Kill! I will not be a human being until I destroy the dragon god sect." "Su Muin, what are you still standing there for? Break through the formation pattern and slaughter the dragon god sect. Don't let anyone go." Whether or not they can break through the Dragon God sect now involves the dignity of the Holy Heaven sect. As the strongest sect on the continent, if the Holy Heaven sect watches the Dragon God sect run away, rebel against the Hangkong realm, and enter the eternal human realm, the dignity of the Holy Heaven sect will plummet. On top of that, the sect leader has just been abolished, and the people in the sect are in turmoil and unstable, which may even lead to the shaking of the sect's foundation. If an external enemy takes advantage of the situation and invades, the consequences will be unimaginable. Moreover, such a huge sacrifice has been made, and they must defeat the Dragon God sect. Old Camel. Su Muin's murderous aura soared to the sky, his divine might soared into the heavens. Suddenly, he raised his knife to the sky and roared, "Masters of the Holy Heaven sect, what will be the consequences of bullying and insulting our sect?" 50,000 powerful warriors from the war hall roared in unison, shaking the area for thousands of miles. Destroy the clan, destroy the sect, kill, kill, kill. Yes, annihilate the clan, destroy the sect, even if it is separated by thousands of worlds, it must be destroyed. Tens of thousands of years ago, the outer realm beheaded the evildoers of our Shangxian sect, stripped them of their tendons and skin, and hung their heads on the top of a mountain. Our sect crossed the realm, killed their entire clan, and built the Skull Mountain. Now the Dragon God sect is slandering our DN sect and insulting our sect. It should be destroyed. Within the millions of miles of territory of the Dragon God sect, no one should be spared, and no one should be forgiven. Kill, 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 tens of thousands of elite warriors roared in unison and returned together. The Holy Sky formation pattern roared and the Holy Light boiled, tearing everything apart, and ripped apart the Dragon God sect's formation pattern. Boom, without the suppression of sky-splitting dragon, a huge crack appeared in the Dragon God formation in an instant. Kill. Chu Tianyan held a knife and let out a deafening tiger roar, which was extremely ferocious. A white tiger was galloping behind him. He was the first to rush into the Dragon God sect. With just one knife, he cut off the head of a half-step emperor who had fused with the blood of the golden dragon. Your Dragon God sect is nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Chu Tianyan shouted angrily, what right do you have to act so arrogantly on my holy emperor peak? Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the guts? Buzz, buzz, buzz. He slashed out thousands of swords in an instant, cutting the half-step emperor into countless bloody threads and destroying his soul. Chu Tianyan went straight to the core of the Dragon God sect. Endless white tiger sword shadows pierced through the sky, and countless palaces were chopped into pieces. No matter whether they were half-step emperors or god kings, they were chopped into nothingness under his sword light. Behind him, Su Muin led tens of thousands of elite warriors to pour in, as well as the Chu family's foundation emperor and the sect's foundation emperor, a total of 3. In this battle, in order to destroy the Dragon God sect without fail, Chu Tianqing invited a total of 6 emperors with profound backgrounds, just to show the style of the Holy Heaven sect in one battle. Chapter 177 Kill, kill, kill. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tianyan and Su Muin are invincible, unstoppable, and full of murderous aura. As the masters of the 2 core halls of the Shangxian sect, they are able to sit in this position. Whether in terms of talent or combat power, they are absolutely first class and ranked at the top of the Hangtian God King list. The half-step emperors and god kings of the same level in the Dragon God sect would be beaten into pieces by them without even being able to block a single blow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the background of the Dragon God sect, an emperor who was on the verge of death walked out. His imperial power was eternal, and he launched a terrifying attack on Chu Tianyan. The fierce tiger kills with blood. Chu Tianyan's face was ice cold, and murderous aura surged into the sky. Holding the Chengxing white tiger sword in his hand, he transformed himself into a white tiger with the sword as his sword. He instantly cut a Dragon God sect emperor into 2 halves, and his vitality had long been exhausted. His body was destroyed by the terrifying evil power, and he completely lost the ability to resurrect and regenerate, and died on the spot. He displayed a fighting power that shook the world, and killed a Dragon God sect emperor in one blow, even though this emperor had been sealed in the dust for endless years. This is why King Chu Tian and Chu Tianqing asked him to be responsible for leading the War Affairs Hall to quickly destroy the Dragon God sect. This is not only because he is the 3rd largest figure in the Chu family today, but Chu Tianyan really possesses incredible fighting power, and can fight against the emperor. With his Chengxing white tiger sword, he once frightened his peers in Wandiexu. Su Muin also displayed terrifying fighting power, fighting alone against 2 of the Dragon God sect's most powerful emperors. This kind of sealed emperor has lived for endless years through special means, and his combat power has declined. He is no longer a normal emperor, but of course he is superior to most half-step emperors. But Chu Tianyan and super god kings like Su Muin, or the top half-step emperors, are not in this category. Kill all the way. The dust-sealed emperor of the Holy Heaven sect also faced off against the dust-sealed emperor of the Dragon God sect, but it was almost a one-sided crushing defeat. All this seemed to confirm what King Chu said. The Dragon God sect has taken an evil path, integrating the dragon bloodline and giving up the greatest advantage of the human race. The further it goes, the greater the advantage of the human race's geniuses will become. Inside the Dragon God sect, palaces were smashed to pieces, the earth collapsed, mountains toppled, the sky collapsed, and blood mist flew, like a scene from the end of the world. 50,000 elite warriors from the war hall started a massacre, and endless blood dyed the sky red. In an instant, Camel Old Man showed up, slashing out millions of blood-red sword shadows, forcing out sky-splitting dragon leaders on Wash. The situation was immediately reversed, and the Dragon God sect was directly breached. The terrifying gap between the 2 strongest sects, Shangxian sect and Longshan sect, was directly revealed in front of everyone. At this moment, there was a suffocating atmosphere on the elder peak of the Shangxian sect. The eyes of the 8 human kings remained indifferent. Except for the eternal human king, there was no extra expression. They just glanced coldly at the Dragon God sect. Damn it, the eternal king's eyes were icy and murderous. He glanced at the scene inside the Dragon God sect and felt a huge wave of humiliation coming at him, making him furious to the extreme. In the name of the Dragon Clan, he united the Dragon Clan inheritance sects of the 8 realms to make plans in advance and calculated everything, but he still failed to save the Dragon God sect. He even brought the 8 great kings with him to suppress the many powerful people in the Hangtian realm. This scene was like a loud slap in his face, especially in front of King Chu. He could not accept this failure at all. You old immortal, you're almost dead. Instead of staying here to enjoy the last years of your life, you come out here to seek death, burning your energy and spirit to ruin my good deeds. The eternal human king roared, no mercy for war. Since this old man wants to die, then you should send him on his way. Save as many of the Dragon God sect's disciples as you can. At worst, I can carve out a territory within the realm for them to rebuild the Dragon God sect. His voice directly traversed the endless sky and exploded above the Dragon God sect, like thunder tearing through the sky. The demon slave of the Chu family is still alive in this world. The king of Hangkong murmured to himself, looking at the old camel with extremely complicated eyes. Thousands of years ago, a warrior who practiced magic emerged from the Chu family. His fighting power overwhelmed his peers in the Hangtian continent, like a distant blood-red star. Even the leaders of many top sects could not compare to him. The Heart Demon sect and other demonic sects even invited this outsider to serve as deputy leader and gave him the highest courtesy. Some old monsters believed that it would not be long before this assassin from the Chu family would make it onto the heavenly ranking. But suddenly, after shocking the world, he disappeared in the Hangtian realm like a meteor. At that time, he had only heard this legend from his elders. Unexpectedly, this person from the Chu family is still alive in this world, and at this critical moment, he defended the dignity of the Chu family with his life. Old Tuo, King Chu's eyes were bloodshot, his white hair danced wildly, and he roared from his throat. The Tuong Tianlong seal roared and directly hit the eternal human king. Splitting Sky Dragon King, if you dare to touch even a hair of Old Tuo, I will destroy your entire sect. Chu Tianxing let out a heart-wrenching roar, blood-red lightning glowing between his eyebrows, and he seemed to be showing signs of falling into madness again. Old Tuo not only watched the younger generation of the Chu family grow up. He watched the three brothers Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, and Chu Tianying grow up. In their eyes, he was not a father, but he was like a father. This is also the reason why the Chu family, at all costs, used all kinds of magical medicines and treasures to extend the life of Old Tuo, allowing him to live out his remaining years on the Holy Emperor Peak, and never sent him out to carry out any missions. On the Holy Emperor Peak, Grandpa Camel, Chu Yansheng's face was pale, and her two white and tender hands were tightly gripping the blood-red mask and black ring. When she saw the scene in the sky through Chu Tian, the old and kind Grandpa Camel was burning with magic fire all over his body, and he returned to his youthful state and almost fainted. No matter how naive she was, she could see Grandpa Tuo's condition, as if it was a last gasp of life. What should I do? What should I do? Chu Yansheng muttered to herself. Grandpa, don't you want Xiao Yansheng anymore? Since childhood, Jian Kongzu has been obsessed with cultivation and has a lot of things to do. Not long after Chu Tian was born, he returned to the ancient Sword God clan. As the head of the family and deputy leader of the sect, King Chu Tian was even busier with affairs, and the little time and energy he had left was also placed on his legitimate son Chu Tian. It can be said that she was raised by Tuolao since she was a child. In a sense, Tuolao was much closer to her than her biological parents. System, exchange the ultra-long-distance space teleportation talisman for me. Chu Tian shouted angrily in his heart. He should have realized long ago that in order to protect the Chu family, Tuolao personally ordered all members of the Tian clan to commit suicide. There was something wrong with the situation. It will cost 100,000. Before the system's gentle prompt could finish, Chu Tian shouted angrily, exchange immediately. Exchange successful. Lock onto the Dragon God sect headquarters and move. Chu Tian grabbed Chu Yansheng's hand, his eyes cold, and said, sister, let's go to the Dragon God sect. Bang! He simply crushed the great teleportation talisman in his hand, and the space twisted, instantly enveloping him in Chu Yansheng, and his figure disappeared on the spot. System, Old Camel is burning his life force and spirit. How can we save him? Chu Tian asked in his heart at the same time. Chapter 178, a sort of ultimate sublimation. The headquarters of the Dragon God sect is in the sky. Roar! In the sky, a blue dragon roared and transformed into a black dragon man. His body was covered with dense black scales and his eyes were like snakes. He just took a cold look at the tragic scene of hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Dragon God sect being slaughtered almost one-sidedly, and then he withdrew his gaze. At this time, the knife wound on his back still had not healed. It was conceivable that the trauma caused by the knife given to him by the old camel was so horrific that even his powerful body of the nine-clawed azure dragon, which was almost immortal, could not heal for a moment. You are a bunch of trash. It is an insult to have the great dragon heritage in your hands. The sky-splitting dragon leader, Zanwush, spoke in an indifferent voice, with a hoarse sound like the friction of steel, and he had an extremely strong disdain for the entire Dragon God sect. But even if you are useless, you cannot be destroyed by the foolish human race. That would be a blasphemy to the great dragon race. Old man, I admit that you are indeed a strong man worthy of my admiration. Sky-splitting dragon king waved his black dragon claw slightly, and a terrifying claw mark tore through the void. If you were in your prime, I would retreat 3 steps away and never say a word of nonsense in front of you. But now, relying on the burning of your energy and spirit, the Emperor's soul can barely swing the sword, and can you still make a few cuts like the previous attack? Lai Tian Long Kui grinned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Get out now. If I don't chase you, you can still leave a whole body. Otherwise, your soul will be scattered and reduced to ashes. Snap, snap, snap. His dark and thick dragon tail swung lightly, making a terrifying air explosion sound, and the terrible airflow directly tore through the sky for 10,000 miles. The degree of dragonization of Lai Tian Long Kui is even more thorough than that of the Dragon Clan. He can even directly transform into a blue dragon. After transforming back into human form, except for the outline of the entire human clan, there is no part of his body that is not the appearance of a dragon clan. It can be said that he is already comparable to the real nine-clawed azure dragon emperor of the Dragon Clan. His combat power is so strong that he may even be far above the tyrant dragon emperor. He is only a stone's throw away from the heavenly ranking and is a true super emperor. Old Tuo, please go back first. Suddenly, Chu Tianyin rushed out from the Dragon God sect, his eyes bloodshot, and slashed his sword towards the sky, tearing the sky apart. The Dragon God sect has fallen. It's only a matter of time before the sect is destroyed. Leave him to Yuner to deal with, please. The white tiger roars, and the long sword illuminates the heavens. Boom, with your strength, maybe if you break through to Emperor Supreme, you can still earn my attention. But now you. The sky-splitting dragon Kui's tail swung gently, and it collided with the Chengxing white tiger sword with a loud bang. Snap! In an instant, the blue sword shattered, and a white tiger's wailing sound was heard. The spreading aftermath directly turned Chu Tianyin's arm into a bloody mist, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Thousands of miles of land collapsed, raising thousands of feet of dust, like a raging sea. Chu Tianyin was directly blasted into the ground for an unknown distance and suffered terrible injuries. He could kill the dust-sealed emperor who was on the verge of death in seconds, and he could kill the half-step emperor of the Dragon God sect at the same level as easily as eating and drinking water. However, in front of a true dragon emperor like sky-splitting dragon Kui, the gap between them was as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. Zanwush, if you dare to touch a hair of Old Tuo, I will kill you even to the ends of the earth. Chu Tianyin's heart-wrenching roar came from underground. Buzz! 2 dark rays shot out from the eyes of Lai Tian Long Kui and directly slammed into the ground, and then Chu Tianyin stopped abruptly. Old man, he can't climb up for the time being. Sky-splitting dragon king looked at Tuolao, grinned, and looked at the realm-shifting gate between the sky that could close at any time, saying, this is the sorrow of the weak, but I don't have the time to argue with him. I don't want to stay here alone and face the wrath of your Hengtian realm for this useless dragon inheritance. Buzz! Zanwushi's dragon claws covered the sky and the sun, grabbing about 1,000 disciples of the Dragon God sect and heading towards the boundary gate. In his eyes, the Dragon God sect is not as precious as his life. Attacking the Holy Heaven sect is just a matter of convenience. After all, it can make a contribution to the Dragon clan, but there's no need to risk his life for it. He didn't even look at Tuolao. A dying man would not follow the orders of the Eternal King and fight with him. But at this moment, a terrifying roar locked onto him. Zanwushi's pupils widened angrily, and he looked at Tuolao suddenly, only to see that his body had returned to its old state. An aura of decay and collapse emanated from his body, but an extremely dangerous aura emanated from his entire body, which almost made his scales explode, and he smelled the scent of death. The blood-red magic knife in the old camel's hand was emitting magic light and was slowly raised. If one day, the sky collapses and a bloody battle breaks out in the sky, I will be the only one left. Everything, for the family. The old camel's voice was hoarse and low as he recited the oath on the plaque hanging in the main hall of the Chu family. The magic knife slowly slashed towards Li Tianlongui. In an instant, his entire body merged with the blood-colored devil sword and slashed out with a loud bang. This sword shattered time and space, obliterated the rules, and transcended the constraints of heaven and earth. Zhang Wush madly used all his magical powers, and the dragon scales on his body stood up, but he was still cut in half by the blood sword without any hindrance. This knife strike was Tuolao's ultimate attack, the ultimate sublime strike. Old man, are you crazy? Zhang Wushi's voice suddenly stopped. The black dragon's body, along with the thousands of dragon god sect warriors on its claws, were swallowed by the devilish light and turned into nothingness. Evil dragon, when I swept across the 9 realms of the human race, even the dragon lord of your Kangoo dragon court didn't dare to speak to me like this. The magic knife flew out of the camel old man's hand, and he grinned, his yellow front teeth leaking air, and fell from the sky with a bang. Grandfather. The void twisted, and Chu Yansheng's holy light shot up into the sky. She flew out in an instant and caught the body of the camel old man. Her little face was pale, and the holy pattern between her eyebrows was like a burning holy fire, madly infusing the holy light into the camel old man's body. Miss, you are so amazing. You have ignited the divine fire and sublimated the holy bones to the utmost. I am proud of you. The old camel smiled and his body suddenly turned into ashes. He burned everything and slashed out with an extremely sublime sword, killing Li Dian Longcui instantly. At the same time, everything about him has been destroyed, his body has become a pile of dust, even if a myth comes, it is impossible to reverse life and death. Miss, master, I am also very strong. The old camel's last muttering voice echoed between heaven and earth. Bang! Chu Dian walked out of the void, stretched out his hand to catch the blood-red devil knife that fell from the sky, and stared blankly at the camel old man who turned into ashes. After a long time, a cold and calm voice resounded through the sky. Kangoo Dragon Court, even if the Dragon Emperor of Heaven descends, I will destroy you. Chapter 179 Time and Space Rewinding Talisman. The Kangoo Dragon Court must be destroyed. Chu Dian's cold and calm voice was like thunder, resounding across the sky thousands of miles away, and his fists were slightly clenched. For the honor of the family, Old Tuo used his life to complete the last battle and dedicated his everything to the Chu family. In this battle, Tuolao didn't have to take action. With his great contributions to the Chu family and his extremely high status, now that the Yama Palace and the Tian Group were gone, he can completely enjoy his retirement or travel around the world until the end of his life. But he chose the most brilliant and dazzling way to end his life. How many people in the Hengtian continent, both ancient and modern, can destroy the Tianlongcui with one sword? Old camel, Chu Tianyan, covered in blood, flew out from the ground. Looking at the sky that was cut by Tuolao's knife, his eyes widened with anger and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Uncle Camel, Chu Tianyan roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes bloodshot, and he pounded the ground frantically with his fists. It's all my fault, my fault. I should have stopped Tuolao from issuing the order. I shouldn't have allowed the members of the Tian Group to do that. Chu Tianyan's eyes were wide open, tears of blood were streaming down his cheeks, and he cried and roared hoarsely, shaking the sky. Camel Old has been guarding the main peak for thousands of years, and the mission of protecting the Yama Palace has been integrated into his bones. The members of the Tian Group chose to commit suicide because of the order from Tuolao. At that moment, he had probably already made this choice. It just so happened that the Chu family was going to destroy the Dragon God sect and faced internal and external troubles. Old Tuo chose to use his life to quell the negative impact that the Yama Palace had brought to the Chu family. At this time, a piece of paper fell into Chu Tianyan's hand, with a line of crooked big words written on it. Third Master, there's no need to blame yourself. I've lived long enough. It's my honor to be able to use this life to make some insignificant contributions to the family before I die. I thank the 3 masters for suggesting that I change my surname to Chu and take on the position of deputy head of the family. However, I am old and frail, and I am nearing death. How can I deserve to sit in this position? To have served the Chu family for 1,000 years, to have received so many honors, and to have watched the 3 masters and the young masters and young ladies grow up, this old servant's life is enough. I hope the Chu family will last for thousands of years and continue from generation to generation. Chu Tianyan opened his mouth wide, crying silently, then slowly stood up and walked towards the Dragon God sect headquarters. The Dragon God sect must be destroyed. Kangji Yu Longting, you guys just wait for me. Pass on my order. The Dragon God sect's 1.35 million li territory, covering 38 major counties and 1.86 billion Dragon Clan believers, is to be completely sealed off. Surrounding sects and forces are required to withdraw all forces from the Dragon God sect's territory within 3 days. Otherwise, they will be considered accomplices of the Dragon God sect. 3 days later, kill them all without mercy. Chu Tianyan slowly announced all the decisions that had been made long ago, and pronounced the life and death of 1.86 billion dragon believers within the territory of the Dragon God sect. Those who insult our Shengxian sect will be exterminated, their clans wiped out, and their roots eradicated. No matter where you go, no one will be spared. It was like this 30,000 years ago, and it is still like this today. It has never changed. Su Muin, the next matter will be fully handled by your War Affairs Hall. There is only one goal. In 3 days, no one should be left alive within the Dragon God sect's territory. Buzz. The Chengxing White Tiger sword was broken by Li Dian Longcui. Chu Tianyan used his hand as a sword, and the White Tiger roared, slashing out for thousands of miles, cutting the entire Dragon God sect headquarters into 2 parts. Outside the territory of the Dragon God sect, powerful armies dispatched from various major counties of the Holy Heaven sect also arrived one after another, blocking all important entrances and exits of the Dragon God sect. They laid a net across the sky, and the air was filled with murderous intent. As long as they cannot prove that they have no connection with the Dragon God sect, they will all be killed without mercy. The Dragon God sect has a long history, much longer than the Holy Heaven sect. The human race within the territory under its rule has been brainwashed by the Dragon Clan for millions of years, and they believe in their bones that the Dragon Clan is the greatest clan. It is far from enough to just destroy the Dragon God sect headquarters. If the roots of the grass are not removed, it will grow again when the spring breeze comes, which will only bring endless troubles to the Shengxian sect in the future. In this world, life is the least valuable thing. Kill, kill, kill. Endless killing in the blood-red sky filled every corner of the sky in an instant. Grandfather. Chu Yansheng's face was pale, her voice was low, and she raised her hand and grabbed forward, as if to grab the figure of the camel old man. The old camel's corpse turned into dust, merged with the blood mist in the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Grandpa, in Yansheng's heart, you have always been the strongest and most powerful, even more powerful than my father and mother. Don't you want Yansheng anymore? Chu Yansheng stood there blankly, her eyes were empty and lifeless, the holy bone between her eyebrows was dim and lifeless, and she seemed to have lost all hope. Her fiancé implanted the supreme yin-yang technique in her, hoping to transform her into a killing demon soldier. The psychological blow to her was already enormous. Now she witnessed with her own eyes her beloved grandfather turning into ashes. The impact on her innocent heart was so huge that it was unimaginable. System, is there no way at all? Looking at Chu Yansheng's current condition, Chu Dian asked again in his heart in a low voice. Host, Old Tuo's energy and spirit have been completely burned out, his imperial soul has been annihilated, and he has entered a state of complete death. Even if the myths of this world take action, they cannot save his soul. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded, even if we use the time and space rewind talisman now, the most we can do is recondense Tuolao's body. The possibility of even condensing a trace of his soul is almost zero. Even if he could condense a trace of his soul, he would still be in a state of near dementia. The possibility of him regaining consciousness is almost zero. The best outcome would probably be like what happened to Saint Ancestor Duanmu, where he would develop a completely new consciousness but that would no longer be the same person. The space-time rewinding talisman is worth 300,000 destiny points, but it only condenses an old body. The system does not recommend it. Exchange, Chu Tian said without hesitation, and the next moment, a grey ancient talisman appeared in his hand, which he crushed directly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a mysterious aura spread out, time and space were distorted, and the dust scattered by Camel Old Man gathered in Chu Tian's hands. Soon, Camel Old Man's body gathered again in Chu Tian's hands. The old face still had a smell of decay, and the imperial power in his body was almost gone. He looked like an ordinary old man in his twilight years, no, a dead old man. Chapter 180 Enemies continue. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thunder exploded in the blood-red sky. Birth, old age, sickness and death are the laws of heaven and earth. Even a myth as powerful as Duan Mushengzu could not break free from the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth. The time and space rewinding talisman had an incredible power, but it forcibly reversed the laws of heaven and earth. A wisp of the camel's residual soul condensed from the sky, floated in the air, and merged into the camel's eyebrows. Old Tuo closed his eyes, with a kind and gentle look on his aged face. With the integration of this remnant soul, he regained a bit of vitality. This was his last expression before his death, and it was very peaceful. He killed Li Tian Long Kui with one sword, took away Long Shenzong, and avenged the dead brothers of Tian Group. He also completed his mission as the leader of Tian Group, fought to the death for the honor of his family, and dedicated his life to the Chu family. He died without regrets. Even though this remnant soul returned, the old camel did not wake up. Chu Tian came to Chu Yunsheng, handed the camel to her, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sister, Mr. Tuo is gone, but you still have us. Chu Tian said softly. Seeing the old camel in her arms, Chu Yunsheng's empty eyes finally regained some clarity. She said in a hoarse voice, shouting, "Can Grandpa Camel wake up?" Chu Tian turned around and paused for a moment, then whispered, "I definitely will." Buzz. Chu Tian's eyes were calm and cold as he looked at the Dragon God Sect headquarters in front of him and slowly raised the blood-red magic knife in his hand. Old Tuo, from now on, I will use this knife of yours to kill all the dragons and revitalize the Chu family. Chu Tian said silently in his heart. Buzz. Suddenly, countless secrets all over his body were glowing, and chaotic mist filled the air. At this moment, he was like a chaotic demon god descending to the world, slashing with a single blow. In an instant, a chaotic sword light that spread for 3,000 miles fell, covering thousands of Dragon God Sect disciples and killing them all. Among them, there are dozens of gods. The power of this sword exceeded 10 billion, condensing 4 strange phenomena, accompanied by the terrifying meaning of the devil's sword, and of the style of the last sword before the old camel fell. The 4 intermediate halos, the power of the chaos demon body, and the eye of heaven allowed Chu Tian to comprehend the artistic conception contained in the last and most sublimated sword strike by Old Tuo. Old Tuo, let's call this knife of yours blood slaughter. Chu Tian muttered to himself, and the secret treasures around his body glowed, reaching nearly 10,000. At the age of 9, he had accumulated over 10,000 secret treasures, which was unprecedented and unmatched on the Hengtian continent. At this time, his spirit refining realm had only reached the 9th level, not even the peak. The true practice of refining the spirit and merging the bodies together has never existed before in history. Blood slaughter. Chu Yunsheng's eyes were empty as she watched Chu Tian's sword strike. She then looked at the old man Tuo in her arms and whispered, Grandpa Tuo, promise Yunsheng that you will wake up after Yunsheng helps you kill all the dragon descendants in the 9 realms, okay? If you don't wake up even after killing all the dragon heirs, then Yunsheng will continue to kill the dragon clan until all the real dragons in the dragon world are killed. Because in this world, you are one of the very few people who truly treat Yunsheng well. From today on, Yunsheng will temporarily replace you as the leader of this Tian group. Chu Yunsheng held Tuo Lao in one hand and put on the blood-red ghost mask with the other hand, leaving only a pair of big empty eyes exposed. Gradually, these once bright and lively eyes were slowly covered by the biting cold. Holy Wei, fiery sun. Chu Yunsheng's indifferent and cold voice resounded. In an instant, a huge holy sun rose in the sky. She held Tuo Lao in her arms and walked forward step by step. Endless holy light burst out from the sun and bombarded the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The earth collapsed, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the world turned upside down. Chu Yunsheng carried Camel Old Man in her arms as she walked within the territory of the Dragon God Sect. Wherever she passed, holy light shone everywhere, all spirits melted away, and mountains and rivers were destroyed. Millions of Dragon Clan believers were reduced to nothingness without even a wailing sound. You all deserve to die if you have any connection with the Dragon Clan or believe in the Dragon Clan. Chu Yunsheng muttered to herself. At some point, a purple wooden coffin appeared on her back. She carried the coffin on her back and killed people wherever she went. The holy bones were sublimated to the utmost, and eventually evolved into the holy way of slaughter. There are signs that they will continue to evolve in the direction of the holy demon way. Chu Tian muttered to himself, and the eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, taking in Chu Yunsheng's current condition. Even if he removed the influence of the supreme yin-yang magic, would the trajectory of fate still push Chu Yunsheng towards the ruthless demonic path? If I am destined to become a demon, then I will never become the great hateful demon lord. Chu Tian's eyes were calm and cold. He raised his hand and the 10,000 cauldrons spanned the vast sky, pressing down with a bang, destroying all living creatures on the vast earth, and then he stopped. In the distance, the army of ordinary strong men from the Shengxian sect has arrived, and the great battle within the Longshan sect is about to end. After the death of sky-splitting dragon leader, the Dragon God sect had already collapsed. Facing the overwhelming lineup sent by Holy Heaven sect, there was no room for resistance at all. As night approaches, dusk falls. The endless blood color made the sunset even more blood-red. At this time, between the sky, Golden Wolf Demon Lord, what do you think of this scene? Ren Yushuan's face was cold, and she was shrouded in black mist, majestic and mysterious. She glanced at a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a golden wolf pattern beside her and said, Aren't you, Yi Tianshang, and Dragon Lord brothers in life and death? Do you want to avenge them? Do you want to help save their family and preserve your brotherhood? Princess, they were powerful and influential before, so they were naturally my brothers. The Golden Wolf Demon Lord said expressionlessly, but now, Yi Tianshang is dead, and the Dragon Lord has been suppressed. It's no different from being dead, so they are naturally no longer my brothers. Your subordinates will obey the orders of the Demon Emperor. The Heart Demon sect will not participate in the internecine fighting among these righteous sects. Ren Yushuan said indifferently, Golden Wolf Demon Lord, put away your little thoughts. You sent people to ambush and kill Chu Tian, which is a capital crime. This princess won't kill you now, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you in the future. Notify the 9 realms Heart Demon sect of the human race to keep a close eye on the movements of the human dragon race's inheritance, including the Kangji Yulongting. Especially all movements of the Kangji Yulongting, report to this princess at any time. Anyone who delays will die. Ren Yushuan stared coldly at the Golden Wolf Demon Lord and said, You go and deliver the message yourself. If anything goes wrong, I will immediately report it to my father and have you killed. Your honorable order. The Golden Wolf Demon Lord had no expression on his face and immediately flew out of the domain. My little rascal, I've tried my best to help you. Ren Yushuan pouted and flashed in front of Chu Tian in an instant. At this moment, she looked like a little girl who was trying to please a man. I have asked the heart demon sect in other worlds to pay close attention to the movements of Kang Ji Yulongting. Tell me, how are you going to reward me? Bang! Chu Tian's expression was calm as he raised his hand and slapped Ren Yuxuan twice without holding back. With the power of his chaos devil body at that moment, these two slaps could have shattered even a 1,000-foot mountain, but they only left Ren Yuxuan's beautiful and charming face red and swollen. It is also conceivable how terrifying her supreme demonic body, the Tianxinqi demonic body, is. Is that enough? Chapter 181. A Heartless Man. I have information about the current location of Hell Valley. Give me a little reward. Ren Yuxin raised her hand and handed a black jade slip to Chu Tian, saying, Hell Valley has already surrendered to the eternal human realm, and has also submitted a lot of top-secret information about the Hengtian ancestral court to the eternal royal court as a token of their surrender. My enemy, don't stop, hit me now. So comfortable. Chu Tian took the jade slip and glanced at it with his spirit. His eyes turned cold and he immediately turned around and flew to Chu Tian's side and said, Third uncle, there has been a major incident. We must return to the sect immediately. Let's talk while we walk. Chu Tian didn't hesitate and rushed towards the sect with Chu Tian. HMPH, you heartless man, let's see if I'll pay any attention to you next time. Ren Yuxuan rubbed her face that was hit crooked and returned to her charming and noble expression. She gave Chu Tian a cold look at his back and then flew towards Chu Yuansheng. You are the big sister of the little enemy, and you will be his big sister in the future. Sister, I have a scroll of the ancient holy demonic scripture here. It's a scripture left by the ancient holy demon god. It's a perfect match for your highly sublimated sacred bone of slaughter. I'm giving it to you. Ren Yuxuan landed beside Chu Yuansheng with a flattering look on her face and spoke in a delicate voice. Shengqian sect, on the Elder Peak. At this moment, there was deathly silence. Looking at the screen, there was endless killing, blood and gore, and billions of human beings were being slaughtered. All the strongest people in Hengtian continent had pale faces, no, snow white without a trace of blood. No one expected that the Shengqian sect, no, the Chu family would be so cruel. Not only did he secretly send people to destroy the Dragon God sect and kill the sky-splitting dragon leader, he even wanted to destroy all the human races within the Dragon God sect's territory. Even if they know the underlying color of this world, which is ruthless, cruel, bloody, and where the strong are respected. However, although these humans believe in the Dragon clan from the bottom of their hearts and have done so for generations, they are still the same clan as the Hengtian human world. The Shengqian sect actually wants to kill them all. The face of the human king Hengkong was gloomy. He did not speak out to stop the actions of the Shengqian sect. Instead, he stared coldly at the human king Yonggang and the Hell Poison Lord beside him. A terrifying murderous intent echoed in his eyes. Hell Poison Lord, it's not too late to turn back now. You should know the consequences of being a traitor. The voice of the Hengkong human king was hoarse, and a terrible aura echoed through his body. Feng Changhao, and all the other human kings, do you really want to forcibly interfere in the internal affairs of our Hengtian human race, protect Hell Valley, and suppress the strongest sect in our Hengtian realm? The eternal human king's expression was gloomy, even uglier than that of the Hengkong human king. He looked at the Hengkong human king coldly and said, Hengkong, your sect destroyed the Dragon God sect and killed the Kangoo Dragon Court's sky-splitting dragon leader Zhang Luxi. He is the head of the Kangoo Dragon Court's battle hall, and his body has completely transformed into a dragon. He has been recognized by the Dragon Emperor of the Kandlong clan and has been canonized as an elder of the Kandlong clan. He is also the honorary Dragon King of my eternal royal court. Now we have to kill more than 1 billion followers of the Dragon clan. Your Hengtian human realm has already suffered a great disaster due to the atrocities of the Shengqian sect. Do you still want to go down this path? Will you be satisfied only if you drag hundreds of billions of human beings into the abyss and let the dragon slaughter your entire realm? The eternal human king glanced coldly at King Chu Tian and Chu Tianxing, his voice tinged with murderous intent. As we are both human kings of a branch of the mythical human race, I advise you to immediately expel the Shengqian sect from the Hengtian realm, or immediately announce that the Shengqian sect is no longer a part of the Hengtian human realm. Perhaps this will save the lives of hundreds of billions of your people. The eternal heavenly king glanced at the many powerful people in the Hengtian realm and said, The Dragon Emperor of Heaven's mandate has enraged and ordered the blockade of the Hengtian realm. We, the 8 kings, have accepted the invitation of the 8 great dragon clans and have descended together. We appear to be interfering in the internal affairs of your Hengtian human race, but in reality, we are saving your Hengtian human world from disaster. However, you not only destroyed the Dragon God sect, but also killed Zanwash. This is a horrific disaster. Now, the Golden Dragon clan and the Azure Dragon clan will not let you go. You have to weigh the pros and cons yourself. Do you still want to be dragged down by the Holy Heaven sect? Hell Valley has made an absolutely correct choice, so this king will grant them asylum. The eternal human king glanced at the Hengkong human king indifferently. His attitude was self-evident. He was using the Dragon clan and the inheritance of the 8 dragon clans to put pressure on the Hengtian realm, divide the power within the Hengtian human clan, isolate the Shengqian sect, isolate the Chu family, and even force the Hengkong human king to deal with the Chu family. At this moment, after hearing the words of the eternal human king, the faces of many powerful people became even paler and uglier, and their bodies trembled violently. The Holy Heaven sect destroyed the Dragon God sect with lightning speed and iron-blooded tactics, which was indeed a huge shock to them. But what the eternal human king said is also a fact. The Shengqian sect, after completely offending the Golden Dragon clan, also offended the Kandlong clan. This is also a powerful branch of the Dragon clan that is definitely not much weaker than the Golden Dragon clan. Moreover, its temperament is more brutal, domineering, and cold than the Golden Dragon clan. It is famous for its love of destroying worlds. In the myriad worlds, countless powerful people are frightened and dare not offend them. Human king, the Holy Heaven sect is so domineering, unscrupulous that they wantonly killed a top-level sect that achieved enlightenment, and now they are carrying out such a horrific massacre again. Mashan Emperor's face was icy. He turned and stared at King Chu Tian and said, My Lingxian sect may not be as strong as Shengqian sect, but we can still do it if we don't cooperate with them. His Shengqian sect is not superior to my Lingxian sect, and is not worthy of my Lingxian sect dying for him. If we don't deal with the Shengqian sect, how can the ancestral court win the support of the people? Our Lingxian sect has decided to withdraw from this Hengtian competition, and even the 9 realms competition. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Zun flew away from Shengqian sect directly. At this time, with the death of Lai Tianlong Kui, the constraints of the 8 great king seals have also disappeared. After all, they no longer have any meaning. Boom! Suddenly, a huge Tuong Tianlong seal suddenly condensed from the sky and smashed towards the Emperor Moshen. The roar of the dragon shook the earth and made many powerful people tremble all over and suddenly look at King Chu. In the starry sky, it was this blow that broke Yi Qianshang's fatal blow and directly killed him. They still remember it vividly. But is King Chu crazy? Having just destroyed the Dragon God sect and faced internal and external troubles, they still want to kill the Desert God Emperor. King Chu, what do you want to do? The roar of the Desert God Emperor shook the heavens and the earth. A gigantic spiritual god appeared behind him, standing tall and upright, but was immediately annihilated by the heavenly dragon seal. Boom, boom, boom. He displayed all kinds of amazing magical powers, causing the vast sky to tremble and turning the world upside down, but before the heavenly dragon seal, he was as small as an ant and could not move at all. Puff! In an instant, the Duong Tianlong seal came down heavily, emitting the aura of a magnificent avenue and boundless murderous intent, directly covering the Emperor Mushin underneath and suppressing him on the earth. Ah, King Chu, I am the elder of the ancestral court, and you are just an elder of the ancestral court. You dare to kill me. I am not a subordinate of your Shengqian sect. The furious roar of Emperor Mushin came from below. Chapter 182, Emperor Mushin, damn it, be killed. Emperor Mushin, you deserve to die. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered, his eyes were bloodshot, and he muttered to himself. Although he raised his hand to suppress Emperor Mushin, his eyes were always looking at the scene in the picture where Chu Yuncheng was carrying a purple coffin and killing people. His whole body was trembling slightly. He lost his father at a young age, and it was old Tuo who supported the Chu family through a very difficult period, watched him grow up, and inherited the position of head of the family. It can be said that Mr. Tuo was like a father in his life. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to suggest that Tuo Lao be changed into a direct descendant, incorporated into the Chu family tree, and take the position of deputy head of the family. You must know that although Tuo Lao is an emperor, he is also a dead warrior. He is very powerful, but his status is not high. In name, he is a servant of the Chu family. If a servant is allowed to directly enter the direct line and become the deputy head of the family, even he will have to endure huge criticism and questioning, which is very stressful. He could have chosen not to do that. But now, he witnessed with his own eyes that this old man, who was like a father to him, burned everything for him in the Chu family, defended the Chu family and his dignity, and maintained the Chu family's status in the sect. This time, the Dragon God sect colluded with Yi Tianchong, leading to the Dragon clan's blockade of the Hengtian realm. The damage to the prestige and interests of the Shengqian sect was unimaginably huge. Therefore, if this battle failed to destroy the Dragon God sect and allowed it to escape to the eternal human realm, the blow to the Shengqian sect and the shaken prestige of the Chu family would be immense. Uncle Tuo, what do you want the King of Heaven to do to repay your kindness? King Chu said to himself, his body shaking even more violently, with a strong murderous aura. As the Emperor of the heavenly ranking, his changing moods made the heaven and earth change color. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Uncle Tuo, Chu Tianqing's voice was hoarse, and the blood-red lighting between his eyebrows kept flashing terrible light. It seemed that he might enter a state of extreme violence at any time. The terrifying extreme murderous intent rose one after another, and the terrible vision of blood rain appeared in the sky again. He had just learned that his biological father was tortured to death by Yi Tianchong, and he had witnessed with his own eyes that Tuo Lao had sublimated himself to the extreme and made the final blow at the cost of his own life. This was an unimaginable huge impact on his will. Second brother, calm down. Don't forget what Xiao Dian told you. The influence of the extreme state has not been completely suppressed. Quickly practice the Tai Ching 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 Ju. King Chu Tian's eyes were bloodshot. Even though he was filled with murderous aura, he had to suppress Emperor Mo Shen with one hand and hold Chu Tianqing's shoulder with the other hand to help him calm down his emotions and soothe his extreme consciousness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the Duong Heavenly Dragon seal was like a towering peak, with a silver heavenly dragon coiled on it, suppressing the Emperor Mo Shen underneath with an irresistible posture. No matter how he struggled, fought back, and roared, he could not break free. Instead, he was shocked to vomit blood. The surging and overwhelming pressure and the unparalleled magical powers once again proved King Chu Tian's unparalleled strength. Even the leader of the Lingshan sect, the fifth-ranked top sect, the Emperor Mushin, could be killed almost instantly. The scene was filled with suffocation. Many of the strongest people in Hengtian continent were suffocating, their faces turned pale, and they felt dizzy in their heads. They were shocked by the power of King Chu Tian, but they had already seen it once after all. After all, he even killed Yi Tianchong. Although Emperor Mo Shen was strong, he was not on the same level as Yi Tianchong. He was only slightly stronger than the Dragon Lord. But what terrified them the most, and even made them feel like the sky was falling, was why the situation had developed step by step into this state. We are all from the Hengtian human race. They are all top sects on Hengtian continent, and they rule the vast territory of Hengtian continent according to certain rules and regulations. In name to the outside world, the Mushin sect, the Longshan sect, the Shengqian sect, the Seheng Shengzong, etc. are all one family. Therefore, when the sharp golden dragon emperor forcibly tore through the realm and descended, whether it was the hell poison lord, the desert god emperor, or other powerful beings, they all rushed to the Shengqian sect to rescue without receiving any orders or notifications from the Hengtian ancestral court. This is the unspoken rule on Hengtian continent. Behind the scenes, everyone was fighting fiercely, and many fights broke out in order to compete for territory, resources, the essence of the sacred gold mines, etc. But, on the surface, everyone can still act according to the most basic rules and maintain decency. Therefore, under the call of the human king Hengkong, everyone dared to hold a meeting in the Elder Hall of the Shengqian sect to discuss the Nine Realms competition. They even started to criticize the Shengqian sect at the meeting, and quarrels broke out. These were all very common things. This is because everyone has this tacit understanding. Even if they curse Shengqian sect here in the Elder Hall, Shengqian sect cannot do anything to them. This is the unspoken rule within the Hengtian human race. Even if we want to start a war, we have to find an excuse and a legitimate reason. This is also why Emperor Mushin dared to act so recklessly even though he knew that this was the territory of Shengqian sect and Shengqian sect could easily kill him. The Dragon God sect was destroyed because they brought about their own destruction. They colluded with Yi Tianchong and interfered in the internal struggles of the Holy Heaven sect, causing a huge disaster. A middle-aged strong man said in a hoarse voice. He was also the leader of a top sect and had a good relationship with the Holy Heaven sect, but he could not accept King Chu's behavior. But the Deshan Emperor is the leader of the Lingshan sect. He came to support the Shengqian sect and accepted the invitation of the Hengkong human king to hold a meeting within the Shengqian sect. Heavenly King Emperor, please release Desert God Emperor. He made mistakes, but his crimes do not deserve the death penalty. At this time, Emperor Lingfeng also turned pale. He looked at King Chu and said, Emperor Tianwang, don't be impulsive. Emperor Mushin deserves to die. By not participating in the Nine Realms competition, he has cut himself off from the Hengtian human race. But if you take action at this time, wouldn't it make outsiders laugh at you? The Nine Realms competition is approaching, and it concerns the Hengtian realm's 10,000-year-long event. One after another, the most powerful ones also spoke out to dissuade King Chu Tian, believing that Emperor Mo Shen was wrong, but even if he was wrong, he could not be killed at this critical juncture. Human King, please say something. A powerful person looked at Human King Hengkong and asked him to speak up to dissuade King Chu Tian. After all, he had the highest prestige. At this moment, a majestic and indifferent voice sounded. Emperor Mushin deserves to be killed. He deserves to die. I support Emperor Tianwang. The voice was cold and indifferent, but contained a strong murderous aura and majesty. Everyone was shocked and looked up suddenly. When they saw the person who spoke, their pupils suddenly contracted violently. Holy Lord Tianyan, you, Emperor Lingfeng blurted out in horror. He never expected that the Holy Lord of Seheng Holy Sect, Emperor Tianyan, would actually speak out in support of King Chu. According to common sense, the Shengqian sect has taken away the position of the strongest sect. Now is a good opportunity for the Seheng Shengqian sect to suppress the Shengqian sect. When the Emperor Mushin was suppressed by King Chu Tian, the one who should have spoken out, or even tried to rescue him, should have been the Seheng Holy Sect. Moreover, the relationship between Lingshan sect and Seheng Holy Sect is very good, much better than the relationship with Shengqian sect. It is conceivable that when the many powerful people present saw that Tianyan Daozhen, the Holy Lord of Seheng, actually spoke out in support of King Chu Tian and killing Emperor Mo Shen, they were shocked and horrified. After all, the Holy Lord of Sehang had not spoken a word during the 10-day meeting at the Elder Peak. The pupils of the Hengkong human king also shrank slightly as he looked towards the Tianyin Daozhen. However, one could faintly see that he breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been waiting for the Tianyin Daozhen to appear. After all, in the Hengtian realm, although the Shengxian sect has already ascended to the position of the strongest sect, the Sehang holy sect has been the strongest sect for an extremely long time, and its influence in the realm is extremely huge, which is far beyond the reach of the Shengxian sect. Chapter 183, Tianyin Daozhen shows his power. The 8 great human kings have joined forces to interfere with our Hengtian realm. The Dragon Clan is putting pressure on our great realm. The 8 great Dragon Clan inheritances have joined forces to interfere with the internal affairs of our Hengtian realm. Daozun Tianyin's face was icy cold, with a terrifying murderous aura flowing through it. His gaze swept over many powerful people, and finally fell on Emperor Zun Mashan. The murderous intent in his eyes had reached a terrifying level. He suddenly roared in anger, his voice shaking the sky. This is the greatest shame and humiliation that my Hengtian race has never experienced before in millions of years. After the mythological era, the human race split, and small tribes were everywhere, killing each other. Under the leadership of Emperor Hengtian, our Hengtian realm suppressed the demons, drove out the gods, and suppressed the forces of the heavens in all realms that interfered with our Hengtian realm. The Hengtian human race was centered on the Hengtian ancestral court. Generations of strong men fought bloody battles one after another, which led to the brief hundreds of thousands of years of peace in the Hengtian human world today. Faced with such a great humiliation, we should all unite, share the same hatred for the enemy, and safeguard the dignity of our Hengtian human world. And look at what you did, especially those who clamored to cancel the Hengtian competition and not participate in the 9 realms competition because of a little pressure. I feel ashamed and embarrassed for you. My Sehang holy sect has fought outside the domain, and 46 sect leaders have fallen, 315 powerful emperors have died, and 3 emperors on the heavenly ranking have died in battle. When I saw you, I wanted to take action myself and kill you. Taoist Master Tianyin's eyes were extremely cold as he scanned the entire audience and said, the Dragon God sect cultivates the dragon race's heritage, but it is also the righteous sect of our human race and the top sect of our Hengtian realm. This is their root. But they have forgotten their roots, how they developed, where their resources came from, and all they care about is the Dragon Clan. They regard themselves as low-end creatures, calling the Dragon Clan a great clan, and believe that humans are humble and should be enslaved as a matter of course. This time, they even colluded with Yi Qianchong and the Dragon Clan to throw dirty water on the Shengxian sect, the strongest sect of the contemporary era that was born in the native land of our Hengtian human race. In the end, it led to enormous losses in interest and severe damage to our prestige. The Dragon God sect must be destroyed. All human beings within the Dragon God sect's territory deserve to die. Taoist Master Tianyin's eyes were icy as he spoke word by word. Those who betray their own people deserve to die. I remained silent during the Elders' Hall meeting because I was waiting for the Holy Heaven sect to destroy the Dragon God sect and wanted to see everyone's reaction. But the reactions of many of you have disappointed not only me but also the king, especially those sects headed by the spiritual God sect. You should feel ashamed. Taoist Master Tianyin looked at Emperor Mashan and said coldly, at this critical moment, you are shaking the internal unity. Emperor Mashan, tell me whether you should die or not. Emperor Mashan's whole body stiffened, and then he began to tremble violently. His face turned pale in an instant, and he was terrified to the extreme. He originally thought that he had the support of not only a group of sects but especially the Sehang holy sect. But now, he suddenly realized that his idea was wrong, not only wrong but extremely wrong. The Sehang holy sect never thought of using the pressure from the Dragon Clan and the pressure from the 8 Dragon Clan inheritances to attack the Shengxian sect. In other words, the goal of attacking the Shengxian sect must give way to the importance of the 9 realms competition. On the surface, he attacked the Shengxian sect, but in fact he shook the internal situation of the Hengtian realm and had a greater impact on the 9 realms competition. He even made the Hengtian human race a laughingstock in front of the 8 human kings, so the same Tianyin was angry. He actually said directly, he deserves to die. You know, the Lingxian sect and the Sehang holy sect have a relationship that is almost like that of allies, which is far from comparable to the Shengxian sect. The whole audience was suffocated. Yes, Emperor Lingfeng muttered to himself, this time, it is clearly the heyday of my Hengtian human realm that has not been seen in thousands of years. There are several emperors on the heavenly ranking, and the strongest emperors appear frequently. Tianjiao monsters continue to emerge. Even the tyrannical and fierce Dragon Clan dare not talk about directly crossing the boundary to destroy us, but only talk about blockade and suppression. Yet, this has actually frightened some people to death, even leading to the shocking scandal of the Hell Valley Rebellion, which has completely brought shame to our Hengtian realm. Why is this happening? Are we really powerless to fight? The Weapon King sect master's expression was also extremely grim. He said in a low voice, this was supposed to be a golden opportunity for our Hengtian realm to break away from the bottom of the 9 realms and gain a greater share of human resources. However, the internal struggle has become so intense, with each other undermining and oppressing each other. It's simply disheartening. Emperor Tianwang, Emperor Tianxing, and Taoist Tianyin, I support killing Emperor Mashan and wiping out the Dragon God sect. I will destroy Hell Valley at all costs to serve as a warning to others and deter both the inner and outer worlds. King Chu Dian took strong action to suppress the situation, and the words of Tianyin Daozhen seemed to completely reverse the situation. One is the current strongest sect, the Shengxian sect, and the other is the oldest holy land in the Hengtian realm. They have fought for the Hengtian human race for endless years and have extremely high prestige. They directly shocked the entire audience and the chaotic scene was suppressed. Following the speeches of Emperor Lingfeng and Sect Master Givong, more silent supreme beings began to speak out, supporting the killing of Emperor Mashan, the destruction of the Dragon God sect, and the pursuit of Hell Valley at all costs. Hell Poison Lord, you still have a chance. Tianyin Daozhen looked at Hell Poison Lord standing next to the Eternal Human King and said coldly, bring Hell Valley back immediately. The Poison Lord of Hell turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that suddenly, in this situation of internal and external troubles, chaos and facing huge pressure, the Holy Sect of Sehang actually reached an agreement with the Holy Heaven sect and the Hengkong Human King. Not only did they not blame the Holy Heaven sect for the huge losses caused to the Hengtian human world, but they gave their full support. King Fengren, you, the Poison Lord of Hell's voice trembled. The Eternal Human King's pupils shrank slightly. He looked at Tianyin Daozhen and Chu Tianwang with a terrifying cold light flashing in his eyes and was about to speak. Boom! Suddenly, a golden sword appeared from the sky, emitting divine light, illuminating the heavens and pointing directly at the tip of his pen. It was the Yuntian divine sword of Tianyin Daozhen. The terrifying sword light tore through the sky and murderous aura soared into the sky. Feng Changhao, my Hengtian people are giving you too much face. Taoist Master Tianyin's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the Eternal Human King and said, you trampled on the 9 realms agreement, openly interfered with the internal affairs of our Hengtian realm, and took in our Hengtian realm's rebels. Do you really think that our Hengtian realm would not dare to start another ancient war? Chapter 184 How to Die. What's wrong with killing the Dragon Lord and destroying the Dragon God sect? My Hengtian realm has destroyed countless foreign races and sects that dared to wreak havoc on the continent. The Supreme Demon sect was so powerful back then, with 5 emperors, yet they dared to wreak havoc on the human race. My Sehang holy sect was the strongest sect on the continent back then, but we still dared to destroy them. Do you have the guts to do this in the Eternal Human realm? The Dragon God sect is no exception. The matter of the sky-splitting Dragon Lord Zhan Wush interfering in the battle between the Holy Heaven sect and the Dragon God sect is far from over. At this time, Chu Tianqing's hoarse voice also sounded. That's right, Eternal Human King, this matter is not over. My Shengqian sect will not only destroy the Dragon God sect, but also the King of Dragon Court. Chu Tianqing walked over with bloodshot eyes, the blood-red lightning between his brows still glowing, looking extremely ferocious. However, after practicing the Tai Ching 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 Ju, his extreme consciousness had calmed down a little. Everyone. Chu Tianqing's blood-red eyes swept across everyone in the room, and his voice was low and hoarse. The pressure from the Dragon Clan originated from my Shengqian sect. Our Shengqian sect is the strongest sect in the contemporary Hengtian realm, so we will never refuse the responsibilities we should bear. Human King, Holy Lord Siheng. Chu Tianqing bowed to the two and said in a low voice, thank you both for your great assistance to my Shengqian sect. Here, as the acting deputy leader of Shengqian sect, I make a promise to you two and many of the strongest people on the continent. Chu Tianqing's eyes were like blood-red lightning, tearing through the void as he stared at the Eternal Human King. No matter how many sects in the Hengtian realm participate in this 9 realms competition, not a single genius from my Shengqian sect will withdraw. I, Chu Tian, the holy son of the Holy Heaven sect, will let all the evildoers of the Holy Heaven sect to participate in the 9 realms competition and strive to secure the top 3 spots. Chu Tianqing's hoarse voice sounded like a thunderclap to the ears of many powerful people, even the Siheng Holy sect and the Hengkong Human King. It contained endless madness, causing their whole bodies to tremble violently and their pupils to shrink drastically. Take the top 3 in the 9 realms competition. Moreover, they have to face the suppression from the geniuses and evildoers sent by the Dragon Clan, and the interception by the descendants of the Dragon Clan from the 8 realms. Chu Tianqing's words sounded incredibly crazy to them. The current generation of Hengtian's human world is indeed strong, including the Human King and Jian Kongzu, and 5 emperors on the heavenly ranking. But this does not mean that the younger generation is also strong. Whether they can even escape from the bottom is still an unknown, and no one has this confidence. In addition, the Dragon Clan openly interfered and threatened to suppress them, and the 8 major Dragon Clan inheritances joined forces to target them. That's why a group of powerful people such as Emperor Mo Shen were directly crushed by the terrifying pressure and wanted to withdraw from the competition to save the lives of their own geniuses. It's easy to imagine how crazy Chu Tianqing's words sounded to them. Chu Tian, the holy son of Shengqian sect, has the chaos demon body and ranks first on the earth list. He has created many miracles, which they acknowledge. But, Chu Tianxai is only 9 years old. Now I am in the realm of cultivation. As for the 9 realms competition, any genius under the age of 30 can participate. What a concept. Holy Maiden Hylian is 18 years old and has already reached the peak of the fusion realm. If she didn't want to open up more secret treasures, build a more solid foundation, and hone her combat power, she could break through to the divine realm at any time. Then, looking at the 9 realms of the human race, there are countless demons in the divine realm who are under the age of 30 and whose talent and combat power are not inferior to that of Saint Hylian. Once upon a time, there was even a demon in the god realm who was under the age of 30. And Chu Tian is only 9 years old. Chu Tianqing actually wanted Chu Tian to be the leader of Shengqian sect and publicly stated that he wanted to represent Hengtian realm to win the top 3. It is conceivable how wishful thinking this was. Even if the 9 realms competition still has 3 years to go, what realm can Chu Tian reach? Many of the kings had blank expressions on their faces. Although they did not speak, one could see obvious smiles on their faces. But after all, they participated in this matter to give face to the Dragon Clan and their own Dragon Clan heritage, and they were led by the Eternal Human King, so they just went with the flow. This is also the reason why they showed up together but never said a word. They just went with the flow, gave the Dragon Clan some face, suppressed the Hengtian realm, and if they could save the Dragon God sect, they would save it. If they couldn't, that would be the Eternal Human King's business. They don't do anything that would make them stand out. But Chu Tianqing's words made them all burst out laughing. The Eternal Human King was even more unscrupulous and laughed wantonly. Chu Tianqing, is it possible that your brain has also been damaged after entering the extreme realm? Let a 9-year-old kid lead the team to the top 3. If he can do that, I'll chop off my head and use it as a drinking glass for you. The Eternal Human King's expression turned icy cold. The Dragon God sect was destroyed. It was indeed your true family's people who exceeded my expectations. An old immortal was so brave that he risked his life to disrupt my plan. But I will protect Hell Valley, and you won't be able to destroy the ancient Dragon Court. The Eternal Human King's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. He said, how dare you trample on the 9 realms agreement and invade my Eternal Human realm. The terrifying murderous aura pierced the sky, and the situation was tense. Facing the strength of King Chu Tian, Chu Tianqing and Tianyan Daozhen, the Eternal Human King did not retreat even a single step. 9 realms competition, if the proud heroes of your Hengtian realm dare to take one step into it, they will all die. Feng Changhao, the clothes of the Hengkong Human King fluttered, and his wrinkled face was completely filled with murderous intent. At this moment, a calm and indifferent voice resounded through the sky. In the 9 realms competition, anyone who dares to set foot in the Eternal Human realm, the true dragons of the Dragon Clan, or the heavenly prodigies and demons of the Dragon Clan's inheritance will die. The void was torn open, and Chu Tian and Chu Tianyan walked out of it. The pungent smell of blood on their bodies spread instantly. On Chu Tianyan's shoulders was the body of Zhan Wush, the sky-splitting dragon leader, who had been chopped in half by Tuo Lao, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. Chu Tian stared at the Eternal Human King with a calm and cold gaze. My third uncle is too conservative. I will repeat it on his behalf. The first place in the 9 realms competition must be from my Hengtian realm. Hell Valley, my Shengqian sect will be destroyed, no one can save it. And you, Feng Changhao, you interfered in the internal affairs of my Shengqian sect, colluded with Yi Tianshong, secretly planted traitors in the Hengtian ancestral temple, and killed many powerful people in my Shengqian sect. Your reign as the king of the eternal human race has come to an end. The day I attain the status of emperor, your Feng family will be destroyed. Boom! Chu Tian raised his sword, and a blood-red blade shone across 3,000 miles, instantly slashing towards the eternal human king. This sword is from me on behalf of Tuo Lao. Remember, many years from now, your head will also be chopped off by this knife. Chu Tian's calm and cold voice resounded through the sky like thunder. Buzz! A black jade slip flew from Chu Tian's hand and landed in Chu Tianqing's. Second uncle, Hell Valley didn't escape very far. They're still outside the domain. The experts from Kangji Yulongting are helping them flee. They're also carrying a Hengtian palace. We can still catch up with them now. Hell Poison Lord, how are you going to die? Chapter 185, Destroying the Eternal King. Little beast, how do you know? Hearing Chu Tian's words, the eternal human king's already extremely ugly face suddenly contracted, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the sky to change color. Boom! He raised his hand to shatter the bloody knife that Chu Tian was slashing at him. The human emperor seal on his head trembled violently, emitting a vast and great power of a king, and his body was about to swoop down towards Chu Tian in an instant. Bang! But suddenly, an old man wearing a black crown appeared in front of him, raised his hand, and slapped him directly in the face. The powerful and terrifying energy surged like a vast ocean, directly exploding the entire soul projection of the eternal human king. The sky was filled with the aftermath, and a tunnel was formed by the butcher knife that pierced through the void. The scene was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Feng Changhao, today I, on behalf of your father, will teach you how to respect your elders. The low and hoarse voice contained infinite rage. The slap from the Hangkong Human King landed directly on the face of the Yonggang Human King, which exploded his soul and shocked everyone. Many powerful people, and even other human kings, couldn't help but tremble slightly and looked at the Hangkong Human King who always had a good temper. Unexpectedly, he actually slapped the Eternal King Feng Changhao in the face. Even if it is just the Eternal Human King's cross-border projection clone. But don't forget, he is the Human King of the Eternal Royal Court, representing the face of the entire Eternal Human race. This slap is not only a slap on Feng Changhao's face, a slap on the Feng family's face, but also a slap on the entire Eternal Human race. Chu Dian narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at his own Human King. At this moment, he saw Hangkong Human King also turned his head to look at him, and said in a hoarse voice, Chu Dian, remember, you are not only the holy son of Shengqian sect, but also the pride of Hengqian human race. You represent the future of Hengqian realm. As long as my Hang family exists, as long as you are on Hengqian continent, no one from any other race can touch you. Feng Changhao is no exception. Any human king, even the emperors and kings of all races, are the same. Chu Dian was silent for a moment, then he bowed slightly and saluted the human king of the Hengqian clan. Chu Dian understands. Because of his familiarity with the original plot and the fact that King Hangkong had been forbearing, he actually didn't consider King Hangkong as one of his own. In the original plot, he protected the protagonist Yi Fan more than once. Although he did not directly target the Chu family, in a sense, he indirectly led to the destruction of the Chu family. Yi Qianshang destroyed the Chu family, just like the Chu family killed Yi Qianshang this time. As long as the matter did not get out of hand and affect the overall situation of the Hengqian realm, he would not care. But now, he also enjoys Yi Fan's treatment. This human king, or the entire Hang family, inherited the will of Emperor Hengqian and is responsible for maintaining and cultivating the power of the entire Hengqian human race, allowing the Hengqian world to continue to multiply, continue, and grow. They regard themselves as the guardian family of Hengqian continent. They don't care about internal struggles, because only competition can filter out the true geniuses and evildoers within the organization. However, any attempt by external forces to wipe out the future of the Hengqian human race will lead to a strong backlash from this guardian family, and they may even fight. And now, as the number one on the Everbrand list, he has also enjoyed this treatment as he has broken the records of various sub-lists of the Everbrand list time and time again. The soul projection of the Eternal Human King tried to attack him, but was directly hit by the thundering blow of the Hangkong Human King. He was slapped in the face and the entire soul projection was blown apart. The King of Hangkong was also telling him in this way. Shengqian sect is our own people. This is also the reason why this human king, or the Hang family, has such a high prestige in the Hengqian realm. King Shudian has always respected this human king. Even the arrogant Jian Kongzu has personally followed the human king Hangkong to visit the other 8 realms of the human race. The human king. At this time, Chu Tianxing's figure flashed, and he handed the jade slip that Chu Dian had given him to the human king. With a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes, he said, he defected from Hell Valley, stole many secrets of the ancestral court, and forcibly moved the Hengqian palace in the valley to the eternal human realm with his supreme magical powers. Damn them, Buzz. At this time, the poison lord of Hell's face turned pale. The moment he heard Chu Dian's words, he had already torn the space apart and escaped directly into it. But suddenly, a silver dragon claw tore through the void and pinched him like a chick. You colluded with Yi Qianshang and acquiesced to the fact that Juming Duzun harmed my second daughter. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you want to leave. Do you agree? King Chu Dian's cold voice resounded throughout the void, directly stopping the chaotic void turbulence. He then grabbed the Hell Poison Lord and threw him to the ground. Together with the Desert God Emperor, they were suppressed by the majestic Tuang Tianlong seal. Buzz. At this moment, an angry roar that shook the sky resounded through the void. The seal of the eternal human king glowed. The majesty of the endless king was vast and mighty. The great aura tore through the void, and after the endless time and space, one could faintly see a tall and burly figure trying to directly break through the boundary and descend into the Hengqian human world. Hangkong, how dare you slap me? Feng Changhao roared and unleashed a series of magical powers that shook the heavens and the earth. Without the Hengqian realm gate opening and without the cooperation of the other human kings, he used the aura emitted by the human king seal as a coordinate and was actually going to kill directly. His eyes were blood red and he was extremely furious, as if he wanted to have a bloody battle with the Hangkong human king. Boom, boom, boom. The eye of heaven between Chu Dian's eyebrows opened, and purple light flashed. Faintly, one could see a vast and majestic royal court floating in time and space, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Feng Changhao stood in front of a golden throne. He raised his hand and displayed earth-shaking magical powers, so powerful and terrifying that they tore apart time and space. Beneath the throne, there are one terrifying and powerful being after another. They are obscured by the endless divine light, and their faces cannot be seen clearly, but they are obviously the strongest in the eternal human world. Some of them even have an aura that is not inferior to that of Tianyin Daozhen. Chu Dian also saw a blue dragon spanning a million miles in the void. The cold dragon eyes seemed to be staring at him. The boundless murderous aura penetrated the boundary and made the sky of Shengqian sect change color. These strongest beings seemed to feel intensely humiliated by the slap in the face of the eternal human king, and they all used their supreme magical powers to break through the boundaries of time and space and directly descend into the eternal space realm in their physical bodies. King Hangkong, in order to protect Shengqian sect, you not only destroyed Longshan sect and killed Lishan Longui, but also slapped me in the face. This is declaring war on my eternal human realm. Feng Changhao's furious roar had penetrated time and space, causing the endless time and space of Hengqian realm to change color. It seemed that tens of billions of eternal human armies were ready to go, ready to break through and rush over at any time to destroy Hengqian realm and kill all of Shengqian sect. The endless and terrifying evil spirit caused the sky to turn upside down. The sky was as dark as the abyss, and it seemed that doomsday would come at any time. Taoist Master Tianyin and King Chu Tian stood side by side at the top of the sky, their hair fluttering in the wind, staring coldly at the other end of the boundary, without retreating a single step. Chapter 186 Why Fear a Battle. Now, among the many strongest people in Hengqian continent, some had pale faces, some were trembling slightly, and some were full of fighting spirit with various expressions. The projections of the human kings from the other 7 realms had been shrouded in divine light, and their complete faces could not be seen. They stared at the eternal royal court on the other side. This old dog, does he want to start a war? Chu Tianyin was covered in blood, his eyes full of murderous intent. He was severely injured by Li Tianlongui and still had injuries on his body, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he grinned and sneered, I have long wanted to destroy these sons of bitches in the eternal human realm. Uncle San, Feng Changhao doesn't have this prestige yet. Chu Dian's face was calm. Even when facing this world-destroying scene, he was not moved at all. He was familiar with the original plot and understood that the forces within the eternal human realm were even more complicated than those within the Hengqian realm. Where did the information in the black jade slip given by Ren Yushuan come from? Because the Heart Demon clan's inheritance in the eternal human realm is in an ancient demon clan holy land on the other side. Its status is so high that it is almost comparable to that of the Sihang holy sect in the Hengqian realm. Its inheritance is extremely ancient and can almost be traced back to the mythological era, when the human race split and it has gained a foothold in the eternal human realm. Therefore, the holy land of the Heart Demon is in the eternal human realm, and as long as they are willing, they can learn almost all the secrets. And inside the eternal human realm, there is not only the holy land of the heart demon, but also the ancient dragon court, the supreme demon clan, the supreme Taoist ancestor, and even the inheritances left behind by various powerful clans from all realms. You can imagine how complicated its interior is. In the original plot, the eternal human realm is almost the realm with the most complex internal composition and the deepest involvement of extraterritorial forces among the 9 realms of the human race. This is also the reason why in the original plot, Chu Tian fell into depravity and was hunted down by the Yi family, and why Ren Yuxin dared to lead the powerful men of the demon sect to ambush and kill him. However, the Hengtian realm is almost the purest among the 9 realms. The forces inherited from the alien races have been almost completely wiped out by generations of the strongest human beings such as Emperor Hengtian. The only remaining dragon god sect cannot even make it into the top 10 sects of the Hengtian continent. Chu Tian even vaguely felt that this was the reason why the Chu family's ancestor dared to capture the dragon bloodline and start dissecting it from the very beginning, while successive human kings chose to turn a blind eye. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable in other major human realms, but in the Hengtian realm, as long as you can continue to become stronger and not be affected by external forces, this is not a problem. This is also one of the reasons why Hengtian realm has always been at the bottom of the 9 realms of the human race. Emperor Hengtian almost unified the 9 realms of the human race. It was not just as simple as unifying the human race, but he also wanted to eliminate all the influences exerted by foreign races on the human race and the inheritance left behind. Therefore, the other 8 realms have been trying their best to suppress the Hengtian realm, and even overtly or covertly seek the support of various extraterritorial super tribes, and even mythical tribes such as the Dragon Clan. The internal forces are complex and numerous, which is the advantage of the eternal human realm, allowing them to always rank among the top of the 9 realms of the human race. However, the conflicts between the various races have also extended to the inherited forces left by each of them. The fighting within the eternal human realm is far more intense than that within the Hengtian human realm. In the original plot, the protagonist Yi Fan entered the eternal human realm, got involved in the battle between King Jiyu Dragon Court and the Heart Demon Holy Land, and was almost killed by Ren Yuxuan. The eternal royal court is only the nominal ruler of the eternal realm elected by various forces, representing the eternal human race to the outside world, but its actual influence is far inferior to that of the eternal human king. Feng Changhao wanted to pull together all the forces in the eternal human realm to declare war on the Hengkong human realm across the border. That was completely overthinking. The Holy Land of the Heart Demon, or Ren Yuxuan, will be the first one to not agree. Chu Tian's eye of heaven could see that in the eternal royal court, it seemed that many powerful people took action, but most of them were unmoved and expressionless. The leader among them was an old man wearing a black magic robe. It was obvious that he was the Holy Lord of the Heart Demon Holy Land. Human King, please open the gate and prepare for battle. Chu Tian clasped his fists and bowed slightly to the gloomy Hengkong human king who had just finished reading the Black Jade Slip. He said, the entire Shangxian sect is willing to lead the charge and fight for the Hengtian realm. We will fight against the eternal human realm and destroy the Kangoo Dragon Court. Please ask the human king to issue an order and immediately dispatch the Hengtian guards to annihilate Hell Valley and kill all forces that are assisting Hell Valley in transferring the Hengtian palace. Please give the order, King of Humanity. After seeing Chu Tian's actions, Chu Tianyan did not hesitate, unconditionally believed in his nephew, and immediately bowed and clasped his fists. Please give the order, King of Humans. Blood-red lightning flashed between Chu Tianxing's eyebrows and he immediately bowed. In the sky, King Chu Tian's expression was icy as he stared at the eternal royal court. He slowly spoke, Holy Heaven sect, why fear a battle? Daoist Tianyan glanced at the Holy Emperor Peak. At this time, standing at the door of the main hall was a beautiful woman with a cold expression and a chill all over her body. She was his disciple, Holy Girl Hylian. Saint Hylian lightly touched her brow, and a pair of purple vertical eyes opened, filled with purple light. It was obvious that she had successfully comprehended the Eye of Heaven. I owe this kid another big favor. Tianyan Daozen sighed lightly and shook his head. He was very knowledgeable. Only 10 days had passed and the disciple had comprehended the Eye of Heaven and directly reached the intermediate level. It was obvious that Chu Tian had helped a lot. Not only did he not make things difficult for him, but he also took the initiative to help without any reservations. And the Eye of Heaven has recognized Chu Tian as its master. He could have kept this top-level magical power back and not passed it on to his rival, Saint Hylian, and no one could have said anything. My Sehang Holy Sect has followed the great Emperor Hengtian in conquering all realms. We have never been afraid of a battle. Taoist Master Tianyan's eyes were indifferent. Human King, since the eternal human king wants to fight, then we have nothing to fear. The Kangoo Dragon Court openly sent the Emperor to infiltrate our Hengtian realm and interfere in the affairs of the Dragon God sect. This has violated the bottom line of our Hengtian realm's taboos and must be destroyed. Hengtian Palace is the most precious treasure of our Hengtian realm. It must not be lost. Hell Valley should be destroyed even more. As King Chu Tian and Taoist Tianyan spoke, immediately, Emperor Lingfeng, Sect Master Givong, and other powerful people began to bow and ask for battle. Even if they are a million times reluctant and don't want to start a war. But the strongest sect in the oldest Holy Land have expressed their opinions, and they have no choice but to follow suit. In an instant, the pupils of the other 7 human kings shrank violently, and they were horrified. They never thought that under such blatant pressure from the Dragon Clan and the internal and external troubles of the Shangxian sect, the Hengtian realm could actually stabilize the situation. What the hell is this? They simply couldn't understand it. Chapter 187 What do you want to do? Return my seal to the king. My fellow human kings, do you want to help the eternal human king to the end and go to war with my Hengtian human race? At this time, the human king Hengkong slowly raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, his voice was hoarse, and he stared at the soul projections of the 7 human kings, his eyes full of murderous intent. With the support of many powerful people in the world, this king has no reason to fear a battle. Only dying on the battlefield. It was visibly that the expressions of the 7 human kings grew solemn. They were only trying to give the Dragon Clan some face and were going along with the situation, but they did not want to do anything crazy like that. They immediately spoke up, saying that this was an act of the eternal human king acting on his own initiative and had nothing to do with their respective realms. They also spoke up one after another, saying that the 9 realms of the human race were one race and that if there were any problems, they could be discussed and there was no need to make things so serious. They were willing to act as intermediaries to mediate peace between the eternal realm and the Hengtian realm. Silently, they transformed from being biased towards the eternal human realm, representing the inheritance of the 8 major dragon clans, to being middlemen. The root of all this comes from the fact that everyone in Hengtian realm is not afraid of a fight. Feng Changhao, I am from the Hengtian realm, why should I fear a battle? In the battle between the 9 realms geniuses, our Hengtian realm is not afraid. Even if an entire realm must mobilize its might to fight, our Hengtian realm will fight to the bitter end. The human king Hengkong spoke in a low voice, carrying endless murderous aura. He lifted up the sky with his big hands, and the human king seal on his waist rose into the sky, directly colliding with the eternal human king seal. Boom! The 2 human king seals represent the origin of the 2 worlds. As they collided violently, one seemed to be able to see 2 vast and boundless world continents colliding with each other in the void starry sky. In an instant, the endless void shattered, and a space-time crack spanning millions of miles appeared where the 2 continents touched, like a huge abyss. And at this moment, this crack in the space-time boundary appeared above the sky of Hengtian realm, spanning tens of millions of miles. Standing on this side is like standing on one side of an abyss. Looking up, you can see the other side. This is the gate to the realm. Before, the cooperation of the 8 human king seals was needed to forcibly tear open a realm teleportation and relocation door. At this moment, when the human king Hankong took the human king seal on his own initiative, a magnificent realm door was directly opened. The gate to the realm. A human king croaked. Has human king Hankong gone mad? Once this kind of gate is opened, even without the power to maintain it, it will take at least 10,000 years to slowly close. Once the two realms are connected, there will be endless fighting. Another human king spoke in a low voice. Ever since the ancient war, the gates to the 9 realms haven't been opened for tens of millions of years. Is Hank Kenji trying to tell us through this behavior that they're fearless even if the dragon clan puts pressure on them? Even though we've always been at the bottom of the 9 realms competition, they've never been afraid of us within their realm. Crazy people. The Hangtian realm is full of crazy people. It has been the same forever. A human king cursed. To fight the eternal king court to death over such a trivial matter, what else can one do but be a lunatic? Congratulations to the host. You have exterminated the dragon god sect, reversed the plot, and changed the fate of the holy heaven sect. The gate to the realm is wide open. You are rewarded with 500,000 destiny points and a treasured realm bead. You can travel freely through all realms. Your power is not bound by the original power of the realm. Under certain circumstances, you can devour the original power of the realm. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded directly in Chu Dian's ears. 500,000 destiny points, realm beads. Chu Dian's heart was slightly shaken. He didn't expect that the system would give him such a huge reward and a treasure directly. There are countless realms, races, and domains in the universe, and some small realms have just been born, so they will naturally block the outside world. Even if they are discovered, even if the emperor forcibly enters, he will be suppressed by the original power of the realm, and his strength will be suppressed to less than half. Some newly born realms can even directly suppress the power of the intruder to the point of no return. This is also the reason why strong people from the outside world rarely break into the other world directly. Li Tianlongcui can exert his full strength because of the power exerted by the 8 great king seals. If Chu Dian's power was strong enough, this realm bead would be an unparalleled artifact that could destroy the world and seize the original power. Not only can it exert its full strength, but under certain conditions, it can also directly absorb the original power. What a concept. At this time, Chu Dian discovered that a golden bead the size of a baby's fist appeared in his mind. It was covered with mysterious and complex patterns and was rotating slightly on its own. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Chu Dian saw that invisible and colorless forces were absorbed by the boundary beads from the cracks in the boundary and merged into the chaotic spirit beads he condensed. This is. Chu Dian's pupil suddenly shrank sharply. Looking at the crack in the realm, he immediately realized that these invisible and colorless forces were probably the original power of the eternal human world. The gate between the two realms opened wide, directly triggering the conditions for the realm bead to devour the original power of one realm. Boom. Suddenly, Chu Dian's consciousness was suddenly pulled into the chaos spirit pearl. It was a boundless chaos. But suddenly, there was a loud thunder. In the chaos, the clear air rose and the turbid air sank. The original power evolved, the 5 elements were mutually generated and restrained, and a small secret space appeared in his chaos spirit pearl. Opening up a world inside the body. Chu Dian's heart was shaken violently. This was simply the magical power of the creator. At least in the original plot, he didn't know who could do it. At least as far as he knew, Jian Kongzu, who was ranked 23rd on the heavenly ranking, couldn't do it, and neither could his father, King Chu Tianwang. As for whether the holy ancestor Duanmu, the dragon emperor of heaven's fate, could achieve such a myth, he didn't know for the time being. The seemingly independent small spaces such as the holy heaven lake and the rising sun secret realm do not actually belong to the category of independent small worlds. Instead, they are forcibly opened up with the help of treasures and actually rely on the existence of the main world. And now, Chu Tiansai has reached the realm of spiritual cultivation, or should it be the realm of fusion? Just absorb the original power of the eternal human world and open up an independent small world in the chaotic spirit bead that condenses the essence. Buzz. At this moment, Chu Dian's heart moved slightly, and he felt a faint call. In the small world, a large black seal suddenly appeared, standing in the center of the world and rotating slightly. The seal exudes a great and vast royal aura. Faintly, one can see an ancient human character engraved on it, King. The human king seal of the eternal human realm. Chu Dian's heart was shaken even more violently. His consciousness immediately separated from the chaos spirit pearl, and he looked up at the sky. He suddenly discovered that the eternal human king seal, which had just collided with the human king seal of Hankong human king, had disappeared. King Hankong, what do you want to do? Give me back the human king seal. The eternal human king's extremely furious voice exploded directly from the other side of the realm crack. Faintly, Chu Dian could sense a suffocating fear in his voice, as if he had lost something extremely important. Chapter 188 The Crazy Eternal King. Hankong, where did you take my human king seal? In the cracks of the realm, a terrifying aura surged and the void was directly torn apart. This time, without the restrictions of the realm, the scene in the eternal royal court was clearly displayed in front of the holy heaven sect. The eternal king's face turned ashen as he stood before the throne with a look of hysteria. One could even faintly see a hint of deep fear in his eyes. The human king Hankong opened the gate and connected the two worlds, which was completely beyond his expectations. He did not expect that even with the supreme power of the dragon clan and the inheritance of the 8 dragon clans, and the rebellion of hell that he instigated, he could not cause internal strife within the Hangtian realm. His original plan was to completely isolate the Shengxian sect within the Hangtian realm. Unexpectedly, the strong support of Tianyan Daozen and Hankong Ringwang directly reversed the situation. Now they have even opened the gate to connect the two worlds, and are ready to fight in full force and start a war between the two worlds. But all these combined are far less terrifying than the sudden disappearance of the human king seal. He actually lost the sense of the imperial soul imprint left in the eternal human king seal. His vast spiritual consciousness swept the realm, but in a radius of millions of miles, he could not find any trace of the human king seal, as if it had simply evaporated from the face of the earth. At that moment, the fear and suffocation of losing the human king seal made the eternal human king's scalp almost explode and his hair stood on end. The seal of the human king is a symbol of his status and position. It is a treasure of the human race passed down from the mythological era. It can communicate with the original power of the eternal human world and control the door to the realm. The eternal human realm is in chaos. There are various inherited sects supported by powerful ethnic groups from outside the domain. The Feng family can sit firmly on the throne and gain the recognition of the complex internal forces, allowing him to become the human king. In addition to the strength of the Feng family, it is also because he has the human king seal that can communicate with the origin of a world. The human king seal is not only a symbol of status, but also the Feng family's most precious treasure, and even the treasure of the entire eternal human race. If I lose it from him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Boom! The eternal human king took a step forward, directly crossing the realm rift, and his physical body descended above the holy heaven sect. His vast power swept across the sky, and endless cold murderous aura penetrated the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden flames burned all over his body. It was the power of the emperor's soul boiling. He began to sense the location of the eternal human king seal like crazy. Hankong, you should understand the importance of the human king seal to my Feng family and the entire eternal human race. How dare you set your sights on the human king seal? Do you really want to start a life and death battle with my eternal realm? The eternal king roared hysterically, and the terrifying power of his imperial soul swept through every corner of the sky and the earth. At this time, in the Eternal Royal Court, the strongest beings in the Eternal Realm also began to speak out and issue angry threats. Powerful men of the Hangtian realm, you actually stole the Human King seal of my Yongdang realm. Hand it over immediately, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences. The Eternal Human King seal is the most precious treasure of my eternal human race. You, the Hang family, don't have the blood of the Feng family. There's no point in seizing it by force. It will only bring you trouble. The 9 realms are all human. Do you really want to go so far as to trample on the bottom line of our eternal human realm? Do you really think that our eternal human race will not join forces to destroy your Hangtian realm? One after another, cold and deep voices shook the sky, filled with intense anger. At this moment, the blue dragon that was hovering in the endless void let out a deep dragon roar. Eternal Sky Human King, Heavenly King Emperor, Heavenly Fate Taoist Master, you have gone too far. Not only did he kill the head of the Kangoo Dragon Court Battle Hall, destroy the Dragon God sect, and trample on the dignity of my great dragon clan, but now he is even more audacious and has stolen the Human King seal. I, the ancient Dragon Emperor of the Kangoo Dragon Court, am here today to express my stance to all the human kings and the strongest beings in the 9 realms. If Hangtian Realm does not hand over the Eternal Human King seal, my Kangoo Dragon Court will support the Royal Court in declaring war on Hangtian Realm at all costs. We will fight to the death until we get back the eternal human race's most precious treasure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vast dragon power disrupted the universe, and coupled with the burning imperial soul fire of the eternal human king, it seemed as if it was going to destroy this world. Kangjiu Dragon Court is an ancient holy place ranked among the top 3 in the eternal human world. It is extremely powerful, has an ancient heritage and a profound foundation. If the first seat of the battle hall, sky-splitting dragon leader, is only almost comparable to the combat power of the emperor on the heavenly ranking, then the lord of the dragon court, the ancient dragon emperor, can at least step into the threshold of the heavenly ranking or even become a stronger supreme emperor. There was a suffocating atmosphere between heaven and earth, and the situation was tense, as if a rare world war in tens of millions of years would break out at any time. The eyes of many human kings were filled with horror. When they saw the eternal human king's mad look, they were shocked and hurriedly summoned back their respective human king seals. They were all confused. The Human King seal is the most precious treasure of the human race. It is connected to the origin of all realms and can control the power of heaven and earth. After being refined, it should be impossible to lose it. Even if they drift into the endless void, they can be recalled instantly as long as they think about it. For millions of years, the Human King seal has never disappeared out of thin air. The seal of the eternal human king has really disappeared. A human king's voice was hoarse and low, with an endless sense of horror. We were clearly watching it the entire time. It clearly collided with the Hangtian Human King seal, opening the gate to the realm, and then stood tall in the sky. But suddenly, it disappeared inexplicably. It really is like seeing a ghost. The gate to the realm has been opened many times in the past tens of millions of years, but nothing like this has ever happened. The human kings spoke in low voices, their voices were shocking and terrifying, and they were even trembling. This is simply incredible. Even a legend like the Destiny Dragon Emperor would not be able to quietly take away the Human King seal. The treasure that connects to the origin of the world has been refined by them and has left the imprint of the Emperor's soul right under their noses. What the hell? It really is what the hell. It's so weird. Hangkong Human King, is it really the work of the strong men from your Hangtian realm? If so, please take it out as soon as possible. The Human King seal is the treasure of the origin of the realm. You are not the blood of the Feng family, and you are not even the eternal human race. Unless you can really destroy the eternal human race and swallow up the origin of the realm, you will not be able to activate it. Someone spoke up to dissuade Hangkong Human King. Although he was a little bit unbelievable, he also began to suspect that it was the work of the Hangtian realm. After all, it was too much of a coincidence. It really is the seal of the eternal human king. Chu Tian muttered to himself, his heart was shocked, and he integrated his will into the small space of the Chaos Spirit Pearl. He suddenly saw the black seal floating in the sky, emitting an ancient and great aura. The Human King seal, the most precious treasure of the human race, is a treasure that has been passed down from the mythological era. It is said that if there were no 9 Human King seals, the human race would probably have been extinct during the period of division. Chapter 189 The Crazy and Powerful King Chu. Could it be that because the realm pearl devoured the origin power and directly opened up a space in my mind created by the origin power, it made the Human King seal think that I am the most suitable owner for it? I'm afraid that's the case. This is the only explanation. The 9 great Human King seals suppress the 9 realms of humanity and connect the 9 realms' original powers. Even the human kings of each realm can only barely communicate with the original powers of each realm through the Human King seals. But now, I am directly using the original power to open up a space within my body. This is 10,000 times more righteous than the Human King bloodline of the Feng family. Chu Tian was a little shocked, and suddenly found that as the Human King seal entered his mind, the original power drawn by the realm pearl suddenly accelerated and continued to merge into the space. His current realm is far from being able to touch the realm of the original power, but under Chu Tian's powerful spiritual perception, he can feel that a mysterious and great power is quietly and comprehensively cleansing his spirit and enriching his foundation. Moreover, he was already extremely powerful at this time, with a physical strength of 50 million kilograms. Without absorbing any external power, he began to improve silently. 50,500,000 caddies, 51 million caddies, 52 million caddies. You know, most of the original power drawn by the boundary bead has entered the space of the Chaos Spirit bead. These are probably less than 1/10,000, or even 100,000 of the original power drawn. But even so, Chu Tian's abnormally powerful Chaos Demon body began to improve again. Buzz. It was at this moment that Chu Tian felt that his spiritual realm was constantly improving under the cleansing of the dissipated original power. It was likely that it would not take long before he could reach the 10th level of spiritual refinement. There were even secret treasures that were broken into one by one at a moderate speed. My understanding of various top-level magical powers seems to be constantly deepening, and the 10,000 Dao Cauldron has become more complete. Chu Tian was extremely shocked by the miraculous performance of the original power. These strands of the original power that were dissipating could bring him such great benefits without making a sound. This simply means that even if he does nothing now, his strength will continue to increase dramatically by relying on the boundary bead to absorb the original power. The power of origin, the heavens and the worlds, the vast starry sky, the most supreme energy, gave birth to the myriad worlds, gave birth to all things, gave birth to countless ethnic groups and spirits. Chu Tian even felt that the improvement in realm brought about was probably only what he could perceive now. It is very likely that there are many functions that he cannot perceive, such as deepening his foundation, improving his understanding and potential, etc. Because his current realm is too low, he has not yet reached the realm where he can touch the power of origin, but by chance, he has opened up an original world in his body. This is simply the energy that belongs to the Creator, the God of creation. I am afraid that he will have to reach a certain realm before he can truly discover the effectiveness and great power of this small world. Because the original small world is in the Chaos Spirit Pearl, in his mind, he can even vaguely feel that this original small world seems to contain something earth-shattering. Chu Tian tried to use his mind to explore this small world, but all he saw was a chaotic fog. Boom! But at this moment, Chu Tian suddenly felt a terrifying murderous intent erupt, accompanied by a terrible collision. His consciousness immediately left his mind and looked into the crack in the boundary of the void. His pupils suddenly shrank slightly. I saw that my father, King Chu Dian, had actually rushed into the eternal royal court with murderous intent. A vast silver dragon with 12 claws was circling behind him, making a shocking dragon roar and punching the ancient dragon emperor. I will use your life to pay tribute to Tuolao. King Chu Dian's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his voice was low and hoarse, containing a sense of hysteria, like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long. The intense anger had been suppressed in his heart, and at this moment he took the ancient dragon emperor as the object of venting his anger. Want to start a war? My Shengxian sect will accompany you to the end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, top-level dragon-shaped magical powers appeared, and there were hundreds of powerful dragons that appeared around King Chu Dian, winding and circling, tearing the void, and suppressing the ancient dragon emperor. King Chu Dian was so powerful that it was terrifying. He used his dragon-shaped magical power, and the aftermath penetrated the endless void, causing the entire eternal royal court to tremble and causing palaces to collapse. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he made the ancient dragon emperor roar continuously. His dragon scales were shattered, and the black dragon body that was as winding as a mountain range kept breaking into pieces, and dragon blood splattered. King Chu, you are too arrogant. You actually dared to kill your way into the royal court of the eternal human realm. Everyone, why don't you take action? The Hengtian realm's series of actions, including the theft of the human king seal, were a violation of the dignity of our eternal human realm. One could faintly hear a suffocating tremor in the ancient dragon emperor's voice, as if there was a hint of fear, as if the strength displayed by King Chu Dian made him terrified. Has King Chu Dian gone mad? Someone asked in a horrified voice. He actually charged directly into the eternal king's court. Is he seeking death? This guy's strength is so abnormally strong that even if the eternal king court wants to kill him, it will probably have to pay a huge price. No wonder the Shengxian sect dared to kill the dragon clan's envoy. I heard that King Chu Dian's wife is even more powerful than him. The Nine Realms competition is about to begin. Are the Hengtian realm and the eternal realm really going to start a war? I don't think so. There's no deep blood feud between the two realms. To start a war between the two realms just for a dragon envoy, only the sects and forces in both realms must be crazy. The eternal human king is so helpful to the dragon clan's inheritance because he has a great feud with the Holy Heaven sect. Unless the Hengtian realm really attacks the eternal king's court, the realm war will not begin. The forces within the eternal realm are too complex. Not to mention the other forces, the Heart Demon Holy Land, which ranks first among individual forces, has always been at odds with the Kangjiu Dragon Court. They have fought countless battles with each other. How could they possibly help them in a war with the Shengtian sect? If we start a war within the human race just for the death of the dragon, our race will become the laughingstock of all realms. It seems that Hengtian realm is going to die to protect Shengxian sect. We have done what we should do and tried our best. Chapter 190. You're bullying me too much. The human kings discussed privately and discussed various possibilities. Even though the Nine Realms were constantly fighting openly and secretly, and killing each other was the norm, no one wanted to see a realm war break out, and moreover, it was all for a dragon envoy. Moreover, the war between the two realms may even affect the convening of the Nine Realms competition, affect their interests, and may even drag them into the battle. Second uncle, third uncle, notify the three major families, the elders, council, and the sect's top leaders to speed up the mobilization of the sect and prepare for war. Chu Dian's eyes were calm, and he turned to Chu Tianyan and Chu Tianqing and said, the eternal human race wants to fight, and has bullied my Hengtian human race. They even created the story of the human king seal being lost, and want to continue to smear my Hengtian human race. Then, as the Hengtian realm, my Shengxian sect has no choice but to do its duty. In that case, let's fight. Chu Dian's voice was calm and indifferent, resounding across the sky and echoing throughout the Shengxian sect. Within the Shengxian sect, many supreme elders, the council of elders, sect leaders, and even the three top families began to emit a terrifying aura. Buzz. Chu Tianyan, covered in blood, brandished his sword and grinned. Then today, let's kill to our heart's content. It's not enough to just destroy the dragon god sect. Blood-red lightning flashed between Chu Tianqing's brows, and his voice was cold and full of majesty. Everyone in the Shengxian sect, listen up. The sect master, Pan Zong, has been killed by the heavenly king emperor. According to the order of succession in the sect, until the new sect master takes office, the deputy sect master will act as the sect master. I am the acting deputy sect leader appointed by the heavenly king emperor himself, and I am now acting on behalf of the sect leader. The eternal royal court, the ancient dragon court, have slandered and insulted our Hengtian race and our Shengxian sect. Since that's the case, our Shengxian sect has no reason to fear a battle. I declare that the entire sect is preparing for war. I have issued a general mobilization order. All 108 counties and 58,460 major cities of the Holy Heaven sector to prepare for war. The most powerful of the Holy Heaven sect are ready to go with me to the eternal king's court to welcome the return of the heavenly king emperor. The Holy Heaven sect's ancestral precepts state that the sect will never give up on a powerful individual. As soon as Chu Tianqing finished speaking, a breath of fear began to fill the sky, and fighting spirit and murderous aura were rampant. In the depths of the Shengxian sect, an ancient aura began to revive. The sect's general mobilization order means a life and death battle in which all the sect's strength will be mobilized. This has only happened a few times in the history of the Shengxian sect. Even the Dragon Slayer sect only dispatched the war affairs hall and a part of the Chu family and the sect's resources. Hengtian people, you are going too far. The eternal human king roared angrily, with the fire of the emperor's soul burning all over his body. He had been searching for the human king seal for such a long time but could not find any trace of it. He never expected that before he could get angry, King Chu Dian would directly charge into the royal court and kill the ancient dragon emperor. The Shengxian sect also began a general mobilization. Even that little brat showed up again and said that he had deliberately lost the human king seal in order to throw dirty water on the Hengtian human race. Damn it, you little beast. Who do you think I am? A dog of the dragon clan. The eternal human king was furious, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, my eternal royal court and the dragon clan are allies. We are helping the 8 great inheritances of the dragon clan. How could we possibly joke about the human king seal, our clan's most precious treasure? But at this moment, among the strongest people in Hengtian realm, low, cold, and murderous voices began to sound. Human king, Sky Star Emperor, our divine wind valley is ready and can deploy at any time. Spirit Wind Emperor's voice was cold. It is well known that the human king seal is connected to the original power of a realm. It is impossible to lose it out of thin air. Even you, the eternal human king, took the initiative to tear up the 9 realms agreement and come to my Hengtian realm to cause trouble. Yet you still accuse us, the strongest members of the Hengtian human race, of plotting to steal your human king seal. This is extremely deceiving. Do you really think that we, the Hengtian realm, can allow you to bully us? Then let's fight. The Weapon King sect master also shouted angrily, that's right, unscrupulous and lawless. This guy really thinks he can cover the sky with one hand and treat everyone as fools. He attacked the eternal ancestral court and wiped out the Feng family. Let's see if this so-called human king family is really invincible. Yeah, damn it, fuck him. I've been enduring this for a long time. In the 9 realms competition, the younger generation couldn't defeat them, but his old guys were never afraid of the eternal human race. The strongest people in Hengtian realm also began to. My Hengtian ancestral court has been silent for too long, causing many people to forget that since the mythological era, my Hengtian realm has never been afraid of anyone, let alone interfering in the internal affairs of my Hengtian realm. There were traces of bloodshot in the old eyes of the Hengkong human king. He stretched out his big hand, covering the sky and the sun, and directly covered the Eternal Human King underneath. I'm not interested in the Eternal Human King seal, and I don't want to know where it is. Feng Changhao, I don't need the Human King seal to kill you. You yourself sent the Human King seal into my Hengtian realm, meddled in my affairs, colluded with Hell Valley, planted spies in my Hengtian ancestral court, and stole a Hengtian palace left by our ancestor. You were completely ignorant of your own life and death. The voice of the Human King Hengkong was like thunder from heaven. Now, you have made the Human King seal disappear on your own. What kind of tricks are you trying to put on me? Do you think I'm an idiot who knows nothing? Feng Changhao, you are an idiot and a fool. You are a shameless dog of the Dragon Clan, a scum who only knows how to wag your tail and beg for mercy from other races. You are a disgrace to the human race. The king of Hengkong's huge hand covered the sky and sun, crushing the sky and covering Feng Changhao. At the same time, he issued an order. Everyone in the Hengtian realm obeys my order. Since the Yangyang realm wants to fight, then the Hengtian human race has never been afraid of anyone. War. Taoist Master Tianyan, you must immediately take my Human King order and let a 10,000-man Hengtian guard of the ancestral court to the starry sky and destroy Hell Valley. The accompanying protection of the powerful Kangoo Dragon Court, as well as any forces from the eternal human realm, must all be destroyed by me. No matter the cost, you must reclaim Hengtian Palace. There was an endless amount of cold murderous intent in the voice of King Hengkong. Your honorable order. Taoist Tianyan glanced at Feng Changhao coldly and said indifferently, Feng Changhao, if you want to be a dog for the alien race, this is not the way to do it. You really make me feel pity. You really think your Feng family is invincible. You have joined forces with the 8 dragon clans to inherit the throne. You made up an incident where a Human King seal was lost, and you can bully our Hengtian realm at will. Act recklessly. Buzz. After the words fell, Tianyan Daozen disappeared instantly, and a cold voice resounded, saying Holy Sect has made all preparations for the war. You. Feng Changhao's face turned ashen, his blood boiling. He felt extremely aggrieved and angry. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hengtian realm, you have bullied me too much. Chapter 191. He can't figure it out. You have insulted and slandered me so much. Do you really think that my eternal human race wouldn't dare to engage in a life and death battle with your Hengtian human race? Feng Changhao's eyes were full of bloodshot. Facing the many powerful people in Hengtian realm, their attitude was like an adult scolding a child, and the loss of the Human King seal made him almost collapse. He can't figure it out. It was obvious that he had gained the support of the Dragon Emperor of Destiny and the recognition of the human race, and his prestige and strength had increased unprecedentedly. This time was even more unprecedented. He directly won over the Human Kings of the other 7 realms to suppress the Hengtian realm together. How come the situation has been reversed without us noticing? It was obviously he who should have suppressed the Hengtian realm and made it difficult for them to breathe, but it became him who was left with difficulty. Everyone, why haven't you come yet? The Eternal Human King roared, turning around to look at the Eternal Royal Court. Most of those powerful people were watching indifferently. Except for the beginning when they seemed to take action for him and bombarded the boundary barrier, they now seem to be blind. Now that the boundary barrier is gone, they don't come anymore and just express their support with their mouths. At this moment, the Hard Demon Saint Lord, standing at the forefront of the many powerful beings in the Eternal King's court, suddenly raised his head, his dark red eyes flashing with brilliance, and said, Human King, the situation has developed to this point. I would like to ask you a question. Is that okay? Saint Lord Hard Demon, your Hard Demon Holy Land is one of the most powerful sects in our eternal human realm. If you have any questions, please allow me to answer them one by one. Feng Changhao's blood rushed backwards, and he almost vomited blood again, but he had to suppress his anger and said hoarsely, Now, please come and join me in retrieving the Human King seal. Otherwise, the interests of my eternal human realm will suffer unprecedented damage, and it will not benefit your Hard Demon Holy Land at all. Human King, it's not that our Hard Demon Holy Land is unwilling to contribute to the greater world, but we just don't want to send the powerful and disciples in the sect to die in such an unclear way. The Hard Demon Saint Lord's dark red eyes glanced at Chu Dian vaguely, as if he didn't understand what the Eternal Human King meant. He said coldly, My eternal human realm is an ancient clan ranked 92nd among all the realms, and even broke into the top 80. Even if we are not as powerful as the mythical Dragon Clan, when did we become the pawns of the Dragon Clan? For the life and death of a mere Dragon Clan envoy and a Dragon Clan's affiliated inheritance sect from the outside world, we would not hesitate to defend a fellow human realm and even risk a life and death battle. The Human King even threatened to lose the Human King seal to force our sect to cross the realm and fight a bloody battle with the Hengtian realm. The Human King's behavior is truly baffling to the Saint Lord, and I'm afraid this is a common question shared by all the powerful beings in this realm. At this time, with the Hard Demon Saint Lord leading the charge, a middle-aged, fat man in a grey robe stepped forward and frowned, saying, Human King, the Hard Demon Saint Lord's words also reflect my own doubts. What benefits did the Dragon Clan offer you that would allow you to sacrifice the interests of our eternal human realm at such a high cost? That's right. If the 8 dragon lineages including King Ji Longting joined forces and spared no expense, we could understand. But they only asked the Human Kings of their respective realms to put pressure on them. Why did you, Human King, show up alone? You spared no expense and even hid the Human King seal, the clan's most precious treasure. A tall, thin middle-aged man frowned and asked, What exactly do you want, Human King? As the Human King of the royal court, you, the representative sent by the Feng family this generation, should prioritize the interests of the entire world. But now, you are risking the interests of the eternal human race to fight for the Dragon Clan. Following the lead of the Hard Demon Saint Lord in speaking, many powerful people could no longer hold back and began to speak out. Everyone is not a child anymore. They all represent the interests of an ancient sect or a big family. The eternal Human King is the one they put forward to represent the interests and majesty of the world, but now they act like children playing house. It was only because the Feng family had been kings for generations and had great majesty that they had suppressed the thoughts in their hearts before. But now, with the Hard Demon Saint Lord taking the lead, many powerful people could no longer bear it. The kings of the other 7 realms only agreed to come forward to give the Dragon Clan some face and make a gesture. But for the sake of King Jiyu Dragon Court, you promised the Dragon Clan that you would cross the realm and fight to the death with Hengtian realm. What are you trying to achieve? Even if you have benefits, why should everyone help you cross the border and fight for the sake of the Dragon Clan? You guys. Feng Changhao couldn't bear it any longer and spat out another mouthful of blood, trying hard to suppress the raging anger in his heart. He understood that the Hard Demon Holy Land and the King Jiyu Dragon Court had always been at odds and had fought many times. But he never expected that the Hard Demon Holy Land would be so disregardful of the overall situation and publicly disrespect him, making him lose face and embarrass himself. He didn't want it to turn out like this. Everything was according to his plan. As long as the Dragon God sect successfully escaped to the Eternal Realm, and as long as the Hell Valley successfully contributed the Hengtian Palace to the Eternal Royal Court, he would have made an unprecedented contribution. But who knew that the development of the situation was completely beyond his expectations? Facing the questions from many powerful people, Feng Changhao breathed heavily, but he had to respond, roaring. I have inherited many dragon traditions. I am here to save the Dragon God sect, following the promise of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Why haven't you shown up yet? Fentian Dragon Palace, Zonding Long Yuan, why haven't you appeared yet? We clearly agreed to suppress Hengtian realm together. Do you want me to face all this alone? But his roar echoed, but there was no response for a long time, which made him feel disheartened. What's going on? Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he looked at the many human kings, his voice low and hoarse. Fellow human kings, why haven't the many powerful people from the Dragon Clan's inherited sex shown up? Please help me contact them. The Dragon Clan and our Eternal Human Realm are allies. This time, we will send the strongest true dragon to help our Eternal Human Realm participate in the Nine Realms competition. That is why I am doing my utmost to help the Dragon Clan save the Dragon God sect. Please ask them to show themselves and bear witness for this king. And Feng Changhao roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes sweeping over the many powerful beings headed by the Heart Demon Saint Lord. The Human King seal is truly gone. I am not a dog of the Dragon Clan, but an ally. This time, the Dragon Clan will help my Eternal Human Realm to win first place in the Nine Realms competition. This will bring incredible benefits to the entire Eternal Human race. Everyone, please believe me. I am willing to guarantee with my integrity that if even one word is false, heaven will immediately bring down divine punishment and destroy me, both physically and spiritually. But after he finished speaking, the place was still silent. He seemed to have become a big joke. The Eternal Human King was cold and stiff all over. He stared blankly at the many human kings, and then turned to look at the Heart Demon Saint Lord and others in the royal court. At this time, no one was willing to help him or believe him. Chapter 192, didn't they say they were going to go to war? Where are the people? He, Feng Changhao, even now, you still don't admit that you are a huge joke. To be a dog for the Dragon Clan to this extent, you're the only one among the human race in ancient and modern times. Chu Tian let out a light laugh, his calm eyes swept across the sky, his eye of heaven swept across the realm, and he stared at the Heart Demon Saint for 3 seconds, and immediately he understood something. It seems that Ren Yuxin has already arranged everything for him as he said. The influence of Ren Yuxin, the daughter of the Demon King of the Heart Demon Clan, was somewhat beyond his expectations. She was able to make the Heart Demon Holy Land, the largest holy land in the Eternal Human Realm, betray the Eternal Human King and confront the royal court in person, making the Eternal Human King lose face. This is just like in the Hengtian realm. The king of Hengkong was surrounded by enemies, but Tianyan Daozhen, the holy lord of Seheng, took the lead in saying that the king of Hengkong was a dog of an alien race and brought a group of powerful people to question him. You have to know that the human kings of the Nine Realms all have extremely ancient heritage, great majesty, huge family power, and their own strength is also unparalleled. However, the lord of the Heart Demon still obeyed Ren Yuxuan's orders, even at the cost of offending the Eternal Human King, which was beyond Chu Tian's expectations. However, with the words of the inner demon saint, the situation was completely reversed. Chu Tian sighed slightly about this. Ren Yuxin, the daughter of the demon emperor, who had the Tianxin demon body, was simply a huge gift from God. In the original plot, why did the original owner rather die than receive this gift from God, and would rather have her entire family killed, just for Lu Yun, the so-called innate Taoist body? If he had obtained the help of Ren Yuxuan and the help of the Holy Land of Heart Demon in the Eternal Human Realm, the Eternal Human King Feng Changhao would not have been able to poison King Chu Tian in the Sin Realm. With the help of the Heart Demon sect of Hengtian Realm, how could the Chu family be wiped out? With a good hand of cards, it was impossible for the Chu family to be exterminated. However, a miracle happened. The Chu family was destroyed, and the Yi family occupied the Shengxian sect. Unbelievable. How can people be so stupid? You little beast, you keep mocking me. Do you know the hierarchy? Feng Changhao's eyes became even redder after being mocked by a child in public again. But this time, he didn't dare to be as impulsive as before. Mainly, he was a little scared. If the king of Hengtian suddenly wanted to kill him, or if he was besieged by so many powerful people in the Hengtian realm, he doubted whether the powerful people such as the Lord of the Heart Demon would take action. He had no doubt about this before, because he was the human king who represented the majesty and interests of the world. As long as his life was threatened, the strongest person of the eternal human race would definitely take action no matter what alien forces were behind it. But now, after experiencing this series of blows, he felt uncertain. I am one of the 9 human kings left over from the mythological era, a descendant of the eternal queen and the most ancient and noble bloodline of the human race. The strongest people in your Hengtian realm must bow and salute me when they see me. Why don't you, a young boy who is still wet behind the ears, have any manners? Didn't the heavenly king and emperor teach you etiquette? Feng Changhao shouted angrily and scolded Chu Tian. At this moment, in the eternal royal court, many of the strongest people of the eternal human race were so frightened that their scalps were tingling, and they strongly suspected that Feng Changhao had lost his mind. As a king, it is so disrespectful for him to be so mean to a child. Is this the human king of my eternal human race? The Heart Demon Saint Lord muttered to himself, whether intentionally or unintentionally. What on earth has this generation of the Feng family given us? The position of human king is so important. How tragic. Now, I don't know if the human king seal is really lost. If it's really lost, many powerful people were shocked and their pupils contracted violently. What if the human king seal is really lost? You know, the power of origin is the most important thing to break through to the emperor. Even after breaking through to the emperor, a large amount of the power of origin is needed to practice. The most fundamental reason why the human king is the human king and can gain the respect of all major forces is that he holds the human king seal, can communicate and absorb the original power, and reward it to the major forces. Even if the major forces do not obey orders, they will maintain their decency and provide massive resources to the royal court on time in exchange. Both sides get what they need and maintain a tacit understanding and delicate balance. No way. The human king seal is a treasure from the origin of the realm. It connects to the origin of the entire realm. How could it possibly disappear out of thin air? The tall, thin middle-aged man said with a forced smile. Saint Lord Heart Demon, your words are a bit sensational. That's right. Hengtian realm doesn't have the ability to suppress the human king seal. If it could, the human king seal of the 9 realms wouldn't have been in their control since the mythological era and never lost. Many powerful people also spoke out. Then wait until our human king finishes his act and serves the Dragon Clan wholeheartedly, then returns to confirm this. The Heart Demon Saint Lord said in a low voice, I also hope that this is just a huge joke played by the human king on us. The Heart Demon Saint Lord sighed softly, our human king is like a child who never grows up. Everyone, please go and save the ancient dragon emperor. Otherwise, he will probably be beaten to death by King Chu. After all, we are part of the eternal human race. Although we have always been considered as a lowly and inferior race, not as great as the dragon race. Feng Changhao, your words are so childish that they make me want to laugh. Chu Tian's voice was calm and indifferent. I feel distressed that the human race has a human king like you, and I feel pity for the millions of people in the eternal human race. Do you know why many human kings didn't make a sound, and why many dragon clans have only made sounds but no traces until now? Because they are first and foremost a sect of our human race, and only then are they the force that has inherited the legacy of the dragon race. It's fine that the dragon god sect and the King Gu Dragon Court can't distinguish between the important and the minor, but you, the dignified human king, can't distinguish between the deep and the shallow. It's really sigh-worthy and pitiful. Chu Tian's eyes were calm, but they were filled with a strong sense of coldness. What a pity. My parents didn't kill you back in the myriad world's ruins, but instead released you, causing the eternal human race to suffer such humiliation. Feng Changhao's eyes widened in anger. What happened in the myriad world's ruins was an eternal pain in his heart. A terrifying murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Little beast, you. Buzz. But in an instant, an even more terrifying evil spirit enveloped him. Feng Changhao, if you want to die in my Hengtian realm, you can try it. The Hengkong human king's voice was indifferent, and murderous aura filled the sky. Didn't you say you wanted to start a war? My Hengtian realm has made all preparations to fight, and the rift in the realm has also opened. Should I kill you, the human king, right here? Where are the powerful dragons you mentioned? Where are the 8 great dragon lineages? Or where is the dragon emperor of the Azure Dragon clan? Chapter 193 Big Brother is busy, how can I not come? Hengkong, you. Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot, and he growled. A strong sense of shame filled his entire body and mind, making him almost go crazy. We are not done with the matter of the lost human king seal. If you do not return it, my eternal royal court and the Feng family will fight you, the Hengtian realm, to the death. Goodbye. Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot. He also understood that if he continued to stay here, he would suffer more humiliation and contempt. Even if he used all means, he could not find any trace of the eternal human king seal. Leave, Chu Tian's calm voice resounded. Did my Shengxi insect let you go? Buzz. Suddenly, King Chu tore through the void, holding a huge blue dragon head in one hand and a blue dragon tendon in the other, and walked out of it across the boundary crack. The terrifying evil spirit surged in rage. Behind him in the time and space, many powerful people in the eternal human world surrounded the dying ancient dragon emperor, giving him the power of origin to prolong his life. He was covered in blood, and his head connected to the dragon ball was cut off and taken away by King Chu, and even the dragon tendon was pulled out by King Chu. If the Heart Demon Saint Lord had not arrived at the last moment with many powerful people to maintain the dignity of the eternal human race, he, the Lord of the Dragon Court and the honorary deputy patriarch of the Ganglong clan, would have been killed by King Chu Tian in the royal court of the eternal realm. But even so, King Chu Tian managed to fight his way out of the encirclement and block Feng Changhao, who was about to leave. Boom! The Ganglong tendon was swung by King Chu Tian, like a dark red thunder, exploding the void and slamming towards the eternal human king. Feng Changhao, do you think that the death of my Chu family's demon slave is over? King Chu's voice was like thunder, carrying a strong murderous aura and killing intent. The dragon tendons lashed Feng Changhao's cheeks and body with the force of thunder, bringing up a large piece of flesh and blood. His face was directly torn open, and his flesh and blood were blurred. For the human king of a world, this was an extremely huge humiliation, much more serious than the previous one where Feng Changhao's soul projection was blown up by a slap from the human king Hengkong. Because this is the true body of the eternal human king. Moreover, King Hengkong is the king of a world, and his status is equal to Feng Changhao. But King Chu Tian, no matter how powerful he is ultimately only a deputy leader of a sect, and the gap in status is huge. It was like the holy son of the Shudian Tang Tang sect was whipped in the face by a core disciple of another family in public. The sensation was simply earth-shattering. Boom! In an instant, from the depths of the eternal royal court, bursts of earth-shaking roar erupted. It was the Feng family, an ancient family inherited from the mythological era, and the strong men in the family could no longer suppress it. Everyone, no matter what mistakes the human king made, he represents the face of our world. Now that he is being treated like this in public, how can my eternal human race have the face to survive in the myriad worlds? An ancient and deep voice sounded from the depths of the royal court. Millions of eternal guards, listen up. Immediately prepare for cross-border battles and rescue the human king. Another ancient voice sounded at the same time. Before, no matter how Feng Changhao was accused, no one in the Hengtian realm took action against him. Therefore, the eternal royal court did not want to confront the Hengtian realm head-on under such circumstances. But now, the situation has changed suddenly. In the eternal royal court, a terrifying aura has revived. Millions of elite eternal guards of the eternal human race have appeared, wearing silver armor, holding red tasseled spears, and filled with murderous aura. It seems that they can cross the boundary and kill into the Hengtian realm at any time. In the deep void of the eternal royal court, an ancient and powerful being has awakened. King Chu, how dare you be so bold? Feng Changhao roared like crazy. Do you think I'm still the same me from the myriad world's ruins, allowing you to trample and humiliate me? Now I'm the king of a realm, and you dare to slap me in the face. You are finished, completely finished. No one in the universe can save you. King Chu Tian's eyes were bloodshot and murderous intent filled the air. He didn't even glance at what was happening in the eternal royal court. He simply slapped Feng Changhao to suppress him. The Tuong Tianlong seal condensed in his body, crushing the void, and the dragon roar shook the sky. Xiao Dian is right. Back in the myriad world's ruins, I should have killed you directly. Why did I end up killing Tuo Lao? I want to kill you. Who in the universe can save you? Boom, boom, boom. King Chu, do you really think that I am not your opponent now? I was just careless just now. Feng Changhao directly reversed time and space, as if freezing time. As the human king, he has been in control of the human king seal and has been in contact with the power of origin for many years. His strength has become terrifyingly strong. Second uncle, third uncle, let's start the battle. Chu Tian's voice was calm and cold as he said, the death of Tuo Lao is a huge loss to our Shengxian sect. This matter will never end like this unless it is resolved. And just as he finished speaking, the voice of the Hengkong human king also resounded through the void. Hengtian guards, move out. Boom! In the distant Hengtian ancestral temple, a bloody aura erupted. Millions of Hengtian guards wearing blood red armor and holding dark red scimitars stepped out of the ancestral temple, and the bloody aura reached the sky. The teleportation formation was activated, and millions of Hengtian guards appeared directly in the cracks of the boundary and confronted the eternal guards. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, top sects across the Hengtian continent also began to activate the teleportation array, and the 200,000 elite warriors from the Divine Wind Valley arrived first. The Shengxian sect is the strongest sect in Hengtian continent. To be humiliated like this for no reason is a matter of great importance to the reputation and dignity of the Hengtian race. Emperor Lingfeng appeared beside Chu Tianqing and said coldly, in this battle, my Divine Wind Valley will give its all in support to the end. Boom. The next moment, 200,000 shirtless men from the Givong sect arrived, holding huge black hammers, and a majestic and powerful aura filled the air. My Chi-Wong sect must help with this matter. When is it the turn of outsiders to interfere in the internal affairs of Hengtian realm? The leader of the Givong sect grinned, stood side by side with Chu Tianyan, and took out a 3-meter-long purple hammer. The sky was constantly fluctuating, and the strongest people began to arrive one after another, leading the elite strong men of the sect. The holy sect of Sihang is here. The void was torn apart, and the first person to walk out was a shiny little bald man. He was full of vigor and vitality, with his nose pointed to the sky, but it was a pity that there was no hair flying in the wind. He was grinning, and the corners of his mouth almost reached the back of his ears. Brother, if something happens, how can I not come? Inside the crack, the powerful men of the Sihang holy sect stood densely, staring coldly at the eternal royal court with murderous aura. The Hengtian human race used practical actions to tell the outside world that what many top sects said about being ready for battle was not just talk. Everyone, prepare to join me in this quest to conquer the eternal human realm. The Hengtian people have never been afraid of war. The old face of Hengkong human king was stern. When he raised his hand, a blood-red Feng Tianhuaji appeared in his hand. Chapter 194 Dragon blood sprinkles the sky. Since the mythological era, my Heng family has led the sentient beings of the Hengtian realm in countless bloody battles, and we have never been afraid of your eternal human realm in the slightest. Buzz. The Feng Tianhuaji was flowing with blood and dark red light, as if it wanted to break away from the hand of Emperor Hengkong, rush out to drink blood, and a slight vibration would cause the vast sky to collapse. Emperor Hengkong held a Feng Tianhuaji in his hand and stood in front of the Hengtian realm. He wore a crown and a black robe. Behind him were many of the top sects in the Hengtian realm, led by the Shengxian sect and the Sihang Shengzong. Feng family, if the Eternal Queen were still alive and knew that you had betrayed the human race and allowed the alien forces to invade the Eternal human race, even if the Eternal Queen and my Hang family ancestors were at odds, I'm afraid she would turn around and wipe you out first. In the mythological era, our human race was once the invincible mythical overlord standing at the top of all races. The dragon, phoenix, and unicorn were merely our auspicious totems. But now, even though our human race has declined for many years, you, as a descendant of the 9 great kings of the human race and a descendant of the Eternal Queen, are willing to serve as a pawn and lapdog for the dragon clan. If you, the Eternal human realm, want to be a dog, that's your business, but if you want to drag my Hengtian realm into begging for mercy along with you, that's simply overthinking it. In the turbid and old eyes of Emperor Hengtian, there was a strong murderous aura and fighting spirit. He waved the Feng Tianhuaji, and the dazzling blood red light shook down the stars outside the domain. Since the mythological era, my Hang family has led the Hengtian human race with only one goal, and they have never concealed our goal. That is to unify the 9 realms and restore the glory of our human race in the mythological era. In ancient times, our ancestor, Emperor Hengtian, suddenly appeared and overwhelmed all races. He attempted to unify the 9 realms of humanity but failed. This caused my Hengtian race to be feared by all races. You, the 8 realms, have also been secretly targeting my Hengtian realm. But my Hengtian realm has never been afraid of fighting, and we have never resented my ancestor, Emperor Hengtian, in the slightest. Because he is the greatest hero of the Hengtian race since the mythical human emperor. No, he is the greatest figure of the entire human race. Even if your 8 realms joined forces to invade, there are records of this in ancient books. But my Hengtian realm was afraid of fighting that time. Even if my Hang family fought until only 10 men, women, and children were left, we never led the Hengtian realm to retreat even a single step. My Hang family's status as the human king in the eternal human realm was earned with blood and the lives of generations of powerful men. Feng Changhao, Feng family, you are a bunch of dogs who can only wag your tails and beg for mercy from foreign races. What can you use to compare with my Hang family, with this king? The Hengtian human king stepped into the crack of the realm, and the void shook for thousands of miles. The bloody aura filled the air. After the mythological era, the Hengtian human realm has nothing else to do but to protect its own people. They will never allow the outside world or foreign races to interfere in the Hengtian realm in the slightest. You son of a bitch Feng family, didn't you threaten to start a war? Chu Tianyin was covered in blood and grin. Even though he was only a half-step emperor and even the Chengxing white tiger sword was broken, he still stood at the front with Chu Tianxing. The murderous aura rose to the sky, and a white tiger appeared from the top of his head, roaring to the sky with boundless ferocity. Emperor Lingfeng, Sectmaster Givong and other powerful people, brought with them powerful people from their own sects, hundreds of millions of powerful people, all roared in anger, the sound shook the sky, the fighting spirit boiled, the sound waves passed through the cracks in the realm and entered the eternal realm, causing the earth over there to collapse directly for millions of miles, mountains and rivers to collapse, and the universe to be torn apart. My Sihang holy sect has nothing to fear from a battle. The bald-headed Huaimei shouted, her eyes sparkling. She stepped to Chu Tian's side and stole a glance at her cousin Huaimei standing at the entrance of the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak. She whispered, brother, wasn't my appearance and speech on behalf of the holy sect just now very impressive? This time, I think my cousin will look at me with a higher regard. Quote. Chu Tian remained silent. Ever since he understood the original storyline of this guy's lawless and showy nature, who was only trying to gain the attention of the holy maiden Hylian, he had always thought Huaimei was pitiful. Why bother? Buzz. Chu Tian looked up at the sky, the eye of heaven glowed, and suddenly he saw endless blood rain falling, and a huge black shadow covered the sky. Boom. Suddenly, a huge and winding black dragon body fell from the sky, slammed heavily into the earth, and crushed a mountain. The endless blood rain falling from the sky was actually the blood of the blue dragon. Bang, bang, bang. There were constant wailing sounds, and dragon bodies and even human corpses fell from the sky. Some of the blood was dark, emitting green light, and was highly toxic. It was the blood of the powerful poison masters in Hell Valley. Gangding Dragon Lord, bloodthirsty poison lord. A powerful man looked up at the sky with horror in his eyes, and saw that the holy lord of Seheng, Tianyin Daozhen, had penetrated the distance of time and space, raised a huge palace with one hand, and returned to the Hengtian realm. Behind him followed tens of thousands of Hengtian guards wearing dark red armor, filled with murderous aura and their blood-stained scimitars. Reporting to the human king, all 160,000 people in Hell Valley have been annihilated, not a single one left. From the Kangji Yu Dragon Court, 1 emperor, 3 half-step emperors, and 30,000 powerful guardians below the level of divine kings were all killed. Taoist Master Tianyin's clothes were not stained with blood. He landed on the head of the winding and vast blue dragon, holding the Yuntian divine sword in one hand. His voice was indifferent, but with a strong murderous aura. Now, the sky was already dead silent, and the many human kings were silent in the eternal royal court. Faintly, in the eternal royal court, the might of the eternal guard seemed to have weakened a bit, as if suppressed by the Hengtian guard's soaring fighting spirit. Deep in the eternal royal court, many mysterious and powerful beings had revived before, and seemed to be determined to fight to the death to protect the human king Feng Changhao, but at this moment, the momentum suddenly came to a stalemate. The Hengtian realm put on a huge display, but inside the eternal human realm, apart from the Feng family and a few other forces like the Kanggu Dragon Court, there was almost no reaction and it was dead silent. Puff. Deep in the royal court, the ancient dragon emperor, who had just regained his human form, was so angry that he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dragon blood and roared, I'm so angry too. His heart was bleeding. In a short period of time, one of the 2 contemporary dragon lords of Kangji Yu Longting died at the hands of the Chu family, and the other died at the hands of Tianyin Daozhen. There are also 30,000 dragon court elites sent out. He was even forced to have his dragon tendons pulled out, his dragon head cut off, and his dragon ball taken away by King Chu Tian. His vitality was severely damaged, his foundation was damaged, his strength was greatly impaired, and he was even in danger of falling back to a lower realm. Even though Kangji Yu Longting has an ancient heritage and profound foundation, it cannot withstand such a heavy loss. To say that its vitality has been seriously damaged is an understatement. In the sky, King Chu Tian was extremely powerful. The Tuong Tianlong seal crushed the sky. The silver light was as mighty as a waterfall from the sky, causing Feng Changhao's body to explode and reassemble continuously. He roared continuously, vomited blood repeatedly, and his hair was disheveled. Anyone could see that King Chu was really trying to kill him. If Feng Changhao was a weaker emperor, he would have been killed long ago. But even so, facing the huge battle displayed by Hengtian realm, no powerful person in the eternal royal court dared to break into Hengtian realm to help their own human king. Chapter 195 The Holy Spirit arrives. Jia Wuya, do you still consider yourself a member of the eternal human realm? Is your heart demon holy land still the holy land of the eternal human race? The ancient dragon emperor roared, the Hengtian realm has already bullied our eternal human race. Even the human king is in danger. As the strongest holy land in the eternal realm, why haven't you taken action yet? In the eternal royal court, many powerful people were silent and turned their gazes to the old man in black robes in the front. He is none other than Jia Wuya, the holy lord of the heart demon holy land, the demon lord of eternal night. Longpan, when you and the human king joined hands with the other great dragon lineages to overwhelm the Hengtian realm, you did not inform my heart demon holy land. Jia Wuya's face was expressionless, but a devilish light flashed in his eyes. Now that you've caused a big trouble and can't handle it anymore, you want the entire eternal human race to back you up, and let me, the heart demon holy land, fight for you. I just want to ask, why? You didn't think of me when you had the advantage beforehand, and now you can't handle it anymore. You want us all to fight for you. Is there such a heaven-defying truth in the universe? Your King Ji Yulongting sky-splitting dragon king killed a strong man from the Chu family, so your King Ji Yulongting should be held responsible. If the human king wants to take the blame for you with his life, we can only sit back and watch. We can fight for the dignity and interests of the eternal human race, but we will not fight for you, the King Ji Yu Dragon Court, to protect the dragon race. Puff, Jia Wuya, we are both ancient holy places in the same world, but your heart demon holy land is not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Sehang holy sect. The ancient dragon emperor Long Pan was furious, his dragon eyes were bloodshot, but he had nothing to say. The pupils of the other kings from various realms contracted violently when they saw this. No one expected that the conflicts within the eternal human realm would be so intense. The dignified human king Feng Changhao suffered such treatment, and the heart demon holy land turned a blind eye in order to suppress the King Ji Yu Dragon Court. Chu Dian curled his lips slightly, thinking in his heart how to reward Ren Yuxuan after the war. This time, she did a really good job. She firmly controlled the heart demon holy land to assist him and did not cause trouble for the Shengxian sect. Feng Changhao was furious, his eyes bloodshot as he roared at King Chu, your Chu family also killed the head of the Kangoo Dragon Court Battle Hall, and that was a super powerful emperor, an honorary elder of the Kanglong clan. Your Chu family only lost a servant who was on the verge of death. Even if he didn't die in battle, he would have died of old age in a few years. No matter how you look at it, your Chu family has made a big profit. What else do you want? It's just a black stink bug. It's a disgrace to the human race, and it's not worthy to be compared with the powerful men of my Chu family. Chu Dian's eyes were calm and cold, and the eye of heaven pierced through the void and said, moreover, Tuolao is not a servant of our Chu family. He is a direct descendant of our Chu family and holds the position of deputy patriarch. He has made significant contributions to the Chu family. Feng Changhao, you'd better keep your mouth shut, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Little beast, you. Feng Changhao roared in anger, but his body was blown up again by Chu Tianwang's punch, and he reassembled his body from a distance. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The Chu family is the founding family of the most powerful sect. If there is a deputy clan leader of the direct descendant at the level of an emperor, he has been paying attention to it. How could he not know? It is obvious that this little beast is trying to elevate Tuolao's status in order to take the opportunity to blackmail him. King Chu, tell us your Chu family's conditions. What exactly do you want to end this dispute? Feng Changhao said in a hoarse voice. King Chu Dian's white hair fluttered in the wind. He was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Tianqing and Chu Tianyan, and then at his son. Killing the human king Feng Changhao is obviously unrealistic. Invading the eternal human world is even more impossible. The eternal human realm is ranked higher than the current Hengtian realm. If we attack it, we will force the major forces there to join forces and have a great battle with the Hengtian realm. Chu Tianqing was silent for a moment, then said, Xiaodian, when old Tuo was alive, he loved you and Yansheng the most. What do you think? Xiaodian, it's impossible to attack the eternal human realm and destroy the Kangoo Dragon Court now. We have set up a formation to deter them. They dare not attack us, but we can't fight back either. Otherwise, the human king and Tianyan Daozhen will not support us, and many forces will not follow us. Chu Tianyan's voice was hoarse as he sent a message to Chu Dian, as if he was afraid that Chu Dian would be impulsive and must destroy the Kangoo Dragon Court right now. The pressure on the Dragon clan is still there. The 7 dragon inheritances from other realms were simply suppressed by their respective human kings and prevented from interfering, but this did not mean that these forces no longer existed. The 7 human kings of the realms are not on the side of Hengtian realm, and have even been in an enemy state. If Hengtian realm was internally divided or gave in, they would probably have a different attitude now. Emperor Hengkong, King Shudian, and Taoist Tianyan, the 3 emperors on the heavenly ranking, or in other words, the unprecedented unity of the ancestral court, the Holy Heaven sect, and the Holy Sehang sect, suppressed their ambitions. If they had no intention of suppressing Hengtian realm, they would not have been persuaded by Feng Changhao and appeared together this time. At this time, holy light filled the sky, and a man with an unclear face and covered with golden holy light walked out of the crack. Beside him was a woman in yellow carrying a purple coffin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The holy light was so vast and the pressure was so boundless that it caused the sky to shake. Even though almost all the strongest people in the Hengtian realm were present, the figure surrounded by golden holy light seemed to be the only one in the sky. His power was so terrifying and vast that even some emperors were breathless, and they felt like they were looking up at a towering mountain. The holy god of sunlight, how could he appear in the Hengtian realm, in the eternal royal court? An old emperor cried out in horror, with deep fear in his eyes. In the eternal royal court, horror appeared in the eyes of many powerful people. The holy god of sunlight is a mythical legend in the universe. He has no name or surname, and no one knows where he came from or where his roots are. But soon after he was born, he seemed to have some conflicts with the dragon clan. He single-handedly entered the dragon world, killed a dragon emperor, and wiped out tens of millions of dragons. It is said that he even alarmed the mythical dragon emperor who took action personally, but still could not stop him and let him leave calmly. That battle shook the world, because no one knows his background, but when he walks, he is like a holy sun shining on the starry sky, so he is revered by all realms as the holy god of sunlight, and is the top emperor second only to the mythical level like the dragon emperor of heaven. This kind of strongest person has no roots and no origin, but possesses the strongest strength. He can be called a nuclear bomb of destruction. He has the ability to destroy any clan after the top 100. Even the clans in the top 100 of all worlds will be terrified when facing him. After all, he is alone, free, and so powerful that he can kill countless people of your clan at any time, but you cannot pose the same threat to him. Therefore, no one wants to offend this kind of top-level independent cultivator. Chapter 196 Astronomical Figures, 3 Niels and 9 Gao-Daos. It was said that the heavenly mandate dragon emperor personally came forward and reached a reconciliation with the Sunlight Saint. He also invited him to become an honorary guest elder of the dragon clan and offered him a very high salary, but he was rejected by the Sunlight Saint. The Heart Demon Saint Lord Jia Wuya said in a low voice. The holy god of sunlight, a person whom even the demon emperor of the Heart Demon clan has to treat seriously, suddenly appeared in the Holy Heaven sect. Could this be the reason why the little princess asked the Golden Wolf Demon Lord to pass on a death order to him, never allowing a conflict to break out between the Heart Demon Holy Land and the Holy Heaven sect? Feng Changhao's face turned ashen as he looked at the girl in yellow carrying the purple coffin. Veins bulged on his neck. He wished he could snatch the purple coffin away and whip the corpse of the old camel sleeping inside a million times, grinding his bones to dust and scattering it into ashes, only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. But the holy spirit of sunlight was right next to him, and even if he had 10,000 courage, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Xiaodian, this is my sister's master, the Sunlight Saint. He's here to take my sister to the Holy Land for training. My master said his method might be able to save Grandpa Camel. Facing Chu Dian, Chu Yansheng spoke with the same bright smile as before, as if she had come over Tuolao's death, but Chu Dian could see that she no longer had the innocence and liveliness of the past. I have met the holy spirit of sunlight. Chu Dian looked calm and bowed, but his heart was filled with complicated feelings. In the original plot, although this person accepted Chu Yansheng as his disciple, it was just a coincidence during his travels through the worlds. After Chu Yansheng transformed into a murderous demon soldier, he never showed up again. In other words, although he accepted Chu Yansheng as his nominal disciple because of her natural holy bones, she was still in the probation period. But Chu Yunsheng failed to pass his examination. After transforming into a murderous demon soldier, he was too lazy to get involved in the struggles within the sect, so the title of master and disciple became a thing of the past. But now, with the help of Chu Yunsheng reversed Yifeng's transformation into the killing demon cauldron, sublimated him to the ultimate nirvana. His holy bones continued to evolve, and his character was also polished and matured, so he passed the probation period of the Sunlight Holy Spirit. The great art of yin and yang, so that's what it is. Little guy, you are very good. A voice that could not be distinguished between male and female sounded in Chu Dian's ears. The holy god of sunlight actually knew the great art of yin and yang, and seemed to understand the affairs between the great Taoist clan and the great demon clan. Heavenly King Emperor, I came here because I sensed that the holy bone has reached nirvana and sublimation, but it still has flaws. I wish to take Yunsheng to the divine realm to practice and polish it, and I have come to ask for your consent. The Holy Spirit of Sunlight spoke to King Chu Dian, and suddenly, a huge hand stretched out, tearing the sky, penetrating the boundaries, and billions of miles between the two realms. He actually grabbed the ancient dragon emperor who had been severely injured by King Chu Dian, and grabbed him like a small insect. Even the dragons don't dare to touch my disciples. How can you, a mere acquired azure dragon, have the courage? The voice of the holy god of sunlight was icy cold. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The holy flames burned fiercely, scorching the ancient dragon emperor, causing him to let out a shrill and painful dragon roar. Holy god, I. Buzz. The Holy Spirit of Sunlight did not give the ancient dragon emperor a chance to explain. His dragon tendons were pulled out and his dragon balls were taken away. He had no power to resist and was instantly covered by the holy light. In just a short moment, he was refined into a ball of life essence and was thrown into the purple coffin by the Holy Spirit of Sunlight. In an instant, in the Hengtian and Yongdang worlds, many powerful people in the Nine Kings fell silent. Chu Dian's face was calm. He understood that this was because the holy god of sunlight acknowledged Chu Yunsheng as his disciple, so he took revenge for her. The root of everything comes from the extreme sublimation of Chu Yunsheng's holy bones, which is already excellent enough. To put it bluntly, this is a world where strength and talent are respected. Congratulations to the host for completely reversing the fate of Sister Chu Yunsheng, gaining the approval of the Sunlight Holy Spirit, and obtaining the great opportunity to enter the divine realm. I will reward you with 300,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Through a series of strategies, you have killed the ancient dragon emperor and the sky-splitting dragon king, and dealt a heavy blow to the eternal human race. You are rewarded with 500,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Dian's ears at the same time. Because the source of all these things was that Chu Dian reversed the relationship between Yifeng and Chu Yunsheng, the system directly gave Chu Dian a huge reward of destiny points. This god is filled with awe for the mythical human race and has no intention of interfering in their internal affairs. However, this concerns my disciple, the eternal human king. If anyone in the eternal human race has any dissatisfaction, please come to the divine realm to find me. The Holy Spirit of Sunlight spoke coldly, and his words were full of indifference towards the eternal king Feng Changhao, whose face was ashen. Brother, this is called lawlessness, this is called arrogance. Huaimei was extremely excited, scratching her head frantically, her face flushed. When will I be able to become a strong man at this level? When then, if my cousin dares to disobey, she dares. She dared, what are you going to do? Chu Dian was speechless. I will suppress Duan Muwanger first and make her tell me how she became so big. Then I will find an opportunity to make my cousin grow that big as well. Huaimei said, gritting her teeth. She still didn't have the courage to continue, so she had to shift her target to Duan Muwanger. Sure enough, what a miserable bootlicker. At this moment, the sky was suffocating. Even though the Sunlight Holy Spirit said he would not get involved in the internal struggles of the human race, it was obvious that he had already stood on the side of the Holy Heaven sect. In this confrontation, whether it was internal unity or external support, the eternal human realm was completely at a disadvantage. Eternal King Feng Changhao, the day I become the emperor, I will kill you with my own hands. Chu Yunsheng's voice was cold. Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot. As the human king, this was the second time today that he was threatened in person by a little kid. But he still didn't dare to speak. Dad, I have decided to leave Hengtian realm and go to the divine realm to cultivate with master. 3 years from now, I will return to participate in the 9 realms competition and kill all the other human geniuses from the other 8 realms. Chu Yunsheng bowed slightly to King Chu Dian, expressionless. Then she smiled at Chu Dian and said, Xiao Dian, practice hard. Don't let me surpass you in 3 years. Apart from old Tuo, it seemed that only in front of Chu Dian could she vaguely see the lively and innocent Chu Yunsheng. Sister, see you in 3 years. Chu Dian also said with a smile. Soon, Chu Yunsheng and the Holy Spirit of Sunlight left and disappeared into the sky. King Chu's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his murderous look made him look more and more lonely and desolate. He did not say a word from beginning to end. Feng Changhao, the battle with the dragon god sect caused great losses to our Hengtian human race. Chu Dian said expressionlessly, your eternal human realm must compensate us with 3 top-level secret realms, 10 top-level divine mineral stars, 500 mature top-level divine medicines, and a heavenly grade Yuanqi mine. Chu Dian put forward a series of unimaginable astronomical figures, and Feng Changhao and even many powerful people in the eternal royal court had their pupils shrink violently after hearing them. Moreover, you need to personally lead all the senior members of the Kangjiyu Dragon Court to kneel down and pay tribute to the powerful warriors of our Shengtian sect who died in this battle, and kowtow 3 times and 9 times. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Hengtian realm today. Chapter 197. It's not your turn to interrupt. What did you say? The furious roar tore through the vast sky and caused the wind and clouds to swirl backwards. After hearing the conditions proposed by Chu Dian, Feng Changhao could barely bear it. After all, he thought that this little brat might be a little precocious, and his negotiation method was to deliberately come up with an astronomical figure to bargain with him. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. And in the end, he was the one who trampled on the 9 realms agreement, lost the human king seal, and was backstabbed by the forces within the realm. So Feng Changhao's face turned pale, but he was still enduring. However, when he heard Chu Dian's last words, he immediately broke down. Let me offer sacrifices to those lowly disciples of your Shengxian sect, kneeling 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Little bastard, are you fucking crazy? Do you know who I am and who I am descended from? I am the king of the human race, one of the 9 great human kings under the throne of the mythical human emperor, the descendant of the eternal queen, the current patriarch of the Feng family, the patriarch of the eternal human race, and one of the most noble and great figures in the universe. Even if your father, King Chu, and your mother, Jian Kongzu, were here, they wouldn't dare to ask me to kneel to him. How dare you say such words that humiliate this king, the Feng family, and the eternal human race? Feng Changhao was almost half out of control, roaring continuously, and turned his gaze to Heng Kong Wang, Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, Tianyan Daozhen and others, as if to say, are you deliberately letting this kid who doesn't know any rules come out to humiliate him? Let's have an adult come out who understands the rules of negotiation and knows how to be decent. Otherwise he will turn the table over. The sky was silent, with only Feng Changhao's angry roar echoing. Everyone could understand his anger. Given his status, no one is qualified to make him kneel, except the arrival of the mythical human emperor or the return of the 9 first-generation human kings. Even the arrival of the Destiny Dragon Emperor is impossible to make him kneel. The soul projections of many human kings also turned their attention to the leaders such as Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianxing, hoping that they would stand up and speak. But after a while, they suddenly discovered that Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianxing were just standing there, looking coldly at Feng Changhao roaring like a mad dog, without saying a word, as if they were looking at a clown. In an instant, many people suffocated. They suddenly discovered that King Chu, Chu Tianxing, and even Chu Tianyan did not seem to be joking, but absolutely supported the words of this little kid. Even if he asks the Eternal King to kneel down, they will absolutely support him. Are you crazy? Or maybe they were hallucinating. How could a human king kneel before a group of people who died in battle? For a person standing at the top, dignity and respect are more important than any tangible resources. No, they are 10,000 times more important. It is impossible to make Feng Changhao kneel down. It is easier than killing him directly. If Feng Changhao really knelt, his life would be over in a sense. The person is not dead, but it's almost like he's dead. What's the difference between a human king who kneels down to pay tribute to the public and kowtows 3 times and 9 times and is dead? But how would they know? The support of the 3 brothers Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan for Chu Tian only appeared after Chu Tian used one miracle after another and created one incredible thing after another. Although Chu Tian is young, they already have a word called trust in their hearts. They firmly believe that Chu Tian would never do anything without a purpose. Feng Changhao, are you done barking? At this time, Chu Tian's face was calm, staring into Feng Changhao's eyes, and he said word by word, I'm not kidding you. If you want to leave Hengtian realm alive, you must not only pay for all the above conditions, but also let all the high-ranking officials of Kangoo Dragon Court to kneel 3 times and count down 9 times to see them off. Do you think I deliberately gave you an astronomical figure? If you were really that naive. Chu Tian's cold words were very calm and his tone was not loud, but they echoed in the sky for a long time. It was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of everyone present. Chu Tian actually said that the eternal king Feng Changhao was childish. He is obviously only a 9-year-old child, and there is still a childishness on his face. But at this moment, they really couldn't tell whether this was a child or not. You little beast, you, Feng Changhao was stunned, stiff as a sculpture, standing there blankly for a long time without moving. The other 7 human kings were also confused, and then their faces instantly turned gloomy. This is not just a humiliation to Feng Changhao. They even wondered whether this little beast took the 9 human king families seriously. No, it's the Chu family and the Shengxian sect. Did they really take the 9 great royal families of the human race seriously? Do you really dare to let the king kneel down to you? Human King Hengkong, is this little beast's words also your attitude? The human king could no longer suppress his emotions, his voice was cold, and for the first time, a cold aura spread around his body, as if turning the world into an abyss in an instant. The human king family is the most noble and time-honored family of the human race. How could they possibly kneel down and bid farewell to a group of lowly dead people? This is not only a humiliation to Feng Changhao and the Feng family, but also a collective humiliation to the human king family. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space between heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a dark abyss. This human king is extremely terrifying, and his aura seems to be able to drag the entire Hengtian realm into the abyss. He is Yushuan, the king of the underworld, and is known as the lord of the underworld. The netherworld is a powerful ethnic group that has always been ranked among the top 3 in the 9 realms of the human race. It is said that in the mythological era, it controlled the 6 reincarnations in hell established by the human race. It has an extremely profound foundation and is the most mysterious ethnic group among the human race. The dragon inheritance that exists in the netherworld is Xuanming Longyuan, one of the most powerful inheritances among the 9 realms of dragon inheritance. It even reached an agreement directly with the eternal human king, asking Feng Changhao to help him rescue the dragon god sect and let the Kangjiu dragon court emerge. But even this super powerful dragon inheritance was suppressed by the lord of the underworld Yushuan, and he dared not show up without permission. It can be imagined that the status of this lord of the underworld king was so strong that Feng Changhao could not match it. But now, he was also angered by Chu Tian's words. His soul projection glanced coldly at Hengkong human king, then looked at Chu Tian, little guy, I think you are young and ignorant, and I am afraid you don't understand the greatness and dignity of the 9th human king's family. I will not bother with you today. Back off, let the adults discuss adult matters. Suddenly, Chu Tian spoke indifferently, and his voice seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth. This was the original power he absorbed, which resonated with the realm and actually interrupted the Yushuan human king's words. Yushuan human king, this is the battlefield between the Hengtian realm and the eternal human race. It is not your turn to interrupt. Or, do you want to pay compensation on Feng Changhao's behalf, kneeling 3 times and count down 9 times? Chapter 198, Ancient Human Battle Platform. If you are willing, my Shengxian sect can let you take my place. Chu Tian stared coldly at the human king Yushuan, not intimidated by his power at all. The chaos demon god body was the supreme physique. Even the mythical level destiny dragon emperor could not make him bow his head just by his power, let alone the underworld lord Yushuan. Buzz, Lord Ming's expression suddenly turned cold and gloomy. But at this moment, Hengkong human king also said in a low voice, descendants of the human king's bloodline, I don't think there's anything noble about that. My Heng family is on the verge of extinction. We've fought bloody battles until only a few people are left. This isn't the first or second time, but I still don't see where the nobility lies. I, Hengkong, was able to become the human king not because of my noble bloodline, but because of the prestige accumulated by my ancestors who fought bloody battles to protect the human race. Who the hell is Feng Changhao? What contribution has he made to the human race? This time, he even trampled on the 9 realms agreement, instigated rebellion in Hell Valley, and took away the Hengtian palace, the most precious treasure of our Hengtian race, causing heavy losses to the Shengxian sect. The king of Hengkong looked at Feng Changhao coldly and said, I think it's only natural for you to kneel 3 times and count down 9 times. As soon as these words were spoken, even though the Dark Lord Yushuan human king was only a projection of his soul and his face could not be seen clearly, one could feel that his expression seemed to become hideous and distorted, and the aura he exuded was even more terrifying. The other human kings also had different reactions, but without exception, their expressions changed visibly. But faced with the words of King Hengkong, they were unable to refute them. Because the Heng family is the family with the most casualties and the greatest sacrifices in battles among the 9 human king families. They have firmly sat on the throne of human king by relying on the prestige accumulated through bloody battles, rather than relying on any noble bloodline. However, given that the Heng family had fought bloody battles time and time again and were almost wiped out, with only a few strong people left, it was impossible for them to become the human king of the Hengtian realm. Any top sect could have destroyed the Heng family, which was extremely weak at that time. The noble bloodline and origin that they value are important to the Heng family and seem to be important. It can be said that it is not important, and it is really not that important. If you want me to count down 3 times and 9 times, you might as well just kill me. Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, come on, try to kill me. If you kill me, it will be you who initiated the war between the 2 realms, not my eternal realm. I swear to heaven that I will never kneel. The powerful men of the eternal royal court and the Feng family are all watching. Come and kill me. Feng Changhao roared like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, trying to maintain his last dignity and bottom line as the king of men. Otherwise, if he lost the seal of the human king and had to count down 3 times and 9 times, he would go back to the eternal human realm. Not only would he not be able to continue to be the human king, but he would be dead. Chu Tian looked at Feng Changhao calmly with indifferent eyes and said, if that's the case, then go and die. There was an unquestionable indifference and murderous intent in his voice. After his spirit materialized, his iron will manifested like a towering mountain, causing the pupils of many people to shrink suddenly. If Feng Changhao wants to compete with him to see who has a stronger will and a more resolute stance, then he has chosen the wrong person. As the godfather of a global business empire, no one could change his determination. Yi Qianchong had just been deposed and killed. Although he had destroyed the Dragon God sect and gained huge benefits, he also suffered huge losses, which led to the unrest among the people in the sect and caused internal and external troubles. This is the first time in millions of years that a clan leader has been deposed. The Yi family has deep roots. There are many complex forces within the sect, with various factions spread out, so there must be many ambitious people. After all, the Chu family is not the patriarch of this generation, and they have experienced a long period of decline and have given up a lot of interests. Now, if the Chu family wants to stabilize the situation, it urgently needs to establish great prestige and let the Eternal Human King lead the high-level officials of the Kangji Yu Dragon Court to kneel down and pay tribute to the strong men who died in this battle. This will immediately establish great prestige for the Chu family. The Chu family now urgently needs some major events to establish the family's prestige and tell everyone that even if the clan leader Yi Qianchong is deposed, the Chu family is still the mainstay of the sect and can lead the Shengxian sect to another peak. At this moment, the expressions of many human kings suddenly changed drastically. They could really feel that this little guy was not joking. Feng Changhao's roaring voice suddenly stopped. On the other side of the Eternal Royal Court, an old antique has emerged from the Feng family. He has approached the Heart Demon Saint Lord Jiawuya and many powerful people, demanding that they come forward immediately. Buzz. As Chu Dian's voice fell, a murderous intent flashed in King Chu Dian's eyes, and he slapped Feng Changhao directly with murderous intent. Daoist Tianyan and human king Hengkong also exuded terrible murderous intent, enveloping Feng Changhao. Wait, Feng Changhao roared in fear. Hengkong human king, since the contradictions between the two realms cannot be reconciled, and the hatred between Shengxian sect and Kanggu Dragon Court is as deep as the sea, then according to the Nine Realms agreement, this king believes that the human race can start the battle arena. As long as the Holy Heaven sect can defeat the powerful warriors of the same realm in Kanggu Dragon Court, then I can agree to all the conditions you put forward. Feng Changhao's voice gradually became hoarse, his eyes full of bloodshot, including 3 kneelings and 9 countdowns and kneeling down to pay tribute and bid farewell. But if you lose, everything that happened before will be written off. I will take Hell Valley, the Hell Poison Lord, and even all the remaining powerful people in the Dragon God sect away. I will also compensate the eternal human race for all losses in this battle and fully cooperate with me to retrieve the Human King seal. Feng Changhao's voice was hoarse, with a sense of madness and hysteria, and he was begging everything. Holy Heaven sect, do you dare? One battle will decide the outcome. The king of Hengkong frowned slightly. The Nine Realms agreement does have something to do with the forces within the two realms. If the conflict cannot be reconciled, the ancient human battlefield can be summoned to resolve the conflict on the battlefield to prevent things from developing to an unpredictable level. Eternal Human King, as a king, it's rare to be so shameless as you. Tianyan Daozhen said coldly, you were the first to trample on the Nine Realms agreement. Now that you're in trouble, you bring it up again. Your shamelessness is far greater than your combat power. But at this time, many human kings looked at each other and seemed to have reached a consensus. The Yushuan Human King said coldly, Hengkong Human King, Heavenly Emperor, the Nine Realms agreement was drafted after the ancient war by the Nine Realms human kings to prevent another war of that magnitude from breaking out and causing humanity to slaughter each other. Your Heng family's ancestors were among them. We have agreed that the Nine Realms kings will jointly oversee the implementation of the Nine Realms agreement. After discussion, we believe this is the best approach. However, the Eternal Human Realm was indeed at fault in this matter. If the Holy Heaven sect does not wish to engage in battle, they can refuse. The Kangji Yu Dragon Court, or even the Eternal King Court, will not be allowed to pursue the matter further afterwards. We, the 7 human kings, are willing to jointly guarantee this. Chapter 199 It's only natural. At this time, the other human kings also nodded, and they also wanted to use the Nine Realms agreement to end this dispute as soon as possible. After all, if it continues to develop, if the Eternal King Feng Changhao really died here, or if he really knelt down, it is probably unknown whether the Nine Realms competition in 3 years can be held smoothly. At this time, Chu Tianyan also appeared beside Chu Tian and told him what the ancient battlefield of the human race in the Nine Realms agreement was. He thought Chu Tian didn't know. After all, this kind of agreement involving the Nine Realms was something many people would never come into contact with in their lifetime. Even he only learned about it after he became the head of the law enforcement hall. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he just nodded slightly, unperturbed, because he had known about the ancient battlefield of the human race for a long time. In the original plot, a battle broke out between the Holy Sihang sect and a holy land in the Netherworld, summoning the ancient battlefield of the human race. But the ending was that except for Tianyan Daozhen, all the masters in all realms of Sihang Holy Sect were crushed. In the end, it was with the help of the protagonist Yi Fan who fabricated the identity of the fiancé of Holy Maiden Hylian and intervened to restore the last dignity of the Holy Sect of Sihang. It was also thanks to that battle that the protagonist Yi Fan completely conquered the iceberg Saint Hylian. Chu Tian didn't expect that he would come into contact with the ancient battlefield of the human race so soon. Do you think that Kangji Yu Longting is invincible below the divine realm, and above the divine realm, he can also defeat the heavenly god and divine king realms? Chu Tian said in a calm voice, my Shengxian sect will accept this battle. Below the divine realm, it's me, Buzz. At this time, a vast sense of supremacy permeated the Holy Emperor Peak. Chu Yuya walked out of the main hall, her pupils shone with layers of light, and her body was filled with the power of the Supreme. The gods of Kangji Yu Longting can all be attacked together. God King Realm, it's me, Chu Tianyan grinned, his eyes fierce. Although I am still injured, it is easier for me to kill 10 or 8 half-step emperors with a wave of my hand than to eat or drink water. As for the battle with the emperor, Chu Tian looked at King Chu Tian, it depends on whether Kangji Yu Longting dares to accept the battle. Feng Changhao glanced at King Chu Tian with red eyes and said, then we'll have one match below the divine realm, one at the divine realm, one at the divine king realm, and forget about the emperor realm. Best of 3. Many human kings were silent and did not speak. This was already the best way. Even the ancient dragon emperor was killed, his dragon tendons were pulled out, his dragon clan was taken away, and he was crushed to death by the holy spirit of sunlight. What could the ancient dragon court use to fight against King Chu Tian? If we invite 10 old dragon emperors from the background, I'm afraid they will all be killed by King Chu. It's hard to say about the battle in the God King realm, but Chu Tianyan's combat power has been heard by people from all walks of life. But for the divine realm and below, Kangji Yu Longting should be taken down for sure. After all, the path of the dragon clan's inheritance is recognized by the strongest people in the 9 realms. They are almost invincible below the divine realm, and can almost sweep the divine realm. After all, they have the advantages of both clans in the early stage. However, as time goes by, they seem to be in decline compared to the real monsters of the human race. In the 9 realms competition, the reason why Hengtian realm has always been at the bottom is because only geniuses under the age of 30 can participate, and Hengtian realm has always excluded the inheritance forces of foreign races. The dragon god sect was suppressed too harshly, so it was crushed by the dragon inheritances of other realms. The 9 realms had a great advantage in the early stages of alien inheritance. Throughout the history of the Hengtian realm, if we look at the top-level strongmen, even if they are not the strongest, they are definitely not the weakest. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he said lightly, as you wish. Feng Changhao gritted his teeth, looked at the human kings again, and said, then I'll trouble you all to be witnesses. Of course, the Yushuan human king said coldly, the Nine Realms agreement is jointly protected by the Nine Realms human kings. No one is allowed to violate it. This is the foundation of peaceful coexistence among the Nine Realms. Buzz. Feng Changhao sneered, raised his hand, tore the sky apart, and directly connected to the ancient dragon court. In the crack, there is a vast mountain range, stretching for millions of miles, with towering ancient trees, terrifying dragon power, and the sound of dragon roars sometimes resounding through the void. Kang Ji-yu, Kang Ning, both of you get out here. It's time to avenge your father. Feng Changhao shouted angrily. On the ancient battlefield of the human race, life and death are irrelevant. This king allows you to kill people. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, two pitch-black dragons flew out from the depths of the mountains, whining and roaring, and arrived above the Shengxian sect. The terrifying dragon power was mighty, and the strong dragon power raged, making people shudder. One of them is 1,000 miles long from head to tail, and the other is nearly 800 miles long. Their dragon horns are towering, their dragon eyes are dark, and their bodies are covered with dragon scales that flash with a terrifying light. True dragon cubs. Emperor Yushuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said in a low voice, these are two true dragon cubs. Feng Changhao, this is the ancient battle arena of the human race. It is a battle between the Kangoo Dragon Court and the Shengxian sect. It is not the Nine Realms competition. You can invite geniuses from other races to participate. Let the evildoers of Kangoo Dragon Court take the stage. The human kings frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with Feng Changhao's ignorance. True dragon cubs are invincibly powerful. They also tend to favor Feng Changhao, but there must be limits. They cannot accept such blatant violation of the rules. But at this moment, Feng Changhao said in a hoarse voice, my fellow human kings, please feel carefully and see if these two true dragons also have the blood of our human race. Feng Changhao sneered repeatedly and said, you should all know that Long Pan is the deputy patriarch of the Kanglong tribe and married the daughter of the Kanglong emperor. These two true dragon cubs are the children of Long Pan and the Kanglong princess. Long Pan's body has been mostly transformed into a dragon. He combined with Princess Kanglong and gave birth to two Kanglongs. Since then, he has been using the dragon clan's secret methods and treasures to cleanse their bloodlines and purify the purity of the dragon clan's bloodline. This has come at a huge cost. This also means that even though they weren't born from dragon eggs, they were born directly as 12-clawed blue dragons. But in reality, Kang Ji-yu and Kang Ning are from our human race, the Kang Ji-yu Dragon Court. These two were prepared by Long Pan for the Nine Realms competition. Now they are participating in the battle of the human race's ancient platform and fighting on behalf of the ancient dragon court. It is completely reasonable and reasonable. Avenging their father is also natural. Roar, roar. You lowly beasts of the human race, we want to avenge our father. I'm going to eat you. Chapter 200, refers to the dragon as a human. Shameless, extremely shameless. Emperor Lingfeng was shaking with anger. He raised his finger and pointed at Feng Changhao, unable to speak for a long time. This is clearly a young true dragon. That 1,000-foot-long true dragon has already ignited the divine fire and entered the divine realm. There's no difference between it and an adult true dragon. After hearing Feng Changhao's words, the strongest people from Hengtian realm also used their spiritual sense to scan the two blue dragons, and then their faces suddenly became gloomy. They surprisingly cut some human blood from the two blue dragons, but it was so faint that it was almost invisible. The atmosphere was dull for a while, and then curses suddenly rang out. How can this be called the human race? Feng Changhao, as the king of men, how can you be so shameless as to do this? The definition of dragon heritage is that the human race's genius cultivates and imitates the magical powers created by the dragon race. However, these two blue dragons are clearly two blue dragon cubs who have cultivated the magical scriptures of our human race. Feng Changhao, if you go to the dragon realm and capture a real dragon right now, forcefully inject some human blood essence into it, imbuing it with the aura of human blood, and then have it cultivate human scripture skills, will that make the real dragon a human? This is simply confusing right and wrong, calling a horse a zebra. They are clearly two 10-clawed blue dragons of incomparably pure bloodline. They are probably of the stature of dragon emperors, with powerful and monstrous talents. Their blood and energy penetrate the heavens. In the dragon realm, they are both top-tier true dragon cubs. Even the most powerful dragon heirs in the human race at the fusion realm and the divine realm cannot cultivate such a powerful body. After feeling the powerful energy and blood of the two young blue dragons, the strongest people in Hengtian realm were furious. If they were not afraid of Feng Changhao's identity as the human king, they would probably rush up and point at his nose and curse him. But after all, not everyone is King Chu Tian or Taoist Master Tianyan. Not everyone has the courage to accuse a human king. They need to consider whether they can afford the retaliation afterwards. But he was born as a human being, and the king of the human race, with a noble status, yet he is so shameless. This kind of 10-clawed blue dragon bloodline also possesses the human race's magical comprehension. In the dragon world, they are probably the strongest group of true dragon cubs. However, letting them represent the ancient human race in the ancient Kangoo Dragon Court is simply blatant cheating. Chu Tianxing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, my fellow human kings, this is probably not in line with the fairness principles of the ancient battle arena of the human race. Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot as he responded hoarsely to the numerous curses. They are the offspring of Long Pan, the ancient dragon emperor of the Kangoo Dragon Court, and the Kanglong princess. Even though they have less human blood, they have been living in my eternal human realm and have been personally certified by my king. They are human. Doesn't the Nine Realms agreement stipulate that if a human strongest marries a woman of another race, the children they give birth to won't be human? As far as I know, among the strongest people in your Hengtian realm, there are quite a few who have the blood of other races, right? The human kings remained silent and seemed to be hesitant. After all, in their eyes, these two blue dragons were basically blue dragon cubs and had nothing to do with the human race. However, they had also heard about Chu Tian's battle record and Chu Yuyao's awakening of the ancient devil pupils and supreme bones. If it were an ordinary monster from the ancient dragon court, they might not be able to defeat these two monster children of King Chu Tian. They didn't want to see the scene where Feng Changhao, the dignified human king, kneeled down to say farewell to the lowly human race of Shengxian sect. Thinking of this, they remained silent, which was equivalent to tacitly approving Feng Changhao's actions. At this time, Feng Changhao sneered repeatedly, then looked at King Chu and said, Emperor Tianwang, if these two blue dragons are not human, then are your son and 3 daughters all from the ancient sword god clan and not from our human race. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered as he said indifferently, Feng Changhao, you'd better put away your sophistry and keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I won't kill you. If my wife gets the news, I'm afraid it will be your death. Even these kings in the field can't protect you. My children are the purest descendants of the human race. Deep down, they are proud of their human identity. Then, without noticing Feng Changhao's gloomy expression, King Chu Tian turned to look at Chu Tian and said, Xiao Tian, Yuyao, your father just pulled out a tendon from the Azure Dragon Emperor and took away his dragon ball. Do you have the confidence to tear the tendons and skin these two evil beasts? 3 years from now, in the Nine Realms competition, there might even appear monsters 10 or 100 times more evil than these two Azure Dragon cubs. If you don't have this confidence, then your father will consider giving up participating in the Nine Realms competition. At this time, the two young blue dragons also roared fiercely and bared their fangs and claws at Chu Dian and Chu Yuyao. The void was cracked by the dragon's tails, and cracks appeared one after another. It was ferocious and powerful. Humble human race, do you dare to fight against the great dragon race? Come here quickly, I will eat you alive and avenge my father of lowly blood. A lowly bloodline actually became an enemy of my great dragon clan. The two young blue dragons roared continuously, and some of the strongest people in the Hangtian realm had veins bulging between their brows, and they almost wanted to raise their hands to slap them to death. Even they themselves don't admit they're human, yet some of the humans at the pinnacle of the human race are forcing themselves to acknowledge them as human. Hangkong Human King's murderous aura was surging, but there was bitterness in his eyes. If this continues, when will our human race ever return to the peak of the mythical era? But facing the 8 human kings, the pressure he was under was too great, so he did not say anything, only feeling discouraged. Human king, we are all old. The future belongs to the younger generation. Let them make their own choices, Tianyan Daozhen said in a low voice. At this moment, Chu Yuyao's cold eyes swept across the two blue dragons. She stepped into the sky, her double pupils filled with mystery and coldness. She looked down at them, pointing at the blue dragon on the left that was 1,000 feet long from head to tail, and said indifferently, black insect, come up and die. Chu Yuyao spoke very little and did not answer King Chu's words, but responded with actions. Buzz, a vast sense of supremacy emanated from her. In the center of her chest, a golden bone glowed, its dazzling light illuminating the dim sky. Chu Dian glanced at King Chu Dian and said calmly, Dad, the first place in the 9 realms competition must be from my Hangtian realm. 2 mere blue dragon cubs are nothing to worry about. Buzz, at this moment, a 1,000-foot-tall azure dragon roared, soaring into the sky, dodging and moving, a black light shimmering, and roaring, humble human girl, remember, the one who will kill you is the descendant of the great 10-clawed azure dragon, the future azure dragon clan emperor, Kang Ji-yu. Chapter 201, Azure Dragon War Drum, Top Dragon Talent. Now that the negotiations are complete, everyone, let's summon the ancient battle platform together. The Yushuan Human King said indifferently, waved his hand, squeezed out a drop of essence and blood, and shot it into the realm of the sky. The other human kings also joined him, squeezing in a drop of essence and blood and merging them between the realms. Buzz, in an instant, the sky was torn apart, and a corner of a vast and ancient battlefield emerged from the crack. The antiquity and vicissitudes of life seemed to have spanned billions of years and instantly filled the sky. The battle platform slowly flew out from the crack. The scene was filled with traces of swords, spears, and halberds, and was filled with a strong fighting spirit. On the battlefield of the human race, life and death are at the discretion of the individual. In the darkness, it seemed as if an ancient being whispered in everyone's ears, causing the faces of many powerful people in the field to subconsciously become solemn. The battle platform has 9 corners, and in each corner stands a towering residual image, some of which have lost their heads, hands, feet, etc. Some are left with only their feet, and their original appearance can no longer be seen. Buzz, an aura of majesty, vastness, iron-bloodedness and nobility emanated from the remaining images. Even though they were incomplete, they seemed to still stand at the top of the world, overlooking all races. The 9 human kings of the mythological era were ancient mythological figures who once led the human race to conquer all realms and made the human race the number 1 in all realms. The 9 human king families today are surprisingly the bloodlines passed down by them. After the decline and division of the human race, they still guard the 9 realms of the human race to prevent the human race's bloodline from being cut off. Even if the human race is divided, each of the 9 realms of the human race can occupy a place among the top 100 realms. The weakest Hangtian realm has now squeezed into the 99th place. In the ancient mythological era, how glorious was our human race! Emperor Lingfeng sighed and looked at the majestic and solemn iron-blooded battlefield, his eyes filled with nostalgia and confusion. From the fragments in ancient books and the ancient battlefields, we can see the power of the human race in the mythological era. But how could such a powerful human race fall to this point? Alien inheritance is rampant, and some humans even despise their own human blood, considering themselves inferior. They aim to cultivate into a true alien body, or simply want the next generation to be transformed into a true alien. The dragon god sect and the ancient dragon court are actually just the tip of the iceberg of the human forces in the 9 realms. The Hangtian realm, which has always insisted on independence and self-reliance and has used the scriptures passed down by other races for its own use, is at a disadvantage in all realms and in competitions with other races, and even with other realms, although there are sometimes almost mythical humans like Duan Wushengzhu and Tianming Daozhen. It has been at the bottom of the 9 realms for tens of millions of years. The power of a few extraordinary monsters cannot conceal the fact of overall weakness, and such monsters often appear only once every 100,000 years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Many times, even many powerful people within the Hangtian realm would have doubts. Is their persistence really right? Should the human race really take the path of integrating with the blood of other races, rather than taking the path of respecting the human body and using the blood and supernatural powers of other races as a supplement to strengthen itself? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon roared, shaking the sky. Kang Ji-yu and Chu Yuyao simultaneously transformed into 2 streams of light and flew into the ancient battlefield. Without any unnecessary words, they began a shocking battle. Boom, boom. Kang Ji-yu was extremely powerful. As the blue dragon moved, it collided violently with Chu Yuyao. In an instant, it was like a collision of stars. The terrifying aftermath directly tore apart the sky for thousands of miles. He can actually collide with Kang Ji-yu with his physical body. Tianyan Daozhen said subconsciously in shock. Supreme bone plus ancient double pupils, these 2 top-level talents make Chu Yuyao's body as strong as a young dragon. Many powerful people were amazed. Chu Yuyao's first attack shocked them. After all, this was a 10-clawed true dragon cub, one of the most powerful races in the world. Interesting, but the warm-up is over. Kang Ji-yu sneered, it's time to show you just how powerful a true dragon can be, possessing the innate magical powers of a great dragon and the understanding of the human race. Blue Dragon War Drum, Blue Sky Dragon King Technique. Boom, the ancient dragon's body glowed, with black light flowing and pouring into the sky. In an instant, a black war drum appeared in the sky, like a black bright moon, huge and boundless, covering the sky. The next moment, the shadow of a vast blue dragon thousands of miles long emerged, emitting an earth-shaking dragon roar, and its tail struck the blue dragon war drum. Bang, bang, bang. The war drums made a low sound, which caused cracks to appear in the sky, and many mountains thousands of miles away were collapsed. One of the Kanglong clan's top-level innate magical powers is the Kanglong war drum. The Yushuan human king exclaimed in admiration, I remember that one of the innate magical powers awakened by the current Kanglong clan emperor was the Kanglong war drum. When the war drum was beaten, a vast galaxy would be destroyed. The great emperor Kanglong relied on this innate magical power to compete with the dragon emperor of heaven for the position of dragon emperor. A human king said in a low voice. This Kang Ji-yu is incredible. Although it is only a 10-clawed azure dragon, it definitely has the potential to transform into a 12-clawed azure dragon in the future. With only a limited amount of human blood, he actually comprehended the Kang Ji-yu Long Ting's top magical power, the Kang Tian Dragon King technique, to the highest level of perfection. The power generated by the combination of innate magical powers and visions is already invincible in the divine realm. Once this innate magical power and vision appeared, there was no suspense. Although the double pupils and supreme bones are strong, they have obviously just broken through the divine realm, and their accumulation is far less than that of Kang Ji-yu. Many human kings spoke up, their eyes becoming serious. After all, in the Nine Realms competition 3 years later, the geniuses of their realm would inevitably face off against King Ji, which would definitely be a huge threat. No wonder the ancient dragon emperor and Feng Changhao hid these 2 blue dragon cubs so deeply. They probably wanted to make a push for the first place in the Nine Realms competition. King Chu Dian's eyes became solemn. Buzz. But at this moment, Chu Yuyao's pupils glowed, the space became layered, and the supreme bone between her chest burst out with golden light, as if a terrifying magical power had revived. With the fusion of the 2 top talents, Chu Yuyao's body turned into a black sword and flew out in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The blue dragon beat the drum, shaking the earth and the sky. The black sound wave surged like a tide. Chu Yuyao could be clearly seen spitting blood continuously, and bloodstains were all over her body. However, even though she had transformed herself into a sword, her eyes were still ice cold, as if she was forcibly combining 2 top talents, and using the pressure from the blue dragon to continuously evolve the mysteries of her double pupils and supreme bones. Buzz. Suddenly, the black sword burst out with supreme power and directly hit the weakest point of the black ancient. With a bang, the Azure Dragon war drum was pierced by a sword, and the vision of the Azure Sky Dragon King was also destroyed. Chapter 202 Evolution again, 11-clawed Azure Dragon. Puff. The black giant sword pierced through Kanggu's head and went straight through his entire body, leaving out a black dragon tendon. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ancient 1,000-foot dragon body suddenly exploded and turned into a blood mist. Only a black dragon ball was left floating in the air, and the 1,000-foot dragon tendon in Chu Yuyao's hand was swept away by the aftermath of the strong wind. The 10-clawed blue dragon cub was killed. In an instant, the sky was dead silent. Many human kings stared at Chu Yuyao with extremely solemn eyes and expressions of horror. Breakthrough during the battle. It seems that some kind of abnormal change has occurred in the 2 top talents. At that moment just now, time and space seemed to be frozen. Kang Ji was much stronger than Chu Yuyao, but Taigu Changdong found his weakness and used his time magic to kill him instantly. In the Hengtian realm, many powerful people were stunned. Just for a moment, they were all in despair, thinking that Chu Yuyao was bound to lose. The combination of ancient double pupils and supreme bones is truly heaven-defying. Kanggu's strength and understanding of magical powers are overwhelming Chu Yuyao, but he was killed in a flash. The Hell Poison Lord, who was still suppressed under the Duang Tianlong seal, looked pale. Chu Yuyao was supposed to be the most talented disciple in Hell Valley, and he could have used this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Chu family. But in the end, he might actually die at the hands of his own sect disciple. Best of 3, Chu Yuyao actually won the first battle. This means that if one of Chu Dian and Chu Tianyin wins a fight, Feng Changhao will not be able to take him away. Chu Yuyao's face turned pale. She flew down the stage and came to Chu Dian. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, I won the first battle. When I surpass you, I will protect you. Chu Dian smiled slightly, gave a thumbs up, and said, Sister, that's great. Chu Yuyao walked up to King Chu Dian, handed him the dragon ball and dragon tendon, and said, Dad, I can kill a real dragon. I'm not a waste. King Chu Dian's eyes were complicated. He looked at his daughter's stubborn and strong eyes, nodded and said softly, Dad has always known. Chu Yuyao smiled and flew into the main hall of the Chu family. After disappearing from everyone's sight, she suddenly half knelt on the ground with a pale face and suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. Her snow-white skin cracked and filled with thick blood. Although her face was pale, she couldn't suppress her happiness. She can finally contribute to her family. She is not a waste that drags down the family. At this time, the sky was suffocating. Chu Dian's face was calm as he used the wind and cloud spirit dragon technique and stepped onto the human battle platform. Without even glancing at the 800-foot tall Kang Ming, he said to Feng Changhao, as the human king, you actually think that true dragons are stronger than humans. You are simply a great disgrace to the human race. Black Bug, get on stage. Feng Changhao's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth as he looked at Kang Ming beside him and shouted angrily, is this what you call the great Kanglong bloodline? In this battle, we can only win, not lose. He had originally planned to win the first 2 battles directly and not give Chu Tian any chance to play. However, he did not expect that the combination of the ancient double pupils and the supreme bones would unleash a power far beyond his expectations. In the eyes of the future great Azure Dragon Emperor, the humble human king will never have the word failure. Kang Ming's voice was ferocious, his teeth were bared, and he was full of wildness. He didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness for his brother's death in front of him. Kang Ji has always been a waste, and he actually wanted to compete with me for the position of the Azure Dragon Emperor. If it weren't for that lowly old father who kept trying to stop him, I would have swallowed him up long ago. Kang Ming flew into the human battle arena, opened his fang-filled mouth, and the blood mist from the explosion of the ancient dragon's body was condensed and swallowed into his stomach. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, his dragon body, which was 800 feet long from head to tail, suddenly began to grow rapidly, getting bigger and longer. The dragon head became more and more ferocious and terrifying, and the white fangs were shining. The deer-like dragon horns grew longer and longer, and grew several forks again. The dragon scales became more and more dense. In the blink of an eye, his blue dragon body suddenly expanded from 800 feet to 999 feet, which was only 1 foot less than the previous Kang Ji. And Chenjiang is the symbol of the true dragon in the divine realm. This means that Kang Ming is only 1 step away from the divine realm at this time. Roar! Kang Ming let out a fierce and wild dragon roar that shook the sky. I have finally gotten rid of this last trace of lowly human blood. Buzz! Suddenly, another finger grew on his dragon claw, and it evolved into an 11-clawed blue dragon again. Humble human race, I still have to thank you for helping the great dragon emperor be born. To express my gratitude to you, I decided to swallow you whole, so that you will die without any pain. Kang Ming is more ferocious and violent than Kang Ji and has a wildness about him. He has completely gotten rid of the intangible and intangible rational aura of being a human being. He bared his fangs and claws, devoured Kang Ji and evolved into an 11-clawed blue dragon. His body seemed to be even stronger than Kang Ji. As the dragon twisted its body, it whipped the sky and caused it to collapse. Kang Ming's whole body was glowing, and every dragon scale on his body seemed to be emitting black light, all reviving and awakening. 46,075 secret treasures of the Dragon Clan. OMG, Emperor Lingfeng trembled all over, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he said an accurate number. It is said that the Dragon Clan has a total of 84,000 secret treasures, and Kang Ji has actually opened up more than half of them. How did he do that? Many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm were also shocked and subconsciously turned their heads to look at the Holy Maiden Hylian standing at the door of the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak. Saint Hylian seems to have only opened up about 10,000 secret treasures. Don't be fooled by the rumors of the human race that there are a total of 180,000 secret treasures. But even the Heavenly King Emperor and the Taoist Master of Heavenly Luck only opened up 10,000 to 20,000 secret treasures in the beginning. It is conceivable what it means for Kang Ji to open up these 76, 75 secret treasures. Tens of thousands of secret treasures. No wonder he said he wanted to devour Kang Ji. The Weapon King's voice was filled with horror. He definitely has the terrifying power to cross the border and kill the gods. Now he has evolved into an 11-clawed true dragon. He must have awakened his innate magical powers. If he comprehends a top-level magical power like Kang Ji, how powerful will he be? Emperor Tianwang, Emperor Tianqing, if that doesn't work, let Chu Dian come down. Emperor Lingfeng's face was gloomy, and he said, in the early days, the human race was a little weak compared to the dragon race. There's no need to die in vain. Now that we've won a battle, it shouldn't be difficult for Tianyan Hallmaster to kill a King Jiyu Dragon Court Divine King. Could they actually produce a 12-clawed true dragon divine king and claim it from our human race? Chapter 203 Is this brat still a human being? The secret treasure revealed by Kang Ning shocked many powerful people in Hengtian realm. Some of the strongest people who had good relations with the Shengxian sect spoke out to dissuade King Chu Dian and Chu Tianqing, and were not optimistic about the battle between Chu Dian and Kang Ning. There are more than 40,000 and nearly 50,000 secret treasures. These powerful people looked at Kang Ning as if they were looking at a myth. Even the strongest beings like Hengkong Human King and Tianwang Emperor were unable to reach this level when they were in the fusion realm. It's too abnormal. If Holy Maiden Hylian, who once occupied the first place on the Earth list and the combined list for a long time, comes on the stage, she will most likely be swallowed up by Kang Ning, and one gulp will not have the slightest ability to resist. There were even some extremely powerful people who asked what realm Chu Tian was currently in. After all, he was still on the soul refining list. But in the previous battle, it was shown that many secret treasures had been opened up. Chu Tianqing shook his head, indicating that Chu Tian's realm was a mystery, unprecedented, and he couldn't understand it. Xiaodian, if you are not sure, don't try to be stubborn. Chu Tianqing said to himself, looking at Chu Dian with dark red eyes, expectantly, and did not choose to interfere with Chu Dian's choice. He believed that Chu Dian had his own judgment, and would step down on his own if things were impossible. Moreover, on the human race's battlefield, there is the powerful suppression left by the statues of the 9 human kings. Once the battle begins, even the human kings cannot interfere. King Chu's face was gloomy and his white hair fluttered slightly. Boom, the blue dragon twisted its body, and its dark dragon tail was like a giant web, lashing towards Chu Dian. The dark light was everywhere. In this attack, he did not use any weapons, only his secret storage, physical body, and spiritual power. But this blow was like a meteorite falling from the sky, bringing up thick dark flames, crushing the sky, and it was so terrifying that it was suffocating. The strength of Kang Ning's physical body has probably exceeded tens of millions of pounds. Combined with his spirit and secret treasures, this casual attack has exceeded 10 billion. The voice of the powerful man trembled, almost suffocating. The dragon's tail cuts through the sky like a meteor, which is terrifying. I will kill you to avenge my lowly father. From now on, the great Kang Ning will have no connection with your lowly tribe. Kang Ning's voice was wild and cold. Chu Tian's face was calm, but suddenly, the eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, and his 100% concentrated spirit burst out directly, superimposed tenfold. The whole body was glowing, and in an instant, all the secrets were open. The vast light of chaos shot up into the sky, tearing the universe apart. After the last 10 days of seclusion, the potential of the chaos god and demon body was excavated, and his secret treasure has been transformed into a chaos secret treasure. He practiced the Chaos Creation Sutra and condensed a large amount of chaos mist in the secret treasure. 16,460 chaos secret treasures. A human king blurted out with a strong shock in his voice, and the previous changes in Kang Ning were unable to move a human king. But what Chu Dian showed made them lose their composure. Isn't he just a 9-year-old kid? Didn't he just break through the spirit refining realm a few months ago? Even if by chance, some secret treasures were discovered, how could so many be discovered? Many people were stunned. It is unheard of for the soul refining realm to open up secret treasures in advance. It is well known that the special secrets of the strongest physique are 10 times more difficult to crack than ordinary secrets. Although Chu Dian was still young, he had opened up more than 10,000 chaos secret treasures and stored a powerful chaos power mist that could scare a large number of people to death. Boom! Chu Dian's face was calm as he threw a punch. In an instant, the entire ancient battlefield, which was nearly 10,000 miles in size, was directly sucked into a vacuum state. The terrifying pressure directly froze time and space. Boom! Chu Dian punched out a huge transparent fist print, which collided with the dark dragon's tail. In an instant, it was like a meteorite collision, and the sky was directly collapsed. The terrifying aftermath rolled back to the 9 layers of clouds, as if the galaxy outside the domain was rolling up. Bang! 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 In an instant, a series of explosions were heard. It was the bucket-sized dragon scales on the tail of the Kang Ning dragon that were bursting and exploding. In an instant, these scales that were as hard as divine iron were torn into thousands of pieces. Boom! Boom! It can be seen that thousands of secret treasures on the Kang Ning dragon's tail were directly blown up by Chu Dian's punch. Kang Ning's attack, with a force of hundreds of billions of pounds, could explode stars, but it was almost crushed by Chu Dian. The blood mist suddenly exploded wildly, causing him to subconsciously let out a ferocious roar. The power of Chu Dian's punch, with the blessing of his spirit and secret treasures, reached nearly 20 billion Jin. Because the realm pearl absorbed the power of origin through its baptism, it not only opened up many secret treasures for him, but also subtly transformed his physical body, which had already reached a terrifying level of 50 million kilograms. Even though the secret treasures he opened up were not as many as Kang Ning's, his condensed spirit, the Eye of Heaven, and his physical strength that was 5 times greater directly crushed Kang Ning's power. Chu Dian's body. The minimum weight should be at least 30 million Jin. Emperor Lingfeng muttered to himself, and he felt his voice becoming hoarse. So scary, so shocking. Is this the supreme physique, the chaos god and demon body? The Yushuan human king looked extremely solemn. Many people were moved. It was visible to the naked eye that the eyes of the Hengkong human king, who had always had a gloomy face, flashed with brilliance as if he saw some hope. Daoist Tianyan's entire body trembled violently, his old eyes widened in anger, and he even raised his hand to rub his eyes, saying, fuck it, 50 million kilograms, am I old and blurry, am I confused? This brat hasn't even officially broken through to the fusion realm, and hasn't even reached the peak of spirit refining. How could he possibly have a physical strength of 50 million kilograms? Even a chaos demon god body wouldn't be able to do that. The records in the classics show that the chaos demon body of the human race, at the peak of the fusion realm, can only reach 10 million Jin, which should be about the same as Kang Ning. What the hell? You little bastard, are you still human? Could it be because of the bloodline of the ancient sword god clan? That doesn't make sense. The ancient sword god clan isn't known for their physical strength. Unless this brat has the top bloodline of the titans, but that's impossible. The number of people in that tribe is very small, and the females are over 10,000 feet tall. Even King Chu can't ride on them, right? King Chu Dian's face was gloomy and cold as he looked at Tianyan Daozhen. It seemed that if his son had not been fighting, he would have drawn his sword. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Dian's body was very small in front of Kang Ning's huge dragon body of nearly 1,000 feet, but when he raised his hand, there was a deafening sound of thunder, and his power was shocking. With every punch and kick, Kang Ning roared and wailed continuously. Transparent fist and leg shadows crossed the sky, hitting Kang Ning so hard that a blood mist kept rising up. His dragon horns were split and broken, and his dragon claws were broken. Chapter 204, Dragon Seal. That's enough. Kang Ning roared, a terrifying light erupting from his body, and he flew away 100 miles away. His eyes, filled with ferocious savagery, stared at Chu Dian and roared, damn little thing, you've successfully angered the great dragon clan. Blue Dragon War Drum, Blue Sky Dragon King Technique. Tianlong Seal. Kang Ning roared angrily, and black light filled his body, turning the world into a dark abyss. A huge dark war drum emerged from the abyss, and a blue dragon king spanning thousands of miles covered the entire battlefield. Moreover, a huge silver seal appeared in the sky, and millions of silver lights dropped down, illuminating the dark night sky. He was terrifyingly powerful. Although he was younger than his brother and his realm was not as high as his, he had already cultivated the three magical powers to the highest level and created strange phenomena. The innate magical power Azure Dragon War Drum, as expected. Many powerful people were suffocated and dumbfounded. It was difficult for the Kanglong clan to produce such a powerful talent in tens of millions of years, but Long Pan, a human, and the Kanglong princess actually produced two of them. No wonder the Kanglong clan made Long Pan the honorary deputy clan leader. Emperor Lingfeng muttered to himself. But at this time, the eyes of King Chu Tian, Taoist Master Tianyan, and even the 9 great kings were focused on the huge vision of the heavenly dragon seal. Emperor Tianwang, I remember that the Tuang Tianlong seal that you comprehended was derived from the incomplete Tianlong seal technique obtained from the ruins of 10,000 worlds. Taoist Tianyan said in a solemn voice. King Chu Tian's face was grim as he nodded. The pupils of many people contracted. The Tianlong clan's most powerful magical power, the Tianlong seal, is said to have been created by an invincible Tianlong emperor tens of millions of years ago. How could it appear in Kang Ming's hands? Emperor Yushuan's voice became solemn. The Tianlong clan is the branch clan of the dragon clan that has produced the most dragon emperors. It is extremely powerful. The current dragon emperor Tianming is a descendant of the dragon emperor of the Tianlong clan. The invincible dragon emperor who lived tens of millions of years ago was said to be the ancestor of the lineage of the heavenly fate dragon emperor. His strength was almost comparable to that of the invincible supreme being of the mythological era. Ha 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 ha. Feng Changhao laughed wildly. Kang Ming has long been chosen as the dragon son of the Kanglong clan, the next generation dragon emperor of the Kanglong clan. Otherwise, why do you think Long Pan became the deputy leader of the Kanglong clan, and why did Zhan Wush become the elder of the Kanglong clan? All of this is thanks to Kang Ming. Kang Ming awakened a trace of the bloodline of the primordial chaos dragon. His bloodline returned to his ancestral lineage. When he was born, the imprint of the ancient celestial dragon's soul descended upon him, passing down to him the supreme inheritance. The entire Kanglong clan has even decided to wait until Kang Ming breaks through the divine realm, then take him to the dragon realm and devote all their efforts to training him, and then assist him in competing for the position of dragon emperor. Feng Changhao laughed wildly and was extremely proud. This was also the reason why he was close to the Kang Jiyu dragon court, and even why the dragon clan had a good relationship with the eternal human realm, because all of this was pushed by the Kang dragon clan behind the scenes. Otherwise, the eternal realm would not even be among the top 3 in the 9 realms of the human race. Even if the dragon clan wanted to choose an ally, it would be a powerful realm like the Netherworld. Many human kings were shocked and looked at Kang Ming with surprise in their eyes, amazed in their hearts, and even envious. If Kang Ming can become the dragon king of the dragon clan in the future, the benefits it will bring to the eternal realm will be unimaginable. I am the future great Azure Dragon Emperor, or even the supreme and majestic mythical dragon emperor. The supreme physique, the chaos demon god body, can only be a stepping stone for me. Kang Ming danced wildly and flew into the sky, merging into one with the vision of the ancient dragon king Kang, and the dragon's tail slammed heavily on the Kanglong war drum. Boom! The sky is falling. The sky collapsed, the wind and clouds reversed, the entire human battle platform seemed to be shaking, and the rubble was swept away by the thunderous sound waves like a raging wave. In an instant, it seemed as if millions of Azure Dragon Emperors were roaring, disrupting time and space, and the traces on the statue of the human king on the side seemed to have become more numerous. The combat effectiveness of the Azure Dragon War Drum and the Azure Sky Dragon King technique in his hands is more than 10 times stronger than in Kanggu's hands. An ancient and long-standing aura permeated Kang Minglong's body, making his innate magical powers even show signs of atavism, ancient and powerful, as if returning the world to its original state. Buzz. At the same time, the majestic dragon seal seemed to come from ancient times, traveling through time and space and suppressing Chu Dian together. The 3 killer moves were used at the same time, reversing time and space and aiming to kill Chu Dian with one blow. Buzz. The chaotic mist around Chu Dian began to burn, his face was calm, and when he raised his hand, the 3-legged 10,000 Dao cauldron appeared, and endless Taoist aura flowed, rising into the sky. Strange visions of yin and yang beasts emerged, their roars shaking the heavens. The strange vision of the hand of God emerged and grabbed Kang Ming directly. The vision of the prison dragon emperor appeared, and 9 golden dragons with 12 claws rose into the sky. 4 strange phenomena emerged and collided continuously with Kang Ming. The terrifying aftermath of the Dao raged out, even destroying the mountains around the Shengxian sect. Many powerful people were almost suffocated. They could not imagine that this was a collision between one in the fusion realm and one in the spirit or fighting realm. The scene that was created seemed to be destroying the world. The unsupreme being of all realms is probably just like this. Emperor Lingfeng muttered to himself. 4 strange phenomena, the chaos demon body. Emperor Hengkong's eyes were shining with brilliance, and his expression was extremely excited. Many human kings had solemn expressions on their faces. This kind of battle, even in the entire universe, was definitely the most powerful duel between demons. In the 9 realms of the human race, there has not been a battle of this level of monsters for a long, long time. King Chu, Chu Tianxing, and Chu Tianyan all looked solemn, their hearts in their throats. The 2 men used killing moves frequently. Strange phenomena occurred one after another. Their blood and physiques were astonishing, and the battle scenes were comparable to those of the emperor. Things change rapidly, and if you are not careful, you may find yourself in a desperate situation. On the ancient battlefield, even they are beyond salvation. Kill, kill, kill. Kang Ming was extremely ferocious and wild. His aura was ancient and powerful, and he was showing his fangs and claws. His dragon tail, claws, and even the dragon head were all madly bombarding the Kanglong war drum. He pushed the Tianlong seal to its limit, causing it to collide violently with Chu Dian. Chu Dian's secret treasure glowed, and he cast the Chaos Dragon Shield, which made him immune to all evil. Even if the violent sound waves swept over the sky and could destroy a section of the starry sky, they could not hurt him at all. His eye of heaven opened, and he could always find the weak points, pass through them, and keep approaching Kang Ming. The powerful and substantial spirit drives the 4 great visions, with the 10,000 Dao cauldron as the core, to suppress the Tianlong seal. Many powerful people watched with their mouths dry and even opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss even a single moment of the scene. The terrible aftermath swept across, the collision of top-level and most powerful magical powers and visions, and the showdown of ancient supreme bloodlines. Many of the strongest people may never see a battle of this level in their lifetime. After all, a monstrous genius of this level has not appeared in the human race for many years. Chapter 205 6 Visions. Chu Dian, you have successfully earned my respect. Kang Ming roared, and suddenly a black bead spurted out of his mouth, filled with an ancient and vicissitudes of life aura. You are very powerful and excellent. To show my respect for you, I have decided to send you off with my most powerful treasure. The black beads were filled with clouds and mist, and ancient Taoist patterns were written on them, as if depicting a huge dragon king standing on the top of the myriad worlds, challenging the unpredictable existence. The vast vicissitudes and ancient atmosphere penetrate the sky. This bead seems to have the aura of the mythical dragon emperor. The dark human king shuddered and said, This seems to be the aura of the destiny dragon emperor. How is this possible? Feng Changhao, did Kang Ming obtain the inheritance of the heavenly fate dragon emperor? Not only does his Dragon Ball seem to be gestating an incredible power, but it also contains the auras of several invincible dragon emperors of the dragon race, ancient and powerful, as well as traces of the dragon soul of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. Many dragon emperors and the strongest ones were shocked. No, they were horrified. From this Dragon Ball, it can be seen that what Kang Ning obtained was not just the inheritance of a certain ancient invincible dragon emperor, but of at least 3, and it may also be related to the Destiny Dragon Emperor. The Destiny Dragon Emperor was too supreme and mysterious. Even they had only seen him from afar, so they could only guess. This is the aura of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. A powerful person in the Hangtian realm gave the answer. After all, they had just come into close contact with the Destiny Dragon Emperor not long ago, and the memory of that grand and supreme aura was still fresh in their minds and would never forget it. This monster. Chu Tianyan's expression was cold and fierce. What kind of shit luck did that black bug Long Pan have to give birth to such a monster child? Chu Tianyan and Chu Tianxing remained silent, breathing hard and concentrating. After all, Chu Tian's current situation had reached the most critical moment. The severity and intensity of this battle had exceeded their previous expectations. Xiaodian, you must create a miracle, Chu Tianxing said to himself, feeling the chaos clear heart stone in his chest, and felt that the extreme emotions were showing signs of returning. If Chu Tian died in battle, he would go crazy. King Chu clenched his fist and his white hair fluttered. Kang Ming swallowed and spit out the Dragon Ball, causing it to emit a hint of ancient and vicissitudes of life. Time and space seemed to be solidified in an instant, and Chu Tian's ethereal figure was found by him in an instant. I found you, Kang Ming roared, and the Dragon Ball filled the air with blessing, making him seem to have received some kind of ancient blessing. He opened his big mouth, which seemed to contain an abyss, and was going to swallow Chu Tian directly and destroy him. Chu Tian looked calm and used the Chaos Golden Body Shield to withstand the attack. With a bang, the Golden Body Shield exploded, but he also dodged the attack. It was visible to the naked eye that a large piece of the void was bitten off by this bite, and was swallowed by Kang Ming and wiped out in the abyss, which made the people watching horrified. You have such a strong and hard body. When I chew you, it will definitely be crunchy. Kang Ming roared wildly and used the Dragon Ball to fix the space and time where Chu Tian was. The abyss then bit towards Chu Tian directly. By devouring your supreme physique, perhaps I can evolve into a 12-clawed azure dragon. Don't move, let me eat you. Is it the original power of the dragon realm? Chu Tian's eyes turned cold as he felt a familiar breath from the black Dragon Ball. Although it was different from the original breath of the eternal realm, it was the same supreme power. Kang Ming actually obtained the blessing of the original power of the dragon world, no wonder he is so powerful. This kind of monster sky didn't even appear in the original plot. It seems that it was because of the collusion between Yi Qianchong and Feng Changhao that the protagonist Yi Fan and Kang Ming did not directly confront each other. It is also possible that Kang Ming was taken to the dragon realm for training because of his extraordinary potential, but the original plot ended abruptly and the human race did not have time to fight against the dragon race, so there was no plot about him. But now it seems that Kang Ming's talent and potential are definitely not inferior to the protagonist Yi Fan's Hongmeng Holy Bone. In fact, in terms of adventure, Kang Ming is even stronger. This is a son of destiny who is even more powerful than the protagonist Yi Fan. Chu Tian raised his hand and summoned 4 great visions, suppressing himself with the 10,000 Dao Cauldron. The other 3 visions transformed into Dao essence and merged into the 10,000 Dao Cauldron. With this supreme magical power, he isolated himself from the outside world and blocked the original power emitted from the Black Dragon Ball. Boom, he began to continue evolving the 1 Dao Cauldron, while at the same time comprehending the Fungyun Spirit Dragon technique and the Chaos Golden Body technique, and communicating with the boundary bead within the Chaos Spirit bead with his mind, trying to draw out the original power within it to fight against Kang Ming's Black Dragon Ball, and comprehend the original power to evolve 2 top-level magical powers. After many times of practice, he had already comprehended these 2 top-level dragon-shaped magical powers to a high level. Now, under powerful pressure and with the assistance of the power of origin, Chu Tian tried to concentrate on 6 things at once, trying to push the 6 magical powers he mastered to a higher level at the same time. Buzz. Under the pressure of the original power of the dragon world on the Black Dragon Ball, the human king seal in the secret realm shook slightly, and a wisp of eternal original power merged into Chu Tian's 1 Dao Cauldron. In an instant, the 3-legged 10,000 Dao Cauldron burst out with billions of chaotic rays of light, directly knocking Kang Ming, who was charging towards it, thousands of miles away. The Black Dragon Ball also moved slightly. This is, outside the battle stage, Feng Changhao's pupil suddenly contracted and his face instantly became ferocious. However, at this time, many powerful men were concentrating their attention on the battle between Chu Tian and Kang Ming, and no one noticed his changes. If you can achieve unity of vision, so can I. Kang Ming roared, and forcibly suppressed the 3 strange visions with the Black Dragon Ball. He merged the visions together and merged them into the abyss in his mouth. He rushed towards Chu Tian with an arrogant attitude, determined to kill the enemy with 1 blow. The sound of drums was as deafening as thunder, dragons roared, and an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere permeated the air, as if it came from before the creation of the world. Chu Tian's face was calm. With the help of the power of origin, he pushed the 6 magical powers towards a higher level. The blessing of the 4 intermediate halos allows him to maintain the most perfect state in all aspects no matter what the circumstances. Buzz, buzz. The Wind and Cloud Spirit Dragon technique and the Chaos Golden Body technique were the first to break into the realm of great success, giving rise to strange phenomena. A 12-clawed Wind Dragon and a 12-clawed Cloud Dragon emerged, lifted Chu Tian up from under his feet, stepped on the Wind and Cloud Dragon, and flew into the sky and hid underground. The Chaos Golden Body technique evolved into a Chaos Golden Dragon, covering his entire body and making him immune to all evil. This time, no matter how Kang Ming roared and attacked, he could not shake Chu Tian's defense at all. The 2 strange visions transformed into 2 kinds of Dao essence and merged into the 10,000 Dao Cauldron, further strengthening the supreme magical power created by Chu Tian. The 1 Dao Cauldron seemed to have become substantial, and it kept shrinking until it was the size of a fist, and it turned directly into divine light and flew out. Puff! A hole like a 3-legged cauldron appeared in the center of Kang Ming's dragon head, and the vitality in his eyes quickly faded. Chapter 206, Securing Victory. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon head of Kang Ming was pierced by the 3-legged small tripod, and his sea of consciousness was broken. Sen Yi's dragon eyes dimmed visibly, and his vitality faded rapidly. From the wild dragon roar he made, one could clearly feel that he was constantly weakening. The dragon body twisted violently in the void and struggled to death. The extremely powerful dragon body disrupted the universe, shattered the void, and the wind and clouds raged. Even though his bloodline returned to his ancestral state, his combat power was incredible, and he could cross borders and crush the gods, but he ultimately failed to ignite the divine fire and condense his soul. It was impossible for him to escape from his physical body and sea of consciousness and still survive and fight. Although he can regenerate severed limbs and has extraordinary vitality, before reaching the divine realm, the head is still the core. I am destined to become the Azure Dragon Emperor and strive for the throne of the mythical Dragon Emperor. How could I possibly be defeated by a lowly human like you? Kang Ming roared, filled with endless wildness and ferocity. Feeling the vitality in his body constantly slipping away, he was still unwilling to fall down. The Black Dragon Ball directly filled the hole on the dragon head. The Dragon Ball was filled with an ancient and powerful aura, which actually replaced the existence of his sea of consciousness, suppressing his vitality and maintaining the functioning of his dragon body. How could you possibly be my opponent? Kang Ming went against the will of heaven and was so wild that it was unimaginable. Even though his head was shot through, he still managed to change his fate and use the black dragon ball to suppress his body and survive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hole in the center of his dragon's head, created by the three-legged tripod, was now transparent from front to back. His sea of consciousness collapsed, and his brain and spirit were constantly draining away. But even so, his vitality was suppressed. His dragon body went against the sky, and under the pressure, he began to break through himself. His body became even stronger, and even secret treasures were constantly being broken open, launching an attack on the 50,000 secret treasures. Boom, boom, boom. A raging dark flame began to burn on his dragon body, burning a huge hole 100 feet in size in the sky. Kangming forcibly suppressed the collapse of his sea of consciousness with the black dragon ball. After losing his vitality, he actually began to ignite the divine fire in the battle, condensing the soul of the dragon god and breaking through to the divine realm. How could I, a lowly human being who has awakened the bloodline of the great chaos dragon, be defeated by you? You have succeeded in angering me. Kangming roared, and his dragon head was pierced through, making him look extremely hideous and terrifying, like a devil dragon crawling out of hell. Under the threat of death, he became even more wild and terrifying. In this situation, his strength was actually constantly increasing, and he launched even more terrifying attacks towards Chu Tian with his fangs and claws. His innate magical powers, visions, black dragon balls, powerful physical strength, spiritual strength, and even the power of his ancestral bloodline were all rising rapidly, causing the dragon shield formed by the chaotic golden dragon around Chu Tian to tremble continuously, and cracks appeared on it. With his ancestral bloodline returning and countless adventures under his belt, Kangming, blessed with the power of the origin within the black dragon ball, has an innate combat power that is incredibly powerful. His attacks are extremely wild and powerful. Hiss, the strongest people in the Hangtian realm around them gasped and turned pale. This scene was so horrifying that it made people's scalps explode. Even for those of them who were at least half-step emperors, or even emperors who had lived for a long time, it was still a very horrifying and unbelievable scene. This scene is enough to scare someone to death. Is this blue dragon really the offspring of that beast Longpan and Princess Ganglong? It's so terrifying. Emperor Lingfeng's voice was trembling, and his face turned slightly pale. He simply couldn't imagine that there was such a perverted and terrifying monster in the world. He was only in the fusion realm, and even his head was pierced through, but he was not dead. He was even making an all-round breakthrough in the battle against the will of heaven. Not only him, but many powerful people around him felt like they were watching a dream. Even in their dreams, they probably wouldn't dare to imagine such a monster. Is this the supreme genius and invincible monster that can only emerge from the bloodline of the mythical overlord dragon clan? Yushuan's voice was extremely heavy. As the king of the human world, the dragon clan was ultimately an alien race to him. Even though he hoped to see Kangming win and prevent Feng Changhao from kneeling, he could maintain his dignity as the king of humans. But when he saw a so-called descendant of the human race, who was actually a dragon, and was so powerful and abnormal, he felt mixed emotions. Not only him, but the other 7 realms human kings also had heavy expressions and felt the same as him. The only one who was extremely excited was Feng Changhao, who was laughing like crazy at this moment. His face was extremely pale at the moment. He had been in despair when he saw Chu Tian's breakthrough and his supernatural powers become perfect. 2 dragon-shaped visions appeared again and directly pierced through Kangming's dragon head. Unexpectedly, when one seems to be at the end of his rope, there is always a way out. Under the unparalleled pressure brought by Chu Tian, Kangming began to break through the adversity in the battle. Of course, anyone can see that this is also because Kangming was very ambitious before, so he had been suppressing his realm and did not choose to ignite the divine fire and break through the divine realm. After all, even top human beings like King Chu Tian and Tianyin Daozen had only opened more than 10,000 secret treasures before. Kangming has now opened more than 46,000 secret treasures, but still has not chosen to break through the divine realm. His goal is probably to reach the limit of 84,000 secret treasures in the Dragon Clan legend. Now, under Chu Tian's terrifying oppression, he actually voluntarily gave up the attempt to reach the peak of the 84,000 secret treasures, break through the divine realm, and reverse the trend of victory. In a sense, although Chu Tian was about to be defeated and die, it could be said that he had won an honorable defeat. After all, breaking through prematurely and failing to reach the pinnacle of a realm would reduce some of Kangming's powerful potential. In this case, unless Chu Tian can also ignite the divine fire immediately and break through the divine realm, otherwise, the huge combat power improvement brought by igniting the divine fire to a monstrous supreme genius like Kangming cannot be offset by some small breakthroughs. But how old is Chu Tian? He was only 9 years old, and his realm seemed strange and special, but in fact, he had not even reached the peak of the spirit refining realm, but had only broken through to the fusion realm in advance. The most basic prerequisite for breaking through the spirit realm was spiritual perfection, and Chu Tian's spirit had not even been able to fill the sea of consciousness, so it was impossible for him to break through the spirit realm. At the moment when Kangming broke through to the divine realm against the odds, victory was completely secured. Chu Tian, what a pity. A human king whose face could not be seen clearly sighed slightly, feeling sorry for Chu Tian. Such a brilliant and talented monster, at such a young age, has reached such a level. If he grows up, he may even become a myth in the future and be comparable to the emperors of all races. But in the impulse, it will die here. Chapter 207 Brother, you can do it. Ha ha ha, everyone, did you see that? Feng Changhao laughed wildly, his voice filled with surprise. This is the descendant of my eternal human realm's bloodline. This is my eternal human realm's genius. In this 9 realms competition, my eternal human realm has a young supreme genius like Kangming, and with the support of the Dragon Clan, my eternal human realm will definitely take first place in the 9 realms competition. Hangtian realm, listen carefully. You dare to insult and bully me like this. If you dare to participate in the 9 realms competition, the evildoers of the eternal human race will carry out a bloody massacre against you, the evildoers of the Hangtian realm. At the entrance of the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, a thick layer of sky blue frost covered the beautiful face of Saint Hillian. Her eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. She stared at Kangming and Chu Tian without blinking. Her chest heaved violently, as if she had suffered an extremely huge blow, and there was a strong feeling of unwillingness. A strong fighting spirit gradually spread from her icy eyes. She must be able to reach this point. The eyes of the human king Hangkong were extremely heavy. He didn't know when, but he had already grasped the human king seal in his hand. A terrifying aura flashed on his body, and he seemed to have the urge to bombard the human battle arena. He seemed to be trying to forcibly rescue Chu Tian from the battle arena, even at the risk of being attacked back by the human race's battle arena and violating the 9 realms agreement. At this time, a big hand was placed on the human king seal. Human king Hangkong looked up and saw King Chu Tian appeared beside him, stopping his next move. Heavenly Emperor, Hangkong human king's voice was hoarse. My Hangtian human race needs a young man who can stand up and turn the tide for the Hangtian realm and even for the human race. Human king, please believe Chu Tian. King Chu Tian's dry white hair fluttered in the wind, and his voice was hoarse and low. At this point, I choose to absolutely trust my son. This is his choice, and as his father, I believe he can do it. My son has proved himself by creating many miracles through his actions. As a father, I have always been stupid, naive, and self-righteous. I always wanted to pave the way for him, and the facts have proven my stupidity. So, human king, we, the older generation, should just support him from behind. As for what path he chooses to take, let him make the decision himself. Xiaodian said that the younger generation should be so powerful, like a comet in the sky, constantly accumulating an invincible will. As their father, I support them unconditionally. Xiao Dian also said that he wanted to represent our Hengtian human race, win first place in the Nine Realms competition, and destroy the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. As their father, I still support him unconditionally. Kangming is the first powerful test that the Dragon Clan has brought him. I believe he will be able to get through it. King Chu Dian's voice was low and hoarse, and his words were like everything he had done in the past period of time. He handed overall power, did not interfere, did not make decisions, and simply served as the pillar of the family, responsible for bearing the pressure. Everything else, let Chu Dian decide and deal with it. Emperor of Heaven, you have changed. The voice of Hengkong Human King was complicated, but the aura on his body slowly faded away. Looking at the battlefield, Chu Dian, who was being suppressed by Kangming, who had broken through against the trend and whose fighting power was constantly increasing wildly, and the chaotic golden dragon shield around him kept exploding, sighed softly. Kangming's fighting style is almost to exchange injury for injury and life for life. The three-legged small tripod turned into divine light, and the Taoist energy soared into the sky, constantly causing terrible injuries to Kangming, piercing through his body. The powerful and falling green light erased his iron dragon body, but he didn't care, and was wild and boundless while giving Chu Dian powerful attacks. He relied on the black dragon ball to suppress his sea of consciousness and began to ignite the divine fire. His vitality became stronger and his limbs regenerated quickly. He wanted to exchange his life with Chu Dian. At this time, the power of his dragon body itself even began to break through 20 million pounds. The power of his physical attack was close to Chu Dian's 20 billion pounds. The sky was collapsed, the void was wiped out, and the turbulence of void destruction bombarded his dragon body, but could only emit dazzling sparks. Chu Dian seemed to have run out of ideas and was still evolving the six visions. The Tao essence on the three-legged tripod was getting stronger and stronger, but the improvement in combat power was not enough compared to Kangming, who had ignited the divine fire and broken through a great realm. He was far behind and was constantly falling behind. No matter how you look at this battle, Chu Dian has no chance of turning the tables. If my son dies on the battlefield, I won't be able to explain to his mother. I haven't been able to take good care of my three daughters. King Chu Dian's white hair fluttered as he said softly, Human King, I will resign from the position of deputy sect leader of the Shengxian sect and no longer serve the Hengtian human race. I will first destroy the Yi family, then enter the eternal human realm, kill Feng Changhao and destroy the Kangdu Dragon Court. Then I will enter the Dragon Realm and kill millions of true dragons to atone for my son's life. After hearing what the Heavenly King Emperor said, King Hengkong sighed deeply, with a strong sense of powerlessness in his voice, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. Huaimei gritted her teeth and scratched her head frantically, leaving bloody marks on her smooth head. She looked up to the sky and roared, Brother, I haven't defeated you yet. I asked you to call me brother, but how could you die at the hands of a black insect? I believe you can win. Huaimei's eyes were bloodshot as she roared, it's just a black bug. Huaimei, don't even take it seriously, let alone you, big brother, you can definitely do it. Feng Changhao sneered and glanced at Huaimei coldly, King Hengkong, are all the brats of your generation of Hengtian people so ignorant of their own limitations? A monster that dies early will never be a monster again. Young man, only by being low-key can you win. Why don't you learn this from the Heavenly King Emperor? If it weren't for his forbearance and low profile, how could this little beast Chu Dian have survived to this day? The fate of not being able to be low-key is an early death. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of war drums resounded through the sky for thousands of miles, accompanied by the earth-shaking dragon roars, which was breathtaking. The heavenly dragon seal became more and more grand, with a silver heavenly dragon entrenched there, looking ferocious, majestic, terrifying, and with overwhelming dragon power. Chu Dian, just admit defeat and wait for death. To express my respect for your strength, I can spare your life and bury you with an intact body. Kangming roared, his voice was cold and fierce, the dark fire around him became more and more intense. In the hole on the dragon's head, a miniature candlelong soul could be seen condensing, giving off an ancient and vicissitudes of life smell, as if it came from before the mythological era. There was actually a chaotic color on the soul he condensed. This was a sign that his bloodline was one step closer to reverting to its ancestral form. It was extremely terrifying and made many human kings shudder. If Kangming reaches the realm of God King and experiences an ultimate nirvana sublimation, could he really be able to return to his ancestral form and become the chaos primordial dragon from before mythology? Could it be possible that the Dragon Clan will be able to challenge the throne of the top 10 of all clans in his hands? Chapter 208. Please go back, I won't send you off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Facing the powerful attack and the incomparable feeling of oppression, Chu Dian's expression remained calm. Even though the Chaos Golden Dragon cover was covered with cracks, he remained calm. With the blessing of the four halos, he was able to do 6 things at the same time and deduced 6 major visions. His spirit was also constantly improving, and his secrets were constantly breaking through. He was deducing the form of the 10,000 Tao cauldron and transforming his understanding of the 5 great magical powers that had reached the highest level into tangible Tao patterns, which he engraved on a 3-legged green cauldron. The intermediate Tao aura and the intermediate spiritual aura allowed him to always stay at the peak. In a short period of time, one of the legs of the 3-legged tripod was engraved with dense Tao patterns. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The small cauldron vibrated violently. This supreme magical power, created by Chu Dian himself, had never displayed the power of a supernatural power. This was because Chu Dian created the 10,000 Tao cauldron with the purpose of melting all the Taos into one cauldron. The more Tao patterns were engraved, the stronger the 10,000 Tao cauldron would become, and there was no end to it. At this moment, 5 top-level Tao patterns were engraved on it, and the 3-legged small tripod began to emit a supreme aura. Sudden, a raging green flame began to burn on the small tripod. The small tripod was not big, but it seemed to be able to crush the heavens. It experienced a vision of a huge tripod of 10,000 feet, then changed from big to small. At this moment, it grew from small to big again, and turned into the size of a 1,000-foot mountain again, like a meteorite pressing towards Kangming. With a humming sound, the dark divine fire burning around Kangming's body was instantly extinguished, and the dragon soul condensed in his sea of consciousness was crushed. A powerful force pressed down, causing Kangming's head to explode instantly, turning into a blood mist all over the sky. The huge tripod fell down, pressing Kangming's headless dragon body on the platform. No one knew how heavy it was, but it seemed to cause the entire battle platform to shake violently. Cracks spread wildly, and rolling debris fell from the battle platform and hit the ground like a mountain torrent. Then, with a bang, Kangming's iron dragon body, which had a strength of more than 20 million pounds, exploded like a piece of tofu and turned into a blood mist in the sky. Kangming's roar suddenly stopped, and his vitality disappeared in an instant, accompanied by the black blood mist floating in the sky and dissipating. The wild roar still echoed in the sky, getting farther and farther away, but the source of the sound had disappeared without a trace. On the ring, Chu Dian was the only one left, standing in the sky with his feet on the 12 claw wind and cloud dragons. Ding, ding, ding. The black dragon ball was extremely hard, flowing with brilliance, and had an ancient aura. It was also filled with the wild and boundless aura of Kang Ji Yu. It smashed onto the battlefield from midair, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The sky was dead silent. Many of the most powerful people in the Hengtian realm, the people from the Eternal Royal Court, the 9 human kings, King Chu Dian, Chu Tianxing, and even Chu Tianyan, who was always irritable and straightforward, all stood there in a daze. We won, we won, we won. Huaimei's mouth corners were stretched to the back of her head as she laughed silently. The bloody marks on her head made her look very creepy. I knew that apart from me, a little brother who refuses to be inferior to others, who else would be qualified to challenge my big brother? Feng Changhao's face was pale and his whole body was trembling slightly. He was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. 2 wins in 3 games. Now that Shengxian sect has won 2 games, there is no need to fight the next match against Chu Tianyan. The outcome is decided, but at this time, no one paid attention to his reaction. Many human kings were staring blankly at the Chu Tian in the sky above the battlefield. It seemed that they saw a comet rising slowly in an unstoppable manner, which would represent the human race and illuminate the world. Gang Ning, who was so extraordinary, definitely had the qualifications to compete for the position of Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan and be respected in the Dragon Emperor Palace. However, he was killed by Chu Tian with a single blow on the eve of concentrating his soul. Have you forged your own path by melding the extraordinary magical powers of the 5 top magical powers? Hengkong Human King said to himself. He was shocked and looked at Chu Tian. His eyes flashed with brilliance, as if he had made up his mind completely. Buzz. At this time, above the human battle stage, a huge silver dragon claw as big as a star tore the void like a piece of paper and stretched straight towards the human battle stage. The terrifying and supreme power filled the sky for millions of miles. Changes are sudden and the situation is changing. Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor. Hengkong Human King's pupils suddenly contracted violently. The human king seal flipped and soared into the air, connecting with the power of the Hengtian realm's origin. He shouted angrily, Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, a battle between geniuses, life and death is determined by fate. What do you want to do? We are separated by thousands of realms and endless starry skies. You want to bully the weak with your might and attack the monsters of our human race. You think that no one in my Hengtian realm can do this? Boom, boom, boom. The entire Hengtian realm seemed to be shaking. If you dare to touch my son, I will slaughter millions of your dragons and destroy all the geniuses of your Tianlong clan. King Chu roared angrily, his white hair dancing wildly, and he appeared in the sky in an instant, with 9 Tuong Tianlong seals appearing directly above his head. Including the Yushuan Human King, their pupils suddenly contracted and their faces became gloomy, because according to the 9 realms agreement of the human race, although the human race is divided, they are still one race. If one realm is invaded by an alien race, the 8 realms must join hands to fight against it. The Heavenly Mandate Dragon Emperor's direct intervention in the Hengtian realm was already an invasion of the Hengtian realm. But after hesitating for a long time, none of them took action. After Feng Changhao's despair, hope appeared in his eyes again. If the Dragon Emperor of Destiny announced that the Dragon Realm would directly declare war on the Hengtian realm, then he would not have to kneel. Boom. On the human battle stage, 9 broken statues simultaneously exuded boundless majesty, suppressing the Dragon Emperor of Destiny with their dragon claws. It seemed as if the power from the mythological era had revived, reversing time and space, and washing over the silver dragon claws of the Destiny Dragon Emperor like a surging tide, shattering the dragon scales on them, breaking the tendons and bones, and causing a blood mist to explode. Bang. However, the silver dragon claws of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were so terrifying that they actually tore apart the barrier outside the ancient battlefield of the human race. However, its target was not Chu Tian. Instead, it directly picked up the rolling black dragon ball and retracted it into the crack. As expected of the foremost tribe of the mythological era, even after declining to this point, they still possess such a treasure. The voice of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor rang out from the cracks. In a battle between the Heavenly Pride, life and death are determined by fate. This emperor will not interfere, much less kill the younger generation. Hengkong Human King, Heavenly King Emperor, you can rest assured. But this emperor's order to suppress the Hengtian realm for 10,000 years will not end. Since you have destroyed the Dragon God sect, the inheritance of my Dragon Clan, then in all the realms of the myriad realms, my Dragon Clan will destroy 100,000 powerful men from your Hengtian realm. In the 9 realms competition, Gang Ning will once again fight Chu Tian to vindicate the bloodline of our Dragon Clan, the Chaos Dragon. The evil Dragon Clan will kill all the young people in your Hengtian realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crack slowly closed, and at the last moment, one could faintly see a blue dragon spirit with some chaotic colors condensing on the black dragon ball. In the Dragon Emperor Palace on the other side of the crack, the Destiny Dragon Emperor seemed to be displaying his supernatural powers to reverse life and death. With the power of a creator, he wanted to reverse the will of heaven and resurrect Gang Ning. Buzz. The cracks closed completely. The 9 broken statues on the battlefield also stopped reviving and returned to their original state. Only the vast and supreme dragon power lingered in the sky. The power of the Destiny Dragon Emperor is simply breathtaking. Chu Tian glanced coldly at the closed sky, turned around and flew down the battlefield, landing next to his family. He looked at Feng Changhao and said, Eternal Human King, it's your turn to fulfill the agreement. Next is the matter between my Hengtian realm and the Eternal Realm. I don't think the human kings have any intention of staying to watch the ceremony. Please go back, I won't see you off. Chapter 209 Memorial Ceremony. The sky is cloudless and clear. Deep inside the Holy Heaven sect, Duan Mulei, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, held a jade slip in his hand and used his finger as a pen to write on it. A middle-aged man beside him kept saying, Collect 2 of the top secret realms of Kangdu Dragon Court, the Tiankang Secret Realm and the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, and 1 of the top secret realms of the Feng family of the Eternal King Court, the Time Secret Realm. Collect 2 Kangjiu Dragon Court Dragon Blood Divine Gold Stars, 1 Dragon Bone Gold Star, and the Eternal Royal Court's top-level Divine Star Mine. Collect 30 Eternal Holy Flowers, a top-level Divine Medicine, 90 Dragon Blood Grasses, a top-level Divine Medicine, 3 Spacetime Holy Trees, 10 Eternal Star Trees. Collect 63 Kangdu Longing Heaven level Yuanchi Mines. Strong men who were responsible for receiving compensation from the Eternal Royal Court kept returning from the cracks in the realm, handing over jade slips that recorded the coordinates of the sacred mine stars, as well as the secret method of controlling the outer array patterns, storage rings and other items. After the middle-aged strong man checked them, Duan Mulei was responsible for registering them in the jade slips and sending them to the sect's treasure house. The human King Hengkong, King Shudian, and Emperor Tianyan sat at the head of the main hall in the Internal Affairs Hall. Shudian, Chu Yuyao, Holy Maiden Hylian, and Huaimei stood on either side of them. Seated on the chairs to the left were the Hengtian realm's most powerful figures, led by Emperor Lingfeng and Sect Master Givong. Sitting in the first seat on the right was the sullen-faced Eternal Human King Feng Changhao. Behind him knelt a row of high-ranking members of the Kangdu Dragon Court, their bodies largely transformed into blue dragons, stretching like a long dragon into the distance. Logically speaking, for such a large-scale compensation, the Feng family, who are the top powerful people of the Human King family and the strongest people in the Eternal Human Realm, should all be present. Even if they lose the fight, they can still hold up the situation. Even if the human kings of the other 7 realms do not come, as signatories to the 9 realms agreement, they should have the strongest people present to witness it. But strangely, no one came to the scene except Feng Changhao and the top leaders of Kangji Yulongding. Time passes by every second. The chanting of counting compensation continued until dusk. Reporting to the Deputy Sect Master, the secret realms, resources, minerals, and divine medicines that the Eternal Human Realm paid as compensation have all arrived and have been registered. The divine gold stars, elemental stone mines, etc. have also been received by the powerful people from the Divine Medicine Hall, the War Affairs Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, and other halls. Duan Mulei took out 3 jade slips and handed them to Hengkong Human King, Tianyan Daozhen, and Chu Tianwang for review. He then took out a backup jade slip from his sleeve and placed it in Chu Tian's hand. He laughed and patted Chu Tian on the shoulder, saying, Good boy, you did a great job. This time, it's all thanks to you. You were the first and foremost contributor to the great victory of our Hengtian human race. Chu Dian got the jade slip that many powerful people such as Emperor Lingfeng and the leaders of top sects could not get, but no one showed any dissatisfaction on their faces. Instead, they felt that it was natural. After all, in this battle, although everyone contributed and could get a share of the resources that were compensated at a sky-high price, it was the Shengxian sect that made the real effort and suffered huge casualties. The battle that finally silenced the other 7 realms' human kings was fought by Chu Dian himself. These sky-high compensations were proposed by Chu Dian. Chu Dian should naturally get a list of backup resources. Chu Dian's face remained calm as he smiled faintly at Duan Lei. Uncle Lei, this great victory was achieved thanks to the desperate efforts of the sect's elite warriors who made enormous sacrifices. Furthermore, the human king and the Taoist venerable Tianyin lent their support. Many of the great sects and their predecessors put aside their past grudges and united their strength to fight against the Eternal King Court. This was the reason for this victory. I only did some insignificant things at the end. I have no credit for anything. Uncle, your praise is truly unbelievable. I absolutely do not deserve it. As soon as these words were spoken, King Hengkong and Taoist Tianyin, who were looking at the list, raised their heads and looked at Chu Dian with surprise in their eyes. Many powerful people also had smiles on their faces, and some old emperors even gave Chu Dian a thumbs up on the spot and praised him continuously. Don't be arrogant when you win, and don't be discouraged when you lose. Heavenly King Emperor, you have truly given birth to a good son. Chu Dian's future is limitless. In the 9 realms competition, the younger generation of our sect still needs your support, Chu Dian. It was obvious that Chu Dian's words benefited many powerful people, and their faces were filled with happy smiles. After all, to be honest, apart from mobilizing the entire sect's strength and fighting to the death at the last moment, they did not contribute much in the whole process. Otherwise, Duan Mulei would not have said that Chu Dian should be credited with the greatest merit, but no strongest person came out to refute or claim the credit. But even though no one objected, it didn't mean they felt better. After all, they couldn't bear to have a young person suppressing them, but Chu Dian's words made everyone feel comfortable. Eternal Emperor Feng Changhao looked at the interior of Hengtian realm. The scene had become harmonious because of Chu Dian's words. His face became even uglier and he started cursing in his heart. Damn you little bastard, why are you pretending to be gentle and modest? Where did your previous relentless pressure go? Bring it up. Chu Tianyin, clutching a black scimitar, strode into the palace with a white cloth tied around his head. He said, Brother, Human King, Daozhen Tianyin, the memorial ceremony is ready. Emperor Mashan and Poison Lord Hell, former Internal Affairs Hall Master Yi Tianhong, and former Moyan Commandery Magistrate Yi Tiancheng have all been taken to the execution platform. The senior emperors and sect masters who died in this battle have all been placed in their coffins and await burial. Chu Dian looked up outside the hall. White flags were fluttering and soul-calling banners were dancing. At a glance, the entire Shengxian sect was covered with fluttering white cloth strips. No matter whether they were sect leaders, elders, or middle and lower level disciples, white cloth strips were tied on their heads. If Shengxian sect wins this battle, then the disciples who sacrificed in this battle will naturally become unprecedented heroes and martyrs, and will receive extremely high honors and merits, and their blessings will be passed on to future generations. Let's get started. Chu Tianxing, who was sitting on the left, stood up, took out a white cloth from his sleeve and tied it around his forehead. His dark red eyes glared coldly at the Eternal Human King and the other high-ranking officials of the Kangoo Dragon Court, and he shouted, What are you still standing there for? Do you want the strong man of the Hengtian human race to help you? Feng Chenghao's whole body trembled violently, his face turned pale, and he closed his eyes in pain. He took out a white cloth from his sleeve, tied it on his forehead, and suddenly knelt down facing the outside of the hall. He knelt every 3 steps and counted out every 9 steps, heading towards the martyrs, cemetery deep in the Shengxian sect. As the king of a world, he knelt down to say farewell to the lower class of the human race, whom they considered lowly, with 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. This was the only case in history. Many high-ranking officials of Kangji Yulongting also put on cloth strips and followed Feng Changhao, kneeling step by step as they went deeper into the sect. Along the way, disciples of Sheng Tian sect stood on both sides of the road to watch, and all the way to the deepest part of the sect, they looked at the leader Feng Changhao with curiosity in their eyes. After all, for most human beings, this kind of top figure would never be seen in their lifetime, and would only exist in word of mouth. Some disciples began to whisper to each other. Have you heard? This is the descendant of the Eternal Empress, the only queen among the 9 great kings of our human race. She is the human king of the Eternal Human Realm and the ruler of the Eternal Royal Court. I heard that his strength is at least comparable to that of the heavenly ranking emperor. It feels like a dream. The Supreme Human King, the heavenly ranking emperor, kneels and kowtows to our sect's disciples who died in battle, performing the rites of a descendant. Chapter 210, The Pioneer of Spiritual Condensation. Feng Changhao, your wish can be fulfilled. You will be recorded in history and leave a mark in the ancient books of the human race. Chu Tianyin sneered. The most powerful people including King Hengkong, Taoist Master Tianyin, King Shudian and others also took out white cloth strips and tied them on their heads, then followed behind on foot. Chu Dian, Chu Yuyao, Holy Maiden Hylian and Huaimei followed beside them. Tisk tisk, the human king has reached this point. If it were me, I would have drawn my sword and committed suicide by now, but he still has the audacity to live. Huaimei exclaimed in amazement, her voice loud and undisguised. In this group of half-human, half-ghost creatures, they don't even care about human dignity. No wonder they are so shameless. The other disciples were whispering in very low voices, but Huaimei had no scruples and her voice was as loud as thunder. When Feng Changhao heard this, his chest heaved, his throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked back at Huaimei with resentment, as if he wanted to remember this little bald guy with his nose in the air. What are you looking at? Are you unconvinced? Huaimei was undaunted. She curled her lips and said, Remember, my name is Huaimei, the future holy son of the Siheng Holy Sect. In 3 years' 9 realms competition, I will beat the proud genius of the eternal human race into submission. Taoist Tianyin glared at Huaimei, raised his hand, and slammed it hard on the bald head, making a loud bang. He angrily said, You may not be very capable, but you're very arrogant. I told you not to come out until your spiritual concentration reaches 95 or above. Who told you to run away? You're not considering the occasion when you speak. Do you have the right to speak here, a young boy like you? Looking at Chu Dian, who was doing things steadily and calmly, and then looking at Huaimei, Tianyin Daozhen was extremely furious, and his appearance was very similar to how Chu Tianyin looked when facing Chu Shang. He used to be very satisfied with this disciple, but now with Chu Tianyu in front of him, the more he looked at him, the more uncomfortable he felt. Huaimei cried out in pain, but she could also see that her master's dissatisfaction with him had reached its peak. Moreover, he had taken the opportunity to sneak out this time, and he didn't know what kind of beating he would suffer when he returned. She immediately cast a look at Chu Dian for help, as if to say, Brother, I ran away to help you. He also understood that the reason why his master was dissatisfied with him was mainly because his elder brother Chu Dian performed too well. After all, before, no matter how he behaved, the master always doted on him and covered up for him. Chu Dian walked forward calmly, ignoring Huaimei. While walking, he continued to multitask, trying to comprehend the many magical powers in the Duang Sutra and the Shengxian Sutra. He gained a lot from the battle with Kang Ning. His understanding of the Wandao cauldron took a big step forward and he explored a way to smelt the Wandao. The more top-level magical powers he comprehends, the stronger his combat power will be, the more powerful his spirit will be, the more secret treasures he will uncover, and the stronger his body will become. At this moment, every aspect of him, his supernatural powers, spirit, body, and secrets seemed to form a complete and perfect cycle. In his mind, the speed at which the realm pearl absorbed the original power of the eternal realm seemed to be gradually accelerating as his strength increased, but the increase was so small that it was almost imperceptible. The power of origin cleanses his body and spirit, and at the same time increases the speed at which he comprehends supernatural powers. Xiao Dian, come and follow me. At this time, the King Hengkong waved to Chu Dian, his wrinkled face full of kindness, like a kind old grandfather. Chu Dian, meet the human king. Chu Dian bowed politely. He had learned from Chu Tianqing that the human king had taken out the human king seal and tried to take a huge risk to forcibly rescue him from the human battlefield for his sake. So his respect at this time also came from the bottom of his heart. The Heng family is indeed willing to do anything for the interests of the Hengtian human race. This king asks you, has your spiritual concentration been materialized and reached perfection? Hengtian Ringwang asked, silently releasing the Tao essence and isolating everyone except Tianyin Daozhen and Chu Tianwang. The spirit exists in the sea of consciousness. Unless it is forcibly suppressed and explored with great supernatural powers, even the emperor can only see a rough idea from the outside and cannot be sure. Yes, human king. Chu Dian did not hide anything, nor did he have any intention of keeping a low profile, because there was no need. A genius should be like the scorching sun in the sky, dominating the world. His own strength is his biggest bargaining chip. Only if he is good enough can he get more support and resources. He couldn't understand why he had to hide it. The purpose of the Hengtian ranking has always been to find the most outstanding, powerful and potential geniuses for training. Buzz. Chu Dian used his spirit to condense a silver needle in his palm. With a flick of his finger, the silver needle broke through the air, pierced through the sky, and nailed a mosquito flying over a mountain 100 miles away directly to the tree trunk. King Chu Dian's eyes were gloomy and his white hair was fluttering. He didn't say anything when he saw this scene, but the desolate aura on his body became even stronger. He hasn't even reached the limit of the spirit refining realm. His sea of consciousness is far from full, yet he can see everything 100 miles away. Hengkong human king exclaimed, it's indeed as recorded in the ancient texts, a symbol of a spirit reaching 100% concentration. Tianyin Daozhen's eyes were also filled with amazement. Chu Dian, do you know how many people in the human race have achieved perfect spiritual concentration in the spirit refining realm before you? The wrinkled face of the Hengkong human king became solemn. Without waiting for Chu Dian to answer, he raised two fingers and said, before you, there should be at least two. One is the ancestor of our Heng family, Emperor Hengtian. The other one is the emperor of our human race in the mythological era. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Dian's pupil suddenly shrank slightly, and he looked up to meet the eyes of Hengkong human king. He originally thought that he was the only one in human history who had achieved a substantial level of spiritual concentration. After all, the system played an indispensable role in his reaching this point, coupled with the 3 magical halos and the unlimited supply of top-grade spirit refining pills. Unexpectedly, he is not the only one in human history. Taoist Master Tianyin was also extremely shocked, and King Chu was also trembling all over. It seemed that even they were hearing the news for the first time. Isn't it surprising? It's unbelievable. After all, according to rumors, no one in the human race has ever been able to materialize the spirit. But this is written in the notes left by our ancestors. Even in my Heng family, only the current human king can read it. The human king Hengkong looked solemn. The notes of our ancestors record that this is a forbidden realm, even more secretive than the 3 ancient realms. It seems to involve some unpredictable events. Therefore, the notes left by our ancestors say that it must not be passed on to outsiders, nor should it be cultivated by force, wasting the potential and time of future generations. Because this realm cannot be cultivated by force. Taoist Master Tianyin was shocked and said, Human king, my ancestor of the Holy Sihang sect has followed Emperor Hengtian in battle his entire life, how come he doesn't know about this? Chu Dian also frowned, because in the original plot, Yifan did not know this information until he broke through to the emperor level. Even though Yifan was valued by the Hengkong human king and resources were poured into his training, there was no mention of it at all. Chapter 211 Taboo Clan. Hengkong human king said in a low voice, if it weren't for Chu Dian's incredible fighting power and his unprecedented cultivation of both spirit refining and body fusion, I would have kept these things in my coffin like all the human kings of the past, and never told them a word. What I say today, you just need to listen to it, and never spread it to anyone else. You should know that our human race belongs to a low-level race in the myriad worlds. We have low-born bloodlines and weak bodies. Compared to top-level races like the dragon race, the difference is like heaven and earth. In the top 10 clans among all the clans have another name. Do you know what it is? Emperor Tianyin and King Chu Dian shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they didn't know. Forbidden tribe. The face of the Hengkong human king was extremely solemn, and he slowly uttered 4 words. The word, taboo, seemed to weigh down Chu Dian's heart, a weight that weighed heavily on him. It was a mysterious feeling. It seemed as if these 2 words touched upon the core secrets of the myriad worlds, something that even Yifan, in the original story, hadn't been able to access until he reached the emperor's level. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and other mythical overlord clans have extraordinary bloodline power that sweeps across all realms. Therefore, they are top clans, but their spirits will never be able to reach this forbidden realm. This is the exclusive domain of the top 10 clans. It is an invisible rule in the universe that binds all living beings, both visible and invisible. The king of Hengkong said solemnly, unless they can make it into the top 10 tribes, their descendants will have a chance to step into this threshold. And our human race is the only race in the myriad worlds that can step into this forbidden threshold without being in the top 10. So my human race, in the mythological era, once climbed all the way to the top, killing our way to the first place among all the races in the world, and reached the pinnacle of mythology. Later, Hengtian's ancestors tried to repeat this myth, but unfortunately failed at the last moment. The successive human kings of my Heng family have speculated that this is the reason why the human race is coveted by various powerful races in the 10,000 worlds, and why they pass down various inheritances and support powerful sects. Their most powerful beings want to learn from our human race why we can enter the forbidden realm. Tianyin Daozhen and Chu Tianwang were extremely shocked. They had already stood at the top of the human race, but they had never expected that there was such a reason why all races had been invading the human race. No wonder my Hengtian realm once fell out of the top 100 in all the realms. However, behemoths such as the Supreme Taoist Clan, the Supreme Demon Clan, the Dragon Clan, the Heart Demon Clan, the Ancient Sword God Clan, etc. have repeatedly invaded my human race and even spared no effort to spend huge amounts of resources to support the inherited forces. Tianyin Daozhen said. The Hengkong human king looked at Chu Dian and said, you may very well be the 3rd genius in the history of my Hengtian human race to step into the spiritual forbidden realm. Next, I hope you can challenge the 18,000 secret treasures, step into the limit of my human race's fusion realm, and then break through to the divine realm. The magical power 10,000 Tao cauldron you created will probably require many magical skills to be refined. So, for the next 3 years, you can come to the ancestral temple at any time and enter the Heng family sutra library to read all the scriptures and magical powers. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me for advice at any time. I know very little about your supreme physique, the chaos god demon body, so I cannot give you any guidance in this regard. However, I will do my utmost to collect all the divine medicines and treasures that can help you unlock the secret treasures. From now on, this king, Tianyin Daozhen, and your father, Tianwang Dizhen, will always be by your side. We will use our experience to point out any shortcomings in your current cultivation and teach you some tips and tricks to unlock the secret treasures. The mission of our Hang family for generations has been to restore the glory of our human race. The reason our ancestors left behind these notes was because they hoped that if a great person in the Forbidden Realm emerged, our Hang family would assist them with all their strength. The expression on Hang Kong Human King's face turned serious. Chu Dian, I can see that you have entered the spiritual taboo realm. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor has also seen it. If before, he only ordered the suppression of our Hang Tian realm because he wanted to maintain the reputation of the Dragon Clan and did not invest much energy and attention, then next, he will probably send the strongest monsters of the Dragon Clan to target you and find out all the secrets of you and the reason why you were able to enter the taboo realm. The Dragon Clan has been ranked among the top 20 of all clans for so long. Their biggest goal is to enter the top 10 forbidden clans. To achieve this goal, they will go to extremes beyond your imagination. This 9 realms competition is for the benefit of the Hang Tian race and even for the benefit of the entire human race. So from now on, as long as it can benefit your cultivation, you can ask me for anything. I will do my best to meet all your requests. When Tianyan Daozhen and Chu Tianwang heard the last part, they were not very shocked. It seemed that they had already discussed it with Hang Kong and Wang. 3 emperors from the heavenly ranking followed a young man, responding to his every request and giving him guidance. Even in the Dragon Clan, it was impossible for such a monster to receive such treatment. But Chu Tian was too young, and they could see that he was lacking in some details of cultivation and even in his comprehension of supernatural powers. The upcoming 9 realms competition will determine whether the Hang Tian realm can continue to rise under the pressure of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, in extraordinary times, extraordinary things must be done. Chu Tian's face was calm. Although he had heard such a secret, he was still able to remain calm and said, "Did the Human King, the mythical human emperor, and the Hang Tian emperor also break through 180,000 secret treasures?" The Hang Kong Human King shook his head and said, "I don't know either. My ancestors' notes only mentioned the spiritual taboo realm. As for the next realm, he didn't mention it. My human race is too far away from the top 10 taboo races in the myriad worlds, so I don't know any information about it." But, the Hang Kong Human King raised his head, looked towards the Hang Tian Palace, and said, "There is no record in the notes, but there may be information about this in the Hang Tian Palace." Chu Dian, as far as I know, you haven't been able to break through the test space of the spirit refining realm yet. Chu Dian shook his head. This king guesses that our ancestors should have left some key information in the Hang Tian Palace. By breaking through the test space of the spirit refining realm and killing all the strongest people in history, including the Emperor of Heaven, your mother, and the Saint Ancestor Duanmu, you should be able to obtain the information you want. The Human King Hang Kong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the corners of Chu Tianwang and Tianyan Daozhen's mouths twitched slightly. Chapter 212 Master, I don't. The sun sets and it is almost dusk. The setting sun hung on the top of the mountain. At first glance, it looked like a piece of blood-red silk, stretching all the way from the Internal Affairs Hall to the Martyrs, Cemetery, scarlet and dazzling. Chu Tian followed beside the Human King Hang Kong, listening to him tell some mysterious stories of the past in the 10,000 worlds, as well as some cultivation experiences. Tianyan Daozhen and King Chu Tian were beside him, occasionally echoing him, their words full of sighs. Looking at Chu Tian rising like a comet, it seemed that their memories of their youth were also evoked. Traveling through the world with high spirits. But now, they have replaced their elders and become the mainstay of the Hang Tian human race, continuing to protect the younger generation from wind and rain. King Hang Kong told Chu Tian that the Chaos Demon body was the supreme physique of the demon race. It was the first time that it appeared among the human race throughout history. So, to be on the safe side, he discussed with Taoist Tianyan, King Chu Tian, and Yi Tianshang. In order to protect him, everything should be kept low-key for the time being. The main purpose is to guard against other alien races, mainly the other 8 realms, which may be detrimental to him. But they did not expect that Yi Tianshang would actually take advantage of this and do such excessive things in secret, and even showed signs of colluding with the Dragon Clan and the Eternal Human King. They also expressed their admiration for Chu Tian in their words. After all, if it weren't for Chu Tian's series of actions, the Hang Tian human race would probably have suffered great losses due to the internal strife of the Shengxian sect. Chu Tian's expression was calm. He just smiled slightly in response to their praise. He was humble and didn't say much. In the original plot, Yi Tianshang was the final winner. If the Chu family failed, the ones they would probably praise would be Yi Tianshang and the protagonist Yi Fan. Of course, he didn't mind. History is written by the victors. The winners become kings and the losers become bandits. The Hang Kong Ancestral Temple does not interfere in the internal conflicts of each sect, which is also an ancient tradition. If Yi Tianshang had not been desperate enough to collude with the Dragon Clan and harm the overall interests of the Hang Tian realm, neither Hang Kong Tianwang nor Tianyan Daozhen would have intervened. Not long, Feng Changhao knelt 3 times and Cao 9 times, and brought hundreds of senior officials of Kang Ji belonging to the Martyrs, Cemetery, where he knelt in front of a large number of tombstones. At the front of the mausoleum, the 3 most conspicuous tombstones were the 3 living fossil emperors of the Chu family who passed away in this battle. They were buried in the foundation, exhausted their lives to attack the Dragon God sect, and finally their energy and spirit were exhausted. They turned to ashes on the spot, without even leaving their bodies. In the coffins that were about to be buried, there were only some tattered clothes left after they turned to ashes. Because they had been buried in the dust for too long, they didn't even have a complete set of underwear left in this world. Chu Manzhong, the 23rd leader of the Holy Heaven sect, was titled Heavenly General Emperor. He was once ranked second on the Divine King list and the True Body list. Chu Heng, the 31st deputy sect master of the Holy Heaven sect. The tombstone records the life stories of the 3 people, as well as their contributions to the sect, the Hang Tian realm, and the human race. Feng Changhao and others knelt before the tombstone with the respect of children and grandchildren. King Chu Tian took the lead, and Chu Tianyan, Chu Tianxing, and the younger generation of the Chu Tian family came forward to pay their respects and kowtow to their ancestors. The strongest men such as Hang Kong Human King also stepped forward and bowed to see them off. Chu Tianyan's eyes were bloodshot as he stepped onto the high platform of the altar. He drew his dark red scimitar and pointed it towards the sky, his voice shaking the heavens. Execute, sacrifice the rebels' blood to the heavens and bury him with them. Opposite, the Emperor of the Desert God, the Poison Lord of Hell, Yi Tianhong, and Yi Tiancheng were all being held by disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Their strength had been completely wasted, their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. God, the executioner disciple raised the dark red sword and slashed down suddenly. In an instant, 4 heads flew up, and blood rained down, turning into a drizzle, dyeing thousands of tombstones red, and coffins began to be buried in the ground. The eternal King Feng Changhao and all the high-ranking officials of the ancient Dragon Court kneeled 3 times and Cao 9 times, crying and wailing to bid farewell to you. Chu Tianyan's cold voice exploded. Feng Changhao's face turned ashen, and he knelt 3 times and Cao 9 times. Some high-ranking members of the Dragon God sect beside him gritted their teeth and pretended to cry, like ghosts and wolves howling. Killing is not the right thing to do. Such humiliation will make them 1,000 times more uncomfortable than killing them. Soon, the memorial ceremony ended. Feng Changhao, along with the strong men of Kangji Yulongting, left Shengxian sect and stepped into the crack of the realm under the cold gazes of many strong men of Hang Tian realm. Before leaving, he turned his head with resentment and looked at Hang Kong Human King, and then looked at Chu Tian with a gloomy look. But this time, he didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and flew into the territory of Eternal Realm, and his body quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Brother, I also want to enter the Rising Sun secret realm and continue to comprehend the Eye of Heaven with you. Huaimei was impatient and winked at Chu Tianchi while speaking. He regretted so much after the blow he suffered last time and went back to seclusion. He actually wasted the opportunity to be alone with his cousin in the secret realm for 10 days. Especially, this time when I go back, I don't know when I can find an opportunity to come out again. Are you sure you want to practice in the secret realm? Chu Tian said calmly. I'm sure, absolutely sure, extremely sure. I don't want to go anywhere except the secret realm, Huaimei said with a determined look on her face. Chu Tian nodded. Okay, I will leave you some of the mysterious aura of the Eye of Heaven in the secret realm for you to comprehend. Huaimei didn't understand Chu Tian's hidden meaning and was immediately overjoyed. She said to her cousin, Saint Hylian, sister, we can discuss the cultivation of the Eye of Heaven together in the secret realm. Holy Maiden Hylian was like an ice sculpture, her face expressionless as she said, I will go to the Hengtian ancestral court with Chu Tian to practice with the human king, master, and the heavenly king emperor for a while. When Huaimei heard this, her face instantly fell and she was stunned. What's going on? Soon, he learned about the situation from his master, Tianyin Daozhen. It turned out that in order to prepare for the Nine Realms competition 3 years later, the human king, Tianyin Daozhen, and Chu Tianwang had discussed and decided to select a group of geniuses and evildoers in the realm for special training. In the first stage, they would practice in the Chu family's Rising Sun secret realm and comprehend the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Because of the strong support of the major sects for the Shengxian sect this time, the Chu family was very generous and each sect had several places to enter the secret realm. As for him, Tianyin Daozhen was originally planning to take him to Hengtian Ancestral Temple, but unexpectedly, he proposed to stay in the Shuri secret realm to practice and comprehend the Eye of Heaven. Tianyin Daozhen said in a deep voice, You kid, you have finally matured a little and know how to work hard. The Eye of Heaven is the culmination of Heavenly Tao Master Tianming's lifelong understanding of Tao. Although its effect on you may not be as great as Hylian's, it is still not insignificant. Then you will remain in the Rising Sun secret realm and be taught by the Heavenly Star Emperor, the Heavenly Cloud Hall Master, the Spiritual Wind Emperor, and other powerful beings. You will not be allowed to leave the secret realm until you comprehend the Eye of Heaven. Huaimei. At this moment, he saw from the corner of his eye that Duan Muwaner, Su Shikun, Chu Shang, Yi Gulong and other geniuses of Shengxian sect, as well as Lin Jie of Sihang Holy sect, Shenfeng Valley, and some young geniuses of Givong sect were led into the main hall of Shengwang Peak at the signal of Chu Tianyin and entered the Rising Sun secret realm for intensive training. Master, I don't. Chapter 213. His face turned black. Master, I don't want. Huaimei's words came to an abrupt end under the murderous gaze of Tianyin Daozhen. With a drooping face, she followed him into the main hall in a dejected manner. Brother, you are cheating me. Forget it, forget it. I'll just take this opportunity to ask Duan Muwaner for advice on how to grow bigger. For some reason, every time he looked at her, Duan Muwaner's turbulent breasts would appear in his mind. He always felt that his cousin's thing seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, which made him very dissatisfied. Inside the Hengtian refining temple, under the gazes of King Hengkong, Taoist Master Tianyin, King Shudian, Holy Maiden Hylian, and a group of powerful people, Chu Tian stepped into the test space with a calm expression. The familiar scene before my eyes went dark, and then the dark space appeared before my eyes. In the distance, in the endless darkness, pairs of large blood-red eyes lit up, densely packed, like a vast blood-red lantern hanging above the sky. Break through the test space. Although I haven't reached the perfection of the spirit refining realm yet and haven't been able to push the chaos spirit orb to its limit, it should be possible. Chu Tian muttered to himself, clenching his fist with one hand. The chaos spirit orb in his mind vibrated, and the actual spirit surged out. This time, facing these so-called powerful ancient beasts, he did not use the Eye of Heaven, nor did he use any magical powers or visions. Now, his physical strength alone has reached a terrifying level of 55 million Jin. The vast and substantial spiritual power was superimposed, and a punch was thrown out. The terrifying and huge fist shadow tore through the void like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. 100,000 delusion nightmares didn't even have a chance to fight back or resist, they were all wiped out. This punch, which was a combination of physical and spiritual power, weighed a terrifying 5.5 billion pounds. An asteroid would be blown apart by Chu Tian's punch. Now, just relying on his spirit can bring him 100 times more strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire test space seemed to be shaken violently by Chu Tian's punch, and the sky was shattered. This punch has a force of 5.5 billion Jin. What a concept. The geniuses at the top of the fusion list will be blown to pieces by Chu Tian's punch. There will be no room for resistance. And this is just the space used to test the geniuses in the spirit refining realm. The entire space was almost shattered by this punch. This time, Chu Tian did not waste even a second. In the outside world, on the soul refining list, Chu Tian, in 0.1 seconds, killed 100,000 illusion nightmares. King Hengkong, Taoist Master Tianyin, and King Chu Tianwang remained calm upon seeing this. All this was within their expectations. Chu Tian's physical strength was able to suppress the return of his bloodline to his ancestral state, and he was beaten by Kang Ming, who almost had the bloodline of the Chaos Dragon. He could kill gods with his physical strength alone. With the superposition of his spiritual strength, it would be strange if he couldn't penetrate the soul refining test space with one punch. However, many powerful people were still amazed when they saw this scene for the first time. Holy Maiden Hylian was as cold as ice. She glanced at the Hengkong ranking unwillingly. She had been ranked first for many years, but now she had fallen to third place. It was unknown when she would be able to return to the first place. Saint Hylian gritted her teeth, turned around and walked into the fusion hall nearby. Even if she couldn't surpass Chu Tian, she couldn't let that vicious woman Chu Yuya overwhelm her. Unconsciously, she probably didn't even realize that she no longer regarded Chu Tian as her goal to surpass. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, the entire Hengtian palace began to glow, and the golden boulders in the body tempering palace, the blood coagulation palace, and all the way to the God King palace began to burst out with divine light, repelling Saint Hylian who tried to step into the test space. She forgot that the last time Chu Tian stepped into the test space, it caused changes in Hengtian palace. Moreover, this time, Chu Tian was more than 10 times stronger than before. Boom, boom, boom. The divine chain of rules appeared, and the Hengtian halls in the top sects across the Hengtian continent began to glow, expelling the disciples from the test space. The terrifying rules of Tao converged into the test space where Chu Tian was. It has begun, Tianyin Daozhen said in a low voice. King Chu Tian's expression was solemn. A glimmer of hope flashed across the old face of Hengkong Human King, and he muttered to himself, "Can you do it?" In the test space, buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless rules and Tao essences converge. This time, the first person to gather and attack was a young man in a black robe, holding a blood-red Fang Tianhuaji. When he swung it, it crushed the sky, as heavy as a mountain. The young man had slanted eyebrows, a nose as tall as a mountain, eyes like stars, and with an air of arrogance, he swung his Fang Tianhuaji towards Chu Tian. His appearance was exactly the same as that of the Hengkong Human King, except that his face did not have the old age and vicissitudes of life, nor did it have the ravines like those on a musical instrument. The next moment, King Chu Tian and Taoist Tianyin appeared side by side and attacked Chu Tian. What is condensed in Hengtian Palace is the Tao essence left by the strongest people scattered between heaven and earth. Now the true bodies of the three heavenly ranking emperors are outside. The Tao essence they carry with them is naturally not comparable to those of the heavenly ranking emperors who are not here or have been in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years. Interesting. Chu Tian curled his lips slightly. After all, his goal was to break through the test space. There was no time to waste, so there was no need to hold back. Buzz. The eye of heaven between the eyebrows opened, and the 10,000 Tao cauldron flew out from between the eyebrows. The three-legged green cauldron spun around, and 5 strange phenomena followed, directly turning into a divine light, tearing through the void and flying out. Boom. In an instant, the Feng Tianhua Ji in the hand of Heng Kong Human King exploded, his head was pierced and turned into blood mist. At the same time, Chu Tian rushed out against the trend. With the superposition of the eye of heaven, his strength directly exceeded 20 billion. He punched both King Chu Tian and Tianyin Daozhen at the same time, blasting them into a bloody mist. At the same time, a broken sword flew out from the void and directly slashed Chu Tian's shoulder. The sword light fell like a galaxy waterfall, and it made a clanging sound like the collision of divine iron. After the Chaos God and Demon body was revived, coupled with the operation of the Chaos Creation Sutra, it continued to beat his body. Now his body was as strong as Chaos Divine Iron. The broken sword goddess's sword, like a Diablo sneak attack, could not even break Chu Tian's defense. Mom, I'm sorry. Chu Tian rushed out with a bang, raising the one Tao cauldron with both hands. The 1,000-foot-long cauldron dropped rolling green light, and the Tao energy roared, directly crushing Jian Kongzu's broken sword and her body together. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, Duan Wushengzu, Jiyu Mozu, Su Shenzhu, the emperors of the Shengxian sect, and even some evil geniuses that Chu Tian had never seen before, but whose aura was not much weaker than the 3 ancestors of the revival, were also gathered together and surrounded and killed Chu Tian. Outside world. On the soul refining list, Chu Tian killed the Heng Kong Human King who was in the same realm as him in 3 seconds, and created 100,000 illusion nightmares. Suddenly, the face of King Heng Kong, which had been slightly expectant, darkened slightly. Tianyin Daozhen and Chu Tianwang looked at each other and curled their lips slightly. But at this time, on the soul refining ranking, Chu Tian, in 4 seconds, killed Heng Kong Human King, Tianyin Daozhen, and Tianwang Emperor. Chapter 214 Kill them all. Tianyin Daozhen. King Chu. The whole audience was breathless, and many powerful people were stunned. Although I know that Chu Tiandong is very strong, extremely strong, and almost invincible. Unexpectedly, the King Chu Tian, who was nearly invincible in the Hengtian realm of the previous generation, the Taoist Master Tianyin, and even the King Heng Kong who once swept his contemporaries, could not even withstand a single move from Chu Tian. What kind of monster is this? Soon, the names on the list changed wildly, with new names constantly emerging. Broken Sword Goddess Sword Diabolo, Emperor Tianshang Yi Tianshang, Su Shenzhu, Jiyu Mozu, names like Emperor Shenfeng, Sect Master Wang of Weapons, Lord Hell Poison, Emperor Mashan and so on appeared in a row without stopping at all. It was conceivable that they seemed to have been blown up in a row by Chu Tian's sweeping kick. The faces of many powerful people were a little dark. In the soul refining space, in just a few tens of seconds, Chu Tian was covered in blood, and even had terrible injuries on his body that he had never suffered in the previous battle with Kang Ming. In the battle with Kang Ming, he was both defending himself and attacking. But because time was too precious, he didn't need to defend at all, but attack madly. Being attacked by so many monsters accumulated from generations of Hengtian realm, even if his defense was invincible, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed. The crazy battle lasted only tens of seconds, and even made bloodshot appear in Chu Tian's eyes. The blood in his body seemed to be burning, making him seem to have returned to that era of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, where he led the army to charge forward. The originally cold blood began to burn and boil again. The Chaos Demon body, the supreme physique of the demon race, seems to be most suitable for this kind of flesh and blood fighting. His blood is burning, his spirit is boiling, and even his hair seems to be burning with Chaos Demon flames. Boom! Chu Tian embraced the Wandao Ding with both hands and smashed it down, smashing the petite but terrifying Duan Wushengzu into a pile of mincemeat. At the same time, his chest was pierced by a sword from a monstrous man who was no less evil than Duan Wushengzu. Chu Tian roared angrily, turned around, broke the long sword in his chest with his flesh, and then turned around and smashed it with a punch. Puff, puff, puff. But at the same time, another bloody scimitar came and cut off his left arm directly. Outside world. On the soul refining list, a long list of names appeared behind Chu Tian's name. Chu Tian, 36 seconds, killing Duan Wushengzu. 37 seconds, killing the ancestor of the heavenly Tao. 40 seconds, killing the heavenly blood war king. The pupils of Emperor Heng Kong, Taoist Master Tianyin, and King Chu Tian suddenly shrank sharply, and many powerful people were shocked. Duan Wushengzu, ranked 9th on the Hengtian Tianbang, is from the Shengxian sect. The founder of the heavenly Tao, ranked 11th on the Hengtian heavenly ranking, comes from the Siheng holy sect. The heavenly blood battle king, ranked 5th on the Hengtian heavenly ranking, comes from the Hengtian ancestral home, the Heng family. Each of them is the most powerful and invincible warrior in the history of Hengtian realm. They once swept across all realms and not only revitalized their own forces, but also shocked all realms and revealed the strength of Hengtian realm. The reason why the Hengtian realm has been silent and desolate for so long is that its overall strength cannot even make it into the top 100 of all realms, but it has always been able to keep all kinds of alien races out, and even dares to destroy the supreme demon clan if they intervene. This is because, throughout the Hengtian realm, such invincible supreme beings have emerged from time to time, almost mythical invincible figures who support the majesty of the entire human race. Hengtian Palace, are you going to bring all the emperors on the heavenly ranking to Chu Tian? Tianyin Daozhen was stunned and said in a daze, how can you pass this test in just 1 minute? Emperor Hengtian established this test, and the selection is still for humans. It really is a taboo. The moment the word taboo came out of Tianyin Daozhen's mouth, there seemed to be thunder exploding in the depths of the endless void, as if alarming some unpredictable existence, causing him to shut his mouth immediately. King Chu Tian had a gloomy expression on his face as he looked at the time on the spirit refining list. It was now 45 seconds. But the names of the emperors on the heavenly ranking continued to emerge. The human King Heng Kong sighed softly, although Chu Tian's body is already beyond compare, his spirit has not yet reached the perfection of the spirit refining realm. His sea of consciousness is not filled with spirit, so I am afraid he will not be able to pass the test set by the ancestors. After Chu Tian's spirit is perfected, his strength can at least double, and his grasp should be even greater. Tianyin Daozhen nodded. In the test space, Chu Tian's eyes were blood red, and blood red devil flames were burning around his body, burning fiercely and melting the entire test space. The severed arm grew back almost instantly, and became strong, solid and powerful. With one punch, he blew up the monster holding the bloody sword. Buzz. Horrible demonic flames burned all over Chu Tian's body, his blood and energy rushed to the sky and poured into the Wandao cauldron, causing mysterious scarlet Dao patterns to begin to be engraved on the azure Wandao cauldron. At this time, there were still more than a dozen heavenly ranking emperors left in front, rushing towards Chu Tian at the same time. Among them, 4 or 5 were still at the same level as the holy ancestor Duanmu. Killing them one by one, exchanging lives for lives, there is definitely not enough time. A terrifying spirit surged out of Chu Tian's eyes, pushing the Wandao Ding to its limit. The blood-red magic pattern glowed, and in the blink of an eye, the Wandao Ding became 10,000 feet large, like a giant peak. Boom! Chu Tian jumped up and landed on the Wandao cauldron, melting his body into the cauldron. The 10,000-foot-long three-legged cauldron burned with demonic flames, withstanding their terrifying attacks and smashing them all into meat paste. The Wandao Ding disappeared. Chu Tian's body fell from the sky and hit the ground with a loud bang, and a huge pit 1,000 feet in size emerged. Even with the support of 4 intermediate halos, he felt exhausted at this moment. It's really the limit. In less than a minute, everything was burning, the blood was boiling, the spirit was surging, the supernatural powers were unleashed, and the physical body was exerted to the extreme. Now, the test space suddenly froze. In the outside world, on the spirit refining list, the time behind Chu Tian's name reached 55 seconds and then fell into a static state again. The scene was suffocating, even breathing was inaudible, and the pupils of many powerful men were wide open with anger, and some were even trembling all over. They were really scared. Emperor Lingfeng counted the titles and names behind Chu Tian on the list. Except for Emperor Hengtian, Emperor Lingfeng's voice was hoarse and trembling. The names of all the emperors on the heavenly ranking are all listed. Boom! It was like a thunderclap exploding in the minds of many powerful people present. In less than a minute, all the strongest people of the Hengtian human race since the mythological era were slaughtered. Boom! But at this moment, Hengtian Palace began to shake slightly, and an ancient, vicissitudes, supreme, and majestic figure slowly emerged from the sky. The eyes of the human king Hengkong were bloodshot. He raised his head tremblingly, then bent his knees and knelt heavily. The unworthy descendant Hengkong pays homage to the ancestors. Chapter 215, Storms of the Myriad Worlds. Time and space stagnate, and the world stands still. An aura of vicissitudes, antiquity, and greatness emanated from the figure that reached the sky. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and his clothing was extremely ancient, significantly different from the clothing of today's human race. He closed his eyes and did not exude any earth-shattering power, but people felt from the bottom of their hearts that the entire world should naturally be under his feet. The eyes of the Hengkong human king were filled with tears. He knelt on his knees and kowtowed frantically on the floor of the Hengtian palace, making loud bangs. Although he was an old man, he cried like a child. I, the unfilial descendant Hengkong, pay my respects to my ancestors. I am incompetent and cannot support the Hengtian human race. I have been bullied by all walks of life and oppressed by the dragon clan. I have fought my entire life, but can only barely maintain the independence of the Hengtian human race. King Hengkong finally muttered something, his eyes were bloodshot, his voice was trembling, and he was sobbing. Although the Heng family also had a human king, in the mythological era, after the human race split, the 9 human kings disappeared. Although the families of the 9 human kings had the descendants of the human king, they were not able to obtain the full inheritance of the human king. Since the beginning of the ancient times, the soul of the Hengtian ancestral court, and even the soul of the entire Hengtian human race, were injected by the Hengtian emperor. It was the spirit and energy injected by the Hengtian emperor that allowed the Hengtian human race to go through millions of years and countless hardships, and still fight to the death to maintain the independence of the Hengtian world. It also allowed the major top sects to unite and face the outside world in a united manner at critical moments even when the struggle was fierce. Daozun Tianyan and King Chu Tian's pupils were filled with shock. As the emperor of the heavenly ranking, they could feel the power of Emperor Hengtian even more. Immortal soul, King Chu Tian murmured to himself, his voice filled with horror. Facing the shadow of Emperor Hengtian, the dignified emperor of the heavenly ranking, and the existence that dared to confront the dragon emperor of heavenly fate head-on, he felt a sense of being extremely insignificant at this moment, as if he was looking up at the top of a mountain. After eons of experience, a trace of consciousness was reawakened, and it unexpectedly possessed such earth-shattering power. Tianyan Daozun was also shocked and cried out, then suddenly knelt down, following the shadow of Hengtian Emperor Zun of the Hengkong dynasty to kowtow and worship. The Siheng Holy Sect has been ranked as the strongest sect in the Hengtian realm for countless years, but only very few people know that the founding ancestor of the Siheng Holy Sect was actually just a general under the Hengtian Emperor, named Siheng Zanzun. Many of the strongest people knelt down one after another. In the Shengxian sect, the strong ones below the God King were suppressed by an invisible rule. They couldn't even raise their heads and could not see the figure appearing in the sky at all. Those who are the most honorable in the world, below the God King, have no qualifications to watch directly, otherwise the invisible power of the world will naturally wipe them out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, many grand and strange visions filled the sky. Golden lotus emerged within 1,000,000 miles, and purple air spread across 9,000,000 miles, condensing into a purple sky bridge that meandered to infinity. At the same time, Emperor Hengtian slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly became bright, and the laws of heaven and earth surged, as if praising this great existence. Use your body to transform into the eternal sky, and use your mind to suppress all calamities. Control the cause and effect of birth and death, and rule over all paths. Between heaven and earth, a great voice resounded, praising this supreme and great king. This is a great human king who can leave his name in the endless history of the myriad worlds and imprint his mark in the heaven and earth. Even though he has been gone for endless years, the will of his immortal soul is briefly revived, and he can still make all the worlds submit. In an instant, a vast, supreme, and great aura penetrated the entire Hengtian realm and spread towards the 10,000 realms. Feng Changhao, who had just returned to the eternal royal court, had a gloomy expression on his face. He was about to sit back on the throne when he suddenly froze. The breath of myth. Feng Changhao's voice trembled, his face pale, and he sat down on the ground in fear. He turned to look at a young man beside him and said, "Has your Hengtian realm given birth to a myth? Is it the Hengkong human king, or the Chu Tianwang, or that old thing Tianyan? It's impossible. Could it be that this old antique, on the verge of death, suddenly realized the power of creation before his death?" Feng Changhao was frightened. If a myth appeared in the Hengtian realm, he would definitely die. The reason why he was able to escape this time was entirely due to the pressure from the 8 realms and the protection of the dragon clan. Otherwise, he would never have been able to walk out alive. Beside the throne, a young man in a white robe, with a youthful appearance but extremely cold eyes, suddenly looked in the direction of Shengxian sect. Through the cracks in the boundary, he saw Emperor Hengtian. Then, he bent his knees and slowly knelt down, saying in a low voice to Feng Changhao, "It's Emperor Hengtian." Feng Changhao's whole body trembled, his pupils widened, and he began to tremble with fear. At this moment, many human kings from the other 7 realms of the human race also cast their eyes through the human king seal. Then they were so frightened that their minds went blank. They quickly sealed off their respective realms with the human king seal and activated the origin formation of each realm to guard against it. Emperor Hengtian, the only great king since the ancient times who swept across the myriad realms with his immense power, suppressed the 9 realms of humanity and nearly unified the 9 realms of humanity despite countless obstacles. Although Emperor Hengtian was the emperor of the Hengtian realm, due to his overwhelming power and invincible fighting strength, after his disappearance, the strongest people in the 9 realms of the human race erected statues for him and built temples to worship him. The incense continued to flow in memory of this invincible myth of the human race. Now, in all realms and races, especially in some ancient realms, even if they are separated by endless realms, there are supreme beings who can feel this all-encompassing power. They wake up from their sleep or wander in the void and cast solemn glances towards the Hengtian realm. Is the ancient human imperial court going to stir up the world again? In a sea of blood, a giant Shira who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the sea muttered to himself. Dragon realm, dragon palace. The boundless silver dragon body of the heavenly fate dragon emperor spanned the boundless void. He slowly opened his silver dragon eyes. It's the Hengtian realm again. Somewhere in Hengtian realm, in the center of a palace complex shrouded in dark clouds. Father, according to your instructions, the preparation work for the remains of the Tianxin ancestor has been almost completed ahead of schedule. However, the Heart Demon Holy Land requires, the beautiful and hot Ren Yuxuan respectfully reported to a tall figure in a purple robe in front of her. He had 2 horns on his head with complex magic patterns on them, and his eyes were dark purple. Emperor Hengtian, the Heart Demon Emperor was shocked as he felt the great ancient aura. His soul projection instantly dissipated in the palace complex and he did not dare to stay for a moment longer. After the mythological era, during the time of Emperor Hengtian, the Hengtian realm was once a forbidden area and alien races were forbidden to enter. Chapter 216 Who dares to say that there is no one in my human race? A familiar place. Emperor Hengtian's eyes swept across the familiar mountains and rivers of Hengtian realm. Suddenly, he lightly tapped his finger, and a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Chu Dian. Chu Dian, the holy son of Shangxian sect, pays homage to the emperor. Chu Dian saluted calmly. The appearance of Emperor Hengtian did not exceed his expectations. From the various performances of the human king Hengkong, it was hinted that there would be surprises when he broke through the test space of the spirit refining realm. He already had a vague guess in his heart. Chaos god and demon body, spiritual taboo realm. Emperor Hengtian's face was unclear, and his aura was not that high and mighty. Instead, he seemed very approachable. He seemed to smile at Chu Dian and said, "Young man, in the future, the path to the forbidden realm is difficult. I hope you can succeed. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. The forbidden path, the path of the young supreme, is always unique. I can't give you any guidance or help. I created the 3-legged 10,000 Tao cauldron. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. I melted all the Taos into 1, and finally achieved transcendence. You have quite the ambition, worthy of your chaos devil body." Emperor Hengtian actually saw through Chu Dian's self-created supreme magical power at a glance, smiled slightly, and said, "It seems that I can give you a little help." Buzz. Suddenly, his towering body shrank and faced Chu Dian, and his aura was suppressed to the state of perfect spirit refining. "Go ahead, I'm the last hurdle for you to break through the debut test." Emperor Hengtian did not show any modesty, nor did he even intend to let Chu Dian take the first step. Instead, he raised his hand and lightly tapped the void in front of him with his fingers. In an instant, the space rippled like water waves, as if it had turned into an endless ocean, about to drown Chu Dian. "In my entire life, I have only condensed one move, named Hengtian." Emperor Hengtian seemed to be intentionally teaching Chu Dian, letting Chu Dian see his movements clearly. The rippling water evolves the eternal way. Eternity seems to pass in an instant, and the instant turns into eternity again. Eternal, extremely eternal, supernatural powers, Hengtian. The water waves seemed to contain the eternal truth, pressing towards Chu Dian, lightly but with the intention of endless destruction and killing. 10,000 Tao cauldron. Chu Dian opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows, and understood that Emperor Hengtian was not only fighting, but also teaching. Facing the greatest existence in the Hengtian realm throughout history, he knew that the other party had also stepped into the forbidden area, and he did not dare to hold back at all. Buzz. The 5 great magical powers and visions appeared at the same time, the hand of God, the yin and yang beasts, the prison dragon, the twin dragons of wind and cloud, and the golden dragon of chaos. In his mind, the chaos spirit pearl was fully activated. The mental outburst was even more violent than in the virtual space of the test space. After being blessed by the eye of heaven, it even distorted the surrounding space. His spirit has reached the point where it can slightly distort time and space. The cauldron will last forever. Chu Dian embraced the cauldron with both hands and pressed it forward with a bang. The force heavier than the mountains crushed the sky and collided with the endless water waves. Bang! In an instant, the hand of God, which did not have the power of attack and killing, was instantly crushed and exploded by the water waves, followed by the 12 clawed wind and cloud dragons, and closely behind them was the true dragon of prison. Before Hengtian, where eternity was but a moment, this top-level magical power was as fragile as a piece of paper. Even if it gave birth to a vision and reached the state of great success, it still could not walk its own path and reach the extraordinary realm. If you don't reach the extraordinary level, you are just an ant. Afterwards, the yin-yang beast vision began to be crushed and shattered, and the chaotic golden dragon surrounding Chu Dian began to break apart. The water ripples, layer upon layer, and each wave represents endless space. Eternal years are suppressing Chu Dian, containing the power of life and death of time. Click, click, click. Clear cracks began to appear on the one-now cauldron. At the same time, Chu Dian's body, as strong as divine iron, began to break, and blood gushed out. The pressure is so huge that it is unimaginable. The power of birth and death of time, endless ripples. This is also the most top-level supreme magical power, and it belongs to Emperor Hengtian himself. It is incredibly powerful. The one-now cauldron continued to shatter, but under the crushing and collision of endless water waves, it seemed to be undergoing tempering. Wave-like Tao patterns began to appear on it, containing the power of life and death over time. Cause and effect arise and cease. Life continues. Creation is endless. The eye of heaven between Chu Dian's eyebrows was emitting purple light, which imprinted waves into his mind. The 2 intermediate halos of Taoism and enlightenment were also fully stimulated by him. Bang, bang, bang. Under the crushing of endless water waves, the 3-legged cauldron began to break, reassemble, break, and reassemble over and over again, becoming more and more solid. The Taoist patterns on it also began to become more and more complicated and dense, containing endless mysteries. A vast vicissitudes and ancient aura emanated from the cauldron. Gradually, the yin and yang beasts, the Pixiu, the real dragon, the phoenix, the chaos golden dragon, the wind and cloud twin dragons began to appear on the cauldron. Finally, a figure with a blurred face but emitting an aura of supreme greatness emerged. Good understanding. Lil guy, you won and passed the forbidden test of the spirit refining realm. Upon seeing this, Emperor Hengtian withdrew his fingers, and the vast ripples in the sky instantly dissipated. But at this moment, under the guidance of the power of life and death of time, Chu Dian slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in midair. The secrets in his body were no longer suppressed by Chu Dian and began to revive, making the hideous and terrifying injuries on his body recover instantly. A mysterious aura of Taoism, which blended with heaven and earth, emanated from Chu Dian. After comprehending my Hengtian, he has actually entered the beginning realm. What a young man with extraordinary comprehension. Emperor Hengtian laughed and clapped his hands. He looked deeply at Chu Dian and muttered to himself in a very low voice, what a young man with extraordinary comprehension, and even more daring, he dared to secretly devour the origin of the eternal realm. Fortunately, it has just begun, otherwise. The evolution of life and death occurred in his eyes, and an invisible rule enveloped Chu Dian. Beginning realm, Chu Tianxing, who was kneeling on the ground, had blood-red hair flying and his face darkened slightly. Ancestor, can you come back again? The human race is in danger, and alien races are invading. The king Hengkong kowtowed, raised his head, his eyes full of expectation. Emperor Hengtian spoke calmly, every generation has its own mission. I am from the ancient times. This is your generation's mission, not mine. The eyes of the human king Hengkong were bloodshot as he kowtowed. I am an unfilial descendant of Hengkong and incompetent. I feel ashamed of my ancestors. If the sky collapses, I will follow the teachings of my ancestors and fight to the last moment. Emperor Hengtian looked towards the depths of the Holy Heaven sect, glanced at the Holy Heaven pond, and smiled slightly, saying, who dares to say that my human race has no successors? Use your body to transform into the eternal sky, and use your mind to suppress all calamities. Control the cause and effect of birth and death, and rule over all paths. Above the sky, huge voices of praise continued to resound. Chapter 217. One day, our human race will recover the dead. Emperor Hengtian left Shangxian sect and looked at the mountains and rivers that he had guarded for many years. He came to the outside of the palace of Shinmo sect and stopped for a moment, which made Ren Yuxuan, Jinhu demon lord and others look pale. On the top of the palace, in a purple magic cloud, many young demons with double horns on their heads were struggling to hold on. Great and ancient being, I have no intention of invading the Hengtian realm. Finally, a majestic voice came from the purple magic cloud. The heart demon Emperor understood that the immortal soul of this great being had been revived in order to make some final contribution to the Hengtian realm that he had protected his entire life and to intimidate the outside world. Naturally, he didn't want to fight a bloody battle with Emperor Hengtian. It wasn't worth it. Emperor Hengtian nodded slightly and took another deep look at the mountains and rivers of Hengtian continent. With one step, 9 million miles of purple energy gathered, crossing the boundary and stepping into the eternal human world. He walked all the way, passing the heart demon holy land and the Kangjiyu dragon court. He only stopped for a moment at the eternal king's court but did not stay for too long. Soon, 9 million miles of purple energy tore through the void and stepped into the Xuanming human world. Emperor Hengtian traveled all the way through the 9 realms, passing over the major royal courts, ancient holy places, and the inherited sects of alien races, and finally left the 9 realms of the human race and headed towards the outer starry sky. The purple air spanned the starry sky, turning endless light years into a short distance, and finally arrived outside the dragon realm. Outside the starry sky, it overlooked the Dragon Emperor's palace. The immense power shattered the endless starry sky, and the entire vast and boundless dragon realm seemed to be shaking and shattering. In the Dragon Emperor palace, the silver dragon eyes of the Destiny Dragon Emperor were filled with solemnity. He transformed into a tall human figure, standing above the Dragon Emperor palace. There were also ancient and vicissitudes of life-old dragons appearing beside him. Far beyond the surrounding territory, ancient beings appeared and looked at the dragon realm from afar. The immortal soul has revived, but it won't exist for long. Don't provoke it, or it will take you away, said an ancient and great being. The Destiny Dragon Emperor stood atop the Dragon God Palace. He raised his hand and activated the power of the dragon realm's origin. His voice was majestic. Ancient and great being, the dragon race did not invade Hengtian, so why did you come to my dragon realm? At the beginning of mythology, your dragon race begged us humans to take you in, willing to be our totems and mounts for the kings. Why don't you respect the mythical contract now and dare to bully our human race? Emperor Hengtian's voice was indifferent and majestic. He lightly tapped his finger, and the universe was shaken. It seemed that in an instant, billions of realms were born and destroyed, and the ancient avenue of time crushed towards the dragon realm. Without our human race, there would be no such glory as your dragon race today. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire vast and boundless dragon realm, which had existed for endless years, began to violently turbulent. Huge pieces of realm space collapsed and were directly consumed by the power of life and death. Soon, a huge source of power flew out from the core of the dragon realm and disappeared into the starry sky. It was Emperor Hengtian who cut out a piece of the origin of the dragon realm. It was visible to the naked eye that the dragon realm, which had devoured countless tribes and territories to reach its current size, had shrunk by 1/10 in the blink of an eye. Endless energy was dissipating, and the divine minds, Yuanxi, and divine medicines collapsed. The face of the Dragon Emperor of Destiny was ashen, but facing the Emperor Hengtian, he also knew that the other party's immortal soul could not hold out for long. He did not dare to step out, for fear that he would be taken away by his last strength, or be seriously injured and fall into a deep sleep. It's not worth fighting with a being that is destined to disappear. If you don't respect the mythical contract, one day, our human race will have powerful people to collect the dead. Emperor Hengtian's voice was flat, and it was unclear whether he was talking to the Dragon Emperor of Heaven's fate or warning more tribes. He turned and headed towards the depths of the starry sky. Use your body to transform into the eternal sky, and use your mind to suppress all calamities. Control the cause and effect of birth and death, and rule over all paths. Strange phenomena surged between the starry sky, but they began to become weaker and weaker, and the purple air began to dissipate. Emperor Hengtian walked all the way into the depths of the starry sky and came to the edge of the universe. He turned around and looked at the 9 realms of the human race from afar. With nostalgia in his eyes, his figure began to slowly dissipate. Finally, the heaven and earth wailed, and the avenue shook violently, as if crying. A light drizzle fell over the Hengtian continent. The revived Hengtian palace seemed to have a spirit, emitting bursts of wailing sounds, as if begging its master to take it away. Eventually, the light gradually disappeared, and it fell into silence, continuing to guard the Hengtian realm. The king of Hengkong roared, his eyes bloodshot, unfilial descendants, respectfully bid farewell to our ancestors. King Chu Tian, Daoist Tianyan and other powerful people all worshipped the outer space, kneeling 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to see Emperor Hengtian off. They knew in their hearts that even if another evildoer who could step into the forbidden realm appeared, Emperor Hengtian would not be resurrected. The immortal soul is eternal, but the moment of awakening is the moment of destruction. Even as powerful as Emperor Hengtian, who controls the birth and death of time and understands the creation of heaven and earth, he still cannot escape the constraints of the cycle of life and death. In the holy Tianji, Bingbing, who was sleeping in the star crystal coffin, slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were so cold and indifferent as she looked at a green rune that fell beside her, emitting the power of life and death over time. You can't escape, and I can't escape either. Bingbing slowly closed her eyes and fell into sleep again. Now, under the vast sky, Chu Tian sat cross-legged. In his mind, the endless power of life and death continued to evolve. The ups and downs of time, the rise and fall of ancient races, and the evolution of the great world kept emerging in his mind. This is the only magical power that Emperor Hengtian created in his entire life. It's just one magical power, but it can rival tens of millions of magical powers and contains endless changes. Falling into the beginning realm, Chu Tian's understanding of the birth and death of time continued to deepen. At the same time, his understanding of various Dao patterns also continued to become deeper. The prison-suppressing Dragon Emperor art and the Supreme Yin Yang art are the 2 magical powers that Chu Tian has obtained for the longest time and has the deepest understanding of. As Chu Tian's comprehension of the 10,000 Dao Cauldron and the Hengtian magical power deepened, his comprehension of these 2 top magical powers gradually began to be integrated. Vaguely, he saw a different path based on these 2 established magical powers and combined it with his own understanding. The Dragon Clan is merely a totem of our human race. How could they possibly think of turning the tables? The magical powers of the Dragon race are ever-changing, but they must rely on the human race itself to exist. Endless insights emerged in Chu Tian's mind, and his understanding of the prison Dragon Emperor technique continued to deepen. Finally, a vision of a real dragon as a golden wheel appeared behind his mind. The real dragon was circling, lifelike, but its existence relied on Chu Tian's body. Space fluctuates, time rises and falls, life and death occur, and the tide continues. The art of suppressing the true dragon in prison has reached an extraordinary level. Hengtian's supernatural powers are reaching their peak. The heaven and earth roared, and secret holes began to open one after another on Chu Tian's chaos demon god body. In the blink of an eye, the number of secret holes reached 21,000. And his spirit finally entered the realm of perfection. In the sea of consciousness, the chaos spirit pearl broke away from Chu Tian's mind and rose from behind his head, emitting thousands of divine rays that illuminated the void. Chapter 218. The demonic tribulation. Suddenly, thick dark clouds covered the sky, and blood-red thunder shuttled through it like a python, heading right towards Chu Tian's head. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder explodes from time to time, deafening the ears, and the vast power of heaven is breathtaking. Chu Tian sat cross-legged in midair, completely unaware of the changes in the world outside him, immersed in his own understanding. The beginning realm is extremely precious and mysterious, and cannot be forced. Now that he has entered the beginning realm, he does not want to waste any time. System, exchange the Emperor-level Dao talisman for me according to the last time I entered the beginning realm. Chu Tian soon realized that the mysterious feeling was dissipating, faster than the last time, and immediately said in his heart. Urgent reminder, the host's strength is 1,000 times stronger than last time. One Emperor-level Dao talisman is no longer enough to maximize the effect of the beginning realm. It is recommended that the host exchange 10 Emperor-level Dao talismans and 1 Dao creation talisman to further extend the time in the beginning realm and increase the chance of entering the beginning realm next time. The system's gentle and pleasant voice immediately sounded in Chu Tian's ears and gave suggestions. 1 Emperor-level Dao talisman costs 10,000 destiny points, and 1 Dao creation talisman costs 300,000 destiny points. Do you want to exchange them? Exchange. Chu Tian immediately responded in his heart. Although he didn't have the time to check how many destiny points he had, the system's notification sound had been ringing in his ears almost non-stop during this period. Especially when Kang Ming was killed, it seemed as if a large amount of destiny points were awarded as a reward. Even though he had spent a huge amount of money to save his second uncle Chu Tianqing last time, and he was renewing the 4 intermediate halos and buying top-grade spirit refining pills every day, he was absolutely sure that his destiny points would only be more than before, not less. Not to mention, the reason why he was able to enter the beginning realm again after just a few months, Chu Tian understood, was not only because of the extremely profound Hengtian magical power taught by Emperor Hengtian, but also mainly because he used the Emperor-level Dao talisman last time, which retained the mystery of the beginning realm and increased his probability of entering the beginning realm. Exchange successful, consuming 400,000 destiny points. The 10 Emperor-level Dao talismans and Dao creation talismans took effect immediately. Chu Tian immediately felt that the mysterious feeling that had gradually dissipated was forcibly captured back by vast Dao energy. It's still far from enough to reach the transcendent level in the prison-suppressing True Dragon technique. The original blueprint planned by the system was to allow me to comprehend the 3 magical powers to the extraordinary realm before breaking through the fusion realm. Comprehension of extraordinary magical powers plays a huge role in breaking through secret realms. The reason why I have broken through more than 10,000 secret realms before truly breaking through the fusion realm is mainly because my physical body is strong and my spirit is substantial. However, the most important magical power has not yet begun to take effect. Chu Tian understood that if he wanted to crack the 180,000 secret treasures, any mistake could lead to failure. He could feel that he was now in the spirit refining realm and had reached spiritual perfection. With the foundation of having cracked nearly 20,000 secret treasures, it would only take a thought for him to truly break into the fusion realm. However, Chu Tian was not in a hurry. He began to immerse himself in the mysterious feeling of the initial realm and comprehend the various top-level magical powers in his body. No matter what level of supernatural power it is, it belongs to someone else. Only when you reach an extraordinary state and walk your own path can it truly belong to you. The great Tao of Yin and Yang of the Supreme Being, the art of extracting destiny, the art of wind and cloud spirit dragon, the chaos golden dragon cover, and the Hengtian divine power. Endless mysteries enveloped Chu Tian's mind. The blessing of the 4 intermediate halos made him reach the peak in every aspect. He focused on 5 things at once, and his understanding of these 5 magical powers continued to reach new heights. The Wan Dao Ding is constantly being improved. Chu Tian suddenly discovered that the densely packed Dao patterns of time on the Wan Dao cauldron contained a vast and great Dao essence. Being in the initial realm, he could feel how endless mysteries were contained therein. Those Dao essences contained Emperor Hengtian's lifelong understanding of the Dao, his comprehension of rules, and his comprehension of magical powers. It is as if every moment, Emperor Hengtian uses his own comprehension as a guide to help Chu Tian comprehend the heaven and earth and comprehend magical powers. Chu Tian's heart was shaken violently. The gift given to him by Emperor Hengtian was too big, so big that it was unbelievable. What a concept this is. What is the lifelong understanding of Emperor Hengtian? If it gets out, I am afraid that even the human king Heng Kong will be jealous, although he may not take action against him. But human heart is always the most unpredictable thing in the world. The experience in his previous life made Chu Tian understand one thing: never underestimate the evil in human nature. Emperor Hengtian is not only extremely powerful, but also has an ultimate insight into the affairs of the world. So when he said that Chu Tian needs to break through the 180,000 secret treasures in the fusion realm and understand them on his own, he could not provide any help. However, he used the excuse of imparting Hengtian's magical powers to leave his lifelong understanding of heaven and earth on the Wan Dao Ding without letting anyone notice. Because many of the strongest people in the Hengtian realm were watching, and the Hengtian human king is observing. If these people knew that Chu Tian had obtained the Hengtian Emperor's lifelong understanding of the rules, the 9 realms of the human race, and even all the realms, would be shaken. Apart from the Hengtian divine power, this is the greatest benefit that Emperor Hengtian has left me. It allows me to quickly comprehend the divine power at the fastest and most stable speed. It can even serve as a guide for me to forge my own path and reach the extraordinary realm. Chu Tian said to himself that with the help of Emperor Hengtian's Dao pattern and being in the mysterious initial realm, his comprehension of the 5 great magical powers began to advance by leaps and bounds. Emperor Hengtian is too powerful. His insight into the myriad worlds and the operation of the rules of heaven and earth have reached the level of being fully aware of them. A blade of grass in his hand can destroy all things in the world. Chu Tian learned from Emperor Hengtian's comprehension of the Dao patterns, gained the blessing of the initial realm, and superimposed the 4 halos. After the prison dragon Emperor technique reached the extraordinary realm, gradually, the 5 magical powers also slowly began to walk their own path. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Across the sky, the clouds grew increasingly dark and thick, with scarlet lightning snakes weaving through them. The thunder was startling and breathtaking. Chu Tian sat cross-legged under the clouds, the chaos spirit bead shone above his head, and the prison-suppressing true dragon divine ring hung behind his head. He looked like an ancient god coming to the world, making those who were watching him feel like worshipping him. The prison-suppressing true dragon technique has reached an extraordinary realm, and its spirit has reached perfection, breaking through the fusion realm and bringing down the calamity of evil spirits and demons ahead of time. Chu Tianqing rubbed his temples with both hands, trying to calm his jealousy towards his nephew. It's not that he is narrow-minded, but Chu Tian's performance is really stimulating. If he hadn't just reached the ultimate realm, apart from being at a higher level than Chu Tian, he would have wanted to burst into tears when facing this nephew. We both have the surname Chu, so why are you so outstanding? Xiaotian said that what I need now is to calm my mind so as not to fall into extremes again. It seems that it is time to find a Taoist partner to calm my mind. My eldest brother gave birth to such a fantastic child, so why can't I? At the very least, I have to be better than the naughty child born by my 3rd brother. Goddess Tianquan, do you have any suggestions? Chu Tianqing looked at the Tianquan divine ring on his middle finger. In ancient times, was there any secret method to ensure the birth of excellent offspring? Chapter 219 I don't want to live anymore. Chu Tian's mission for me is to help you calm the anger in your heart so that you don't fall into extremes. At the same time, you must find a way to rebuild my body for me. The voice of the goddess Tianquan was unusually cold. I'm not here to help you find a Taoist partner or give birth to a child. What you should be focusing on now is your nephew's tribulation, not these personal affairs. Chu Tian broke through nearly 20,000 secret treasures ahead of time, and his spirit entered the Forbidden Realm. This caused the heavenly tribulation that should have been caused by the evildoer breaking through the divine realm to arrive early. However, he was still not satisfied and suppressed his realm. He actually stayed in the nascent realm for so long. I'm afraid there will be an even more terrifying breakthrough. The longer the divine demonic calamity brews, the more terrifying its power will become. Over the past millions of years, countless geniuses have been killed by demonic thunder tribulations. Chu Tian's demonic calamity is not aimed at killing the demons that ignited the divine fire, but is aimed at killing the gods. Hurry up and prepare the forbidden weapon treasure for your nephew to overcome the tribulation. This is the most urgent matter. The goddess Tianxuan directly changed the subject and told Chu Tianxing how terrifying the state of the demonic tribulation was. After being reminded by the goddess Tianxuan, Chu Tianxing's expression became extremely solemn. He originally thought that with Chu Tianxing's level of evil, having created so many miracles, it was not something shocking or terrifying for him to survive the evil tribulation in advance. After greeting King Chu Tianxing asked Chu Tianyan to return to the family treasury to get the treasures, forbidden weapons, and magical medicines for overcoming the tribulation. He also rushed into the sect treasury at high speed. As the strongest sect on the continent, although there are not many geniuses who can survive the monstrous tribulation, one will appear every tens of thousands of years, so there are also reserves within the sect. At this time, the atmosphere in the field gradually became heavy as Chu Tian fell into the initial state and did not wake up for a long time, breaking through to the fusion state. Chu Tian's spirit was perfected and his spirit being separated from his body and existed in reality. He realized extraordinary magical powers and shocked all the powerful people. Everyone thought that Chu Tian's time in the initial realm was about to end. After all, comprehending a magical power to the extraordinary level was already an unparalleled huge gain. Next, the spirit should return from the initial state, break through the fusion state, and overcome the demonic calamity. The time in the initial realm is limited. The lower the realm, the shorter the time one can stay in the initial realm. This is recognized by all realms. The rules of the Tao were sensed, and the heavenly calamity began to brew in advance. King Chu Tian, King Heng Tianren and others all thought that this was no big deal for Chu Tian. Chu Tian even killed Kang Ming, and everyone thought that it would be no problem for Chu Tian to survive this natural disaster. But no one expected that Chu Tian was still immersed in the initial realm, with no signs of awakening or breaking through. Moreover, his Tao essence became more and more intense, and his power became more and more powerful, which was frightening. Being able to stay in the origin realm for such a long time was beyond their understanding. Human King, something is wrong. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered as he looked solemnly at the increasingly thick and dark thunderclouds. The blood-colored dragons flying through them were no longer thick, but like continuous mountains. Taoist Master Tianyan's face was heavy. The rules of the Great Tao have taken notice and sent down the evildoer's heavenly tribulation in advance. If this drags on, the power of the thunder tribulation will continue to grow. I've already sent a message to the sect, asking them to bring the treasures and forbidden soldiers that were prepared in advance for Huai Mei and Helium to overcome the tribulation. I hope we can still make it in time. The face of the human king Heng Kong became serious, and he immediately said, not enough, far from enough. Under this thunder tribulation, even gods will be struck to death. It is only prepared for ordinary evildoers. It is not strong enough for Chu Tian to overcome the tribulation. The human king Heng Kong turned to look at King Chu Tian and said, immediately, urgently summon your sect's weapon refiners. According to the highest standards, spare no expense to create a group of defensive forbidden soldiers who can survive the tribulation. The speed must be fast, as Chu Tian may wake up and break through at any time. The thunderclouds were thick and dark, making it hard for people to breathe. The blood-red thunder dragon in them roared, shaking the earth. Some disciples of the Shengxian sect looked over from afar. There were even disciples in the divine realm who vomited blood due to the impact of the power and did not dare to look up. Even the gods looked pale and hurried away when they saw it from afar. It is hard to imagine that this is a heavenly tribulation that breaks through the fusion realm. What's even more terrifying is that because Chu Tian delayed leaving the initial realm, the rules of the Great Tao were sensed and arrived ahead of time, causing the power to become even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The heaven and earth shook, the sky froze, and the area within 1,000 miles centered on Chu Tian had been squeezed into a vacuum by the terrifying power of thunder. Many powerful people stayed away from the range of the heavenly calamity, looking at it from afar, and were terrified. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the yin and yang energies began to gather around Chu Tian. At first, they were just a few strands, and then they turned into two yin and yang fish entwined with each other. But gradually, the yin-yang fish began to grow and become larger at an even more terrifying speed, and gradually evolved the mysteries of heaven and earth and the essence of Tao. The yin-yang fish transformed into the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, spanning thousands of miles across the sky, and began to evolve into the four symbols, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. After the four symbols, the 8 trigrams were born. The 8 trigrams deduce the heaven and the earth, which seems endless and without end, aiming to exhaust the ultimate truth of the heaven, earth and the universe. Chu Tian's yin-yang and myriad beasts vision has also entered the extraordinary realm. This is his own way of yin and yang, evolving all things, deducing the universe, and interpreting all the ways, just like his 10,000 Tao cauldron. The human king Heng Kong was shocked. Once in the initial stage, 2 kinds of magical powers enter the extraordinary realm. Many powerful people were stunned, and some of them had tears in their eyes. You know, even if they were the emperor, the strongest group of people in the Hengtian realm, who were once as powerful as Tuo Lao, only possessed the magical power to enter the extraordinary realm. It is normal for them to only possess one extraordinary magical power. Some, like Chu Tianxing, have never been able to enter the initial realm or comprehend an extraordinary magical power in their entire life. Fuck, damn it, I don't want to live anymore. Can you please stop and make a breakthrough after I return? I originally planned to return to the sect after the memorial ceremony. Before I leave, you must discourage my Taoist heart. Some of the most powerful people could no longer hold back and started cursing with red eyes. It's so depressing. King Chu Tian's expression became increasingly heavy, because Chu Tian still showed no signs of waking up. The power of the heavenly tribulation is still increasing. Buzz. Suddenly, the wind and cloud spirit dragons roared, entangled with each other, turned into a cloud, and landed at Chu Tian's feet. Chu Tian also developed his own way of using the supernatural power of speed. But this is not the end. The chaos golden dragon cover turned into a dark golden battle armor, layered on top of each other, with divine light flowing through it. It seemed to have turned into substance and was worn on Chu Tian's body. 2 top-level magical powers in a row, stepping into the extraordinary. Chapter 220. This little calamity can't hurt me. Cough cough cough. Damn it, you beast. There was a powerful being so jealous that he coughed up blood, and his Tao heart almost collapsed. He simply turned around and flew out of Shengxian sect, leaving only a sentence. Heavenly King Emperor, if you need any help during the heavenly tribulation, please feel free to ask. My Tao heart can't bear it anymore. This person is not an isolated case. 4 or 5 powerful people have successively flown away from the Shengxian sect. They could not bear such stimulation and simply turned a blind eye to it. Those who were able to cultivate to become emperors and become the leaders of top sects were once the top geniuses of their respective sects, crushing all the heroes and dominating the world. How arrogant they were. But now, he suddenly discovered that the things he had been proud of for hundreds and thousands of years, and was complacent about, were now in front of Chu Dian. Buzz. At this time, between the sky, the divine chain of rules emerged from the virtual space, changing into a long sword of rules, and fell into Chu Dian's hands. The destiny extraction technique, the hand of God captures the rules, and Chu Dian directly condenses the divine chain of rules and condenses the divine weapon treasure. At this point, the 5 great supernatural powers have all reached the extraordinary level. Tianyan Daozhen was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, King Chu, I can't bear this kind of blow anymore. By the way, how did you and Jian Kongzu create this kind of monster? I feel that although I am a little old, I can still fight with a group of wives and concubines. Even if they have accepted the fact that Chu Dian is far better than Huai Mei and Hilian, Chu Dian's excellence will also be of great benefit to the Hengtian human race. But this kind of stimulation is a bit too great. At this time, on the Holy Emperor Peak, Chu Tianyan had urgently summoned thousands of weapon refiners, and even brought 3 Emperor-level weapon refiners who were in retreat. Chu Tianqing even entered the weapon refining hall and went straight into the deep secret realm, pulling out Ji Mocheng, the head of the weapon refining hall who had been in seclusion for decades and was almost about to die. The master of the Givong sect, the top weapon refiner in the Hengtian realm, had already swung his huge hammer and started smashing it with a deafening roar. He began to use all his strength to refine the treasure to be used in overcoming the tribulation. Thousands of weapon refiners started working in the furnaces nearby to assist. The entire Shangxian sect headquarters was operating at full capacity in a short period of time. All kinds of precious divine iron, star sand for refining the treasure, dragon blood, phoenix blood, unicorn horns, etc. were taken out by Chu Tianqing all at once. Looking at the increasingly terrifying demonic calamity in the sky, the eyes of the Chu family's top leaders turned red. As the founding family, they always helped the younger generation in the family to make full preparations for the tribulation, preparing forbidden soldiers, treasures, elixirs, etc. in advance. No one expected that Chu Tianxai, who was only 9 years old, would have to undergo a tribulation so soon, and the tribulation would be so terrifying. Chu Dian, he hasn't woken up yet. Hengkong Human King's voice was hoarse and low, and his turbid eyes stared at Chu Dian without blinking. Could it be? Buzz. At this time, a mirror appeared in the sky. Endless years passed in it, and faintly, one could see a blue planet rotating in it. A godfather struggled and fought since he was young until he founded a business empire, but he fell ill and died of old age. There are also the lives of various people, their ups and downs, their rise and fall, which tell the whole story of the world. The human king Hengkong seemed to vaguely see his life's past in the mirror, from his youthful vigor and ambition, traveling through all realms, to entering middle age and ascending to the throne of the human king, ambitious to lead the Hengtian human race to rise and overwhelm the 9 realms, and finally facing the helplessness and powerlessness of reality until his current old age. With the Hengtian magical power passed down by Emperor Hengtian, he entered the extraordinary realm and embarked on his own path. Hengtian divine power will be called red dust from now on. Chu Dian slowly opened his eyes. His cheeks were still tender, but in his eyes, there was a feeling of having seen the vicissitudes of life and been tempered by the years, as if he had seen through the world. The moment Chu Dian left the beginning realm and entered the perfect spirit refining realm, the chaos spirit pearl returned to his mind, and naturally, he stepped into the fusion realm. His powerful spirit was directly reflected in the secret realm around him, and the secrets of his endless body were clearly reflected in his mind. Chu Dian saw huge enclosed planets in his body, like stars in the vast starry sky, with a total of 180,000 of them. At this time, there were already 19,413 stars rumbling in motion, filled with endless divine power, and more than half of these stars had been opened up. The human body is like the starry universe. The secret treasures are the stars in the universe. The state of fusion is to open up the stars in the human body and eventually reach the state of perfection, developing all the potential of the human body and using it for my own benefit, so it is called fusion. Chu Dian understood that the reason why these secret treasures that had been opened up were only shown to be opened up for more than half was because before, he had only opened up the secret treasures on his own because his body was too strong, without undergoing spiritual baptism and the development of supernatural powers. Most of the monsters seem to have opened hundreds of thousands of secret treasures, but in fact, even these secret treasures are far from being developed to the extreme. His heart moved, the 6 magical powers manifested in the body, and the red dust mirror burst out with divine light, directly piercing through thousands of stars. Developing it to the extreme, the surging power of chaos gushed out from the secret treasure. The chaos demon's body is vibrating, and endless potential is being developed. Chu Dian's physical strength has reached 50 million jin, and under the baptism of chaotic energy, it began to increase rapidly. 60 million, 65 million, 70 million. The secret treasures that were originally revealed were also completely developed, and with the help of the 6 great magical powers, the number reached 20,000. The moment he broke through the fusion realm, his physical strength reached a terrifying 100 million jin. At this moment, King Chu Dian roared angrily, shaking the sky, shouting, "Be careful!" Boom! Suddenly, dozens of terrifying scarlet thunder dragons, like dozens of long and thick mountains, fell directly from the sky and pressed Chu Dian directly into the earth. Endless blood-red thunder, like a vast ocean, submerged thousands of miles of land. The breath of destruction raged, the sky collapsed, and Chu Dian's figure disappeared in it in an instant. Shouting, "Catch it!" Chu Tianqing shouted angrily from a distance and threw a large number of forbidden weapons prepared for the evildoers to survive the tribulation to Chu Dian. Buzz. However, these forbidden soldiers prepared to help the evildoers survive the divine calamity were directly turned into ashes under the heavenly calamity. Dad, second uncle, I'm fine. Chu Dian's calm voice suddenly came from the blood-red sea of thunder. This little calamity can't hurt me. Chapter 221 Eating and drinking water are as simple as. The blood-red sea of thunder surged, submerging thousands of miles of land. A large number of towering mountains were instantly flattened by the terrifying sea of thunder. But at this moment, in the sea of thunder, a figure with chaotic mist flowing around his body was bathing in the sea of thunder. Every pore on his body was glowing, and the chaotic secrets were like unfathomable abysses, actually absorbing and spitting out the power of thunder and lightning. Many powerful people gasped and stared in amazement, as if they had seen a chaos monster. What the hell is this? They couldn't imagine what they were seeing. Chu Dian is absorbing and exhaling the power of the tribulation thunder, accumulating the power of the heavenly tribulation, and polishing his body at the same time. Daoist Tianyan's pupils widened angrily, his consciousness covered the thunder, and he even thought he was hallucinating. After confirming over and over again that Chu Dian was indeed bathed in the thunder, his mood not only did not calm down, but became even more confused. From ancient times to the present, countless evildoers have been trembling with fear before crossing the divine tribulation. They have made countless preparations and dared not let their guard down in the slightest. Countless evildoers have perished under the tribulation and fallen before the reborn divine realm. Back then I want ma. Fuck you I. Daoist Tianyan recalled the scene when he was going through the heavenly tribulation and trembled with fear. The holy sect prepared a large number of formations, runes, forbidden soldiers, magical medicines, etc. to resist the thunder tribulation, but in the end he was still struck into charcoal, escaping death by a hair's breadth. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. They saw that Chu Dian's evil tribulation had come down ahead of time and its power was constantly increasing. They were worried for a long time, gathered countless resources, summoned many weapon refiners, and prepared a lot of measures to help him overcome the tribulation. Chu Dian, on the other hand, leisurely absorbed and exhaled the power of thunder and lightning, just like eating and drinking water. While storing some of the destructive power of thunder and lightning in his secret treasure, he also baptized his body. Like taking a bath in a thunderstorm. Who can bear to see this kind of scene? The deep worry and panic in Chu Tianxing's dark red eyes eased slightly, but then he cursed with a smile. This bastard, I've run myself to pieces, brought out a bunch of dying old men, and worried for a long time, and now this happens. The apocalypse goddess said in a cold voice, you are useless. All you do all day is think about finding a woman to have children with. Fortunately, Chu Dian is evil enough, otherwise he would have been harmed by you. The supreme chaos demon body, in the ancient times, would be held in the palm of the hand among any top clan. From childhood, they have made all kinds of preparations to break through to the emperor, as well as protective measures against various disasters they will face. You guys are so good, cramming at the last minute. That little preparation is almost the same as no preparation at all. Chu Tianxing said calmly, this is why the offspring you have cultivated are not as strong as my nephew. He never relies on external forces and breaks through the siege with his own strength. Facing Chu Tianxing's forced sophistry, the goddess Tianxuan just sneered twice, haha. However, she did not deny that Chu Dian was really too powerful. His foundation was almost perfect. Whether it was his spirit, body, or magical powers, they were all at the peak and extraordinary. Chu Dian's body is more powerful than that of the gods, even the true gods. Among all the chaotic demon bodies in history, he is definitely the best, or even the strongest. Goddess Tianxuan was amazed. This is actually the reason why she chose to agree to Chu Dian and come to follow Chu Tianxing. Because Chu Dian is so outstanding, so perfect, and so powerful, and she is now just a remnant soul. The most powerful thing is her profound knowledge, which can help young people avoid many detours. But Chu Dian's excellence made her completely unable to teach him, making her feel like a waste. She even dared not negotiate with Chu Dian to ask him to help her reshape her body in the future. Although Chu Tianxing was born in the extreme realm and broke into the emperor realm, she could not provide much help. But at least, she could still give Chu Tianxing some help, and their daily communication would be smoother. Such a monster, those forbidden tribes will probably pay attention to you soon. The goddess Tianxuan murmured to herself, but did not tell Chu Tianxing, but fell into silence. After all, she had to use the Tianxuan divine ring to help Chu Tianxing suppress the extreme consciousness of the extreme realm at all times. For her, who was just a remnant soul, it was not a small burden. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Dian was bathing in the sea of thunder, with a three-legged green cauldron standing above his head. The cauldron was emitting an ancient light, and a blood-red thunder dragon was slamming down. The sea of thunder was falling piece by piece, causing the three-legged cauldron to break into pieces and then be regenerated. At the same time, the Taoist patterns on it became more and more condensed. His body is too powerful. The strength of his body is 100 million kilograms, which is even close to the strength of the body of a god king. Regenerating broken limbs is a piece of cake for him now. The most terrifying thing about the demon's heavenly tribulation is the destructive power of the thunder. As long as the demon's physical body is broken through, the demon who has just broken through the divine realm and condensed its soul will have its soul wiped out directly by the thunder. But this evil calamity that could destroy the heavens and earth and easily wipe out the gods could not threaten his body at all. While using the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation to hone his body, he even had enough energy to imprint the 6 extraordinary magical powers he had just comprehended onto the 10,000 Tao cauldron, and at the same time, he also imprinted the Tao essence of the power of tribulation thunder onto the body of the cauldron. Even though he has comprehended the 6 extraordinary magical powers, the one Tao cauldron is still Chu Dian's foundation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The one Tao cauldron continued to expand rapidly, and it was covered with dense Tao patterns. Facing the crazy thunder that was smashing down, the body of the cauldron continued to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was like a 1,000-foot mountain standing under the thunder mountain. The mouth of the cauldron swallowed up the blood-colored thunder dragons as thick as the mountains that were smashing down. Soon, the power of the thunder in the mouth of the cauldron had even begun to turn into a rich liquid. The blood-colored thunder liquid exuded a terrible destructive power. This evildoer is a pervert. He actually condensed tribulation lightning liquid into tribulation lightning. Tian and Daozhen gasped and immediately turned to look at Holy Maiden Hylian. Disciple, this is an extremely precious item. It will be very useful for you to overcome the evildoer's heavenly tribulation later. It will allow you to familiarize yourself with the power of tribulation lightning in advance. I must exchange a bucket of it from Chu Dian at all costs. The evil heavenly tribulation is such a terrifying disaster that those who endure it are trembling with fear, fearing that they will be exposed to even the slightest power of the thunder, so as to avoid destroying their bodies and harming their souls. In the world, when a super powerful person passes through a tribulation, the thunder will dissipate. However, because the tribulation is too terrifying, sometimes some thunder liquid will be left behind. It is extremely precious and contains the destructive power that can only be born when the thunder of heaven and earth comes. Some super powerful forces and tribes will spend huge amounts of money to collect this thunder liquid, so that their monsters can get familiar with this destructive power in advance and enhance their confidence in surviving the thunder. However, after the super strong people have passed the tribulation, the thunder liquid left behind due to various coincidences is so scarce that it is in short supply. Once a little bit appears, it can be auctioned at a sky-high price and will be quickly bought by various super clans. Not to mention the Sehang Holy Sect, even if the entire Hangtian realm concentrated its strength and mobilized all its connections, it would be extremely difficult to obtain a little bit of the thunder liquid. You can imagine how precious it is. It is also conceivable that when Tian and Daozhen saw Chu Dian using the Wandao cauldron to condense the tribulation thunder liquid, he was shocked and then ecstatic. What he has always been most worried about is the monstrous tribulation that will befall his disciple. The Holy Lady Hylian has powerful supernatural powers, outstanding spirit, and strong fighting ability, but her physical body is not of any special physique and is not very strong. Therefore, all along, not only did Saint Hylian not want to break through and wanted to accumulate more foundation, he had also been trying to stop his disciple from breaking through the divine realm, wanting to make more sufficient preparations to help his disciple overcome the tribulation. Chapter 222 Thunder Liquid. Monster, monster. The human king Hengkong was also amazed and sighed endlessly. He turned his head and looked at King Chu Dian with a scorching gaze, saying, Emperor Tianwang, this time, my share of the compensation from the eternal realm will all belong to your Shengxian sect. All you have to do is ask Chu Dian to give me 1 or 2 buckets of tribulation lightning liquid. My grandson is about to break through to the divine realm. You can't be partial to him and leave some for me. Even a noble man like King Hengkong, in order to help his grandson survive the tribulation, immediately went through the back door with King Chu Dian. Because even with his identity and powerful strength, he couldn't get even a drop of thunder liquid. At this time, the strongest people also came forward and expressed their willingness to pay a huge price to exchange for the thunder liquid from the Shengxian sect. King Chu Dian smiled bitterly and said, Saint Lord of Heaven, King of Man, and all of you, it's not that I don't want to, but I really can't be the master of my son. But afterward, I can ask my second brother Chu Tianxing to go and say hello to Xiaodian. King Chu Dian was also extremely amazed. Looking at the thunder liquid in the Chu Dian Wandao Ding, his heart was shocked. This is a priceless treasure that will benefit future generations. Feeling the power of thunder in advance can greatly increase the chances of successfully surviving the tribulation and reduce the mortality rate. Over the past millions of years, although not many geniuses of the Chu family have died under the evil calamity, there are still more than a dozen of them. Every time one of them dies, the whole family feels heartbroken. Tianzhao represents the future. A genius who can bring down a monstrous heavenly calamity is the most precious treasure of a family. However, under the thunder calamity, he will have to watch his young death without being able to do anything. That is a lifelong pain. The sky roared, the blood-red thunder dragon shook the earth, the power of destruction rolled, and the sky and the earth were dark. The anxious and worried hearts of many powerful people had all calmed down at this moment. Not only were they no longer worried, but they were all thinking about how to exchange some thunder liquid from Chu Dian afterwards. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If they were in the 10,000 worlds, it would be impossible for them to get something like thunder liquid, and they knew this very well. Chu Tianqing was also leisurely and asked many weapon refiners and the old man who was about to die to go back and rest, saying that he had no need for them. Thunder liquid, that rebellious son should be able to use it. Chu Tianyan put the bloody scimitar on his shoulder and muttered. Or maybe I should just let that rebellious son be struck to death by lightning, so he doesn't have to annoy me all day long. I'll have another child with my wife someday. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying thunder roared and shook the sky for 3 days and 3 nights before it slowly dissipated. The breath of destruction dissipated, and thousands of miles of land had turned into a valley, being flattened again and again. There was a 10,000 cauldron above Chu Tian's head, and an ancient divine light descended from it, enveloping him. He strode out from the range of the thunder, walking like a dragon and a tiger, with supreme power and a scorching gaze. Although he was only 9 years old, he had broken through the fusion realm. After his physical strength exceeded 100 million pounds, his height had reached about 1.7 meters, with a slender body and extraordinary aura. When he raised his hand, there was an aura that seemed to be able to break the sky and pick the stars and the moon. Just as they walked out of the range of the thunder, Tianyan Daozhen pulled the cold-faced holy maiden Hylian and came forward to meet them. Chu Tian, I congratulate you. Congratulations on surviving the demonic tribulation. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is vast, and the road ahead is smooth. Set foot on. Daoist Tianyan smiled and quietly pulled his disciple, signaling her to speak. In order to get 2 buckets of thunder liquid to help his 2 most beloved disciples survive the thunder tribulation, he was willing to sacrifice his reputation. After all, with his identity as the Holy Lord of the Holy Sect and the Elder of the Ancestral Court, no matter how evil Chu Dian is, he doesn't need to lower his status or take the initiative to congratulate him. But there's no way. Too many monks and too little porridge. The relationship between the Sihang Holy Sect and the Shengxian Sect has always been tense, but they are both eager to take advantage of each other at any time. Among the top sects that have a better relationship with the Holy Heaven Sect, the Sihang Holy Sect is definitely not in the top 10. The fact that the 2 major sects can unite against the outside world at critical moments does not mean that they will not hurt each other in normal times. The thunder liquid is a rare treasure, extremely precious, and can save the life of a genius at a critical moment. Even if Shengxian Sect did not give it to him, it would be understandable if they kept it for their own evildoers to use later. Congratulations, Saint Hylian hesitated for a while before speaking. Given her personality, it was already very difficult for her to say these 2 words. Saint Lord Tianyan, you have greatly helped the Holy Heaven Sect in this matter of Yi Qianshang, the arrival of the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor, and even the eradication of the Dragon God Sect. It is only logical that the Holy Heaven Sect should have a share of the tribulation thunder fluid. Chu Tian smiled slightly, naturally understanding the purpose of Tianyan Daozhen. Condensing the lightning liquid was of no use to him. After all, for his strong body, going through the tribulation was almost the same as taking a bath. But it is useless to him, but for many evil geniuses, it is a life-saving thing. This was also the reason why he spent some insignificant energy to condense the thunder liquid while forging the Wandao cauldron. Not to mention that the little bald guy and Saint Hylian have sworn to me as their big brother, so naturally they have a share of this tribulation lightning liquid. Daozhen can go find my second uncle and get 2 buckets of tribulation lightning liquid later. Chu Tian smiled faintly, and then said to the many powerful people who were hesitant about whether to establish a relationship with him, Emperor Lingfeng, Sectmaster Givong, and many other seniors, I will give these tribulation lightning fluids to my second uncle for centralized distribution. You seniors can go find my second uncle later. Many powerful people breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, no matter how outstanding Chu Tian was, he was still a junior and was only 9 years old. We don't have Hylian and Huaimei, the 2 younger generations who have a good relationship with Chu Tian. It would be much easier to deal with Chu Tianqing. At most, you would have to pay a huge price in exchange interests. They were once again amazed at Chu Tian's maturity. He gave them a way out and took care of their face. Their affection for Chu Tian grew stronger. This child's future is absolutely limitless. Chu Tian smiled slightly and walked towards his second uncle Chu Tianqing. After all, he was going to the Hengtian Ancestral Temple to practice in seclusion, and there were many things he had to tell him. Chu Tian, Holy Maiden Hylian came over and stopped him. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, although you saved my life, I am not your little brother. I will definitely defeat you. Chapter 223 3 years. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed like flowing water. Chu Tian has been in this world for 3 years. Hengtian Ancestral Temple, Heng Family, and Sutra Library. Chu Tiansai had just returned to Shengxian Sect and had just celebrated his 12th birthday. King Chu Tian held a grand birthday party for him. The strongest people from many top sects, geniuses, and other talented people all attended and gave him gifts. The first is to let one's own genius and evildoer get acquainted with Chu Tian in advance. Secondly, it was to thank him for the tribulation thunder liquid, which enabled many evildoers from top sects to break through the divine realm and pass the tribulation before the 9 realms competition. This was unprecedented and no one died under the tribulation thunder. After the birthday party, Chu Tian immediately rushed back to the Hengtian Ancestral Temple. For the past 3 years, in addition to practicing, he has been immersed in the collection of books in the Heng Family's Sutra Library, reading various ancient scriptures, magical powers, and records of various ethnic groups in the myriad worlds and the mysterious things of the great world. First, it is to cultivate supernatural powers, scriptures, comprehend the essence of Taoism, polish the Wandao cauldron, and improve strength. Second, it is to deepen his understanding of this world. Even if he has some understanding of the original plot, Chu Tian will never sit in the well and think that he has understood everything. After coming to this world for several years, Chu Tiansai has come to understand more and more how vast and boundless this world is. Various powerful ethnic groups, mysterious, and invincible supreme powers emerge one after another. In the original plot, although the protagonist Yi Fan's experience is very exciting, it is just a drop in the ocean for the myriad worlds. Moreover, the main line of Yi Fan's experience is mainly concentrated within the Shengxian sect. Under the control of Yi Qianshang, he fights against the Chu family until he finally unifies the Shengxian sect. And now, with his help, the Chu family has basically completed ahead of time what Yi Qianshang took decades to accomplish in the original plot, and integrated the power of the Shengxian sect. Although the Yi family was the founding family and had retired at the right time, giving up all the positions, resources and interests they controlled, so they were not able to destroy it immediately, but they could no longer make any waves. In this world, the strong are respected. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Chu Tian deeply understands this truth. The classics in the Heng Family Sutra Library have been accumulated over endless years. Some of them have even been preserved from the mythological era. They are extremely precious and can be said to be all-encompassing, covering everything from the sun, moon, stars, astronomy, and geography. After 3 years, relying on the Dao essence left by Emperor Heng Tian on the Wandao Cauldron, Chu Tian was able to draw inferences from one instance to another and comprehend a large number of Heng family's magical powers and scriptures. He was no longer limited to the dragon-shaped magical powers in the Chu family's Tuan Sutra. Buzz. Above Chu Tian's head, clouds and mist rolled, and the essence of Dao surged. There was a vermilion bird striking across the 9 heavens, and the flames of Nirvana were rolling, striking across the 3,000 worlds. Congratulations to the host for perfecting the Suzaku clan's top magical power, the Suzaku 9 strikes, and reaching the realm of great success. You have completed the first stage of the task of smelting 10,000 paths and condensed 3,000 great visions. Reward: 1 Dao Divine Pill, 3 9 Transformation Great Rejuvenation Pills, and 2 Heavenly Emperor Advent Talismans. Please keep up the good work, host. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. The Dao Divine Pill also makes the host's understanding more in line with the laws of heaven and earth. It lasts for 1 year. 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill can bring back the dead to life, turn flesh into bones, even if only 1 breath remains below the Emperor, it can instantly restore them to their peak state. The Emperor's Advent Talisman. After breaking through the fusion realm, the system also replanned the cultivation blueprint for Chu Tian and activated a hidden task, which was to cultivate 180,000 kinds of top-level magical powers to the realm of great success and combine them with the secret treasures. In the fusion realm, the most important thing is to develop the secret treasures, and continue to condense the Dao essence and the rules of supernatural powers, and combine them with the secret treasures. The fusion realm is laying the foundation for breaking through the divine realm, merging with heaven and earth, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, and controlling the power of heaven and earth. However, ordinary practitioners have limited energy and will only focus on comprehending one kind of supernatural power, combining the supernatural power with the secret treasure, breaking through the divine realm, and controlling the rules of heaven and earth. A genius might comprehend more, but usually only 3 to 5. Being able to comprehend 10 kinds of supernatural powers is already the limit. However, the blueprint of the systematic planning not only requires Chu Tian to develop 180,000 secret treasures before the age of 18, but also to comprehend 180,000 kinds of magical powers. When Chu Tian heard the system's blueprint, he was shocked. After all, to comprehend 180,000 kinds of top-level magical powers and achieve great visions, what a concept. The Chu family has accumulated knowledge for millions of years, secretly capturing, dissecting and studying countless powerful true dragon bloodlines, but in the Tuan Sutra, there are less than 100 top-level magical powers. This requirement of the system is outrageous, and it also directly unlocks a hidden task and allows you to comprehend 180,000 magical powers and visions. Of course, the system also planned a lot for him, upgrading the 4 intermediate halos, Dao essence, comprehension, physique, and spirit to advanced levels. Every day, he also needs to take a top-level secret pill, which can increase his speed of breaking the secret treasure by 100 times. After 3 years, I have comprehended all 2,486 magical powers hidden in the Hengtian Palace. I also used the 4 ores to forcibly complete the remaining incomplete magical powers and comprehend them to perfection. Chu Tian used his hand as a knife, concentrated his mind, and carved the final stroke on the jade slip in his hand that recorded the incomplete magical power of the 9 strikes of the vermilion bird. Over the past 3 years, although he had gained huge benefits from the Heng family and had cultivated and comprehended all the magical scriptures they possessed, he also helped them to complete the incomplete magical powers in the Sutra library one by one. Some of the older generation in the Heng family were originally dissatisfied with Chu Tian's free entry and exit of the Sutra library. After all, this was the Heng family's most core forbidden area. But when they saw Chu Tian perfecting some of the incomplete magical powers passed down from the Heng family's mythological era, they were completely impressed by him and were amazed at his supernatural powers. Not only did they no longer object to Chu Tian staying in the Sutra library, they also took the initiative to say that Chu Tian's perfected magical powers could be shared with the Shengxian sect. Boom! At this time, the void cracked, and terrible cold air raged, instantly freezing the space around Chu Tian, and Chu Tian was frozen into an ice sculpture. At the same time, 99 ice dragons, ice phoenixes, ice unicorns, ice titans, etc. gathered together and rushed towards Chu Tian, and the cold air rushed into the sky. Brother, take my knife. A shiny bald man holding a big knife was moving through the void. He slashed towards Chu Tian with the knife, and time and space were cut apart. At the same time, a long-haired young man holding a dark red Feng Tianhuaji appeared behind Chu Tian. He was full of fighting spirit and slashed directly at Chu Tian's back, causing the space to collapse. Heng Tian magical power, years. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ripples of time and space surged like a tide, flooding towards Chu Tian. This young man actually also comprehended the great vision of Heng Tian's magical power. Divine fire was burning all over his body. This one strike was enough to destroy thousands of miles of land. This one strike was enough to destroy thousands of miles of land. Chu Tian had a blank expression on his face. The 1,000-year-old black eyes around him melted instantly. He raised his hand and